Chapter 1. A dream or not a dream. I had a dream. I dare not say for sure that it was merely a dream. Since then, I have gained an extraordinary ability that completely changed the trajectory of my destiny. One summer, at 10 in the evening, as per my usual habit, I should have fallen asleep within 5 minutes. I must have been asleep. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed before me, and I felt myself floating up from my bed. The sensation was surreal, as if some invisible force was holding me up. If I had long hair, it would have hung straight down, just like the scenes in horror movies when the soul leaves the body. Leaving my bed behind, my hands were at my sides, legs straight, just as I had been lying on the bed. It was unimaginable. My first immediate thought was that I was dreaming. But unlike my previous dreams, my body was completely out of control. I saw my empty bed, and opposite me, Han Xiaobai was still snoring steadily. I passed through the window. I remember clearly that before sleeping, Han Xiaobai had closed the window to prevent us from catching a chill from the night wind. Now I had passed through the window pane, without hearing any breaking glass. Outside, I shifted into a vertical position and floated higher and higher until I stood above the city. There was no moon, but the stars were brilliant, the city lights dazzling. Occasionally, a passing car swept through with a gust of wind, intensifying the silence. I floated before a woman, her face and attire visible with clarity. She had golden hair, fair skin, and a dignified appearance. She was about 40, dressed entirely in clean white clothes and white shoes, exuding a gentle and holy radiance. A saint? A fairy? Bodhisattva? I was instantly filled with reverence and admiration. Not a trace of disrespect remained. I had felt completely lost before, but now I felt strangely calm, my mind unusually clear, perhaps influenced by this fairy. I felt a desire to speak, but opened my mouth in vain. I had no voice. I could only exhale through my throat, my vocal cords entirely silent. Congratulations, you've been chosen by us. I am an envoy from an outer space ship, and on behalf of the captain, I welcome you. You don't need to speak. I already know what you wish to say. I also know that you understand everything I say. Most importantly, learn to keep silent, from now on and forever. The female envoy actually spoke fluent Chinese. Her tone was soft and gentle, but authoritative. Her voice sounded as if it were coming from deep within my brain, clear and vivid, more like my own soul conversing with me. She could read my mind, and what she said was exactly the answer I needed. You have entered a different dimension, one that exists parallel to your own world. Many phenomena here will defy your understanding. By your present intelligence and perception, you are nowhere near capable of comprehending this place. But it does not matter. Let me clarify. When you leave your original world, time stops. Anyone who arrives in this dimension retains their original physical state forever. They do not age, nor do they die. They are immortal. A dream. This must definitely be a dream. It sounds like the myths. I did not believe what she said, but helpless due to my lack of bodily control, I had no choice but to keep listening. Of course, anyone who violates the rules of this dimension will be executed. Holy hell, even immortals can be executed. Since I have chosen you, it means we have some connection. You can choose to stay here and become one of us, or you can choose to return to your original world and continue your life. Though I could not speak, my mind never ceased thinking. Who would willingly remain in a dream forever? Dreams eventually end, and reality, even if mundane, is truly my world. Even if it is hard and humble, I am willing to strive through life for it. I already know your choice. Since you do not wish to become part of this dimension, I will send you back. However, you still need to come with me for a while to complete some necessary procedures. The female envoy floated forward, and I helplessly followed behind. Ahead of us appeared a massive object, like an aircraft carrier. It was a giant rectangular shape, with numerous small windows glowing brilliant white. A door opened at the bottom of the ship, and beams of white light shone downward. I followed the female envoy into the light. I felt like I had suddenly gone blind. Everything went completely white. I only felt a slight upward lift before arriving inside the ship. Inside the cabin, everything was dazzlingly white, including the walls all around. I squinted, unable to adapt immediately to the brightness. You'll get used to it soon. As soon as the envoy's voice faded, the glow gradually dimmed until it no longer hurt my eyes. Finally, I could clearly see the surroundings. This was a corridor, wide and spacious, with nothing in sight but the white walls and the ferry before me. Follow me. The envoy proceeded down the corridor. I involuntarily lifted my legs and followed. I could walk again. I tried to stop for a moment, but it was useless. My legs completely refused to obey me. The corridor felt extremely long. We walked for quite a while before reaching its midpoint, where a door opened on the left. I followed her inside. As soon as we stepped in, the door behind me closed, silently and effortlessly. It was a large room, entirely made of crystal. Every wall and floor emitted a dazzling white light. Once again, I could see nothing at all. Step up. Uncontrollably, I took a few steps forward, climbed several steps, and stood straight. A much stronger beam of light shone directly on me. All my clothes, just a vest and shorts, disappeared instantly. Then my body tilted backward, falling onto a bed where I lay flat, completely exposed. I lay there, naked, unable to speak or move. My eyes gradually adjusted, though I still couldn't see clearly. I caught a flash of movement and turned to see several figures, 5 or so beings, whose appearances were vastly different from that of the female envoy. Their heads were as big as soccer balls. Their eyes were larger than goose eggs, protruding greatly. Their noses and mouths together occupied far less space than just one of their eyes. Aliens. Their appearance looked nearly identical to the extraterrestrials I had seen in movies and TV shows. I must be dreaming. Perhaps my mind simply imagined them this way. They began chattering with the female envoy. Their voices sounded like music, yet also like static, more like birds chirping. I couldn't understand a word. One of them held a device similar to a flashlight and shone it all over my body. I felt a burning heat surge through me, as though being roasted over fire. Sweating heavily, I felt like collapsing. Finally, I passed out. When I awoke, it was already daylight. I was back in my dorm bed inside the metal container house. The dream was crystal clear in my mind. Even now, I still doubt whether it was truly just a dream. I reached out. My vest and shorts were still on. My blanket had slipped to one side. Fortunately, the temperature wasn't too cold. I hadn't caught a chill, and my body felt fine. Han Xiaobai was still snoring. I couldn't fall back asleep, so I decided to wash up first. Normally, I might have dozed off a little longer. Chapter 2. The Nameless Little Meat Bun. I tend to be grumpy in the morning. No matter what time I wake up, I always feel drowsy, and whoever tries to talk to me never gets a good reaction from me. My mom scolded me countless times about this. Han Xiaobai and I have been in the same dorm for 2 years, and he has never tried to talk to me in the morning. He knows better than to get on my bad side. Today, my mind was unusually clear. I didn't have my usual groggy morning mood, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Outside the tin shed, there was a water tap. After splashing water on my face, I felt even fresher. Suddenly, I noticed something unusual on the outside of my left wrist. Some kind of spot had appeared, about the size of a soybean. My arms have always been completely smooth, so I assumed I must have accidentally gotten some dirt on my skin. I intentionally washed it with water and even applied some soap, but it wouldn't come off. Upon closer inspection under the light, the color of the spot matched my skin tone, but it was raised about 1 millimeter above the skin surface. It didn't hurt or itch, but it looked ugly. It felt really odd. I suspected it might be an insect bite, so even though it didn't hurt, I sprayed some floral cologne on it, hoping it would help. Perhaps because of the noise I was making, Han Xiaobai woke up. Chunlingyu, is the sun rising from the west today? This is the first time I've ever seen you up before me. Did you get bitten by a mosquito? You sprayed so much cologne, you even woke me up. He said this while getting up, glanced at me, and then walked outside. Maybe I did get bitten. Instinctively, I responded. As I wiped off the remaining cologne, I realized I had used way too much. It was almost suffocating even to me. Last night, I wanted to boast to Han Xiaobai about my dream involving a flying saucer. But as soon as I said those few words, I suddenly couldn't speak. Very shocked, I quickly coughed twice. What about last night? Oh, last night, the weather wasn't really cold. I kicked off my blanket, but didn't catch a cold. Guess today's going to be hot again. As long as I didn't mention the UFO, I could speak normally. The female envoy told me to learn to keep my mouth shut. It seemed she didn't want me spreading the word to everyone. In truth, I physically couldn't bring up the matter. It's past May Day already. The weather will just keep getting hotter. Han Xiaobai came back inside, and we each put on a dirty set of work coveralls before heading to the mess hall for breakfast. The temporary mess hall was also inside a tin shed. Old Master Gao, who managed the meals, was warm-hearted and kind. In his 60s and rather plump, he was always polite to every worker who came to eat. You two are here pretty early. Come on in. Millet porridge, boiled eggs, steamed buns, pickled vegetables. There's plenty, and more if you need. While greeting us, he brought the food to the table. Thanks, Master Gao. The food was quite ordinary, but today I especially found it delicious and satisfying. I felt like having more than usual and ended up with a slightly bloated stomach. You seem really hungry. Did you wake up hungry? Han Xiaobai set his chopsticks down and waited for me. Maybe so. After finishing my meal, I wiped my mouth, said goodbye to Master Gao, and headed toward the construction site in the north. The main project at the construction site was the commodity residential buildings of Xuanhuan Residential Community. The main structure was already completed, and interior plastering was underway. This work would be completed before the arrival of winter. Xiaohan and I were both junior laborers, working under different masters. We parted ways on the first floor, each heading to prepare for our own tasks. I finished preparing for my work, but Master Wang hadn't arrived yet. Usually, he and I showed up at almost the same time, so once he arrived, I'd be busy nonstop. Looking at the bump on my left wrist, I couldn't resist rubbing it lightly again. It still didn't hurt or itch, but the sight of it kept bothering me. If it were truly an insect bite, the cologne should have reduced the swelling by now. But it not only remained, it was growing. Now it was about the size of a corn kernel, almost 2 millimeters high. My worry deepened, suspecting it might be some sort of unexplained tumor. I decided I should go to the hospital and have it checked. Master Wang arrived. He came up with a cart of freshly mixed cement mortar by the elevator. Morning. He picked up his tools, gave the plastering board a couple of knocks with his trowel, and began working immediately. I kept following Master Wang, assisting him as he did the plastering. We worked together pretty well. Without even needing to look back and without me needing to ask, the cement mortar landed precisely on his board, just the right amount. Master Wang, I also want to become a plasterer. Junior laborers earn a lot less than plasterers, and I was considering a change. Master Wang paused a moment. That meant, to a man who valued time above all else, he took my question very seriously. I've told you before, it's not that you can't be a plasterer, it's just that the time isn't ripe yet. You've only worked here for 2 years, your experience still isn't enough. In this trade, being a plasterer depends on seniority. You need skill and experience, and you must establish a reputation too. Construction team bosses all know the names of skilled plasterers. Even if someone has never worked directly under them, they still know the name. Not just anyone can do plastering work. Pla. Master Wang continued plastering quickly and said, You have this ambition, and I believe you have the ability to. Being a plasterer requires great stamina. Your hands must be steady, your force precise, so you can work quickly, evenly, and thoroughly. Once you have to redo something, your output drops. No boss wants to hire someone inefficient. Papap. More quick strokes of the trowel. Usually a man of few words, today Master Wong had spoken a lot to me. His words seemed supportive on the surface, but something told me he wasn't truly comfortable with my idea. He seemed a bit narrow-minded. Our teamwork was smooth and efficient. His work went well, and his earnings came easily. If I stopped being a junior laborer and someone new took my place, especially a beginner, it would take at least a month to build up the same level of Wuchit. That would definitely affect his income. That's what really concerned Master Wong. In my experience, he continued, it's really hard to find a good helper for a new plasterer. The experienced ones won't want to work with you. A beginner would only hurt your productivity. A boss won't want to keep someone whose output is low. If the quality isn't reliable, it'll even damage someone's reputation. I suggest you wait another 2 years. Once you've built a relationship with Manager Yao, you might find a capable junior worker willing to assist you. Whether I could become a plasterer really did depend on Manager Yao's approval. It looked like I'd have to work on getting closer to him. Seeing that I seemed convinced, Master Wong stopped talking and focused entirely on applying and smoothing the plaster. At lunchtime, I brought up the topic of becoming a plasterer with Han Xiaobai. Han let out a skeptical snort. Of course he's against it. We get along well, but if you asked me to be your helper, I wouldn't want to do it either. Don't think I'm being harsh, I'm just being realistic. Put yourself in my place. If I were the plasterer and you were my helper, would you really be happy about it? Remember, I also want to become a plasterer someday. Han Xiaobai and I were the same age, both 25, but since his birthday was earlier in the year, he always addressed me as younger brother. He seemed to really enjoy playing the older sibling. His words struck right at my concerns. He and I thought exactly alike. After lunch, we returned to the tin shed dormitory to rest. We had a little over an hour before work resumed at 2 p.m. Normally, we'd take a nap then. We needed to recharge after working nonstop in the morning. The bump on my wrist seemed to have grown again, now about 3 millimeters high. Not a good sign. I decided not to delay any further. I'd go to the hospital right away to find out what this thing was. Han Xiaobai was already asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, so I didn't want to disturb him. I walked out of the tin shed alone, hopped on a rusty shared bicycle, and headed straight to the hospital. Huangtu County Hospital was only 2 or 3 li away from the Xuanhuan residential community construction site, just a few minutes by bike. I should have gone to dermatology, but it was lunch break and the department was closed. So I went to surgery and found the on-duty doctor. A male doctor examined me carefully and then said casually, "It's just a wart. No big deal. It'll fall off by itself in at most 3 years. It's a male wart. Won't spread anywhere else. Don't worry. No injections, no medication, no topical treatment needed. Just ignore it. Nothing to worry about. Believe me, you'll be fine." "But it's growing bigger," I replied, quite concerned. "Of course it'll grow. It hasn't matured yet. It'll stop growing soon. If you insist on treatment, we can do a minor procedure, cut it off, apply medicine, and bandage it. But I strongly advise against it. You work on a construction site, right, young man? This will affect your income. It only affects appearance, nothing else." I wasn't sure if he wasn't a skin specialist, or if the dermatologist wasn't around and he just didn't want to take the trouble, or if he was genuinely looking out for me and didn't want me to waste money. Whatever the reason, he urged me not to treat it, and I decided to listen. Back in the dorm, I still had half an hour to lie down. I was exhausted too. The rest of the afternoon passed normally at work. At dinner, we brought our meals back to the dorm. Han Xiaobai took out a bottle of strong Daka liquor and wanted to have a drink. We often drank a bit of baijiu to relieve fatigue, chat for a while, and then fall into a deep sleep, waking up refreshed and energized for the next day. In truth, we rarely worked together, so our real bond was forged over drinks. Tonight we talked about our dreams for the future. Our conversation was joyful, yet filled with sorrow too. Both of our families were poor, so we had to work hard and make it on our own. Especially Han Xiaobai. He revealed that his cousin, who became a farmer, had become quite wealthy. That actually made me think farming wasn't a bad idea. After dinner, I went to wash the dishes and noticed the wart had grown again, now about 4 millimeters high, though it hadn't spread across my skin. Disgusted, I couldn't help rubbing it. Suddenly, something strange happened. I inexplicably found myself on a small island. Chapter 3. The island is too small. Before me stretched a vast ocean. The afterglow of the sunset reflected on the surface, creating a kind of ancient depth, yet there wasn't a ripple to be seen. It looked just like a mirror, eerily silent. I was shocked, not only by the boundless water world, but also by the small patch of land beneath my feet that left me feeling terrified. Truthfully, I'm not a coward. I didn't feel fear even when I encountered strange maidens in the air before, but now I was genuinely afraid. I dared not move at all. I wasn't standing in water. This piece of land didn't even cover 1 square meter and was perhaps 2 centimeters above the surface. Beneath my feet was a small stone slab about 30 centimeters wide. If one were to call this an island, it was far too tiny. At most, it was a reef. I couldn't tell if this body of water was a lake or sea. If even a relatively large fish swam by, I might be knocked into the water. With no support and no escape, eventually I'd surely become fish food. My legs involuntarily began to tremble. Why did I suddenly arrive here? This definitely wasn't a dream. I was washing dishes just now. I hadn't even finished. Could this have something to do with that beautiful female messenger? Did she do this again? Why couldn't I see her now? Only now did I finally believe that what I saw the other night was real, not a dream. The space where this lonely island existed must be closely related to the parallel universe they mentioned. I stood alone on the rock, not knowing where I should go, Would that beautiful female messenger send me back to my original world? I was trying hard to recall every moment I had interacted with them. I noticed my memory had improved remarkably. Back when I was in school, formulas in physics and English vocabulary were impossible to memorize. That's when I developed a hatred of studying, which only led to worse grades. I dropped out before even finishing middle school. But now, I could clearly remember every word that the female messenger had said. In addition to telling me to keep quiet, I remember her saying that I was fortunate to be chosen by them as an experimental subject. Damn it, I was confusedly made into an experiment. What kind of experiment, I don't know. Most likely, they must have tampered with me somehow. That wart. The thing I had originally thought was just a mosquito bite appeared on my wrist this morning. That must be their doing. What purpose could bringing me mysteriously into this other dimension possibly serve? To torment me? Abuse me? Scare me? Or just for entertainment? Are they now watching me shivering in fear from some hidden location, through a telescope, or even a microscope? But I won't let them win. At this thought, the unyielding spirit deep within my bones kicked in. My legs stopped shaking, and my fear lessened significantly. If I have come, then I shall stay. Such a calm surface shouldn't hide any large water monsters, or they would have already created towering waves. This might be nothing but a self-soothing thought. To confirm my idea, I slowly crouched down to examine the clear water below. There were fish in the water, but none were large. Fish about a foot in length swam casually by, just the usual size we eat. Occasionally one or two would glide past, unhurried and serene. This indicated there were no big predators, and I began to calm down. The fish that just swam by was a carp. I cupped some water with my hands, drank a mouthful. It wasn't cold, and had a slight sweetness, clearly fresh water. Suddenly, I noticed something encouraging. Although only this stone was visible above the water, right next to it was a gentle slope. It extended eastward, southward, and northward. The western side, however, was deep and bottomless. This made me feel much safer. Moments ago, I was afraid of falling into the water, but now I wasn't worried anymore. Not that I fear water, mind you. I can at least dog paddle. As a child, I often swam and caught fish in the stream behind the village. Because of this, I received multiple beatings from Mom, and now as I recall them, I could almost feel the pain in my behind. I placed my slippers on the stone slab and walked into the water toward the east. Only after 20 meters did the water just cover the tops of my feet. I quickly deduced that this expanse of water was not actually very deep. Perhaps that's why there were no waves. The 2 cups of alcohol I had drunk earlier somewhat relieved my fatigue, but then suddenly arriving here made me sweat out all the alcohol's effects. I was sober now, with a sticky, uncomfortable feeling on my skin, so I decided to take a bath. I took off my vest and shorts. Only by entering the water from the west could I submerge my whole body. In other areas, when I squatted down, the water just reached my backside. The water in the west was indeed deep. I couldn't touch the bottom at all. The terrain here was like a cliff. Initially, I wanted to catch a fish for fun, but fearing some unknown huge creature hiding in the depths, I got out quickly. After dressing, I started to feel anxious. I had come here just fine, but how could I return? I didn't know how I entered this space, or whether I could return to my original world. Sitting on the stone slab, sorrow welled up inside me. I thought of my parents back in the village. I might never see them again. I couldn't help but feel heartbroken. I haven't even built a career or started a family, nor have I left them any descendants. Who will take care of them in their old age? Tears began to fall down uncontrollably. It wasn't fear. I simply couldn't bear to be separated from my loved ones. Even Han Xiaobai, my co-worker for 2 years, Chef Gao from the kitchen, plasterer Master Wang, manager Yao, and his beautiful assistant by Luo Xue, all came to mind. Forget it. They mean nothing to me, but my dear parents are the ones I miss the most. I had already been on this tiny island for at least 2.5 hours. The sun in the west remained motionless just above the horizon, and the sky remained the same dusk hue as when I first arrived, no sign of fading into night. I suddenly remembered the female messenger's words again. Time is frozen in this parallel dimension. I had no choice but to believe this really was that parallel space. But I didn't know whether it was the same space as the beautiful female messengers. I even wondered, if it were, perhaps she would know that I was trapped on this lonely island and might come to rescue me. In such a desperate moment, I still had such a thought. I didn't know how long had passed. Sometimes I imagined, sometimes I was sad, sometimes I wept. The sun remained frozen in the west. If no miracle occurred, I would remain forever on this abrupt slab of stone, neither dying nor starving. Luckily, there was sweet, drinkable water. I might as well spend my eternal life here. Thinking of that, I no longer felt sorrowful. Maybe from this moment on, I have become an immortal deity. After indulging in that fantasy, I once again washed away my tears, calming myself. It's all because of this damned wart. Just looking at it disgusted me. I couldn't help but rub it fiercely, hoping to get rid of it, muttering, "If it weren't for you, how could I end up in such a place?" Suddenly, my vision blurred. What the hell? My world had changed again. I was still standing beside the sink by the metal shack's door. Water gushed from the faucet, and the bowls we had eaten from with Han Xiaobai still hadn't been washed. The sky remained just as it had been, unchanged. I quickly finished washing the dishes and rushed into the room to check my phone. It read 7:42. I remembered when I left to wash dishes, it had been 7:39. Right. It took about 3 minutes to wash the dishes. In that parallel world, no matter how long I stayed, time here never changed. Chapter 4. Sneaking into the space. Han Xiaobai seemed far from satisfied with the previous topic and continued chatting about his cousin renting farmland. My cousin is only 2 years older than me. When we were kids, he wasn't as smart as I was. Last year, He rented farmland for 1 year, 1,000 mu, to be exact, and made $1,000,000 yuan. Farmers can get rich through farming too. He got married the year before last. At that time, his wife wasn't too willing, but now they get along great. Oh well, truly, money makes a man, and without money, it's hard to be a man. This year, they had a baby. Their life is really sweet. Han Xiaobai was filled with envy, but he didn't notice my absent-mindedness. My mind was still on that Yidu Kongjin matter from earlier, so I responded absent-mindedly. 1,000 mu of land isn't a small number. Without some money in the family, you can't even dream of doing something like that. If you want to do it, you could ask him for help. Anyway, I don't have the ability for that right now. Lying on the bed, Han Xiaobai sighed while staring at the ceiling, his slightly tipsy mood making him feel emotional. My cousin just had good luck. The idea to rent farmland was from my uncle, who also gave him financial support. That's how he made it today. With so much land, he needs help and has called me before. I promised I'd go find him after I finish this current job. I hope it's true what he said about getting rich together. I'm a bit worried though. Even if we're related, working for him for a long time might lead to conflict. I don't want to lose that familial bond in the end. Han Xiaobai's worries were reasonable. That's exactly why he hesitated to go find his cousin. Whenever he had a couple drinks, he couldn't help but bring this up again. Deep down, he really wanted to work with his cousin, but he hadn't made the final decision yet. When he mentioned it, I felt tempted too. In my situation, lacking education means relying only on physical labor to make money. There's no way to escape poverty. No one even wants to propose marriage to me. Even if a girl were willing to be with me now, I couldn't guarantee her a happy life, unless she was ready to live a simple, poor life alongside me. Han Xiaobai rambled on, eventually closing his eyes. Alcohol took effect, and he fell asleep. I covered him with a light towel blanket. He was another proud man. Although poor, he held his integrity. It was just bad luck he had to endure for now. My thoughts, however, remained on that Yidu Kongjian matter. I began focusing, recalling. How had I entered that space? And how did I get out so confusedly? That wart on my wrist was the switch. I couldn't afford to touch this wart carelessly. Accidentally activating the space entrance. Who knows what would happen? This wart became a psychological burden. Every time I raised my hand, I couldn't help but stare at it for a few seconds, like a compulsion. Worried about accidentally touching it, I found a fingerless glove and put it over my left wrist. With that covering the wart, it kept it out of sight and off my mind, which made me feel much better. It was still too early to sleep. If it weren't for having a bit of alcohol with Han Xiaobai, we'd probably still be chatting now. I stepped out of the tin shack. The entrance to the cafeteria was lively. Chef Gao and Chef Wang were playing Chinese chess, and a few coworkers surrounded them, offering unsolicited advice, one talking, then another. This was their pastime after work. Occasionally, Han Xiaobai and I would also watch. But our skills weren't great. We only knew the basics. We couldn't match the skills of Master Wang and others, so we were too embarrassed to show ourselves in front of them. Darkness settled, and the electric light at the cafeteria entrance came on. The crowd continued to shout and offer suggestions. Winning or losing wasn't important. It was just a way to pass the time. Master Gao, what delicious dish are you making for everyone tomorrow? Didn't Boss Yao say to improve our meals regularly? While playing chess, Master Wang was still thinking about the food. His chess skills were slightly better, so he could win without being overly focused. Master Gao needed to be more serious, fully concentrated to avoid losing too badly. He had little room to think about anything beyond the game. Fish. A simple reply, while cautiously moving forward a pawn. Fish is great. The only problem is you never give us enough. The co-worker complained, and it was indeed a fact that couldn't be denied. You expect to eat nothing but fish? Don't you feel full after a few more steamed buns? Master Wang snapped back at the co-worker. Big Chariot checkmated the general. Master Gao lost. See, you kept asking me what to eat tomorrow on purpose to distract me. I lost. Gao laughed as he pushed over his pieces in defeat, rearranged the board, and set up the pieces again for another round. Suddenly, I remembered there was plenty of fish in the space. I wondered if catching a few and bringing them out would be possible. If so, having fish to eat would be no big deal at all. As soon as the idea popped up, I couldn't resist the urge to go check out the space again. I stood behind the crowd, appearing indifferent. Actually, no one even noticed me. Quietly, I pushed aside the half glove on my left wrist, touched that wart, and rubbed it hard a few times. I re-entered the Yidu Kongjian once more. It was pitch dark, impossible to see anything, and completely silent except for the pounding of my own heart. I didn't dare to move recklessly, worried that I might still be standing on that stone slab. I cautiously crouched down and reached my hand out to feel around. Luckily, beneath my feet was indeed the stone slab, and slightly beyond it, I touched water. A sense of regret crept over me. Truly, curiosity could kill a cat. Outside, it was nighttime, and this space was night as well. Outside there were electric lights, but here not a single glimmer of brightness. I had no idea what was wrong with me. Why would I ever imagine sneaking in here to catch some fish? I might end up being the one getting caught by the fish. A wise man doesn't stay in dangerous places. This place wasn't fit to remain in. I quickly rubbed the wart a few times and left the strange dimension. I returned to the spot behind the crowd watching the chess game. I no longer had any interest in watching the chess match. My mind was fixed on catching fish. It was too late tonight. I'd try again in the morning. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes while still lying in bed, I checked the wart on my hand. Good, it hadn't changed at all. It seemed to have stabilized. Outside had already brightened, but Han Xiaobai was still snoring away. Never mind him. I needed to go catch some fish. I entered the strange dimension again. It was morning here too, lightened up, though the sun had not yet risen. The air above the water was fresh. I took a few deep breaths and felt thoroughly exhilarated. The scene before me had changed. Beneath my feet was no longer just that tiny square stone slab. Now the island had expanded to about 2 square meters. I thought maybe the water here rose and fell with the tide. That wasn't quite what I had heard before. Usually, tides rise in the morning and fall at night. Now, it was morning here. Was the tide actually receding? I scolded myself for not paying attention in school and knowing too little. I couldn't figure it out. Finally, I gave up trying to think about it. Today I came to catch fish, and since there was no one around here, I stripped completely naked and dove straight into the water. The water was quite cold in the morning. I had loved swimming since I was a kid, and even the river behind our village was colder than this. I jumped in without hesitation. After a few minutes of swimming, I had already adjusted to the water temperature. Indeed, the fish were plentiful here. They brushed directly against my thighs. I reached out and grabbed a big carp. It must have been almost 2 chi long. I then climbed back onto the small island. Once back on the island, an awkward situation arose. I hadn't brought a fish bucket. With so many fish before me, I could only carry one back. Chapter 5. Almost stuck forever. In fact, even this one fish I couldn't take with me unless I was willing to return to the real world completely naked. There was no container to hold fish, and the moment I put on my tank top and shorts, the fish had already returned to the water. I sighed watching the water, feeling slightly regretful. It was all my fault for not being well prepared and too lazy to bring in a bucket. After rubbing my wart a few times, I returned to reality, still lying on the bed. Quietly getting up, I found a large plastic bucket, specially washed it at the sink, and Bajag a try-and-see attitude, attempted to bring it into my space. Left hand gripping the bucket handle tightly, right middle finger vigorously rubbing the wart. Luckily, just as I imagined, I smoothly arrived at the small island of the otherworldly space. What surprised me first was the island itself. It had grown again, now about 4 square meters in size. The island was expanding. This made me feel much safer. I specially checked the small stone slab, which now was 4 centimeters above the water surface. I guessed either the island had grown upward, or the water level had dropped. Whatever. Let it grow if it wants, drop if it wishes. My current mission was to catch fish. I once again stripped down and jumped into the water, and before long, I caught a full bucket. Around 10 fish, probably 30 or 40 pounds altogether, more than enough for everyone to have a good meal. After dressing, I carefully held the bucket handle tightly, worried that if my grip slipped during the transition back to reality, I would leave the fish behind. I rubbed my wart with my right hand. I remained exactly where I was, holding the bucket, without returning to reality. I couldn't go back. I was shocked. Could it be the fish here could only be admired, not eaten? I rubbed the wart again, this time applying extra force, nearly breaking the skin. Still the same result. I remained standing on the small island. Damn, was this a trick to fool me? My idea of providing more fish for everyone would turn into a disappointment. It was a pain to catch all these fish. If I released them, everything would be for nothing. If I didn't release them, staying here forever would end up suffocating them. Sigh. I sighed again, staring at the bucket filled with fish, genuinely regretful. Picking up the plastic bucket, I was about to release them when a thought struck me. Perhaps the bucket was too heavy, and the power of this space prevented me from leaving while carrying it. I carefully put the bucket back down, grabbed one fish, and decided to try bringing this single one out first. At most, I'd just make multiple trips. The fish violently struggled in my hand, desperately trying to escape. I held tightly onto its gills with my left hand. No matter how much it thrashed, its fate wouldn't change. Once more, I rubbed my wart with my right hand. Strange. I was again disappointed. It was the same as before. I was still on the island. Not even a single fish could be eaten. Reluctantly and disappointedly, I placed the fish back into the bucket. Coming with joy, leaving in disappointment, arriving empty-handed, leaving empty-handed as well. Seems like whatever in this alternate space didn't belong to the outside world. I wanted to return first and find some plastic bags, stuff the fish in them, and tie them to my body. As long as I could get out, the fish could get out too. But reality disappointed me. It seemed that even without carrying a single fish, I couldn't leave the island anymore. The skin around my wart turned red, almost rubbed through. There was a problem. The passage back to reality from this space had become blocked. My mind was no longer focused on the fish now. The main issue was whether I could get back to the real world at all. Discouraged, I sat back on the stone slab, sighing at my own fate. After wallowing in self-pity, I still had to resolve the current problem. Where exactly had things gone wrong? I carefully reviewed everything I had done before, but noticed nothing different. Subjectively speaking, I carried a bucket with fish, but the issue was I couldn't exit even without carrying the bucket. So the fish weren't the cause. Objectively speaking, now was morning, yet moments ago I had successfully traveled back and forth, so the time factor probably was not the issue either. The fish bucket was sitting about a meter in front of me. I re-examined the island beneath my feet. The island had become larger. Each time I previously entered or exited the space, I had always stood on this stone slab beneath my butt. But just now, I had stood not on the slab, but on the land slightly ahead of it. Perhaps this stone slab was the key to entering and exiting the space. Realizing this, I immediately stood up, stepping back onto the stone slab, took a deep breath, and rubbed my wart. Wow. Finally, I succeeded. I remained standing next to the sink in the tin room, still holding the red plastic bucket. What was different compared to before was that the bucket was now filled with fish. When I placed the bucket in front of Chef Gao, his eyes almost popped wide open. Where did you get this? So much. I was planning to go buy some after lunch, but you beat me to it. Did Boss Yao send you? He didn't mention anything to me, and didn't ask you to buy so many. A few would have been enough. everyone just tasting 2 bites. We have only about 20 guests for lunch. So many fish, each 2 people can have one. We won't need to prepare any other dishes at noon. As he spoke, he fetched a large basin and poured the fish into it. They splashed joyfully, and once water was added, they swam around with renewed energy. Carp, grass carp, black carp, oh my, and even mandarin fish. Did you buy this? Why are they so mixed like this? Chef Gao was puzzled by the variety of fish. I quickly laughed it off. Chef Gao, you don't need to worry where the fish came from. Just cook them for everyone. Consider it my gift to the group. Everyone's been working hard. It's only right for me to contribute a little. Fearing that Chef Gao might keep questioning, I hurriedly tried to leave. Hey, Xiuxian, why are you leaving already? It's time to eat. Coming. I'll be right back. My hands were all fishy smelling. I had to wash up no matter what. Han Xiaobai had woken up and said that today I got up even earlier than him. After he finished washing up, we went together to the kitchen for breakfast. Chef Gao wore a big smile on his face and was unusually enthusiastic today. He brought the porridge to the table and quietly whispered in my ear. You really added more work for me, didn't you? More fish means more work for me. It sounded like a complaint, but judging from the smile around his eyes, I knew he didn't really mean it. The capable should bear more burdens. I simply replied, then buried my head in my porridge, not wanting to continue the topic, so Han Xiaobai wouldn't notice anything. Luckily, Han Xiaobai wasn't the kind of person who pried too much. His attention was now focused on the steamed bun in his hand. When I arrived at the construction site, I was still earlier than Master Wong. I hadn't seen him at breakfast, but now I noticed he was in a good mood. Old Gao was pretty great. Said there would be fish today, and bought them super early. Wow, a whole basin. We're having good food for lunch. I vaguely hummed in agreement without continuing the conversation, then picked up the shovel and began working. At lunchtime, the atmosphere was more lively than usual. Everyone was speaking in praise of the fish Chef Gao had cooked. They tasted different from regular fish, exceptionally fresh and delicious. One bite made you want a second. Even after our stomachs were full, we still felt unsatisfied. Some even specifically took a bowl of fish soup and drank it all. Luckily, Chef Gao didn't cook them too salty. Chef Gao had his own reasoning. When the amount was small, make it saltier so it's enough to go around. Today, since there were plenty of fish, he used less salt. Everyone kept asking when Chef Gao would cook such fish again, as if nobody had gotten enough. I need to ask Xiaochun where he bought this fish from, so I can buy some more for everyone. With just one sentence, Chef Gao redirected the attention to me. If you want to know where Xiaochun bought them, make him tell you. Someone had already asked me even before Chef Gao did. I quickly silenced everyone. If you all want to eat, we can have Chef Gao cook again tomorrow. As for where the fish came from, no need to bother. Great. We'll eat fish again tomorrow. With just one sentence from me, everyone cheered in agreement, raising their thumbs at me one after another. In fact, up until now, none of them realized that the fish actually came from me. They all thought I had been sent to the market by Manager Yao. Chapter 6. Testing the market with fish. I naturally didn't want to disappoint everyone. The next morning, I brought another bucket of fish to Master Gao, but these fish weren't caught by diving into the water, they were ones I'd fished up. Each time I caught a fish, I had to get into the water again. It was a bit inefficient. I decided to buy a fishing rod and enjoy the fun of angling. Yesterday afternoon, while Han Xiaobai was asleep, I quietly left the dormitory and went to buy fishing gear. I also bought a small stool, a large basin, and a plastic bucket, all of which I placed into my space. The island had grown again, now nearly 10 square meters in size. Every time I entered this space, I noticed it expanding. The exposed ground kept spreading outward, and the island itself was rising. I picked up a small stone and drew a mark along the water's edge to see how much the island grew each day. Excited by the novelty of my new fishing equipment, I hurriedly tied the hook and sat down on the stool, ready to start fishing. In reality, it wasn't as relaxing as I imagined. As soon as the hook hit the water, fish began biting. I quickly stood up to reel in. From the moment I caught the first fish, I never sat back down on the stool again, and soon I filled one basin and 2 buckets. The fish included carp, bass, and grass carp. Looking at my bounty, I was thrilled, but at the same time, I was worried. We had agreed to eat fish again tomorrow. If I handed these over to Master Gao now, he would definitely become suspicious. I couldn't explain how I obtained so many fish in such a short time. There were far too many for people to eat. What should I do? The sun was high and scorching hot. After all the effort, I was drenched in sweat. I figured I might as well take a bath first. Originally, I hadn't wanted to go into the water again, but eventually I did. No more fishing at noon. The morning or evening, when it was cooler, would be better. I needed to deal with these fish quickly, or they would die in the hot sun. Suddenly, I thought of selling them at the community market. They could fetch at least some money. Once the idea occurred to me, I hurried back to shore. Leaving the space, the community market wasn't far from the construction site. When I arrived where fish were being sold, a bearded vendor sat idly in a chair smoking. It was lunchtime, and there were few customers around. All the stalls were relatively quiet. There were 3 water tanks in front of the bearded man, and fish were swimming about inside them. Brother, how much are the fish going for? What kind do you want? The man immediately perked up. Carps are 10 yuan, grass fish 12, and bass 70. I nodded, pretending to study the fish. These were smaller than the ones I had caught. These are a bit small. Are there no bigger ones? Big fish don't sell well. Fish weighing more than 2 caddies move the fastest. If you want bigger fish, you have to go to the supermarket. I snorted and stood back up. I'll go check inside. When the bearded man realized I wasn't interested in buying fish, he just grunted and didn't try to stop me. I walked around the market, checking prices. They were all the same. Several fish vendors didn't even have customers. I noticed a general store and went inside to buy a pack of cigarettes. Then I returned to the bearded vendor's stall. Brother, see? I wasn't lying. There aren't any bigger fish inside either. You could buy a few more. Smiling faintly, I handed him a cigarette. I didn't smoke, but I put on a show and lit one anyway. Brother, to be honest, I'm not here to buy fish. I have fish to sell, black carp, grass fish, and bass. Same species as yours. When he realized I wasn't buying, the bearded man seemed slightly annoyed, though my gesture of offering a cigarette prevented him from openly showing his frustration. So, you own a fish pond? Selling wholesale? I couldn't possibly tell him the truth, although I did technically have a fish pond. Brother, here's the thing. I'm helping a friend sell some. I caught these in someone else's fish pond, and I just need to get rid of them. If I don't, they'll go bad. Why don't you just set up your own stall then? He gave a straightforward response, but I didn't want to set up a stall. After all, I still had work to do and no time to spare. I handed the rest of the cigarettes to the bearded man. He hesitated briefly before accepting them. I want you to sell them on consignment for me. We can negotiate the price. Just give me whatever you pay if buying from another supplier. Brother, let me be honest with you. We already have regular fish suppliers. If we take your fish, we can't take others. If you can't deliver on time, and we need to go back to our usual suppliers, it's uncertain whether they'll have anything available. If they don't, then I've got nothing to sell. The bearded man clearly wanted to refuse. Brother, the thing is, I don't have that much, just 4 or 5 buckets. It's practically nothing for you. Perhaps moved by my sincerity, or perhaps because of the cigarettes, he finally agreed. Bring your fish over, and let me see the goods. If they're in good condition, I can try selling them on your behalf. I quickly took my leave to fetch the fish. After leaving the market, I found a secluded spot and entered the space. But when I tried to bring the fish out, I realized a major issue. Each trip through the space only allowed me to carry 1 bucket at a time. Holding the fish buckets, I wouldn't be able to rub the wart to activate the space switch. Thinking that fishing would probably become a part-time sideline for me, I realized I should invest in some essential equipment. I went to a bike shop and bought an electric tricycle. After buying the bike, I felt a bit regretful. I wondered if I could bring the electric tricycle into my space, so I decided to give it a try. I gripped the handlebar tightly with my left hand and rubbed the wart with my right. Amazingly, the electric tricycle really did appear on the island with me. My heart was filled with joy. From now on, any items that were inconvenient to carry in one hand could be placed on the bike. I loaded the fish onto the vehicle, tightened my grip on the handlebar, rubbed the wart, and successfully transported both the bike and fish out of my space. Returning to the community market, I handed the fish to the bearded vendor. The moment he saw the fish, which were much larger than those he normally sold, he was in disbelief. These fish are way too big, brother. It won't be easy to sell them. You must tell your friend not to raise them this big again. Big brother, it's fine really. If you can't sell them easily, just lower the price. Even if I tell him now, these fish won't shrink anymore. The bearded man hesitated for a moment. I can only offer half price. Understand that if they don't sell, I'll end up losing money. But if they do sell well, I'll make it up to you next time. All right. Seeing how quickly I agreed, he stopped talking about consignment. Perhaps afraid I might change my mind, he settled the payment on the spot. When the money was finally in my hands, I couldn't believe it. 2,000 yuan. It was practically half of my salary for half a month. I had nearly spent all the money I'd earned after the Lunar New Year holiday on buying fishing gear and the electric tricycle. Now, with money in my pocket again, I felt at ease. I made an agreement with the bearded man to deliver more fish tomorrow. Cheerfully, I headed toward the construction site. Before reaching the main gate, I placed the electric tricycle into my alternate space. If I rode it in, people would inevitably ask questions. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I entered my space without even getting out of bed and started fishing. Each cast yielded a fish, and the satisfaction I felt was beyond words. Soon, I filled the buckets and basin again and loaded them onto the tricycle. Just as I was about to return to the real world, I suddenly remembered I had entered the space while still lying in bed. If I came out directly, the fish and tricycle would end up in the dormitory. Besides, whether the electric tricycle could even fit through the narrow door of the tin shed was a problem. And if I woke up Han Xiaobai, I'd have a lot of explaining to do. To avoid trouble, I returned to the real world first, went back to the dormitory, left the tin shed, exited the construction site, and found a quiet spot to enter my space again, transporting the vehicle and fish out with me. Arriving at the community market, the bearded man waved at me from far away. Brother, the fish are all sold. We unloaded the fish and settled the payment. Same time tomorrow. He walked with me for a few steps, afraid I might not come back, and added specifically, tomorrow, don't forget. When I was putting the electric tricycle into my space, I suddenly remembered I needed to catch some fish for Master Gao. Master Gao received the fish with a beaming smile. I promise you'll eat even better than yesterday. Chapter 7, the final lunch. Whether the fish tastes good or not depends on Master Gao's cooking skills, but no one had expected this fish banquet to be the last lunch for the co-workers. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, work stopped temporarily because cement mortar was no longer available. Master Wang was anxious and asked me to hurry and check why the supply had not arrived. Once I got downstairs to the site, I found out that there was nothing we could do. The cement was out, and the mixer was shut down. Han Xiaobai also came to see what had happened. This lack of cement had already been reported earlier. Some people said something had happened. A company that had subcontracted the job together with Boss Yao had an on-site fatality incident, and the workers were worried that it might be connected to our site. Since there was no material, everyone took an early break and simply waited for lunch, the fish. At noon the meal was served on time. As people praised Master Gao's cooking, They also discussed the rumors surrounding the work-related death. Manager Yao arrived with a briefcase, and his beautiful assistant, Bai Luoxue, came with him. Manager Yao is here. Join us for lunch. You really came at the right time. Xiuxian bought these fish, which are super delicious. You'll definitely want more after just one bite. Smiling, Master Gao greeted him warmly and quickly offered hospitality. The dining hall essentially belonged to Manager Yao, though he rarely dined here. He lived in one of the residential communities in the Yellow Earth County town, and due to his busy schedule and many social engagements, he usually ate out. Occasionally, he would eat here once in a while. Bai Luoxue was his assistant, and we all called her secretary. Behind his back, we sometimes even called her boss's mistress, or his little sweetie. Wherever Manager Yao went, she followed closely behind. No one knew whether she followed him all the way home when he returned. The rumors about their relationship were widely known around the construction site, although no one had ever actually witnessed any impropriety between them. It was all gossip. Manager Yao sniffed, as if deliberately enjoying the fish aroma. He asked Master Huang to serve 2 portions and then sat down with Bai Luoxue, eating the fish quite naturally. I was sitting diagonally across from them and kept glancing their way, but my attention wasn't on Manager Yao. I was looking at Bai Luoxue. I had heard she was about the same age as me. Unlike me, she already had her master's degree. Last summer, she found Manager Yao, and since then, the two had been inseparable. All the workers knew that Manager Yao had been married for a long time. His wife worked at a bank, and they had a beloved daughter. I had met his wife before. She was a very beautiful woman, no less attractive than Bai Luoxue. I guessed that perhaps because Bai Luoxue was always seen accompanying Manager Yao in public, their image seemed somewhat ambiguous. People who enjoyed idle gossip began to fabricate stories, though these might be nothing more than rumors with no basis. I wondered whether the two of them were aware of these rumors, and why they never seemed to avoid being seen together. Bai Luoxue's name suited her well. Her skin was fair like snow, glowing translucently. Her facial features were delicate, her figure slim and well-proportioned, enough to outshine every other woman present. Making up scandals involving beautiful women was always a topic people loved discussing. To be honest, every time I saw Bai Luoxue, I would look a few times longer. In fact, I noticed that I wasn't the only one. Even Master Wang, a man who always seemed very serious and upright, would show admiration in his eyes. As for Han Xiaobai, each time he saw Bai Luoxue, he would sigh in awe. If I could marry a woman like that, even if it were only for one day before I died, it would be worth it. That's what he said, but I replied, believe me, if you actually got such a woman, you'd never want to die. The reality is, you're nothing but a toad dreaming of swan meat. He didn't back down, retorting, don't tell me you wouldn't want to be that toad either. We concluded our joking with laughter. Manager Yao, when is the cement going to arrive? There's no material, so there's no work to do. Master Wang interrupted my train of thought. With the supply interrupted, he was anxious. As a man who chased after money recklessly, time was money, and delays meant losses to him. Manager Yao put down his chopsticks. Eat first, then talk. Fill your stomach. This fish really is delicious. I've eaten thousands of delicious meals, but I've never tasted fish this fresh before. At this moment, we should all just enjoy this delightful food. He hadn't directly answered Master Wang's question, and no one else pressed further. The atmosphere grew tense, except for the sounds of people chewing and the aroma of fish floating in the air. Bai Luoxue ate silently the entire time, not saying a word, not even whispering anything. She ate elegantly, taking small bites and chewing slowly, clearly enjoying the fresh flavor of the fish. Seeing her enjoy her meal brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction to my heart. This beautiful woman was eating the fish I caught. In a way, I was serving her. A feeling I couldn't describe welled up in my chest. I even forgot to lift my chopsticks just watching her, though luckily everyone else was focused on eating, and no one noticed my absent-mindedness. But I noticed Bai Luoxue. She was very thoughtful. After setting her chopsticks down, probably full, she took out a napkin from her small handbag, handed 2 pieces to Manager Yao first, and only then wiped her own mouth. Seeing this, a bitter sensation rose within me. I quickly shook my head, silently scolding myself for thinking too much. I was afraid she might notice my embarrassment, so I hurriedly took several mouthfuls of rice to hide my awkwardness. People gradually put down their bowls and chopsticks. Manager Yao stood up. Just now, I didn't answer Master Wang's question because I was worried that the news I'm about to announce might ruin everyone's appetite. Such delicious fish deserves to be enjoyed, not overshadowed by bad news. Now that everyone is full, it's the right time to speak. Everyone looked at him, sensing from his tone that it wouldn't be good news. Their faces turned serious, and the earlier joy of savoring the fresh fish was gone. You might have heard already. This morning, an industrial accident happened at another construction site, 2 dead and 1 injured. Higher authorities have ordered a full-scale safety rectification for the entire industry. As for the cement shortage, I already knew about it. We'll pause construction temporarily. This rectification will take at least half a month, and work can't resume until the inspection is passed. Everyone can tidy up the site this afternoon and then go home. I'll notify you all when work resumes. Manager Yao's words exploded like a heavy bomb, causing immediate uproar. Manager Yao, are we really shutting down? No money for half a month. What about our wages? Do we even have a chance to pass the inspection? The workers started shouting questions all at once. In the past, whenever another unit had an accident, their industry always suffered indirectly. The workers knew they wouldn't earn anything during the rectification period. Most felt disheartened, and many were more concerned about when their wages would be paid. Manager Yao raised his hand to quiet everyone down. The noise stopped. Wages will be paid out now. I've calculated up to today. Take a break after lunch. Each team leader will organize their group to clean up the site, and you can leave once it's done. As he spoke, he signaled by xiuxian to distribute the money. The workers lined up and collected their wages one by one. After receiving their wages, some workers discussed not resting at all, but heading straight to the site to finish up so they could go home earlier. Most agreed. Only a few returned to their dorms briefly first. They scattered one after another. Before leaving, Master Wang sighed. Sigh, won't get to eat such delicious fish again. I deliberately lagged behind, not because I wanted to be lazy, but because Manager Yao and xiuxian were waiting for all the workers to leave before they themselves would go. I did it just to have a little more time to look at xiuxian, fearing I might not get to see her again easily. Chapter 8. Construction Site Halts. Before leaving, Manager Yao reminded Master Gao not to leave the site, saying that he would arrange someone to watch over it, and that meals would still need to be prepared. Finally, he asked where this fish was bought, adding that he'd buy one later and let his family taste the freshness. Master Gao pointed at me. Xiuxian bought it, ask him. I really don't know which stall it was. Manager Yao and xiuxian both looked at me, and I quickly turned to leave, feeling a bit flustered, not because I was afraid they'd ask where I got the fish, but because I was afraid they'd notice me sneaking glances at xiuxian. Xiuxian, you tell Manager Yao first, then go. Master Gao called me to stop. I halted immediately and put on a smiling face. Right at the convenience market, the first fish vendor sells it. Just pick the big ones, they all taste like this. I took the opportunity to promote my fish. You know, my fish are bigger than the bearded man's. Alright, I've got it. Manager Yao lifted his leg to leave when Master Gao added. Manager, this fish was bought by Xiuxian, but I haven't paid him yet. I don't have enough money on hand and haven't had time to report it. You see, everyone is already leaving. Should I settle up now rather than wait until the end of the month? Manager Yao hesitated slightly before asking xiuxian to take out 1,000 yuan and hand it to Master Gao. This should be enough. Whatever's left can go to you. Start new accounting from dinner since there won't be many people left anyway. Having said that, he left. xiuxian stayed behind and stopped next to me. This fish really is delicious. I'll go buy some too and show respect to my parents. I'm guessing they've never tasted such good fish in their lives. Don't forget it's the first stall. Afraid she might forget, I reminded her once more. Why don't you go get the fish money from Master Gao now? Everyone is leaving already. Are you going to wait until work resumes? She smiled with lips pressed together, then turned and ran after Manager Yao. A rose-scented fragrance drifted from her hair into my nostrils, masking the smell of the fish. It was intoxicating. I gazed at her receding figure with a sense of loss, as if we were parting forever. I won't see her for at least half a month after leaving the site. Sigh, why do I even care about someone else's woman? A sense of loss swept through me. Master Gao had pulled out a small notebook and was calculating expenses at the dining table. When he figured out the cost of the 2 buckets of fish, he was shocked. Even at the lowest market price, those fish should cost at least 800 yuan. Of the 1,000 yuan given by xiuxian, only a bit was left, and adding in the prior expenses, he was actually at a loss. He clicked his tongue repeatedly in disbelief. I made a mistake. I should have done the math earlier. Xiuxian, if I give you this money, there won't be much left for me. Take 800 first. I'll have to recalculate the rest with Manager Yao. Seeing Master Gao's frustration, I refused to take the money and simply spoke generously. Master Gao, just tell people you already gave me the money. I don't want it. I said the fish were a contribution to everyone, so I naturally cannot accept payment. You cook all day long for everyone. It's hard enough. Think of this as a small act of filial respect from me. Master Gao smiled again. But how can that work? Should the group's expenses really be paid entirely by one person? You don't earn much, but Manager Yao has plenty of money. He won't miss this little bit. Although those were the words spoken, after a bit of back and forth, he eventually pocketed the money. From what the boss said, it seems he hasn't decided who'll be watching the site yet. How about I talk to him and suggest he let you stay? Looking after the site for half a month would be like going to work, which is better than having no work at all. Master Gao had good intentions. He was close to Boss Yao, and his words would carry weight, much more effective than if I went myself. Great. I readily agreed. Then, changing my thoughts, I figured I'd been away from home for 3 months and wanted to use this work stoppage as a chance to go back and visit my parents. So I asked, I wonder how many people will be watching the site. If it's just me, that would be inconvenient because I'd like to visit my hometown. Don't worry about that. At least 2 people. You can take shifts. Besides, there's me. If you go home, I'll help you patrol the site. Perhaps because I refused the fish money, Master Gao acted particularly decent. In that case, thank you for saying a few kind words for me. I then added intentionally in a low voice. If Master Gao wants fish, I'll make sure you can eat fish every meal. Ha ha ha. Master Gao's laughter was hearty. In fact, what Master Gao said reminded me, whether or not I was watching the site, I planned to return early from home and stay in the metal shed anyway. After all, I intended to continue fishing, which was quite a decent income source. If Manager Yao agreed to let me watch the site, living in the metal cabin would be natural and logical. I, too, laughed heartily and went straight to the construction site. On the site, everyone busily packed up tools. Actually, there wasn't much to pack, just a bit of tidying up. Mostly, each person simply stored their own tools properly. Within half an hour, everything was packed, and workers began leaving one after another to head home. Han Xiaobai waved at me, and together we returned to the iron shed. The matter of staying behind to watch the site hadn't been finalized yet, so I didn't mention it to Han Xiaobai. I acted like I was packing with him, intentionally dragging my feet and falling behind. He packed quickly, rolled up his quilt, and slung it over his back. Brother, I'm heading out first. My home is far, so I need to catch the bus early. If I miss it, I won't get back until tomorrow morning. Just before leaving, he added, Brother, I might not come back at all. I'm going to visit my cousin. If things work out, I'll follow him and start farming a few hundred mu next year. Brother, until next time. Watching his figure disappear, I was lost in thought. This brother never forgot about his dream of leasing farmland. My heart stirred. I even thought about that small island in my space. If the island grew a little larger, would it be possible to grow crops there? If it really worked, I could work part-time, sell fish, and farm at the same time. After all, time stops outside while I'm inside the space. I have plenty of time to manage the land in there, though I don't yet know what's suitable for planting. Entering the space, I found that the island had indeed expanded a bit. The mark I had scratched near the waterline was still there, and the island had extended outward by about 20 centimeters. That square stone slab now sat a little higher above the water surface. The island now appeared oval-shaped, longer from north to south, shorter from east to west. The exposed part was mostly sandy rock, with a hard surface unsuitable for growing crops. It was far from my imagination. I was just being too fanciful. It was mid-May now, the sun blazing. Soon sweat popped out on my forehead. Why not take a swim before heading back? In no time I stripped down and dove into the water. Since I was a kid, I've loved playing in water and often ran to the stream behind the village. As I grew up, I wasn't as obsessed anymore, only occasionally going for a swim. Since I've been able to enter this space, my body has unconsciously changed. The most noticeable changes were increased strength and stamina. In the past, after working with Master Wong, I was always exhausted after shifts, sometimes not even wanting to eat dinner, just lying on the bed. Later, after adapting, I improved. Recently, I hadn't felt too tired at all. Even a few minutes rest was enough to restore me. I even had the energy to sneak into the space to fish. Thinking of fishing, I remembered the bearded man at the convenience market. The fish I brought him yesterday noon sold out within half a day. I wondered whether the fish I brought this morning had also sold out. If they were gone, why not bring another batch? I climbed ashore, dressed, and returned to reality. Stepping out of the iron shed, workers were leaving one after another. I greeted some while walking out the gate with them. Fortunately, nobody noticed that I wasn't carrying a quilt roll. Better that they didn't ask. Saved me from having to explain. Chapter 9, Wanting to do big business. When I arrived at the convenience market, the bearded man greeted me from a distance. Bro, why did you come empty-handed? Did you sell out your fish? Any more today? This time, he was unusually eager, even offering me a cigarette. I knew I didn't smoke, but I couldn't refuse his insistence, so I lit one just for show. Bro, I never expected this either. The customers are so strange. They were saying the fish are too big and nobody wanted to buy. But once I lowered the price by 2 yuan, they started snatching them up. Guess what? Customers who bought yesterday came again today, saying they couldn't get enough and wanted more. Truly incredible. Bro, this is great news. There's plenty of fish. As long as you want to sell, I can fully supply. That's wonderful. Bro, as long as you can keep my 3 tanks full every day, I won't take anyone else's fish anymore. The bearded man smiled broadly, his fat cheeks nearly squeezing his eyes shut. Of course, I wouldn't let him down and promised to bring fish right away. While walking toward the construction site, I thought I couldn't possibly bring the fish out of the space at the convenience market itself. I needed a secluded place. That was 3 tanks worth of fish. How else could he have transported them here other than with a dual-row truck? To guarantee sufficient quantity daily, my little tricycle would have to make 6 or 7 trips. Looking back, maybe I had bought too small a vehicle, but at the time I couldn't afford anything bigger. This electric tricycle had barely been within my budget. Now, catching the fish one by one, even though faster than hand catching, still consumed too much of my time. Although I had plenty of time in the space, in the end it still required physical effort and wasn't very efficient. Now that I had some money, I decided to invest. Arriving at the fishing supply shop, I selected a relatively small fishing net. If the net were too big, catching too many fish at once might be difficult for me to handle alone. Then, I picked up several fish baskets, some large basins, and plastic buckets. To carry so many fish, I definitely needed sufficient tools. After leaving the fishing shop, at a corner, I entered the space again. Thinking that all these fish could bring me wealth, I became energized and immediately began casting the net. It was far more efficient this way. One net could catch almost half a bucket of fish. Then I would sort them carefully. The bearded man had preferences. Apart from carp, mandarin fish, and grass carp, I threw all the other silver fish, black carp, and ribbon fish back into the water, releasing even the small ones to grow bigger. The plastic buckets and basins were all filled, enough to supply the bearded man's 3 tanks. I submerged several bamboo baskets in the water, tying them with ropes to the square stone slab. I wanted to try something and see if the waiting by the stump method would catch any fish. Never mind that for now. Loading the fish buckets onto the electric tricycle, I left the space and headed toward the bearded man to deliver them. The bearded man was delighted when he saw that I had arrived so quickly, his eyes crinkling with happiness again. He offered me both a cigarette and a drink, urging me to sit down and rest. I didn't have time to join him, worried that the fish might die and needing to bring the tank back quickly. My little tricycle was not very powerful, indeed. It took me 6 round trips before the 3 tanks were finally filled. The bearded man didn't disappoint. He paid me right away, carefully explaining that this time the price he gave was based on his usual purchase cost. Since I got the fish for free, the unit price wasn't a big deal to me. However, when he handed me a total of 20,000 yuan, I was genuinely surprised. He explained that much of the payment was due to the high value of the mandarin fish, One mandarin fish was worth 4 carps. My mind suddenly clicked. Mandarin fish were indeed expensive. Without showing any expression, I thought to myself that if I could get more mandarin fish, I would surely earn much more. Before I left, the bearded man told me that he had sold only 3 tanks worth of fish in the entire morning and now was delivering another 3 tanks at noon. He was worried he might not finish them all in the afternoon, possibly having leftovers. He asked me to bring fewer tomorrow to prevent the fish from suffocating in the tanks. Once they died, customers wouldn't buy them anymore. I agreed, promising to check back before he closed today to decide how much to deliver tomorrow. Back in the tin house, counting the money in my hands, I felt elated. What I had earned in 2 days was equivalent to half a year's salary. I jumped around, happy beyond measure. Fortunately, Han Xiaobai had left, and there were no neighbors in the nearby tin houses, otherwise they might have seen or heard my excited behavior and thought I had really gone crazy. After my celebration, I gradually calmed down. I couldn't start farming yet, so for now, I could only focus on fishing. Although the fish were endless, relying solely on the bearded man limited the sales volume. I shouldn't depend entirely on a single outlet. It was necessary to look for new markets. The bearded man had mentioned before that supermarkets sold large fish and had heavy customer traffic, making them a good consignment point. I decided to go check out the supermarket. But my current clothes were too casual, a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops. That wouldn't be respectful when meeting a boss to talk business. I dumped all my clothes onto the bed, sorting left and right, but couldn't find anything presentable. All were wrinkled and in poor condition, maybe even worse than what I was currently wearing. Selling goods was, in fact, selling oneself. I had to groom myself a bit so that people would find me more pleasant to look at. Arriving on the street, although it was already midday, the traffic and flow of pedestrians showed no signs of slowing down. But none of that concerned me. First, I went to a barber shop, where I got a stylish haircut from my previously messy long hair that reached my ears. When I looked in the mirror afterward, even I was startled by the change. "You're quite handsome, young man." The barber was an older dad, not much older than me, who kept praising me from behind. I couldn't tell whether she was complimenting her own skills or genuinely complimenting my looks. I naturally had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose bridge, and since I didn't have much fat on my face, I generally looked quite energetic. Back when I was in middle school, I even had a few little admirers, though I hadn't been interested in any of them. Now those girls weren't crushing on me anymore, but I was still handsome, just poor, unable to afford supporting any of them. After my brief moment of self-admiration, I bid the barber goodbye and headed to Xiuxian building, the largest shopping center in Huanta County. It was a place where you could buy all kinds of daily necessities, including mid to high-end clothing. On the 3rd floor was the clothing section, full of all sorts of stylish clothes. It was a place I'd never stepped into before, and I had no idea what kind of clothes I should even buy. Under the persistent recommendation of a saleswoman, I chose a t-shirt and a pair of dress pants, along with a pair of brown leather sandals. The reason I decided on this outfit was because I'd seen manager Yao wear something similar. It was said that Yao often asked by Luoxue for advice on buying clothes, so I followed his example and bought the same. The saleswoman kindly gave me a pair of gray socks, explaining that it would look inappropriate to wear sandals with dress pants while barefoot. Not knowing much about how to dress appropriately, I followed her suggestion and removed the tags on the spot, putting on my new outfit right there. Standing in front of the mirror, I could hardly believe my eyes. Who would recognize me now as that grime-covered, lowly laborer shoveling sand and stones? Now I looked like a charming young man. I couldn't help but admire myself again for a moment. After getting clear directions to the office area from the saleswoman, I went off to find Xianxian's manager. Chapter 10. Letting the imagination run wild. After leaving the clothing section, I casually bought a pack of cigarettes and a briefcase, imitating manager Yao with exaggerated gestures. Manager Liu had a plump figure and was making a phone call in his office. I walked in without interrupting him and waited patiently aside until he hung up. "Do you need something?" I quickly offered him a cigarette. Truth be told, I don't smoke myself, but when you're trying to make a sales pitch, cigarettes make for a natural icebreaker. A cigarette builds a bridge, a light sparks conversation. Instantly, it narrows the distance between two people. "Hello, Manager Liu. I'd like to discuss a business deal with you." As I lit his cigarette, I wore a respectful and sincere smile. Manager Liu gestured for me to sit on the sofa. "What kind of business?" "Fish, fresh fish. I can supply the supermarket with a steady stream of fresh fish, guaranteed availability every day." Manager Liu glanced sideways, unimpressed. "Which fish farm are you from?" I was instantly taken aback. I couldn't possibly tell him my fish pond was from another dimension. It would sound crazy, and besides, the beautiful messenger had warned me to keep quiet. I stammered for a moment while quickly trying to come up with a suitable name for my fish farm. Characteristic Fish Farm. Finally, I managed to squeeze out a name. "Never heard of it." Manager Liu remained expressionless. "Where is it located?" "This." "Oh, come on. He really expected me to answer this." "It's located in Shirgo village, about 100 li south of the city. It's our family hometown." "Oh, a small place. Just started recently, didn't you?" He squinted, eyes narrowing as though he could peer into my heart and see through my lie. "Yes, it's brand new. We started this year." I had no choice but to play along. Otherwise, if he kept asking so many questions, I would eventually slip up. "Has it passed the green certification?" "Certification?" This time I was truly taken by surprise. I didn't know anything about these procedures. Relying solely on passion to push a sales pitch, I became flustered and even broke into a fine sweat. This didn't escape Manager Liu's sharp eyes. "Young man, fish is something that ends up in people's mouths. I believe your fish are probably fine, but certain inspections are required before we can proceed with procurement. We absolutely need green certification. Otherwise, no matter how good your fish are, I dare not carry your product. Let me be honest with you. We already have dozens competing to supply us, and after fierce competition, I only kept 3. Even those that were rejected offer equally excellent fish, some local, some from other provinces. I can't just accept every supplier willy-nilly. Consistent quality is necessary to keep customers coming back. Am I making myself clear? Clear. I nodded repeatedly, though in reality, I didn't quite understand, but I clearly sensed that he had absolutely no intention of buying from me. To cover up my embarrassment, I offered him another cigarette. But Manager Liu hadn't even finished his previous one. As for mine, I'd only taken a puff to light it, never really smoking it. Manager Liu declined, so further discussion was impossible. I had no choice but to politely take my leave. Stepping back onto the street, my mood was gloomy. When I arrived, I had felt hopeful, as though a money-grabbing treasure awaited me. Now I left dejected, like a defeated soldier, with my tail between my legs. Manager Liu's words had deeply affected me. My mind was now full of this so-called green certification. Without it, no matter how excellent my fish were, I couldn't secure wide distribution. I could only operate on a small scale and have someone like Big Beard sell them for me as a side hustle. I must figure out everything about this green certification. Even if I don't sell in the Sinew building, other big supermarkets would likely require this certification too. Passing by a bank, I deposited the remaining cash in my bag into my card. Carrying so much cash around wasn't convenient. After leaving the bank, I saw a seed company nearby, so I went in to browse. At present, farming might not be quite suitable on the island, so I thought about trying to grow some vegetables first, just a few plants to see if they could sprout. Even if they couldn't be sold, having them for myself would be convenient. I bought a small packet of cucumber seeds and left. Approaching the construction site entrance, I realized that my outfit stood out too much. I had dressed like a manager for no reason. To walk through the construction site pretending to be some executive, wearing business attire, looked quite inappropriate for a regular laborer like me. Just as I was looking for a restroom to change back into my original vest and shorts, Baluaksu appeared. She was walking out of the construction site. It was 3 p.m., likely having gone there on official business. Is this Xiuxian? Why do you look so different all of a sudden? Wasn't it only 2 or 3 hours since lunch? You've transformed completely? Bye, assistant, you flatter me. I just had time off due to construction halt. Going home to visit my parents. I can't show up all muddy and messy, right? Might as well dress up nicely to make my parents feel happy. I felt a bit flustered. I didn't know why, but all of a sudden, dressed so properly like this, I almost stammered and couldn't speak properly in front of this beautiful woman. Right. You should definitely dress up. So this is what Xiuxian looks like after a makeover. Got a haircut, changed into new clothes. Your looks, your demeanor, you're absolutely stunning. It's indescribable. How many little girls must you have charmed? Baluaksu smiled and started teasing me, which immediately helped me relax and speak more smoothly. With my pitiful appearance, even if I charm 100 little girls, it wouldn't matter. I couldn't charm our by miss. Baluaksu burst into laughter, her body shaking like a blooming flower standing right before me, making my heart pound. You're wrong there. You actually did charm me. I see you almost every day, but never realized you could be this handsome. As they say, people shine with good clothes and horses with fine saddles. You really do look great. I hope you stay this handsome. Then I can enjoy the view longer. My heart trembled. Whether she was flattering me intentionally or just joking around, I sensed from her tone that maybe, just maybe, she found me somewhat likable, at the very least, not annoying. Many thanks for your kind words, Miss Bai. But for a regular worker like me to dress like this every day would definitely be inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Ha. Baluaksu laughed openly, and that laughter immediately lightened the embarrassment I had felt after meeting Manager Liu. You now look like a manager. You could stop working as a laborer and become one. You know, that would suit your chi-drew better. Then with your good words, I'll give being a manager a try. Miss Bai, do you think what kind of manager would suit me best? Baluaksu could clearly tell I was joking. Instead of mocking me, she responded thoughtfully. The specific kind of manager doesn't matter. As long as you can achieve something on your own and accomplish great things, then you're a good manager. Like Manager Yao? I mentioned Manager Yao Xuanhuan without thinking and immediately regretted it when I saw Baluaksu's cheerful expression vanish, replaced by a faint smile. Not necessarily like him. Every manager has his own unique style. Anyway, no more jokes. Let's talk about real business. Didn't Master Gao inform you? He wanted you to stay and watch the construction site. Not yet. It seems Master Gao truly had spoken to Manager Yao about this. I must remember to thank him later today. Then I'm officially informing you now. Starting tomorrow, you, Wang Changhai, Master Gao, and Old Liu at the gate will be in charge of watching over the site, with you and Old Wang taking the lead. This was decided by Manager Yao. I just spoke to Master Gao earlier. See you, handsome. Baluaksu waved and turned away, heading toward the sales office not far off. It was where her office and Manager Yao's were located. Chapter 11. The Island's Initial Development. Once again, she left me with only her back view, taking my soul with her. I stood there motionlessly, with her image swirling in my mind. Before, I had just been slightly infatuated with her, like what Han Xiaobai said. I was also just a toad longing for swan meat. Now, I really wanted to be that toad. Only after watching her enter the sales office did I slowly walk through the construction site gate. Uncle Liu at the gate stopped me, mistaking me for an outsider. But when he recognized me, he seemed startled. It's Xiuxian. I almost didn't recognize you after changing clothes. I gave him a smile and greeted him. then hurried back to the tin dormitory. I changed back into old clothes. After all, when you're in a rural construction site, I couldn't dress too neatly or clean. Rather than going directly to Master Gao, I first called him, thanking him for his kind words in front of Manager Yao, and asked what he wanted to eat tonight. I'd treat him. Master Gao said I was being too polite. He told me he just wanted to eat the fish I cooked. It would only be 4 people tonight, so we could have a few drinks. The request wasn't extravagant, so I immediately agreed. There were still 2 bottles of Daka liquor in the dorm that Han Xiaobai hadn't taken. We'd drink those tonight. As for the fish, of course they were ready. I immediately entered my space. Dozens of fish baskets floated on the water. The ropes tied to the square stones had been broken by the fish, but fortunately, there was no wind here and the baskets hadn't drifted far. I pulled one close to shore, lifting it up. Wow, a full basket of fish. Excited as I was, I still placed the basket back in the water, selecting only 2 mandarin fish before returning to the tin room. I brought them together with the 2 bottles of Daku to Master Gao, letting him start preparing the fish while I went to buy some fresh vegetables. There's fresh vegetables already. Master Gao wouldn't let me buy more. He busied himself with the cooking while I wandered around the site, picking up a dozen or so half-meter-long threaded steel bars, grabbing a hammer, and re-entering my space. I nailed the threaded steel bars along the shore, then jumped into the water to gather each basket one by one, tying them securely. Now the fish baskets would never drift away again. When I delivered fish to the bearded man tomorrow morning, things would be much easier. No need to cast the net again. My island had grown again, reaching almost 20 square meters. The soil on the eastern side was soft, yellow soil, and fine sand. I scraped it with my hand. The surface was dry, but underneath it was moist. The area measuring about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long seemed suitable, so I decided to plant cucumbers here. Returning to the construction site again, I found a spade, brought the cucumber seeds with me, then returned to the island. In no time at all, I planted the seeds into the soil. I then went back to the construction site to pick up a few thin bamboo poles and some twine, using them to construct a simple trellis for the cucumbers. Going back and forth into my space several times, 4 or 5 in total, I realized every time I entered, the island grew a little larger. As it was the afternoon with nothing much to do, I deliberately entered and exited a few more times. By now, the island had already expanded to 30 square meters. I secretly marveled at this. As long as I came here often, the island would grow naturally. As the island grew larger, I got the idea to build a small house on it. My electric tricycle, plastic buckets, big water basin, and fishing net were all exposed here and would easily age under constant sun exposure. Like a child impatient for growth, I anxiously hoped the island would expand faster, entering and exiting the space repeatedly without tiring. Eventually, the skin on my left wrist became red and swollen, forcing me to stop. By then, the island had already grown to 50 square meters. There were hollow bricks left at the construction site, which I had my eyes on. Originally planning to mention it to Master Gao, I decided against it because I feared it might be hard to explain why I needed them. So I just quietly transported some into the space. Cement was no longer available at the construction site, so I used local materials on my island to make mud and start laying bricks. For a construction assistant like me, laying bricks was second nature. I had plenty of time inside the space. I kept working until the 4 walls of the small house were completed. Now that the walls were done, a roof was still missing, but that wasn't a problem. There was color steel plate left at the site from previous fencing. I brought 2 pieces into the space and used them to top off my small house. With the house ready, only a door was missing. I placed the tricycle, fishing nets, water buckets, and basin all inside, like I had finally brought them home. After all this effort, I returned to the tin room and discovered it was only 4:30. Then I recalled Manager Lu's words, so I went online to look up information about green certification. Fortunately, I could understand most of it, but actually implementing it seemed really complicated and would require a great deal of work. I tried drafting some documents. How regrettable that I hadn't studied harder when I had the chance. Now, I even struggled to write an organized article. My excitement resulted in a completed piece that I reread only to find full of contradictions, completely incoherent. I had to search online for samples and compile something acceptable that could serve as my product description. There were still many other aspects left to handle. This could wait. Nearly 6 o'clock, I went to the nearby market to check on the bearded man's fish sales. There were only a dozen or so fish left across the 3 troughs, and the bearded man was beaming with joy. Bro, thanks to you, business is booming. Keep delivering fish tomorrow. If you find it tiring, I'll personally go to the fish farm to pick them up. Saves your little electric tricycle from making so many back and forth trips. Honestly, I feel bad watching you do that. He handed me a cigarette as he spoke, and this time, he lit it for me. I quickly said, no need. Brother, you just focus on selling fish here. I'll keep delivering. I wouldn't want to trouble you. But if the bearded man really went to the fish farm, where could I possibly take him? I certainly couldn't bring him into my otherworldly space. And if I said I had to take him back to my hometown to find a new source, that'd complicate things even more. Even if I managed to find a random pond to fool him, he'd want to catch the fish himself, and that would be impossible to explain. So I quickly reaffirmed, tomorrow morning at 7, I'll deliver the fish as usual. With that, I turned back to the construction site. Just as I reached the entrance, my phone rang. It was a call from Master Gao. He said there was nothing special and urged me to come eat early. Perfect. I nodded to Uncle Lu at the gate, and together we headed to the canteen. Wang Shanghai had already arrived and was helping Master Gao in the kitchen. Apart from me, all 3 of them were elderly men in their 60s. Without Master Gao recommending me to Manager Yao, I probably wouldn't have gotten this job. Everyone would have assumed such work should go to younger people. But I had my own plans, though I couldn't talk about them openly. The four of us had a great dinner together. We finished both bottles of daku. Wang Changhai seemed eager for more, so Master Gao reluctantly brought out the bottle of daku he'd been saving. After the meal, Uncle Lu went back to the gatehouse, and Wang Changhai and Master Gao started playing Chinese chess. I watched for a while before saying they should continue without me and that I'd go take a walk around the site. Without even looking up, Wang Changhai muttered, "It feels like the hollow bricks on the west side have gotten fewer. Did someone secretly move them away?" My heart skipped a beat. This old guy actually noticed. I quickly responded, "I know about the bricks. They were used this morning by the workers upstairs for patching walls." Wang Changhai muttered a couple of O's and dropped the matter. The excuse had worked. I quickly took my leave. Chapter 12, Trying to Grow Cucumbers. At 7 o'clock the next morning, I delivered the fish to the convenience market on time, where the bearded man had already been waiting. Those dozens of baskets of fish were more than enough to supply him. The only drawback was that the tricycle was too small, so I made 6 trips in total. Something unexpected happened. After finishing the last delivery and settling accounts with the bearded man, a middle-aged woman approached. "Hey young man, whose fish farm is this fish from? Can you deliver some to me? It's from a specialty fish farm, a friend's. I'm helping him promote his products. And he wants some? No problem, no problem." Upon hearing this, the bearded man became unhappy. "Sis, let's just stick to selling our own fish. You don't have to come here to steal customers from me. This little guy and I are buddies. His fish aren't that many, barely enough for just me. Please don't poach. You should just keep selling your own fish, which are pretty good too." I noticed that the middle-aged woman's fish stall was only about 10 meters away from the bearded man's. 2 days ago, when I walked around inside, she didn't seem to have much fish left in her tank, so it looked like she sold pretty well. But for the past couple of days, business appeared to be a bit slow. I even began to suspect that the bearded man had taken her customers. The middle-aged woman was not about to back down either. "Come on now, beard man. I'm not stealing your customers. I'm just trying to buy some fish from the little guy. How can you call it stealing your business? The little guy just said he'd be happy to deliver some fish for me. Then why do you say he doesn't have enough fish? Which fish farm can't supply 10 or so shops? Don't you think so, little guy?" The bearded man was momentarily speechless after hearing that. I understood. His concern was that the middle-aged woman buying my fish might affect his business. Of course, everyone knew my fish were delicious. Since I had no objection, he couldn't very well block it either. I tried to reason with him. "Brother, get along nicely. Let's all earn some money. We can't monopolize everything. Besides, depending solely on you alone, I wouldn't sell that many fish anyway." The bearded man, unhappy, didn't say anything, merely watching quietly as I negotiated with the middle-aged woman. This Annie was the same as the bearded man initially. Afraid of taking too much at once, she just ordered a few buckets to try selling. It happened that there was just enough fish left in the baskets to fill another tricycle basket, so I delivered them to her. When we settled accounts, I noticed that she paid a bit higher than the bearded man. I immediately understood. This guy had ripped me off, taking advantage of me not knowing the market. It didn't matter, though. I didn't point it out directly. Now that there was competition from the middle-aged woman, surely he wouldn't dare underpay me again. Introducing a competitive mechanism ensures fairness. Events later proved that the auntie made a good decision. By less than 11 o'clock, she was already calling me, requesting another delivery at noon and mentioning that once she sold out of her old stock, she would only carry my fish. Of course, I was quick to fulfill her request. The bearded man's fish sold slower now, but still, I replenished him one more tank upon his request. The middle-aged woman secretly told me that the bearded man occupied the entrance of the market building, benefiting from his prime location, allowing him to sell fish quicker than those inside. However, he cheated his customers terribly. Those familiar with him knew that in fairness, none of the vendors inside matched his dishonesty in weighing scales. Looks can be deceiving. I didn't really care about the middle-aged woman's words. Whoever buys my fish just needs to pay me. That's all that matters. No need for moral judgment. The bearded man was also calculating things secretly. Knowing that the middle-aged woman paid more, he felt a little reluctant. Eventually, he stuttered and asked if he could make up the difference in prices for the past 2 days. I acted generous, saying I'd let the past be, as long as the future prices were the same. He quickly smiled again, saying how great I was to work with and no longer bothered about me selling fish to the middle-aged woman. Everyone likes to gain a little advantage, but they must understand that such gains should be obtained transparently. Then, they won't think they're the only smart one. Before leaving the convenience market, I told both of them I needed to return to my hometown tomorrow, meaning I could only deliver fish once in the morning and wouldn't be able to make the noon delivery. The middle-aged woman didn't say anything against that. The bearded man hesitated a bit, but finally said to call if needed. After returning to the construction site, I pretended to be busy by walking around it once. Since Manager Yao had left me in charge, I needed to at least pretend diligence. As I was heading back to the tin shed to rest, I encountered Manager Yao and Bai Luoxue, who had just come out from the unfinished building. This was the perfect opportunity to ask Manager Yao for a day's leave. "Manager Yao, I'd like to go back to my hometown tomorrow, and I'll be back the day after." Manager Yao readily agreed. "No problem, you should go if you need to. Just inform Lao Wang and others. Visiting your parents is good, too. I heard you're not married yet, so maybe set up a meeting while you're there. Get your marriage settled early to relieve your parents' worry." Bai Luoxue, who just moments ago looked quite serious, couldn't help but laugh. "See, isn't the boss great? He cares for his subordinates. Even when you're taking a leave to visit home, he reminds you to look for a partner so you won't end up a bachelor and shame his face." I felt a bit overwhelmed. It was just a simple request for a day off. Why did Manager Yao have to bring up the topic of matchmaking? And all this in front of Bai Luoxue too. I felt awkward, but they clearly didn't care. Thank you for your concern, boss. I'll go home and ask my parents if there's any girl waiting to meet me. My self-deprecating joke amused both of them, especially Bai Luoxue, who laughed openly. From what I remembered, Bai rarely smiled in front of workers when accompanying Manager Yao. Could it be because I looked particularly handsome in my new clothes yesterday, so he's now less reserved around me? Don't forget to bring some gifts for your parents when you go home. The fish you recommended is great. I bought one yesterday, and my family couldn't stop praising it. My daughter is shouting that she wants to eat it again today, so I have to go buy another. Manager Yao mentioned the fish again. Bai Luoxue immediately added, I bought some yesterday too. My parents wanted to eat it again as well, so I have to buy more today because I also want to eat it. I suspect there's something wrong with this fish. My heart skipped a beat. What kind of problem? What they said sounded familiar. Fortunately, I had been continuously supplying the fish to Master Gao and others these past few days, so I hadn't felt an unusually strong craving for it. But after hearing Bai's words, I began to suspect as well. Could this fish truly have some strange effect? Seeing my blank expression, Bai laughed again. I meant the fish is addictively delicious, loved by all ages. Medical studies have shown that eating more fish benefits your health. Go buy a couple. Of course, I didn't need to buy any. But their words reminded me that I should definitely treat my parents to plenty of fish when I got home. The two walked away side by side. Watching their backs, I first felt envy, then sadness. How I wished to replace Manager Yao's position, to be the one walking beside Bai Luoxue. I greeted Master Gao and told him I'd be going back home tomorrow. Then I went to a shopping mall and bought some gifts for my parents. The dinner with the three old men went on as usual, filled with hearty eating, and fish was again on the table. When I entered the space to fetch fish, there came another surprising discovery. All the cucumber seeds I planted yesterday had sprouted, not just slightly emerging from the soil, but already climbing up the bamboo poles, bearing small yellow flowers. This was only after one single day. The growth was incredibly fast. I understood now that in this special space, I couldn't interpret these phenomena using normal logic. Since the vines had already taken root, I went ahead and planted a dozen more cucumber seeds. Chapter 13. Returning home to visit my parents. The next morning, I woke up early, made the bed neatly, tidied up the room, and got everything ready for going home. I entered the space to collect some fish. As soon as I entered the small island, a big bee flew up from the cucumber trellis, buzzing loudly with the vibration of its wings. I was greatly shocked. This bee was as big as a sparrow. I suspected it might be a hornet. It circled in the air, forming an 8 shape before zipping away. I stared blankly at its shadow until it was no longer visible. Judging from its flying movement, I was certain it was a bee. I had never seen one so big before. Considering this was a different space, where unpredictable things might happen and strange creatures could be seen, I finally calmed myself. It must have been the light scent of cucumber flowers that attracted the bee. Since cucumbers needed pollination and there was no wind here, it was actually a good thing to have some bees around. Looking at the cucumber trellis again, I was stunned once more. There were rows and rows of cucumbers, glossy green, nearly half a meter long and as thick as a rolling pin, densely hanging on the trellis and bending the small bamboo poles. The cucumber seeds I had planted last night had already sprouted and grown to half my height. If I didn't build supports for the vines, they would fall over. I decided to set up the trellis first rather than delivering the fish immediately. I casually picked a few cucumbers, brought them out of the space, and delivered them to Master Gao so he could cook a dish for breakfast. Master Gao was surprised when he saw the cucumbers. Where did you get these? These cucumbers have turned into spirits or something. I bought them from the convenience market. Seeing that they were so big, I thought they were interesting and brought some back. Let's see how they taste. Possibly out of curiosity, Master Gao snapped off the end of a cucumber and crunched it. Crispy, tender, sweet. Just like an apple. No bitterness when eaten with the skin. This variety is pretty good. Listening to Master Gao's compliments about the cucumbers, I pretended to be curious too, snapped off a piece, and took a couple of bites. Indeed, it tasted refreshing. Big deal now. Of course, I couldn't tell Master Gao these cucumbers were grown by me in the space. While repeatedly saying, delicious, delicious, I walked out of the kitchen. I fetched bamboo poles and ropes from the construction site and returned to the space to support the new cucumber vines. Then, I picked up the fish basket to load the fish. Arriving at the convenience market, I first handed the fish over to the bearded man. Seeing my arrival, the middle-aged woman came running over. Big brother, don't forget about me. Auntie, don't worry, I won't forget. I couldn't possibly neglect my customers. Without complaint, I rode the tricycle to deliver the fish. Once the fish in the basket were gone, I still owed the middle-aged woman 2 more buckets of fish. I had to pick up the net again and cast it. Although netting fish was fast, it still couldn't match simply pouring fish directly from the bamboo basket into the bucket. After going back and forth several times, I finally completed the task. Learning from this experience, I realized the fish baskets were clearly not enough. I went to the fishing supplies store and bought a few more. Entering the space, I submerged them in the water. With so many fish baskets, there would be enough fish to supply both the bearded man and the middle-aged woman. Returning to the construction site, Master Gao called me to breakfast. Aren't you going back to your hometown today? Eat early and return early. You don't have to wait for the two of them. Anyway, there is enough food for whenever they arrive. Besides the millet porridge, steamed buns, and boiled eggs, Master Gao specially made pickled cucumbers. The taste was really amazing, crispy, fresh, and sweet. Eating that dish of cucumbers was pure enjoyment. Usually, Master Gao ate later after making food in advance for others, but today he didn't wait for Elder Lu and Wang Changhai either. He poured a bowl of porridge and began eating together with me sitting across the table. Clearly, his focus was on the cucumbers. The two of us devoured that entire plate. Fortunately, there was more in the bowl. After saying goodbye to Master Gao, carrying the gift box I had bought yesterday, I went to the long-distance bus station and started my journey back home. Winding mountain roads made the car move slowly. It took about 2 hours to cover the 100 li and reach the station. The bus could only drop me off at the township. There were still dozens of miles left to go home. My hometown, Shirgo village, was too remote to have a passenger bus passing through it. There were not even taxis in the township. But this wasn't a problem for me. I found a secluded place and retrieved my electric tricycle from the space. Turning on the power switch, I rode onto the dirt road. With such transportation, 10 or so miles were nothing. In just 10 or so minutes, I was home. Mama, I'm back. Hearing my shout, Mother came out from the house. She looked astonished to see me riding an electric tricycle. Xiaoyu, you came back on this. Oh yeah, I bought a new one. I didn't tell my mother that I only rode it for a short distance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to explain it clearly. Father came out. Not bad. Going out for 3 months and managing to earn an electric tricycle. This will make it convenient for us to carry stuff up and down the mountain. Father smiled happily, walking circles around the tricycle, touching here and there, clearly very fond of it. Honestly, I hadn't really considered leaving the tricycle for my family to use. I still needed it to transport fish. But seeing how much my father liked it, and how he normally had to carry things himself every day, I immediately decided to leave it for him. Dad, having this tricycle won't make your life easier? Huh? Dad couldn't stop laughing. Wow, Xiaoyu cares about your dad and knows how to show respect to him. Mom's face was full of smiles, her forehead wrinkles softened significantly. I took out the pastries, milk, and oranges from the vehicle. Mama, the tricycle is for Dad. These things are for you. Dad will have the tricycle to help with work, and Mama can just focus on enjoying these delicious treats. Huh? Mom laughed as she took the items, and it seemed like tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. It's not easy to earn money. Why did you spend it on these things? You should save your money, and save up for a wife. Seeing Mom get emotional, Dad quickly interrupted. Good boy. Surely you didn't only bring the electric tricycle for your dad and nothing else. I then carried out a case of strong liquor from the carriage. See this? This whole box is for you, Dad. Take your time and enjoy it. Dad grinned widely. My parents knew I was coming home today because I had called them last night. Mom had started mixing dough and preparing filling early in the morning. Every time I came home, she would always make dumplings. She knew how much I loved them. Of course, I couldn't stand around doing nothing. I washed my hands and went to help. This tricycle wasn't cheap at all. They even sell them in the township for 7,000 or 8,000. I would never dare to buy one myself. How much money do you even have left after buying this? Dad brought over a floor fan, adjusted its direction, and turned it on to cool me off. I felt this quiet, unspoken paternal love. Dad, I know you wouldn't dare buy it, so I didn't ask you. Now that I've bought it, you should just use it. Money can be earned again, and more of it will come. I didn't want my parents to worry too much, so I needed to reassure them, but I couldn't tell them now that I already had several 10,000 yuan. You're just boasting. We shouldn't talk too big. It's better for mountain folks to be honest. People who talk recklessly all day are unreliable. Mom was subtly teaching me a lesson, and I'd heard this so often growing up that I no longer took it seriously. Mom, I'm not boasting. Your son always keeps his word. After a round of laughter, Mom sighed. If you could just bring a daughter-in-law back with all your boasting, that'd be fine. You're not a kid anymore. Marriage is the top priority. Our family is poor, and when you get older, it will only be harder to find a wife. That's what your dad and I worry about most. She had brought up the most unwanted topic. The cheerful and warm atmosphere from just a moment ago instantly cooled down. Chapter 14, The Bearded Man Arrives. Because our family is poor, no girl would look twice at me. Even among poor families' daughters, I couldn't meet their standards. They still hope to change their fate through marriage. So far, no one has ever arranged a marriage for me, not even once. I don't really mind, but it's become my mother's obsession. She has approached Madame Zhang, the matchmaker, many times asking her to keep an eye out for a suitable girl for me. Madame Zhang always agrees enthusiastically, yet she has never stepped foot in our home. Mom, don't worry. I promise you'll have a daughter-in-law soon. Just prepare yourself to see your grandchildren. My mother slammed a dumpling wrapper on the chopping board and huffed. Grandchildren? Looks like you're the one playing the fool. Father sighed. Well, getting a wife truly is difficult. Shouldn't we renovate the house first? Who would want to live in this broken-down shack anyway? The house is my father's sore spot. These 3 tiny dilapidated rooms were left by my grandparents for my father. Next to the east side there are 2 more rooms that belong to my uncle. Those have already collapsed. I vaguely remember when my uncle's family moved away to another province many years ago, and they've never come back. We've never seen uncle even during major holidays. Someone advised my father to buy those 2 rooms from my uncle so we could build a bigger house. Father had considered this and even called my uncle. Uncle asked how much he was offering. Father, of course, didn't want to pay much. He thought 1,000 yuan for the 2 rooms worth of space was already quite generous. My uncle simply said, then just leave it be, and never contacted us again. Those 2 rooms on the east side border the hillside. Other than our family, no one else would want uncle's place. Father couldn't afford to pay more, and naturally, nobody else was interested either. Dad, how much would renovating this house cost approximately? No matter whether I can get married or not, I'm still worried about my parents living in this shabby house. We really need a renovation. Father gave a bitter smile. At least 100,000 yuan. Labor costs are just too high nowadays. Depending on your salary from working, we'd need at least 3 years to save up. That won't happen, Dad. This year we'll build it. I spoke firmly, reassuring my father while also making a decision for myself. Once I save enough money, I'll arrange immediately to get my parents into a new house. The dumplings were finished and Mother started a fire to cook them. Father wanted to drink some alcohol with me and planned to make a side dish. Don't they say that dumplings with wine make you feel finer and finer? Can't we just have the fennel pork dumplings? There are plenty of dumplings as it is. If we make too many dishes, they won't all get eaten, especially on such a hot day. Mother didn't support Father's idea of preparing extra dishes. Dad, don't bother. I'll take care of it. I got up and left, heading to the back of the house. I knew Father had planted some vegetables there for our convenience. In reality, I didn't go into the vegetable garden at all, but went straight into my space to pick a few cucumbers. When my parents saw the thick and long cucumbers I brought back, they looked at them as if they were monsters. Where did you get these? I just picked them from the back of the house. I noticed they were pretty big, so I took them. Dad, cold cucumber salad with garlic paste will go perfectly with dumplings and can also serve as a drinking snack. What do you think? Perfect. Perfect. Father went to wash the cucumbers while I peeled garlic cloves. The meal was really enjoyable. My father and mother both said a lot, all out of concern for me. I had to reiterate once again that they could function completely. Our small family's life will definitely get better and better. Mom said I was talking like I was drunk. After dinner, my parents went to rest. I received a phone call from the bearded man. Afraid of disturbing my parents, I stepped outside to answer. Brother, all the fish are sold out. Where's your friend's fish farm? I'm on my way to pick up more goods. If I don't sell anything this afternoon, I won't make it. This bearded man always gives me a hard time. I already clearly told him today I was returning to my hometown, and that this delivery would be the only one. Now he's still asking where the fish farm is. How can I possibly tell him? He was in a hurry on the phone, acting as if his life depended on selling fish nonstop. He already was on his way, driving his double-decker truck towards Shurgo village, insisting that I must take him to my friend's fish farm. If he actually comes to the village, where can I find a fish farm for him? Suddenly, I remembered. Not far behind the village is a stream where I used to play as a child. Following the stream westward, there's a pond, not very big, about 50 square meters or so. According to the village elders, this pond is bottomless. While the stream might dry up, the pond never does. Because of its mysterious depth, no one has dared to enter it. In our Shurgo village, it's considered a mysterious place. Surrounded by shrubs, this pond is hidden in such a secluded spot that outsiders rarely discover it. I plan to use this pond as a decoy to deal with Big Beard. I went home, found a rectangular thin wooden board, and nailed a stick in the middle to make a sign. Then I rummaged through boxes and found half a bottle of ink and an old brush with most of its bristles gone. With crooked strokes, I wrote 4 large characters on the board, characteristic fish pond, and then inserted the sign by the edge of the pond. After finishing all that, I entered my space. The cucumbers were hanging in clusters from the trellis, so many that the small bamboo poles were in danger of snapping. The more than 10 cucumber vines I had planted later had already blossomed. I had to think about dealing with these cucumbers. I was worried they might rot if left too long. But I couldn't deal with them now. I first grabbed a fish basket from the water, poured the fish into buckets and basins, then tossed the small and miscellaneous fish back into the pond. When I thought there was enough for Big Beard to fill his truck, I stopped. I went in and out of my space several times, carrying the fish buckets and placing them at the pond's edge. I also laid out the fishing nets there to dry. I planned to show these to Big Beard. Then I took another basket full of unsorted fish from my space and dumped them into the pond. If Big Beard looked into the pond, there had to be some activity, just to create a distraction. I made a phone call and learned Big Beard had already arrived at the township, about 10 minutes away. I went to the village entrance to meet him. His double-decker truck rumbled unsteadily into the village. I led the way until we reached behind my house, and then to the small river, where we couldn't go further. Big Beard got out of the truck and followed me to the pond. He carried the fish one bucket at a time, loading them onto the truck until it was full. Then he caught his breath and said to me, "Wow, brother, this really is a characteristic fish pond. The location is so secret. If you hadn't led me here, if you hadn't guided me personally, I would have never found it." "You're right, big brother. That's exactly the feature of this pond." "Haha, big brother, you came all the way here in the middle of the day, so you must be hungry by now, right? Good thing we have leftover dumplings at home. We made plenty. Come on, let's go eat together." I truly didn't want him lingering by the pond any longer, so I tried to be polite. If he wasn't going to eat here, it would be time for him to leave already. But Big Beard seemed quite interested in the pond and hurriedly said, "Brother, I've already eaten. My wife bought me a couple of baked flatbreads, and I had them in the car. You don't know, these fish sell like hotcakes. I get worried if I have no fish to sell in the afternoon, so I came. Don't blame me for showing up uninvited, but I mainly wanted to get familiar with the place. That way, next time I can come directly to pick up the fish, saving you the trouble of making repeated trips for me." *CK. That's not acceptable at all. There's no way I could allow him to come here every day. Big brother, forget about the delivery. My friend really dislikes people coming to his fish pond. Let me tell you frankly, even people in our village know very little about this pond. Do you know why, big brother? I acted mysterious on purpose. Chapter 15. Responding to the bearded man. Why? The bearded man asked out of curiosity. For safety reasons, both for the fish and for people. Brother, think about it. If people know there are fish in this pond, won't someone get greedy? If someone sneaks in here to steal fish, it's no big deal if just a few fish are taken, but if they fall into the pond and drown, then it becomes a serious issue. You know what I mean? Oh, that's true. Very true. The bearded man looked as if he suddenly understood. He then pointed at the sign and asked, "But if it's for concealment, Why put up a sign like this? Isn't it clearly telling people this is a fish pond? Oops, I really overlooked that. I originally wanted to use it as an excuse to deal with the bearded man, but instead, it became counterproductive. I hurried to explain. Well, you're a customer, right? The sign is placed here to guide customers. When there are no customers, the sign gets removed. Huh. I even laughed very manchang myself. Oh, where's the fish owner? I mean your friend. Can I meet him? It would be easier to communicate next time we meet. I really need to thank him properly. In my heart I said, I am the fish owner. How can I find another owner for you? It's like this. My friend is away on a trip these days. He left the province. His classmate is getting married and he's attending the wedding. He's not around. Oh, too bad. The bearded man appeared slightly disappointed. Brother, there's something I'm confused about. This fish pond is over 100 miles away from the county town. It took me almost 2 hours by car, and I drove pretty fast. But you use an electric tricycle to deliver fish to me. How come you can make a trip every now and then? Are your tricycles faster than my car? Wow, how did he come up with this? How can I possibly answer this and avoid suspicion? That's like this. My buddy delivers fish to the county town every day. I have a place downtown. Of course, he doesn't just deliver to me. He drops off the fish and then goes elsewhere. Exactly like that. Thinking fast, I made up a story. I could only hope it worked. The bearded man asked again. I remember you told me you caught the fish from the fish pond. How come now you say your friend brought them? I was thinking fast. It's like this. The first time I truly went fishing, but since it sold well at your place, my friend started delivering. So I stopped fishing. Oh, the bearded man seemed to understand. But his next question caught me completely off guard. I remember you said the fish pond is north of the county town, but this is clearly the southern side. My head spun. I had really said that before. Did I say that? Brother, you must have misremembered. I remember clearly saying the southern side. If I really said north, then it was definitely a slip of the tongue. I immediately denied, trying to save face. Finally, the bearded man didn't ask further questions. I let out a breath of relief. How difficult it was to make up a lie. It took one lie after another to cover it up. Whether the bearded man believed me didn't matter. As long as he stopped asking questions, it was fine, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to say. To hide my unease, I invited him to come inside for more dumplings politely. The bearded man finally left the pond, declining the dumplings. He had to go back quickly because it was getting late, otherwise the fish wouldn't sell out today. I was more than happy to see him leave. Opening his car door, just before getting in, he turned back and said, my fellow vendor is almost sold out too. She doesn't have your goods anymore. I knew he meant that middle-aged woman selling fish. Even if she wanted to call me, she wouldn't be able to receive fish from me. Brother, how about you do this? It's definitely beneficial for you. Once you're back, give her a batch of fish. She will be incredibly grateful. Then both of you can sell out. The bearded man hesitated for a moment. This idea is worth considering. Thanks, brother, for thinking for me. He naturally understood I was trying to ease the tension between them. After sending off the bearded man, I gathered the tools by the pond and put them back into the space. I also carried the sign with the writing back home. Seeing my mother come out from the house, I suddenly had an idea. There was finally a way to deal with those cucumbers. Mother was great at making pickles, something I loved since childhood. These cucumbers would be safe in her hands. There were over a dozen unused jars lying around the house. Mom, I'll go back to the county town tomorrow. There is a batch of cucumbers I need dealt with. I'm afraid they will rot. Please make them into pickles so they can last longer. Mother was startled. Where did the cucumbers come from? The few plants your father planted behind the house haven't grown much. The cucumbers are still small and tender. It would be a shame to pick them. I found them in the back mountains. Maybe they're wild ones. Just prepare the jars. Without waiting for my mother's reply, I got on the tricycle and left the house. Of course, I wasn't going to any mountains. I entered the space behind the house, picked a tricycle full of cucumbers, and then returned home. When Mom saw the thick, long, and green cucumbers, identical to the ones we had for lunch. These cucumbers are too good to be pickled. Maybe we should sell them fresh. That works too. I didn't oppose whatever Mom wanted to do, but since I didn't have much time, I simply kept transporting them home one load after another. The dozen or so cucumber plants I planted later had also produced quite a few fruits, only slightly fewer than the earlier ones, but equally thick and long. With fewer than 30 cucumber vines, I ended up hauling 6 full loads. Mom looked as if she had seen a monster and quickly woke Dad up. She said there were such great cucumbers in the back mountains, yet they had never noticed them before, but their son had. Afraid they would ask too many questions, I mysteriously said, Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Just handle them as you wish. Dad loaded up the tricycle, took Mom, and headed to the township. There were many people passing through the township, so it would be easier to set up a stall and sell quickly. As I reached the gate to see my parents off, a BMW pulled up in front of me. The door opened, and 2 people stepped out, one from each side. Chunling Yu, it's rare to see you around. You're always away, and I don't have your number. I was about to not even inform you, but since I've run into you today, it means we classmates are still destined to meet. Xiuxian, long time no see. No wonder you're a big boss now, driving a luxury car and accompanied by a beautiful lady. Truly admirable. Seeing he greeted me first, I hurriedly stepped forward to chat. Xiuxian, also from our village, is a distant relative. How many generations apart, I wasn't sure. But our family ties were very distant. We were classmates since childhood and stayed together until the 3rd year of junior high. I dropped out, and he only lasted 1 more month, also without graduating. His family had good resources, his father was well connected in business. Exactly what kind of trade nobody in the village really knew. In recent years, he had been following his father and was said to have made a fortune. We had never kept in touch, and for him to greet me today came as a surprise. People from a poor family like mine were barely noticed by his family. My father had once commented on theirs, saying they were wealthy but unkind, benefiting no one in the village, acting as if they no longer belonged to the village. Chunling, you congratulate me. I'm getting married tomorrow. Since I found you home today, I'm officially notifying you. Please do come to celebrate with me. I didn't bring the invitation card, so I'll deliver the message in person. Sure thing. Definitely coming. I responded enthusiastically. He handed me a Huazi cigarette. This is celebratory smoke. Must be smoked. He pointed at the woman beside him. This is your sister-in-law, my respected wife. Wish us well. Sister-in-law, hello? Congratulations on your wedding. Hello? Thank you. We greeted each other briefly, and I noticed that this woman indeed looked extraordinary. She perfectly matched xiuxian. Chapter 16. The cucumbers sell well. A heavy perfume scent hit me as she approached, almost stifling in this hot weather. I wondered if xiuxian felt the same when he was with her. Maybe he had become used to it. Or perhaps he was deeply fond of this fragrance. I couldn't stand it. It even felt suffocating. Looking at her appearance, saying that she was just heavily made up wouldn't be accurate enough. Precisely speaking, she looked foreign-style flashy, glittering with jewels, radiating a strong sense of vulgarity. Her shoulder-length hair had been dyed golden yellow, and paired with her fair skin, she resembled a doll. Her eyebrows and eyes were exaggeratedly painted, almost like a female opera singer who hadn't washed off her stage makeup, so much that I couldn't bear to look straight at her face, doubting whether it was a mask. Her bright red lips appeared as if painted with blood, as though threatening to attack head-on. She wore golden earrings, a silver necklace, and a large jade bracelet on her right wrist, while on her left wrist was a lady's gold wristwatch in the traditional style. Each hand bore 4 rings, diamond, jade, gold, and platinum, each one different. Just her jewelry alone must have cost millions, assuming it was all authentic. This woman's figure was indeed quite good, thick where it should be, thin where it should be. The most eye-catching feature was her flowery xianxia with a high slit, extending past the waist, revealing so much white thigh that it was blinding. I actually believe the two of them looked quite matched because xiuxian also wore a thick gold chain around his neck, a gold watch on his wrist, and his satin outfit must have been quite expensive. Together, they fully displayed the wealth of their household. Xingzi, your classmate looks promising. Is he still single? If so, let me talk to my best friend about introducing someone. I guarantee my younger brother will be satisfied. This woman was quite outspoken. I wasn't quite sure how to respond. Knowing that her comment was probably just polite banter, I thanked her repeatedly. Xiuxian reminded me once again to arrive at his home promptly at 11 the next morning for dinner before he and his wife got into the car and drove off. Originally, I planned to return to the county town early the next morning to avoid delaying my business. But since Chun personally came to invite me, I had no choice but to attend the wedding. At the very least, I couldn't refuse the favor of an old classmate. Fortunately, from childhood to adulthood, the two of us had never argued. It was only later that we found ourselves in different social classes. This was a favor I still owed him. Back home, I thought about the cucumbers. Since they grew so fast and abundantly in my space, I decided to plant some more to sell wholesale back in the county. Entering my space, I saw that the island had expanded significantly. On the newly added soft soil, I dug holes and planted seeds, soon planting over a dozen cucumber seeds. Then I returned to the yard, collected some sticks and branches, and continued building a frame for the cucumber vines. My parents hadn't tasted the special fresh fish yet. In the courtyard, there was a long white porcelain tub. I filled it halfway with water and placed a dozen fish caught from my space into it. There were carps, mandarin fish, black carps, grass carps, several species so that my parents could try each. I had wanted to give them more, but decided against it. If I gave too many fish, I'd have trouble explaining. I needed to come up with a believable story to cover up. I had just finished all that when my father came back on his electric tricycle. From his happy facial expression, I knew that the cucumbers had sold well. Hurry, load the cart. Your mother is already at the stall. I'm just delivering. Xiao, you guess what? Once I park the trike at the rural market, people immediately gather around. In no time, half the cart's cucumbers are gone. Your mom is a money lover. She kept rushing me to bring another batch. In a short time, I helped my father reload his vehicle. He didn't even stop for a drink of water before returning to the countryside. With the cucumbers selling so fast, I suddenly had the idea of bringing my parents into the city so they could run a stall. Immediately I reconsidered. It seemed unreasonable to make them work so hard. It was only today, an urgent situation, that made me involve them in the first place. I walked around the backyard. The land there was relatively flat, while the rest of the village was dotted with uneven rocky hills. The entire village only had this flat area of fertile soil, around a dozen mu in total. Our family owned half a mu of land right against the back wall of our house. The vegetables my father planted were growing normally, but were nothing compared to my cucumbers, although it gave me an idea. I still remembered what Manager Liu at the credit building once told me, that food meant for people required a green certification. One aspect required specifying the place of origin. If I wanted to sell my cucumbers in the supermarket, they must have an identifiable origin. The land behind my house was the location I considered ideal, and even the pond by the stream could be designated as the nominal birthplace of those fish. Once I had the idea, I started to plan. To implement it successfully, I needed to persuade my parents, for I couldn't do it without their help. I reviewed all the details in my mind from beginning to end again, and saw no omissions. A complete and flawless plan began forming in my mind. Father made 2 more trips, and seeing how busy he was, I had no time to explain my idea in detail and could only help him load the cart. Still, I gave him a heads up, saying that our family would be able to grow such cucumbers too, as long as we followed my instructions. Perhaps just humoring me, father didn't have time to think much about it. Today we had some dumb luck. You found these wild cucumbers, so we made a little fortune. If you could really grow them, the sun would rise in the west. Later on, you must tell me where you found them. I want to go check it out myself. I need to see what kind of vines can bear such cucumbers. His words surprised me. Others might be easy to fool, but not my old father. I had to follow the instructions from the female messenger and absolutely could not reveal the secret about the other dimensional space, even to my own father. After father left, I came to the back of the house, climbed up the mountain, and found a rather steep and secluded place where ordinary people wouldn't be able to climb easily. I transplanted several cucumber plants from my space and planted them there. I did this on purpose for father to see. I worried he wouldn't believe me unless he saw it with his own eyes. When it got dark, my parents came home happily, counting the money they had earned, their faces glowing with joy. Father announced he wanted to drink a bit of liquor tonight to celebrate this big harvest. My mother was so excited she wanted to go to the village's only supermarket to buy more meat, but I stopped her. Mama, I caught a few fish. Let's do them for dinner. Only then did my parents notice the fish in the bathtub, swimming around energetically in the water. What's going on here? Mother didn't believe me at first when I said I had caught so many all at once. But whether she believed me or not didn't matter. I insisted they were caught from the stream behind our house. After all, I had done that many times when I was young, so she didn't press me further. Seeing the mandarin fish, she didn't want to eat them and suggested keeping them as pets. Father laughed, saying, "You're unwilling to feed them properly if you keep them as fish pets. They'll only get thinner and thinner. Better to eat them now while they're still plump and fresh." Perhaps father had touched on a sore spot, or perhaps because I was home, mother smiled happily and went to prepare the fish stew. Then father remembered his earlier words to me and insisted I take him to the back mountain to find those cucumber vines. Thankfully, I had taken precautions in advance, so I was finally able to fool father into believing me. As for the remaining 2 cartloads of cucumbers, I suggested to mother that she not sell them anymore, but preserve them as pickled vegetables to enjoy slowly. There's too much for just our family to eat. We can pickle them. Your father's own cucumbers, even if they're not great, are good enough for that. These 2 carts must be sold tomorrow, while they're still fresh. That way we can get a good price. Since mother insisted on selling them, I didn't try to stop her. At dinner, father was drinking heartily. While he was in high spirits, I brought up my plan. Chapter 17, a gift for the occasion. At first, my father opposed my plan to build a greenhouse behind our house for growing vegetables. He only reluctantly agreed after I insisted. Unless you can grow cucumbers like the ones we had today, we'll never make it out of this life. Those kinds of cucumbers couldn't be grown in the backyard soil, but I had a plan to ease my father's concerns. I could transplant some later. I took 10,000 yuan in cash from my bag and placed it in front of my father. Dad, take this money. Tomorrow, go to the township and buy some bamboo strips and plastic sheeting. They'll be needed for building the greenhouse. My father looked at the money on the table with deep suspicion. Didn't you spend your salary on the tricycle? How do you have so much money now? Where did it come from? Dad, don't worry about where it came from. A friend and I went into business together, and that's my share of the profits. That's also why I want to build this greenhouse. I want to expand, do things properly, and make it formal. You wouldn't understand all the details. Just follow my plan, and it won't go wrong. Mom interjected. Our son is grown now. You're just not keeping up with times. Some things can't always go your way. Sometimes we have to listen to the kids. After all, it's their life. Father wasn't as open-minded as mother. Although mom used to hit me often when I was little, dad never laid a finger on me. Despite his doubts, dad eventually took the money. We then started discussing how to purchase the bamboo strips. Suddenly my phone rang. It was the bearded man. I could tell he was very happy, having sold all the fish he brought. He listened to my suggestion and gave a portion to that lady, and she was quite grateful. He said he would come early the next morning to pick up more fish. Since I had plans to attend xiuxian's wedding that afternoon, I told him that afternoon delivery wouldn't work. The bearded man showed a bit of disappointment, but agreed. At 5 o'clock the next morning, just as daylight broke, the bearded man's truck was already here. I nearly wasn't ready for him. Fortunately, I had made a call yesterday. If he had shown up while I was still preparing the fish in the secret space, there would have been problems. He told me that the woman still had some leftover fish he could receive from her, so there was no need to worry about the afternoon delivery. After the bearded man left, I snuck back in for another nap. Half asleep, I heard my mother shouting for me to get up and eat. After breakfast, they headed to the village to sell cucumbers. I entered my space. There were new cucumbers that had grown. Originally, I wanted to pick more for my parents to sell, but upon second thought, since cucumbers grew so quickly, my parents alone couldn't possibly sell them all. I should return to the county town soon and wholesale them to vendors, so I decided not to harvest more today. I went to xiuxian's house. My family lived at the west end of the village, and his house was at the east end. Just looking at the residence clearly showed how significant the wealth gap was. It was a 2-story Western-style house, iron railings around the yard, red bricks, green tiles, shiny windows, spotless glass. From the outside in, everything exuded modern living. Having a 2-story house in the countryside felt more spacious than some villas in the big city. Red, sheet paper cuts and window decorations filled the doors and windows. The entire place radiated festive excitement. Inside and outside the courtyard were already crowded with people, bustling and lively. A lot of small cars lined the street. Many of the guests were clearly rich and influential people, naturally coming in style, mostly high-end luxury cars. Stepping into the courtyard, I felt like a stranger. I practically knew everyone in the village, but hardly anyone acknowledged me. It was usually just a nod or polite smile, nothing more. I didn't mind it. Coming for the wedding banquet, I naturally needed to contribute a gift amount. Exactly how much should be offered, I actually had no idea. Since xiuxian and I were classmates, I just followed how much the classmates were giving. Certainly couldn't go with the usual villager's etiquette gift, like 20 or 32 yuan. I just couldn't afford that. Though poor, I still understood the social manners. A few people were surrounding the cash desk, registering guests and gifts. I recognized them immediately. They were my old classmates, Ma Xiaoer, Lu Yongshan, Xiaohui, Fang Qingyu. Seeing me arrive, they all greeted me warmly. We hadn't seen each other in many years. Old classmate, how much are you giving to Yuxing? We're all giving 1,000 yuan each, you know. Ma Xiaoer, smoking with a sideways tilt to his head, asked me with an unmistakable air of looking down. Without the least sign of embarrassment, I replied calmly. Then I'll give the same amount as you do. I pulled out 1,000 yuan from my pocket and placed it directly on the cash desk. Chen Lingyu, giving 1,000 yuan for the wedding. Oh my, your stubborn temper hasn't changed at all. Back in school, you were so stubborn, now still the same. You can't compare with us. We are all business owners, at least a small boss each. I heard you've still been working as a small construction worker all these years. Making a living is difficult for you, so giving 100 or 200 would be okay enough. No need to put on a false front only to regret later when you get home. It would be better to save the money for finding a wife. Otherwise, you will fall even further behind us. My son is practically old enough to run errands now. Other classmates joined in the mockery, calling me stubbornly poor, smirking disdaintively, barely acknowledging me anymore. I smiled calmly. We're all classmates, equal in that regard. There's no need to make distinctions based on status. Even though I'm poor, I can still afford 1,000 yuan. Just then, Chen Yuxing approached in a suit and tie. Even though it was a sweltering day, he still needed to dress properly. Chen Lingyu's here, he said, apparently having seen the amount in the guest book. Everyone go sit upstairs. I've arranged a special table for our old classmates. The classmates gradually made their way upstairs, and I walked behind last. Chen Yuxing suddenly pulled me aside and pressed the 1,000 yuan back into my hand. Brother, I truly appreciate your gesture, but your presence here is already the best gift. I know your current situation isn't great. This 1,000 yuan is a bit much for you. Take the money back. On the ledger, I'll write whatever amount you want. I understand. I never expected him to do this, and of course I wouldn't agree. How could I possibly take the money back after already registering it in the ledger? He was called away by someone else just then and left the money in my hands. I returned to the cash desk and asked if Chen Yuxing had taken money from there. The uncle who kept the ledger was startled. No, he didn't take anything. That's when I realized that the money he gave back was from his own pocket. This money suddenly felt awkward in my hand, so I asked the ledger-keeping uncle to write me another receipt. When Chen Yuxing saw this entry, he would surely understand my meaning without needing any explanation. Though I didn't agree with what he did, I felt warm inside. Compared to the other classmates, I felt quite close to Chen Yuxing. I didn't go up to the banquet table but instead stayed in the courtyard, watching the people coming and going. Most of them were villagers. Those I didn't recognize were likely Chen Yuxing's relatives or his usual group of buddies. I overheard people talking. There would be another wedding banquet held in the provincial capital, mainly for his father's business associates. The bride's family would also host a return banquet at her parents' home, and apparently, that event wouldn't be small either. Seeing me still in the courtyard, Chen Yuxing urged me again to go upstairs and chat with our classmates. Just then, Uncle Zhang, who was in charge of the kitchen, came running over in a fluster. Xingzi, we're short by 20 fish. What should we do? Chapter 18, just in time to help. How come there aren't enough fish? Chen Yuxing asked Elder Zhang. Your family has many relatives, many friends too, and even more villagers showing up. We're over 20 tables beyond our original plan. 1 fish per table. That means we're short 20 fish. Then just send someone to buy more. For Chen Yuxing's family, anything that could be solved with money was never a big deal. Xingzi, it's not about money. We've already sent people to the township. There are other fish available, but no mandarin fish. If we go all the way to the county town to buy some, it takes 4 hours round trip. It's already past 9 o'clock. Even if we bring them back and cook them, by then when would people eat? Besides, what about those 30 tables? Are we not going to serve at all? Why not switch to carp? There's plenty of carp available. We can get them within 20 minutes. Elder Zhang was clearly anxious. Chen Yuxing was stuck. No way. People would talk. We can't treat our guests like this. Treating the same guests differently would badly damage their family's reputation. Chen Yuxing scratched his head nervously, completely unsure of what to do. I had overheard their entire conversation and immediately understood the situation. For me, getting 20 mandarin fish wasn't a problem at all. Without making a big deal out of it or informing Chen Yuxing in advance, I quietly grabbed 2 empty buckets, carried them out of the house, and slipped into a secluded area. I entered my space, selected 20 mandarin fish of similar size, then carried them back home. Xingzi, Elder Zhang, don't worry anymore. I've got fish. When the two saw me quietly coming in with 2 buckets full of mandarin fish, they were stunned. Where did these come from? Elder Zhang knew there was no place in the township selling mandarin fish, so it was almost impossible for me to obtain them so quickly. Elder Zhang, don't ask where they're from. Just get them ready quickly so the banquet isn't delayed. Elder Zhang took the fish into the kitchen. Meanwhile, a suspicious look came over Chen Yuxing's face. He patted my shoulder affectionately. I tell you, Chen Lingyu, you must have just pulled a magic trick out of nowhere. You really saved me big time. Just treat it like a magic trick. You go take care of whatever else you need to. Chen Yuxing handed me a cigarette and personally lit it for me. I took a fake puff as usual. These 20 fish probably cost at least 5 or 6,000 yuan. Wait here, I'll go get the money for you. Without waiting for my response, He turned toward the inner room. I stopped him. Xianxia, consider these fish as my favor. I absolutely won't take your money. If you insist on giving me money, I'll leave immediately because you clearly don't value our friendship. We didn't have much interaction before, but when I handed over my wedding gift money earlier, those classmates of his were making sarcastic jokes about me. Yet xiuxian appeared to understand and care about me. For that alone, I decided to give him those fish for free. That can't be right. This is 5 or 6,000 yuan. Nevertheless, he still brought the money out. To avoid making a scene in front of everyone at the banquet, I spoke to him seriously in a low voice. If I accept this money, I'll leave immediately. It would mean you don't truly regard me as your classmate or friend. You just treat me as a businessman. But if you leave the money, I'm happy to stay here and drink your wedding wine. Even if it's just plain boiled water, I'll be happy drinking with you. Xiuxian is a man of the world, and he clearly understood what I meant. He hugged me tightly, almost like a lover embracing his beloved woman, squeezing me quite hard. My good little brother, so noble-hearted. From today onward, if you ever run into any trouble, just let me know. Your big brother will handle it for you. Didn't my wife say yesterday she'd introduce her best female friend to you? Consider it my responsibility. Whether or not you two hit it off is your business, but whether I speak up or not, it's all on me. He had suddenly become a man of principle too. Thanks, brother. From that moment, he didn't mention money again. Then I went upstairs and sat down together with our classmates. Those classmates were chatting noisily, boasting endlessly and praising each other enthusiastically. I merely watched silently like a spectator. Actually, they weren't paying any attention to me, as if I weren't even present. I comforted myself. I came here to attend Xiuxian's wedding, not to interact with them. Otherwise, I would have already walked out. Eventually, the banquet began. One must admit, the Chen family spared no expense hosting this event. Judging by its quality, I knew Elder Zhang alone couldn't have pulled this off. I later heard from the classmates that Xiuxian's father had specially invited 2 chefs, though I never got to meet them. They were smoking huazi cigarettes and drinking taizi liquor, both considered top-notch at the village level. Those classmates clinked glasses and poured drinks, gulping like crazy. Sitting silently at the side, I simply watched them. Not that I cared, until finally Xiuxian and his family came over to toast. Much to the astonishment of everyone at the table, after a collective toast, Xiuxian individually raised a glass to me. The classmates were completely baffled, but Chen only smiled and winked at me, before moving on to another table. All eyes at our table now turned to me, questioning what relationship I actually had with Chen. I simply smiled faintly. Same as you guys, just classmates. The only difference is we're both surnamed Chen. 500 years ago, we were probably from the same family. They clearly didn't buy that reasoning, but I wouldn't explain further. They seemed to suddenly realize that they might have ignored me earlier and began to raise their glasses to me instead. I politely declined most of the drinks, offering the excuse that I couldn't hold my liquor. Fortunately, they weren't offended. Ma Xiao seemed to have something on his mind. Xianxia really threw a great banquet. In our village, I bet there's not another one like it within 10 or 8 villages. I wonder if Chen Lingyu's wedding will ever reach this standard. I had no intention of competing with such a person. How can we possibly match Xianxia's family? I can only offer a few simple drinks and some homestyle dishes. A poor family can't afford to show off. Ma Xiao snorted, muttering under his breath, still can't get rid of that poor, miserable attitude. But I heard him. Lu Yongshan quietly stopped him from beside him, and the classmates quickly changed the subject. After finishing my meal, I didn't wait for the classmates. I simply said goodbye and left the table. Xiuxian and his family were at the door seeing off guests. As we parted, he deliberately slipped a pack of cigarettes into my hand. If you need anything, give me a call, brother. I understood his meaning immediately. As for Xiuxian, I had no intention of developing a close friendship, but since he'd given me face and behaved appropriately, I could at least accept it. As for those classmates of mine, I didn't care what they thought. I got home past 1 o'clock. The entire noon had passed without a single call from Big Beard. I had originally planned to return to the county town today, but now feeling slightly drunk and drowsy, I wanted to take a nap. It would be more convenient to hitch a ride tomorrow morning when Big Beard came to pick up the fish. My parents had sold both carts of cucumbers in the morning and brought back a cart of bamboo strips, building a greenhouse behind the house. I greeted them and went to my room to sleep. I didn't expect the after effects of the alcohol to be this strong. When I woke up, it was already time for lamps to be lit, and my mother was calling me for dinner. After the meal, I discussed something with my father. He needed to call my uncle and ask about buying their 2 rooms and find out how much they wanted. Father hesitated, but eventually made the call under my mother's urging. 20,000 yuan. Father looked disheartened. That's way too expensive. The price has gone up so much. Mother was also surprised. Get your uncle's bank account. I didn't comment. Urban real estate was rising in price, and rural residential land had also gone up with the tide. Judging by current prices, 20,000 yuan for 2 small rooms wasn't unreasonable. My uncle sent the bank account details quickly, and I transferred 20,000 yuan through my mobile banking app. My parents looked astonished at how quickly I had completed the transaction. Dad, how do we handle the formalities with Uncle? He said Uncle has entrusted the village committee director. Everything will be handled by him. I'll see him tomorrow. With the land issue resolved, the question of how to build the house was already part of my planning. Chapter 19, Business Expansion. The next morning, I rode back to the county town in the bearded man's dual-row pickup. He needed to arrive at the convenience market before 7 o'clock. The bearded man had left the county town at 3 o'clock in the morning just to be able to sell my fish. You should really buy a car. He reminded me. The electric tricycle had been left for my parents. I still needed a vehicle for delivering fish, and the small tricycle could no longer meet delivery demands. He recommended I buy a dual-row pickup like his. It would only cost 30 or 40,000 yuan. Unfortunately, I didn't have a driver's license yet. Even if I bought a car, I couldn't legally drive it on the road. It would be better to buy a larger electric tricycle for now and wait until I obtain my license before buying a car. When we reached the county town, the bearded man went to the convenience market while I returned to the construction site, first stopping by Master Gao's place to check in and grab breakfast. Master Gao told me that without fish to eat for the past few days, he was lucky to have a few cucumbers, otherwise the meal would taste awful. Of course I understood his meaning. I caught 2 more fish and picked some cucumbers. Master Gao was delighted. I walked around the construction site fulfilling my duty as a site watchman. The cucumbers in my space were growing rapidly. I wanted to bring them to the convenience market as well, so after saying hello to Master Gao, I left. Arriving at the electric vehicle shop, I selected a larger electric tricycle. The owner was very surprised when he saw me buying another vehicle so soon, but of course he was also happy. He wouldn't mind if I bought several more. I first loaded the fish from my space and delivered them to the middle-aged woman. When the bearded man saw me bringing fish so quickly, he was quite puzzled. Brother, what's going on? Didn't you just return from your hometown? Is there ready fish available here in the county town? If you had told me earlier, why would I have gotten up so early and driven all the way out here? I had trouble explaining the situation and finally replied. My friend delivered the fish here very early this morning. We arrived almost at the same time. I didn't know about it in advance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put you through all this trouble. The bearded man seemed to believe me. Though he muttered a few complaints, it was clear that he wasn't really angry, just feeling slightly wronged. The middle-aged woman already had a tank of fish at her stall, provided by the bearded man. The two had already begun cooperating, helping each other actually benefited their business. I replenished some fish for the bearded man. Then the woman whispered to me. Young man, you weren't around these past couple of days and Huzi helped me a lot. I know I have to thank you. Without you mediating initially, he wouldn't have offered help voluntarily. I didn't respond with unnecessary polite words. I needed to handle the cucumbers from my space. Saying goodbye to Auntie, I headed to the vegetable section. I approached several vendors, just like the situation I faced when I first met the bearded man. Most didn't show much interest in what I said about the cucumbers, asking instead to see the actual product. I took out 2 cucumbers from the tricycle as samples, like a magician. The vendors looked at them curiously and quickly gathered around. I broke a few pieces for them to taste right on the spot. The results were predictable. The taste was an instant hit. They immediately requested a supply. Great. Now that I found buyers for the cucumbers, I no longer worried about them rotting. Just as I prepared to leave the convenience market and head somewhere to harvest more cucumbers from my space, 3 people stopped me. One man said, I've been watching for days, and today you're finally back. I saw you supplying fish to the 2 stalls on the west side. Brother, do you know that their fish sells out before we can sell ours? Customers said those fish are of a different variety. Yours taste better. Can you also deliver some to us? That, of course, was good news, and I readily agreed, asking them to wait while I went to fetch the goods. With the increase in business, I was going to be busy. I needed to deliver both fish and melons. As far as the vendors could tell, I delivered very quickly. While time was frozen outside in my space, for me personally, it still required a busy half-day's work. A person's energy is naturally limited. If this kept up every day, I would surely get exhausted. Although at the moment, I didn't feel particularly tired. Since I gained access to the other dimensional space, my physical strength, stamina, and endurance had all significantly improved. But even so, I couldn't keep working without rest. If I wanted to expand my business, I couldn't afford to wear myself out continuously like this. I decided to change strategies. Instead of exhausting myself constantly traveling back and forth, I planned to rent a house or warehouse to handle wholesale distribution. Once I made this decision, I headed to a real estate agency. A pretty saleswoman dressed in a professional suit welcomed me. Sir, are you here to buy or rent? To rent? A storefront or a residential place? Do you have any warehouses or courtyards available? There actually is one. The saleswoman introduced to me a 600 square meter independent courtyard located inside an alley. Although the location was relatively remote, once you left the alley you were right on a main street with convenient access. This fit me perfectly. After all, my fish and cucumbers required some secrecy before delivery. I immediately asked the saleswoman to show me the place. The house was located east of the Xuanhuan construction site, not far from the convenience market. This location suited me perfectly. The 6-meter wide alley allowed vehicles to come and go easily. What pleased me most was the courtyard's gate. It was spacious enough for a dual-row pickup truck to pass through comfortably. Once I saw the large courtyard, I liked it even more. There were 5 main rooms facing south, with elegant, antique-style carved wooden windows and doors. On the east and west side stood 2 side rooms each, plus a garage. All the necessary furniture was already inside. Even the beds were brand new, and there was a complete set of kitchenware. The house had clearly just been renovated and had never been occupied. So nice a house has never been lived in. Why is the owner renting it out already? I couldn't help but ask. The owner originally intended to move in, but after finishing the renovation, he went abroad. He entrusted us with the property. We can rent or sell it, though selling would be better. Because the house is quite large and it's a single-story building, it hasn't sold well. It's been listed with our agency for 2 years already. How much would it cost to buy it? I really liked this house, and honestly had the idea of purchasing it, so I asked about the price first. 1 million yuan, sir. Are you planning to buy it? The saleswoman's eyes lit up immediately, assuming I had changed my mind. I chuckled and said, actually, I do want to buy it, but the price is too high. I don't have that kind of money right now. I'll rent it for now, and maybe when I finally save 1 million yuan, I will truly buy it. Immediately, the saleswoman began her pitch. Sir, Here's the deal. The monthly rent is 3,000 yuan. If you decide to buy during the rental period, the rent you've already paid will be converted to 80% toward the purchase price. It's really a favorable offer. In a sense, your rent is effectively only 600 yuan, and ultimately the house still becomes yours. Great. I'll rent it for now and definitely buy it once I'm able. I should clarify beforehand. Sir, this offer is only valid if you purchase the house within 2 years of renting. After 2 years, this special offer will no longer apply. I understand. On the spot, I signed the lease with her. She requested that I pay 1 year's rent in advance, but I didn't have enough money on hand. After some discussion, I paid for 6 months upfront instead. Chapter 20. Renting a courtyard. I finally had a big house with my own private space. After seeing off the salesgirl, I started planning how to set up stalls in the courtyard. I informed the vendors of the location and told them to come here to pick up their goods instead of me delivering again. Of course, I also set specific times. I needed to prepare the fish and cucumbers in advance. Otherwise, it would be awkward if they arrived early and there was nothing to give them. There was also something else I had to pay attention to. I was still working on the construction site. During the day, I needed to be there and sleep in the iron shack, eating the meals Master Gao cooked, so I wouldn't have to light my own stove again. After arranging everything perfectly in my mind, I rode my electric scooter to the commercial street and bought several water basins and a few bundles of plastic woven bags. These were for holding the fish and cucumbers. The small island inside my space had grown a bit larger. I planted the remaining cucumber seeds and also noticed some unused soft soil. Now that I had enough space for vegetables, I thought about planting something else. After all, more growth wouldn't be a problem. I went to the seed company, bought several kinds of vegetable seeds, and returned to the courtyard. Entering my space, I planted tomatoes, beans, eggplants, peppers, and green peppers on the island. If all these varieties thrived, this courtyard would indeed become a small vegetable market. Just as I was feeling proud of my planning, my phone rang. It was my mother, asking me to come home. She said Madame Zhang, the matchmaker, had personally come to introduce a potential bride to me. As xiuxian had mentioned, his wife wanted to introduce her female friend to me, and they had asked Madame Zhang to act as the matchmaker. As the saying goes, like attracts like. The wife of Zhang was the type I wasn't fond of, and likely her best friend was of the same kind. Deep inside, I felt a slight aversion, not toward the girl personally, but toward that type of person. Because of this inner conflict, I didn't want to go through with the arranged meeting, but I couldn't directly refuse my mother. So I made up an excuse, saying I was very busy at the construction site and couldn't get away. I said I'd contact her when I had time. This reason seemed to satisfy my mother. But less than half an hour later, she called again. It turned out that the girl happened to be in Huangtu County town as well. Madame Zhang had asked for my number, and now the matchmaker wanted me to contact the girl directly. Whether I was interested or not, I should at least meet her face to face. It would be impolite not to. After all, xiuxian and his wife meant well. If I didn't even meet the girl, it would be difficult to explain to them, especially since we were neighbors and would meet often in the future. I noted down the phone number and promised my mother I'd contact the girl when I had time. She repeated her instructions many times, urging me not to wait too long. In reality, I didn't really take this matter seriously and decided to put it aside for now. During the phone call, my mother also mentioned that my father had already arranged the land issue for my uncle's 2 rooms with the village director. When I had time, I should just tear down the old house. The bamboo framework for the greenhouse was being assembled and would take 3 to 5 days. My mother asked what I would do once the frame was finished. I told her that as long as the bamboo framework was done, it would be fine. There would be support already in place. Mother didn't know what I was up to, though she didn't fully understand why I wanted it done this way. She still agreed. I hadn't gone to the construction site all day. To avoid complaints from Wang Hai, I specially went to the supermarket and bought some prepared food and 2 bottles of Daco liquor and brought them back to the site. When Master Gao saw that I had bought more things, he muttered about having more than we could eat, but I could tell he was happy anyway. Master Gao had already cooked the fish. Perhaps it was the smell, but Wang Hai was already getting hungry and wanted to have a drink before 11 o'clock. Old Lu from the gate came sniffing the aroma, so I had no choice but to sit with the 3 old men at the dinner table. Perhaps it was the effect of the fish, food, and liquor. Neither Wang Hai nor Master Gao mentioned my absence during lunch. They even told me clearly that if I wanted to take a break, I could go ahead, and that if I had things to do, I should just go handle them. They assured me that once the project started, I wouldn't be so free anymore. They said handling the construction site was their responsibility. Of course, I couldn't let them bear the cost. I paid for all the ingredients myself. Master Gao cooked creative dishes, while Wang Hai and Old Lu naturally enjoyed the benefits. I had originally thought that the vendors like Big Beard would call me during lunchtime, but they didn't. After all, a few days ago, I had delivered goods to Big Beard twice daily, once in the morning and once at noon. Their lack of calls meant that the fish had not yet been sold out. I didn't rest during lunch and went directly to the community market to check on the situation. As I had suspected, 5 of the fish vendors in the market were selling my products. Although my overall sales had increased, each individual vendor's sales had decreased. Big Beard was quite dissatisfied. Brother, if I were the only one selling your fish, I could sell double every day. Now everything's going back to how it was before. The regular customers coming to the convenience market were mostly nearby residents, so the customer base was relatively fixed. Sales volume was limited. If someone bought from one vendor, they wouldn't go to another. It was the same with fish and cucumbers. The cucumbers I delivered were of much better quality than the others. Mine sold well, while the others' products were slow-moving. While checking the situation, I gave them the address of my newly rented courtyard and told them to come pick up the goods between 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock every morning. At other times, no one would be there. whether it was convenient for them or not. I could not afford to worry too much about it. After all, the total sales of this convenience market were limited, and I needed to explore new markets. Rome wasn't built in a day, one thing at a time. There's no way to get everything done in one bite. I hadn't given up on the idea of supplying fish to large supermarkets, but the current conditions were not yet sufficient. There were 5 convenience markets in Huangtu County town, and this one was in the southeast, just one of them. I planned to gradually expand into each one. I spent the entire afternoon inspecting the other 4 convenience markets, and the conditions were roughly the same. I decided that my next target would be the market in the southwest corner. I followed the same method as I had when I first approached Big Beard. I approached a more outgoing fish vendor and gave him some fish to try selling. I didn't mention prices at all. My goal was simply to establish a foothold here and gain acceptance from the customers. I also took the opportunity to promote my cucumbers. The size alone was enough to impress the vegetable vendors. Once they tasted them, they naturally got exactly what they wanted. Many of them immediately placed orders with me. In this new market, I didn't act arrogantly. I personally delivered the first batch of goods. When sales proved good, I made 2 more deliveries, and then I used my busy schedule as an excuse for not delivering anymore. Those who wanted goods could come pick them up themselves. As I had expected, vendors who wanted my products arrived at the courtyard on time. By then, I was already fully prepared with supply. They came and left as they pleased, and I became much more relaxed. By now, the tomatoes, eggplants, beans, green peppers, and chili peppers had all grown well, and my variety of vegetables was no longer limited. More importantly, these vegetables not only had large sizes, thick flesh, and great taste, but also no pest damage. Of course, I had never used any pesticides, completely organic and natural products, deeply loved by customers. The tomatoes were as big as eggplants, and the eggplants were the size of soccer balls. The chili peppers were like ordinary cucumbers, though still smaller than my cucumbers. The green peppers resembled rugby balls, and the beans could grow more than 1 meter long. 2 pieces would be enough for 1 dish. Once these vegetables appeared at the stalls, all the other similar vegetables immediately became unsaleable. Chapter 21, a minor tactic. Vendors who manned their stalls alone were reluctant to leave their spots, and thus couldn't obtain my goods. When they realized their own stocks sold slower than mine, they eventually had no choice but to come to my courtyard to restock. Every morning, I was busy from 5 to 7 a.m., and all my prepared goods would be gone by then. Those who arrived late regretted not coming earlier and forced themselves to queue up early the next day. I hadn't told Master Gao and others about renting a house. I was still living at the construction site. As long as I arrived at the courtyard before 5 a.m., entered the space, picked the vegetables, packed the fish, and was ready for others to collect, it wouldn't cause any delays. But now, that wouldn't work. By 4:50 a.m., there were already crowds waiting at the gate of my courtyard. If they followed me inside, they'd discover my courtyard was completely empty of goods. What would I give them then? My secret would be revealed. I issued a strict order. No one entering the courtyard even a second before 5 a.m. could take a single pound of goods. The vendors found my behavior baffling and hard to understand, but they endured it without further questions, because otherwise, they would lose the chance to get my products. Preparing all the goods at one time did take a lot of work, though the space gave me enough time to do so. I changed my method. I would pick vegetables every time I had a chance and temporarily store them in the small house, so I could just retrieve them when needed. Breaking my tasks into segments also allowed me to rest adequately. After all, health is the foundation of everything. I couldn't risk my life for money. Now my island was about half a mu in size. All the vegetables were concentrated in the eastern half, with a small room on the north side. On the western side, where the water was deeper, I lined up bamboo baskets along the island, each filled with lively fish. Surprisingly, as long as I placed the baskets in the water, the fish swam in on their own, saving me considerable effort. I hoped the island would continue to grow so I could expand cultivation. But I was only one person, and even half a mu kept me quite busy. I began to worry about how I would manage if the scale expanded further. I thought of hiring help, but any outsider would naturally be curious upon seeing fish and vegetables suddenly appear in the yard, raising suspicions. How could I explain that? I couldn't mention the space, not only because the beautiful envoy had forbidden it, but also because telling anyone might lead to even more trouble. The idea of hiring assistants was temporarily dropped. One day, I noticed unfamiliar faces coming to collect goods at the courtyard. After all my prepared vegetables and fish were sold wholesale, there were still 5 or 6 vendors left empty-handed. Several of the vendors began to complain. For the past few days, our supply was just fine, but these newcomers barged in and took the goods that should have been ours. Amidst their complaints, I finally figured out who those strangers were. They were vendors from other nearby markets. Customers had mentioned that the vegetables and fish in the 2 southern markets were particularly unique and delicious, so they bought some. Hearing this, some vendors from other markets came to my courtyard to snatch up my stock. This was the power of information spreading. My customers had started promoting my goods for me. I certainly wouldn't let these new customers down. I asked them to go back first and promised to deliver a new supply within an hour. Though skeptical, they left. I immediately entered the space, picked vegetables, and caught fish. I couldn't afford to break my promise, and sure enough, I managed to satisfy them in the end. Yet, in trying to accommodate them, a new problem arose, one that was quite thorny. The number of unfamiliar vendors increased. Although I had prepared more stock, there were still those who left empty-handed. Most of them were relatively loyal and honest regulars, and their complaints were growing louder. To soothe their frustration, I had to reorganize new supplies and deliver them personally to their stalls. This significantly increased my workload. I decided it was time to take action. I thought of Manager Liu from the supermarket, whose supply quantities were relatively stable. Every day, he delivered a fixed amount to the supermarket, which gave me an idea. I would start an order-based business too. I signed agreements with the vendors, no deals under 2,000 yuan. This filtered out some smaller vendors, leaving only larger clients, while my sales volume didn't decrease at all. Suddenly, I felt much lighter. Previously, I'd be busy from 5 until 7 or even later in the morning, but now all the goods were gone before 6, and I could even go back to the dormitory on the construction site and catch a bit more sleep. Returning to the site was also about eating meals cooked by Master Gao and fulfilling my supposed duty of guarding the site. Although I was neglecting that duty, appearances had to be maintained. With business going so well lately, I had no intention of pretending to work anymore. The small salary from the construction site couldn't compare to the income from a single large vendor order. I couldn't keep taking everything. I must give something up to gain something else. Thus, I started considering resignation. When I mentioned my idea to Master Gao, however, he strongly opposed it, urging me emotionally not to quit. He seemed to have heard something. The construction site was postponed indefinitely, not just at Xuanhuan residential area, but also at other building sites. Many construction teams were affected by that accident, and the authorities had tightened inspections, so no work could resume. If I quit now, where else could I go to work as a laborer? Staying here to guard the site is easy and carefree, and you still earn good money. Why wouldn't you do it? That reasoning actually made sense. Then he added, if you leave, where can I find such delicious food every day? I've checked the convenient market. Prices are astronomical. It's okay to eat there occasionally, but y'all manager won't approve if I do it every day. I figured this might be his real reason for opposing my resignation. I reassured him by saying even if I resigned, I'd still eat with him and stay around. If that's really the case, then I won't stop you. A capable man should aim high, don't get stuck on one crooked tree. The workers had already left for more than half a month, and nobody had received a call from Manager Yao for work. It looked like Master Gao's words might be true. However, I did receive a phone call from Han Xiaobai. Brother, where are you now? These past 2 weeks, have you been enjoying yourself back home? No work is easy, isn't it? We laborers can't relax. We need to work hard and earn money, or we'd feel restless. Did Boss Yao call you back to work? Anyway, I haven't received any call. Not that I'd go even if he did call. I'm helping out with my cousin now. Honestly, it's quite tough, but promising. He promised to pay me, and the wage is even better than what I earned on the construction site. Still, this isn't my dream job. Next year, I'll return to my village and rent land. Even if I can't get 1,000 mu, I'll manage 300 or 500 mu. Only then can I make a real change. The more I think about it, the more ambitious I feel. If things don't work out for you, brother, come find me. We two brothers can help each other out. He rambled on continuously, not leaving me the slightest chance to respond. Only after he finished did I finally manage to tell him I was still guarding the site. Chapter 22, a phone call inviting to meet. Han Xiaobai didn't feel surprised. Since there were no signs of work starting up now, it was already a good deal to have a job. He emphasized one last time that if I no longer wanted to work at the construction site, I should go find him. A warm feeling rose within me. Over the past 2 years, we had built quite a good friendship. Suddenly, an idea occurred to me. If I must hire someone, Han Xiaobai would be my first choice. I could bring him along to become rich together. Of course, I first needed to think through a thorough plan and couldn't let him discover my secret. Right after hanging up with Han Xiaobai, my mother called. Xiaoyu, so what's going on? Have you contacted that girl yet? Why haven't we heard from you these past few days? My heart sank. I had completely forgotten about this matter and hadn't even made the phone call. Delaying this long. If I told her the truth, she was sure to scold me. Why make her angry? I decided to lie. Mom, I already contacted her. She just wasn't interested, so I didn't tell you too. Don't trouble Madame Zhang anymore. We can forget this whole thing. Mother's tone, previously filled with anticipation, changed immediately. AI, why is it so difficult? Xiaoyu, don't lose heart. If this one isn't right, there's always another. There are still many good girls ahead waiting for you. When I see Madame Zhang, I'll remind her to think of you more. For now, the topic seemed dropped. Mother also told me that the frames of the greenhouse were built, just bare structures standing in the field looking quite unsightly. She asked me what to do next. I told her it would be naturally useful later, and that there was no need for them to worry. As for the 2 rooms belonging to Uncle, Father had already signed an agreement with the village. Whenever they had time, my parents would break down the old bricks and tiles, tidying the place up first. I advised them not to work so hard, saying the construction team would handle tearing down and rebuilding together, but my parents refused. They insisted doing it themselves would save some money. Unable to convince them otherwise, I let them do as they wished. After all, wasn't I the one who would have the final say later? The money I'd saved in Taobao and WeChat on my phone was already enough to renovate the old house. Considering that once the old house was demolished, my parents would have nowhere to live, I was thinking of inviting them to stay in the county town. But since nobody at home could supervise the construction site, I decided I'd better think it through carefully and come up with a comprehensive solution first. Thinking I had successfully fooled my mother regarding the matchmaker, I was exposed the next day. Madame Zhang herself sought out my mother, and when their stories didn't match up, my lie was uncovered. It turned out that Chun Yoxing's wife had called her good friend several times, and people already knew I had never contacted the girl. The situation angered many parties involved, accusing me of being too aloof and arrogant, ungrateful and disrespectful. After all, whether I liked her or not even a single phone call demonstrated a serious lack of etiquette. Before leaving, Madame Zhang gave my mother a bitter warning. I won't help with your son's marriage anymore. Don't ever come trouble me again. Mother was furious, upset not only because I hadn't contacted the girl, but also because I lied. She gave me a tongue lashing over the phone, and at the end, I even heard her sobbing. I knew she was anxious about my future, poor parents worrying endlessly for their child. I hurriedly promised her that I would make contact. I felt quite unsettled inside. I had treated others' kindness like donkey's lungs and liver, failing everyone's goodwill. It wasn't that I thought highly of myself, it was insecurity. Think about it. Any woman associated with Madame xiuxian was likely either wealthy or high class. How could I possibly aspire to such a level? This was the psychological barrier stopping me from calling. Well, what's the big deal about one phone call anyway? In order to keep my promise to my mother, I reluctantly picked up the phone. Hello, hello. A crisp and brisk voice came through. Based on my imagination, the woman was probably dressed in luxury from head to toe. A few days ago, my classmate xiuxian just got married. He recommended me through his wife. She said you two are close friends and kindly gave me your number. For the sake of face, I felt obligated to give you this call. I understand my own worth, knowing I'm not worthy of you, so there's really no need for us to meet. The call is made. I've completed my task. You don't like me, and I don't fancy you either. Let's consider this settled. Wishing you a perfect husband soon. But, without waiting for her reaction, I hung up. She immediately called back. I thought she'd be furious and start yelling at me, and I prepared myself for a scolding. If she did, I'd actually feel better. Since not calling her was my mistake, one verbal scolding would at least make us even. Surprisingly, instead of scolding me, she merely sniffled on the phone, sounding completely different from that initial energetic hello. You've babbled all that without even telling me your name. Who are you exactly? You said you're introduced by my friend, but I have so many friends. You didn't even specify which one. And about that classmate named Chen, what was it? Xiuxian? I don't know him at all. People introducing potential partners come daily, so honestly, I can't even remember who you are. If you won't tell me your name, how do you expect me to respond to the correct friend? She spoke in an exaggerated, affected tone, making me even less fond of her. My name is Chunlingyu. Your friend is married in Shirgo village. You should know now who you should respond to. Chunlingyu. Yeah. It sounded like a scoff came through the receiver, followed by 2 dry coughs. From what you just said, you really have some personality. We haven't even met. How do you know you wouldn't like me, and I wouldn't like you? What if we actually hit it off? Wouldn't you regret missing this beautiful match for the rest of your life? Ha ha ha. I could tell the other party was teasing me deliberately. I could guess the mindset of a woman like her. I could even picture her laughing at me with scorn because of my inferiority. The chances of that happening are practically zero. I'm way out of your league. Sorry to bother you. Don't contact me again. Wait. The other side wouldn't let me hang up. Since ancient times, marriage has been about fate, not about social status. At the very least, as a man, you should have courage to face it head-on regardless of success or failure, victory or defeat. Do you understand what I mean? That indeed sounded quite conventional. I do. Then do you have the courage to meet me in person? I really hesitated. If I said no, I was admitting I was a coward. If I said yes, then if she asked for a meeting next, would I go or not? Internally, I wrestled with myself. If you say no, I'll hang up right away, and this matter ends here and now. But if you say yes, let's meet once. Perhaps the result won't be as terrible as you imagine. Terrible? What was there to be afraid of? Even if she were a fierce, poisonous snake, an ugly woman without charm, what of it? Could she eat me? Her provocation worked. I immediately agreed and proposed to meet at night, is not night cafe right away, to settle this quickly. The sooner it's over, the better. I was busy anyway, with plenty to do. So what's the big deal about a meeting? Even if she mocked me in person, I'd just bear it. I couldn't let her underestimate me. My masculine spirit flared up, that defiant energy boiling, like going into battle. At worst, I might die, but obviously not die here. I couldn't lose the psychological battle. Chapter 23. It was her all along. I had deliberately worn the new outfit I bought a few days ago. I looked into the mirror, tidying my hair a bit. It wasn't that I wanted to dress up to impress anyone. It was simply out of courtesy. When it came to meeting someone for a blind date, even if I knew there would be no outcome, I couldn't afford to look sloppy and disrespectful, damaging my own image. Yefi Cafe. I chose an empty table near the window and ordered a cup of latte. I'd never actually drunk one before. I knew it would be bitter, but I ordered it anyway, just to keep up appearances. I couldn't let the other person think I was unsophisticated, naive, or cheap. It was only now that I suddenly realized I'd spoken to her on the phone multiple times, yet I didn't even know her name. This clearly showed how insincere I was, not even caring to find out who she was. I shook my head inwardly, but it didn't matter, it was just a formality. If she hadn't pushed for it, I wouldn't even be here. We had agreed to meet at 3 p.m. 5 minutes had already passed, and the woman still hadn't shown up. People who couldn't keep time rarely had much integrity, and my distaste grew deeper by the second. Just as I was about to stand up and leave, someone called me from behind. Chunlingyu, why aren't you watching the construction site carefully, and instead came here to drink coffee? Bai Luoxua walked over, dressed in a white t-shirt and a denim skirt. Her face was full of laughter, while I was extremely embarrassed. Oh, it's you, Assistant Bai. I'm not skipping work on purpose. A friend asked to meet here. I just arrived myself and won't be long. As soon as she comes, I'll say hello and go. Oh, a friend? Male or female? Female. Girlfriend? No. I quickly denied. She's a friend of a classmate. She had some business in the county town. Out of my classmate's favor, I just agreed to meet and greet her. Oh, Bai Luoxua gave a knowing look, drawing out her voice. Seeing that expression on her face, I felt a bitter, sour taste in my heart. You shouldn't try to understand a girl's thoughts. They probably already guessed what I meant and were just waiting to mock me. Bai Luoxua sat across from me as if she hadn't realized the seat was originally meant for someone else. Is this the match you went back home to meet 2 days ago? She came all the way to the county town. Hee hee. Congratulations. It seems Manager Yao was right after all. Please don't say such things recklessly. I haven't even seen her face yet, so how can I call her my match? Impossible. Although I quite enjoyed chatting with Bai Luoxue, I secretly hoped she would leave soon. If my date arrived and saw me sitting with such a beautiful woman, there would surely be a scolding involved. I refuse to suffer through this unnecessary trouble. You shouldn't be so rigid. Anything is possible. By rejecting people from afar like this, you at least reveal your insincerity. Even if things don't work out romantically, manners should still be preserved. I spread my hands helplessly, but I do have manners. I came when I was asked to, at the arranged time of 3 o'clock. 10 minutes have passed. What does that tell me? She's clearly fooling me. Otherwise, why hasn't she even called to explain the delay? She's the one without sincerity. Now I had become indifferent. The best case was that she didn't show up, avoiding unnecessary awkwardness. The matter was effectively over. Bai Luoxue smiled faintly, tilting her head to watch me vent. I had stood up to leave, but upon seeing her pleasant face, I changed my mind. Do you want to order something? I already had coffee, but her side was still empty. Wanting to chat with her a little longer, coffee was a great choice. Same as yours, a latte. Want sugar? Coffee is more flavorful without sugar. Her lips still held that faint smile. You aren't waiting for her, but are instead having coffee with me. If someone saw that, how would you explain it? She was still smiling. Explain? Explain what? I can just say I'm having a heart-to-heart talk with my boss. Isn't that good enough? There's no need to worry anyway. At this point, she definitely won't come. I said I wouldn't come, but she insisted I come. I came, and yet I was left hanging. She didn't call you. Why didn't you call her first to ask what happened? Did something happen on the way? When dealing with a girl, don't you worry about her safety. This isn't love, it's about integrity. Bai Luoxue had made the act of calling seem so serious that even if I didn't want to, I now felt obliged to. Helplessly, I dialed her number. A ringtone came on. No answer. Bai Luoxue took her phone from her bag. Now her phone rang. She placed the phone on the table. The caller ID clearly displayed, Chun Lingyu. How could it be my number? I was astonished. The phone number I had dialed was just an 11-digit sequence, with no name attached. After working at the construction site for 2 years, I didn't even know Bai Luoxue's phone number. As a simple laborer, I had no interaction with her, nor any business dealings. Bai Luoxue pressed the answer button. The ringing stopped. It's you. It was only then that I finally understood. I had been set up with Bai Luoxue all along. Joy, regret, frustration, and shame overwhelmed me. I felt completely remorseful. It was all my own fault for being so hasty and making assumptions. If only I had listened to my mother and given her a call earlier, I wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now. My face burned, and sweat formed on my forehead. It's me. Is that a problem? Bai Luoxue didn't laugh at my awkwardness. She pulled a tissue from her bag and gently handed it to me. I wiped my forehead, feeling my face grow even hotter. If there had been a mirror in front of me, I would surely have seen a deeply flushed face. Now I finally understood why she had spoken in such an exaggerated tone during our phone calls. It was to prevent me from recognizing her voice. I guessed that the moment the call connected, she had already known it was me. From start to finish, I had played the role of a clown. Her smile grew wider as she leaned on her arm, resting her cheek in her hand, staring directly at me and watching my humiliation unfold. I lowered my head into my arms. I was so ashamed. All this time, I had admired her like a goddess from afar, keeping my feelings hidden, never expecting that I had been foolishly playing the fool in a drama of my own making. Shy men have the kindest hearts, especially handsome ones. They're especially attractive to girls. What did she mean by that? You really shouldn't make fun of me like this. I've already embarrassed myself in front of my boss. You drink your coffee. I need to go check on the construction site. Without looking up, I stood and tried to leave, but Bai Luoxue caught my arm. A real man faces things bravely. He must have courage and a sense of responsibility. It's not about winning or losing, it's about character. I recognized those as the same words she'd said during our phone conversation. Naturally, I understood her meaning. I simply sat back down and stayed. Even if we weren't on this so-called blind date, wouldn't you be willing to sit and have coffee with me? She raised her delicate eyebrows, as though asking for my opinion, yet leaving no room for refusal. My pleasure. Chapter 24, a 3-month agreement. Suddenly, I realized I was acting a bit pathetic. Here I was, sitting beside a woman I liked, someone who I had come to meet under the pretense of a blind date, yet I found myself at a loss for words. Bai Luoxue thought I was just being awkward and nervous, so she casually tossed out one topic after another, guiding the conversation along. Before I knew it, I was following her rhythm. We began talking naturally without any restraint, just like the way we normally greeted each other when we met. As for my education and experiences, there was nothing impressive to talk about. I summarized everything briefly and straightforwardly, in just a few sentences. It was precisely because my background seemed too plain that Bai Luoxue appeared somewhat skeptical. My best friend Bai Xiao is a materialistic girl with extremely high standards. She has every right to be picky since she herself has a lot going for her. We were classmates in college and even roommates, which is how we became best friends. She sets very high requirements for her potential boyfriends, and obviously your classmate's family must have met her standards. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to introduce you to me. Either your background is much better than what you're saying, or you must have something especially impressive about you. A faint smile always hung at the corner of Bai Luoxue's mouth. Are you kidding me? What extraordinary traits do I have that I don't even know about? How could her friend Bai Xiao possibly know that? Suddenly, I recalled that I had given Xiuxian 2 buckets of mandarin fish on his wedding day, which had helped him greatly. Maybe Chun mentioned this to his wife in an exaggerated way, making her think that I was some kind of hidden gem, so she introduced me to Bai Luoxue. But of course, I couldn't reveal this. Oh come on, Miss Bai must have misunderstood. Let's not dwell on this matter. Since we've already met, you can now report back to your friend, and I can also give my mother a good account. In truth, when I said that, I felt a twinge of bitterness inside. This was definitely not my real intention. I truly wanted to get to know Bai Luoxue better, but it was nothing more than a foolish dream. Given my current situation, how could that be possible? Bai Luoxue sipped her coffee lightly. For other people, we can finish this matter right away. But can you live up to yourself? Are you kidding me? What does she mean? I smiled awkwardly. If I could reach Manager Yao's standards, I would pursue Miss Bai wholeheartedly and without hesitation. Even if you had thousands of admirers, I wouldn't retreat. Huh? Bai Luoxue laughed out loud, genuinely and joyfully. I joined her in laughter. Great. I believe you. You will definitely reach that level. This isn't something I asked for. It's your own promise. Once you meet the standard, I'll be just as brave as you are. I'll marry you. Her bright and sharp words rang in my ears, but I felt everything was too unreal, as if I were dreaming. After all, these were Bai Luoxue's own words. We hadn't really gotten to know each other yet, and she barely knew anything about me. How could she actually agree like this? It was simply unbelievable. The dopamine rush of excitement clouded my mind, but after a wave of joy passed, my senses returned. Bai Luoxue was probably just kidding around with me, trying to cheer me up. But then again, maybe those jokes contained a hint of sincerity. So, I acted quite seriously as I extended my right pinky finger. Come on, let's pinky swear. Still giggling, Bai Luoxue stretched out her right hand halbuyurda and hooked her pinky with mine. Pinky swear, never break the promise for 100 years. No, she seemed to have suddenly remembered something. No. 100 years is too long. 3 years is still too long. I'd already be an old maid. How about 3 months? Before I fully grasped the meaning behind her words, she pinky swore with me again. Pinky swear, don't break the promise for 3 months. Only then did I realize that even if I could someday meet Manager Yao's standards and pursue her, I would only have 3 months to do so. It seemed like an impossible mission, but I instantly understood where she was coming from. If I truly had the capability, 3 months should be enough. Without it, 3 years would only be a waste of time. It's a deal. After I firmly declared those words, Bai Luoxue looked slightly hesitant for a moment before breaking into a laugh again. I'm rooting for you. We had somehow reached a tacit understanding. What Bai Luoxue really thought was unknowable to me, but I believed. She was pushing me to chase after her. Suddenly, I thought, if one day I truly needed to take her back to my hometown, how would she step into the dilapidated house I called home? I definitely needed to get the matter of rebuilding sorted out. Is there any hope that the Xuanhuan residential project will ever start construction? I wasn't prying into the company's internal secrets. I just wanted to ask Manager Yao for a favor. When Bai Luoxue mentioned 3 months, she intentionally emphasized the words. I didn't think much of it. I told her about my plan to rebuild the old house, and she readily agreed, saying she would ask Manager Yao to send someone to take a look later, help with the design, and prepare a set of blueprints. Piece of cake. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Bai Luoxue seemed to have accepted a mission. She could no longer sit still, saying she had official duties to attend to. She bid me goodbye and left me alone in the cafe, lost in thought. Reflecting on what had just happened, my heart felt like a roller coaster. Within less than an hour, I had gone through so many ups and downs. Overall, it was a good start. Bai Luoxue, who often hovered high above like a cloud, might actually be within reach. Unable to contain my excitement, I immediately called my mother. I simply told her that I could get to know the other party a bit. Even with just that news, my mother was extremely happy. Naturally, she gave me a long list of instructions, urging me to treat the opportunity well and not let it slip away. In addition, I told my mother that I would arrange for the house rebuilding soon and asked them to get ready. After leaving the cafe, I headed straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to complete the registration procedures. I needed to have my own company now, or else what kind of manager would I be? Shergo Village Characteristic Ecology Company. After much deliberation, I came up with this awkward and rather strange-sounding name. Then I went to a printing shop and had a box of business cards made, placing them inside my briefcase, feeling like a real company manager at last. Suddenly, it occurred to me. I had told Bai Luoxue that once I met Manager Yao's standards, I would pursue her actively. Yet I couldn't even describe clearly what Manager Yao's actual standards were. Right now, dressed in a t-shirt and dress pants, carrying a briefcase and business cards, I might outwardly resemble Manager Yao quite a bit, but this was only superficial. His social status remained far beyond my reach, and his assets dwarfed mine by unimaginable proportions. I realized I had overestimated myself. This was truly an impulsive boast I had made to Bai Luoxue, and it was bound to burst like a bubble. But then I thought again, if I had already made such a claim, why not give it a try? With that, my spirits rose once more. Chapter 25 Business Registration. The next morning, as usual, after delivering all the goods, I went again to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Following the requirements they had mentioned yesterday, I brought along several fish, including mandarin fish, carp, grass carp, black carp, bighead carp, and hairtail. I also brought samples of every vegetable I was currently growing. Cucumbers, yard-long beans, eggplants, tomatoes, and green peppers. This was required for my green agricultural product certification. The staff weren't surprised to see the fish, but when they saw the vegetables, it was as though they had seen a monster. One after another came over curiously, unable to resist first washing a cucumber and then sharing it among themselves. They found it particularly crisp, tender, and sweet, refreshing and addictive. A young girl named Xiaoyang secretly whispered to me, suggesting I should leave more vegetables since they might not have enough for testing. I laughed out loud. understanding exactly what she meant. She had eaten more than her share of the cucumber just now. It wasn't difficult to see through her intention. I made a show of stepping out for a while and came back with 2 large woven bags full of more cucumbers and tomatoes. There was a chorus of cheers, and they promised I could collect the certification in the afternoon. I couldn't help feeling it was going a little too smoothly. With this green certification, my vegetables and fish would finally be able to enter large supermarkets. Feeling cheerful, I left the bureau and rode my electric tricycle to Howling Driving School and signed up. Driving would become necessary sooner or later, so I needed a driver's license. By the time I had finished all this, it was almost noon. I grabbed 2 bottles of strong liquor and picked a few vegetables from my space, then headed back to the construction site to find Master Gao. I needed to take another leave of absence, as I had to go back to my hometown to handle the house construction. Before I even entered the main gate of the site, I met Bailuoxu. Dressed in professional attire, she stood gracefully before me. Life's treating you well. Every day you sip your little wine, eat fresh vegetables and stewed fish, and live life freely. Even if you're not a manager anymore, you're still living like a god, completely content. You must be very happy indeed. My real life was indeed like that, but I couldn't tell whether her words were a genuine compliment, teasing, or criticism for being complacent and unambitious. I had to be honest and respond truthfully. Bai, Assistant Bai, please don't misunderstand. I'm not as comfortable as you think. This wine and these vegetables are for Master Gao and the others. I'm planning to return home for a bit to arrange the house construction, which will probably take a day or 2, and I'll be imposing on them to cover the work at the site. Oh, that's how it is. Then I misunderstood you. Coincidentally, I've already spoken to Manager Yao about your family's house situation. Tomorrow he'll send someone to measure the site on location, and you just need to accompany them. The design plans should be ready within 3 to 5 days, and then construction can start. Then I must sincerely thank Assistant Bai and Manager Yao. I raised the items in my hand and said, so, interested in trying Master Gao's cooking? Bailuoxu looked at the fish and vegetables in my hands, as if swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Not today. You go ahead and enjoy yourself with the old guys. I won't disturb you. Maybe another time you can treat me alone. Well then, definitely. Better yet, how about tonight? I hurried to take advantage of the opportunity. Bailuoxu giggled. You're so eager. We have plenty of time. Tonight, I already have plans. Some other time. The flame of hope that had just risen in my heart suddenly went out. I couldn't force her, of course. Seems fate wasn't quite ready yet. But since she said that, I believed she would give me a chance eventually. My mood quickly brightened again. That noon, I naturally had a delightful meal with Master Gao and the others, enjoying both the food and the drink, and our conversations flowed freely. After lunch, the 3 old men took a short nap, while I called my mother to inform her that I would be bringing people back home tomorrow to survey the homestead land. I didn't know exactly how many people would come, but they would certainly need lunch. My mother was, of course, thrilled. She told me not to worry about the cooking. I just needed to bring the people home. I understood her meaning perfectly and told her seriously not to buy anything extra. Just prepare the food with her usual skill. After all, the fish and vegetables were already ready-made, and we had liquor at home. All I needed to do was purchase some meat for stir-frying. In the afternoon, I went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to collect the green certification certificate. However, the girl Xiaoyang told me that the agricultural products were fine, pesticide residue and other indicators were all above national standards, but there was still one last step. A form needed to be filled out. I picked up the form. It wasn't complicated, but one key requirement was to take on-site photos. That is, my registered company, xiuxian Characteristic Eco Company, required real-life images. Since I was going back to my hometown tomorrow anyway, I could just take some photos for them. The lovely girl Xiaoyang whispered gently. This requires an on-site inspection. Wonderful. Please come. I welcome all leaders to visit our village. On behalf of our company, I welcome you all with open arms. I returned to my container dormitory at the construction site, thinking it over before finally giving my father a call. I asked him to cover the greenhouse with the previously purchased plastic sheeting this afternoon, preparing for tomorrow's inspection. It seemed I would be quite busy once I returned home tomorrow, so I had to start getting things done now. I entered my space, where the island had grown significantly. I planted vegetable seeds in all the previously vacant areas and then built supports for them. After finishing all that, I opened the driving test app and started studying for the theory exam. Fortunately, time was more than sufficient in my space, so I didn't have to rush through anything. It was a bit of a disappointment that I couldn't arrange to have dinner with Bailuoxu tonight, so I had to settle for enjoying another meal with Master Gao and the others. In the noon meal, everyone was tipsy from drinking, and I hadn't had the chance to mention my plans to go home. Only during dinner did I bring it up, and as I had expected, the old men simply waved their hands and said, "Young people have too many things going on. Go do what you need to do. We old guys can handle this empty yard just fine." I knew perfectly well they weren't being this generous purely out of kindness. It was entirely because of the fish and vegetables I provided every day, but I was more than happy to let them enjoy it. As long as everyone benefits, why not? I didn't stay in the container dormitory tonight since I had already moved to the rented courtyard. I didn't want to be blocked at the entrance every morning by wholesalers coming for early morning business, nor did I want to push through layers of people to get inside. No matter how many came, they'd just have to wait outside until I picked the vegetables from my space and brought out the fish. Since moving to the courtyard, such situations no longer occurred. At 5 a.m., I opened the gate, and the vendors were already lined up and waiting. One by one, they entered and left in orderly fashion. I generally didn't exceed the previous day's order volume. What I prepared was usually sufficient without surplus. But some people quietly wanted to increase their orders, and although I had refused initially on the grounds that the current amount wasn't large, the matter hadn't ended there. Almost every day, someone would bring up the topic again about increasing order quantity, which caught my attention. It wasn't that I didn't want to supply more. It was just that the crops on my treasure island hadn't grown yet, and they needed some time. After sending off the vendors, Bailuoxu called me, telling me to wait at the construction site gate, and that we would depart promptly at 8 a.m. to go to my hometown. Naturally, I dared not delay. I first went to have breakfast with Master Gao, then headed to the convenience market to buy several pounds of meat and some seafood, and finally waited at the construction site gate for the vehicle. Chapter 26. At home preparing to entertain guests. A black Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of me. The window rolled down, and Bailuoxu waved at me. "Chunlingyu, get in the car." As I walked toward the car, my heart was still racing with excitement. Bailuoxu actually came to our village in person, which thrilled me. This wasn't only a chance for her to accompany me back to my hometown, but also an opportunity for my mother to meet this almost daughter-in-law. Though I was probably just being overly optimistic, as nobody knew whether things would actually work out. When I got inside the car, I was surprised to find Yao Xuanhuan behind the wheel, driving himself without a personal chauffeur, which made me a bit uneasy. "Manager Yao, why are you?" "Just happened to have some free time these past couple days, so I figured I'd come along and take a little trip to the mountains to relax. The city has been driving me crazy." The car started moving, heading toward my hometown, Shirgo Village. Bailuoxu wasn't sitting in the front passenger seat, but instead beside me in the back. "Manager Yao heard you wanted to rebuild your old house, so he immediately agreed. He's here today specifically to measure everything up. You must make sure to treat him very well." She seemed partly to be boasting, yet also simply reminding me that Manager Yao was there to work for me. Of course. I raised the meat I had bought. "To treat you too well, I specially went to the convenience market to buy this meat. At noon, you'll get to taste my mother's cooking. It's a one-of-a-kind in our village. Only those with great fortune can have the privilege of enjoying it." I emphasized this sentence, while glancing meaningfully at Bailuoxu. Bailuoxu smiled calmly, her cheeks slightly blushing, yet she didn't seem at all shy, replying, "Manager Yao must be a man of great fortune. Today, I'm merely tagging along on his business trip, lucky to get the opportunity to enjoy the delicious food from your honorable mother." I expressed my thanks in advance. Sighing, Manager Yao said, "Don't go to too much trouble for the elders. Just buy 2 of those fish we usually eat. I've grown so addicted to them. I feel like I miss something if I don't have one every day. Even my little girl throws a fit if she doesn't get a taste." Hearing that this was his only request, I hurried to say, "No problem at all. There's fish at my home, plenty of it." "Fish at your home?" Bailuoxu looked suspicious, echoing my words. Suddenly realizing I had let something slip, I quickly improvised. "There are this kind of fish in our village too. Try them, and you'll find the taste is absolutely the same." Only after hearing that did Manager Yao and Bailuoxu seem satisfied. "That'll work." I nearly broke into a cold sweat. When I got home, I would really have to figure out how to get hold of some fish. Only once they actually saw it would they be truly convinced. Just past 10 o'clock we arrived at my home, where my father and mother were already waiting outside. After getting out of the car, my mother brought the 2 guests inside for tea, while my father stayed to chat with them. I slipped quietly out of the courtyard to go prepare some fish and vegetables. Mother followed me out. "So these are the people who came to measure the house for us?" "Ah yes. You said earlier that they're your boss at the construction site?" "Ah yes. Their boss personally doing the measurement work for us." "All right." I wasn't sure what my mother meant. I worried that if she kept asking me questions, it might delay my plans, so I handed her the meat and seafood quickly. "Mom, go ahead and start cooking. I'll bring some more vegetables. If you don't hurry, they might finish the measurement and leave without eating, and then our matter will be harder to handle." Mother nodded, took the items, and went straight to the kitchen. The room was quite cramped, and 3 people sitting together already made it feel crowded. After getting a general idea of things from my father, Manager Yao took out a tape measure and began taking measurements while Bailuoxu recorded the numbers. I hurried to the back of the house, entered my space, and caught several fish. I also picked cucumbers, tomatoes, green beans, eggplants, and more, loads of vegetables, then brought them back and deliberately made sure Manager Yao and his assistant saw them. "Manager Yao, take a look. Are these fish exactly the same as the ones we usually eat?" 2 mandarin fish were splashing around energetically in the bucket. "Wow, you got these so quickly? Where from?" "Later, after finishing the measurements, I'll have to go check the fish pond to bring a few back for your brother's wife. These vegetables also look appetizing. I've bought this type in the market before. It's practically a delicacy on Earth." "Well, enough talk. You go ahead and get busy, and we'll hurry up and finish measuring." Seeing me return so quickly with fish and vegetables, Bailuoxu seemed briefly suspicious. However, since Manager Yao had already said quite a bit, she remained silent. Shooting me a glance, she returned her focus to recording the data. After finishing the measurements, they needed to make calculations and draw a rough sketch. I urged them to return indoors, so they wouldn't have to endure the blazing sun outside. Actually, I also had another reason. Just now, Xiao Yang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau had called, saying they would arrive shortly. I needed to hurry and prepare my vegetable greenhouse. You must know, apart from the few average-looking cucumbers and beans that my father had planted in the greenhouse, most of it was occupied by wheat. To deal with the current situation, I had no choice but to make a painful decision. I pulled out all the vines of melons that my father had planted and then went into my space to transplant some of my own cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, and beans outside. Just as I finished all that, Xiao Yang and the driver arrived at the gate. Out of politeness, I invited them to come in for some water first. But Xiao Yang said we had started a bit late, and that work came first. She suggested we go directly and have water later if time allowed. So we headed straight to the back of the house. When Xiaoyang saw the vegetable greenhouse, she immediately took out her phone to snap photos. Upon seeing the unusually large cucumbers and beans inside, she kept pressing the shutter, repeatedly expressing admiration and saying she suddenly felt thirsty. I casually picked 2 cucumbers for them. Without even washing them, the 2 started crunching on them noisily, both exclaiming how refreshing they were. Seeing that most of the area was still wheat, Xiaoyang told me that the current scale was somewhat small. According to the registered size, half an acre, it wasn't even sufficient. I had no choice but to tell the truth. I couldn't destroy the wheat my father had worked so hard to grow. It was almost ready for harvest, and I had to wait until after the harvest to expand. Xiaoyang nodded. That's understandable. After exiting the greenhouse, she suggested visiting the fish pond. I then led them beside the small river and followed it westward to a secluded large pond. I had already placed a sign reading Specialty Fish Pond there earlier. Upon seeing this pond, Xiaoyang looked somewhat doubtful. This is your fish farm? Still half believing, she took some photos. To dispel her doubts, I grabbed a fishing rod already prepared nearby, cast the line into the water, and, luckily enough, within seconds, I reeled in a large grass carp. Xiaoyang hurriedly took photos again. This time, her doubts seemed completely gone. Looking at the fish, she was practically drooling. Boss Chun, how about we just have this fish for lunch? I laughed heartily. I've already prepared something for you, I said, throwing the grass carp back into the pond before informing them that my mother was stewing mandarin fish. Hearing there would be mandarin fish for lunch, Xiaoyang, who had originally planned to eat in the township, suddenly became hesitant about leaving immediately. The driver certainly wouldn't urge her to leave either. Knowing what was on their minds, I decided to have lunch together with Manager Yao and Bai Luoxue and make it a lively occasion. Chapter 27 Surveying the Homestead. Seeing that mother was alone in the kitchen, Bai Luoxue and Xiaoyang both felt awkward and hurried to wash their hands and help. Naturally, mother was delighted. The driver who had come with Xiaoyang wandered around the edge of the village, seemingly visiting the mountains for the first time and finding everything here quite novel. Manager Yao sat alone on a small stool, sketching on a piece of paper with great concentration. I approached and saw that he was drawing a rough layout of the interior of my house. As he sketched, he explained, 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a garage, a main gate, and in the middle a courtyard of about 100 square meters. After hearing his explanation, our transformed courtyard might not be a 2-story villa, but it would be spacious and distinctive in the countryside. I made a decision on the spot. This was exactly the layout we wanted. He told me the total cost for construction would be around 300,000 yuan. My heart sank a bit. Originally, our plan was within 100,000 yuan, but now 300,000 yuan was needed. After a brief hesitation, I finally agreed. No problem, let's go with this plan. Manager Yao could sense my concern about money, worried that neither I, the small worker, nor my parents, who scratched a living from the land, could afford it. He tapped his pencil against his head and said, let me think about it again. I can bring in some experienced workers to save you money on labor costs. For materials like sand, gravel, bricks, steel, and cement, I can get them from my old clients at a discount too. And I won't charge you for all this design stuff. For the rural homestead registration, it's just a simple formality, no costs involved there. All in all, I'd say I can save you about 100,000 yuan. Even with 200,000 yuan, you'll be able to include renovation costs, except for the furniture. Furniture can wait. I'll buy it when I see something I like. Thanks to Manager Yao's careful calculation, we saved a considerable amount. Father, who overheard this, was naturally very pleased and treated Manager Yao generously at lunch, urging him to drink more than a few cups. Luckily, Bai Luoxue had a driver's license and didn't drink. She would drive us back. Xiaoyang and her driver also thoroughly enjoyed the meal, praising Mother's cooking. In reality, Mother hadn't made much, just stewed a fish and stir-fried a few dishes. I had prepared a large plastic bag for each of them, filled with some fish and vegetables. They were polite and thanked me repeatedly, but everyone accepted the gift. I needed to return with the car as well. Just before leaving, Mother pulled me aside quietly and asked, how do the 2 girls compare to the one introduced by Madame Zhang? I smiled mysteriously. Which one do you think would be good? Of course, both are wonderful. Mother's eyes lit up. The first girl who came was beautiful, elegant, and steady, capable and articulate. From the way she handled the knife while chopping, you could tell she spends a lot of time in the kitchen. The second girl was lively, lovely, cheerful, and sweet. She kept calling me Annie nonstop. Both are very likable. If the girl Madame Zhang introduced has half of their qualities, that'd be great. You shouldn't delay any longer. I fully understood Mother's feelings. Even someone who possessed half of Bai Luoxue's beauty and talent would be truly outstanding. Xiaoyang, sweet and lovely herself, is the kind of person everyone adores. That alone is more than enough. So I teased her a bit. Well then, Ma, if you had to choose between these 2 as a daughter-in-law, which one would you prefer? Of course the first one. Mother immediately replied without hesitation. Why? The air about her. Definitely the noble daughter of a respectable family. As for the second one, even though she's cute, she lacks that noble quality. Not that she's not pretty, she's more like a delicate flower from a simple household. I hadn't expected Mother to have such insight, being able to assess people so accurately. All right then according to your wish, I'll bring that noble lady home as your daughter-in-law. Mother naturally thought I was joking. You're dreaming about getting married during the day? Too good to be true. You should just do your best with the girl Madame Zhang introduced. If you could marry any woman, that'd already be your good fortune. We shouldn't reach too high. We should stay within our means. All right, I answered Mother and hurried toward the car, Bai Luoxue was waiting for me at the door. This time, Manager Yao was alone in the back seat. As soon as he got in the car, he muttered a few words and then promptly fell asleep. Looks like father had really filled him up. I sat in the front passenger seat, keeping Bai Luoxue company as we bounced all the way back to the Yellow Earth County town. Xiaoyang and her driver had long sped off ahead. Since Manager Yao had indeed drunk quite a bit at lunch, he forgot about his original intention to visit the fish pond and dozed his way into the car. Our home was simply too cramped to accommodate everyone for a rest, so we left immediately after finishing the meal. In the car, Bai Luoxue asked me a question, one that turned out to be a real test for me. The house Manager Yao designed for you is really quite impressive. This style, not only in the countryside, but even in the county town or provincial city, is quite avant-garde, with a very strong sense of modernity. Even though it's just a single-story house, it doesn't fall short of a small villa. You're building such a high-end house here. Do you plan to develop in the village or in the county town? I knew her compliment about the house was merely setting the stage. The most important part was that last sentence. Of course I plan to develop in the county town. The reason I'm building a house here is that you've seen how rundown our current house is. If we don't rebuild it now, in another couple of years it'll become a dangerous structure. It worries me that my parents live there, so we must definitely renovate it. Once the new house is done, my parents can enjoy it for a few more years. If someday they decide to move to the county town, then I can buy another house there. Oh, Bai Luoxue nodded, then sharply turned the steering wheel, and the car sped onto the provincial highway. Then, investing 200,000 or 300,000 here, wouldn't that be a bit much? No, not at all. Spending money on my parents is only right. Money can always be earned again. Bai Luoxue glanced at the rearview mirror. Manager Yao had already started snoring softly. You keep saying you want to meet Manager Yao's standards. Do you actually know what his standards are? I'm not really sure. I hope Miss Bai will enlighten me, so I'll have a clear goal to strive for. Bai Luoxue sighed softly. Manager Yao owns a 200 square meter small villa in the county town. As for his car, it's exactly this Mercedes-Benz you see. He has a shareholding construction company with registered capital of 10 million yuan. It makes roughly 10 million yuan in profit each year, and he personally takes home 2 to 3 million yuan annually. After a few years in the business, his personal assets are now about 100 million yuan. It felt like a bucket of icy water had been poured over my head. What she meant was clear. I had 3 months to make 100 million, which meant earning over 1 million yuan per day. It was simply impossible. Hearing this, my heart sank. The joy I had just been imagining to my mother about the prospect of Bai Luoxue becoming my future wife vanished instantly. I laughed bitterly without commenting. I didn't know what to say. To say I couldn't meet those standards would be self-denial, and I would immediately lose my chance to pursue Bai Luoxue. If I said I could do it, then right now that would be nothing but arrogant boasting. Bai Luoxue gave me a sidelong glance and smiled mysteriously. I believe in you. Temptation. Brazen temptation. But with those few words, my fighting spirit was ignited again. Chapter 28. Need to find an assistant. After returning to the county town, Bai Luoxue took Manager Yao away, though I didn't know whether she sent him home or back to the sales office. As for me, I returned to the courtyard I rented. All I had in my mind now was that 100 million target. I knew there was no way I could accomplish it within 3 months, but I still had to give it my best effort. At the very least, I needed to let Bai Luoxue see that I was doing everything I could. First, I entered the space. The island had been growing daily, and now the vegetable plot had expanded to about 1 acre. With just that 1 acre of vegetables, I was already having trouble keeping up. Every day, picking vegetables took up a huge chunk of my time. I had to find a solution, or else I'd never escape these simple and repetitive tasks. Only by mechanizing this process could I free up time to focus on other things. As for fishing, it wasn't a big problem either. I had prepared plenty of bamboo baskets. I just sunk them into the water and, when it was time to collect fish, simply emptied the baskets into buckets. This didn't take up much time at all. I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. These vegetables didn't require fertilization or special maintenance to grow extremely well. There were no weeds, no pests, which saved me a lot of hassle. These were truly organic products, and it was no wonder the Industry and Commerce Bureau had granted me a green certification. In the past few days, more and more people came to buy vegetables wholesale. To prepare goods in advance, whenever I had time, I would enter the space, pick the vegetables, and place them in the small house so that I could take them out the next morning for wholesale distribution. I had also signed up for the driving school. I couldn't afford to delay this matter, so I made time to study for the theory test. I found that my memory was much better now than it used to be. During my school days, I struggled to memorize those difficult points through rote learning, but now, every single driving exam question stuck in my mind immediately after reading it. I did several mock tests, each time scoring a perfect 100. I scheduled my online test appointment afterward, but to my disappointment, there was a waiting period. From the date of registration, I had to wait a full week before being able to schedule an exam. So, I scheduled it for 7 days later. At 4 p.m., Xiaoyang called me, asking me to come pick up the certificate. I went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Xiaoyang greeted me enthusiastically and handed me the green certification certificate with both hands solemnly. Congratulations. Thank you. Looking at her delighted expression, she must have been quite satisfied with lunch earlier that day. After expressing my gratitude, just as I was turning to leave, Xiaoyang reminded me again. These high-quality agricultural products should be registered under a trademark so they can eventually enter large department stores. That point had indeed slipped my mind. Inspired by this energetic young girl, I decided on a nice-sounding trademark for my products, Tianxia brand. Xiaoyang thought it was pretty funny, but I deeply understood its meaning. She immediately helped me with the registration. She further advised me that once my products gained certain influence, I could apply for well-known and even famous trademarks. These were intangible assets and an essential path to expanding the scale of the business. I only half understood what she meant, but I did make a mental note of her advice. After leaving the Industry and Commerce Bureau, I entered my space again, gathered some fish and vegetables, loaded them onto the tricycle, and headed to the 3 convenience markets in the northern part of Huangta County to promote my products. The results surprised me greatly. The fish did not draw much attention. They looked no different from other fish. But my vegetables stood out significantly, being visibly larger than others. The vendors loved them at first glance. Some even recognized them, knowing they had recently appeared in the 2 southern convenience markets. Immediately, some vendors placed orders. Word spread fast. Soon people knew I was the owner of these vegetables. At the same time, some recognized my fish, knowing how delicious and fresh they were. Some had even tried them before at the convenience markets. Orders for fish also poured in. I estimated that the demand was about right. Too many orders would be difficult to supply. I told those who had placed orders to come to my courtyard to pick up the goods in the morning. They looked very pleased, saying that my goods were hard to get even through friends and acquaintances. I now understood why some people tried so hard to request extra quantities previously. The orders had doubled compared to before. Not daring to take any chances, I returned to the courtyard, entered the space again, and started preparing the goods. Even if it meant extra effort, I wouldn't let down these vendors who had placed orders for the first time. Indeed, as I expected, the next morning, every vendor who came for goods successfully got exactly what they had wanted. When I checked the accounts, I was stunned. Just one day's income reached 300,000 yuan. I was ecstatic. But the moment I thought of Bai Luo Shui's target of 100 million yuan, my heart sank. I was still far behind. Nevertheless, my ambition remained strong. With 1 acre of vegetables on the island and all those fish, I was already overwhelmed. If the island kept expanding, and if I planted more vegetables, I would definitely become even busier. After all, one person's ability and energy had its limits. My vegetables and fish must eventually enter department stores. Once department stores start ordering from me, people won't come to my courtyard to pick up goods anymore. I would have to deliver to them, which would certainly take up more of my time. I began considering hiring someone again. But when I thought about the secret of my space, this matter became complicated. I thought about my parents. If I asked them to help deliver vegetables, they'd definitely be busy and puzzled about the source of these goods. If I didn't tell them, their suspicions wouldn't be resolved. But if I did, I would be breaking the beauty messenger's warning. I was torn. I thought about Han Xiaobai. He was full of enthusiasm now and had his own dreams, so it probably wasn't a good idea yet. So I looked online for job postings to see if there was someone suitable. The best option would be someone hardworking and not curious, someone who wouldn't ask unnecessary questions, someone who could keep my spaces secret and still help me with the work. In fact, what I needed most right now was someone who could go into the space with me to pick vegetables and catch fish. That was the necessary condition for me to expand production. However, I absolutely couldn't reveal the secret of my space to anyone else. This was the limiting factor for my development. A news article online gave me some hope. A tech company had launched a smart robot that could perform repetitive tasks according to preset programs. I immediately accessed the company's website for more details. The robot's various functions completely met my needs. The price was 1 million yuan per unit. I placed an order right away. 1 minute later, a customer service representative from the company called me, carefully asking about my intended usage for the robot. After repeated confirmations, they said they would develop a specific program to meet my needs. After payment, the company would deliver the robot to my door within 2 days. It nearly drained all my savings over the past few months, but I was extremely excited, eagerly anticipating this robot that would soon be of great help to me. Since my education was limited, I regretted not studying hard back in the day. Luckily, with the internet, I made the most of my spare time to learn programming knowledge, catching up on what I had missed so that I could operate the robot in the future. Chapter 29 by Luo Xue pays a visit. Instead of a robot, it turned out to be by Luo Xue who showed up at my door. In the afternoon, I was sitting under the shade of the western house in the courtyard I had rented. Just as I was starting to feel like I was beginning to understand something, someone knocked on the door. Besides street vendors, only employees from the real estate agency knew I was staying here. Even Master Gao and the others had no idea I had rented a place. Every morning and afternoon, I went to the construction site to deliver fish, vegetables, and sometimes even alcohol. It had become a daily ritual of mine to get closer to them. Master Gao and Wang Changhai didn't really mind whether I was there or not since I always showed up for meals, so they had always assumed I was still living in the container dorm. When I heard the knock, my first thought was that the robot had arrived. I felt amazed that it came so quickly, but when I opened the door, it was by Luo Xue. It's you. We both expressed surprise. Uncle mentioned that the house that had been vacant for 2 years was finally rented. I came specifically to check who was so insightful to rent this elegant old house. To my surprise, it turned out to be Manager Chun. She intentionally emphasized the words, Manager Chun. Flattered. There's no such thing as Manager Chun here. Please, come in. I hurriedly invited her into the courtyard, grabbed a small stool for her, and served her a cup of cool tea under the shade. Bai Luo Xue didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she walked around the courtyard, opened the door, and peeked inside the room. Except for an extra set of bedding on the bed, everything else remained the same. I mean, Manager Chun, what exactly are you trying to do? Yesterday, we accompanied you back to your hometown to measure the old house. Manager Yao even arranged for someone to draw you a blueprint. And yet today you are renting a place here. So saying, she pulled a blueprint from her small bag and spread it out on the small table. Look, Manager Yao took your matter very seriously. Normally, it would take at least 3 to 5 days, but he found 2 people who finished it within a day. He asked me to give this to you and asked when construction could start. Looking at the blueprint, I saw that it was nearly identical to the rough sketch Manager Yao had drawn the previous day. This was an official drawing with precise measurements marked on it. After all these years working at construction sites, I could mostly understand such drawings. The data clearly showed how much effort Manager Yao had put in. I thanked her repeatedly and asked her to convey my gratitude to Manager Yao. But Bai Luoxue wasn't finished yet. You haven't even started construction on your hometown house yet, but you've gone ahead and rented a courtyard here. Other than adding a set of bedding, the only new things are a few stools. Basically, you haven't bought anything else. From what you said yesterday, I thought you had no intention of bringing your parents to the county town. What do you plan to do with such a big courtyard for just yourself? Could it be you really have a major business deal going? Bai Luoxue tilted her head slightly, smiling as she looked at me. With her white shirt and black short skirt, she looked exactly like a boss giving me the once-over. Nothing big, nothing big. You're too kind. Since the construction site is idle for now, if this goes on long-term, not only won't I have money to build a house in my hometown, but my future livelihood would also be difficult, let alone the 100 million yuan goal you set for me. If I don't think of something to do, earning even 10,000 would be difficult, let alone 100 million. Hearing me mention the 100 million, Bai Luoxue laughed. You actually took that seriously. Even Yao Honyuan couldn't earn 100 million overnight. He not only had a good family background, but also had worked at least 2 years. During those 2 years, he happened to meet the booming real estate market and got a few projects done, which gave him a decent profit. Making you earn 100 million in 3 months really is asking too much, especially since you don't come from a prominent family. Do you feel like I'm deliberately making things difficult for you? Bai Luoxue was still smiling gently. It doesn't matter whether it's difficult or not. I've already set this 100 million as my life goal. Even if I don't reach it, coming close to 90 million wouldn't be bad either. I said self-deprecatingly. Whether I feel it's difficult or not, you know that best yourself. But since you've given me this target to pursue you, I'll try my best. Whether I can achieve it depends on my abilities, but if I do succeed, it's just my luck. If even then you refuse, that would really be making things difficult for me. This was what I thought to myself. Although on the surface I still smiled cheerfully, I truly enjoy being around her. Good. Ambitious. Now tell me about your business plan. Bai Luoxue seemed genuinely interested in hearing about my entrepreneurial ideas. Well, I'll start out as a middleman for now, trading some vegetables and fish. Yesterday when we went to your hometown, you saw it yourself. A girl from the Administration of Industry and Commerce came to conduct a site inspection. I've registered a company called Shurgo Village Characteristic Ecological Company for growing greenhouse vegetables and selling wild fish. You've tasted them before. You know they're good enough, right? You see, Miss Yang even mentioned this to me. She went to inspect your greenhouse and fish pond. I originally thought it was your father running things. Turns out the boss is actually you. I didn't get a chance to visit the fish pond, but I saw the greenhouse. There's only that one structure, and right now it's all weed inside, except for a few cucumber plants. I didn't see anything special. Don't you think that's a bit strange? As sharp as Bai Luoxue's memory was, she definitely hadn't forgotten what Miss Yang had said. Her main point came later. When she had seen the greenhouse, the vegetable seedlings inside were still those planted by my father. Later when we went inside the house, I had uprooted them and replaced them with cucumbers and beans grown in the otherworldly space. After dinner, they got into their car and didn't have time to check again. Naturally, Bai Luoxue didn't know that things had already changed inside the greenhouse. I couldn't tell Bai Luoxue about the otherworldly space, so my brain quickly started turning, trying to come up with a plausible excuse to get through this. Everything takes time. The wheat harvest is coming soon, so expanding the greenhouse will have to wait until after my father finishes harvesting. Those cucumbers and other vegetables he planted don't fetch high prices, so I'm going to ask him to switch to other varieties, just like the ones we've been eating recently. Did you know? The cucumbers you've been eating were actually wild ones. I discovered them in a mysterious place behind our house. Nobody else in the village knows about them. I secretly transplanted them into the greenhouse for cultivation. I deliberately acted mysterious and lowered my voice as if worried someone outside the wall might overhear. Bai Luoxue looked half convinced, half doubtful. Why do I feel like you're being deliberately mysterious? Those vegetables have already been available at the convenience market for a long time. So how come they become wild vegetables when they come from you? I realized that making up believable stories was one of the hardest things in the world. I had no choice but to push forward and keep fabricating. Alright, I'll tell you a secret. Actually, those tasty vegetables in the convenience market were also wild ones. I secretly obtained them and wholesale sold them to the vendors. Bai Luoxue stopped smiling and looked seriously at me. Really? Why would I lie to you? So you rented this big courtyard just for wholesaling those vegetables? Exactly, not just for the vegetables, but also for the fish you like the most. I decided to tell her about the fish business as well, of course emphasizing that the fish came from the pond deep in the forest behind our house. Can you handle such a large workload by yourself? For me alone, such a business scale indeed sounded too much. Nobody would believe one person could manage it, and Bai Luoxue was no exception. I can't handle it all by myself. So why don't you help me? The construction site is idle right now, and the sales office won't miss one employee. I don't know what salary Manager Yao gives you, but I'll pay you double. How about that? Really? Bai Luoxue's eyes lit up, clearly interested in the offer I had presented. Chapter 30. Building and buying a house. If Bai Luoxue were to come help me, she wouldn't actually have to exert herself much. She'd only need to assist in the mornings with weighing items, keeping track of numbers, calculating accounts, and organizing the ledgers. I was starting a company and needed proper financial records, so hiring an accountant was exactly what I needed. But Bai Luoxue didn't seem to major in accounting or finance. What did you major in, Miss Bai? I couldn't help but ask. Business administration. Then you must understand accounting. Naturally. Then it's settled. You can start working here tomorrow morning from 5 to 7 o'clock. It won't interfere with your job at the company. Ha 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 ha. Bai Luoxue laughed first. Do you know how much Manager Yao pays me? How much? She held up 3 fingers. 3,000. That's too little. Don't work for him anymore. I deliberately underestimated. 30,000. Bai Luoxue spoke matter-of-factly. You better think carefully. You have to pay me double, 60,000 a month. My heart skipped a beat, not because I was reluctant to pay her, but because I realized how generous Xuanhuan had been toward her. We were struggling to earn just 4 or 5,000 a month, and even skilled masons like Master Wang, who worked every day, barely made just over 10,000 a month. And Bai Luoxue, just following Xuanhuan around, going here and there, gets paid 30,000. Humph. Either Bai Luoxue truly brings immense value to the construction company, or Xuanhuan harbors personal feelings for her, just like my own current feelings, willing to pay her a high salary. No wonder she hasn't looked for a partner and clings to Yao like a shadow all day. There's no action without profit. As for whether there was anything between them, only they themselves knew. The image of Bai Luoxue's purity in my mind was now questionable, but it didn't affect my feelings for her. I still wanted her help. Haha, 60,000 it is. You'll only work 2 hours each morning. But I must declare up front, there's no Sunday off, and you must show up every day. Bai Luoxue giggled. Deal. Such good conditions, just 2 hours a day and won't interfere with my work at the company. I agree. Bai Luoxue took the cool tea from the table and raised her cup. Cheers. To our successful cooperation. The cool tea felt pleasant going down, but something felt slightly off. I just couldn't pinpoint what. You dare pay me such a high salary. Means your profit margin must be pretty high. You've got a bright future ahead. I really believe in you. There she goes again. It was because of this belief in me that I was risking it all to push forward. I heard from my uncle that you're planning to buy this house. Is that true? Had Bai Luoxue not brought this up, I almost forgot. She had mentioned at the beginning that the house belonged to her uncle. Originally, her uncle had renovated this house to prepare for his son's wedding. However, his son, Bai Luoxue's cousin, had met a foreign girl in country M, decided not to come back, even had a child over there, needing grandparents to help take care of the baby. Thus, her uncle and aunt had both moved to M country, living in a villa over there, leaving this house unused. So it had been listed with a real estate agency for 2 years. I do intend to buy this bungalow. The layout, size, and design all suit me well. I just wonder if it suits you. If you like it too, I'll buy it. If not, I'll buy a small villa instead. Ha ha ha. Bai Luoxue laughed, even more cheerfully. Now you really don't need to seek my opinion. Just decide yourself if you like it. Whether we become a couple is still up in the air. If you don't meet Manager Yao's standard, forget it. But if you surpass that standard, then buying a couple of houses like this won't be a problem either. A small villa would naturally be even easier. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, hard to decipher. I couldn't tell whether she really liked it or not from what she said. But her logic made sense. Once I had enough money, buying a courtyard house or a villa wouldn't be difficult at all. From her tone, I sensed she preferred the villa more. The number 9 building in Xuanhuan community is a villa area. Do you like those floor plans? Of course, Bai Luoxue knew the sales situation of Xuanhuan community. The villa district was the most luxurious and recommended residential area by the sales office. She naturally knew its layouts thoroughly. You plan to buy one there? Thanks to the previous experience, I didn't need to ask whether she liked it or not anymore. Any units left? A unit at the east end and one at the west. If you want to buy, I suggest you get the one on the east side. It's 400 square meters, 3 floors. There's a small courtyard in the south for parking and barbecues. On the top floor is a loft and an open-air terrace for planting flowers, sunbathing, and stargazing at night. It's really unique. Bai Luoxue explained patiently and meticulously, and listening to her, it felt less like she was introducing the house to me and more like she was expressing her own feelings. Even a fool could hear that she really liked the one on the east side. Let's go with that one. You go back and hold it for me. We'll find a time for me to sign the contract. I remained calm, and with just a few casual words, I casually settled the matter of buying the villa on the east side of building number 9. Bai Luoxue was momentarily stunned, and that confident, self-assured air she had just while describing the house suddenly vanished. Mind you, this requires full payment. It's 4 million yuan total. And upon signing the contract, you'll need to pay a 10% deposit, which is 400,000 yuan already. And within 3 months of signing, you must pay the remaining balance, and that's when the house and keys will be handed over. If you miss the deadline, the contract gets cancelled and the deposit won't be refunded. So you better think this through. Hearing there was a 3-month grace period, I felt even less hesitation. I understand the terms. Just go ahead and draft the contract. I'll come sign it in 1 or 2 days. My calmness made Bai Luoxue somewhat suspicious. You're not joking, are you? I answered seriously. Would I joke about something this big? If you can't decide on your own, go back and discuss it with Manager Yao. Once you've decided, let me know. In the end, Bai Luoxue still nodded. Perhaps even now she didn't fully believe that I truly intended to buy the villa in building number 9. Whether she believed it or not, she said she'd definitely talk to Xuanhuan and see if they could give me a discount, considering that I was also an employee of the company, even if only a temporary one, entitled to certain preferential conditions. As for whether there would be a discount or not, I didn't really care. What mattered was whether Bai Luoxue liked that villa. Bai Luoxue left to draft the contract. Before going, She specially asked me again what time I could start construction on renovating the old house in my hometown. Because I had spent all my money purchasing the robots, I was now short on cash and had to wait until the next day when income came in. And now I was about to sign another contract to buy a villa. I was quite financially tight, but I didn't show it. I paused for a moment, then told by Luoxue, "You first talk with Manager Yao. Let him assemble a team so that once personnel and tools are ready, they can arrive at any moment to start work. But I do have one concern. Once the old house is torn down, where will my parents live? I can't exactly bring them to the county town. Someone must stay behind at home too." Bai Luoxue smiled slightly and pointed at the blueprint. Manager Yao thought of that already. It seems you didn't read the blueprints carefully. Before demolishing the old house, auxiliary rooms will be built first. Your parents can move there. At the same time, the workers will have space to rest and cook. Pretty thoughtful, right? I hurriedly looked at the blueprints again and noticed the explanation at the bottom. Exactly as she had said. Manager Yao had truly considered everything thoroughly. A wave of warmth welled up in my heart. I suddenly felt a bittersweet emotion. Maybe those rumors about him and Bai Luoxue weren't true after all, or perhaps I had simply thought too much. Chapter 31, Signing the Villa. Early the next morning, Bai Luoxue actually showed up. She was genuinely surprised when she saw the yard full of vegetables and fish. "When did you get all these? You didn't have them transported all the way from your hometown overnight, did you?" I had anticipated her question and prepared an explanation beforehand. "Of course not. A friend of mine helped and prepared everything overnight." "That's just amazing. You've managed so much in one night. Even David Copperfield couldn't do better than you." I chuckled. As the gate opened and vendors lined up to enter for wholesale, I took the opportunity to steer clear of the topic. With Bai Luoxue's help, I only needed to assist customers with loading and unloading instead of handling the accounting, which significantly increased the overall efficiency. In less than an hour, all goods in the yard were sold out. Once everything was sold, leaving only empty tools behind, I moved them into the side room. During that time, Bai Luoxue finished all the bookkeeping. "My God, we've made 300,800 yuan just this morning." Bai Luoxue exclaimed in disbelief, but the numbers were clearly there. This figure had been within my expectation all along, so I wasn't particularly surprised. Unexpected, isn't it? Somewhat, yes. She handed the ledger to me, which I didn't even glance at before setting it aside. "Still, even with this, I won't make 100 million in 3 months. Okay, don't bring up the 100 million again. That was just a joke. 30,000 a day is already a substantial income. This is just revenue. I haven't even calculated the profit yet." She didn't know these were practically all my pure profit. Better to keep a low profile, so I said, "The profit is about 10%. That's enough to cover your salary for 2 days. Whatever remains is my own earning." "Oh, you're working hard for this money. Maybe I'm getting paid a bit too much. I only work part-time here, at most 2 hours a day, which doesn't interfere with my regular job. You can pay me just 10,000 yuan per month. You have many expenses." Her voice was soft, and I felt warmth inside, understanding that she genuinely had my interest in mind. Still, I put on a firm appearance. "No, a man's word is as good as done. Once spoken, a promise can't be undone." 60,000 yuan was agreed, so 60,000 it shall be. It won't change, especially because you might be worth even more in the future. I can't possibly renegotiate the price when I need you, can I? I acted mysterious while insisting on keeping her original salary. Seeing my persistence, Bai Luoxue just smiled. "Since the boss is so generous, then I'll gladly accept. If there's anything that requires my help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll give my all and serve you, Boss Chun." Saying this, she also performed a respectful gesture of gratitude. I chuckled in delight, thinking to myself, there's no way I'm letting this duck in my mouth fly away. You just wait and see how charming I can be. Yesterday, after returning to the company, she had already reported to Manager Yao, who had begun contacting his team. Seeing today's situation, if they could form a team, they would bring equipment tomorrow and start construction in Shurgo village. Immediately, I transferred 100,000 yuan to Bai Luoxue as the initial funding, specifying it couldn't come from the company's account. She could buy any needed materials, and I would provide more money if necessary. Bai Luoxue thanked on behalf of Manager Yao and then left for home, waving her little hand as she exited. "I really believe in you." That sentence was somewhat magical, like a fairy beckoning to me, compelling me to charge forward without hesitation, not necessarily toward her person, but toward excelling in my career. After breakfast with Master Gao, I walked around the construction site and specially visited the small villa at Building 9. This 3-story house would soon be mine. I imagined living here with Bai Luoxue in the future, falling in love, making plans. If my parents agreed, I would bring them here too, to share in the happiness of family life. While immersed in my fantasy, my phone rang. It was Manager Yao. "Where are you, Xiuxian?" "Manager Yao, I'm at the construction site." "Good, I'm coming over too. Let's talk in person." Soon after, I spotted Manager Yao, with Bai Luoxue beside him, smiling at me all the way. I smiled in return. "Assistant Bai has explained everything about you to me. I've already made arrangements for the house construction in your hometown. I've asked them to prepare today and start officially tomorrow. Just like the original plan, build the east and west side rooms first, so your elders can move in before tearing down the main house. You should contact your elders in advance so they can get ready. Also, let me mention beforehand, since your village is quite remote, I hope your uncle and aunt can help with purchasing ingredients and cooking. The company will cover the expenses." "All right, whatever Manager Yao arranges is fine." I readily agreed. There's also the matter of the villa in Building 9. The company has a policy that internal employees can enjoy a 5% discount when purchasing one, which will be directly deducted when signing the contract. The contract has already been drafted. When would you like to sign? You can come find me anytime. He looked at Bai Luoxue. You can also go to Assistant Bai. She'll take you to sign the contract. Great. If there's no issue, I can sign it right now. When you've got money in your pocket, you don't panic. This morning's sales proceeds were still in my account. After transferring 100,000 yuan to Bai Luoxue, I still had 200,000 yuan left. With Manager Yao's discount offer, it should be more than sufficient. Without further delay, I followed Bai Luoxue and Manager Yao directly to the sales office. Manager Yao was in high spirits. Never thought it. Comrade Xiuxian actually has real capability. It's true that people shouldn't be judged by appearances, just as the ocean can't be measured by a bushel. One of my small workers buying a villa and building a new house at the same time. I didn't expect that at all. You're my god. After signing the contract with the sales agent, I immediately transferred 200,000 yuan via mobile banking. Manager Yao added one more point. The house hasn't been fully completed yet. If Mr. Chun can settle the remaining payment within a month, we'll offer an additional 5% discount. Wow, another discount? Why isn't that written into the contract? I suspected this was a favor that Bai Luoxue had arranged, yet she hadn't told me about it. Since Manager Yao had no reason to do me a favor without cause, I found it confusing and even hesitated to accept. Something must be going on here. Manager Yao scratched his head, as if offhandedly. The thing is, the company's resumption date hasn't been finalized yet, and the higher-ups are monitoring it very strictly. To put it simply, the interior decoration of the house can no longer be done in the company's name. Considering the current situation, it might be another month before we can resume work. If Mr. Chin pays the full amount, yet we fail to deliver the house on schedule, it constitutes a breach of contract. In that case, I will return the penalty fee to Mr. Chun. Although the company can't proceed with the construction, homeowners are still allowed to do the work themselves. The remaining tasks can be completed by workers you hire. Of course, if Mr. Chin can't find anyone, I can help. The interior walls of Building 9 had already been plastered once, but not yet whitewashed, not tiled, and doors and windows hadn't been installed yet. Calculating all the required work, 200,000 yuan should be sufficient. Since Bai Luoxue liked this house, I decided not to dwell on the matter. After making plans with Manager Yao, we left the sales office. I called my mother to inform her that they should start preparing, because construction would begin tomorrow. Mother hadn't expected things to move so quickly, but despite her surprise and joy, she remembered to ask how things were going between me and that girl from the county town. I simply answered that we were still getting to know each other, but there might be hope. She reminded me not to be stingy with my feelings and to let her and father know as soon as the relationship was confirmed, so they could share in the joy. I naturally agreed. Father and mother happily started packing their belongings. Chapter 32, A New Helper Again. In the afternoon, the tech company sent a special delivery of the robot to me. The robot looked exactly like the advertised product, with no obvious metal structure. It was a female robot, covered with a thin layer of lifelike silicone skin that looked just like a real human. Standing at 1.65 meters tall, it stood upright with elegance and grace. If I hadn't known beforehand that this was a robot, I would surely have thought the tech company had sent me a real human servant. The company representative was very patient. After teaching me how to charge the robot and how to issue commands, he wanted to perform a test on site to see whether I could control the robot effectively. The robot's AI name was Rusno. When I heard it, I couldn't help but chuckle. Did that mean she and Bai Luoxue were sisters? Never mind. I decided to test it by commanding Rusno to boil some water and make tea for the guests. All right, master. With that reply, Rusno lifted the kettle, poured the water, turned on the electricity, and once the water boiled, she started to prepare the tea and pour it just like a real person. Each movement was smooth and fluid, without any awkwardness. I was very satisfied with the results. The salesperson asked me, "Sir, do you plan to use the robot to pick vegetables in your garden? We've pre-programmed the instructions, so we can do a field test if needed." I couldn't take them to the heterospace, so I asked, "Have you tested it yourselves?" "Of course. We've already performed field tests before it left the factory." "Great. Then there's no need to trouble you further. I'll contact you if there's any problem." "All right." After leaving behind the contact number, the company staff left. I couldn't wait to bring the female AI into the heterospace and gave her instructions to pick cucumbers, specifying the size. She shouldn't pick the small ones. The female AI grabbed a plastic bucket, came to the cucumber vines, worked quickly and skillfully. The cucumbers remained undamaged, and she soon filled the entire bucket. Then I instructed her to pack them into a sack. Effortlessly, she lifted the sack full of cucumbers and carried it into the small house. This kind of operation really saved me a lot of labor, and more importantly, it was fast and efficient. I was very satisfied. Next, I commanded her to pick eggplants, green beans, bell peppers, chili peppers, and tomatoes. Just as I expected, following my instructions, she packed all the picked vegetables and neatly stacked them. I then instructed her to catch fish, which naturally wasn't a problem. The key was that I had to specify for her which fish to keep and which to throw back into the water. The female AI was very smart. As soon as I gave her one instruction and showed her an example once, she remembered everything perfectly. With her help, I no longer needed to struggle endlessly on this small island. I even specially tested it by leaving her alone on the island while I returned to the real world. After about 10 minutes, I came back and found that whether I was there or not, she continued working according to my instructions. This greatly reassured me. Since the female AI had a heavy workload, its battery drained quickly, needing a full hour of charging every day. In the evening, I took Rusno out of the heterospace and brought her to a bedroom to charge especially. This incident gave me another concern. What if Bai Luoxue suddenly showed up in the courtyard one day and saw this robot? How would I explain her presence? With such a beautiful woman hidden in the house, wouldn't Bai Luoxue think I had other motives? What if she assumed I had some special sexual preference? If there had been a power supply in the heterospace, this problem wouldn't exist at all. But right now I had no solution. I'd keep this as a major issue needing resolution in mind and deal with it later. With the robot's help, I was finally freed from my busy schedule. I only needed to transport the goods from the heterospace to the courtyard every day before 5 a.m. without personally going to pick vegetables or catch fish anymore. The island continued to grow, so I planted some more seeds, now unconcerned about becoming overwhelmed with work since the robot could assist. The next morning, Bai Luoxue arrived as scheduled, again surprised to see the large amount of goods in the courtyard. She wasn't astonished merely because I had prepared the goods early, but rather noticed that the packaged vegetables were much neater and more uniform than yesterday, almost cast from the same mold, and the fish were also nearly identical in size. I knew this was all thanks to the robot's work, but Bai Luoxue would never believe that. Your friend really takes work seriously. Every package is done meticulously. She naturally assumed I was referring to my hometown friend, unaware that besides her, I now had another robot working under me. After giving a casual reply, I immediately turned to get busy. Once I got busy, I didn't have time to talk to her about things I didn't want to mention. Today's income was about the same as yesterday's, around 310,000 yuan. Besides a surprised exclamation, Bai Luoxue expressed even more admiration for me. If you can do this every day, Manager Chen really has unlimited potential. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. I liked seeing her like this. Her happiness was my motivation. Not long after starting work, Bai Luoxue called me, saying that Manager Yao intended to lead a team with equipment to my hometown and asking whether I wanted to go back with them to take a look. I simply asked once whether she was going. Bai Luoxue said she had other things to do and wouldn't go. My reply was equally straightforward. I told them everything at home had been arranged and that my parents would handle the Jedi, so they could just go directly to the site. Even if I went back, I wouldn't be much help. Actually, since Bai Luoxue wasn't going back alone wouldn't be fun either. I'd rather go around the market to check how the goods were selling. As soon as I showed up at the convenience market, a group of people quickly surrounded me. Among them were old vendors greeting me and offering cigarettes, but the majority were new customers eager to place orders. I told them that the current supply was limited and couldn't satisfy everyone, so I could only guarantee goods for the earliest, long-term clients. The disappointed crowd gradually dispersed. Since my supply was limited, I couldn't possibly allow everyone to sell my goods. I understood the principle of scarcity marketing. If all the goods in the convenience market came from me, the current popularity would quickly fade, and my profits would drop significantly. Big Beard cheerfully pulled me aside and lit me a cigarette. Brother, thanks to you. Even though I'm not selling as much as I did when I had exclusive rights, things have been steady lately. I'm making at least 3,000 yuan a day now. At this rate, I'll be able to buy a big house by the end of the year. Then I won't have to hear my wife's nagging every day. We simply can't fit 4 people into a 50 square meter 2-bedroom apartment anymore. Big Beard had his dreams, and of course, I had my own thoughts. After saying goodbye to Big Beard, before I even stepped out of the convenience market gate, a plump man blocked my way. You're the one supplying vegetables to this market, right? I recognized the man. It was Mr. Liu, the manager from Sinew Building. His image had been deeply imprinted in my memory. Hello, Manager Liu. Since we couldn't get into the mall, I can only supply goods to these small stalls. Mr. Liu's face broke into a big smile. You're Manager Chen. My eyes must be failing me. I didn't recognize you at first. I thought you were some unknown big shot. It's amazing how much someone can change in just a short time. Do you know, our mall urgently needs your vegetables and fish. Pretending to have just recognized me, as if I were someone he had never met before, Manager Liu hurriedly offered me a cigarette. I waved my hand to decline, slightly embarrassing him. However, this didn't stop him from continuing his public relations efforts. Manager Chen, because your vegetables and fish have appeared at the convenience market, the goods in my mall aren't selling. The fish can be frozen, but the vegetables all wilt and rot. We're suffering huge losses. Chapter 33, Going to the mall to sign the contract. I was quite surprised. I hadn't been to Sinew Building during this period, so I knew nothing about its business conditions. However, since Manager Liu said so, I did feel somewhat suspicious. After all, his was a large shopping mall with heavy customer traffic. Regardless of how his vegetables and fish were selling, there would always be some buyers. Seeing that I wasn't quite convinced, Manager Liu insisted on dragging me to his mall to see things with my own eyes. I had definitely intended to penetrate the mall market, but I pretended reluctance, as if slightly unwilling. Out of respect for his enthusiastic invitation, I put on an act of reluctantly agreeing. Then, he led the way in his BMW while I followed behind on my electric tricycle, arriving at Sinew Building. Once we reached the vegetable section on the first floor, he pointed at the limp, wilted vegetables. Look at the state of this merchandise. It won't sell even at a discount. It's all because of you. I really have no choice but to ask for your help and purchase some supplies. Otherwise, my vegetables here won't move at all. The suppliers are already suffering as it is, and I've had to reduce my orders from them. As you know, if the volume is too low, there's barely any profit. I also checked out the fish selling area. The mall primarily sold freshwater fish fresh on the day. If they couldn't be sold the same day, they had to be packed with crushed ice, and over time, they became difficult to sell. The fish would then have to be discounted and sold to bargain hunting customers, naturally significantly cutting profits. I pretended to be hesitant. If no customers are coming to the mall to buy vegetables or fish, wouldn't placing my goods here be ineffective anyway? Upon hearing this, Manager Liu immediately explained. It's completely different. You don't even know. Not only customers, but even my sales clerks have given me feedback, saying that Minbian Market has fresher fish and better vegetables. If I don't stock up on some new merchandise, at this rate the mall will lose most of its customers. With no choice, I did some research at Minbian Market. I wandered around for several days and noticed your goods sell the fastest. In fact, other people's fish and vegetables don't even start to sell until yours are all gone. Initially, I didn't even realize it was you. We just happened to meet. You simply must help me this time. Seeing him look so anxious, it seemed like he was clinging to me. So I decided to play hard to get. My products haven't been certified organic, I said deliberately. No problem. I can help you with that. Such excellent vegetables and such in-demand fish would surely pass the green certification. In that case, since Manager Lu is so confident, there's no need to trouble you. This is something I can handle on my own. Then hurry up and get it done. Do it this afternoon. Or better yet, why don't I accompany you? Then you can start supplying tomorrow. He was almost impatient to the point of rushing things. That won't be necessary, I calmly replied, feigning composure. But I can't supply the goods tomorrow. Manager Lu really started getting anxious. Why not? The quantity is limited. Even if I start expanding production right away, it will take some time. Manager Lu sucked in a breath sharply. Oh my, this is all my fault. If I had helped you with the green certification back then, we wouldn't be in this situation now. How about this? You can supply less to the other vendors and send some of the goods to me. Even if the quantity is small, just start supplying me first. You can't just ignore me like this. The vegetables I had just planted in my space wouldn't grow for another couple of days, but I already had a plan. The quantity should be enough to provide 300 or 500 gene for them all. However, in order to maximize my profits, I decided to delay the delivery for 2 more days. Here's the thing, Manager Lu. Those vendors at Minbian Market have ordered in advance. I'm under contract to supply them. I can't break my word. You know, once a business loses credibility, the consequences can be unimaginable. Manager Lu looked disappointed, and as I saw the frustration on his face, I quickly gave him some hope. I'll definitely be late on the vegetable supply, but I'll try my best to convince those vendors to spare some for you. As for fish, I can supply them all tomorrow, though not much, at about 300 to 500 gene. That works. Hearing this, Manager Lu's face immediately lit up with a smile as he hurriedly offered me a cigarette. I refused by saying the mall didn't allow smoking inside. Then Manager Lu quickly led me out of the mall to his office, where he offered me another cigarette again. I put on a show of superiority by holding up 2 fingers and pretending to be difficult. He then handed me a cup of tea, but I gently tapped the table with my crossed leg to signal him to put it down. He smiled in a friendly way again. Even while groveling and pandering like this, he didn't forget his main purpose, immediately pulling out a contract and wanting to sign it with me. The contract was standard template from the mall, one that left a lot of initiative power in the mall's hands while greatly disadvantaging the supplier. I read it carefully, then raised some objections. I can't sign this contract. Why not? The joyful look on Manager Lu's face only moments ago immediately froze. I pointed at the contract and said, "What do you think? The terms aren't fair. It seems the supplier bears too much responsibility while the buyer only has to make payment. All the losses fall on the supplier's side. That's not reasonable." Manager Lu sighed. This is just how the contract is usually signed. If we don't assign a bit of responsibility to the supplier, then in the worst case scenario, our losses as a mall could be tremendous. I could understand this kind of situation he mentioned, but how could I allow my own interests to be sacrificed for the sake of his mall? I just want to add one clause. Payment must be settled in full once the goods are loaded onto the vehicle, and no returns or exchanges shall be allowed unless the issue arises from product quality. Otherwise, I'd rather not supply the mall at all. This is my bottom line. I gave him no room for argument. Since he was the one begging me now, why not take this opportunity to firmly get the upper hand? Manager Lu frowned slightly, but then agreed. After revising the contract, he again asked me to sign. But when I saw the pricing clause left as current market rate, I immediately raised another objection. Regarding pricing, it should be based on the prices I provide. Of course, I'm not going to set an unreasonable price. It will be the same as what I charge at Minbian Market. I guarantee fair dealings for all customers, young or old. Manager Lu hesitated slightly. Come on, this is a big shopping mall. How could it possibly compare to those small convenience markets? My sales volume is much bigger. You must give me a discount. You can't treat me like those petty vendors. I gave a soft, cold laugh. Sorry, Manager Lu. Even if your mall has huge customer traffic, I simply don't have enough goods to supply you alone. In fact, those petty vendors actually sell my goods very well. So tell me, is there really any need for me to lower prices? If you insist on this, then let's not sign the contract at all. Better not to leave either of us feeling taken advantage of. When I pretended to stand up and leave, Manager Lu quickly stopped me, once again offering a cigarette, and forced a smile onto his face. Mr. Chun, you misunderstand. How about this? We'll write into the contract that regardless of order volume, payment will be based on the unit price set by your side. How does that sound? Inside, I was secretly delighted, but I still pretended to hesitate. Even if Manager Lu gives me a higher price than the Minbian Market does, I'm afraid I still can't do much about it. With that, I signed the 3 characters Xun Yu with a flourish. Seeing that I had signed, Manager Lu smiled broadly. Chapter 34 Solar Power Generation. Can the fish be picked up tomorrow? Yes, but not delivered, self-pickup at the mall. I couldn't afford to pamper him now. I gave the address of the compound to Manager Lu, stressing, you must specify the amount the day before pickup, otherwise there'll be no goods in the morning. The pickup time is 5 to 7 a.m., and if you miss that window, no time will be available. Manager Lu felt like he had swallowed a fly and appeared extremely unhappy. his face clearly showing the turmoil within. I immediately added, if Manager Lu isn't okay with this, then forget it. I don't really care whether I sell another 3 or 500 gene of fish. I turned to leave, but Manager Lu hurriedly blocked my way again. All right. Whatever you say, Manager Chen. I'll send people to pick up tomorrow. How about 500 gene for now? I pretended to be aloof. 500 gene, that's the maximum for now. Even that, I still have to pull a bit from other vendors. In that case, thank you first. Thank you so much. Manager Lu nodded eagerly, looking like someone who had finally received favor from above. Then when can I expect my vegetable orders? In 3 days. I'll let you know when they're ready. This takes time. If each vendor gives you about 10 or so gene, we might manage 3 or 400 gene total. Manager Lu looked slightly dissatisfied. 3 to 400 gene is really a little low. I sell over 2,000 gene every day. I was shocked. Wow, he truly was a big client. I tried to seem indifferent. Manager Lu, I understand your concerns, but I hope you'll also consider my side. I'm no magician, pulling 2,000 gene of vegetables out of a hat overnight. We need to grow them in the greenhouse first before we can start regular deliveries. Plus, I have to get the green certification done this afternoon. And if that fails, the contract becomes a useless piece of paper, as clearly stated. What do you say? All right. I'll go with you to help with the certification this afternoon. Manager Lu looked pious and determined to assist. But I couldn't possibly allow him to tag along, or the whole act would be exposed. You attend to your work, and I'll attend to mine. I'll inform you once the certification passes. I can make copies of the necessary documents for your reassurance, and that way, I can also feel at ease when supplying you, right? If it doesn't pass, then it just means we weren't destined for this partnership. This time I didn't wait around and left his office in big strides, while Manager Lu still stood behind offering his blessings. Manager Chun, your goods will surely pass the inspection on the first try. After leaving the supermarket, I was overjoyed. Truly, the most eager deals aren't really deals at all. This time, though he came to me first, I somehow ended up with the upper hand. I headed to the seed company and bought some vegetable seeds, intending to plant them on the small island once it expanded a bit more. Once there's a proper market for these vegetables, I wouldn't worry about producing enough. With the beautiful AI assistant helping, I wouldn't even need to worry about being unable to harvest in time. Of course, I didn't head to the Industry and Commerce Bureau for certification. Instead, right before the office closed, I simply called Manager Lu to inform him that the green certification had passed. Over the phone, Manager Lu was ecstatic beyond description. I could easily imagine him jumping for joy, exclaiming nonstop, "That's great." He emphasized once again that he would send someone first thing in the morning to pick up the fish at the compound. Once I entered the space, the beautiful AI had already harvested and packed the vegetables, placing them inside the small house. It hadn't yet caught the fish, stating they would suffocate if kept too early in the water tank, and would be better caught early the next morning. I was momentarily stunned. Was the AI really that intelligent? Had it evolved to the point of independent thinking? The island had expanded once again, and the soft, fertile soil had increased by roughly several dozen square meters. I took out the vegetable seeds and planned to plant them. Seeing my action, the beautiful AI walked over voluntarily. "Master, please feel free to entrust simple and repetitive labor like this to me. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Wow, too considerate. Without me even issuing commands, it was already stepping forward to help. Half doubtful, I handed the seeds and hoe to it. It quickly got to work, soon digging holes, sowing the seeds, and covering them. "Master, where can I find bamboo poles? We should set up trellises for the gourds here." I was almost speechless. I told it to wait while I left. I exited the space, went to the construction site, scouted around, found several bamboo poles and sticks, as well as some rope, and brought them into the space. I tied only one trellis before the AI began working independently, completing the rest rapidly with neat precision, even faster and more solidly than I could. I thought to myself, definitely worth that $1,000,000. Its battery level indicator still showed 50%, which reminded me again of the issue of powering the space. There was no wind here. If there was wind, I could install a wind turbine. Bringing in a diesel generator was technically feasible too, but probably not environmentally friendly enough for my taste. If I truly couldn't think of other options, then I might have to consider that last resort. Looking up at the clear sky and blazing sun, I suddenly thought of solar power. Right, I could use solar panels to generate electricity. Once the idea came to mind, I acted immediately. After leaving the space, I went online to search for shops selling solar panels. The search results gave me a long list of similar manufacturers. I picked one ranked near the top, dialed the number, and someone answered. After a brief inquiry, we added each other on WeChat to learn more. He understood my intended use, while I assessed their technology and capabilities. Soon, we reached an agreement. They offered to install the system on site, but there was no way I could allow them to work inside the otherworldly space. Instead, I decided to have them do a modular pre-installation on the rooftop of the courtyard house I rented, one that could be disassembled and reassembled later, for my convenience transporting it into the space. At the same time, I ordered a set of high-capacity storage batteries. These needed to meet my needs for power at any time. During the day, I could use the solar energy directly when there was sunlight, but if I entered the space at night, I wouldn't have light without the batteries, and thus would be unable to work. I had to prepare in advance for the possibility of longer working hours in the future. The investment in this solar equipment wasn't too high, costing less than 20,000 yuan in total. The seller even told me the system could be connected to the national power grid, with surplus electricity sold back for profit. I verbally agreed, but had no intention of doing that. I didn't know how to transfer electricity from the other space to reality. This would be an extremely difficult technical challenge. The company worked efficiently. The next afternoon, they sent 3 workers who spent about 2 hours on the rooftop installation, and the system really began to generate power. I watched every step of the installation process carefully from start to finish. Once they left, I called out the beautiful AI and had her help me disassemble the modules and carry them into the space. The AI girl was truly capable, doing exactly as I expected, and soon helped me reassemble everything. Maybe I was too greedy, so I made the installation rather large. Apart from the vegetable plots, the rest of the small island was completely covered with solar panels. The fish tanks and buckets became inconvenient to move around. But for the beautiful AI, this was not even a problem. It was nothing more than a few extra steps. Now that I had solar panels, the AI didn't need to return to the real world to charge. It could be done directly on the small island. The beautiful AI seemed genuinely delighted. She grabbed a stool and sat by the door of the small house. "Master, this is my home now." I couldn't help but laugh silently. Chapter 35. Everything going smoothly. The next morning, Manager Lu specially sent a double-row truck to my courtyard to pick up fish. Some vendors recognized it as a delivery truck from Xianxia Building. Xianxia Building is coming to compete with us now. It will be harder for us to do business from now on. There should be some order. After they take the fish, is there any left for us? I had to speak up to reassure those complaining vendors. Everyone will get their share. We are distributing according to orders. As long as you have an order, we guarantee the goods. The 2 young men coming to pick up for Xianxia Building were also full of complaints. Xianxia Building has never picked up goods ourselves before. Usually the suppliers bring it to us. This boss is great. We have to come ourselves to collect and pay in cash too. If we don't come, our boss won't agree. Even being late is unacceptable. Since when has Xianxia Building fallen to such a position? One vendor snapped back. You people have always been a big store bullying customers. Shin boss here is the customer who bullies the store. You can tell your boss, here the goods sell so fast that we don't even have time to deliver. If you don't want to buy here, you don't have to come. Our boss won't go begging for your business either. The 2 young men felt wronged but had nothing to say, so they just followed their boss's orders. Luckily, in the end, everyone got the amount they should have, and the complaints just faded away. Bai Luoxue was greatly surprised when she saw this. When did you get acquainted with the boss from Xianxia Building? It seems like they're practically begging you to do business. You really impress me. You're quite the deep one. I smiled at her without giving much explanation and continued helping customers carry their goods. When the vendors had all gone, I packed up, while Bai Luoxue carefully tallied the accounts. Oh my, today's turnover increased again. 340,000. How come? Just adding that 1 truckload of fish gave us over 30,000 more. That's nothing unusual. I gave them 2 pools of mandarin fish, which are very valuable. I grinned mysteriously. Bai Luoxue still laughed and said, "You're really something. Planning to rip off the boss at Xianxia Building." No, don't say it like that. His place has heavy customer flow and lots of high-end customers, so naturally more people eat mandarin fish there. If I didn't give him more, would ordinary people at the community market really buy more mandarin fish? Pointing her finger at me, Bai Luoxue said, "You're quite the shrewd one." I invited her to have breakfast with Master Gao, but she declined with the excuse of being afraid of getting addicted. It was only past 6 o'clock now, and she said she could still go home and catch another nap. Yawning, she walked off on her high heels. Watching her figure disappear, my imagination started again. At this rate, eventually there will come a day when I'll have you by my side, and you won't be able to escape. Back at the construction site, Master Gao greeted me from afar when he saw me. "Xiaochun, I really thought you'd been sleeping in that tin house forever. Turns out you moved out long ago. I heard you even rented a large courtyard to do business." Who let the cat out of the bag? How did Master Gao know all this? Before I could ask, he continued. "I went around the community market today, and a familiar person mentioned you. That's how I found out you were supplying them with goods. All those fish and vegetables originally came from you. You're really a dark horse. Where did you get so much stock?" Since Master Gao had brought it up, I couldn't help but offer some explanation. "Some friends from my hometown see me working in the county town. I'm helping them out with things. I'm just working for someone else, getting up early each morning to handle shipments and earn a little money. You see, the site isn't even active anymore. Who knows when we'll resume work. I was thinking about quitting to work full-time for them, but you old guys were holding me back." No. I'm not forcing you to stay at all. As long as you promise to eat here, do whatever you want. I won't stand in the way of your fortune." Smiling, Master Gao brought over a bowl of millet porridge, his homemade crispy fish, and some side dishes. You know what? I tried buying other vegetables and fish, but somehow I can't recreate that same taste. From now on, it looks like we're dependent on your fish and vegetables. I chuckled. That's good then. I guarantee you'll have enough to eat for the rest of your life. Huh. Master Gao looked very pleased with my promise. I heard you bought a small villa too. Is that true? How did that get out? Well, I didn't need to hide it anymore and admitted it openly. A house is built for people to live in. If others can live in it, why can't I? I can try living in a small villa too. Huh. Young people with ideas, abilities, and ambition. I like it. I guess. Although you're just a worker, your family must be quite well off. I heard from Manager Yao that you even rebuilt a new house back in your hometown. How much money does that take altogether? No one would believe your parents have no savings. It seemed that the news about buying the villa and rebuilding the house came from Manager Yao. That didn't matter much. I hadn't done anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of people knowing? Although I didn't have the mentality of showing off my wealth, letting them know would definitely raise their perception of me, no longer treating me just as a regular laborer. My status in their minds had unknowingly increased. I felt a bit giddy. In the morning, I had to go to the driving school for the Subject 1 exam. I took 2 practice tests on my phone beforehand, scoring 100 both times. Confidently, I walked into the examination hall. As expected, I handed in my paper after only 15 minutes. Full marks again. I immediately called my instructor to report the good news, and he was happy for me too. He said I could start practicing subject 2 in the afternoon. Thinking I had time, I agreed on a time with him and arrived promptly in the afternoon. In such a good mood, my driving practice went smoothly as well. A mere hint from the instructor was enough for me to catch on instantly, as if I'd practiced driving before. He was watching me with stunned amazement. After just 2 rounds of practice, he told me to schedule the exam. The sooner I got my license, the better. I opened the app and scheduled the test for a week later. My instructor said that I could come practice whenever I had time. He even admitted that, with my natural talent, I had a 99% chance of passing. Receiving his praise made me feel great. The other students who trained with me wore expressions of envy. They were still struggling in the training grounds, while I had already ridden my electric tricycle back to my courtyard. When I entered the space, the female AI had already picked all the vegetables, packed them neatly, and placed them inside the small room. The island had grown a bit larger again. It was using a hoe to dig holes and planting crops. Without even waiting for my commands, it had taken the initiative to expand the planting area. Seeing my arrival, xiuxian greeted me actively. Master, I didn't ask for your permission, but I took the initiative and planted some more cucumbers. Do you think that's okay? Of course it is. You've practically become the master of this island. There's no need for me to give you instructions anymore. You're doing an excellent job. The tasks you assigned me, Master, only take less than an hour to finish. I had nothing else to do and didn't find sitting around idle very interesting. Seeing the available land on the island, I followed your previous methods to reclaim more land for farming. I was quite satisfied with her initiative. Having such a robot saved me a tremendous amount of trouble. Master even installed solar power generation specifically for me, which makes charging more convenient. This has made me feel full of energy and vitality. I have endless strength to work with. Hundreds of bamboo baskets were still submerged underwater. I saw several plastic buckets containing quite a few fish. Normally, the female AI always caught fish only in the early mornings. Why had it caught some in advance today? What's going on here? The female AI giggled. I had nothing better to do, so I tried fishing. Master has fishing rods here. When I cast the hook into the water, the fish just bit the bait themselves. I thought it was fun, but the fish were too easy to catch. After catching 3 buckets, I felt bored and stopped playing. I had never taught it how to fish, yet it figured it out all by itself. The intelligence of this female AI was truly impressive. I even felt a bit worried whether I would be able to control it in the future. You once said that putting fish into the bucket too early would cause them to suffocate and die by tomorrow morning, and that dead fish nobody would want to buy. What will you do with these? I asked deliberately to challenge it. That's simple. Just release them back into the water. As she spoke, the female AI grabbed the plastic bucket and poured all the caught fish back into the water. I stood there stunned. Chapter 36, A Good Revelation. The area of the small island was expanding. The newly planted vegetables had sprouted again and even borne fruits. This was great news, enough to supply to sinew building. At the same time, I noticed that the first batch of cucumber vines I planted had started wilting and withering away. I had no choice but to ask the beautiful AI to remove them and replant with new seeds. I calculated the time it had taken. In this alternate dimension, these vegetables had a lifespan of about 15 days. They grew quickly and well, but their lives were short. Their life cycle was significantly accelerated here. There was always a downside to every upside. For me personally, this was actually good news. It allowed faster turnover and renewal of fresh vegetables. After receiving the fresh vegetables, Mr. Liu, the manager of Sinew Building, specially invited me to his office. He offered me tea and cigarettes, his face filled with smiles, as if I were his money god, showering me with flattery beyond description. Once the new vegetables hit the shelves, they were snapped up in no time. Mr. Liu's intention in inviting me was to request an increased supply volume. Hundreds of pounds were barely enough for one day's sales. Deep down, I was delighted they were selling so well, but I didn't show it. The vegetables' growth and maturity aren't results of human labor. It's not something we can just rush by working overtime. We must follow the natural laws. Mr. Liu, I'd love to provide more, but I'm helpless. I played hard to get. Manager Chun, here's what I'm thinking. I can offer a higher price, 5 percentage points higher than other vendors. I'll reduce their supply quantities and ask you for more. This way, you'll earn more profit and I can sell more. So why wouldn't you agree? I deliberately held back. Mr. Liu, making more money through business is not a crime, but merchants must also have moral standards. We shouldn't pursue our own interests at the expense of others and confirm our reputation as peddlers of substandard goods. Mr. Liu smiled awkwardly. Manager Chin's moral standards are admirable. I truly respect you, but we're still doing business here. If my supply can't meet demand, my customer traffic will decrease, not just affecting sales of vegetables, but other goods as well. My losses would be too great. To minimize losses, I have no choice but to rely on your help. Manager Chun, let's make money together. Wouldn't that be better? I feigned reluctance for a moment before appearing convinced and agreed to supply him 2,000 pounds of fresh vegetables daily. Then, he finally looked cheerful. Actually, my island could easily supply 4,000 pounds, but I couldn't let him have his fill. I intended to target other large shopping malls as well. If there was no competition, he would eventually monopolize the supply and control me. Compared to him, I believe the small vendors at neighborhood markets were no match, which would ultimately hurt my own interests. At noon, Manager Liu insisted I stay for lunch and have a few drinks to celebrate our successful cooperation. I politely declined, citing my need to practice driving in the afternoon. He couldn't press further, knowing one shouldn't drink when driving. In the afternoon, after just 1 hour of driving practice, my instructor sent me home, saying I was just wasting time in the training field and holding back other students. I couldn't tell whether he was complimenting me or putting me down. Seeing the envious glances from other students, I felt especially pleased. After returning from driving practice, I walked around the construction site, fulfilling my duty of supervising the site. Then, planning to greet Master Gao, I returned to the courtyard house I rented. As I walked into the kitchen, I smelled a familiar, delicious aroma. Master Gao was cooking fish again. I brought a few fresh fish every day. Though the four of us ate fish with every meal, we couldn't finish it all, and the tiny fridge was already overflowing. Old Mr. Liu, the gatekeeper, kindly suggested once that I stop bringing fish for a while, but he was opposed by Wang Changhai. You old man Liu, don't discourage comrade Xiuxian's enthusiasm. Don't stifle his goodwill. You don't get to eat fish at every meal, even at home. You're lucky to be eating such great fish, so stop your complaining. Though they were arguing, I understood what they meant. The three old men had my fish constantly on their minds, worried that I might stop giving it to them. To relieve their worries, I decided I would continue bringing fish every day, whether they could finish it or not. This resulted in plenty of leftovers from Master Gao, which would be a shame to throw away, but he had a solution. He added seasonings to the leftovers, steamed them, and packed them into sealed canning jars, which could be preserved for a long time. Whenever you ate them, the flavor remained the same. My mother had once used this traditional method too, although she preserved tomatoes rather than fish. At the end of the tomato growing season, she would steam and can the irregular shaped ones, ready to be eaten anytime in winter. Actually, that was the basic method of canning. My space contained an abundance of resources, with a wide variety of fish. I couldn't possibly stick to selling only grass carp, bighead carp, and mandarin fish for long. I needed to fully exploit and utilize this resource. Master Gao gave me a great idea. In Huangtu County, there was a factory called Minli Canned Food Factory, which mainly produced fruit-based canned goods. Huangtu County was famous for its apples, pears, peaches, and hawthorns, particularly its apples, which were sold both domestically and internationally and rarely faced difficulty in the market. However, pears, peaches, and hawthorns weren't quite as popular. To increase the value of these fruits, more than 20 years ago someone established the Minli Canned Food Factory, processing unsold pears, peaches, and hawthorns into canned products. This extended the shelf life of the fruits and added economic value. For years, the factory had achieved quite impressive profits. It was a collectively owned enterprise and had long been one of the county's largest tax contributors. However, with the development of the transportation network, fresh fruits circulated much more efficiently. Fruit canned goods were gradually phased out by the market. The Minli Canned Food Factory's performance worsened year by year. It was said that now it could barely keep operating, and many younger employees had already resigned to seek other careers. Master Gao inspired me. I planned to collaborate with the canned food factory to produce fish canned goods, because I noticed that fish canned goods in supermarkets still sold quite well. I found an opportunity, right after finishing wholesale transactions in the morning, and shared this idea with Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue first acknowledged my idea, but then questioned the stability of my fish supply. Just from your family's fish pond, can you guarantee a sufficient amount of fish, enough not only to supply all these vendors, but also to start a fish canning plant? Supply isn't an issue. Other stones can be used to polish one's own jade. As long as the canned fish is good, who cares where it came from? It's just like eggs. As long as they taste good, nobody asks which chicken laid them. My vague analogy amused Bai Luoxue. Alright, you're resourceful enough. If you can ensure enough supply, producing canned fish could be worth a try. Encouraged by her agreement, I decided to follow up on this idea. I took some time to visit the factory and sought cooperation with their plant manager. When I met the frowning manager Mu, the moment I mentioned cooperation, he immediately and firmly rejected the idea. There are so many fish canned goods already in the market. The competition is extremely fierce. This small place of ours has no reputation. Don't you realize how hard it is to build a brand? Our Huangtu brand of canned food is already outdated. Even if you stuff the cans full of meat, no one would accept them. How much less so with smelly fish? Forget your dream. The factory is about to go bankrupt. If you truly want to manage it, come take over when it goes bankrupt. I'll hand it over to you gladly. So, during our first meeting, Manager Mu kicked me out. Chapter 37. The Hunger Marketing Strategy. My plan to collaborate with the canning factory had suffered a setback. Bai Luoxue encouraged me not to lose heart. Didn't Director Mu say the factory was about to enter bankruptcy proceedings? Then why not just wait for it to go bankrupt? That would be my opportunity. Regarding this matter, Bai Luoxue even helped me devise a strategy. Her logic was so sound that I once again felt hope reignited inside me. Confident and optimistic, I awaited the arrival of my chance. Of course, I did not merely sit idle waiting for things to unfold. I continued operating my business model. The supply situation at the credit building was completely under my control. Although Manager Liu practically begged me every day for more vegetables and fish, I always gave him slightly less than he requested, citing limited supply. As a result, vegetables and fresh fish at the credit building would regularly sell out by the end of the day. Under these conditions, small vendors at the convenience market were still able to get a share of my goods. They continued to sell my products as usual, unaffected by the credit building sales performance. However, the sales situation in other large shopping malls had changed. Similar to the credit building's earlier situation, fresh fish and vegetables started to stagnate. Some vegetables even rotted without being sold. I secretly did some research in these malls, and the situation was basically the same across the board. Naturally, this caught the attention of the mall owners, and just like Manager Liu, they all came looking for me one after another. Drawing from my negotiation experience with Manager Liu, I used the same method to sign supply contracts with several other malls, including the Pianyafang, Weimei, Jelly Lai, and xiuxian stores. Grasping the key principle of hunger marketing, I limited the supply I gave them. Nonetheless, the addition of my products helped stimulate sales of their other fresh fish and vegetables, all of which showed signs of improvement. I had already registered my product under the trademark xianxia, and once these labels were attached to my vegetables and fresh fish in the malls, the brand quickly became well known in Huangta County. Seeing how well my goods sold, the malls raised their prices. Even at a price nearly 20% higher than other fresh produce, the demand remained high. When I saw the clearly marked prices, I sternly put forth one requirement to those mall owners. Prices must not increase further, or the supply would stop. My goal was not just profit, it was also to benefit the public. Manager Liu once again tried to lecture me, claiming that this was a market behavior dictated by supply and demand, not them earning immoral profits. I scoffed at his argument. If supply and demand was that important, wouldn't their prices go even higher if I cut off their supply entirely? After hearing this, Liu no longer insisted on his theory of supply and demand, and was the first to lower his prices. Once he lowered his prices, he actually attracted more customers. Correspondingly, sales of other products also increased, and the mall's overall revenue significantly improved. Other malls, seeing how things unfolded, had to wait until the fresh fish and vegetables at the credit building sold out before customers would come to them. Witnessing this, those mall owners also lowered their prices. On the whole, mall prices remained somewhat higher than those at the community market, but this had little impact on the convenience market. Their customers were mostly local residents who remained relatively consistent. As long as prices didn't fluctuate significantly, sales volumes were unaffected. In addition to continuing to have the female AI expand the vegetable growing area on the island, I needed to catch more fish to meet the demands of these malls. Vegetable farming on the island had already expanded to over 3 mu, tripling from before, yet the supply still fell short of demand from the large malls. The female AI had become much busier on the island, and its efficiency was high. According to its own words, it spent more than 2 hours a day harvesting vegetables. Combined with fishing, it worked nearly 3 hours each day. Of course, to it, this still felt quite leisurely. It would go fishing to kill time. If it feared the fish would suffocate and die in the bucket, it would release them back into the water. I could do nothing but allow it to indulge in this self-entertaining game. Moreover, it organized the trellises, removed the withered vines, and planted new seeds. These were things I had not instructed it to do. It had already learned to manage itself on the island. It even asked me to install electric lights, since when night fell, the island was pitch black. Despite running on solar power, there were no lighting fixtures, so it had to rely on its own onboard lights to navigate at night, making it feel very lonely. To accommodate its feelings, I installed lights both inside and outside the small house, as well as placed a table and a bed there. I treated it entirely as I would an employee, rather than just a machine, except, of course, I didn't pay it a salary or provide meals. These improvements in living conditions deeply moved the robot, named xiuxian. Every time I entered the island, it would bow to me and greet me warmly, something that had never happened before. At first, I found its behavior amusing, but upon reflection, I felt a sense of shock. Could it be that this robot had developed emotions? Bai Luoxu knew nothing about what was happening inside the space. I hadn't mentioned a single word about it. This was a secret I could never share with anyone else. As for real life, we talked about everything with each other. The construction of the house was progressing quickly. I called my mother once a day, partly to keep track of the building progress and partly to learn about the issues they were facing. A week after the project started, I again transferred 100,000 yuan to manager Yao through Bai Luoxu. I said we couldn't allow financial issues to delay construction, and I didn't want the company to cover the costs on my behalf. Seeing how proactive I was, manager Yao naturally went all out as well. Every 2 or 3 days, he would personally visit Shirgo village to check the construction progress. One day, Bai Luoxu told me she would be going to Shirgo village with manager Yao, and she asked if I wanted to return home. Truthfully, I had wanted to go back for a while, but every morning I still had to wholesale fish and vegetables, and I was worried about returning home and causing delays. Bai Luoxu suggested we could finish distributing the goods in the morning and then go back together, returning the same day, so that we wouldn't delay the business the next morning. That's exactly what I was thinking, but since I didn't yet own a car and found travel inconvenient, I felt embarrassed to make such a request. But Bai Luoxu laughed at me, saying I was thinking too much. This wasn't even a request, just a ride along the way. Before going back home, I called my mother to ask if she needed anything purchased from the county town that I could bring back. Mother told me that if I really wanted to bring something, there was no need to buy anything else. Mainly, the workers now had more demanding tastes when it came to food and drinks. Meat could always be easily bought in the township and wasn't in short supply, but what was lacking were the vegetables like cucumbers and eggplants I used to provide, and the fresh fish I had given them before. All the vegetables I had left in the greenhouse had already been completely eaten up by the workers, and they had even pulled up the vines. My father had tried every means to buy the best vegetables and fish from the township, but the workers could never taste the same flavor again. As a result, they had grown somewhat unhappy, which made my parents very uncomfortable. After all, the workers were laboring for our family, and their dissatisfaction was visibly worrying. I understood what had happened, so I hurriedly rode my electric tricycle to the rental market, hired a double cab truck, and moved more than 100 jin of fresh fish and over 200 jin of fresh vegetables from the space. Then I asked the driver to directly deliver everything to my hometown. Only after arranging all of this did I call to say I wanted to ride back home with Bai Luoxu and the others. Chapter 38, Come back home with me. The reason I didn't leave with the truck driver, of course, was because I wanted to stay with Bai Luoxu. As it turned out, she brought me another surprise. Yao manager had an urgent matter and couldn't go, so he asked her to drive me back to Shirgo village. I felt excited sitting in the front passenger seat. Bai Luoxue thought it was because I was happy returning home, not knowing that my joy came from being with her. What's with that grin on your face? Excited to see your new house. Oh, haha, of course. Thinking about the new house being almost done just makes me so happy. Plus, I even have a beautiful big sister like you driving me. How could I not be extra happy? Ha, ha. We laughed and talked all the way, discussing not only the new house, but also mostly about my business. With our sales channels now well established, our daily revenue had already reached more than 900,000 yuan. She still didn't know that all the money earned was pure profit. The goal of reaching 100 million yuan within 3 months was still possible. I felt incredibly joyful in my heart, because it meant one thing. If we hit the target, the possibility of us becoming a couple might naturally happen. I believed she wouldn't reject my confession at that time. Lost in pleasing thoughts, my mood was naturally cheerful. The more than 100 li journey seemed too short. We were still chatting happily when we arrived home, without even realizing it. The truck had arrived before us. The driver had already unloaded the goods and left. My mother had already received my call, so she knew these supplies were meant to solve the workers' meal issues. Bai Luoxue didn't know that. The construction speed was truly fast. In less than half a month, the main structure of the house had already been completed, and the roof was currently being poured. My parents were staying in the East Auxiliary Room, where another room had been temporarily converted into a kitchen for the workers. The dozen or so workers lived in the West Auxiliary Room. Master Wang was quite surprised to see me. Xiuxian, I've been working for half a month, and only now realized that this house was being built for you. It's kind of my fault. I usually don't dig into things. If the delivery driver hadn't mentioned your name just now, I really wouldn't have known this was your house. You really know how to surprise us. After being your master for 2 years, I still lack your boldness in building such a fine house. I was also surprised. I didn't expect manager Yao to bring together such a great team to build a house for me. In my heart, I could only feel gratitude and excitement. Master Wang, you've worked very hard. The old house was in such a terrible condition that it had become a dangerous building. Only after building this new house can I feel relieved knowing my parents are living safely. Master Wang was a man fully dedicated to his work. He rarely inquired about things unrelated to the job. His intentions were simple, to work well and earn a good wage. For him, who he worked for wasn't of much concern. The key thing was how much he could earn every day. It seems this is probably the last time we'll ever work together. You won't be working under me anymore as my assistant, and I can't lead you into work either. Now I'm actually working for you, Boss Chen. Master Wang, normally not one for jokes, was teasing me today. You're making fun of me, Master Wang. Since you came, it means we still have some teacher-student bond. We may still have opportunities to work together in the future. Ha, I hope so. Master Wang was in a great mood and hurried back to work after greeting us. My parents came out to greet us. Seeing Bai Luoxue step out of the car, my mother quietly nudged me. This pretty boss lady is here again. Seems like she really cares about you. Oh, haha. This time she's my driver, ma. Don't be impolite to her. Treat her well at lunch today. I gave a mysterious smile and walked toward the house to check it out. Bai Luoxue greeted my parents and followed after me. A driver? Behind me, my mother seemed confused, standing there pondering what I had just said. Since everyone was familiar, the construction team's work quality was excellent. After inspecting everything, Bai Luoxue found the progress generally met schedule expectations, and she had nothing further to say. After greeting the workers, her part of the task was basically complete. I originally thought she would help my mother prepare lunch, but instead, she whispered to me that she wanted to visit my fish pond and vegetable greenhouse. The fish pond was fine, it was just a pond after all. How many fish were actually in there? She couldn't really tell, so I could just lie through my teeth. But the vegetable greenhouse was a problem. The vines had long withered away. Even the dried up ones had already been pulled out by my father. Once we got there, how could I possibly explain that an empty greenhouse could produce so much vegetable every day? I made up an excuse to go to the toilet first, asking her to wait for a moment before I took her there. That kind of excuse couldn't possibly make her suspicious. Luckily, the courtyard wall hadn't been built yet. After turning the corner behind the toilet, I directly went into the greenhouse at the back of the house. I quickly entered my space, asking the AI beauty to fetch some melon vines, and then returned to the greenhouse with her. We replanted the vines immediately. The AI beauty worked fast. Within just a few minutes, the greenhouse was filled with fresh vegetables. Time outside remained still while I was inside the space, so for Bai Luoxue, I had only crouched in the toilet for a moment. After finishing everything, I emerged from behind the toilet and quickly took Bai Luoxue to the greenhouse. Naturally, I had already returned the AI beauty to the island in the yin. There was absolutely no way I could let it meet Bai Luoxue. When Bai Luoxue saw the vegetables in the greenhouse that were identical to those I had previously wholesaled through her in the courtyard, she believed this was the source of supply. However, the scenario I hastily arranged couldn't fool her intelligence. With just this small amount of vegetables, you can guarantee a daily production of dozens of tons. My brain raced. Didn't I once say, one may use another stone to carve jade? This is our family's greenhouse, only one, and wheat is even planted on the east side. The output is not large. However, there are many greenhouses in the surrounding villages. My friend collects the produce every day, and loading 1 or 2 trucks is no problem. How could such a small plot supply our wholesale? I kept thinking while improvising, and Bai Luoxue watched my facial expressions closely. Naturally, she still doubted my words, but my explanation did make some sense. I had thought she would continue questioning me, but instead, she gave a strange smile, pointed at me, and said, "You have secrets. deep and unfathomable. That construction worker could simply be a disguise for you. I suspect even the identity of Boss Chin you are now might not even be real. Huh. I laughed to mask my inner panic. Bai Luoxue seemed to have guessed something, but I believed that as long as I didn't reveal the truth, there was no way she could figure out my secret. As smart as she was, there was no way I could fully explain and make her completely believe me. It wasn't important. What mattered was maintaining my mystery to keep her attracted. Thinking of this, I quickly walked forward, left the greenhouse, and headed toward the stream. Bai Luoxue hurried a few steps to catch up. Where are you going? Didn't you want to see the fish pond? Let me show you. Chapter 39. Take her to see the fish pond. Entering deep into the forest along the river behind the mountain, as we approached the pool of water, Bai Luoxue became even more suspicious. Don't tell me this secluded pond is your fish pond, or perhaps your mysterious friends? Huh. After laughing, I explained to her. You're actually right. This is indeed the fish pond that produces various types of fish. I've even named it Special Fish Farm, and all the fish we sell every day come from here. Do you believe me? It was a complete lie I made up on the spot, yet I asked her if she believed it. As soon as the words came out, I regretted them slightly. But Bai Luoxue's response surprised me. I believe it. I believe whatever you say. Why? I couldn't help but ask. Why didn't she keep questioning? Because of the facts. I help you sell so many fish every day. Even if they don't come specifically from this pond, they must come from another pond. You could even say they're from your friend's place, and I have no way to verify all that. If I don't believe you, then who should I believe? Smart. That was high praise for me. A woman who doesn't press a man about his secrets is not only clever, but also charming. I found myself liking her even more. However, things weren't that simple. Bai Luoxue suddenly suggested that she wanted to fish by the pond, since we still had some time before noon, and suggested I accompany her for a while. This seemed like a simple request, but it contained hidden complexities. I asked her to wait a moment, then ducked into the bushes, quickly entering my space to retrieve a fishing rod, a bucket, and a small stool, then returned to the edge of the pond. Seeing that I had magically produced the fishing gear, Bai Luoxue said, "Why did you hide these things away? No one usually comes here, so if I don't hide them, they'll get stolen." I was planning to teach her how to cast the line and read the float, but unexpectedly, she directly cast the hook into the water, performing the motion extremely skillfully, better and more perfectly than me. Did you practice before? I did practice, or more accurately, I learned. When I was in college, a roommate suddenly became interested in fishing, and we spent an entire summer practicing. Before she even finished speaking, a fish was hooked. I exclaimed in surprise. Bai Luoxue quickly reeled it in. Wow, she had caught a mandarin fish weighing 3 or 4 g. I hurriedly helped put the fish into the bucket. Bai Luoxue naturally felt very happy and cast the hook into the water again. The appearance of a fish completely dispelled her doubts, no longer making her think it was just a pond. She now believed that this was indeed my fish farm. Strangely though, no other fish took the bait afterward. We sat at the pond's edge holding the rods for more than half an hour. By the time it was nearly noon, lunchtime, Bai Luoxue lost patience and wanted to stop fishing. Just when we were about to pack up, another fish was hooked, a loach about 2 chi long. Unexpectedly gaining another catch just at the end made Bai Luoxue happy once more. I placed the loach into the bucket. Let's mainly use loaches like this for our fish can food in the future. What do you think? Bai Luoxue hesitated briefly before agreeing enthusiastically. Great idea. I believe you can supply enough loach. Deep processed loach can bring more profit than selling it directly. Happily, we carried the fish back home. My mother was serving lunch to the workers when she saw us come back. She especially prepared a large bowl of dishes for Bai Luoxue, filled with fish she carefully stewed and some meat. Bai Luoxue kept thanking her and insisted she couldn't eat so much. It would be wasteful to leave leftovers. Yet, she couldn't refuse my mother's warm hospitality and stood there looking slightly embarrassed. When she saw me grab an empty bowl, she quickly called me over and gave me half her bowl. My mother smiled as she watched us from the side. My father, who sat a bit further away, chuckled softly twice. And I felt a great sense of joy in my heart. After taking their first bites of the meal, the workers began praising my mother non-stop, saying the flavor had returned to what it was before. Bai Luoxue also remarked, "Why does this meal taste so similar to what Chef Gao used to cook?" I explained to her, "We're from the same region, so the cooking methods are basically the same. Using the same ingredients naturally results in a similar taste." That sounded somewhat reasonable, so Bai Luoxue didn't object and kept eating. My mother quietly pulled me aside and asked why the food tasted so delicious when she used the vegetables I grew, but when using those bought from the market, no matter how carefully she cooked, it lacked the same flavor. Because of this, the workers had recently complained that the meals weren't as good as before. I evaded with a vague response. Maybe it's a different variety. My mother looked as if she understood and yet didn't. She then mentioned another matter. After selling the cucumbers I provided before, some familiar people who saw her wanted to buy the same vegetables again, but unfortunately, there were none. During this period, besides my own fish and vegetables, I hadn't eaten anything else. I couldn't compare my food to others. I only knew that it tasted good. And now, I didn't even want to eat anything else apart from my own. Now I finally understood. This wasn't just me. Everyone who had tasted it felt the same way. That explained why the residents of the county kept coming back to buy my vegetables again and again, even after the supermarket raised its prices. They were still rushing to buy them. It seems eating my vegetables and fish is addictive. Perhaps it's the effect of my alternate space. These things seem to have a kind of craving power, tempting people to keep buying. It strengthened my determination to expand production further. I believe that as the planting area on my island grows larger and the vegetable output increases, more and more people will get to enjoy my high-quality ingredients. After the meal, the workers wanted to rest for a bit. Taking this opportunity, Master Wang chatted with me for a while. He said today the rooftop pouring had basically finished, and starting tomorrow, they would begin laying pipelines and at the same time apply the wall plastering. After about 3 days, the first coat of plaster would be done, followed by the second coat. Then came the white coating. At most 10 days, and then it would be time to install the doors and windows. That was more or less what Bai Luoxue had predicted. What I now needed to consider was what kind of furniture to choose. It had to be both beautiful and elegant. I would decide that later, once I returned to the county town. Suddenly, a pleasant idea came to me, which I would keep secret for now. The house was still under construction and there was no suitable place to rest. Bai Luoxue decided to return to the county town. I was going with her. Before leaving, I went to say goodbye to my parents. My mother complained that I stayed home too short a time and didn't get much time to talk with her. Then she told me a bit of news. During these few days while we were building the house, Madame Zhang, the matchmaker, had come by several times. Besides highly praising the beauty of our house, she had also asked how things were going between me and the girl from the city. My mother told her that the two of us were still in touch, but nothing had been decided yet, and that it ultimately depended on fate. Madame Zhang insisted on congratulating my mother, saying there was great hope for us too and that she should just wait to hold her grandson. I could figure out with my toes where she got that news from. I knew it must have been exaggerated and made up by Madame Zhang herself. After all, I knew the truth. Between Bai Luoxue and me, we hadn't even got past the initial stages yet. At most, she had just given me a hint of hope. Chapter 40 Buying a BMW. Returning to the county town, I suddenly remembered that I had to take my driving test today, and it would start in half an hour. When Bai Luoxue heard this, she immediately drove me to the Howling Driving Test Center. She complained directly, asking why I hadn't told her earlier. We could have skipped lunch and come back sooner. Actually, I didn't forget on purpose. It was just because of this beautiful girl next to me that I almost overlooked this important matter. I didn't forget. I just wanted you to spend a little more time with me. But I've been with you all along. Now hurry up and take your test. After it's done, I'll drive you back. Feeling cheerful knowing that she would wait for me, I happily went to meet my instructor, who scolded me as well. And you're still in a good mood? You almost missed the test. I thought you were already waiting outside, but turns out you've just arrived. Hurry up and check in. I quickly completed the check-in and waited for my number to be called. Perhaps I truly had a talent for driving. Even though I hadn't practiced much and arrived so last minute, when it was finally my turn, I passed in one go. I came late and left early, earning envious glances from the other students taking the test with me. I felt incredibly pleased inside. After reporting to the instructor, I went straight to find Bai Luoxue. Hearing that I had passed the test smoothly, she naturally congratulated me first. You really do need a driver's license, and then you should buy a car. It'll not only make it convenient to visit your parents, but also allow you to bring them into the city to tour around and have some fun. More importantly, when you go to meet clients, you won't have to rely on your electric tricycle anymore. Driving a car can enhance your image, increasing the chances of successful negotiations. If you went to visit Director Minley in a car, he wouldn't dare throw you out. That made sense, and my determination to get my license as soon as possible only strengthened. I went to the construction site to find Master Gao, while Bai Luoxue returned to the sales office to report to Manager Yao. Rather than directly looking for Master Gao, I first went back to my dormitory, a tin shack. Not much of my belongings remained there, but this place had been my foothold on the construction site. I entered the space and asked the beautiful AI to retrieve half a bucket of eels, which I gave to Master Gao, especially emphasizing that he prepare the eels as he using his methods, so everyone could taste the results. Unsurprisingly, that evening while eating the crispy fish and sipping some alcohol, Old Lu and Wang Changhai sang praises. Their tastes had greatly improved, so their approval naturally meant the flavor was excellent. This further solidified my decision to make eel canned goods. While they were happily eating and drinking, I had Master Gao detail the whole crispy fish preparation process at the dinner table, memorizing it thoroughly. After returning to the compound, I found some paper and a pen and wrote down the method for making the crispy fish. The next day I gave it to Bai Luoxue and asked her to proofread the wording for any mistakes. The production method is fine. Although Bai Luoxue confirmed the technique, Master Gao's culinary skill, her opinion on my messy handwriting was not good at all. She advised me to practice writing when I had time. As a big boss, having such poor handwriting was simply embarrassing. My pride was seriously hurt, but I couldn't blame anyone. It was entirely my own fault for not studying hard and not practicing handwriting well when I was in school. I made up my mind. Whenever I had spare time, I would carefully practice each stroke following calligraphy examples. My hard work finally paid off. About a month later, my handwriting no longer looked like it belonged to an elementary school student. It became much neater and at least clearly readable, though still somewhat childish, due to insufficient practice. That was Bai Luoxue's evaluation. The revolution had not yet succeeded. Comrades must still strive. Thus, practicing calligraphy became one of my hobbies. But these are later events, to be mentioned no further for now. Influenced by Bai Luoxue, I bought many books on business management, financial accounting, psychology, marketing, and more, which I diligently studied. Due to my weak educational foundation, I had no choice but to start from the most basic concepts. Indeed, studying broadens one's horizons. The more I learned, the more I realized how little I actually knew. When my business grew larger, I even feared that I might not be capable enough to handle its challenges. A saying came to mind: the ignorant are fearless. When I didn't understand the basics or professional knowledge, I could dream big and boldly attempt anything. But after studying, I realized that such reckless attempts had very high failure rates, and any success achieved was nothing but blind luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Without the proper knowledge, there was no way to grow the business bigger and stronger because my abilities were limited by a lack of learning. Realizing this, I began studying with great eagerness, wanting to learn everything. At Bai Luoxue's suggestion, I started by focusing on marketing management, enrolling in an online tutoring course, watching lecture videos, and listening to teachers' explanations. Later on, I developed an interest in stocks and started doing some research. I even felt the urge to invest in the stock market. However, after attending a few lectures, my enthusiasm cooled down. I realized the market was too complex. Without sufficient knowledge, any investment would likely be lost with no chance of return. This realization brought me back to my senses. The house at home was finally completed. I transferred the remaining final payment through Bai Luoxue to Manager Yao, settling the construction fees in full. The total cost was 210,000 yuan, basically within the original budget. I also paid the remaining balance for the villa to the sales office. At that time, there were still 2 days left before the 1-month deadline, and Manager Yao, true to his promise, gave me an additional 5% discount. Coincidentally, Master Wang and his crew were looking for new work, and Xuanhuan residential community had not yet resumed construction. Through Manager Yao's contact, I hired them in my personal capacity to carry out the renovation work on Building 9's villa. Master Wang and the others were naturally delighted. When they heard that the small villa was also purchased by me, they were stunned beyond belief. Doubts arose about my identity, but ultimately, none of them could figure out my background. I simply told them that I had once been just like them, a laborer who carried bricks and mixed cement. Of course, they wouldn't believe that. Believing or not didn't matter. As long as they worked for me, it was fine. Of course, because of my mystery and ability, they had long since placed me on a pedestal. As a result, they worked more diligently than ever before. Without my urging, they held themselves to higher standards. With Master Wang, a strict leader, leading the way, nobody else dared to be careless. The villa renovation proceeded methodically, and during this period, I successfully passed the 3rd and 4th stages of my driver's exams. On the very day my driver's license arrived, I invited Bai Luoxue to accompany me to the 4S store to pick up a BMW. She naturally shared in my excitement. As a new driver, she seemed somewhat anxious at first and kept reminding me from the front passenger seat. However, seeing me drive so steadily like an experienced driver, she no longer gave orders, leaned back in her seat comfortably, and began to truly enjoy the experience of riding in a BMW. Chapter 41. I got fired. I took Bai Luoxue directly to the furniture city. Why did we come here? To buy furniture. Now that the new house is built, don't we need a set of modular furniture? You can handle the purchasing for your own family. Why did you bring me here? She seemed to try to refuse, but her tone was low while she spoke, seemingly a bit shy. At least that's how I felt. You can help me decide. Besides, you know the dimensions of our house better than I do. Apart from helping me choose the style and color of the furniture, more importantly, it needs to fit properly in the rooms and fully utilize the space. With this reasoning, she no longer declined. Inside the furniture city, we went from the 1st floor to the 3rd, but I simply looked around without making any decisions. I wanted to observe Bai Luoxue's reaction. She remained silent, which made things a bit difficult for me. I had brought her here hoping she'd be happy with the furniture we bought, so her silence pushed me to take the initiative. How about this set? I pointed at a light brown wardrobe set. Only then did she begin to look carefully. The color is okay, quite standard. The style is simple and fresh. Are you sure you like it? Seeing that she gave a positive comment, I realized she liked it as well, so naturally, I liked it too. Yes, I like this color and style. Boss, Bai Luoxue called the salesman over. A man of about 40 approached with a smile. Are you two interested in this set? Do you have a tape measure? We want to check the dimensions. Bai Luoxue asked for the measuring tape, and I was quite happy. I took measurements front, back, left, and right. Is there a wider version of this model? Yes, but it's not in stock. We need to make it custom. Don't worry, it can be ready within a week. Bai Luoxue looked to me for confirmation. This size is a bit small for the master bedroom. It would be best if it were 40 centimeters wider. I didn't hesitate and immediately ordered 3 sets, placing one in the master bedroom, one in my parents' bedroom, and one in my own bedroom. After choosing the wardrobes, I also ordered 2 beds, a dining table and chairs, a modular sofa set, and a coffee table. The total cost was 150,000 yuan. The merchant promised to deliver everything to our door within a week after we paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Then we left the furniture city. You didn't even ask your parents' opinion before ordering all the new furniture? Bai Luoxue asked me in the car. Although the house was built for my parents, I'd be living there too. As long as I was satisfied with the furniture, naturally they would be too. I've already taken photos and sent them to my mother. If they have any opinions, we can still contact the store again. Bai Luoxue softly hummed in agreement, then looked down, playing with the edge of her clothing. I sneaked a glance at her in the passenger seat. Her pretty face was faintly flushed. My meaning was very clear. If I was satisfied, my parents would be too, and since she liked it, I would be satisfied. I believed she had understood. Of course, I would not stay in the hometown often in the future, but I would definitely come back to visit once in a while, so it would be better to have a bedroom I liked with furniture to match. Actually, there was a little secret I hadn't expressed yet. For number 9 villa in Xuanhuan community in the future, we would also need to buy furniture. Then, I'd let Bai Luoxue decide everything. If she really put effort into that matter, our relationship could rapidly develop. Lost in pleasant thoughts, I dropped Bai Luoxue back at the sales office. After Bai Luoxue got off and said goodbye, just as I was about to drive away, Manager Yao was already standing at the entrance of the building. He seemed to have noticed that it was me driving. Miss Bai, asked Xiuxian to come to my office. Bai Luoxue didn't have to call me. I had already heard. I got out of the car and greeted Manager Yao, then followed him into the building. As we entered Manager Yao's office, Bai Luoxue came in with me. After Manager Yao sat down, he glanced at her. I need to talk with Xiuxian for a moment. Being so smart, Bai Luoxue immediately walked out and gently closed the door behind her. Manager Yao gestured for me to sit down. New car. Yeah. Not bad. You really have the capability. Congratulations. Where no? Thank you for the compliment, Manager Yao. No, I should thank you. You probably have heard something about the company's situation. Things are quite difficult now, but I won't go into detail. At the most difficult time for the company, you helped find us a project, the house at your place. All construction companies need to file reports before breaking ground. Since yours is a bungalow, approval was granted, and we could start construction normally. If it had been a two-story villa, we couldn't even have started construction yet. Thank you, Manager Yao. You have taken great trouble. I truly felt grateful, knowing without his efforts, the construction status of the house would still be uncertain. Moreover, the current construction team was in a serious situation, and who knew when the house would have been completed without Manager Yao's intervention. I certainly owed him a favor for this. I also need to thank you. Because you bought a villa in Building 9 and paid in cash, I was able to free up some cash flow. At the very least, my days will be a bit easier these few days. All construction sites across the county have stopped work, the housing sales market is cooling down, and properties aren't selling well. You really came to my rescue. No, Manager Yao, you gave me a discount as well. I originally thought he called me to the office merely to express gratitude, but it turned out there was something else. There's still no certainty about when the xuanhuan project will begin. Most of our workers, except for Master Wang and a dozen others who are working on your renovation, have gone to find other jobs. Right now, the company is only spending money without any income, causing serious cash flow issues. The only people still on payroll are the dozen or so at the sales office, and you guys watching the site. The more I listened, the more I felt something was wrong. It definitely wasn't good news. I perked up my ears and listened carefully. The company has to carry out layoffs, and I have to make comprehensive considerations. Besides a few poor-performing employees at the sales office, you few who are guarding the site will also be affected. After serious deliberation, I've decided to let you go. I wasn't surprised, but I did feel uncomfortable. It's fine. Whatever arrangement Manager Yao makes, I'll comply. He seemed a bit uneasy, his hands crossed on the desk, his two thumbs rubbing against each other. Strictly speaking, you've made significant contributions to the company, and I shouldn't be laying you off. But you're still young. You shouldn't waste your time here. Moreover, you have your own business. It might be better for you to leave the company and fully devote yourself to your own ventures. If I laid off those old guys, they wouldn't be able to find better jobs. That's why I assigned this layoff to you. Now that Manager Yao has spoken like this, I won't stay at the company any longer. I'll move out tomorrow. Manager Yao showed a faint bitter smile and asked me to settle my wages with the finance department. I bid him goodbye and left first to the finance office. Although I received my wages, I still felt very uneasy. Although I had wanted to resign long ago, that was my own initiative. Now I was being laid off by others. I couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Depressed, I drove back to the courtyard I rented. After spacing out for a while, I returned to the street and bought several bottles of good wine and some ready-to-eat food. Of course, I didn't forget to grab more vegetables from my own farm and some fresh fish. Carrying big and small packages, I went to find Master Gao and others. Most likely, tonight would be our last dinner together. Chapter 42. She didn't even get paid. Master Gao was very surprised when he saw that I had brought so many snacks and drinks. There's already quite a lot here. If we bring in too much, there's no space to store it, and it will just go to waste if it spoils. He was actually troubled by the large quantity. I sighed, putting down the items in my hands. Well then, just let it be plenty. You can save them and eat slowly. Starting tomorrow, I won't be coming to work at the construction site anymore. What? You're really quitting? Master Gao wore an expression of regret. I'm not quitting. I've been laid off. I didn't explain much further, nor did I say anything bad about Manager Yao. I just said that with construction unlikely to resume for now, the company had no choice but to cut staff to reduce labor costs, and I had been fortunate enough to be chosen. When they found out that tonight might be our last dinner together, the three old men felt quite saddened, though they certainly didn't cry or carry on. They merely sighed with regret. Just a few days ago, we were saying that all these fish and vegetables would let us eat to our heart's content. But only after a few days, we won't get to eat them anymore. Wang Changhai took a deep puff from his cigarette. Old Lu poured himself another cup of alcohol, drank heavily, as if blaming Wang Changhai. You should be satisfied. Xiuxian has no obligation to you, and owes you nothing. Being able to enjoy a month's worth of good food should be a blessing you burn extra incense for. Master Gao shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to cook anything to your tastes ever again. Seeing how unwilling they were to see me leave, I changed my mind and got an idea. How about this? I'll talk to Manager Yao. Although I won't be working at the site anymore, I'll still eat here and pay for my own meals. How does that sound? The three old men immediately perked up, no longer the gloomy figures they had been just now. Great idea. Don't worry. We'll all plead your case for you. Manager Yao won't refuse this, especially if you're paying for your meals anyway. Encouraged by their support, I made the call to Yao Hongyuan on the spot, emboldened by the wine. He agreed immediately. As long as the three old men had no objections, he didn't care either way. The phone call was on speaker, and the three old men heard everything. There was a burst of cheer around the table. That evening, all three old men, including myself, got quite drunk. This was the most I had ever drunk in my life. I don't even remember how I made it back to my dorm room. That night, I lay flat on my bed in the metal container without even covering myself. I woke up in the morning realizing I had nothing on. Perhaps it was the heat, or perhaps the alcohol numbed me. I felt neither cold nor discomfort. Looking at the time, it was 4:55. Without even washing my face, I jumped up and ran out. Old Lou was at the door and shouted at my rush. "What's the emergency? Why don't you slow down a bit?" Normally, I always walked calmly out of the main gate, never in a hurry. Today's sudden behavior was unusual, so old Lou naturally found it suspicious. I didn't even acknowledge him, rushing straight to the courtyard I had rented. Remember, I had promised the vendors I would open the gate promptly at 5 o'clock, but I hadn't yet transported the vegetables and fresh fish from my space out into the courtyard. If the gate opened and the yard was empty, I wouldn't have anything to explain with. Worse still, my secret might get exposed. Not to mention, there was also Bai Luoxue. How would I explain things to her? Thankfully, it wasn't far away. I arrived at the door at 1 minute to 5. People had already formed a long queue, with Bai Luoxue standing right at the front. Seeing me running toward them out of breath, she was quite surprised. "What's going on? Did you go for a morning jog?" I inhaled deeply, trying to steady my breathing. "Wait a minute. Just wait one more minute before coming in." In a hurry, I pushed open the gate, slipped in first, and stopped Bai Luoxue from following. "Just wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute." Immediately after, I bolted the door shut. The vendors understood, before 5 o'clock, even if it was only a second short, they wouldn't enter the premises. Whoever broke the rule could say goodbye to their goods. But Bai Luoxue didn't know this. She didn't need to collect goods, so the rule didn't bind her. Despite me bolting the door shut, she kept knocking hard. I couldn't pay attention to her at this point. I hurried into my space. Fortunately, the beautiful AI had already prepared the goods. I exhaled in relief, taking 2 trips to bring everything into reality. I reopened the gate. The time was exactly 5 o'clock. "So what's going on with you? What happened?" Bai Luoxue entered first, persistently asking. I had urgent bathroom business. I had no choice but to make up an excuse. She looked doubtful. "Come on. Even if you had to go badly, I wouldn't peep on you. You go take care of things, and I'll walk in. It shouldn't affect you at all, right? Then why wouldn't you let me in? It's time. It's time to pick up your goods." Impatient, the people behind us started shouting. Some of them couldn't wait to enter, and weren't interested in hearing my squabble with Bai Luoxue. Taking this opportunity, I managed to escape Bai Luoxue's questioning and started distributing and weighing the vegetables. Everyone got busy, and the matter was soon forgotten. Bai Luoxue, as always, was seriously weighing and recording the accounts. After nearly an hour and a half of busy work, all the goods were sold out. When the accounts were settled, Bai Luoxue almost dropped her jaw. 1,200,000 today. It was the biggest sale ever. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at me. My goodness. Simply unbelievable. At this rate, even if we don't reach 100 million in 3 months, we'll come pretty close. What? You regret giving me 3 months already? Do you think it's too long? No. How could I think that? As the words left her mouth, her face immediately turned red. It seemed her heart had been betrayed. I smiled proudly. However, the moment she changed the topic, my smile vanished instantly. "What was wrong with you this morning? Even if you really had to go to the bathroom urgently, you didn't have to shut me out. Could it be that you still see me as an outsider?" Of course I don't see her as an outsider, otherwise I wouldn't have let her help me with the accounts. Naturally, I didn't see her as an outsider at all, but my secret was something I couldn't reveal to anyone. That's it. Manager Yao called me out alone yesterday, and he laid me off. I was in a bad mood and had a farewell dinner with the 3 old men last night. As a result, I slept in the metal container. I woke up right on time and was afraid of being late, which would affect everyone's pickup, so I ran here gasping for breath. I wasn't lying. It was all true, but Bai Luoxue's focus wasn't there. "You mean you stayed the entire night in the metal house on the construction site, hungover?" "Exactly," I blurted out. "Then when did you bring all these vegetables and fish into the courtyard?" "Well, here it comes, the very thing I was afraid of." She had to ask about it. My friend brought them yesterday before dinner." Luckily, my mind worked quickly, and I responded cleverly, shifting the time frame earlier. Whether Bai Luoxue believed me or not, this explanation sounded solid enough. But then she suddenly changed the subject again. "Did Manager Yao really lay you off?" "I don't have any reason to lie to you. This kind of thing was bound to happen eventually. I haven't told you yet, even though I'm still working at the sales office. Starting this month, however, the company no longer pays me. It's basically the same as being laid off. I just maintain my official employment status and go to work every day." Why? Chapter 43, Truly Unfathomable. Bai Luoxue let out a sigh and sat down on a small stool. "It's just because I like him, admire him, and can't bear to leave him." What the hell? That sigh of hers was like a bolt from the blue, leaving me dazed and confused, my heart instantly thrown into disarray. Her words confirmed the rumors circulating among the co-workers before. I now had definitive proof that she indeed liked xuanhuan, and not just mildly. She was completely infatuated. Knowing this for sure made me feel uneasy and upset. There was another reason I felt even worse. We had once made a pact. She allowed me to pursue her, although she had given me a 3-month deadline. Reaching her 100 million target wasn't easy, but I had been trying hard. Especially with today's impressive sales record, at this rate, I really might meet the goal within those 3 months. She was my dream, and now her words seemed to have shattered that dream prematurely. I had been so good to her. Remodeling the house was for the safety of my parents. I took her shopping for furniture. I bought a villa purely for her sake. Despite all that, she was still infatuated with xuanhuan. Where did that leave me? The company had stopped paying her wages altogether, yet she still couldn't bear to leave that Yao guy. And now I was giving her 6,000 yuan each month. Even last month, when she worked only half the time, she still took 3,000 yuan from me. I gave her the money willingly, yet it seemed her heart wasn't with me at all. I felt incredibly disheartened. I sat down on a small stool too, saying nothing. I took a cigarette from my pocket and lit it. These were the kinds of cigarettes I only smoked occasionally when entertaining clients or discussing business, and I had never smoked alone before. But today, my mood was so terrible that I finally gave in and lit one. Bai Luoxue didn't try to stop me from smoking. Looking at my dejected figure, she even smiled. You seem disappointed. What's there to be disappointed about? You know, the relationship between us two. Before, we were colleagues, working at the same construction company, with the relationship between superior and subordinate. Now we're still colleagues, just at an agricultural company instead, still with a hierarchical relationship. The only difference is that our roles have been swapped. I took a deep drag on the cigarette. The lit and burned almost to my fingertips, nearly scalding me. I threw it away hastily and coughed twice. Don't give me evasive answers or emphasize the colleague relationship or the superior-subordinate dynamic. I know that's all true, but it's not important. Right now, I'm your suitor, and you agreed to let me pursue you. At the very least, the 3-month period hasn't expired yet, so you should honor your word. That's right, I haven't broken our agreement. But you haven't pursued me yet, and I haven't accepted you either. You can't restrict who I like or admire. I had no words. The air fell silent. When I lit my second cigarette, Bai Luoxue gently placed a ledger on the small stool. It looked like she was preparing to leave. Actually, right now, I'm just like you to some extent, unemployed. I make a living through part-time work, and it seems like part-time might soon become my full-time job. She implied more than she said, and I caught the hidden meaning, a spark of hope rekindling in my heart. I slowly stood up and gazed at her affectionately. Before I could speak, she added another sentence. But I still need to go back to work at the company. My heart went cold in an instant. What was it about that xuanhuan, who didn't even pay her a single penny in salary, that could attract her so strongly? She turned to leave, but when she reached the door, she glanced back at me with a smile. I believe in you. A jolt ran through me. What kind of game was this? It seemed like she had given me hope again, making my heart race and anxiety surge uncontrollably. After intense internal conflict, I finally decided, whether or not I had Bai Luoxue, I still needed to keep doing what I was doing. Thinking that xuanhuan had already agreed to let me join Master Gao and the others, of course I should head over there for breakfast again. I locked the main gate and returned to the construction site. From today on, Master Gao and the others treated me differently. They were no longer as casual with their orders, no longer bossing me around like before. Instead, they treated me like an honored guest. Even washing the bowls and dishes, they no longer let me help. When mealtime came, I simply arrived to eat, and after eating, I could leave with a wipe of my mouth, needing to do nothing else. It was even more comfortable than at home. My parents never spoiled me like this. I didn't argue with them. I had other things to do anyway. Since they were willing to do the chores themselves, I let them. I just focused on my own tasks. First, I took a round through Building 9's small villa to check on the renovation progress. Master Wang and the others hadn't arrived yet, so I made my way from the first floor up to the third floor on my own. The quality of their work was truly beyond reproach. The walls were smooth and pristine white, the floors smooth and shining, doors and windows meticulously crafted. Nothing could be faulted. The walls and floors had already been completed. Right now, they were working on interior decoration, and materials had been delivered, but work had not yet begun. Back when I used to do similar work, there would usually be 2 separate teams. Now, since they didn't have much else to do, they took on the interior renovation as well. After all, they'd done similar work before, and I trusted them, so I agreed. Still feeling down, I quietly left without waiting for them to arrive at work. From today on, I no longer belonged to the construction site. I gathered my few personal belongings from the metal container house and returned to the courtyard apartment I had rented. From now on, this would be my home. When I thought about home, my mind naturally went to Villa 9. That was my planned permanent residence for living together with Bai Luoxue. This courtyard apartment was just a temporary stopgap. Perhaps due to business needs, I might actually buy it. I'd had that thought before at least. To distract myself from inner unease, I picked up a book and started studying to shift my focus. Knowledge can change destiny. Whether or not it truly could, I hadn't thought deeply about, but it certainly could change my mood. While swimming through the ocean of knowledge, I felt comfortable and free, temporarily forgetting worldly troubles and emotional entanglements. When I got tired of studying, I went out to the courtyard to breathe fresh air and stretch my limbs, then entered the island to check on my little free kingdom. Rushua was fishing. That was her only source of leisure. The island's vegetable planting area had already exceeded 7 mu, and for the most part, I didn't have to manage it anymore. It was all handled by the female AI. Moreover, she had done something unexpected. Previously, the solar panels were installed too close to the small house, which inconveniently blocked my access for carrying goods on and off the island. Rushuen noticed this, and, since the island had expanded in size, moved the solar panels to a new location, clearing up the space in front of the little house. Actually, she worked on the island for more than 5 hours every day. Especially picking vegetables consumed a lot of time. Now, fishing wasn't as efficient as before. More mixed fish ended up in the basket, requiring careful sorting, which also wasted time. Luckily, the robot worked efficiently. This kind of simple, repetitive labor suited her perfectly. Without her help, even with plenty of free time here on the island, my physical energy and capacity simply wouldn't have sufficed. The sales would never have reached even a third of what they were now. I felt even more convinced that spending 1 million yuan to buy this robot was absolutely worth it. Chapter 44: Delivering Furniture Home. Now that I have a car, going out is naturally much more convenient. Visiting my customers at the various malls in the Bimin market only takes me half a day to complete all the rounds. Previously, this would have taken me at least 2 days. I originally planned to drive back to my hometown. I wanted my parents to be happy and help them organize the house. After all, the new furniture was about to arrive. Deep down, there was also a hidden desire to show off, to let the villagers see how much Chun Yu has changed, how a common barnyard chicken has transformed into a phoenix. In fact, Mom had called me more than once before. That matchmaker Annie Zhang would visit our house every so often, always inquiring about me and Bai Luoxua's situation. She didn't seem to know that the girl introduced by Annie Chun, my father's wife, was actually Bai Luoxua. All she mentioned in front of my mother was whether the girl from the county had been contacted successfully. She kept assuring my mother that if this match didn't work out, there were even better girls waiting for me. It sounded like she was determined to find me a good match. She seemed to have completely forgotten her earlier words that she would no longer interfere with my marriage. Mother found it hard to refuse Annie Zhang's enthusiasm. Every time she came to our house, Mother would call me once, clearly urging me to settle things as soon as possible. All I could say in response was that hasty actions wouldn't yield good results, and that these matters had to be taken slowly. So long as there was hope, one shouldn't be impatient. Otherwise, the result might backfire. Seeing that I remained calm, Mother stopped pushing too hard, only reminding me not to drag things on too long lest I missed other good girls. This matter was temporarily dealt with. The furniture store owner called to say that the furniture had arrived, so I quickly drove over. After providing the exact address, the truck loaded with furniture started heading out, and I followed behind in my car, heading straight back to Shirgo village. I had called my parents in advance, so they were already waiting anxiously by the door. Seeing the truck fully loaded with furniture, the villagers came over to help unload it and move it inside, assisting with arranging the pieces. What I heard most were exclamations of admiration, envy, and praise for me. My parents shared in the joy. I had originally intended to invite Bai Luoxua to come together, but her words still echoed in my ears, so I ultimately didn't tell her. The happiness I showed on the surface couldn't conceal my inner gloom. Mother seemed not to notice my low spirits, too busy offering tea and cigarettes to the villagers, barely finding time for anything else. Once all the furniture was arranged, my task was complete. Although the meal Mom prepared was delicious, I found myself without much appetite. After lunch, I went to inspect the greenhouse behind the house, and Mom and Dad followed shortly behind. I noticed that the vegetables in the greenhouse weren't growing as well as they had on the island. The cucumbers weren't as thick or long anymore, and were gradually returning to a more normal size. Soon, they might hardly differ from vegetables grown on land. Such matters, I couldn't really discuss with my parents. From instinct, I believed this was highly related to the soil or environment. After all, this wasn't the mysterious parallel island. Here, they simply suited an ordinary life. Mother told me that during the first few weeks, the vegetables were quite special indeed. While my parents couldn't eat themselves, they picked and brought to the market to sell. The prices were pretty good. These vegetables brought in a nice extra income, covering living expenses with a fair amount left over. That gave me an idea. The wheat would ripen in a week. With the greenhouse present, it would be hard for a harvester to operate inside, so we'd have to harvest manually. Luckily, we only had half a mu of land, which wouldn't be too hard for my parents. I told them not to plant corn after harvesting the wheat, instead planting only vegetables across the entire greenhouse. How they looked didn't matter. It could be treated as a side business. If they couldn't all be sold at the market, we could sell them wholesale from home, regardless of price, as long as they could be sold. The real reason for doing this was to give my special ecological company a real-world business activity. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain the source of so many vegetables. To ensure these vegetables sold at wholesale were of the same origin, or at least quite similar, I would periodically replace the weaker ones from the greenhouse by transplanting a few from the space. This would be for people to see. The poorly shaped ones, the small cucumbers, eggplants, and bell peppers no one wanted, I suggested Mom turn into pickles and preserves. This could also be sold at the market. Judging by her culinary skills, it would certainly be a hit. After I shared my idea, Mom was greatly encouraged, and Dad was willing to help, praising me for growing up and having my own judgment. Now they both seemed willing to listen to me. In fact, I had another plan. I asked Mom to detail all the methods for making these pickles, and carefully wrote them down. I intended to use these methods to further expand my business. After arranging everything, I made an excuse about having more business in the city and headed back to the county town. Not long after arriving at the courtyard, my mother called. She said that Auntie Zhang had visited again, pressing to find out how far along things were between me and the girl in the city. I simply said we were still in touch. Nothing had broken off. This unconvincing sentence caused my mother some worry. I reassured her that everything was under control. In truth, I had no real grip on how things were progressing. Minley Canning Factory posted an announcement online that I happened to see. It said an auction bidding meeting would be held tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the county. The factory was being publicly tendered due to bankruptcy liquidation, and interested buyers could go and bid. I had discussed this matter in detail with Bai Luoxua before. My plans wouldn't work unless I could gain control of the factory. Otherwise, it would all be talk for nothing. After receiving my call, Bai Luoxua hurriedly came to the courtyard. Preparing for the bid required help from professionals. Just speaking loudly in the meeting wouldn't be credible enough. The county officials wouldn't take it seriously. Based on Bai Luoxua's recommendation, we contacted an accounting firm. After a thorough consultation, I provided basic information about the Shergo Village Eco Specialty Company and asked them to help draft a bid proposal. The next morning at 8, I went straight to the county's bidding meeting room. While Luashua wasn't there, she had gone to the sales office. The large meeting hall, which could seat 300 to 400 people, held only a dozen or so individuals. Except for Director Mu, I didn't recognize anyone else. Apparently, my arrival drew little attention. Promptly at 8, a staff member announced from the stage that those interested in bidding should submit their proposals. As I walked toward the stage with my bid documents in hand, Director Mu also submitted a proposal. We exchanged glances. I felt puzzled. Why would he bid as the factory director when the factory was already bankrupt? He gave me a cold smirk, saying, "You actually came." Chapter 45 Bidding for the Canning Factory. I nodded and smiled at Director Mu before returning to my seat. He sat in the front row, and I noticed him sneaking glances toward me from time to time, although I couldn't guess what he was thinking. Initially, I thought at least a few organizations would show up to bid, but ultimately, I found out only Mu and I had submitted proposals. I started to feel a little doubtful. The canning factory sits on 100 mu of land. Although the factory itself isn't particularly large, just the land alone is worth something. Even without making canned goods, it could be used for other commercial purposes. Why wouldn't anyone else be interested? Was there something fishy going on? Thinking it over from every angle, I couldn't come up with any answers. Perhaps I simply didn't know enough about the factory yet. Since I had already come this far, I decided to wait for the outcome and see what was really going on. If there were indeed some insurmountable issues, I might have to give up. At 9 a.m., 7 or 8 people finally arrived at the podium and announced the start of the bidding meeting. Deputy County Head Huang presided over the meeting. First, he briefly introduced the current status of the Minli Canning Factory, information nearly identical to what was available online. Then, he stated that the county government had decided to proceed with bankruptcy restructuring and open bidding, clearly declaring that the successful bidder could operate in other industries. This suited me perfectly. If we had to keep producing canned fruits, we'd face restrictions that would limit my ability to expand the business operations. Deputy County Head Huang confirmed that there were only 2 bidders. Mu submitted his bid as an individual, whereas I did so on behalf of the Shergo Village Special Eco Company. They could have announced the winner immediately, but Deputy County Head Huang said since there were only 2 bids, they would ask both of us to present our future development plans, after which the bid selection committee would decide. Mu was called first to make his presentation at the podium. His name was Mu Jiming, age 40 this year. He had worked at the canning factory for 20 years and had served as director for the past 5. Because of market conditions, fruit canned goods had become obsolete products with a bleak future, causing losses and leaving the factory insolvent. Taking this opportunity of bankruptcy, he wanted to change the factory's fate. If he won the bid, he would raise funds from the public, prioritizing internal employees first. With that money, he would pay back the bank loans, overdue social insurance payments, workers' wages, and outstanding debts to suppliers. The canning factory is located on the eastern side of Huangta County, adjacent to 2 major roads on its east and north sides, boasting an excellent geographical location. His plan was to develop residential properties on the factory land, building at least 4 high-rises. Given the current housing market, it would promise considerable profits. Those profits would then be distributed among the employees who had contributed funds, offering them significant income, enough to secure their livelihoods for at least the next 10 or so years. Currently, there are more than 300 workers employed at the factory, most of them already over 50 years old. In 10 years' time, nearly all of them would have retired and started receiving pensions, securing their livelihoods naturally. His plan would ensure that all employees could retire normally. His conclusion: real estate development is the best option for the canning factory at this moment. Scattered applause broke out. Next, it was my turn to step onto the podium and present my own development plan. Unlike Director Mu, I didn't deliver a lengthy speech, only stating 3 points. First, the canning factory should remain focused on its core product, canned food. However, innovation, improvements, and transformation were needed to create unique products to adapt to market demands. Second, I would settle all existing debts in full, bank loans, overdue social insurance fees, worker salaries, and supplier debts. Third, all currently employed workers would receive proper arrangements. I clearly stated that positions would be filled through competitive selection and set a 3-month period. As for those workers who failed to meet the standards and were eliminated, I requested the county government help provide security and benefits typically granted to employees of bankrupt enterprises. I spoke for no more than 2 minutes at the podium, during which the meeting room was completely silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. About 10 seconds later, Deputy County Head Huang started clapping, and slowly, scattered applause turned gradually more enthusiastic. As I stepped off the stage amid applause, I noticed that the people seated closest to Mu at the front were applauding and cheering the hardest. Even as the officials on the stage had stopped clapping, these individuals kept applauding enthusiastically, resulting in multiple waves of applause. Deputy County Head Huang led the clapping once again, perhaps with slightly sore hands, and finally signaled everyone to stop. Please take a short break while the bidding committee discusses the result. We will announce the successful bidder shortly. The line of leaders exited the meeting room. Instantly, the meeting room became lively. Some people came up to me, curious about who I was, where I was from, and even my agricultural company. While I answered their questions one by one, I noticed Mu glancing at me over his shoulder, his eyes seeming to carry a trace of resentment. Just now, when he finished his speech, there had been only scattered applause, creating a sharp contrast with the reception after my speech. He seemed very angry. Of course, I didn't care about his feelings. Since we were both bidders, we were naturally competitors. Some would be pleased, and some would be upset. The people curious about me said they had never heard of my Shurgo Village Special Eco Company. I gave a slight smile and didn't offer an explanation. I didn't yet know who these people really were, so I didn't want to reveal my cards too early. As for their questions, I gave vague but polite responses just to go through the motions. Someone asked how I intended to handle the factory workers and how would the selection process work. Actually, I only had a general idea about this. The specific plan hadn't been fully developed yet. This idea had actually come from Bailuoxue. As for the detailed plan, I figured I would work on it thoroughly only after winning the bid. Thinking too far ahead would be pointless if I didn't end up winning. Seeing that I spoke little, some people took the hint and stopped asking further questions. One man seemed especially interested in me. He introduced himself as a worker from the canning factory, attending the bidding meeting as a worker representative to supervise the fairness of the process on site, ensuring everything was transparent and free from behind-the-scenes manipulations. He spoke quietly, almost whispering into my ear so that only I could hear. I understood. He was trying to prevent Director Mu from overhearing. I gave a faint smile without expressing agreement or disagreement. After all, the result hadn't been announced yet. Perhaps I was merely a passerby who wouldn't win, and discussing too much with them might even be detrimental to the workers themselves. At this moment, I noticed that the look Director Mu cast toward this group of people held even more resentment. However, these workers completely ignored his expressions, as if they neither cared nor concerned themselves with his joy, sorrow, or hatred, treating him as if he didn't exist at all. During the wait for the county leaders to announce the bidding outcome, not a single person approached Director Mu to talk. He sat on the front row seat, continuously drinking bottled mineral water. After finishing one bottle, he still tightly held the empty plastic in his hand. Eventually, he crushed the bottle into a twisted mass, yet continued clutching it without letting go. Chapter 46. Taking office, much to consider. It was not until 11 o'clock when Deputy County Magistrate Huang and the other officials returned to the meeting room. It seemed there had been strong disagreements among them regarding the bidding process. Even though only my company and factory director moves were in contention, the discussion had lasted a very long time. Whether I win the bid or not doesn't really matter to me. If this cannery isn't viable, I can always seek cooperation with other factories. I have the project, and with the current momentum of development, I will soon have substantial capital, so finding partners won't be a problem. But for factory director Mu, it's different. If I win the bid, he loses his chance, and his real estate plan will collapse. The successful bidder is the Shurgo Village Special Ecological Company. As soon as Deputy County Magistrate Huang announced the result, roar applause erupted in the room, even more sustained than before. About a dozen people cheered loudly. One of them took the lead standing up, and soon others followed. The clapping continued unabated. I, too, politely stood up and clapped, joining in until the applause ended. The only one who hadn't stood up was Mu Jiming. After the crowd dispersed, I was asked by Deputy County Magistrate Huang to stay behind, and I followed him into a small meeting room, where the same group of leaders from the podium earlier were still seated. They had summoned me to sign the agreement. The contract had already been prepared. I carefully read through it from beginning to end and noticed a particularly important section. During my presentation at the earlier meeting, I hadn't spoken much, mostly focusing on what the county officials were concerned about. Those three key issues were all included in the contract. Was it just a coincidence? As for other matters, my bid documents had already covered them comprehensively. Funding sources, business scope, future plans, basically addressing all the concerns of the bidding committee. Now they just wanted to confirm the details with me again and asked me to guarantee that the cannery would be constructed strictly according to what was promised in the bid proposal. I naturally had no objections and signed the documents on the spot, keeping one copy for myself and another for the committee. Deputy County Magistrate Huang said he would go to the cannery factory at 2:30 in the afternoon to formally announce the result. I had now become the actual controller of the factory. The next step would depend on how well I could implement my reform plan. I won the bid. The cannery is now mine. I will own a genuine physical enterprise. My special ecological company was, in reality, only a nominal entity. I hadn't dared to promote it openly, so the factory workers had never even heard of it. Of course, they had no idea about my secret intentions. Leaving the county party committee compound, I returned to my own compound at noon. After some hesitation, I dialed Bailuoxue's number. I didn't directly tell her that I had won the bid. Instead, I simply asked her to come to the courtyard at 2 p.m. to discuss something. I played it very casually, and she didn't press me for details, just agreeing immediately. I was curious why she wasn't more intrigued, but I couldn't figure it out, so I decided not to dwell on it. I hurried off to the construction site to eat lunch with Master Gao. If I was any later, the food would be cold. Seeing my late arrival, the three of them were concerned, asking what I had been up to. I mumbled some vague excuse about going out for a while, just missing lunch, but I was still able to make it in time. Master Gao had kept some dishes warm for me on the stove. When I sat down, the food was still steaming hot. As I ate, I felt warmth in my heart. It was as if I had never left them, and that I was still with them all along. There was no time to rest at noon. Back in the courtyard, I kept thinking about what I would say to the workers at the cannery after 2:30 p.m., and how I would arrange the next steps. As for all of that, I had neither prior knowledge nor experience to rely on. It felt impossible to get started. That's precisely why I had asked Bailuoxue to come. After all, she majored in business administration, and I was sure she could offer some valuable suggestions. Thinking of Bailuoxue suddenly sparked an idea in my mind, and I immediately felt excited about it. All the previous worries vanished in an instant, as if everything could now be easily resolved. Just after 1 p.m., Luoxue called me, asking me to open the gate as she had already arrived outside the compound's entrance. As soon as I opened the door, she asked me, calling me over in the middle of the day, did something good happen? As we walked toward the house, I smiled and said, how do you know it's something good and not something urgent? Well, originally I just guessed it was something good, but I wasn't sure. I didn't ask over the phone because I knew I would find out soon enough when I saw you. The moment I walked in and saw that smile you're trying so hard to hide, with that look of excitement, you're practically broadcasting good news on your face. Come on, did you win the bid? With the help of such a lucky goddess like you, how could I possibly lose? I won't go into all the details of the meeting. That part doesn't really matter. The important thing is, we won the bid. We entered the living room and sat down on opposite sides of the sofa. I poured us tea from a cup I had just made, and we began chatting over our tea. You must have some task for me, Director Chun, calling me over in the middle of the day when no one wants to work. Luoxue smiled again, took a sip of her tea, and asked calmly, I do have a task. I am appointing you as the new director of the cannery factory. Luoxue nearly spat out the mouthful of tea she was drinking all over my face, and some splashed onto my t-shirt and the coffee table. In a panic, both of us scrambled for tissues to wipe everything up. I was somewhat surprised by her reaction. Is it really that shocking? A business administration graduate managing a small cannery shouldn't get so excited, should they? Luoxue's cheeks turned red as she repeatedly apologized. She was visibly flustered. You're not joking, are you? Even now, she still couldn't believe that I was serious about hiring her to run the cannery. How could I joke about something this big? Managing a factory takes leadership skills, and your expertise matches perfectly. You're exactly the right person for the job. There's no one else I trust more. She took a tissue and gently wiped her lips, regaining her composure. Her eyes flickered with what seemed like affection directed at me. It's rare that you trust me so much. I suppose I'll accept the role then, even though I feel a bit unprepared. Hearing her accept, a weight lifted off my chest. Great. At 2:30 this afternoon, Deputy County Magistrate Huang will personally come to the cannery to announce the results. I will officially announce your appointment then. Luoxue fell into thought for a moment. Do I need to formally resign from the construction company? And in the morning, should I still help you with the fresh fish and vegetable wholesale business? One person can only do so much. I'm only human, not a machine, and I can't possibly work 3 jobs at once. What she said was true. She wasn't ready to leave xiuxian behind at the construction company and was willing to work there unpaid. And the wholesale business, where she now earned a high salary from me, was my idea. Once she was fully responsible for managing the cannery, she definitely wouldn't have time for other tasks. I hesitated. The reason I hesitated was because I didn't want anyone else involved in the fish and vegetable trade, worried they might pry into or spread my secrets. Back then, I specifically chose Luoxue because I had set my sights on her and hoped she'd eventually be with me. I had viewed it quite simply. I imagined that the wholesale vegetable job was only in the morning, and going to the factory started after 8 o'clock, so it shouldn't interfere too much with her factory work. However, as factory director, her responsibilities might not strictly fit into an 8-hour day. If she ran short on time in the mornings, my wholesale business would fall behind, and that was a crucial source of income for me. At this stage, any delay was unacceptable. So then, what do you think? Do you have a better solution? Chapter 47, Analyzing the Factory Situation. The factory was just handed over to us, and right now, we can say we know absolutely nothing about its condition. The first thing we should do is conduct an on-site investigation to collect first-hand information. Only then can we formulate effective policies, avoid blindness, and see results quickly. It's a huge workload. Even if you have a very ideal idea now, it's difficult to implement smoothly without sufficient research. Luoxue was lecturing me seriously, and I listened attentively. There's no problem with me becoming the factory director. I guarantee that I will operate and develop it exactly according to your intentions, but the timing isn't right yet. How come I sensed a refusal from her? Just now she had agreed, hadn't she? Was she going back on her word? She continued. I'm someone who yearns for freedom and doesn't want to be overly restricted. That's why when I was looking for work, I didn't follow my parents' arrangement, but instead took the initiative to come to Xuanhuan Construction Company on my own accord. The company is now in this current state, entirely my own doing, but I don't regret it. I've told you why I stayed at the construction company. Now you're entrusting me with such a significant responsibility that I have to reconsider carefully. I didn't argue or show my opinion, but kept listening. The person who understands the cannery best right now is the current director, Mr. Mu. No matter how well or poorly he managed before, whether to keep him or not is the primary issue we need to address. If we don't keep him, how should we reassign him? It seems not entirely up to you alone. We need to communicate with the county government since he was once the head of the factory. If we keep him, how do we assign him? What position should we give him? Have you considered that? Now we reach the crux. I promised the county government that all workers will have to compete for their positions, with the underperformers eliminated. The eliminated staff will receive treatment as laid-off workers from a bankrupt enterprise, Mu Jiming included. That's easier said than done. With the current situation of the factory, he definitely bears his share of the blame. As the saying goes, mercy should be shown to a fallen enemy. You can't reassign him too humiliatingly. You can't possibly make him a regular worker on the front line. Even assigning him to a common managerial position isn't quite suitable. Even if you make him a department director, do you think he'll perform well? Isn't the drop in rank too drastic? You're saying? My suggestion is to keep the director's position for him temporarily for further observation. Of course, we need to establish certain restrictions on his power and clearly define his responsibilities. This way, his status isn't lowered, but his power and accountability are both limited. You'll find it easier to control the entire cannery since you aren't as familiar with it as he is. In other words, as long as you manage him, you manage the entire factory. One conversation with you is worth 10 years of study. It suddenly dawned on me. You have to help me manage this cannery. If I let him remain as director, what position should I give you? I was genuinely worried that xiuxian would wash her hands of everything. That's easy. I've already thought it through for you. You supervise me, and I supervise him. We'll need to redefine the roles now. I suggest you register another company, Yellow Soil County Eco-Agriculture Company. It will manage 2 subsidiaries. One is your Shurgo Village Eco-Characteristic Company, and the other is Minli Cannery. You will be chairman of the board, I will be the executive director, and Mu Jiming will continue as the cannery director. This way, the superior-subordinate relationship is clearly established. I couldn't help but give a big thumbs up. It's settled then. But she didn't address how to arrange her current job. Then, as for you. As for me, I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I will definitely help you manage the factory, so don't worry about that. But I must ask you, Chairman Chun, what will my salary be? xiuxian smiled slyly. You get paid according to the work you do. The salary for selling vegetables wholesale will remain unchanged. For your position as executive director, I'll pay you 100,000. Per year. Per month. Ha ha ha. xiuxian burst into hearty laughter. Chairman Chun is so generous. How can I refuse? Don't worry. I'll surely fulfill my mission. She accepted enthusiastically, and I almost regretted it. The salary was quite high. But thinking again, without offering a high salary, I wouldn't be able to keep such talent. I'm paying for her management skills, which saves me countless headaches. Considering just that alone, it's worth it. Moreover, I had a petty little secret in my heart. If she becomes my woman in the future, wouldn't her money ultimately be mine anyway? Even if I gave her more, so what? Thinking of this, I secretly laughed to myself. Looking at my phone, it was already 2 a.m., so I hurriedly drove her straight to the cannery. On the way, I was reflecting on our earlier conversation. I realized this woman was truly remarkable. It felt as if I were being led around by the nose. Everything seemingly proceeding along the lines of my own thinking, yet in reality, all following her ideas. As for her, she would still work at Xuanhuan Construction Company as before. In the mornings, she would still help me with vegetable wholesaling. As for her role as executive director, there was no need for her to be stationed at the cannery office. She could simply drop by occasionally, take a brief tour, inspect the work, just like when she and Yao Xuanhuan would walk around the construction site at the building company. After all that discussion, compared to before, the only difference was that I had added another 100,000 to her salary. The same as always was that she still merely offered advice to me. But thinking again, I felt reassured. Wasn't this exactly what kept her close to me? Even though now she was still working at Xuanhuan Construction, it wouldn't remain the same as before. It would merely be a nominal position. I believed that in the future, she would place her main focus on the cannery. Lost in careful thought, I arrived at the cannery. The guard at the gate saw a BMW pull up and didn't even attempt to stop us, just opened the gate and waved us through without any registration. Instantly, I formed an opinion. This guard wasn't nearly as responsible as old Lu, the watchman back at the construction site. Whenever someone came in or out, old Lu would personally step forward to ask. Strangers were required to register. This situation definitely needed to be reformed. This security guard is somewhat irresponsible. I began to complain while still in the car. Don't rush. You can't eat a fat man with just one bite. Reform needs to proceed step by step, methodically and steadily. xiuxian comforted me. Minli Cannery had a 3-story office building. By the time we arrived at the second-floor meeting room, it was already 2:30. The room was packed with people, noisy and chaotic. As we entered the meeting room, nobody paid attention to us, but I noticed the glances cast in our direction, though not at me, but at xiuxian beside me. In my opinion, they were simply staring at a pretty face. My belief was confirmed as we found a corner at the back row to sit. Even then, there were still people sending leering glances our way. xiuxian appeared not to notice, but I felt complicated emotions, sour, bitter, even slightly proud, though I remained outwardly calm, waiting quietly for the leaders to arrive. A few minutes later, Vice County Chief Huang and other leaders entered the meeting room, led by Mu Jiming. Vice County Chief Huang took a seat on the podium, while the others sat in the front row. Vice County Chief Huang cleared his throat and directly announced the outcome of the bidding process. Chapter 48, Combining Favor with Authority. The bidding process for the reorganization of Minli Canning Factory has now concluded, with the winner being the Shurgo Village Characteristic Eco Company, whose actual controller is Chun Lingyu. Starting from now, Minli Canning Factory will be fully managed and operated by Comrade Chun Lingyu. After investigation and assessment, the county government believes Comrade Chun has the capability and strength to resolve the current issues facing the factory and will surely lead all the factory workers down a new path of entrepreneurship. County leaders look forward to the canning factory regaining its past glory. As for the specific reforms to the factory, they will be implemented in detail by Comrade Chun Lingyu. Next, let's invite Director Chun to address all of you and begin the process of getting to know one another. A warm round of applause erupted from the crowd below. With full confidence, I walked up to the stage and bowed deeply. Hello everyone. My name is Chun Lingyu. From this moment on, I will be managing Minli Canning Factory, and reform will begin right away. First, I would like to announce an appointment. Comrade Mu Jiming will continue to serve as the factory director, responsible for daily production management and operations. As soon as I spoke, the crowd below burst into uproar and began murmuring amongst themselves. How can that be possible? Isn't this just replacing the soup, but not the medicine? If even the director isn't being replaced, how can this factory have any future? Isn't the county being too careless? He was kept as director even after the factory went bankrupt. There's no hope for this factory anymore. In short order, all sorts of comments and criticisms flew. This reaction from the workers was completely expected, so I felt no surprise. However, what did surprise me was Mu Jiming himself. He immediately stood up. Chun, Director Chun, what you said, is it true? Rather than answering him directly, I glanced back at Deputy County Head Huang, who remained seated on the podium as calm as ever, unmoved by the commotion below. He neither explained anything nor tried to silence the workers. We exchanged glances, and he gave a slight nod. I saw it clearly and immediately turned back to Mu Jiming. In a formal setting such as this, would I ever make a joke? The appointment is real. The office will soon issue the official document, to be submitted to the county and circulated to all departments and workshops. Mu Jiming was visibly moved and clasped his hands together in a gesture of deep gratitude. Thank you, Director Chun. I saw that his hands were trembling as he tightly gripped his fists. Once the workers realized what I said was indeed true, their loud protests instantly died down. Leaders, comrades, fellow workers of the canning factory, now that I, Chun Lingyu, have taken over Minli Canning Factory, I guarantee I will restore the factory's success. To put it plainly, I'm making an investment. Several million will be spent. First, I will immediately resolve issues regarding employees' insurance and wages, relieving your worries. A wave of applause immediately rose from the audience. Secondly, I will implement a series of reform measures for the company, optimizing our production processes, diversifying our products, and re-entering the market to regain our former glory. I guarantee the factory will develop in a healthy and sustainable way and secure a future for every worker here. Applause thundered again. As for the factory's debts, rest assured, that is entirely my responsibility. I will gradually eliminate these burdens and provide a satisfactory explanation to the county government, relevant departments, affiliated units, and all our suppliers. I rephrased what I had said at the bidding meeting for the workers, and they seemed to finally see a ray of hope for the factory's future. The applause lasted a long time. Moving forward, we will further detail these reforms and implement the relevant measures. Of course, this will rely heavily on all of you, the workers in this room. I hope you'll fully cooperate. Good. What I had said must have hit the sore spots the factory had suffered, precisely what the workers were concerned about, and thus gained consensus in this very meeting room. This concludes today's meeting. Please return to your respective departments. Department heads, please stay behind for another short session. I glanced again at Deputy County Head Huang sitting on the podium. He stood up, smiling slightly, and nodded. I'll be looking forward to your good news, Director Chun. He reached out his hand to shake mine, then led the rest of the officials out of the room. The workers also gradually left the conference room amidst murmurs and movement, leaving only a dozen or so people behind. These must be the heads of each department. I signaled for them to gather in the front 2 rows and invited each of them to introduce themselves one by one. Once their introductions concluded, I introduced Bai Luoxue to them. This is Bai Luoxue, my assistant. She has been temporarily appointed as the general supervisor of Minli Canning Factory, tasked with overseeing and guiding the reform process. Her authority supersedes the factory director, and she reports directly to me, Chun Lingyu. Since we hadn't yet established the new company, my title as chairman lacked an official foundation, and Bai Luoxue's position as executive director couldn't be officially announced. Therefore, I temporarily assigned her the role of general supervisor. I waited until Deputy County Head Huang and others had left before announcing this decision because I had no intention of reporting it to the county government. I must admit I had a personal motive. I didn't want Bai Luoxue to be burdened with excessive restrictions, nor did I want her name to appear on the county's records. Since she was unwilling to officially serve as the canning factory's director, then let her be the behind-the-scenes general supervisor. I clearly stated to these cadres below the stage, reform is like surgery, it will hurt wherever the knife cuts. If we don't cut, the tumor can't be removed. This pain must be endured to heal the factory's sickness. We must all agree on this. Between the lines, my reforms would touch their core interests. Those who disapprove, those who cannot endure, or those who cannot persist may hand in their resignations anytime. Within 3 months, they may still enjoy the social insurance benefits of a bankrupt enterprise's employees. After those 3 months, this preferential policy will expire, and they'll be treated as having voluntarily resigned. Those eliminated will be fired. I hoped everyone would prepare mentally in advance, not just the mid-level cadres, but all workers as well. At the same time, I told them their current positions were all temporary and subject to evaluation. Those qualified would stay, those unqualified, would have to leave or compete for positions alongside the frontline workers. The hall fell into complete silence. They should have clearly felt the pressure. I continued to apply more pressure. From this moment on, a sword is hanging above each of your heads. You must all feel this pressure and give your duties your full attention. You must be clear about the problems and difficulties you face in your work, and ideally, you should be able to locate their root causes. Starting tomorrow morning, submit the problems you face and your proposed solutions. This will be one requirement of your evaluation. Failure to submit this will be considered failing the evaluation, and thus inability to shungren your job, which results immediately in dismissal. Every person seated below looked serious, none daring to raise their eyes and look at me. They sat silently, staring blankly at the table with lowered eyelids, perhaps all struggling internally. This warning wasn't improvised on the spot. It came not only from my own management studies, but also from some suggestions Bai Luoxue had given me. The poor management that brought the canning factory to its current dire state lies partly on the current factory director Mu Jiming, But the mid-level cadres are certainly not blameless. I wouldn't mind seeing them leave. I couldn't directly fire them, but I had to find reasons. This was exactly the survival of the fittest I had promised the county, getting them to depart willingly, or at least seeing their inability to meet my demands as grounds for being unqualified, especially when the tasks I gave were so simple. But I knew that despite the simplicity of the task, without a certain level of managerial skill, they wouldn't even be able to identify meaningful issues, revealing from this simple exercise their management capabilities and level of understanding. Chapter 49. Judging character by how one behaves at a drinking table. Seeing that Director Wong from the office, who sat on the front row to my left, had already taken full notes of the meeting, I asked him to compile the minutes afterward and send them to each department. I emphasized especially that Director Wong should collect all draft questions from the departments before 8:30 tomorrow morning. The meeting was very short, ending within 10 or so minutes. Then, Director Mu led the way, guiding me, by xiuxian, and those middle-level managers to conduct a patrol inspection of the entire factory. My intention was to obtain a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the factory's current conditions, which would help with making future plans. We started from the third floor of the office building, entering one room after another for inspection until reaching the first floor. After that, we went to the cafeteria, the security room, the production workshop, and the supply and marketing warehouse. We inspected every corner and every tree within the company. By this time, work hours had already ended. I instructed Director Mu to ask the cafeteria to prepare dinner, clearly telling him that tonight I would personally treat all the middle-level managers. As this was a last-minute decision, the meal could be simple, 4 dishes and 1 soup per person. Just a moment ago, those people had looked anxious and apprehensive, but upon hearing that I would treat them, everyone's face lit up with smiles. The atmosphere instantly became lively and relaxed as we all walked together to the cafeteria. The factory cafeteria was actually a large auditorium where staff meetings were held. Normally, it served as the dining hall, able to accommodate up to 300 people at once. The cooks immediately got busy preparing the meals. During the waiting period, those middle-level managers formed small groups of 3 or 2, whispering together. Some even took out small notebooks and started writing something while leaning on the tables. xiuxian followed me throughout the entire time. Except for greeting everyone during the meeting, she didn't speak again. She gave neither affirmative approval nor expressed any opposition toward my actions, remaining silent as though she didn't exist. Her silence, in my eyes, meant consent. Finding a table, she sat to my right. Mu Jiming hesitated briefly before finally choosing to sit directly across from me. I noticed that his previous glare of resentment had vanished, replaced by a look of melancholy. He dared not meet my gaze, probably out of respect for his position, joining us reluctantly. It seemed he had even become somewhat fearful of me. That was exactly the effect I wanted. The cafeteria had sufficient raw ingredients on hand, enough to host dinner for all the middle managers tonight. Earlier during our patrol, I had seen them. As for the workers, the workshop was temporarily shut down. Besides several security guards, only the on-duty personnel remained, and they were very few in number. I instructed Mu Jiming to tell the cafeteria to offer them the same meal for free. When the workers waiting to receive their dinner heard this, they erupted into applause immediately. "Thank you, Director Chun." I waved my hand toward them, while xiuxian secretly smiled behind her hand. The meals were soon ready. The workers were served first, and only after they left with their trays did the cafeteria staff begin serving the middle-level managers. "Do we have alcohol?" Although I had seen the storage room during the patrol inspection and knew there was DACA liquor, I wasn't sure about the exact amount. Mu Jiming was taken aback at first, but then nodded. "Yes." I pointed at those managers and said, "Set them at tables of 4, 2 bottles per table, and remember, plenty to go around." A chorus of joyous shouts immediately erupted from the crowd. Mu Jiming hurriedly trotted into the kitchen to make arrangements. Initially, the middle managers appeared slightly restrained, but after a few rounds, they quickly revealed their true colors, making the hall suddenly turn rowdy and chaotic. I sat quietly and observed what kind of spectacle they would produce. Mu Jiming seemed to understand my intention of testing these middle managers. Although alcohol was placed on our table as well, he hadn't raised his cup yet. He probably was waiting for me. I couldn't keep pretending forever. Otherwise, the factory director would never feel free, nor could I observe his behavior when drunk. So I took the initiative to raise my glass and invite him. As for xiuxian, I told her that since I needed to drive later, she shouldn't drink, and the cafeteria chef handed her a bottle of mineral water. xiuxian gave me a grateful glance. Initially, I thought these middle managers might behave more cautiously in front of a new leader like me. However, their unrestrained and boisterous behavior exceeded my expectations. I felt disappointed. Yet this didn't stop someone bold enough from raising a cup and coming forward to toast me. I couldn't allow that kind of precedent. If everyone took turns toasting me, there'd be no end. So I suggested we raise our cups together for one toast, then left everyone to drink freely afterward. Everyone else was feasting and drinking joyfully. Only Mu Jiming didn't loosen up. He drank little, spoke even less, and ate scarcely anything. Looking at his plate, he hadn't eaten nearly as much as xiuxian had. Besides our table, none of the other tables finished even 1 bottle each. The other tables had finished both bottles entirely. The total amount was controlled so that no one became truly drunk. After the meal, I asked if anyone had driven here. 5 people raised their hands. Since they had all been drinking, I told them to either call their families for a ride, hire a designated driver, or see if any of the on-duty workers could drive them home. If necessary, they could share a ride, but absolutely no one was allowed to drive after drinking. They all assured me they wouldn't violate traffic rules. I made one request. Everyone must send a message to Director Mu to confirm their safe arrival home, and finally, Mu Jiming himself would call me to report. Everyone thanked me for my care. There was one thing I could not forget. What I had said must be fulfilled. In front of everyone, I called over the cafeteria supervisor and asked about the cost of tonight's meal, then immediately transferred the money to him. Seeing my action, another round of praise arose before we finally got up to leave. As we were leaving the cafeteria, Mu Jiming did not go with the others. After we exited, he seemed to have sat back down at the table again. Never mind him. Bai Luoxue drove me away from the factory. While driving, she asked me, "Why did you invite them to dinner, let them drink, but you yourself didn't drink much?" "I'll ask you, what do you think?" I replied with a question instead of answering. "You're clever. As the saying goes, a person's true nature shows when he's drunk. You were testing them." Looks like nothing I do can hide from my beautiful assistant. Truthfully, I didn't think of this at first. The patrol took too long, already past the time people usually leave work. In principle, this counts as overtime. If I made middle managers stay late from the moment I arrived, it would definitely leave a bad impression. They would probably curse me behind my back. I noticed the cafeteria had enough dishes ready, so I decided to treat them to dinner. That way, it would shut their mouths from complaining about leaving work late. Then suddenly I remembered there was alcohol in the cafeteria, so I thought I might as well let them drink a bit and take the opportunity to observe their behavior when drunk. Bai Luoxue kept smiling. "What do you think of them then? Did you gain anything?" "Well, disappointing, almost no one capable." "Why do you say that?" "You saw how they drank, still a bit restrained before the first few cups, but once they drank a few, they completely revealed their true selves." "Isn't that normal? Drinking requires atmosphere. Without it, how can people drink? You should understand this better than anyone." Bai Luoxue disagreed with my opinion. "You're right. Atmosphere is needed for drinking. But perhaps they forgot. Under what circumstances were they drinking tonight? The factory is bankrupt and facing imminent reform. They may be the next ones to be laid off. Yet they drank so unthinkingly. They could actually drink with such peace of mind. What does that say? It shows their indifference to the company's reform. Don't forget, this was done in my very presence. Especially those who drove here, drinking despite driving. That's knowingly violating the rules. It shows their lack of respect for laws and discipline. How can people like this be entrusted with important roles?" "Huh." Bai Luoxue laughed loudly. "According to your logic, Mu Jiming acted more restrained. He didn't drink much and barely ate. So do you think he can still be trusted with important tasks?" I smiled mysteriously. "Let me assign you a task. Tomorrow, go to the cafeteria and ask the chefs exactly how much Mu Jiming drank." "What do you mean? Why would you think like this?" Bai Luoxue felt very surprised and didn't understand why I said this. "You'll find out after you finish the investigation." Chapter 50, Robot Malfunction. Seeing how mysterious I sounded, Bai Luoxue was confused. Without explaining, she couldn't figure it out immediately, but instead of pressing me further, she turned the question back on me. "According to you, none of the current management at the Kin factory are up to the task. Then who will run the factory? Just the two of us? Remember, even with big hands, you can't cover the entire sky." I had considered this question before, and I replied promptly. "Recruit from society. There must be suitable people out there. Recruiting from outside isn't impossible, but don't you know it's costly and inefficient? There'll be newcomers needing time and investment to understand and train for the factory operations, which surely will delay your plans for rapid reform. Just imagine, even if there's a 1-month delay, how much production will be affected. That's all pure loss." I sucked in a breath of cold air. I was running this business to make money, and I had no intention of investing in unnecessary waste. Then what should we do? Recruitment is expensive, and the current managers are no good. Are we supposed to manage the workers directly ourselves? Even if we had 3 heads and 6 arms, we couldn't handle everything. Bai Luoxue gave me a clear suggestion. "That's precisely why we still need to use the current management staff. You must believe, within the range of ordinary people, everyone is more or less equal. What's different are their goals and motivations. Different incentives bring different levels of drive, which in turn produce different outcomes. As long as your policies are right, even the current managers, whom you consider inadequate, can still achieve remarkable results." "Really, please trust my judgment." Bai Luoxue spoke firmly, like she was trying to comfort me and boost my confidence. I was nearly convinced, but still had lingering doubts. How can you be sure these managers can perform well and won't ruin my plans? I can't guarantee it. You want competition for promotions and survival of the fittest, right? But don't be impatient or hasty. Steady and gradual progress is key. Fresh blood should be introduced gradually. Complete turnover rarely achieves the desired effect. Her words sounded logical, though in truth, I couldn't stand those theories. Since I currently had no better solutions, I could only follow her advice as she had received higher education and had more expertise in management. Bai Luoxue dropped me off at the courtyard, parked the car, and then planned to walk home. I told her to drive back and return in the morning, but she declined. "It's pretty close. I can reach home in a few minutes." Even now, I still didn't know her exact address. Her words provided me with a very important piece of information. Since she lives nearby, wouldn't it be very convenient for me in the future? Whether it would be convenient or not was something for the future. I was still immersed in my thoughts when my phone rang. It was Master Gao calling, asking if I was coming over for dinner tonight. Oh damn, I had forgotten to ask this old gentleman for permission beforehand. I quickly apologized, saying I had already eaten and promised to inform him in advance in the future if I wouldn't be coming. Master Gao said repeatedly, it's okay. I won't keep heating up food for you anymore." This old man had always been thinking about me. At that moment, a warm feeling surged through my heart. After the emotional moment passed, I made myself a cup of tea. My mind was full of things, mostly about how to proceed with the reform of the factory, advancing my development plans so the factory could operate efficiently and achieve profitability soon. The phone rang again. Mu Jiming reported that all the middle-level staff had reached home safely. I told him to rest early too and felt relieved upon hearing his confirmation. I thought about the reform for a while longer, but couldn't focus anymore, so I forced myself to stop thinking. With Bai Luoxue around, at critical moments, she always could offer me an unexpectedly good idea. She was like my senior advisor. It had been a day without entering the Yidu Kongjian. Despite being nighttime, the island now had electric lighting and was no longer dark. I decided to go see how the Miu AI was preparing tomorrow's cargo. Upon entering the space, the area around the small house was brightly lit. The robot, Xuanhuan, was still working busily, placing cucumbers one by one into woven bags. What's going on? Why are you working so long today? My robot had always been highly efficient. Even though vegetable cultivation now covered 10 mu, its working hours shouldn't have exceeded 8 hours. It had plenty of leisure time. Xuanhuan stood in front of me, holding up her left hand for me to see. My skin is broken and is leaking electricity. When I come into contact with water, sparks appear, and my left hand is no longer functioning smoothly. I need maintenance. I carefully inspected under the lights. Xuanhuan's left index finger's silicone skin had worn away over time, revealing the metal beneath, surely where water had seeped in and caused the electrical leakage. Since the left hand couldn't be used, she had to work with only her right hand, which significantly reduced her efficiency. At the current harvesting rate, it would take at least another hour to finish the task. I felt anxious and xianxia. Though Xuanhuan was a robot, she was now my baobei, my money-making machine. Without her, I wouldn't only have to work harder, but I also wouldn't make nearly as much money. I let her move her left hand around to see how severe the damage was. It turned out her left index finger was stiff, while the other 4 fingers could still bend. However, because the index finger wasn't flexible, her harvesting work couldn't proceed smoothly, and that stiff finger even got in the way. I also noticed a major hidden issue. Different levels of wear and tear were visible across the silicone skin on both hands. Even if the left index finger hadn't malfunctioned now, other areas would soon develop problems. I, of course, couldn't fix the robot myself. This required technicians from the tech company. For now, I needed to take temporary measures to prevent further damage to her hand. If another breakdown occurred, my vegetable wholesale business would have to temporarily stop. I couldn't handle all the work alone. I could only harvest a small portion. With so many vendors depending on me, to whom could I possibly wholesale? No matter who it was, it would surely affect other people's feelings. I had Xuanhuan rest for a while, exited the space, and immediately called the tech company's customer service. The customer service rep asked detailed questions about the situation and told me that tomorrow a technician would come to repair the robot and replace parts. In the meantime, I must temporarily stop the robot from working and be careful not to let her come in contact with water anymore. If the robot stopped working, my wholesale orders for tomorrow wouldn't be fulfilled, and that wouldn't do. I came up with an idea and immediately left the house. It was about 8 p.m. now, the streets were still brightly lit, and many stores were still open for business. I went to a labor protection supplies store and bought several pairs of plastic gloves and some rubber bands. After returning home, I entered the space and put the gloves on Xuanhuan's hands, securing them tightly with the rubber bands. This way, her silicone skin would be protected from further wear and tear, and water wouldn't seep inside to cause short circuits. Seeing what I had done, Xuanhuan actually smiled. Master's solution is actually quite good. If you had thought of it sooner, my hand wouldn't have broken down like this. That was true. I really should have thought of getting her protective gear earlier. I noticed her silicone skin had darkened over time. Compared to when I had first bought her, the color wasn't as fresh anymore. Almost like the melanin in human skin had increased. Probably due to long hours of exposure under the intense sun on this small island, the silicone had aged. Realizing this, I was startled. What a careless oversight. Without proper protection, one day a part of her body might rupture due to silicone aging, potentially causing even more electrical shorts and malfunctions. Chapter 51. A question on the road about unpaid matters. I immediately contacted the tech company again and reported the issue of the silicone aging. They agreed to replace the entire set with a new one, which finally relieved me, and I began looking forward to their arrival tomorrow. I was worried that Luoxue might work too long alone and might get upset, so I entered the space again to help her pick vegetables, pack, and stack them. With my help, the work naturally progressed faster, and within half an hour, all the vegetables for tomorrow morning were ready. The fish would still have to wait until tomorrow morning to be caught by Luoxue. My beautiful AI then raised another issue with me. The workload has become quite heavy. I barely have time to rest during the entire day. You have deprived me of the right to rest. I don't even have time for fishing anymore, and even charging has to be done at night. I cannot guarantee sufficient power supply to work all day. She was telling the truth. If she were a worker, I would naturally consider hiring more hands, but she is just a machine. However, Luoxue made the same request. I hope Master will add more manpower. 2 robots can work twice as efficiently. It's not because I want to slack off, but the island is growing every day. New vegetables keep getting planted, and the planting area is expanding continuously, meaning my workload keeps increasing as well. If we don't add more robots, I might not be able to cope even if I work non-stop for 24 hours a day. Her words captured my attention. She was injured and in low spirits. To comfort her, and for future business expansion, I surprisingly agreed to a machine's request. So, I called the tech company again, ordering another robot to be brought along by the maintenance personnel. Naturally, they were extremely happy, promising to arrange it immediately and guarantee delivery tomorrow. I logged onto the tech company's website, placed the order, and paid for it. Thinking again about the previous issue, I returned to that labor protection store. I bought several sets of camouflage uniforms as work clothes for the robots, as well as rain boots and straw hats, to prevent them from getting wet and getting sunburned. I couldn't help but chuckle, truly treating machines as employees. Back in the courtyard, and with no further matters at hand, I went to bed. As soon as I opened my eyes the next morning, I entered the space, worried that xiuxian wouldn't be able to finish catching the fish. In fact, she had already prepared everything. Master, I started work an hour earlier today, otherwise I couldn't have finished everything before 5 a.m. I comforted her. Someone is coming today to repair you, and he's bringing you a companion. From now on, you won't be so busy anymore, nor will you be lonely and isolated on this small island. Xiuxian smiled. I transported all the goods out of the space. Outside the gate, the vendors had already lined up. Xiuxian was, as always, at the front. As soon as we opened the gate, she got straight to work. With the vendors around, we couldn't discuss matters related to the cannery. While weighing the vegetables, the observant Xiuxian noticed a problem. These vegetables are not as neatly packed as usual today, especially at the sealed parts. The tying technique looks quite awkward. Did your friend hire new people? The packaging today is definitely not up to standard. I had noticed these slight flaws myself. Obviously, the effect couldn't be very good if done all by xiuxian's one hand alone, but I couldn't tell Xiuxian the truth and could only evade the issue. Perhaps. So what? What matters is the vegetables. Why bother about the packaging? Xiuxian gave me a sidelong glance. This doesn't seem like you at all. Usually, you arrange even those fish tanks and buckets so neatly. I've never seen you take shortcuts before. How come your standards are dropping now? If you adopt this attitude, it will definitely be very detrimental to the management of the factory in the future. In truth, I didn't agree with what I had just said. I also wanted to pursue perfection, but I couldn't tell her the real situation. Just wait and see. I will definitely ask them to do better next time. I could only reassure her by expressing my determination. By 6:30 a.m., all the goods were wholesaled. Finally, we could breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on stools made of straw mats, Xiuxian reported the accounts to me while I checked the income records on my phone. Today's revenue was 1.3 million yuan. A sense of victorious joy swept over me. At this pace, as soon as the 3-month deadline arrives, I can finally confess to Xiuxian. After a short rest, Xiuxian went home to eat. I persuaded her to stay and have breakfast with me. Why do you insist on making the trip? There are ready vegetables and flour here. We can cook something simple. Isn't it more convenient to eat here? After breakfast, we can go to the cannery together. Unexpectedly, she refused my offer. It's not that I don't want to have breakfast with you, but I still have a family task to complete. During this period, or more accurately since I started helping you wholesale vegetables, I've been responsible for buying breakfast for my parents every morning before 7 a.m. I can't break that today, otherwise my parents will notice my absence and discover my secret. The consequences would be unimaginable. Now I was curious. It's just breakfast with me. How bad could the consequences be? The consequences would be serious. If I have breakfast with you today, perhaps I won't be able to help you wholesale vegetables in the future. Before I could ask further, Xiuxian had already walked out the gate, leaving me standing there, puzzled. This woman still had many secrets I didn't know about. At 7:40, Xiuxian returned right on schedule, and we drove to the cannery together. You're not resigning from the construction company. How did you explain things to Manager Yao? Actually, I cared quite a bit about her ambiguous relationship with Xuanhuan. On the road, I couldn't help but ask. He hasn't even paid me my salary. How can I still be considered a formal employee? Other than my personnel records still being with the company, what's the difference between you and me? I only work there voluntarily in the first place. To the company, it's as if whether I exist or not makes no difference. She seemed disappointed, but I inexplicably felt happy. What happened with your salary? Did he cancel it himself? Actually, this had been bothering me for a while. If Xuanhuan had canceled her salary himself, that suggested something. Namely, that he was deliberately distancing himself from her. Don't even talk about layoffs. That's how companies usually treat employees like me who aren't particularly useful. But for high-caliber talent like Xiuxian, he definitely wouldn't easily let go. Even if the company was currently struggling, he'd find ways to keep her. Yet by canceling her salary, he had clearly intended for Xiuxian to leave the company and leave him behind. However, Xiuxian's answer surprised me. The company reducing staff and cutting salaries is unavoidable. Manager Yao had a private talk with me. He himself started cutting salaries too, from 50,000 down to 10,000 yuan per month, saying it's just enough to cover basic family expenses. Naturally, he proposed a salary reduction for me as well, from 30,000 to 5,000 yuan. Since I earn 60,000 yuan from you every month, 5,000 isn't worth worrying about. I just said I wouldn't take a single cent. Actually, I said it out of anger. The hidden meaning was clear. If the manager himself had been reduced to 10,000, then how much would be appropriate for his assistant? Surely not 10,000 too. Guess what? He took my angry remark seriously. Chapter 52, Image Matters. Xiuxian puffed her rosy cheeks, clearly angry with Xuanhuan. I secretly felt pleased. I wasn't sure whether I should thank Xuanhuan or the recent accident that had changed the operational status of Xuanhuan Construction Company, leading to layoffs and thus his decision. Soon, we arrived at Minlikin Food Factory. 2 guards stood straight at the entrance, appearing much more energetic than they had the day before. As soon as my car arrived, they opened the automatic gate. After parking, we went directly to the 2nd floor and headed toward the company office. As soon as we walked in, Director Wang came to greet us. Director Chun, all the materials regarding the issues in each department that were arranged yesterday after the meeting have been submitted, not a single one missing. He handed me a stack of paper. Please take a look. I didn't take it. Then please have the office sort them out uniformly, categorize them, and compile the common problems together. Director Wong immediately agreed. Director Chun, the draft document for the appointment of Director Mu has also been prepared. We just need your signature. He handed me another draft. I glanced through it, and then passed it directly to Bai Luoxue, who carefully read through it. No problem. She returned it to me. I took the folder and handed it directly back to Director Wong. As for such matters already decided during my meeting, there's no need for me to sign again. Let the office handle the approval process, and once printed, issue it directly. This appointment document for Director Mu should be dated yesterday and must be submitted to the relevant county departments this morning. Yes, Director Chun, I'll arrange that immediately. Director Wong, don't rush yet. One more thing. Send someone from the Office to the Administration for Industry and Commerce to register a new company called Huangtu County Ecological Agriculture Company and handle the legal person change for Minli Canned Food Factory simultaneously. Director Wong jotted that down. Just as I was about to turn to find Director Mu, Director Wong stopped me. 2 offices have been prepared for the 2 leaders. Director Chun, how would you like to divide them? Director Wong led us to the east end of the office building. 2 large, sunny south-facing offices were neatly arranged, bright, and clean, an indication of meticulous effort from his team. Director Wong then showed us to the west end and pointed out a room to the south. This is Director Mu's office. It's slightly larger than the other 2. His idea was to let you work here, and he would move to the east wing. Yesterday afternoon, Mu Jiming and Director Wong had both accompanied me on our patrol. At that time, the 2 offices in the east were still messy and not cleaned up, and until after dinner, they had never left my side. But now, first thing this morning, everything was tidied, including the desks and bookshelves, all newly moved in. Did they work through the night to get it done? This kind of decisive and efficient style really impressed me, though it gave me a strange feeling. Director Mu's gesture of offering his office was kind, but what mattered to me wasn't such things. I didn't care about the location or size of the office, so I naturally declined his offer. Fortunately, the 2 offices on the east side were next to each other, Bai Luoxue, and I could each have one. After I made the decision, Director Wong moved on to handle other tasks. Which one do you want? I let Bai Luoxue choose first. As you wish. Then I'll take the east one, and you take the west. With the offices decided, we didn't sit down for a rest yet. I hadn't seen Mu Jiming earlier, and Director Wong said he had come early and gone to the workshop. No matter. I asked Bai Luoxue to go to the cafeteria first. She naturally understood my meaning. As for me, I went to the finance department on the first floor and asked them to provide me with a financial statement including all liabilities as soon as possible. Then I went to the human resources department to request the staff register. After that, I headed to the warehouse. I found the factory's warehouse area particularly interesting. 5 large warehouses were lined up in a row, covering nearly 20 acres. Most importantly, the warehouse doors directly faced the company's east gate. The east gate was the logistics entrance, while the north gate was the main entrance. Outside the east gate was a main street, making vehicle access very convenient. This layout sparked a new idea. The courtyard I rented was a bit small. Fresh vegetables and fish occupied the entire space every morning. That was partly why I couldn't let all the vendors rush in at once. There was simply no space to move goods if people entered. I wanted to move my wholesale operation here. With slight modifications to the warehouse exterior, it could become convenient for my shipments without affecting the normal operations of the factory or raising suspicion among the employees. I'd have to think this through carefully. Next, I visited the production workshop. The canning production line was fully automated. According to Director Mu, the line had been newly installed 3 years ago, all stainless steel. Even now, it looked nearly brand new. Unfortunately, once the line was built, the market for fruit canned goods vanished, leading the company into heavy losses in this current state of affairs. The bank loan was taken out precisely when the production line was set up. I don't plan to produce fruit canned goods. This production line must be upgraded and transformed before it can produce fish canned products. I reckon it might be difficult for the factory workers alone to carry out the task. We would need to hire professionals. Inside the workshop, I ran into Mu Jiming. Director Mu, do we still have contact with the manufacturer of this production line? Yes, we have maintenance done twice every year, and their technicians come in for that. Then later, give me their contact number. I didn't care whether he understood why I needed the number. He stood there, lost in thought, while I had already walked outside. I walked around the site and, by 9 o'clock, returned to my newly assigned office. I found an internal phone directory tucked under the glass panel on the desk. It seemed Director Wong had been quite thoughtful. There was also a small coffee table nearby, with a thermos flask, disposable cups, tea leaves, and a brand new double-layered glass teacup. The tea had already been brewed and was just the right temperature, not too cold, not too hot. I truly appreciated how pleasant it felt to be taken care of like this. But I hadn't come here to enjoy comfort. I came to start a business, and that means enduring hardship and exhaustion. If every employee here felt this relaxed and satisfied, their fighting spirit would vanish, and they wouldn't have the focus or energy to devote themselves to their work. Just moments ago I had felt grateful toward Director Wong, yet now I strangely felt a bit angry, but even I couldn't explain where this anger came from. Perhaps this kind of behavior had already become their habit, part of their corporate culture. In theory, the emphasis on details should be praised, but somehow I felt the focus was misplaced. And if such attention was reserved solely for senior leaders, then it was even more inappropriate. I was just about to call finance through the internal line to follow up when Bai Luoxue returned. Seeing the room was empty, she directly sat on the sofa and smiled first. Were you guessing, or did you see it yourself? You really hit the nail on the head. I have to admire you. After all of us left the cafeteria last night, Mu Jiming didn't leave. He remained in his original seat, drinking alone until 10 o'clock. 2 empty bottles sat on the table. That's what the chef on duty said. What good does that do? Yesterday you already convinced me. Regardless of how they act, for now we still need them. We exchanged smiles. Then she added, you probably noticed this morning. The guards at the gate appeared entirely different compared to yesterday. Do you know why? Mu Jiming drank so late last night that he didn't even go home. He conducted an inspection and scolded the guards, warning them to wake up and guard the gate properly, or they'd be immediately fired. That's why things looked so different today. But that's not all. He personally led all the staff who were on duty last night to clean up these 2 offices for us, including tidying the space. They didn't finish until 1 o'clock in the morning. Mu didn't even go home. He just spent the night in the on-duty room. These 2 incidents slightly changed my view of Mu Jiming. If he had truly always behaved this way, then his mid-level managers, under his strict management, probably weren't that bad. But if all of this was just to impress me, then it would be a completely different story. Chapter 53, The Curtain Rises. At that moment, the finance director brought in the reports. She seemed about to explain something, but I stopped her before she even opened her mouth. I'll ask if there's anything I don't understand. She left the room sensibly. During this period, at least I had self-studied some accounting knowledge. I could understand simple reports. I glanced through them and handed them to Bai Luoxue. Since she majored in business administration, she naturally understood them well. This is pretty bad. Were these debts mentioned at the bidding meeting? They were. So you were already aware of this? Yes. Then you must prepare 30 million to fill these big holes yourself. I smiled slightly. We have the strength. Bai Luoxue laughed as well. Big money talks big. President Shun has really changed. The canning factory will certainly have a new look. She flattered me. Then let's both rise to success together. We simultaneously raised our right arms and brought them down forcefully. Come on, come on. I didn't expect her to add one more sentence. I believe in you, honey. These words sounded incredibly seductive, and I actually felt a bit dizzy. Next, we discussed for a while. Bai Luoxue would be in charge, cooperating with the finance director to negotiate with the bank. The first thing was to meet and get acquainted with the bank. The second was to confirm the amount for repayment and interest to see what preferential policies there were for bankrupt companies. The third was to sign a new repayment agreement since the legal representative had changed. At the same time, I proposed that we guarantee to the bank that we would pay off all debts within the next 3 months at the latest. I didn't want to delay too long and let the banks earn too much interest. Bai Luoxue smiled gently. That's because you don't need external financial support now. When you do need it, you'll willingly pay the interest. If you don't understand this, it only means you haven't learned enough. Keep studying. This matter didn't need rushing. After she had developed a mature plan, she would contact the bank. The HR department submitted the employee list, presenting a clear picture of all 312 registered employees, including 105 management and support staff, which made up 1/3. According to my original plan, all employees would be interviewed. To ensure scientificity, fairness, and impartiality, I would hire third-party HR experts to conduct evaluations. I assigned this task to Bai Luoxue to help implement. After all, I was a complete outsider in this field. Fortunately, she had the relevant resources, so immediately, she took the employee list and left in my BMW to contact the evaluators, aiming to start the evaluation process as soon as possible. Mu Jiming arrived and gave me a contact number for an automatic production line manufacturer. Instead of calling right away, I asked him to sit on the sofa and personally poured him a cup of tea. He appeared flattered and surprised, thanking me repeatedly. Manager Mu, before proceeding, I must let you in on the company's reform direction, so that work can proceed smoothly. As the head of the factory, its success depends heavily on you. Thank you, President Chun. I'll certainly work diligently until my dying day. You flatter me. Just do your duties as required. No need to exchange more pleasantries. I clearly outlined with him the employee evaluation process, the bank loan repayments, wage arrears settlement, and social insurance arrears. He only needed to be informed of these matters without being deeply involved. What he needed to focus on promoting was the transformation and upgrading of the production line. I explained my ideas to him. We would still manufacture canned goods in the future, but no longer fruit canned goods. Rather, fish canned products. Mu Jiming looked shocked. Fish canned goods? We've never entered that market before. We'd have to start from scratch. Seeing he lacked confidence, I encouraged him. Exactly, because we start from zero, it will be easier for us to achieve success. I once conducted a survey in Huangta County, and I'm certain the fish can market is far from saturated. Plus, the flavor of our future fish can products will be unique, and customers will definitely love them. Seeing how confident I was, he didn't say a word in objection and just listened carefully. I assigned him a task. He would be in charge of instructing the 21 sales staff in the sales department to head to major cities, focusing on large shopping malls in provincial capitals and first- and second-tier cities. They needed to conduct on-site research to clarify the distribution of various fish canned goods, their sales performance, and the sales information released by each manufacturer online. Each person would need to provide corresponding conclusions based on their findings. Mu Jiming immediately left to find the sales director. Then I made that phone call to Dongfang Automation Production Company. This call lasted nearly 2 hours until I hung up only when I saw Bai Luoxue return. President Chun, it's time to finish work. Time for lunch. Are you eating here in the cafeteria or going home? The cafeteria food was acceptable in taste, but still couldn't match the chef's cooking. Besides, the afternoon work started at 2 p.m., so there was time. I'll eat at home. I'm heading home too. Let's go together. On the way back home, we had a conversation. Bai Luoxue had arranged for a human resources consulting firm. They would send someone over at 2:30 p.m. to conduct an assessment of employees' job capabilities. I told her that Dongfang would send someone to inspect the factory tomorrow, to examine our production process and help us upgrade our automated production line. Once the upgrade was successful, we could officially start production. My fish can products were about to hit the market. I couldn't hide my excitement and began humming along to the car music without realizing it. Louder. Let me hear it too. Bai Luoxue seemed interested in my humming. I knew I was tone deaf, couldn't hold a tune even slightly, so I stopped right away. Just humming for fun, expressing my joy and good mood. That's all. If I could actually sing, I'd treat you to a song long ago. Why would I keep it hidden? Really? Of course. Why would I lie? That's true enough. I've heard Miss Bai is talented in singing and dancing. How about you singing a tune for Mr. Chen to enjoy? I didn't really expect her to agree. Saying she could sing and dance was from workers' gossip at the construction site. Whether it was true or not, I wasn't sure. But I believed, considering how excellent Bai Luoxue was, she very likely could. Really want to hear? Of course. There's no one else in the car. I can enjoy it exclusively. The car music just happened to be playing Chasing Dreams. Bai Luoxue gently opened her lips and sang along. Let youth blow through your long hair. Let it guide your dream. I had muted the original vocals, leaving only the music. Bai Luoxue's singing voice was even more beautiful than the original. I was captivated. As the song ended, we had just arrived at the entrance of the courtyard where I rented a room. Suddenly, I remembered that Bai Luoxue had walked over this morning and had said her home wasn't far from here. I asked, do you want to eat with me or go home? If you're joining me, we can go to Chef Gao's place for his unique flavor. If you prefer to go home, I'll drop you off. I can't let you walk back and forth every day. The car had already driven west past the courtyard. Bai Luoxue quickly stopped me. No need to drop me off, really. Just a few steps. The car passed by Xuanhuan Construction Company sales office. Stop quickly, or we'll pass it. I braked and stopped. You don't actually live inside the sales office, do you? I was quite confused. Of course not. The courtyard next to the sales office is my home. Oh my. So her home was so close to the sales office. It was a quadrangle courtyard. I used to pass by it daily when delivering goods to the convenience market, but I had never known it belonged to Bai Luoxue. It was entirely my fault for not paying attention or asking. Now I finally understood why she neither rode a bicycle, nor an electric bike, nor drove to work. It was completely unnecessary. Did you choose to work at Xuanhuan just because the sales office is near your home? I couldn't help asking before Bai Luoxue got off. I certainly knew the real reason she worked at Xuanhuan, but I couldn't mention that matter at all. That was actually part of the reason. She smiled and waved goodbye. I'll pick you up at 1:40. No need, definitely not. I'll come find you. It'll take no more than 2 minutes. I turned the car back to the courtyard, parked it properly, and then went to the construction site. Perfect timing today. Not too early or late, just when the noodles are ready. Come. Hurry and sit down to eat cold noodles. Chef Gao shouted loudly from afar as he saw me arrive. Noticing that old Master Lu wasn't at the gate entrance, I figured he had already arrived and was getting his noodles. Wang Shanghai was happily eating a big bowl of noodles. Perhaps I really was hungry, but I ate those noodles with great satisfaction and speed. Chapter 54. The local officials pay a visit. 1:38. I started the car intending to pick up Bai Luoxue to show my enthusiasm and sincerity. However, before I even drove out of the gate, Bai Luoxue arrived. Why wouldn't you give me the chance to pick you up? Bai Luoxue smiled and got into the car. I'm not that big of a deal. Here, I'm your subordinate. How would it look if the leader had to pick up and drop off their subordinate, making me appear unprofessional as an employee? Though these words sounded pleasant to me, my gut told me that we couldn't predict in the future who would be whose superior. Just after arriving at the factory, Director Wang reported to me that the new company, Huangtu County Eco-Agriculture Company, had completed its registration that morning. He returned my documents to me. Personnel from the HR consulting firm had arrived and were waiting in the conference room. Bai Luoxue and I went straight to the conference room. 3 young people, 2 men and a woman, were flipping through the employee roster. I introduced them. They were the people we had hired. They had roughly understood the situation of the factory, and they were very clear about my requirements and goals. The 3 young people were efficient and decisive, not dragging their feet at all. They proactively suggested starting work immediately. The workload was quite large, and the process would be lengthy. They wouldn't finish within a week unless they got started quickly. Although they insisted on beginning immediately, I still offered polite pleasantries, instructing the office and HR department to fully cooperate, organizing the employees in batches, and arranging for them to undergo evaluation, beginning with the mid-level management, then administrative staff, and finally frontline workers. To demonstrate fairness, Bai Luoxue and I didn't participate. As people started arriving, we moved out of the way. In the hallway, we ran into Mu Jiming. He had his head down, heading toward the conference room without noticing us, and only looked up abruptly to greet me as he passed us. Looking back at his retreating figure, he seemed to have a heavy burden on his mind. Back in my office, there were 2 people inside, and I didn't recognize them. Are you President Chen? Before I could even speak, a man about 50 years old stood up and asked me first. That's me. And you too are. The man immediately showed a smiling face. President Chen, nice to meet you. I'm Li Yaozong, the town mayor of Huangtu Town. He pointed to the slightly younger man beside him and said, he is Li Yaozu, the village director of Huangtu Village. Upon hearing the names of these 2, I felt somewhat curious. Looking at them closely again, I noticed some resemblance between the 2. You 2 are brothers, aren't you? The 2 simultaneously laughed. President Chen's eyes are sharp. We're indeed biological brothers. What great fortune for the Li brothers. One is a town mayor, and the other a village director. The cannery sits right in your village, here in Huangtu Town. Both of you are indeed my local officials. Since the factory was just taken over, there have been many minor affairs to deal with, and I haven't had the chance to visit and greet you yet. Please excuse my rudeness. I raised my hands into a clasped bow, a touch of gangster etiquette, perhaps. But in this territory of theirs, it was wise to act respectfully as a businessman. President Chun needn't be so courteous. We are just the same. I poured tea for the two of them and checked my pockets. Fortunately, I still had half a pack of cigarettes, so I offered them some. After settling down again, Mayor Li finally explained his purpose. President Chun, as you're newly arrived, you might not know that the 200 acres occupied by the cannery were originally farmland belonging to Huanta village. Since the factory was first established, the village contributed this land as shares. Naturally, this sort of share differs from the modern concept of equity. The factory has paid the village an annual rent since then, under a 70-year agreement. Director Lee took out a contract from his bag and placed it in front of me. The yellowed pages clearly showed its age. I read it thoroughly from beginning to end, and what Mayor Lee said was indeed true. The annual rent was 240,000 yuan. Considering this from the 1980s, it was quite high, but over the past 40 years, it had never increased, making it very cheap by today's standards. Mayor Lee, Director Lee, esteemed leaders, please feel free to express your opinions. With this black and white document before me, I could hardly deny its truth. It would make me seem unreasonable otherwise. If I ignored the matter, these two brothers could demand a price increase on the spot, and I'd have no choice but to accept. Might as well go with the flow, satisfy them amicably, and build a good relationship for smoother communications in the future. Mayor Lee smiled and said, President Chun, you've seen the contract. We've heard that you'll continue running the cannery, so should we keep this contract in force? Of course. Since the cannery is occupying your land, the rent naturally needs to be paid. The contract remains valid. I hurriedly agreed with him so as not to cause any misunderstanding. Mayor Lee continued, now that the cannery has a new leader, is it necessary to sign a new version of the contract? Mayor Lee, I don't think that's necessary. This contract you provided was originally signed not by Mu Jiming, but on behalf of the organization between the village and the factory rather than any individual. All these years, we've followed its obligations accordingly. Therefore, this existing contract remains valid. Rest assured, President Lee and Director Lee, Mr. Chen here will honor this contract, paying the rent on schedule. The Lee brothers exchanged a glance and nodded at each other, seemingly having achieved the purpose of their visit. Then that's settled. President Chun is indeed a straightforward person. Since you're so busy with work, we brothers won't bother you any longer. We'll take our leave now and look forward to another chance to meet. After the brothers left, I sat back in my chair and suddenly remembered something. At the bidding meeting, Mu Jiming had expressed plans to develop the factory's land into real estate. But the land was merely leased, and even if he had won the bid, he didn't possess the authority to make such a decision. Why did he even entertain this idea? For a moment, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I went to the neighboring office to find Bai Luoxue, who was currently drafting negotiation documents for the bank. I recounted to her the visit from the Li brothers and mentioned Mu Jiming's idea of developing real estate during the bidding session, asking for her insights. Mu Jiming started working at the cannery right after graduation. He became deputy workshop director after 3 years, workshop director 3 years later, deputy factory manager after another 4 years, and finally, factory manager for the past 5 years. Looking at his resume alone, it's evident his career has been smooth sailing. Don't you think it unlikely for him to have advanced so far without influential backing? Bai Luoxue didn't directly answer, but instead described Mu Jiming's career path. Background. You mean Mu Jiming must certainly have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he have achieved his current status? Regardless of who owns this land, since he voiced such a proposal, he must have substantial support behind it, allowing him to openly express the intention of real estate development during the bidding. Precisely. It's even possible that the Mayor Lee brothers support his idea. That makes sense. Therefore, we must unconditionally honor this land rental agreement and pay it willingly and happily. President Chen sees things clearly. Bai Luoxue smiled gently, as if giving her approval. I joined her in laughter. Regarding the authenticity of this land rent contract, I already believed in its validity without needing verification. Yet, I couldn't afford to just accept it blindly. So I called over the head of finance, who confirmed that the payments had indeed been made monthly, despite the factory's tight financial situation even before my arrival. It seems the Lee brothers will need to be carefully taken care of in the future. Otherwise, they could easily create unnecessary trouble. Bai Luoxue continued drafting her document. Right after I returned to my office, I received a call from the tech company. The second robot and its maintenance personnel had arrived. Chapter 55, Robot Companions. No one else could ever find out about the robots, not even Bai Luoxue, not right now. I lied to her, saying I had to go out for some errands, and also left a message for Director Wang at the office before driving alone back to my compound. People from the tech company were already waiting at the gate. Thanks to my previous experience, I quickly mastered the operation of the second robot. To my pleasant surprise, this one was modeled as a young man. The manufacturer had named it Rufeng, which paired nicely with Luoxue. While the maintenance staff enjoyed their tea, I quietly went to the West Auxiliary Building, entered the space, and brought Luoxue out. The staff were greatly surprised when they saw Luoxue. Engineer Fong commented, President Chun, this robot has only been in use for a little over a month, but judging from the aging of the silicone on its surface, it looks like it's been used for several years. Was its working environment particularly harsh? The environment wasn't exactly harsh, but it was often exposed to direct sunlight. Oh, that explains it. Our company's robots are precision machines. There are specific requirements for temperature, humidity, and lighting. Any one of these being too intense can affect the robot's lifespan. Please bear that in mind, President Shun, or otherwise repair costs will be very high. No matter how expensive the repairs might be, to me it was worth it, and I already knew this well. Still, I expressed that I would be more cautious moving forward. The maintenance crew noted that apart from the severe aging on Ruoshue's hands, feet, and areas above the neck, the rest of the silicone was protected by clothing and didn't need replacing, saving me a significant amount. They tested her left hand and replaced it with a brand new one. The old hand was taken back by the technicians for recycling and possible reuse. For this minimal amount of work, I paid 10,000 yuan in maintenance fees. Considering possible future expansion of the robot's roles, I asked several questions. Can this robot drive a car? Can it do accounting calculations? Engineer Fong answered affirmatively. President Shun, to put it simply, they can drive anything from small cars to large trucks and even buses. Since our main clients will be factories, special vehicles like forklifts, loaders, and cranes are all equipped with driving software as well. As for calculation skills, that's even easier. These are computers after all. Not only can they handle basic arithmetic, but even higher-level mathematics and general physics problems will be quickly solved. Oh, seems like they really are very capable. I thought to myself, using them only for picking vegetables and catching fish was truly a waste of talents. Engineer Fong added, they are loaded with vast amounts of knowledge. Even without internet access, President Shun, you can ask literally any question you can imagine, and they will answer fluently. All of this must have been clearly stated in the manual. I regretted not reading it carefully enough. All along, I had an intelligent tool right beside me, yet I was still racking my brain over various problems. That really was missing the point. Thinking this, I felt a bit excited. With 2 robots now, plus by Luoxue as an expert advisor, what challenge couldn't we overcome? Suddenly, a strange idea came into my mind. Excuse me, Engineer Fong, can the robots protect themselves? This sudden question caught Fong slightly off guard. What do you mean, President Chen? They're just 2 machines after all. What kind of self-defense are you referring to? Well, the robots your company produces are too lifelike. It's easy to mistake them for real humans. I pointed at Ruoxue. Like it, for example. It looks like a young, attractive woman. If someone were to harass it while I'm not around, would it be able to defend itself, or would it just endure the abuse? Everyone, including Engineer Fong and the maintenance staff, burst into laughter. Please rest assured, President Shun. First, these robots have incredible strength. Their grip can exceed 1,000 kilograms with just one hand. Just imagine such terrifying power. How many people could survive even a single grasp? Secondly, we've programmed them with a small martial arts module, primarily for demonstrations, and very realistically imitated. However, when attacked, they can also use this capability for real combat. One technician then demonstrated a mock fight with Ruffing. Within just one move, Ruffing had already won. There was simply no chance for a human to win against these machines. I was delighted but also started to feel a bit worried. Could they ever attack me? Rest assured, President Shun, you are their master now. Protecting you is their duty. When you are under threat, they don't even need orders. Their defense systems will automatically activate to shield you and attack any potential threats, human or animal, until the danger has passed. Whoa, they had that function too. Would they ever harm those threats? Injury is possible. They will know how to control the situation, using restraint to subdue the attacker. In extreme cases, they will knock the attacker down to limit the threat. We have conducted similar tests before. Generally speaking, they won't kill unless absolutely necessary. Their main objective is to capture the attacker alive. In that case, I feel reassured. After the tech company staff left, I brought Ruoxue and Ruffing into the space and assigned Ruffing its specific tasks. With Ruoxue around, Ruffing quickly became familiar with its work. I also gave Ruffing protective gear to wear, so as to preserve its realistic silicone skin in advance. From a distance, dressed in work clothes, the robots looked exactly like 2 hard-working farmers working in the fields. Ruoxue had already picked more than half the vegetables. Now that it was repaired, and with Ruffing's help, their work speed doubled. I also noticed that the 2 robots were chatting while working, which greatly surprised me. Their conversations mainly consisted of Ruoxue telling Ruffing about what it had seen and experienced on the island, things that Ruffing, despite its massive database, had never known. Perhaps this was the robot's self-learning capability. Looking at the small house I built before, I found it a bit too cramped. The room was filled with packed vegetables, and many were stacked outside. I started considering expanding the space, building something big, like a warehouse at the canned food factory. Yes, I'd build a large warehouse. I couldn't allow the fresh vegetables to be exposed to the sun. Building a warehouse would require large amounts of construction materials. The remaining bricks at the construction site wouldn't be enough, and even if there were enough, I couldn't take more from others, especially in such large quantity. Looking at the single bed placed at the base of the wall, I realized I needed another one. After all, another robot had joined us. So I went to the safety supply store and bought an additional simple bed and placed it into the space. Seeing me purchasing furniture, Ruoxue actually made a small request. Master, since the population on the island has increased, can we add some other items as well? Go ahead. What do you need? I'll definitely meet your requests. To keep them happy and focused on working for me, I wouldn't be stingy in this regard. A fishing rod, a set of Chinese chess, 2 folding stools, and a small table. I was surprised at first, but I instantly understood what Ruoxue meant. Earlier, it seemed to have mentioned something about fishing by the water to Ruffing. Now I realized, Ruoxue wanted a companion for fishing. I agreed right away. Without hesitation, I went back out to the street, bought all the items, and brought them into the space. At this point, the required quantity of vegetables had been picked. Xiuxian was fishing by the west side of the island, and Ruffing stood beside it watching. When they saw me return, Ruffing immediately opened the tackle box, quickly assembled the fishing rod, and cast the hook into the water. The two of them actually began a fishing competition. Seeing how much fun they were having, I didn't want to disturb them, so I left the space. Chapter 56 Expansion of Business. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The cannery closed at 6 o'clock. Remembering that Xiuxian was still at the factory, I hurried back by car. In her office, the three young people from the human resources consulting firm were also present. Upon my arrival, they made a new report. The trio had been quite efficient. This afternoon they had interviewed one by one the 105 management staff and logistics personnel, and had everyone complete a set of evaluation tests. Now, they had just collected the completed tests and needed to return to grade them and assess everyone's capabilities. At this pace, they'd finish evaluating the entire factory workforce tomorrow in a single day. However, the results would take a few more days, since each assessment must be carefully reviewed. Once they had taken on this project, they were responsible for every evaluation outcome and had to be scientific and rigorous. I expressed my appreciation for their conscientious work and sincerely invited them to stay for dinner in the cafeteria. But they politely declined, citing the need to work overtime after returning to the office. After seeing them off, it was time to leave work. Xiuxian and I walked out of the administrative building. The workers who passed by us looked serious, and even somewhat afraid, seeing our solemn expressions. As we sat inside the car, I asked her, "What kind of impact will this evaluation have on the workers?" Xiuxian replied earnestly, "Significant, definitely." I saw the written tests they answered. To put it this way, if those with education below high school can score over 60, they can be considered excellent. For those educated above high school, scoring over 70 is already good, and those scoring over 80 are extremely rare. Even if I were to take the test, I couldn't guarantee I'd reach 80. I gave a bitter smile. If I took the test, I probably wouldn't get more than 10 or so. Xiuxian laughed too. Actually, even 10 or so might be generous. 0 points is possible. Hearing that she considered me so incapable, I felt deeply embarrassed. It was true that I had a low educational background. Though after some learning, I believe my level had improved significantly, certainly above middle school level by now. Still, in this context, I lacked confidence. My inner disappointment I could only cover with an awkward laugh. Really, am I that terrible? She comforted me as if by saying, there might be miracles. Who knows? She didn't ask what I had been up to after leaving the factory. Naturally, I wouldn't mention it on my own. I tried to keep the conversation focused solely on personnel evaluations. Before finishing, we had already arrived home. The next morning, while wholesaling vegetables, the observant Xiuxian noticed another issue. The sealed mouth of the vegetable woven bags was somewhat irregular. She had already noticed it yesterday. She didn't comment on those she saw today with similar problems, but when she noticed a later batch sealed neatly, it caught her attention. This batch's packaging has returned to the original standard. How come? Did you ask your friend about it? Of course, these better packaged vegetables were those harvested by Xiuxian after the repairs. I knew the situation fully. Since yesterday you noticed the issue, I immediately called my friend to inform him. He's become stricter with the packaging requirements. However, the changes came a bit late, hence today's uneven results. He promised me everything would be improved tomorrow. Xiuxian didn't ask further. After finishing the wholesale, Xiuxian went home for lunch. I was just about to lock the door when two strangers showed up. They were a married couple. As soon as they approached, they asked me whether this was a place for vegetable wholesaling. It turned out they were from a neighboring county. 2 days ago, they visited relatives in Xuanhuan County, and by chance tasted my vegetables. Finding them delicious, their relatives bought more as gifts. Back home, their family all loved the vegetables, but since they had only a limited amount, they finished them quickly. Then, when other dishes were prepared, the kids refused to eat them, demanding again the large-sized vegetables they had tried. Since such vegetables weren't available in their county, they had to turn to relatives again for more. Only then could they satisfy their kids' cravings. The couple themselves were vegetable vendors and could tell which tasted good or bad. They also liked my vegetables very much. So, after discussion, they decided to find the source, hoping to start selling my produce. With their relatives' help, they finally traced to my wholesale point and came here. To have new customers coming to me directly was, of course, a good thing. It wouldn't matter even if dozens more like them appeared. I could certainly meet the demand now. I had just bought another robot. Xiao Dao was still expanding, and Xiuxian continued methodically to increase the vegetable cultivation area. Production was not a problem. Understanding their intention, I immediately signed a supply contract. I stressed that they had to handle the pickup themselves. They had no objection. They had a car and didn't live far away, so it was convenient enough. Customers are my best promoters. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. I don't even need to advertise. My vegetables sell themselves, and sales are never a concern. I'm increasingly convinced that this courtyard no longer meets the needs of my business expansion. Relocating the wholesale point can't wait. With the cannery's warehouse needing renovation and housing on the island requiring expansion, right after breakfast, I called Manager Yao and asked whom to contact for building material suppliers. Manager Yao remained as enthusiastic as ever and immediately gave me the contact information. I got in touch with them right away. As soon as arriving at work, Xiuxian first met with the HR consultants, briefly exchanged updates, then led the chief financial officer to the bank. As for me, I still started my day by inspecting every post. Mu Jiming had arrived, even earlier. He had already toured the entire factory before me. The moment he saw me, He reported that yesterday afternoon he had held a meeting with all sales personnel, assigning tasks according to my instructions. All staff members, including the sales director, were now dispatched nationwide today. I already understood the situation. Mu Jiming had deployed things exactly as I intended. All I needed to do now was wait for the results. Today, personnel from Dongfang Automation Production Company were scheduled to visit the factory. I asked him to organize everyone from the equipment and technology departments to listen to the expert suggestions regarding upgrading the current automated production line, and he should prepare in advance. Then I went to the warehouse again for further observation and measurements. Regarding infrastructure, I've spent years on construction sites and may not be formally trained, but simple tasks like building walls or installing doors are easy for me. While I was busy working, I suddenly heard the rumble of 5 large trucks arriving. The security guard at the gate was very responsible, blocking them at the eastern gate for questioning. Only after confirming they were delivering goods to our cannery, goods that I had ordered, did he allow them to register. Another guard ran to me for confirmation, and only after I verified it did he let the trucks pass. I instructed the guard to notify the warehouse manager to open the number 1 warehouse door at the southern end, and all 5 trucks drove inside. Warehouse number 1 was an empty one, with only a few scattered items stored in the far western corner and plenty of spacious room. All 5 trucks were dump trucks, exactly as I requested, because I had specific plans. The trucks hadn't begun unloading yet. After confirming they were loaded with common bricks, I told the drivers to bring all the paperwork and sent the warehouse keeper with them to handle the formalities. I emphasized that he should assist the drivers in settling accounts with finance. Chapter 57, Coming Prepared. I was the only one left in the warehouse. After closing the warehouse door, I grabbed the handle of the first truck and took a deep breath. I wanted to bring this truck loaded with blue bricks into my space. It was the first time I had ever tried to bring such a large object inside. I didn't know whether it would work, and right now, I had no confidence in it at all. The half glove on my left wrist had long been replaced by a short black wristband, which looked better and could cover the ugly wart. Bai Luoxue had once asked me why I liked wearing this wristband. I didn't hide anything and clearly told her that I wasn't wearing it to look cool. I simply wanted to hide the ugly wart. Bai Luoxue just smiled. I rubbed the wart hard, and true to expectations, it didn't disappoint me. I pulled both the truck and the blue bricks into my Yidug space. Ru Shui and Ru Feng, the 2 robots, were playing Chinese chess when the massive object entered, scaring them slightly. Although I didn't understand why the 2 machines would react this way, I didn't have time to think about it now. I just ordered them to unload the bricks. Ru Feng climbed into the cab, started the engine, and drove the truck to the spacious area north of the small house. The soil there was hard and unsuitable for growing vegetables, so it had become an open space, exactly where I planned to build a warehouse. After unloading, I let it drive back to the fogstone, then stepped on the fogstone and moved the empty truck out of the Yidug space. Following the same method, I unloaded the 2nd and 3rd trucks in the space as well. I brought Ru Feng out of the space and had it unload the bricks from the 4th and 5th trucks in the original location before sending it back again. 20 minutes later, the drivers returned, surprised to see the blue bricks scattered all over the ground. They asked me what had happened. I questioned them in return. Did you deliver the goods? We did. Did you settle the payment? It's all cleared. If the goods are delivered, I've received them, the receipts have been given, and the payment is settled, then your task is completed. You can leave now. The drivers were still puzzled, but I didn't explain further, and they left in confusion. Mu Jiming came over and, seeing the warehouse floor covered in blue bricks, looked a bit confused. Before he could speak, I instructed him to organize people to clear the clutter at the west end of the warehouse. He never actually got around to asking the question and simply nodded before leaving to find someone. Just then, my phone rang. It was the people from Oriental Production Automation. They had arrived, and I went to the north entrance to greet them. 5 people got off the vehicle, and when I saw the lead engineer, we both froze at the same time. Fang Gong. President Chun. Yes, it was Fang Gong, the technician who had delivered the robots to me from the tech company. What are the odds? Wherever I go, life brings us together. Even while setting up an automated production line, I get to see engineer Fang again. Fang Gong gently pushed his glasses up on his nose and whispered to me as he leaned in. Oriental Production Automation is actually a subsidiary of Oriental Tech. We technical staff belong to the headquarters and travel all over the country. This time, I'm here on behalf of Oriental to solve your problem, President Chun. Welcome. I finally understood. No matter which company he belonged to, as long as he could solve my problem, that was all that mattered. Knowing that Fang Gong was a no-nonsense man, as soon as he arrived, he started work. First, he went to the workshop to examine the site. Meanwhile, I called Manager Mu and asked him to notify all the personnel from the technical and equipment departments to come on site. As for the original fruit canning production line, I knew nothing about it. It was up to Manager Mu and the other technicians to explain the process xianxia. As the saying goes, an expert sees the essence, while a layman sees only the spectacle. While Fang Gong and them discussed seriously, I stayed beside like an observer. But I listened carefully to everything they said, and truly learned quite a lot. My understanding of this automated production line had improved significantly. After inspecting the site, everyone went to the meeting room. Tea had already been prepared by the office staff, and the technical department brought the relevant documents. Fang Gong and others quickly flipped through the materials and finished going over them in no time. President Chun, as per your request, this production line will require extensive modifications if it is to be used to produce fish canned goods. We already discussed this over the phone previously. Yesterday, our engineers worked overnight to prepare a budget. We will be responsible for modifying the equipment, but the costs must first be approved by you. Fang Gong handed me a document. Though I didn't understand production lines, I could still tell whether the expenses listed were reasonable or not. Several key areas needing modification were clearly listed, with specific details: unit price, total price. The total came to 1.2 million. Fang Gong, have your experts here confirmed this already? Once the modifications are done, will I be able to start normal production immediately? What I cared about was results. The details in between were their responsibility. Yes, President Chun. Our technical staff has already discussed this thoroughly, and we guarantee we can produce qualified canned fish. After receiving Fang Gong's confirmation, I didn't reply immediately. Instead, I flipped through the document again. How about the disposal of production waste? And the treatment of wastewater? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the file. I handed the document back to him. Fang Gong grinned. President Chun, you can't blame us for that. You didn't mention it over the phone, so naturally, it wasn't included on this list. However, I did take these considerations into account for you. Then go ahead and tell me now, Fang Gong. Production waste consists of fish heads, tails, entrails, scales, and fins. Although they're waste on this production line, they are treasures in another sense. President Chun could install a secondary production line to turn them into dried fish meal, which is highly popular among feed factories. It's nearly always in short supply. You'll definitely make a nice profit. My heart filled with quiet joy. This was something I hadn't even considered. Fang Gong had reminded me. My mind raced instantly. Yes, do it. Great. Then let's add another auxiliary production line, with the equipment and technology also provided by your company. Fang Gong and his team all smiled. He pulled another document out of his briefcase. Please take a look, President Chun. This is the technical file for fish meal production. It's not complicated, requires minimal equipment, and the price isn't high either. I secretly admired his thoroughness. Engineer Fang, you truly came well prepared. The price, only 300,000 yuan. A small amount of money. I changed my tone. How about the wastewater treatment? Have you also held something back? Huh. The young men, not much older than me, laughed together again. If President Chun signs contracts for both of the previous production lines, our company will offer the wastewater treatment technology for free and ensure it meets the standards. This seemed like a preferential policy, but reading between the lines, I immediately sensed a hidden issue. So, are you implying that your company won't charge for the software, but as for the equipment, we need to purchase it separately? President Chun is sharp. We don't refuse to sell you the equipment, we simply don't have it. We'll need to contact other manufacturers. However, we can provide the models, help design the processing technique for your company, and when the equipment manufacturer comes for installation, we'll offer guidance and integrate everything with the automated production line. Since what he said made sense, I was already mentally agreeing. However, I didn't rush to make a final decision. I invited Manager Mu and everyone from the technical and equipment departments to voice their opinions. I wanted to hear what they had to say. Chapter 58, The Art of Bargaining. Most people expressed agreement, with the majority raising no objections. Only Mu Jiming and Lu Ruchuan, head of the technical department, shared their own opinions. Particularly Lu Ruchuan. He clearly had some expertise in wastewater treatment. Director Fang, may I ask a question? Can our current wastewater treatment system and facilities continue to be used? And in what ways is your company's proposed solution more advanced than our current system? Currently, most of the canning factory's wastewater treatment relies on sedimentation methods. This method is simple and involves minimal investment. The treated water can also be reused, and many manufacturers use this method. However, as science and technology advance, the need for high efficiency has become increasingly important. This passive sedimentation method no longer meets current production demands. Our solution uses reverse osmosis membrane filtration technology. Put simply, the water after filtration can be directly consumed, comparable to purified water, with an efficiency of over 90%. As for the economic benefits, I needn't elaborate further. I hadn't even heard of reverse osmosis membrane technology before, and even hearing it now, I couldn't claim to understand it. I didn't have the authority to comment on this matter. Mu Jiming said, we had previously considered reverse osmosis membrane technology, but due to funding issues, we never implemented it. The effect is indeed quite good. After hearing their remarks, I felt more confident. Director Fang, then proceed as you've said. The three major aspects will be handled by your company to help us renovate and upgrade. Director Fang's eyes sparkled. Then Mr. Chun, shall we sign the contract now? He took out another stack of already printed documents from his briefcase. Hehe, you're well prepared, Mr. Chun. What I want to say is, can you offer us some discount on the total price? What concerned me most was the technology and the price. This could absolutely not be vague. My money wasn't easy to earn either. Mr. Chun, the total price is 1.5 million yuan. This was discussed by the expert panel and decided upon as the final price. I personally refilled Director Fang's teacup. Ever since the production line was built, the canning factory has maintained continuous contact with your company. Your services are payments. The two companies have cooperated with each other for several years, developing deep mutual friendships. Abiding by the principle of mutual benefit, we've continued to collaborate. For your factory, projects and business mean revenue. For us, having equipment, technology, and production means profit. This is a mutually dependent relationship. If your factory charges too high a price, naturally our profits shrink. I don't think that is in your interest either. To show your sincerity, the total contract price still needs to decrease a bit. As the new head of the canning factory, I carry tremendous pressure and face many expenses. I hope your side can show understanding and provide greater support. Regarding the equipment for the reverse osmosis membrane, we will have to purchase it separately, which also involves a large sum. Therefore, I offer 1.3 million. Director Fong smiled. Mr. Chen sure bargains hard. Why aren't you as straightforward today as usual? Alright then, 1.48 million. It's only a 20,000 yuan discount, considering Mr. Chen's face. Director Fong, do you think my face carries so little weight? You see, if before so many of my subordinates, I only managed to reduce 20,000, how will they learn to haggle? How will I conduct business in the future? Director Fong scratched his head. Mr. Chen really knows how to talk. Alright then, 1.45 million. That's a big concession. We rarely give such a substantial discount. I met his gaze, raising an eyebrow. Director Fong, do you think me a stingy person? I must guarantee hundreds of people their livelihoods, not just feed myself. Saving more money means a better life for them. You should understand, Director Fong, that our future cooperation has considerable potential. Let me be clear, perhaps not too long from now, I will seek your company again. Details are not for discussion here. 1.3 million is my final offer. Director Fong shook his head, but his tone hinted at a willingness to yield. Mr. Chen sure is persistent and noble-hearted. I admire you. 1.42 million. No less than that. 1.35 million. Without giving him time to breathe, I immediately gave a new price. 1.41 million. We sounded just like we were bidding at an auction. 1.36 million. 1.4 million. Mr. Chen, no lower than this. Deal. Our performance triggered hearty laughter from everyone, and under a cheerful atmosphere, 2 contracts and 1 agreement were signed. Director Fong asked me, Mr. Chen, why did you bargain with me publicly in front of so many people? It made me feel a bit embarrassed. Usually, when signing contracts with other units, it's always one-on-one. I smiled mysteriously. I told the truth openly. I make things clear and straightforward, so everyone can see things clearly. More importantly, I wanted these subordinates to see how I haggle. When buying something, after confirming it meets your needs, the fewer yuan you spend, the better. From your perspective, they also gain something. Under the premise of satisfying the other party, the higher the price, the better. Ha ha ha. Both of us burst into laughter. A win-win situation. My phone rang again. Before answering, I asked Director Mu and others to continue discussing the renovation plan with Director Fong's team and try to start construction as soon as possible. I left the meeting room and answered the call in the corridor. It was my father calling. Xiaoyu, the wheat is ripe. Your mother and I have pulled out the half-moo of wheat. The greenhouse feels empty now. The vegetables you planted look the same as mine. Didn't you say they were wild? I went to the place you took me before, but the wild cucumber vines had withered. Nothing's left. What should I plant on that empty land? Son, believe me, the vegetables you grew sold quite well at the market before. Now they don't grow well anymore, and nobody wants them. What should I do? Can you come back once? I had been so busy here that I completely forgot about home. I quickly comforted my father. Dad, don't worry yet. Let the land lie fallow for now. I'll come back soon. I'm quite busy these 2 days. Let's discuss it later. Don't plant anything for now. I'll take care of it when I get back. Both you and Mom must be tired by now. Rest first. The problem is your mother can't bear idleness. Those cucumbers look like they're about to be pulled up. How should we handle them? If Mom can't stand idleness, then pick those small cucumbers and beans, make them into pickles. I have a use for them, a big use. At the words that I had a use for them, Dad seemed to have received an imperial decree and hung up to tell Mom immediately. The situation with the vegetables at home had changed. I must take action to guarantee my greenhouse, at least making it look somewhat different, not exactly like those grown in the open air. This really needed me to handle it in person. Suddenly, I thought again. Only furniture had been bought for my parents, but no electrical appliances. I knew my parents were too frugal to spend money, continuing to use the old appliances. I had to act decisively first and explain later. Only when the new appliances arrived would they switch. If I didn't say anything, they would never urge me, certainly thinking again about waiting until my wedding day. That way, they wouldn't need to worry. Thinking about buying appliances, I remembered by Luoxue. I went to her office, but she hadn't returned from the bank yet. The phone rang again. At first glance at the number, I knew what it was, probably the transportation team manager bringing me green bricks. Another delivery had arrived. While answering the call, I rushed toward the warehouse. 5 trucks, this time bringing cement. I handled it as usual, sending 2 trucks into my space and unloading the remaining 3 in the storage room. Fortunately, roofing's unloading skills were acceptable. None of the cement sacks were damaged, although they looked somewhat messy piled on the floor. The drivers, led by the warehouse keeper, went to the finance office to collect payment. But before completing the transaction, one driver came back saying there was no money in the finance office. Chapter 59, One Thing at a Time. It seemed the confectionery really was short on cash. Without hesitation, I went to the finance department and transferred 1 million yuan through mobile banking. Of course, the accountant set up a separate account for me, treating it as an investment. With money in the account, the accountant's expressions quickly shifted from gloomy to bright. One accountant named Wu Fong smiled and asked me, Director Chun, when are we getting our salaries? On what date was the factory originally paying? The 20th. Then the 20th it is. We'll also settle the unpaid wages for the previous 3 months. The finance team burst into cheers. Afterward, the drivers seized the opportunity to request advances on payments and freight costs. I urged the accountants to process their requests and sent them off. Bai Luoxu and the head of finance returned. As soon as she saw me, she gave me an okay sign. She waited until we returned to my office to report the detailed situation. The bank was very satisfied with our proactive attitude. They understood the factory's bankruptcy and reorganization. If we could repay normally according to the previous agreement this month, interest rates would be reduced by 20% starting next month. And if we could clear both principal and interest within 3 months as I had promised, another 20% reduction would be given. This was the maximum concession the bank was willing to offer. Great work. Director Bai has saved me quite a bit of money. How should I reward you? I can't take credit for this. It's definitely not my achievement. It was all Director Chen's idea. I merely ran a few errands. The bank respects Chen's strength, not mine. Bai Luoxu was modest, obviously not wanting me to spend extra. I felt closer to her for it. I was so busy buying furniture last time that I forgot about appliances. When you're free, come with me to a mall and help me pick out some appliances for my parents. I gazed at her gently, hoping she would agree. Bai Luoxu pressed her lips together and solemnly nodded, her way of acceptance. We were obviously too busy now to handle that matter, so it would have to wait. Just knowing she was willing to accompany me made me happy already. There's no more money in finance. I briefly explained what had just happened. The current factory only has its factory building and equipment, and a huge debt. We'll need funds for every project from now on. You, Director Chen, must be prepared to spend generously. Bai Luoxu understood the factory's situation. Even though I had money, it couldn't be spent recklessly. It had to be step by step according to plan. The new company had been registered properly. We needed to clearly define the relationship between the parent and subsidiary companies and include my and Luoxu's positions in official documents. This task was given to Director Wang in the office to execute. However, I hadn't submitted this document to the county. My official county registration remained as manager of the Shurgo Village Special Eco Company and as investor and legal representative of Minli Canned Food Factory. The Can Factory was a collectively owned enterprise, while those two companies of mine were private. Once the document was issued, I became the chairman and Bai Luoxu became the executive director. The workers continued to call me Director Chun and her Director Bai. As for the titles, they weren't particularly important, just as long as they understood who was senior. I took Bai Luoxu to the workshop and explained to her the renovation plan we had just finalized with engineer Fong and others. She wasn't an expert in technical processes either, but one thing was certain. She felt the plan at least sounded feasible. Whether it worked or not couldn't be determined now. It would have to be tested when we began production. Next, we went to warehouse number 1. She was equally surprised to see so much cement and blue bricks stacked there. I told her my idea. Transferring the vegetable wholesale center here would indeed increase our space and expand business volume. But she hesitated mid-sentence. But we'd have to arrive here earlier, making you get up even earlier. Plus, if you wanted to return home for breakfast, the back and forth would be quite inconvenient. Is that what you were thinking? Mainly, I wouldn't be able to buy breakfast for my parents anymore. I understood her concern about showing filial piety, though I really didn't understand why she had to be the one buying breakfast. Her parents were still in good health. There wasn't a necessity for her to do it. When I raised my doubts, Bai Luoxu seemed slightly embarrassed. Lately, my parents don't even know I'm waking up so early to help you with the wholesale business. Once we move here, there's no way to hide it anymore. Miss Bai, this is part of your job. If you really don't want to do it, either I won't relocate here and I'll continue with the wholesale business in your uncle's yard without expanding it, or I'll move the wholesale center here, and you can come to work at 8 o'clock. Someone else can handle the vegetable wholesale for me. Choose one. Seeing me appear upset, Bai Luoxu lightly punched me on the arm. I choose neither. Let them know. They'll know eventually anyway. I'll just explain it to them. What you do shouldn't be influenced by me. I think you can tell I actually support you. I secretly felt pleased. Good then. Perhaps Bai Luoxu was just too attached to home. Several technicians from Dongfang Company and 3 young people from the HR company were having lunch in the cafeteria. I originally planned to have lunch with Bai Luoxu and Mu Jiming, but since Bai Luoxu wanted to go home, I could only drive her back, leaving Mu Jiming to entertain the guests. In the afternoon, Bai Luoxu and the head of human resources went to the Social Security Bureau to negotiate solutions for the Can Factory's previous unresolved issues. I didn't want the factory to accumulate any more credit records after I took over. No one knew exactly how I operated. In the afternoon, another 10 trucks arrived, carrying blue bricks, cement, steel, color-coded steel tiles, sand, construction materials of all kinds. Naturally, I arranged their distribution myself, closing the warehouse gate and secretly transferring everything inside. I busied myself the entire afternoon, and finally, things were almost settled for now. What a coincidence. It was Master Wang, the contractor renovating my villa in Xuanhuan Community Building 9, who called me. He said the job was done and invited me to inspect it. If there were no issues, they planned to leave. These days had been so hectic I hadn't even had time to check on the renovation of my own small villa. I hurried over immediately. If they left now, it would be hard to ask them to redo anything I didn't like later. Although I had full confidence in their craftsmanship, one could never be too careful. As it turned out, the quality of Master Wang's work was indeed guaranteed. From the first floor to the third, I couldn't spot a single flaw. I paid them in full on the spot, and then offered them more work at the Can Factory, asking if they were interested. Everyone was naturally happy to have more work. A day off meant a day's loss of income. Master Wang was thoughtful enough to ask whether working at the factory was allowed right now. After all, construction teams around the county hadn't started work yet, and working for a factory was different from working for an individual. I nearly overlooked this issue. Immediately, I called Xuanhuan, who usually kept informed about such things. He told me that no formal notice had come down yet about being allowed to start work. Residential buildings and factory construction were different. It remained to be seen whether there would be distinctions in policy. He reminded me of an important point. So I called directly the deputy county magistrate, Comrade Huang, who was in charge of industry and well aware of county matters. He clearly told me that factory construction was definitely allowed and not restricted, as long as the building wasn't a high-rise. I had to confirm this. Is a 3-story building considered okay to build? Huh? Deputy Magistrate Huang laughed. Do you think a 3-story building counts as a high-rise? I laughed too. Chapter 60 Accompany me to buy appliances. After confirming that the warehouse renovation could proceed, I asked Master Wang and his team to start working at the cannery tomorrow. Upon hearing that their new employer was once again me, my former co-workers were taken aback. You've become a boss already. We've been working our butts off for over a month and didn't realize you've come so far, leaving us miles behind. How great it would be if there were more bosses like you in the world. We'd never starve. My fellow workers expressed their admiration. Master Wang was particularly pleased. Being able to continue working was what he hoped for most. Although it wouldn't be under Xuanhuan, he could still be a legitimate small team leader, and the money would be just as good. Starting work tomorrow seems a bit rushed. There's still a lot of preliminary work we haven't done, not even the blueprints yet. I pointed out the truth. Indeed, I had acted a bit hastily. Master Wang didn't seem eager to take a break. Before actual construction starts, we still have a lot of preparations to make. We can get started on that while you arrange for someone to draw the blueprints. Don't you already have a clear idea about what needs to be done and how? To be honest, Master Wang did understand me fairly well. Though we hadn't exchanged many words during the 2 years I followed him, he knew I had certain insights into building structure and layout. Although naturally, I couldn't compare with Xuanhuan and other professional technicians. I returned to the cannery. To expedite the matter of the blueprints, I personally measured the site dimensions. Xiuxian, the head of the technical department, noticed me working and came over to inquire. General Manager Chun, these specific tasks can be left to us. I majored in infrastructure construction. I know the basics about building houses and erecting walls. His words jogged my memory. Reviewing the staff register, I recalled he did have a background in infrastructure construction. As we talked, I found out he and Xuanhuan were alumni, 20 classes apart. Reassured by this, I explained my specific requirements in detail. Build a wall in front of warehouse number 1 to separate it from other warehouses, and open another entrance on the south side of the original east gate, so that vehicles can enter and exit warehouse number 1. On the empty land directly southeast of warehouse number 1, build a 3-story building. The south side of the building faces the street. I have important plans for that, although I didn't tell Xiuxian exactly what it would be used for. Additionally, a small door connecting the first floor of the 3-story building with warehouse number 1 should be built, and a large truck-accessible gate with a door should be opened between warehouse number 1 and warehouse number 2. Noticing my unusual requests, Xiuxian looked curious but finally didn't press further, simply nodded and went off to take measurements. He had originally been discussing the automated production line with Engineer Fong and others, and encountered me in the workshop while checking the site. Fortunately, there were still Mu Jiming and other technical staff present. His absence wouldn't be a big issue. Perfect timing. I wanted to learn more about the details of the production line, so I went over to take a look. The plan had been finalized, key issues identified and solutions worked out. The next step was construction. I supported Mu Jiming as the project leader. He was more familiar with this production line. The technical staff from Oriental Company would carry out on-site renovations, with the technical department and equipment department providing full support. Where infrastructure work was involved, Master Wang's team could be arranged. After making these arrangements, Bai Luoxue called me. She had just returned from the Social Security Bureau. I went to her office to hear her detailed report. The Social Security Department was strongly supportive of the cannery's reform and stated they would assist according to relevant policies. Of course, they welcomed the idea that I would promptly pay off the overdue fees. In my heart, I understood clearly that as long as I actively pursued the matter, every department would support me. It really wasn't a big deal. The initial interviews conducted by the 3 experts from the HR consulting firm had ended today, and the results would be submitted in 3 days. Once I'd taken care of all today's matters, and there was still an hour before work ended, I invited Bai Luoxue to accompany me to the mall to buy appliances. After a bit of hesitation, she eventually agreed and came along. The main items were refrigerator, color TV, and washing machine, the 3 major appliances. It didn't take long to finalize the selections. I paid for everything and made arrangements with the store to deliver tomorrow. Since the delivery location was outside the county town, I paid extra for the transportation separately. Before leaving the mall, I finally called my mother to remind her to prepare for the delivery tomorrow. As expected, Mother scolded me a little first, thinking I bought them too early. She believed I should wait until I determined my relationship with the girl, and best to buy only right before my wedding, so that the appliances would still be brand new. Buying them now meant they would be used by my parents, and I'd have to buy new ones again when I got married. I could only listen patiently to my mother's grumbling, and finally explain that these appliances were all bought for them. As for my future marriage, that was another matter. Of course, new appliances would be purchased at that time. This earned me another scolding from my mother, who accused me of recklessly spending money and not knowing how to be frugal. Whether her words were fair or not, I understood her intentions. Thriftiness was a virtue in our family, and she didn't want me to lose that. I quickly changed the subject, telling them to prepare in advance so that when the delivery arrived tomorrow, we could ask the delivery men to help install and test everything. That way, my parents wouldn't struggle with using them. Mother also told me that all the substandard vegetables in the greenhouse had been picked by her and Dad. As I had suggested, they were preparing to make pickled vegetables. While talking to my mother, Bai Luoxue was standing not far from me. I didn't know whether she heard my mother's side of the conversation, but she certainly heard mine. Though she didn't ask what we had been talking about, from the faint blush on her cheeks, I could guess she had some idea. Given that we weren't particularly close yet, I dared not tease her and risk making her uncomfortable. I acted as if she didn't know anything, hung up the phone, and then took her hand, pulling her toward the mall exit. Her soft hand felt warm and delicate in mine, an indescribably pleasant sensation. Bai Luoxue didn't pull away, which secretly pleased me. Come on, Let's go to Xuanhuan Residential Complex. Still dazed, Bai Luoxue was pulled into the car by me and driven toward Xuanhuan. Why are we going there? You'll see when we get there. Soon, we arrived at the construction site entrance. Uncle Lu was taken aback when he saw both Bai Luoxue and I step out of the BMW. He barely managed to respond when I greeted him. Even after we walked far away, he still stood at the gate staring after us. I felt a sense of triumph. Maybe Uncle Lu was wondering why Bai Luoxue, who usually accompanied Yao Hanyuan, was now with me, stepping out of a BMW with me. Whatever Uncle Lu thought, at least that was how I felt. Master Gao was preparing dinner. Seeing me with Bai Luoxue, his reaction was also unusual. Oh, it's xiuxian. Haven't you left the construction site? What's going on today? Are you accompanying Ms. Bai on an inspection? Old Wang just went inside to check things out. I'm making a few dishes and stewing a fish. Ms. Bai, will you join us for dinner? You haven't eaten my cooking in a long time. Don't tell me you think it's bad now, old man that I am. Master Gao, I'm just here to look at houses. I'm not here for an inspection. I'm just helping him look. Thank you, Master Gao, but I won't have dinner. I'll go home soon. Bai Luoxue wasn't as cheerful as usual. Her voice was soft, almost as if she didn't want others to hear, even though only Master Gao and I were there. Inside, I really hoped she would stay for dinner. But then again, I thought, perhaps that warm and romantic atmosphere should be something we shared alone. Having a few familiar old men around would definitely spoil the mood. If she really didn't want to stay, I wouldn't force it. I'd invite her another time. She had once mentioned that she wouldn't mind having a meal with me, but lately, I felt she had been avoiding giving me the chance, even though I had tried several times. That thought left me feeling slightly uncomfortable, though I didn't show it. I happily led her to the villa area instead. Chapter 62 Building a warehouse on the island. Master, we need a cutting machine, a welding machine, and a power drill. Ruffing jumped down from the wall, landing softly like a swallow, without a sound of anything heavy dropping. As soon as he landed, he gave me the list, pointing to the angle irons and color steel plates. Without tools, we can't process these metals. The roof can't be installed. It wasn't that I didn't plan to prepare the tools, but they worked too fast. I hadn't had time yet. I promised him I would arrange them soon. Ruffing seemed to be quite impatient. Master has time now. Please go prepare them so we can finish earlier. I then went to the street and found a hardware store. I bought a cutting machine, a welding machine, a handheld power drill, welding rods, self-tapping screws, cables, switches, and other auxiliary materials and brought them back to the space. Without waiting for instructions, Ruffin quickly connected the wires while he and Ru Shui worked together, one operating the equipment and the other assisting, beginning to cut the angle iron. Their speed was unimaginable. I stood beside them like a fool watching. It wasn't long before Ruffin changed the cutting blade, and until 20 blades were used up, all the steel materials were cut properly. Then they immediately started the welding machine, working on the welding. Sparks flew as arcs flickered. In no time, one triangular bracket after another was welded, making my eyes dizzy. If factories all used robots, how efficient would that be? Would all the skilled workers become unemployed? Compared to them, humans are like the difference between heaven and earth. This gave me an idea. If the workers at the factory can't meet my standards, should I consider buying more robots to replace them? I was still thinking about this matter when Ruffing and Rushua had already finished the welding. Master, we need paint. I had completely overlooked this. The iron frames exposed to air would rust over time, shortening their lifespan. I had to go back to the street again and bought a few buckets of paint from the hardware store along with some brushes. Seeing that I only prepared the raw materials, Ruffing discussed something with Rushua. The master didn't provide spray equipment. Looks like we'll have to brush slowly. The two used bricks as steps to lift the triangular brackets off the ground. Once the paint was ready, they each stood on either side, brushing symmetrically to ensure even pressure on the steel frame. Like a person wiping a mirror, their movements perfectly coordinated. What amazed me most was their speed, not much slower than using a professional sprayer. Each frame needed 2 layers of paint, 1 layer of rust-proof primer, and 1 layer of top coat. I didn't need to give any instructions at all. They did it more professionally than me. After all, I had plenty of such experience working at construction sites. Once the frames were painted and all the paint was used up, I carried the empty buckets out of the space. Although the 2 robots had worked all day, I felt they should take a rest. Plus, the paint needed time to dry, so I didn't return to the space again. The vegetables I needed to transport in the morning had already been picked and stacked by the small house. I saw them, so I felt relieved. What I didn't expect was another surprise they created for me. The next morning when I entered the space to transport vegetables, I discovered that the warehouse roof had already been installed. Right after I left yesterday, they hadn't rested. On the island there were thick ropes, and they tied a rope to each end of the tripod. Standing on the 2 walls separately, they pulled the steel frames upward, skillfully aligning the frames upright one after another. Surprisingly, every frame stood firmly without falling due to lack of support, just like performing acrobatics. Next, they tied color steel plates onto the frames one by one, drilling holes and securing them with fasteners. I didn't know exactly how long they worked, but I knew my desired warehouse was completed, an efficiency that amazed me. With the warehouse built, vegetables no longer needed to be stored in the small house, nor exposed to the scorching sun. The small house was now available and had become a bedroom and office for Ruffing and Rushua. In their spare time, they could escape the heat inside and play Chinese chess, just like a young couple living there. Seeing me carrying vegetables out of the space packet by packet, Ruffing made an excellent suggestion. Master, transporting vegetables this way is very inefficient. You have to go back and forth many times each day. Previously, since the vegetables were close, we could move them quickly. But now the warehouse is far from here. Even if we move fast, a lot of time will be wasted. I suggest that the master find more materials to make some flatbed carts. Whether we are harvesting or you are transporting, it will become much faster. This was indeed a practical problem that immediately caught my attention. Yes, if the issue of vegetable transportation wasn't resolved, I would waste a significant amount of time. I recalled that there were a large number of wooden pallets in warehouse number 2 of the confectory, which would be perfect for this use. Bai Luoxu arrived as scheduled, and the wholesale business continued smoothly. Today, there were still 3 vendors left, strangers. When I asked, I learned they were new customers who had come all the way from neighboring counties because of the reputation. Since we now had enough stock, I was no longer worried about accommodating more customers. Still, I asked them to come back tomorrow after signing the agreement. There was no way I could give them goods today. I wouldn't enter the space in front of them. Even so, they left cheerfully, fully satisfied. It looks like relocating the wholesale point is truly necessary. More and more people want our products, but this courtyard has its limits. It can't hold even more vegetables, not to mention those fish tanks that also take up a lot of space. Bai Luoxu once again confirmed that my decision to relocate the wholesale point was the right choice. After the expert evaluation, every employee at the confectory felt nervous, as though they might soon receive notice of being laid off. Their current behavior was full of caution, as though walking on thin ice. On the very first day I came to the factory, I had asked about the previous widespread lateness and early departures among workers, even among middle management. But in these past few days, not a single person had been late or left early. I hadn't even seen any violations at all. Once on the job, everyone tried their best to keep busy. Tasks that used to be delayed were now finally being handled. I assigned Director Wang to inspect every department, to check for problems in each unit I had previously pointed out, and to hear each head's proposed solutions. Now, they were mostly handling the previously noted issues according to their own plans. They pointed out the issues themselves, proposed solutions themselves, and implemented them themselves. This way, I wouldn't have to waste time and energy on their small, trivial matters. Engineer Fong entered the factory with several technicians from Dongfang Company. Mu Jiming also led a few factory technicians to directly guide them to the workshop production line, and had already organized a few maintenance workers to dismantle the areas needing renovation. When I arrived, the chief technical officer Lu Ruchuan handed me several blueprints. I looked and was surprised. It was the design for the renovation of warehouse number 1 that I had instructed him to handle yesterday. It seemed Director Lu had worked overnight to finish them. Now that we had the drawings, we needed a qualified organization to review and approve them. This task reminded me of Xuanhuan Construction Company. Of course, Yao Xuanhuan had the right connections. Approving some blueprints would be easy for him. I handed the blueprints to Bai Luoxu. Accompanied by Lu Ruchuan, she went to see Yao Xuanhuan to quickly get the review finalized. Bai Luoxu hesitated slightly, but finally agreed. I handed her the BMW car key, and the two left the factory. Out of politeness, since we were asking for a favor, I called Yao Xuanhuan after they had left. He readily agreed to help. Chapter 63. Preparations before construction. Thinking about Ruifeng's suggestion, I went to find the warehouse custodian, opened the door to warehouse number 2, and asked him to select 100 relatively intact wooden pallets for me. Then I had him check them out of inventory. I was requisitioning them. The custodian looked puzzled. Naturally, he had no idea why I needed them. These are all items already removed from inventory, so there's no need to go through any additional procedures. I told him to mark them as Sanhok. After all, I was transporting them into the other dimension. Ruifeng and Rusno were delighted when they saw the pallets, since they would significantly improve their work efficiency. While inspecting the new warehouse, I noticed something unusual at the base of the wall. In the ground, partially covered by loose dirt, I could faintly see what appeared to be stones. Brushing off the dirt, I discovered a small square stone. This stone looked oddly familiar. It was identical to the one I had been stepping on each time I entered and exited the space. Even more interesting, this wasn't the only one. There were about 9 of them, each approximately 10 meters apart near the wall base. An unusual idea came to me. Since this stone was the same as the one in front of my small house, maybe stepping on it would also transport me into the other dimension. Driven by curiosity, I decided to try it. Standing on one of the square stones, I rubbed the ward on my left wrist, and, sure enough, I was back inside warehouse number 2. It worked. When I entered the space again, I found myself once again on the original stone in front of the small house. I tried the same thing with the other stones, and every time it was the same. I could now exit the space from 10 different locations, but when entering the space, the only location I could arrive at was the original stone in front of the small house. This made me feel a little disappointed. When transporting vegetables, I still had to walk from here over to where the warehouse was. If only I could appear on whichever stone I desired, that would be ideal. I wondered whether this space would obey my wishes. Motivated by this thought, I tried again several times. The results were very pleasant. While rubbing my wart to enter the space, as long as I focused my mind on a specific stone, I would appear there. This was really exciting. I now had 9 more doors into the space. This meant that Ruifeng and Rusno wouldn't have to move every single pallet of vegetables all the way to the small house. They only needed to place them somewhere close to those square stones in the warehouse. What a blessing from heaven. In this other dimension, the potential for my work efficiency just improved greatly. Master Wang arrived at the factory with his crew. The blueprints had been taken away by Bai Luoxu, so I could only explain the specific requirements to Master Wang on site. He understood me right away. A clear bell doesn't need to be struck hard. They only brought hand tools. No large equipment was brought. Naturally, it was my responsibility as the employer to arrange that. While at the construction site previously, I met the owner of a machinery rental company, and we had even exchanged WeChat contacts. We hadn't contacted each other at all in the meantime, but I decided to give it a try by sending him a message. Unexpectedly, he replied immediately. Wonderful. After all, the more friends you have, the more roads you have open. Therefore, I rented a mixer, an excavator, a tamper, wheelbarrows, scaffolding and clamps, as well as essential tools like shovels. He said he needed some time to prepare and promised to deliver everything to the site within 3 days. But Master Wang and his people were already here. I couldn't let them wait around doing nothing for 3 days. Starting the project sooner would save me money. Immediately, I transferred the full rental fee to him via WeChat. The man called me back immediately, promising with full confidence that everything would be on site by the morning. I chuckled. Money can indeed make ghosts push millstones. Master Wang wasn't the type to sit idle. Despite the lack of proper tools, he was already gathering the dozen or so workers and organizing the construction site. He explained clearly what needed to be done in each area. Some had already gone to check on the materials brought over to warehouse number 1 to see whether the quantity was sufficient. Seeing how conscientious they were, I felt reassured. Before I left, Bai Luoxue and Lu Ruchuan returned. From their expressions, I could already guess that everything had gone smoothly. As it turned out, Lu Ruchuan had brought back copies of the blueprints, so I hurriedly asked him to deliver one set to Master Wang. With the blueprints now available, Master Wang could assign tasks more thoroughly. At the same time, I assigned Lu Ruchuan the responsibility of overseeing all infrastructure work at the site and coordinating with Master Wang. Of course, he was also responsible for the infrastructure portions necessary during the production line renovation. He should actively participate in the overall upgrading of the production line. After all, he was head of the technical department. Seeing that I was piling more and more tasks onto him, Lu Ruchuan showed no signs of reluctance at all, but instead looked genuinely pleased and willing to accept. After these instructions, Bai Luoxue and I went to visit the site of the automatic production line. The workers were bustling about, fully engaged. The engineers, including Fong, weren't just standing around giving orders. They were actually working hands-on, deciding for themselves which parts should be removed and which could be left. Meanwhile, Mu Jiming was running around frantically, having called over several workers to help haul away the dismantled parts, clearing the site of obstructions. Seeing the way everyone worked, I felt very satisfied. Everything was well within my control. I called Bai Luoxue, the head of the Human Resources Department, Director Wang from the office, and the head of the Finance Department to my office. I gave them instructions. First, for the Human Resources Department, under Mo Fei's leadership, to cooperate with Bai Luoxue in paying the outstanding social insurance fees to the Social Security Bureau as soon as possible. The Finance Department would be responsible for handling the required payments. Human Resources and Finance needed to communicate regarding the approximate amount, and I would transfer the funds accordingly. Secondly, personnel from the Human Resources Department were to go down to the grassroots level and conduct daily assessments of all currently employed staff, recording their work performance. Together with the office, they were to evaluate any related issues identified through these statistics, with the purpose of determining who was dedicated and responsible, and who was negligent and slacking off. The results of these evaluations, combined with assessments from the professional company, would determine personnel adjustments. Meanwhile, the office was to issue a notice, ensuring all factory employees were fully aware of this directive. Seeing that I was serious about enforcing these measures, other than Bai Luoxue, who remained neutral, the department heads responded with visible solemnity, respectfully accepting their assignments before leaving. That guy who provided the rented equipment really delivered on his word. He arrived before 10 o'clock with 3 large trucks, carrying all the equipment I had requested. He even brought an extra winch, saying I had overlooked it, and refused to charge for it as a gesture of goodwill sponsorship. Along with the delivery trucks came an 8-ton crane to assist with unloading. His service truly impressed me, and I called him immediately to express my thanks. In my heart, I understood clearly that this was entirely driven by interest. There was no such thing as real friendship in this situation. Still, a little courtesy was necessary. With the blueprints, materials, and equipment all in place, Master Wang quickly organized the workers, started the machines, and got work underway. Lu Ruchuan specifically contacted the Safety and Environment Department, arranging for a safety officer to supervise the construction site on-site, correcting any dangerous behaviors or violations as they occurred. This gesture truly touched me. Because of ongoing safety issues, Xuanhuan Construction and its counterparts still weren't allowed to resume work. Naturally, I wanted to avoid any accidents on my project site. I praised Lu Ruchuan verbally for this. Perhaps emboldened by my approval, Lu Ruchuan worked even harder. He was very meticulous. He noticed even the smallest corners, promptly communicating with workers when abnormalities were found, demanding timely adjustments. Together, Lu Ruchuan and Master Wang truly made an excellent pair. Both demanded strictness in work and were meticulous to the last detail. I couldn't help but nod approvingly. Chapter 64, Quietly Changing. At 11 o'clock, my mother called. The appliances we bought yesterday had already been delivered and installed. They were quite satisfied with them. While she was at it, she scolded me again for spending that money unnecessarily. I simply let it go in one ear and out the other. She didn't know that her son now had plenty of money in his pocket. As for the old appliances we had replaced, I asked my father to contact the scrap collector to sell them off, along with other junk in the house. Keeping those broken items around was inconvenient and unsightly, and they didn't match the new house at all. Only by clearing away this clutter would the house look clean and spacious. Initially, my father said we could keep those things since they were still usable, but when I asked him what exactly he still wanted to use them for, he couldn't answer. Eventually he agreed with me, telling me not to worry and that he would take care of it himself. At the same time, he reminded me to go home soon. The greenhouse was empty now, The remaining seedlings had all been pulled out, waiting for me to replant. I simply agreed vaguely, promising to go back when I could in these few days, before hanging up the phone. The workers from the Oriental Company were truly efficient. They only took half a day to remove everything that needed renovation. What impressed me even more was that by noon, 2 trucks had arrived with the new equipment. I was puzzled at first. How did the equipment arrive so quickly? Engineer Fong explained that after we signed the contract yesterday, he called the factory, which immediately began preparing the inventory. The trucks had driven through the night to reach us. Working with such an efficient company indeed put one in a good mood. Privately, Engineer Fong also asked me how those 2 robots were performing. It seemed he had guessed that the 2 robots weren't related to the cannery. He chose to ask me away from others. I said I was extremely satisfied. Of course, I wouldn't specify the details of my satisfaction, nor would I talk about where exactly the 2 robots worked. Engineer Fong was perceptive enough and didn't press for more details. He soon went back to work. On my way home at noon, Bai Luoxue brought up the topic of her visit to the construction company to see xuanhuan. Because I had called ahead, xuanhuan had been waiting for them. As soon as they met, without a word, he took the blueprints and looked through them. Finding no issues, he immediately contacted another company. He even asked someone to make multiple copies of the blueprints and said the matter was now under his control. All we had to do was wait for results. Once the official matter was quickly settled, xuanhuan then inquired about Bai Luoxue joining my company. Bai Luoxue explained that she had come to help me, which is why she hadn't been coming to work at the construction company lately. xuanhuan expressed understanding and clearly stated that she didn't need to come back there anymore, advising her to stay with me and help me develop the cannery well. Their conversation didn't happen in front of Lu Ruchuan, but everything was said, and Bai Luoxue felt much better. xuanhuan also sighed with relief, urging her to transfer her personnel records to Minli Cannery as soon as possible. Bai Luoxue said it would be later. She still technically didn't belong to the cannery. As her heart eased, I also breathed a sigh of relief. That lingering knot in my chest finally dissolved because I felt Bai Luoxue had formally separated from xuanhuan. She had drawn closer to me. I meant her heart. What kind of feelings there had been between her and xuanhuan, I couldn't know. Only guesswork. I sneaked a glance at her on the front passenger seat. She remained very calm, neither especially happy nor particularly sad, as if nothing had happened at all. I suggested taking her to lunch to celebrate her new life, but she refused. She said she hadn't died in the first place, so eating out could wait. Eventually we parted ways, she heading home, and I going to Master Gao's. In the afternoon, as soon as work began, I saw a very different scene. Needless to say, Master Wang's team was busy working. I well understood how they worked, all like clockwork, bustling and industrious. Lu Ruchuan was now very much involved with them. On the automatic production line side, the work was equally fervent, installing and welding. Mu Jiming occasionally raised his loud voice, directing and coordinating. Meanwhile, Engineer Fong and his team were fully focused on precision calibration, working meticulously. The supporting workers weren't idle either. Aside from lifting and carrying, they cleaned the site promptly, preventing anything scattered on the ground from getting in the way. A full-time safety officer closely monitored the site, often reminding people to stay cautious, correcting mistakes when they arose. The HR department had also sent someone over, continuously jotting notes into a small notebook. Someone was checking the guards' appearances and entry records, enforcing stricter rules than before. Several warehouse staff were tidying up the disordered items stored in the warehouses. In the cafeteria, the chefs were organizing the space, cleaning, wiping utensils, and warmly greeting me when I arrived. I told them to ensure food hygiene, thoroughly clean the dining area, especially the kitchen, and implement effective fly and pest control measures to ensure the employees could eat clean, safe meals. The cannery owned several vehicles, including a Santana that was 70% new, a double cab truck, 2 forklifts, and an 8-ton crane. On the very first day I arrived, all those vehicles looked grimy, as if they were about to be scrapped. Now, the drivers were washing and polishing them. The vehicles immediately transformed, looking much newer. Not exactly pleasing to the eye, but at the very least clean and neat. Suddenly, I had a new idea, slightly different from my original plan. If all these workers were this proactive, why should I lay them off? After all, many of them were older. In a few years, they would retire naturally. Most had families and children. If they left the cannery, they would definitely have to find new jobs, and at their age, which company would be willing to hire them? I would still need to make the final decision based on the assessment results, and it would be necessary to discuss this with Bai Luoxue. I suddenly recalled something. From Mu Jiming's resume, I learned that the cannery did have a deputy plant manager position. However, there was no one officially holding that role on the employee roster. Only Mu Jiming himself as the sole plant manager. I specifically approached Mo Chuzhong, the head of HR, about this. Director Mo told me the factory previously had 2 deputy plant managers who both resigned last year, claiming the cannery's prospects weren't promising and there was little hope. Those 2 individuals held high academic degrees, yet they were stuck under Mu Jiming, who was only 40 years old. It was unlikely they'd ever be promoted, so they decided to resign and start their own businesses. Everyone had their own aspirations, and I couldn't force them otherwise. I completely understood their feelings and sincerely wished them a better life. In the afternoon, I had Director Wang accompanied by Luoxue to the county to report progress to Vice County Head Huang. There were 2 purposes for this visit. First, to personally brief him on the work I had carried out over the past 2 days, and second, to present a preliminary plan mainly regarding communication with the bank and social insurance payment arrangements. This was to prove that I was gradually investing resources into the cannery, giving county leadership reassurance that positive changes were underway. Vice County Head Huang acknowledged my work and also passed along a message. If I encountered any difficulties, I could approach him directly. With such support from county leadership, I naturally felt confident to continue boldly pushing forward with reforms and innovations. Chapter 66. Poor Review. Of course, I didn't return home so quickly. Instead, I came to the edge of a large pit deep within the forest. This was nominally my fishery. The water surface was calm, and there was no sign of fish beneath. I tried fishing and only managed to catch a grass carp after half an hour. Perhaps the fish I previously released there were too few and had already consumed each other. I immediately entered my space and had Rufeng and Ruxue prepare 2 troughs filled with various types of fish, over a dozen different species. I dumped them all into the pond. I tried fishing again and caught a fish within minutes. Thinking that my parents also needed to eat, I simply sat there and caught 10 fish before heading back home. When they saw me return with fish, my parents were both surprised, saying that I actually had the leisure to go fishing. I didn't bother to explain. Mother had already finished lunch. We had cold noodles today, along with a few side dishes, while the fish were left for my parents to enjoy slowly. Father asked me, "How's the greenhouse? Shall we go plant something this afternoon?" Unable to bear his constant questioning, I took him to the backyard. When he saw the greenhouse full of vegetables, he was too shocked to speak. Ignoring his amazement, I picked 2 cucumbers and returned to the kitchen to add another dish. Father came back half excitedly, half crazily, declaring that the greenhouse was already full of vegetables. Mother didn't believe him and immediately put down her chopsticks to run outside. The expression on her face when she returned was no less shocked than my father's. "How on earth did this happen? Are you performing magic?" I acted mysteriously. "Please don't ask anymore. This is a gift from heaven to our family. Just follow my instructions and our family will be peaceful, happy, and wealthy." This time, my parents truly believed I possessed some mystical power. Although the food tasted delicious, their minds weren't on the meal, but on me. They no longer saw me as their son, but as a deity. No one dared to question what I said anymore. I didn't really wish for this result, but reality was what it was, and I couldn't clearly explain it to them. Naturally, their hearts filled with awe for my supposed mystique. Well enough. Everything would now proceed step by step exactly as I envisioned. Now the greenhouse had vegetables, and the pond had fish. My plan could finally be implemented. In the afternoon, I went to the village especially to make a signboard and fixed it next to the gate of my house. I wanted to provide local villagers with green harvesting opportunities. People could go to the greenhouse and pick vegetables at their own will, and mother only needed to weigh and collect payment. This would not only reduce her workload but also sell the vegetables, preventing them from rotting in the fields. Also, I placed small vegetable stands inside the greenhouse, a 2-in-1 solution. Meanwhile, father would manage the fish pond. Customers paid dozens of yuan to fish for 1 hour, and any fish caught would be theirs. Whether or not selling vegetables and fish at home made money wasn't important. What mattered was the advertising. Villagers' mouths are the best channel of promotion. If they liked the produce, they'd tell relatives and friends. Word would spread from 1 to 10 and then to 100, which would have no worse effect than paying for TV commercials. Whether or not my parents understood what I said, they had already agreed to act as instructed. After completing all this, I intended to return to the city. After all, the factory was still under construction. I, as chairman, had to go see it for myself. Mother tried to persuade me to stay the night and leave in the morning, saying the new house was finished and I hadn't slept there yet. Father simply muttered a sentence and mother stopped insisting. "Son is doing big business. We shouldn't be obstacles." Certainly, my parents were no obstacle to me. That was merely father's modest remark. I hadn't left yet when a few people arrived. They were all neighbors. Probably had seen the signboard, curious, asking about how the picking worked. Mother enthusiastically explained to them, and they thought it was new and interesting, so they entered the greenhouse and picked a few vegetables. Seeing that they didn't pick much, I signaled to mother not to charge them. Normally very thrifty, this time mother didn't insist, letting them take the vegetables for free but still looked slightly reluctant. I explained that, for our neighbors, if they didn't take too much, we could just let them have it for free. This would gain people's appreciation and they'd spread the good word for us. Father seemed to understand my thinking better, telling mother that she was too rigid. The old couple started to quarrel playfully. I knew that deep down they were delighted. Still no fishing gear. How can people go fishing? Father reminded me, and I nearly overlooked this. Immediately, I drove to the village and bought several sets of fishing rods, handing them over to him. Seeing that time was getting late, I didn't stay longer and drove directly back to Minli Canning Factory. The construction workers were still busily at work. I went to the cafeteria first, handing several buckets of pickles over to the chef. Faced with so much, the chef became worried. There was no space in the refrigerator, and he was afraid that it would go bad if not consumed in time. Someone suggested, since we're a canning factory, why not preserve the pickles in canning jars? Call a few workers to pack the pickles into the jars, seal them, and isolate from air. They won't spoil for 10 to 15 days. That was actually a good idea. I immediately called the HR department and asked them to assign a few people to the cafeteria. This kind of task was indeed too easy for them. As I watched them filling the jars, a new idea suddenly came to me. I had them pack one crate first and move it into my car. I wanted Master Gao and the others to taste my mother's cooking. When I returned to the office, Luoxue was there with personnel from the HR consulting firm. The assessment results were out. Originally, they said we would need to wait 3 days, but they had worked overtime and finished in 2. I expressed my gratitude. They had come to deliver the results and, of course, to collect payment. Without hesitation, I instructed the finance department to pay the consulting fee. The young man left happily. "Mr. Chun, take a look." Luoxue pushed the assessment report toward me. Just as Bai Luoxue had previously said, the scores of the employees at the canning factory were generally low. Only 2 people scored above 80 points. One of them I guessed, Lu Ruchuan, but the second was surprisingly Mu Jiming. 8 scored above 70 points, 10 above 60 points, while the rest all failed, with more than 40 scoring below 10 points. The HR consulting company's conclusion was that those who scored above 80 could be re-employed in key roles. Those above 70 should be trained before being assigned to important positions. Those above 60 were suitable for general management roles. Those below 60 were recommended for further training before re-evaluation, and those who failed could be considered for dismissal or transferred to simple, non-critical roles. What now? Even as a top graduate in business administration, Bai Luoxue was at a loss. After Bai told me that information, I had basically guessed that few would pass. If I had followed my original plan, I would have definitely adopted the advice of the HR consulting company. But now, I had changed my mind. Let's wait. There are still 3 days until the weekend. I want to wait for all the sales staff to return to the factory and report back from their market surveys. The HR department's on-site evaluations are also important. The reason I had this thought was that I considered people can change. When people see a factory with no hope, they naturally show a negative attitude. But when they see a factory with potential, their attitude naturally becomes positive. Their attitude is important. After all, my goal in running this factory is to provide them with a means to earn a living, not necessarily to eliminate them. Of course, mercy has no place in leadership. Each person is different, and those who perform truly poorly still need to be eliminated. What do you think? Bai Luoxue did not comment on my stance, only saying, "You're the boss, you decide. After all, you are ultimately responsible for this factory, while I'm just a high-level employee." Chapter 67, another new project. I have to say, Ms. Bai, that kind of talk is completely irresponsible. I brought you here to help me oversee things, not to act like a passive observer. You have every right to refute, or even stop me when I'm wrong. Bai Luoxue giggled softly. General Manager Chun, don't put such a heavy burden on me. Since coming to this cannery, I haven't found anything improper in your words or actions, so I haven't raised any objections and have followed your instructions carefully. You once told me to manage the cannery and supervise Mu Jiming's implementation of tasks. Yet in reality, it's all been you handling things. I'm just an errand girl who executes orders. Her words carried a hidden meaning, like she was subtly complaining about me taking over her authority. Thinking back, I realized that was indeed what I had done. I could only explain patiently. Ms. Bai, don't be upset. Let me clarify something. We've just taken over the cannery, and as you previously pointed out, we don't yet fully understand its operations. For the early stages of reform, it's necessary for me to personally oversee matters to ensure the direction is accurate. This is actually what you taught me, so I followed your example. Once the cannery becomes fully operational, you'll have full control, and I won't interfere anymore, except for personnel appointments and project developments. Everything else will be entirely up to you. Does that sound okay? I was afraid Bai Luoxue might actually get upset. If she lost her temper and quit, leaving me alone to manage this new factory, I would genuinely worry about being up to the task. After all, I wasn't that capable. With her beside me, I had a sense of stability, a source of support. Of course, I would never express this directly to her. She might think me incompetent. Still, I needed to appear strong. Bai Luoxue laughed again. General Manager Chun, you're thinking too much. The reform of the factory is complicated and involves countless matters. If you, as chairman, didn't take an active role, who else could I turn to for decisions? What you did was absolutely right. Gosh, she always managed to be logically convincing no matter how the conversation turned. I couldn't do anything but give in when it came to her, even though I really liked her. Since she hadn't truly gotten upset, I felt reassured. How's everything at home? She changed the subject, inquiring about my family. Everything is great. My parents moved into the new house and are very satisfied, especially with the furniture and appliances you chose for them. They absolutely love it. They feel very happy, though there's one lingering concern on their minds. I didn't tell her about the greenhouse or fish pond matters, not the right time yet. If I revealed too early, she might get suspicious, which wouldn't be good. I quickly steered the conversation back to her. What kind of concern? As soon as she asked, Bai Luoxue seemed slightly regretful. Never mind, don't say it. She quickly waved her hand, trying to stop me. But how could I let go of such a chance? My parents just wish their child would live a happy life. A man should marry when he comes of age. I'm already 25 and still single, which naturally troubles them. They keep pushing me to marry, saying that if I can't find a suitable woman in the city, I should go back to the countryside and find a village girl to carry on the family name while they are still young enough to help with the child. Bai Luoxue's eyelashes fluttered. I hadn't expected her to follow up on my remark. That's true. Right now, you're still a bachelor. You have good qualities, except for your relatively low educational background. Logically, finding a girlfriend in the city shouldn't be hard for you. If you really don't want to, marrying a village girl wouldn't be bad either. She'd at least give you children sooner and bring your parents hope of a successor. I detected a hint of bitterness in her tone. She didn't mention herself, but cleverly countered me instead. No, I once said I wanted to develop in the city. Since city girls value education, I'll just raise my academic qualifications to satisfy them. As for village girls, I've decided not to look for one. I'd rather find someone compatible here in the county town. Bai Luoxue's face flushed, and she turned slightly to avoid facing me directly. I saw a subtle smile hiding at the corner of her lips. She probably understood my meaning. I truly enjoy this vague, mysterious feeling between us. Sometimes it's better not to speak certain things out loud. They feel more beautiful left unspoken. Through this conversation, I realized indeed how low my educational background was compared to hers. I made up my mind to enroll in a tutoring class, continue my studies, take the adult college entrance exam, and strive to earn a more impressive diploma. At closing time, Bai had driven here, and we left the factory one after another. I gave the pickled vegetables in a can to Master Gao. Upon my enthusiastic recommendation, all three old men tried them. One taste, and they couldn't get enough, competing to eat more. Although Master Gao had made fish stew for dinner, none of them ate much. The pickled vegetable and steamed bun alone filled them up, followed by a bowl of corn porridge, making them overly full, so the fish had to be saved for the next meal. It looks like your mother is quite skilled in cooking too. Could you tell me how to prepare this pickled vegetable? I'd like to try making it, see if I can replicate the flavor. Master Gao praised my mother's cooking skills highly and was eager to learn. However, I had my own thoughts. Just like his technique for making crispy fish, this was something I couldn't easily share with others. Master Gao was no exception. I intended to apply this technique in the cannery. It was a secret recipe, and I needed to keep it as confidential as possible to avoid unnecessary complications. It's easy to enjoy more, just say the word. Why go through the trouble of making it yourself? It's quite a bit of work. I promise, starting from now on, you won't run out of this pickled vegetable. I skillfully diverted the topic, and Master Gao didn't push further for the recipe. The taste of the pickled vegetable received approval from the three old men, which strengthened my resolve to launch another new project. The next day, I shared this idea with Bai and planned to set up another production line dedicated to pickled vegetable cans. This time, Bai offered a different opinion. She pointed out that bottling pickled vegetables into cans would raise production costs. Instead, following the common market practice of vacuum packaging the pickled vegetables into plastic bags could bring higher profit margins. But we're a cannery. Wouldn't producing bagged food be inappropriate? My concern was met with Bai laughter. This can definitely be included in our business scope listed on the business license. Expanding our operations is perfectly legal under current policies. Don't get stuck on just one approach. It really was my own rigid thinking at fault. Without her reminder, I might have gone down a dead end. Her words inspired me again. If that's the case, couldn't our fish cans also be vacuum packed? Wouldn't that similarly lower our production costs? Of course, once I had the idea, I took immediate action. At the factory, I summoned Engineer Fong to my office and asked if he could install another automated secondary production line for vacuum packaging fish cans. Shouldn't be a problem for your company, right? Engineer Fong was more than happy for me to add new projects, as that meant more profit for them. Immediately, I gathered Bai Luoxue, Mu Jiming, Lu Ruchuan, and Ho Ruhai, the equipment director, into the office to discuss the addition of the secondary production line. They all knew that once I made a decision, I rarely changed it. Since I, as the investor, wanted to push forward a new project, none of them raised objections. They first affirmed my decision. After some discussion, we finalized the detailed procedures and required equipment. Naturally, Engineer Fong was pleased. He drafted a contract on site, let me review it, and then sent it back to headquarters to await the quotation. At the same time, Lu Ruchuan reminded me that upgrading the production lines required filing a report with the relevant county departments. We needed approval and a successful inspection before commencing formal production. We should have done this earlier. It was already a bit late, but submitting it now was still acceptable. I immediately assigned him responsibility for handling these matters, to compile the relevant documents and submit them to the county as soon as possible. He promptly got started on the task. Chapter 68: Accommodating the employees properly. Oriental Company worked efficiently. Feedback came back before noon, with the pricing for the equipment and production line provided. I couldn't just let them set the price as they wished. After some back and forth bargaining with Engineer Fong, he sent the revised negotiation results to headquarters and quickly received approval. Our mutual understanding was reached, but I didn't sign the contract immediately, explaining that I'd wait until the county's approval came through. If the county refused to approve, signing would be meaningless. Finding my argument reasonable, Engineer Fong agreed to wait. When I returned to work in the afternoon, I heard some good news. The workers had spoken highly of the pickles I provided, and although the cafeteria cook had served regular dishes, everyone preferred the pickles. This greatly strengthened my confidence. I had been waiting for exactly this kind of feedback. So I called Engineer Fong over again. Can this production line be used to make pickles? Seeing me come up with a new idea so soon, Engineer Fong was deeply impressed and naturally delighted. After inquiring thoroughly about my idea, Engineer Fong said that adding a set of vegetable processing equipment before the entrance of the auxiliary production line would allow the pickle production line to be integrated into the auxiliary line. I raised another question. What if we want to produce 3 kinds of products at the same time? In that case, we can only install a dedicated production line. Engineer Fong smiled again. With another project added, of course he was happy. This time, I didn't immediately continue discussing further with him. First, I decided to visit the site and see if there was space available in the workshop. Engineer Fong was even more proactive than me. When we arrived at the workshop, he enthusiastically explained where certain equipment would be installed, where packaging would take place, where goods would be shipped out, and how all of this could be integrated with the previous production line to allow products to be sent directly to the warehouse. Very convenient. I handed this project over to Lu Ruchuan. The technical department would be busy now, 7 or 8 technicians, each at a computer, working on the project report. Meanwhile, they would also need to visit the site occasionally to assist Engineer Fong with the modifications. As for the matter of project approval, I had Bai Luoxue follow up. As she had pointed out, I shouldn't deprive others of their authority. By Friday, Mu Jiming reported that all the salesmen had returned. Since it was the weekend, they would resume work on Monday. Speaking of Saturday and Sunday, these were meant to be rest days for the workers. If I asked them to work overtime, I would need to pay accordingly. I would absolutely not skimp on employee benefits. Therefore, I instructed the office to issue a notice. Anyone whose work wasn't essential was to rest on weekends. As for the ongoing construction projects that needed to stay on schedule, personnel from the equipment department, technical department, and workers responsible for maintenance and installation must work overtime. Master Wang's construction crew had no such thing as weekends. Saturday and Sunday proceeded as usual. Under Master Wang's leadership and strict requirements, the work was progressing quickly. Warehouse number 1 had already been completely separated from the other warehouses. The second door on the eastern wall was completed. Construction of the 3-story building in the southeast corner was now at the foundation stage. I began to think about how to arrange the usage of that building once it was completed. I advised by Xiuxian to take some rest too. Apart from the usual morning work helping me distribute vegetables, she could go home and visit her parents. Although she carried important responsibilities, others were handling the actual tasks. She didn't need to do everything personally. If she didn't rest on Sundays, then from Monday to Friday she'd be busier and have even less time. But you, the boss, don't even rest. How can I possibly rest when I'm paid so much less? Your salary is fixed monthly. Even if you work overtime, I won't pay you extra. You should still take a rest. My words sounded somewhat harsh, but Xiuxian appeared quite pleased. She understood that I was insisting she rest. And under my insistence, she eventually went home to be with her parents. These 2 days without her by my side felt strangely empty. Despite all the busy workers around me, they weren't companions, as if they had nothing to do with me at all. Actually, apart from the usual morning rush, these 2 days turned out to be rather relaxed for me. Thus, I recalled my earlier conversations with Xiuxian. I truly intended to keep improving myself. I found an online educational institution and enrolled in a course to study high school level subjects. I was seriously planning to take the adult college entrance exam. Now I was busy again. Whenever I had a moment free, I pulled out my phone to study, trying to make up for the education I had never completed. When Monday morning came, I received 2 documents. One was the market research report submitted by the head of the sales department, and the other was the on-site employee assessment survey from the labor management director. After carefully reading them, I sought out Xiuxian. I let her read the reports first, and then we discussed them. The sales department's research reports included 10 that were extremely similar, nearly identical, while the rest varied in style and conclusions. In summary, the findings showed that fish canned goods sold well in big cities, fairly well in mid-sized cities, but sold poorly in county towns. The on-site employee assessment from the Human Resources Department brought me some relief. The majority of the employees had clearly improved compared to before. At the very least, they were more proactive in their work, more serious in attitude, more careful in execution, and no longer shifted blame, argued pointlessly, or made excuses for delays. Only about 20 employees who would retire this year showed relatively negative behaviors, working slightly slower than others. I asked Xiuxian for her opinion. She thought for a moment before speaking, pulling out the evaluation report submitted by the HR consulting firm. First of all, I have to say the assessment report is quite scientific. The workers with higher scores are generally more proactive, while the older ones scored in single digits. In the sales department, 9 employees scored below 30. I cross-checked their names. Those 9 reports were clearly duplicates, copied with just minor wording changes. Obviously, they hadn't conducted serious research. If President Chen wants to eliminate underperforming staff, I suggest we consider those I mentioned as candidates for elimination. But if President Chen is inclined to show mercy and not fire them, I suggest reassigning them. They clearly aren't suited to their current positions anymore. As for others who scored below 60, they must undergo training. Otherwise, they have no potential for advancement. Xiuxian's conclusion matched my own thoughts almost exactly. I called Mu Jiming over the phone and showed him both reports and the assessment results, asking for his suggestions on how to reassign the employees. After some hesitation, Mu Jiming finally spoke. If we follow the spirit of President Chen's initial meeting, to eliminate those who don't meet standards, we'll end up with no workers left in the factory. Who will do the work then? Even if we hire new workers, training takes time. Besides, the wages here aren't high. 3,000 to 4,000 yuan isn't attractive enough for young, educated people. As for the dismissed workers, according to current regulations, the company would have to pay a large severance to each of them. That's not a small amount. I begged President Chen to reconsider before making a final decision. Though our words were different, Mu Jiming's opinion aligned with mine. Since we were on the same page, I didn't hold back and told him clearly. The bottom 32 would be reassigned to different positions. We couldn't let their poor performance affect the motivation of others. We would implement a factory-wide training program, covering political education, professional skills, and safety knowledge, jointly managed by the HR department, safety and environment office, technical department, and production department. We would also establish a reward and punishment policy to encourage high performers and motivate the underachievers, aiming to improve overall employee competence and productivity. Furthermore, we emphasized that any personnel found unsuitable for their roles in the future would also be reassigned. Our goal was to cultivate a competent and capable workforce that delivers results, and those making outstanding contributions would be substantially rewarded. The office would issue an official document, marked as a formal notice, so that all factory staff would be informed. Chapter 69, The Home, is also on fire. The document stirred up immediate commotion. Most people were excited because they could continue staying at the canning factory, and more importantly, they saw hope. Of course, for every joy there is a sorrow. Mu Jiming assigned those 32 underperforming workers into a separate logistics group responsible for the factory sanitation. As per my instructions, he clearly informed them that if they couldn't even handle this position, they would be laid off within 3 months, with formal departure procedures according to the laid-off staff policies of bankrupt enterprises. The sales department received a heavy blow, as nearly half their personnel had left their posts. With a significant reduction in manpower, the head of the sales department voiced dissatisfaction. He approached Mu Jiming first, but Mu couldn't give him a clear answer, so he went to Bai Luoxue. This time, Bai Luoxue gave direct instructions and later reported the matter to me. Those who remained in the sales department should all be sharp and capable workers. People who simply occupied their posts without contributing had no right to hold such an important position. A company's survival depended directly on its sales performance. It was better to have vacancies than tolerate mediocrity in such a critical role. Even if the current sales department was short-staffed, leadership would consider hiring more people if necessary. After receiving this response, the sales chief left quietly. I believe he would contemplate Bai Luoxue's words carefully. If the sales department still failed to deliver results, his position as head of sales was certainly in jeopardy. I instructed Director Wang from the office to submit the documents about how workers would be reassigned to the relevant county departments, particularly making sure a copy went to Deputy Mayor Huang. During the bidding process, I had specifically committed to appropriately reassigning all the workers. Now was the time to submit the answers to the leaders. Deputy Mayor Huang clearly expressed his approval and strong support for my policies. He emphasized once again that he had already notified the Social Security Bureau. If the canning factory truly eliminated any workers, they would process the required procedures accordingly. In reality, things didn't proceed entirely according to my plan. After the wage payment on the 20th, some people voluntarily resigned, mainly salespeople assigned to the logistics group. Within 2 months, 9 people had resigned one after another. Surprisingly, all the 23 people retiring this year remained firm. Although their mood wasn't high while working, they still kept the entire factory spotless until retirement. When they retired, I specially arranged for the Human Resources Department to buy them generous commemorative gifts. That's a story for later, and I won't elaborate on it now. That same afternoon, the office received a document, a formal approval for the production project. Lu Ruchuan led the entire technical team and completed the necessary documentation over the weekend. They submitted it to the relevant county departments Monday morning, and immediately the county organized a meeting and quickly made a decision, returning with approval. With the approval document, the construction of the automated production line could proceed smoothly. When I delivered this news to Engineer Fong, he was even more excited than I was. President Chun, when will we sign the contract? How about now? Could not be better. As soon as the contract was signed, he contacted the main factory immediately for the necessary equipment. My vision was slowly materializing step by step. If this continued, the fish canning production line could begin trial operations within a month. The beautiful prospects intoxicated me. Gradually, I handed over the daily management of the canning factory to Bai Luoxue and took a step back myself. Except for the renovation of warehouse number 1, I only listened to reports and occasionally checked the site for other projects. During my spare time, I either took online courses or visited the parallel world. The island kept expanding, and more unused land became available. While I was pondering how to utilize it, Han Xiaobai called me. The call was full of astonishment. His cousin had an especially abundant harvest this year. He had already sold over 1.5 million yuan's worth of wheat, usually around 1 million yuan, which basically covered the annual costs. The next season's corn would be where the actual profit came from. And now he had already made 500,000 yuan in profit, increasing his urge to lease more farmland. Han Xiaobai reminded me once again, this was the very season to plant corn. Corn required sufficient water but didn't need daily management. You just harvested it later. Once I had an idea, I acted immediately. I went to a seed company and bought corn seeds, planting them on all 30 mu of unused land on the island. Yet while planting the corn, I had a dilemma. If I had access to mechanized farming in the real world, it would hardly be a problem at all. It would be done in just an hour or two. But inside the space, without seeders, I could only dig a hole by hand, then place one seed. Fortunately, the 2 robots, Ruffing and Ruxue, had quick hands and feet. They were fast and efficient. 30 mu of farmland wasn't much for them. They finished planting all of it during the afternoon's free time. I couldn't help but admire the benefits brought by technology. If I had to do it alone, who knows until which monkey year or horse month I'd still be working. Various vegetables continued to grow crazily, yielding abundant harvests daily, guaranteeing a steady supply of fresh produce for me every day. All the transplanted roses and carnations had bloomed in full. From a distance, they were dazzlingly colorful and very beautiful. Ruxue told me that they liked to go admire the flowers during their free time, and she suggested I bring in a few more varieties. They would surely look even better. Of course, I wanted to fulfill her wishes. Keeping their moods happy helped them work better for me. So I bought several kinds of flower seeds, some with names I hadn't even heard of before. It didn't matter anyway. They were all for Ruffing and Ruxue to plant themselves. The fruit trees also grew very well. The saplings that were less than half a meter tall when first planted had now grown up to 2 meters high, their trunks as thick as a hand. Their fast growth didn't surprise me. In this space, all living things grew much faster. Mom called me on the phone. I could tell she was very excited. Ever since opening the picking garden, the number of villagers coming to visit had increased day by day. Now nearly the entire village came to pick vegetables, and even some people from neighboring villages came too. My parents were worried one greenhouse might soon become insufficient, and asked me to think about expanding with another. This was actually good news. But I didn't want my parents getting too tired, so I said one greenhouse would be enough. My purpose wasn't really to sell vegetables profitably, but merely for promotion. If supply couldn't keep up with customers, my next step would be to introduce restrictions. Each visitor's harvest shouldn't exceed 2 caddies and could only be done once per day. My parents didn't quite understand my idea, but as always, they followed my suggestion without question. Customer numbers at the fish pond had also increased steadily. Initially, there were just 1 or 2 visitors, then more and more. The few sets of fishing gear I bought were becoming insufficient, so guests started bringing their own. The fish had become harder to catch, and my father suspected the pond had been fished out. This did concern me. There was also a need to limit customer flow now. I couldn't return to the village daily to stock up on fresh fish. Once the pond was emptied, nobody would come anymore, and my ongoing promotion strategy would fail. That very day, I returned home and found the vegetables in the greenhouse still growing rapidly, although slightly smaller than before. I suspected it was due to the different moisture and soil conditions in the greenhouse compared to the island. So during the noon period when there were no guests, I prepared several large buckets, transported water from the space, and had Ruffing and Xiuxian use it to irrigate the vegetables in the greenhouse. I wanted to see how this would work. Then, in the fish pond, I dumped in over a dozen large baskets of fresh fish. That should last the guests a few more days at least. Chapter 61. Viewing a villa in the community. The house had no furniture inside. The floors, walls, and ceilings had all been finished, but the smell from the recent renovation was still strong. Xiuxian walked ahead and opened the windows one by one. It was just renovated, so we need to air it out every day to remove the formaldehyde odor. It will minimize the harm to our health when we eventually move in. Of course I obeyed and helped her open the windows. With so many windows, it would waste a lot of time just to open and close them. It's inconvenient to do it every day. I intentionally complained. Well, actually, unless the weather changes or there's wind, we don't really need to open and close the windows daily. They can just stay open. And if some dust comes in without furniture, it doesn't matter. It can all be cleaned up later. As I spoke, I didn't stop opening windows, and Xiuxian's mouth didn't stop either. She seemed even more concerned about the new house than I was. In my opinion, she already looked like the mistress of this house. Thinking about it, it made sense too. It was originally bought for her. Therefore, I deliberately slowed my pace, leaving the job of opening windows to her. Seeing that I had stopped working, she asked, "Why did you stop opening the windows? Letting me do it alone? This is your house after all. At the confectionery, I am your subordinate and must follow your orders. But opening windows definitely isn't in the scope of my work, is it?" I chuckled. "It definitely isn't in your work scope. But this is something you volunteered for, enthusiastically and willingly." As soon as I said that, she refused to open the last window. "Why does what you just said sound so offensive? I help you, and yet feel uncomfortable. I'm not doing the rest." This joke had clearly upset her, so I had to open the final window myself. She was in a bad mood now, so I needed to soothe her. "Actually, what I meant was that your attention to detail is great. Master Wang and his crew just finished renovating, and I came once before to settle their payment. I didn't even think about the idea of airing out the house. I was too careless. Thank goodness you reminded me. Since we're so busy lately, I don't know when I'll come by again. By then, will the house still be smelly enough to keep us from coming in?" A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Xiuxian's lips. "Look at you talking. All these materials used were top quality, low formaldehyde, and eco-friendly. After airing the house for 1 or 2 months, you'll hardly notice the smell anymore." Seeing that she wasn't genuinely upset, I felt relieved. Gazing at the balcony on the 3rd floor outside, we walked back down from the 3rd to the 1st floor, revisiting each room. I asked her to give suggestions, where to place which furniture and appliances. Whenever she made a decision, I secretly noted it on my phone. If she hesitated or couldn't make a final decision, I recorded that too for future discussion. After we finished viewing the house, Master Gao had already cooked dinner and was calling us over to eat. Xiuxian insisted she needed to go home, but I persuaded her to stay. The 3 elderly men also supported me. Eventually, she agreed to eat here. Not only was I happy, having a beautiful companion, I could see the old men were equally delighted, although I had no idea why. It's been a long time since I tasted this flavor. After taking just 1 bite of fish, Xiuxian gave her approval. Before I could speak, Master Gao chimed in. "This taste will satisfy anyone's appetite. If assistant by wishes, you can come here to eat anytime." I think Manager Yao wouldn't have any objection. At the mention of xuanhuan, Xiuxian lowered her head, continuing to eat silently. I felt the atmosphere had changed slightly and softly asked what was wrong. She replied only, "Nothing." Then she buried her head in her meal again. Soon, she finished eating and got up to wash the dishes, but Master Gao quickly stopped her. No, leave them. I can handle it myself later when everyone is done. Assistant Bai doesn't need to worry about it." I quickly ate a few more bites to pretend I was also full and got up to leave with Xiuxian. "What's wrong?" Your mood suddenly dropped. Only after we had walked some distance from Master Gao and the others did I ask again why she wasn't happy. Sighing, Xiuxian said, "These past few days I've been with you all the time, and I haven't visited the sales office again. The more I stay away, the less I want to go. I haven't met Manager Yao in person or spoken with him by phone, nor has he contacted me. I never even told him I'm now working with you. It feels like I've quit without saying goodbye, and it makes me feel guilty towards him." That was why her mood had soured. I felt sympathy and pity for her, but strangely, I couldn't help feeling a bit pleased and delighted. I absolutely couldn't show it. I needed to comfort her instead. "You yourself once said that the construction company no longer pays your salary, so you're no longer an official employee there. As to where you choose to work, naturally, no one has the right to interfere. Leaving there is normal. What would be abnormal is staying. Are you saying that if I were still working at the construction company now, going to the office every day like normal, that would be abnormal? That I'd be the problem? Where's the problem with me? What's wrong or abnormal? Tell me. Tell me. I had been analyzing the situation for her logically, based on normal human reasoning. But at this moment, she seemed to no longer be the business administration elite, acting almost irrational, pushing me to name exactly what was wrong or abnormal about her. Could I really say that? You definitely have nothing abnormal about you. You must have heard me clearly. I meant, if you hadn't left, that would have been abnormal. In fact, you've already left, haven't you? And now you're doing quite well at the confactory. Gradually, her mood finally calmed down. After exiting the construction site gate, she headed west while I went east, each returning home. We had eaten dinner early. The sun was still high, and the afterglow of the sunset bathed the earth. The sun had lost its intensity, and the temperature was neither hot nor cold. It was the most pleasant time of day in early summer. When I returned home, I didn't dare rest immediately. It had been a whole day, and I hadn't yet checked on the alternate dimension space. On the island, the two robots, Ruffing and xiuxian, were still busy. One was mixing sand and lime while the other was building the wall, working together just like how I used to collaborate with Master Wong when laying bricks. They were far superior to us humans. Not only did they produce high-quality work, but most importantly, their speed was remarkable. Perhaps because they were machines, they never felt fatigue. Their construction speed was equivalent to that of 200 people. The wall had been built to a height of 5 meters, already quite tall. I was amazed. I had been astonished by their intelligence and efficiency. When I had delivered the first truckload of gray bricks to the island, xiuxian had even asked me what they were for. I told her it was for building a warehouse. I had only drawn a rough outline and mentioned a basic height, yet now they had already completed it. Inside the space, there was only a spade, a brick knife, and a mortar board, the most basic tools. But even with only those essentials, they sufficed for the robots. Whether or not scaffolding existed didn't matter at all to them. Ruffin was standing on the freshly constructed wall, steady on its feet, precise in movement, and quick in work, just as if it were walking and working on flat ground. There was no danger to it whatsoever. The fact that these machines could even perform the tasks of masons was beyond my expectations. This advanced AI robot could handle anything, leaving me no choice but to admire the technical expertise of the engineers who had developed them. Thinking about it this way, I felt even more confident in trusting Fong Gong and his team with the upgrade of the confactory's automated production line. Even if it cost extra, it would absolutely be worth every penny. Chapter 65: Returning Home and Transplanting Vegetables. The preliminary work of the reform was very busy, but fortunately, I had arranged everything systematically. While everyone else was busy, I finally had some free time. I entered the space and checked on the vegetable inventory prepared by Ruffing and xiuxian. These two intelligent AIs had already finished their tasks early and were now playing Chinese chess inside the small house. The reason they completed the work so quickly was because of the pallets. They no longer needed to carry vegetables one bag at a time, but could instead transport entire pallets of about 1,000 pounds directly into the warehouse, significantly speeding things up. The island continued to expand. Currently, the supply of vegetables was already more than sufficient. I didn't ask xiuxian to expand the planting area further, as planting too much without a market for it would lead to waste. I could always plant more once the business expanded later. The island now covered about 60 mu of land. I didn't want to let this valuable land go to waste, so I thought about what else I could plant in the additional few mu. Considering that only I could enter and exit the island and my own energy was limited, I struggled to find something that would be both low maintenance and not consume too much time. Unable to figure it out for now, I decided to think about it later. Standing quietly on the island, lost in thought, xiuxian spoke to me. Master, look how peaceful and inviting this water is. If we had a boat, we could swim in it, or even sail far away to see what lies beyond. I was astonished that a robot could have such a thought. The distant unknown was actually quite mysterious, and I harbored some fear. I worried that a huge threat might emerge and destroy my dream of further development on this island. It's better not to go. This place may be the only safe island, and leaving it might lead us into unpredictable danger. I refused it with an air of secrecy. xiuxian seemed very disappointed and fell into a gloomy mood. Ruffing stepped forward to comfort it. The master has his own considerations. We should just focus on doing our jobs well. Then Ruffing made a suggestion. Besides the small house and warehouse, there was no other shade on the island. He reminded me to consider planting some trees to make the island more perfect. How about planting some flowers too to make it prettier? I teased him along these lines, not expecting Ruffing to take it seriously. Master is thoughtful. Beautifying the island really isn't a bad idea. It will at least make the two of us happy living here, right? Since the words were already out, I agreed to satisfy their moods. People at the factory were all occupied, and with no urgent tasks for me, I drove to a seed company to purchase some rose and Rosa chinensis seeds. Then I visited a nursery and got dozens of fruit tree saplings, including apple, pear, peach, apricot, hawthorn, and walnut trees. After that, I stopped at a hardware store and bought 2 shovels and sent everything into the space. Seeing that I had actually bought the trees and flower seeds, the 2 robots became extremely excited and hurriedly went to the north of the warehouse to start digging holes and planting. With them around, I didn't need to get involved in the island's daily tasks. I was fine as long as they were happy. Leaving the space, I realized that tomorrow there wouldn't be much to do at the canning factory. I called my mother and decided to go back home for a while to take care of some family matters. I also made a round through Villa number 9 in Xuanhuan residential community. Indeed, after keeping the windows open all day, the smell of renovation in the house had largely dissipated. Bai Luoxua's approach had been right. Thinking of her, I allowed myself to imagine freely how we two would live here in the future. The The furniture and decorations would only be bought after she finalized the details. I wouldn't take the initiative to decide them myself. I would certainly respect her opinions. Although right now nothing had been confirmed between us, she had already become the one I had chosen, and I believed she wouldn't escape me. I gave Master Gao a few fish and some fresh vegetables to prepare for dinner. I didn't return to the canning factory to pick up Bai Luoxue until 5:30. At 6 o'clock, when we left the factory, the two construction teams were still working energetically. I reminded manager Mu Jiming to wrap up work early and head to the cafeteria to eat. Don't overexert yourselves. Go back and rest well so you can continue work the next day. The next morning, after finishing the daily wholesale business, I told Bai Luoxue I needed to go back home. If I couldn't return by noon, she could drive the factory Santana sedan home. There's no need. You go to your thing. I have my own car. I had never seen Bai Luoxue driving her own car before. After finishing breakfast, when I came out from the construction site gate, I happened to see Bai Luoxue driving a Mercedes-Benz. She rolled down the window to greet me. At first I thought it was Yao Hongyuan's car until I saw the license plate. It turned out it was another one. Indeed, Bai Luoxue had her own car, a Mercedes-Benz exactly the same model and color as the one Yao Hongyuan bought. Since you have your own car, why have you been riding with me every day? As soon as I said this, I regretted it. What? President Chen doesn't want me to ride with you? Fine then, starting today, we'll each drive our own cars. I won't take advantage of you anymore. Considering your generous salary, I can definitely afford a car. Without waiting for me to explain, she had already driven off. I felt a deep regret. What an idiotic question I asked, completely without thinking. Only at this moment did I realize that Bai Luoxue had always wanted to be with me. Sharing a ride to and from work was simply her way of spending more time with me. I knew it wasn't about saving a bit on gas. Big changes had happened at home as well. The old furniture was gone, the trash was cleared, everything looked brand new, and even my parents looked completely refreshed. Mother was busy in the kitchen making pickled vegetables, one basin after another. There were so many that she had run out of space, and eventually had to move some into the east side room. So many pickles. Are you planning to sell them or eat them? If you sell, they won't be gone in 3 to 5 days. If you eat, the 3 of us can't finish them all. The refrigerator won't hold them all either. If we can find a way to preserve them, that would be best. Mother gave me a difficult challenge. I had it all figured out already, and assured Mother I had a plan. I went to the village supermarket and bought several large plastic barrels, packed as many pickled dishes into them as I could. These I would take back to the county town. The remaining ones would be sold by Mother as a roadside stand, right at our front door to the villagers of Shurgo. Mother expressed some concerns, pointing out that there were countless people in Shurgo who made pickled vegetables. Why would anyone come specially to eat ours? She feared they wouldn't sell and would eventually spoil. I only told her to proceed as instructed. The purpose of setting up the stand wasn't limited to just selling pickled vegetables. I had other plans. Father chimed in. Son has his own ideas. Old woman, don't talk so much. Just do as he says. We should listen to our son now. We're getting old and can't keep up with the times anymore. It felt like the sun was rising in the west today. Father understood more clearly than Mother, which was truly rare. Although Mother didn't fully grasp my intentions, she ultimately agreed. Father hurried to ask me, what about the idle greenhouse? I told him not to rush, and that he could just stay home and help Mom. I would handle it myself. When I arrived at the greenhouse, my parents had already plowed and leveled the ground. I entered the space and, with the help of Rufeng and Ru Shui, transplanted all the vegetables into the greenhouse, none omitted. With their assistance, half an acre was barely considered a job. It was completed in only half an hour. I ordered Rufeng and Ru Shui to replant new vegetable seeds into the half-acre recently cleared on the island, so as not to disrupt the continuous supply of vegetables. Chapter 70, Continuous Improvement. After handling all that, I set some rules for the game, limiting the number of people and fish. Each person could catch up to 2 fish, and no matter how long they stayed, they had to leave afterward. The fee was calculated based on the total weight of the fish, at half the market price. Actually, the method proved quite attractive. Many were repeat customers, visiting on the first day and returning the next, saying the fish they caught weren't enough for their families. But this method definitely reduced my father's workload, as he no longer had to monitor things all day long. On my mother's side, people coming to pick vegetables remained unceasing. Her homemade side dishes had long been sold out, and she was just looking forward to the day when the plants would stop producing, so she could prepare more. Yet she noticed that since the day I returned home, the vegetables in the greenhouse had started growing more vigorously again. Their size reverted to what it once was, thick and large, and their flavor was exactly as before. This made me even more certain that the previous loss of vitality and quality in the vegetables after being removed from the other space had been caused by the water. My parents earned several hundred yuan every day, which thrilled the 2 elderly people immensely. My mother also mentioned one thing. Madame Zhang, the matchmaker, came almost every day. Because of our connection, my mother had never charged her. Whenever Madame Zhang met my mother, she'd ask how my relationship with the city girl was progressing. My mother could only reply with still in contact, unaware of the details. Eventually, she asked me directly, where exactly had things gone between us? I gave her the same response, still in contact. This greatly upset my mother. She started complaining that I was just humoring her. What upset her even more was Madame Zhang's constant visits, to the point of becoming annoying. I advised my mother to let Madame Zhang have a few small benefits. After all, she had done us a favor in the past, and we couldn't possibly offend her. Though reluctant, my mother agreed. Fortunately, we always set daily picking limits, so Madame Zhang couldn't take too much for free. My parents, despite their busy life, enjoyed their work. As for me, I just needed to go back periodically, to water the greenhouse vegetables, replace the seedlings, or replenish the fish in the pond, just enough to ensure there'd be stock when customers arrived. One day, two vendors visited my compound, a male and a female, likely a married couple. Since there had been no prior order, they lingered after everyone else had picked up their goods, begging me to supply them. They immediately asked for 10,000 jin of produce. White xiuxian and I were both taken aback. Who on earth had such an enormous appetite? I originally assumed it might be from some big supermarket, but they said they were wholesale dealers from a certain township. It turned out they had relatives in Xiuxian village. By chance, they tasted my family's vegetables, finding them absolutely delicious. They personally went into the greenhouse to harvest some, took them home, and found even their own families couldn't get enough of them. But since they lived rather far from us, coming to the greenhouse daily wasn't practical, so the matter had temporarily been dropped. However, while handling business in the county town, they saw identical vegetables in a store. After quietly asking around, they learned that this kind of vegetable had a wholesale channel in the county, which sparked their interest. Actually, the couple had always operated as vegetable wholesalers in their township. They knew that once they secured this product, it would definitely be a big hit, and they could sell it at a premium price with considerable profits. Thus, the couple came to see me. According to their usual wholesale volume, 10,000 jin could be sold quickly. Such a major customer, of course, I welcomed warmly. However, they raised one condition that made me feel rather annoyed. They demanded an exclusive distribution right, meaning within the same township, I couldn't sell such vegetables to any other person. This, of course, I could not accept. Once they obtained exclusive rights, the entire township sales would be under their control. I might not necessarily earn more profit. They immediately offered a compromise, raising the wholesale price by 5% as a kind of commission for exclusive distribution rights. Even with such a benefit, I still refused. They couldn't understand my decision when it meant turning down potential earnings. But how could they understand my thinking? If their cost went up, naturally their selling price would go up further, eventually hurting the consumers. Once they increased the price of the vegetables, other sellers would follow suit. That was precisely what I wanted to avoid. Therefore, I did not grant them exclusive distribution rights, but I could still offer them wholesale. However, their purchase quantity could not exceed 5,000 jin per transaction. The couple said this amount wouldn't even cover their daily sales, and they'd have to mix it with other vegetables. In fact, that was exactly my intention. The transportation in Yellow Earth County wasn't particularly developed, and vegetable wholesale supplies mainly came from local farmers. If my vegetables flooded one region, the local farmers' produce would be unsaleable, causing significant losses. That was not something I wished to see either. That's why I had always employed a strategy of controlled scarcity. Whether in convenience markets or large shopping malls, the supply of my vegetables never met full demand. There was always a shortage. The couple, seeing my firm stance, yet unwilling to give up on my high-quality vegetables, lingered around for quite a while before finally signing the agreement with me, agreeing to collect no more than 5,000 jin daily. This naturally made the courtyard even more crowded every morning. Relocating the wholesale point had become an urgent matter. Besides congratulating me on expanding my business, White xiuxian once again brought up an old question. One greenhouse in your Xiuxian village supplying vegetables for villagers to pick already feels tight in production, but here, your courtyard is always full. Where exactly are all these vegetables coming from? Just having signed a big order, I was in a good mood, but suddenly my happiness vanished. I couldn't answer this question at all, but I had a friend to help me cover. Didn't I mention a friend before? He's actually just a middleman. Greenhouses like mine aren't rare elsewhere either. He sends trucks out daily to collect produce. Not only can he supply this courtyard's amount, but even more. Whether or not White xiuxian believed me, I almost convinced myself with my own lie. Damn it, making up lies really is hard. I was truly afraid that one day I'd accidentally slip up and contradict myself. It wouldn't matter much with others, but with White xiuxian, my image would take a serious hit. Luckily, she didn't press further, gave a strange smile, and the matter passed. There had been a tremendous change inside the space. Corn planted just a few days ago was already half a person's height. To me, they looked nothing like corn. Growing so fast they were like bamboo shoots after the rain, visibly shooting upward. I had heard that corn produces a cracking sound when it stretches upward during its growth phase, so I squatted by the field and listened carefully. Sure enough, I really could hear that faint sound, soft yet frequent. It had never rained inside the space. Perhaps it was because the island's altitude was low, the surface seemed dry, but beneath half a centimeter of topsoil, the ground was completely wet, clearly not lacking water at all, so rain or no rain was irrelevant. The soil where the corn grew, the newly expanded land, was clearly different from the area used for growing vegetables. The soil color grew darker, increasingly resembling black earth. I knew in reality black soil was extremely fertile and highly suitable for growing grain crops. I was ecstatic. I had indeed planted corn in the right place. Even more puzzling was how quickly the corn grew, beyond my expectations. Since Ru Feng and Ru Shui planted the seeds, only 10 days had passed, and the corn had already matured and was ready for harvest. I once asked the salesperson at the seed company, the growth cycle for this kind of corn was 100 days. That meant inside this space, 10 days passed while outside the real world also experienced 10 days. Yet the equivalent of 100 days had already elapsed. Time moved 10 times faster in here. This reminded me of those vegetables and why they grew so quickly. Thinking back to what Engineer Fong once told me when repairing Ru Shui, how only half a month had passed for me, yet the color change in her silicone appeared as though it had taken several years. Apart from the effects of sunlight and ultraviolet exposure, the time experienced inside the space was 10 times longer than outside. Harvesting 30 mu of corn wasn't difficult for Rufeng and Rushui. They broke off all the corn cobs and piled them into the warehouse. But the corn stalks still remained rooted in the field. I couldn't possibly ask them to pull each one out by hand, could I? Chapter 71. First Corn Harvest. Pulling them one by one wasn't impossible, but handling the corn stalks from these 30 acres wasn't a big deal for the two robots. Now that technology has advanced to this point, wouldn't it be too low class for me to have two of the most advanced intelligent robots perform such primitive work? What should I do with the removed stalks? Storing them in the space wouldn't be useful. Even if I transported them into the real world, I wouldn't have space to keep them. They'd just become garbage, and dealing with them would require manpower, resources, and money, an unprofitable endeavor. After harvesting this round of corn, I still planned to keep planting. Obviously, I couldn't repeat this method during every harvest. Therefore, I considered mechanized operation. A quick online search revealed that there was a dealer in the provincial city selling combine harvesters. Even better, they weren't diesel-powered, they were electrically driven. This type of equipment was perfect for operations on my small island space since the island had solar panels and recharging was convenient. I immediately drove to the provincial city, arrived at the agricultural machinery market, and bought an electric combine harvester designed specifically for corn harvesting. I pretended to climb into the cab and nervously started the engine, then carefully drove it onto the street, before transferring it into the space when I found a deserted spot. As Wind and Snow saw the enormous machine entering the space, they were first shocked. When I told them it was a combine harvester, as Wind quickly understood, climbed into the driver's seat, and started operating it with great familiarity. The wheels rolled forward, entering the cornfield. The corn ears had already been manually stripped beforehand. One passed through the field with the harvester mainly aimed to crush the stalks. Back and forth across the field, the combine harvester roared in operation. As Snow watched, visibly excited, he insisted on trying to drive it for himself. As Wind kindly stepped aside, the two robots took turns operating the machine as if playing a game, and soon completed shredding the corn stalks across the 30 acres. The land also needed to be plowed again before it could be replanted. I went through several vendors in the agricultural machinery market before finding a large tractor suitable for plowing. The reason for the difficulty finding one wasn't because plowing machines were scarce in the market. It was difficult to find an electrically driven model. This kind of machine was still a new product, just beginning to be introduced. I purchased one immediately and transferred it into the space. Once again, as Wind and as Snow drove forth energetically and soon finished plowing the field. When they learned I intended to keep planting corn, as Snow asked me for corn seeds. Since I wanted to implement mechanized farming, I couldn't use primitive planting methods anymore either, digging holes and scattering seeds manually. So, I went ahead and bought an electric corn planter. Thinking that I would continuously plant corn afterward, I purchased a large batch of corn seeds at a seed company in the provincial city to avoid having to come back for more every few days. Perhaps as Wind and as Snow found driving the tractor novel and fun, but they sowed the corn seeds the very same day. While they were planting, I stood looking at the huge pile of corn in the warehouse, pondering what to do with it. Considering that I would continue harvesting large amounts of corn in the future, I had to find a suitable buyer, preferably one located close to Yellow Earth County to save on transportation costs. Therefore, I drove back to Yellow Earth County. There was a feed factory in the county that routinely purchased corn at market price, which provided me with convenience. After inquiring further details, the offered price was acceptable, higher than I had expected. However, how to transport this corn presented me with a bit of a headache. The corn in the warehouse hadn't been dekernelled yet, and carrying the ears one by one would exhaust me. Even if I put them in woven bags, delivering them to the feed factory would be awkward. They would ask me to empty the bags, which would be inconvenient. I couldn't do that either. The best option would be to load the corn directly into the truck from the space. After thinking it over, I finally devised a fairly reasonable solution. Back at the canning factory, I called the manager of the transport team who had delivered building materials to me a few days earlier. I wanted to rent a truck. He was pretty cooperative. A dump truck arrived 10 minutes later. At the entrance of warehouse number 1, I personally guided the driver to drive the truck inside and park. After the driver got out, he asked me what cargo we were carrying. Corn. Where is the cargo? How could I possibly tell him that the corn was in the space? You don't need to worry about where it is. It'll be loaded onto the truck shortly. Go to the finance office to collect the freight fee first. Before he came over, I had him prepare the invoice. I signed it on the spot, and the driver went to the finance office. During this time, I brought the dump truck into the space. Without proper tools, relying solely on their hands, as Wind and as Snow still loaded the truck surprisingly fast. Continuous sounds of corn dropping rapidly into the truck bed filled the air. I stood beside watching, almost overwhelmed by what I saw. It seemed like within only about 10 or so minutes, the truck was full. Then I transported the truck back out of the space and returned to warehouse number 1. The driver came back. Upon hearing that the corn was already loaded, he didn't believe it. He climbed onto the truck bed himself, and, seeing it fully loaded with corn, became puzzled. How could it be loaded in just a few minutes? What confused him the most was that he hadn't seen even a single corn ear inside the warehouse, not even a single grain. I maintained a serious expression. It's magic. Of course, the driver didn't believe that. You're really kidding, boss. Whether I'm joking or not isn't important. What matters is that you must deliver this cargo to the feed factory. Only then will your job be complete. The driver drove off, still unaware of where the corn had come from or who had loaded it onto the truck, but he still completed the delivery, as I requested. I followed behind in my car. After unloading the truck and settling the payment with the feed factory, the driver drove away. Looking at the departing truck, I felt somewhat helpless. This trip had carried 15 tons of corn, and roughly the same amount remained in the space. I couldn't ask the same truck to make a second trip on the same day. I had no reason to call into the finance office again and use that time to load another round in the space. The second load would have to wait until tomorrow. At the same time, another important thought occurred to me. Every time I arranged for grain transportation using these drivers, each one would eventually have questions. Where did the corn come from? And how was the truck loaded? With more people involved, it would only be a matter of time before my secrets leaked into society. With that in mind, I drove straight to the Yellow Earth County Agricultural Machinery Company. To my relief, they still had electric-powered dump trucks available, although they had a smaller capacity, only 8 tons. Regardless of everything else, I immediately purchased one and transferred it into the space. As wind and as snow quickly filled the truck, I had as wind accompany the truck out of the space. I had driven the truck into the space from a remote street near the Agricultural Machinery Company, and when I came out, I still returned to the same location. There was no need to use the #1 warehouse at the canning factory anymore. It avoided drawing unwanted attention. Afterward, I led the way in my car while as wind followed behind with the truck, delivering the second load of corn to the feed factory. Following the same method, I sent out a third load. These 3 trucks altogether carried 31 tons of corn. When I calculated, I was shocked. The average yield exceeded 2,000 caddies per moo, nearly double the actual real-world average. What pleased me even more was that during the delivery, my corn looked the best. Large, long ears with plump, full grains, free of pests from one end to the other, and with moisture levels within acceptable standards. As a result, it sold at the highest price. After deducting vehicle rental costs and seed expenses, I made a net profit of 70,000 yuan. Without calculation, one might not realize the truth. Once I tallied everything, I was startled. Although the money earned from these 3 truckloads of corn was still less than a fraction of the profits I made selling vegetables and fresh fish in the morning, the workload couldn't be more different. I meant that my personal workload was different. When selling vegetables, I had to wake up early every morning and work frantically through the morning rush. Day after day, no matter how much I earned, I now felt somewhat tired of it. Growing corn, on the other hand, was completely different. Within 10 days, I only needed half a day to handle everything. The key was, I could save a lot of time for other tasks. This gave me the idea to expand the corn planting area further. Chapter 72. Debt collectors arrive. Minlikan Food Factory. The renovation of warehouse #1 has been completed, and now Master Wang and his team are working on the second floor of the small building. It hasn't even been 10 days yet. They're making good progress. Looking at warehouse #1, I began to ponder again. Earlier, while transporting corn, although the storage area was quite secluded and no one else discovered my secret, this warehouse was originally meant for me to wholesale vegetables and fish. If harvested grain keeps coming in and out of here, it might not be appropriate. There's no such thing as a completely sealed wall. Over time, people will begin talking about the mysteriously appearing grain. I must think about finding a different place, one that's as hidden as possible. Actually, the courtyard I rented would have been perfect, but it's too small and limits my room for development. It's probably not suitable either. I couldn't discuss this matter with Luoxue yet. If possible, I'd discuss it with her. For now, I had no choice but to rely on my own intelligence. When in doubt, ask Sister Du. An online post gave me some hope. Across the street from the factory, following an alley inward about 50 meters, there were factory spaces available for rent. Since it wasn't far, I strolled over casually. A locked iron gate had a phone number written on it. I called it. Hello, do you have factory space for rent? Yes. How big is it? About 300 square meters. Can I come take a look? Now. Yeah. About 10 minutes later, a fat woman arrived. Confirming that I was the one who called earlier, she unlocked the big iron gate, and we walked into the courtyard. There were 3 rows of buildings. I wanted one close to the entrance, so I went straight to the northernmost one. The space inside was wide and open, completely clear of debris. On the west end, there was a large door wide enough for vehicles to pass through, exactly meeting my requirements. Immediately, I signed an agreement with this fat ant and rented the factory building. From now on, I could transport corn from here to cover my tracks. Back at the factory, everyone was still working enthusiastically and busily. The employees' appearance had completely renewed. I paid back wages and made up for missed social insurance payments. I no longer heard any complaints regarding their treatment. Morale was high, and they expressed support for my reforms. Everyone also said they understood the strict requirements I imposed. Luoxue truly gave me many excellent suggestions, particularly regarding process management. Simple tasks should become standardized procedures. Standardized procedures should be formalized. Formalized procedures should become institutionalized. Now everyone, from top to bottom, was establishing work standards. Standardization simplified and stabilized management, greatly improving management efficiency from a certain aspect. Every task had someone responsible. Responsibility led to results. Results led to reviews. Reviews led to assessments, and assessments resulted in rewards and penalties. Everyone gradually became self-disciplined. Construction was also making rapid progress. The fish canning production line had completed about 60% of its workload. It would be completed in about 10 more days. The auxiliary line was also under construction simultaneously. The side dish production line had officially begun. In the past half-month, Mu Jiming, Lu Ruchuan, and other technicians had not taken a single day off. Day and night, they worked alongside Fong Gong and others busily. Honestly, they were even busier than me. Seeing them like this, I felt a bit kong. I specially took 2 barrels of fish from the space and gave them to the cafeteria, telling the cook to prepare a meal to thank those hard-working employees. I had already repaid half of the bank loan. Luoxue reminded me not to repay too eagerly, because there was an agreement between the factory and the bank that included a preferential interest rate reduction starting next month. Paying off the debt too early meant missing out on the discount. Her reminder was helpful. I shouldn't refuse free money. Overpayment would only mean my own loss. The next day, I received several unexpected guests. 6 visitors came, and I gathered them all into the second-floor conference room. They had come to collect debts. After they introduced themselves, I learned they were former fruit suppliers and sales representatives from a glass factory. Repaying debts is only natural. First, I made clear my position, that I would definitely repay, and they could rest assured. I would proceed according to our contract. I summoned my MIT, the head of procurement, and asked him to bring the supply contracts. Then I reviewed them one by one carefully and found that each had different demands and standards. Since contracts were signed, we must adhere to their terms. I would never deny them. Then I asked my MIT to get the delivery notes and quality inspection reports from the warehouse clerk, cross-referencing them with the contract details. I discovered quite a few issues. Their supplied fruits weren't of high quality. About 70% of the goods did not meet the contract requirements. According to the agreement, 30% of the payment should be deducted. However, this deduction hadn't appeared on the final settlement list. I asked my MIT to clearly explain why. He stammered hesitantly. Under my strict questioning, he finally revealed the truth. Due to financial difficulties, the factory couldn't make timely payments according to the contracts, causing some suppliers to stop deliveries. Eventually, only 5 suppliers remained. The cannery was at their mercy. If they refused to supply goods, the factory would halt production due to shortages and be unable to sell products, making cash flow even more difficult. Therefore, after a factory meeting, the factory decided to give in and waive the quality deduction fees to allow them to continue supplying goods, ensuring continuous production. However, the factory still ended up shutting down eventually, resulting in outstanding debts. This was exactly how things unfolded. My MIT obviously couldn't take responsibility for this, so I summoned Mu Jiming and questioned him individually in my office. Mu Jiming's response was nearly identical to my MIT's. He admitted he had made the final decision and accepted responsibility for it. I went to discuss the matter with Luoxue. She suggested we must repay the suppliers, and the deduction fees must still be applied. In the future, the factory would no longer produce fruit canned goods. Whether they agreed or not didn't matter. Under current conditions, they were likely to accept the terms. As for Mu Jiming's decision at the time, a verbal reprimand was enough. It would be unwise to hold him accountable further since it was a difficult time, and that action had been a temporary measure done out of necessity. Following by Luoxue's advice, I made it clear to the 5 fruit suppliers that we would pay, but the agreed deductions must be applied. Initially, they weren't willing. They said the factory had already decided not to deduct the fees and that they resumed supply actively only to maintain the factory's production. They had helped the factory during its time of need, but now the factory was going back on its word, acting inconsistently and unreasonably. Regardless of what they said, my mind was made up. As they stood aside grumbling, I started negotiations with the sales representative from the glass factory. The glass factory had always delivered goods on time, and there were no noticeable issues on the receiving or inspection documents. Judging from this alone, their product quality was highly reliable. I decided on the spot to repay the full amount of their outstanding balance. I summoned the finance director for an on-site meeting, and after verifying the accounts, we determined the final payment amount. The glass factory sales representative happily followed the finance director to complete the necessary procedures. The 5 fruit suppliers were still murmuring complaints, but I ignored them, stood up, and returned to my office. It wasn't long before these 5 men came to find me. Director Chen, are you going to pay us or not? I will pay. It's not like I said I wouldn't. Then just give the order and let the finance department handle the paperwork. Will you accept the deduction fees? No way. The former factory director agreed to waive them. We can't go back on our word. In that case, the paperwork can't be processed. I kept a stern face and gave them no courtesy. Does this look right? After that, whatever they said, I no longer responded and calmly sipped my tea. Chapter 73, A Sign for the Company. Seeing that I didn't move, one of the older suppliers spoke up. Director Chun, I agree to the deduction. I immediately lit up with joy, showing a very happy and willing expression. Pay immediately. Right away, I called my sudi to come over and asked him to accompany this supplier to the finance department to verify the account, carry out the deduction, and clearly state in front of others that once verification was completed, an invoice would be issued and payment made. After my sudi left with this supplier, the remaining 4 looked at each other and eventually all agreed to the deduction. I smiled broadly. Hehe. If you had agreed this easily at first, why go through all that trouble? They wanted to go to the finance department to check the account, and I nodded smilingly, and the 4 of them happily left my office. However, 10 minutes later, they returned, saying the supply officer couldn't take them for verification without my instructions. They urged me to call my sudi. Just then my landline rang. It was the finance director calling. She said there was no money left in the company's account. I said I hadn't heard clearly and asked her to repeat while pressing the speakerphone button. There's no money left in the finance account. After hanging up, I turned to the 4 suppliers. You all heard that, right? There's no money in finance. Wait a few days until we have funds, and then I'll pay you. This. So today was all for nothing. The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay. Director Chen, you're not deliberately delaying, are you? From the moment you arrived, my attitude has always been proactive, actively helping you solve the problem. But you wouldn't budge even slightly. The ones who agreed first got their payments and left. Now you've agreed, but it's just too late. Can you blame me for that? Sorry about this. Wait a few days until there's money in the account. The four shook their heads, sighed, and left dejectedly. I called Mu Jiming again. When he came into the office, he was still wiping sweat off his forehead. Seeing how hard he seemed to be working, the words I had intended to say stuck in my throat. But for the sake of duty, I had to express my stance, which was also something Bailuoxua had taught me. You already made clear the matter with the supplier. After much consideration, I still have one thing to say. Since you clearly stated that you would take historical responsibility, then I have to tell you, you did make a mistake. However, given the practical difficulties, doing so was unavoidable. The incident has passed, no further action will be taken. Also, you shouldn't bear any psychological burden, just avoid similar incidents in the future. As for your performance since I arrived, I want to give you my acknowledgement and verbally commend you. You are the factory director, in a high position and great authority, so we won't make this public to the entire factory, including today's criticism and commendation, just between us two people. Mu Jiming wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thank you, Director Chun. Thank you for understanding me, and most of all thank you for encouraging me. I will definitely work hard, strive to achieve results under your leadership, give a good report to all the employees, and prove that I deserve the position you gave me. The corner of my mouth revealed a smile as I quietly said, all right, go back to work. He exhaled deeply and left. As for the other four suppliers, they came looking for me a week later again. This time, they didn't come together. It seemed they had no communication among themselves, each coming separately for his own request. They immediately clarified that they were willing to accept the deduction. I had no intention of scheming with them. Since I had already taught them a lesson the first time, I let the supply department help with the procedures. I transferred 10 million yuan from my mobile banking app to the company's finance account, enough to settle their debts. The matter of supplier arrears was satisfactorily resolved. I asked Director Wang from the office to write a special report to be submitted to Deputy County Head Huang. Deputy County Head Huang personally called me, saying I was a true entrepreneur who considered society and the county from all perspectives, and had made outstanding contributions to social stability. This praise was quite overwhelming. Deputy County Head Huang was also very concerned about the project progress, saying he would visit to offer congratulations in advance for its successful and smooth completion and future production startup. Besides thanking the leader for his concern, I didn't have much else to say. Official flattery and clichés were meaningless anyway. On the day of Deputy County Head Huang's visit, the project was already in its final stages. He was happy for me, and naturally, I understood well his reasons. My achievements were also his political accomplishments. The main structure of the three-story building was completed, and Master Wang and his team were working on interior decoration. According to my request, everything was kept simple. That made it much easier, and the decoration was completed in 3 days. After expressing my gratitude to Master Wang and the others, I paid them on the spot. Happily, they went back home. Since the day they began building my house, they hadn't gone back home in a month and a half. These migrant workers truly had a hard life. I had once shared their struggles. Then I tasked Lu Ruchuan with preparing materials to apply for project acceptance, and he immediately got back to work with vigor. I walked around the small building, thinking about how to allocate these rooms according to my original plan. The initial idea for building this small structure wasn't for the reform of the confactory. I wanted to use a corner of the confactory as a storefront. The building stood empty, with no one in sight yet. I asked the HR department to find a relatively young employee, xiuxian. When I say young, it's in comparison with others. He was 42, held a junior college diploma, and had worked with Director Wang from the office for many years, even drafting many official documents. I arranged to have him temporarily transferred to manage this 3-story building for me. He took out a small notebook and carefully jotted down every detailed instruction I gave about how the rooms should be allocated. I couldn't help but praise him. Within just 3 days, he had completely set up all the rooms according to my directions, equipping each space with the necessary office supplies and furniture. Besides setting up several offices, there were also 4 guest rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 dining room, and 1 reception room. On the entrance of the south-facing building, I hung a large sign, Huangtu County Eco-Agriculture Company. For this, I even held a special unveiling ceremony, inviting some employees from the confactory to attend. The purpose was clear, to let everyone know that this was now the headquarters of the company. I asked Director Wang to hang the business license inside the small building. Then, I temporarily transferred an accountant, Wu Fong, from the finance department and transferred all the financial records related to my investment in the can factory to this new location. The costs for constructing the small building were also recorded under this account. After setting up a dedicated bank account, I injected 10 million yuan into it as an investor. All future transfers to the can factory would come from this account. I also had xiuxian do one more thing. He put up another sign on the door of warehouse number 1, Shirgo Village Green Eco Company Vegetable Wholesale Station. This was unrelated to the confactory, so I didn't hold any ceremony for it. The moment the sign was up, it signaled my decision to officially relocate the wholesale point. I instructed Wu Fong to record the costs of renovating warehouse number 1 under the Green Eco Company account, including all expenses for the purchase of equipment, such as combine harvesters. As for the land use fees for the small building and warehouse number 1, I paid them to the can factory in the form of rent. The Green Eco Company also opened its own bank account, and I transferred a certain amount of money into it as operational capital. Once everything was settled, I officially announced the next morning during the wholesale at the old yard that starting the next day, the wholesale point would move to its new location. I moved into the small building, leaving the old yard temporarily empty. This change caused the most inconvenience for Bailuoxua. She now had to wake up 20 minutes earlier than before, drive to the can factory. After helping with the morning wholesale, if she wanted to buy breakfast for her parents, she'd have to drive back home, eat, and then return to the factory. It was quite tiring. She herself noticed the inconvenience, and, without waiting for me to say anything, volunteered to stop going back home for breakfast and let her parents handle their own meals. She had to explain to them that she had morning work to do. That gave me an opportunity. The kitchen on the second floor of the small building was actually designed for her, convenient for us to cook porridge or prepare meals together, then eat in the dining room. After finishing breakfast, we still had about 40 minutes before work started at 8, so she could rest in one of the guest rooms. One of those rooms was specifically arranged for her. I lived right next door to her. How could I possibly waste such a valuable opportunity? When she was resting, I would use the excuse of discussing business to go to her room, thus naturally extending the time we spent together. She seemed to have seen through my little plan. Don't you feel awkward having a wall between us? It forces you to come all the way to my room. Why didn't you design one big guest room where we could stay together? I knew she was being sarcastic, but I didn't expose it. Instead, I took her to guest room number 4 and showed her. Besides being larger than the other 3 rooms, there was even a double bed inside. When Bai Luoxue saw it, her face suddenly turned red. You're so naughty. Then she ran back to guest room number 2. But I wouldn't let it go so easily. I really did prepare it. When are we moving in together? And how was she supposed to reply to that? Chapter 74, Intelligent Wholesale. Of course, Bai Luoxue hadn't moved into room 4, but continued to stay in room 2. This place was simply where she rested after breakfast. She still went home at noon and certainly wouldn't stay overnight, leaving me alone. As for me, I would wake up at 4:50 every morning, just as the first glimmer of light appeared outside the window. Looking out from the east window of the small building, the street was already bustling with activity. The parking spots along both sides of the road were filled with vehicles of all sizes. Vendors lined up in long queues in front of shops, waiting to pick up goods. I entered warehouse 1 through a small door at the west end of the building. This door was access controlled, and only I was allowed to pass through. I had to ensure that my secret wouldn't leak out. Inside warehouse 1 was pitch black, and I had to use a remote control to switch on the lights before everything became illuminated. Upon entering the space, it was already brightly lit. Ru Feng and Ru Shui had already prepared the fresh fish and vegetables. I gradually moved the goods into warehouse 1. At exactly 5 o'clock, I opened the warehouse doors. Bai Luoxue came in first, followed by the vendors waiting at the front of the line. 10 meters from the main door of warehouse 1 stood an automatic lifting barrier. It was installed to prevent vendor vehicles from crowding the entrance and disrupting the orderly entry and exit of vehicles. Only after one vehicle left would the next be allowed in. Warehouse 1 was equipped with an overhead crane that made loading goods easier and increased efficiency while saving effort. A digital electronic scale was installed beneath the crane's hook. 2 slings beneath the scale could lift the wooden pallet together with the goods, and the digital scale would display the weight instantly. This figure was transmitted via Bluetooth to the handheld scanner at the entrance, and it could also automatically accumulate totals. Once a vehicle was fully loaded, the vendor only needed to show the payment code on their phone. The scanner would beep once, and the payment would be immediately credited into my account, in a fast, convenient, and error-free manner. Only after the payment was scanned would the warehouse doors automatically open to allow the vehicle to leave, and only then could the next vehicle enter. This setup required no human supervision. Bai Luoxue was only responsible for recording the numbers shown on the scale, adding them up, and cross-checking with the spoken numbers through the loudspeaker. Since the system had just been put into use, I was afraid of possible errors. With a remote control in my hand, I would operate the crane, selecting the types of vegetables and fish. Once I got the hang of this system, I really enjoyed it. It was so much easier than the way things used to be, by a huge margin. As for the wooden pallets taken away by the vendors, they could be reused. The second warehouse had more than enough pallets to spare. After 2 days of operation, Bai Luoxue made a suggestion. I realized I was redundant. This system is incredibly precise, making my work repetitive and meaningless. It seems there's no need for me to assist you with the wholesale anymore, which could save you a substantial labor cost. I won't come starting tomorrow. I understood what she meant. She no longer wanted to help with wholesale, using the excuse that there was no need for an extra person. My heart dropped. I had thought reducing her workload would please her, but instead, she wasn't willing to continue. This caught me by surprise. My original intention was to ease her burdens, yet the result was the opposite. This place still really needs you. We've automated the calculation of quantities, but there is another important task that only you can do. Keeping track of daily transactions, because it's not over just after goods are sold. Isn't there already an accountant upstairs? She can manage such simple accounts, so I have no reason to stay on. I had to beg her. It's different. Wu Fang's accounts are only on the surface level, just what people call the open accounts. What you handle are the internal ones. I could never entrust that to anyone else. I myself don't even know how to do it. You're the only person suitable, so you still need to help me with this. Bai Luoxue was deep in thought for a long time before she finally nodded. Only then did I feel relieved. If she really refused to help anymore, I would feel a sense of loss, not just because of the accounts. Those could be done without her. But this clearly revealed her attitude toward me. Her withdrawal suggested she was trying to keep a distance from me. With her coming here, I could still hold on to hope. Once a week, I needed to go back to my hometown. First, I needed to water the greenhouse vegetables or replace the vegetable seedlings to ensure continuous production. Second, I had to stock up the fish pond with more fish, so customers would always have something to catch. From my parents, I learned that the number of visitors coming to our place never ceased, and was even expanding. People from villages nearby, and even from 50 to 100 li away came here, just to pick a few cucumbers and chilies or catch a couple of fish. Most importantly, everyone said that the fish and vegetables tasted different here, not just delicious, but also energizing for the entire day, whether you were a child or an adult. Of course, I knew the reason very well. This was precisely the advantage of my products. The corn in the space was ripe again. This time, it wasn't just 30 mu anymore. It had expanded to 50 mu. Rufeng and Ruxue had planted corn on the newly added area of the island as well. With the combine harvester, we no longer needed to pick the corn cobs by hand one by one. Rufeng drove the harvester in circles through the field, and the corn cobs were collected into the storage bin while the stalks were crushed and scattered back onto the ground. Meanwhile, Ruxue drove an 8-ton dump truck, waiting at the edge of the field to load the corn. Once the truck was full, I faced a dilemma. Should I have the corn unloaded into the warehouse on the island, or transport it directly to the feed factory? If I had the corn unloaded into the island's warehouse, it would need to be loaded again when shipping out. Without proper loading equipment, I would need to invest in additional machinery. Although the two robots could load the truck very quickly with their hands alone, doing so was ultimately too primitive and would increase their fatigue, shortening their lifespan. If the robots broke down, the repair costs would be prohibitively high, making it a costly loss. On the other hand, if I continuously transported the corn out of the space as the harvester filled up, it would definitely disrupt the harvesting rhythm on the island, inevitably extending the harvesting period and thus affecting my profits from planting. After careful consideration, I decided to buy a loader truck specifically for loading vehicles. At the agricultural machinery market, I actually found an electric loader and bought it immediately and sent it into the space. That way, it wouldn't interfere with Rufeng's harvesting rhythm. I could sell the corn later when they had time. After finishing the harvest, plowing was the next step, but a new problem arose. The usual practice of returning crop straw to the field was meant to improve soil fertility. However, due to the short interval, the corn straw crushed during the previous harvest hadn't fully decomposed yet. Now, another thick layer was added on top. This made the soil too soft for sowing. This time, we managed to plant somehow, but Rufeng suggested I consider green feed. Instead of crushing the straw and scattering it on the field next time, I should collect it and sell it to feed factories or breeding farms. It would become another source of income. That was a great idea. I began to consider and study it as a new project. The combine harvester could directly crush the corn straw, and all I needed to do was collect it. The 8-ton dump truck was sufficient for this job, although it would require several extra trips, handling both the collection of crushed straw and the transportation of corn cobs. The key question now was, how could I transport all this crushed straw out of the space? Chapter 75, officially in production. While my brother and I were delivering corn cobs to the feed mill, I discovered that they only accepted dry feed, not fresh feed. I wasn't about to buy a dryer just to sell to them. After selling the corn, I conducted more research at nearby farms. In Huangta County, there was a cattle farm whose owner said he would take my green feed, though he doubted this wasn't the corn harvest season yet. He asked me curiously, "Where did you get it?" How could I tell him the real source? I replied half-jokingly, "It's transported from the south. I guarantee its freshness, quality, and that your cows will love it." The farm owner laughed. "Okay, with those 3 guarantees from you, even if it fell from the sky, I'd still take it." I asked him, "Do you have any particular packaging requirements for the feed?" He said, "It would be better if it was baled or pressed into blocks for easier transportation." Therefore, I bought another piece of equipment that could compress the crushed corn stalks into 1 cubic meter blocks, making them convenient for automobile transportation and easy loading and unloading. The equipment was very simple to operate, and with cooperation between Rufeng and Ruxue, they thoroughly enjoyed using it. To load these compressed green feeds onto trucks, I even added an electric forklift. Rufeng drove the dump truck to deliver the green feed to the cattle farm, and the owner was greatly surprised. The green feed looked fresh and green, with a strong scent of corn stalks wafting from afar. After carefully inspecting the feed, the owner found no signs of pests, proving the corn stalks had grown exceptionally well. Even more encouraging was that when the feed was tossed to the cattle, they refused to eat the fresh grass, and even the feed mixed with grain, flocking instead to compete for the green feed until nothing was left before going back to other food. Seeing the cattle's enthusiasm, the owner immediately decided, "I'll buy all of it you can bring me." I asked, "What about enough for 50 mu of land?" He laughed. "Not only 50 mu, even 500 mu worth of feed could be eaten by my cows. I have more than 10,000 head of cattle here. A little feed isn't even enough to fill their teeth." Great. With a reliable market, naturally I was very pleased. Although this green feed wasn't very profitable, it solved a major problem for me, handling the crop straw. Corn planting began anew. Since the dimension already had seeds readily available, I left Rufeng and Ruxue in charge of the planting, truly becoming an electric shopkeeper, overseeing from behind the scenes. As for the sales of corn and feed, I secretly handled everything in the newly rented workshop. Bai Luoxue was completely unaware. She only thought I was going out for some work and was absent from the cannery for half the day. There was one matter that needed explanation. Since I was no longer returning to the courtyard, I also stopped eating meals at Chef Gao's house. Chef Gao specially called me to ask what exactly had happened. I had no choice but to tell him I was just too busy with work to come by. Chef Gao sighed over the phone, saying that without me eating there, the 3 old men no longer found their meals enjoyable. They lacked the spirit. I knew that wasn't quite what he meant. Actually, he worried I might go hungry without a regular vegetable and fish supply. Fortunately, he still had some reserves for them to eat these days. To make him feel more at ease, I specifically went back once. Besides having lunch with them, I also left a lot of vegetables and fish, explicitly stating that I would send more once they finished it. The three of them wore beaming smiles. Since the cannery cafeteria had stewed fish I provided for the employees, they commented unanimously that this fish was delicious, its flavor rivaling the preserved dishes my mother made. Despite it being fish, I didn't allow the cafeteria to raise the meal prices, and the employees snapped up the meals. Since the workers loved the food, I made sure to keep satisfying their appetites, believing well-fed workers would be better motivated to work. Since the cafeteria purchased fresh vegetables daily, I let the chef pick up his supply in the morning from my wholesale point. This small additional client could also fulfill the employees' desires, a perfect win-win. Significantly, since the cafeteria started cooking with my vegetables, the number of employees eating there increased. Those who usually ate at home came to the cafeteria instead. Even some who lived close to home now preferred staying at the factory for lunch, getting more rest during the noon break. The biggest change I noticed was that the workers appeared more energetic, focused, lively, and cheerful after eating my vegetables, and they weren't as easily fatigued. Even when they did get tired from hard work, their strength recovered quickly, and the productivity had unknowingly improved. Even Mu Jiming said that during his many years at the factory, he'd never seen such high work motivation among the workers. This enthusiasm wasn't limited to just one or two people, but applied to everyone. He attributed this result entirely to my reform strategy. People like Fang Gong, who already usually ate in the cafeteria, were practically buzzing with energy. Their enthusiasm increased so greatly that all 3 production lines were completed 10 days earlier than scheduled. On the trial production day, I held an important commencement ceremony, and Deputy County Head Huang, as well as many department heads from the county, attended the event. Deputy County Head Huang solemnly announced that this was a rebirth for the cannery. My investment had not only resolved all the problems left behind by the cannery, but also opened new perspectives and initiated a new era. He expressed his wish for the cannery to create brilliance once again. After those formal words, the trial production officially began. I personally switched on the power, and the machines roared to life. Bucket after bucket of eels were transported from warehouse number 2 and poured into the washing tank for the first round of cleaning. The eels were ones I had prepared in advance. It was thanks to Ru Feng and Ru Shui, who had selected them beforehand. I had simply brought them out from my space. Between warehouse number 1 and warehouse number 2, Master Wang and the others had installed a unique large iron door. After completing the morning wholesale business, Lua Xue went upstairs to prepare breakfast, while I entered warehouse number 2 to transport the eels from my space and prepare the raw materials for production. The workers were sure to be curious about where the eels had come from. To prevent gossip, I contacted my friend from the transport team and had him send 2 large trucks to circle around warehouse number 2. Even though the trucks arrived empty, people didn't know whether they were carrying goods or not, which helped conceal the real situation. Some people even believed it. Whether they did or not didn't matter. I even had the drivers collect the freight charges from the finance department, and the warehouse clerk issued a material receipt note, with the supplier noted as Shergo Village Specialty Ecological Company. I sold to myself. The eels were transported to the water tank via forklift, a process requiring manual labor. After the first wash, a specialized machine automatically fished the eels out of the tank and deposited them into the feeding port, from which they entered the conveyor belt for positioning adjustments. Next came the processing stage. The eels were decapitated, tails and entrails removed, then cut into portions. They were then automatically cleaned by high-pressure water sprays before entering the next water tank. This second tank was the key stage. It contained seasonings proportionally mixed according to Chef Gao's recipe, and the eels soaked in here for 2 hours to absorb the flavors. The automatic equipment scooped the eel pieces and sent them onto the conveyor belt, where an automatic sorting system weighed them and placed them into glass canning jars. The filled jars entered a microwave oven while still open. The microwave oven's rotating base ensured the eels were cooked thoroughly with a full rotation. A secondary production line supplied the jar lids and sealed them automatically. The jars were still hot, and as they cooled, the negative pressure created by the cooling process sealed the lids tightly, keeping the contents sterile. The sealed jars were conveyed a long distance on the conveyor belt for natural cooling. During this process, the machines automatically affixed labels. Emblazoned on the label was a green logo, Tianxia brand. Naturally, this was my masterpiece. Chapter 76, Special Sales Approach. The next step involved placing the finished canned products into cardboard boxes, sealing the boxes, and finally stacking them automatically onto wooden pallets. An electric forklift then carried the pallets with the goods into the warehouse. This forklift was equipped with a GPS positioning system, enabling it to accurately lift the pallets without error. Meanwhile, the scanning equipment in the warehouse tracked the number of entries based on the frequency of the forklift's trips back and forth. The main program of the automated fish canning production process was now complete. Additionally, the fish heads, tails, and internal organs stripped off during processing were transported by conveyor belt into a drying oven. After drying, they were ground into fish meal, packed into woven bags. The processing equipment for this system was also fully automated. As for the wastewater treatment process, previously described, all water was collected uniformly. It first entered a sedimentation tank, then passed through a reverse osmosis membrane filter. The filtered water could be reused with a utilization rate of over 90%. Deputy County Magistrate Huang toured the facility for quite a while, constantly praising the operation. The entire production line required only 10 workers, mainly responsible for patrols and record keeping. Manual operation wasn't needed at all. The real operators were in a small room at one end of the workshop, handling DCS control. If there was an issue, the computer would alarm and notify the personnel on site to resolve it promptly. It was near noon when the leaders were preparing to leave. Deputy County Magistrate Huang still hadn't had enough and declared he would come back during the secondary production phase, as he couldn't miss the chance to witness such advanced production. First, to show respect for the leadership, and second, to promote my product, I openly presented each one with a box of fish canned goods, including the accompanying staff and drivers. I clearly stated my request to them. The gift was for tasting. If they liked it, I asked them to help spread the word. They could give it to friends and family for the same purpose of promotion. And if they showed interest in our product, they were welcome to come back. We would give them more without hesitation. My way of giving gifts surprised everyone, and they expressed their firm support. With much laughter, they departed happily. Seeing how confidently I gave gifts to the officials, some workers voiced their opinion directly. Director Chun, could we workers also get a box of fish canned goods? Of course you can, definitely. I agreed without hesitation. Mu Jiming was in charge of distributing one box to each registered employee, so they could take it home. Naturally, I assigned them a task. This fish wasn't being given for free. Each employee received a box of 15 cans and had to distribute at least 5 of them, whether to classmates, comrades in arms, relatives, friends, neighbors, or anyone else. They were to record the recipients' reactions after tasting and submit a written report to the office. Those who failed to complete the task would have to pay for the box themselves. This unique policy was gladly accepted by the employees. When work ended, some had originally planned to eat in the cafeteria but instead chose not to eat lunch at all, happily taking their cans home so their families could enjoy the fish sooner. Bai Luoxue gave high praise for what I did. Director Chin's advertising strategy is brilliant. Not only do the county leaders become cheap promoters for you, but every employee becomes part of the promotion too. With this rule you've set, they have no choice but to spread the word. Just wait, Tianxia brand fish canned goods will soon be known throughout Huangtu County. Isn't that exactly what I'm aiming for? In the afternoon, aside from workers manning the production line, all other employees who could leave their posts gathered in the cafeteria for a staff meeting. I wouldn't waste time repeating the usual cliched expressions of celebration over the smooth commissioning of the automated canning production line. My main emphasis was clear, step-up publicity. Currently, the sales department still had 11 people, including the sales director. Each person was required to hand out 10 boxes of canned goods daily. They should visit supermarkets, convenience markets, food stores, big restaurants, roadside stands, and fast food shops. All possible places where canned fish could be sold or eaten on the spot. Wherever they delivered the cans, they must organize on-site tasting sessions, record videos as evidence, and collect customer feedback to promote the Tianxia brand fish canned goods from Minli Canning Plant. They could operate within Huangtu County or even surrounding areas. Going farther was encouraged. Expenses within Huangtu County would be borne personally, but those traveling beyond the county would receive travel allowances. However, it was essential to note that only one person could visit the same unit once, no repetition allowed. The Human Resources Department would be responsible for collecting the related materials and conducting performance evaluations. These were the requirements for the sales team members. Other employees could carry out the same operation in their spare time, and the factory would offer subsidies. The sole objective of this action was to promote Minli Canning Plant and Tianxia brand fish canned goods, enhancing their fame and influence, paving the way for the official marketing campaign in the next phase. This decision received unanimous approval from all staff, who eagerly expressed willingness to participate, and enthusiastic applause filled the conference hall. Sure enough, the promotional campaign was somewhat effective. On the very first afternoon of the operation, the sales director brought good news. The 5 major shopping centers in Huangtu County had clearly indicated their intention to place orders. The next day, some supermarket owners came knocking at our door. They wanted the products in stock immediately, saying that people were actually waiting inside the supermarkets to buy them. By the third day, the sales representatives no longer went out. They were all busy signing contracts. White Luoxue was in charge of reviewing and approving the contracts. When the first contract was signed, she shared the good news with me. Yet by noon, she came back with something worrying. There were simply too many contracts. She had signed so many that her hand ached. She said we couldn't continue signing. Too many contracts might lead to failure in production, causing delays and breaching agreements, especially considering the limited production capacity of the production line. I took this issue seriously right away. I immediately called the head of the sales department and instructed that contracts with monthly supply orders below 100 boxes shouldn't be signed anymore. We would focus on large orders and leave the small ones behind, saving costs in the process. Without opposing the instruction, the sales director raised a previous request of his. Looking at the current situation, it was clear that the fish canned goods would soon cause a market stir. Future orders were only going to increase rather than decrease. He hoped I could reconsider and give him more staff. This current team of 11 wouldn't be enough if we were to enter large cities later on. I didn't reject him on the spot. I told him I'd think about it and make a decision based on the specific situation. The employees' enthusiasm for promotion didn't wane. According to Bai Luoxue's calculations, based on the total number of products distributed and the reports collected, the Tianxia brand fish canned goods had already reached every nook and cranny of Huangtu County. She suggested ending the promotion campaign. Since the goal had already been achieved, it was time to bring the campaign to a close. Wang, the office director, drafted a notice and posted it on the bulletin board. The promotional campaign would end today. It had achieved certain results and fulfilled its intended purpose, hence concluding the activity. Although the activity had ended and the factory workers no longer engaged in active promotion, the general public continued to spread the word voluntarily. Deputy County Magistrate Huang called, saying the county government wanted to provide the fish canned goods as employee benefits, planning to purchase a batch from Minli Canning Plant. Naturally, I agreed to support this initiative, offering it at the wholesale price. Deputy County Magistrate Huang agreed immediately, without haggling over the price. Chapter 77. Incentive Sales Method. While the tunican sales campaign was in full swing, the pickled vegetable production line started operation. True to his earlier promise, Vice County Head Huang came again, offering another round of high praise, as expected. The ingredients for the pickled vegetables came from the plants that had completed their cycles in my space. But that alone was insufficient. I had to start using fresh vegetables with good appearance. Cucumbers, string beans, green peppers, chili peppers. All were used. The recipe was passed down from my mother. As for packaging, Xiuxian suggested using plastic sealing, which cost less. Since Vice County Head Huang had made the trip, I couldn't let him come for nothing. The first batch of products was given to him for free, same as before. Promotion continued, and everyone was happy. Now that the staff understood my style, there was no need for another big meeting. Workers started applying on their own initiative. I had no choice but to ask Director Wang to put up another notice, announcing again that the previous employee sales encouragement policy would be implemented. The event would last 1 week. The salespeople were busy again. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to plan. The pickled vegetables market promotion was even more successful than the canned fish. Orders poured in one after another. As for raw vegetables, I had no shortage thanks to the space, so that was not a concern. Originally, the pickled vegetable production line was designed for daytime production only, but seeing the orders coming in, 1 shift was clearly insufficient. Xiuxian suggested switching to 3 shifts. I gathered department managers and above for a special meeting. Both currently operating production lines would switch to 3 shifts per day. The technical department would handle worker training. Experts from Dongfang Company, including Engineer Fong, hadn't left the factory yet, so they took the responsibility of explaining key operational points so workers could quickly grasp the skills. Increased production did raise labor intensity, which was shifted to Feng Ru and Ru Shui, who expanded vegetable planting by another 10 mu. As for me, besides handling the morning wholesale business, I had to ensure warehouse number 2 was fully stocked every day. Engineer Fong asked me when the second subsidiary line would start, the one producing plastic packaged canned fish. Since I hadn't shown any sign of starting it yet, he came looking for me. His point was that production transformation was already completed and the new setup ready. Without test production and inspection, their work was not considered finished, and they couldn't leave the factory yet. Training would finish in a day or 2. Could they really leave afterwards? I didn't reply immediately. Instead, I approached Xiuxian privately to discuss the plastic packaged canned fish issue. The cost was low, but the selling price also needed to stay low. In comparison, the glass bottle canned fish had higher profit margins. Different packaging, but same taste. If plastic packaging hits the market, it will definitely compete with the glass bottle packaging. That's not good for our own products. On this point, Xiuxian offered a detailed analysis. We should hold off on producing plastic packaged items. Glass bottle packed fish cans are selling well now. There's no need to create self-competition. Once the production line is built, sooner or later we'll need to operate it. That brings the issue of product positioning. Her idea was that if we produced plastic packaged products, they must not directly compete with glass packaged ones. We should apply geographic restrictions. Plastic packaging has its advantages. It's convenient for long-distance transportation and could be sold to remote and impoverished areas where people tend to accept such packaging more easily. I accepted her advice, but disagreed on one point. It might not be necessary to delay production. Now, plastic packaged canned fish could already be produced. These products wouldn't be sold in the current glass bottle market areas, but instead enter untouched regions, remote and poverty-stricken areas, as Xiuxian mentioned, so locals could benefit. Only after reaching a full agreement with her did I notify Mu Jiming to organize the workers for trial production of the subsidiary line. This time I did not inform Vice County Head Huang. You could say I proceeded secretly. Even if he found out, I wasn't afraid. Knowing wouldn't change anything. Once the plastic packaged products were ready, instead of asking workers to promote them as usual, I convened a special meeting for the sales department. 10 sales staff would take turns going on business trips, promoting in corresponding regions according to our earlier research. The department head would stay at headquarters to collect market feedback for prompt reporting. I noticed that the sales team seemed low-spirited, their heads hanging and spirits low. Maybe they were tired from being busy recently, but I knew that wasn't it. The stage of signing numerous contracts was over, so the past few days had been relatively idle for them. In fact, some workers had privately mentioned to me that the sales staff held grudges, just not in my presence, and they did express complaints behind my back. In short, they felt they had secured many orders, but saw no increase in their incomes, and had never heard me speak about bonuses or rewards. After the initial wave of enthusiasm cooled down, their current mood was the natural result. The old saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you want your horse to run, you must feed it well. I had anticipated their attitude long ago. Xiuxian and I had tailored relevant policies specifically for them. Once announced, all of them, including the sales department head, were immediately filled with new energy. For the 3 existing products of the canning factory, if sold outside the Huangtu County jurisdiction, a commission of 10 yuan per item would be given for areas within 1,000 kilometers, 15 yuan per item for areas over 1,000 kilometers away, and 20 yuan per item for regions beyond 3,000 kilometers. The premise was that transportation expenses would be borne by the salesperson personally. As soon as I finished speaking, someone had already taken out their mobile phone to start calculating. After looking at the numbers, they quickly realized there was profit to be made. The further they sold, the more they earned. On the spot, everyone expressed enthusiastic support. That earlier low-spirited mood instantly vanished. Everyone suddenly appeared full of spirit and ready to act, eager to leave on business trips right away. Feng Ming, the director of the sales department, raised an objection again. This policy clearly encourages business trips. If all the staff go out, then who will be left here to manage daily operations? I tilted my head slightly, staring straight into his eyes, holding that gaze for half a minute. With the current situation within Huangta County, there is absolutely no need for our sales team to carry out further market expansion. Those organizations wanting our products will come to us on their own initiative. Contract signing can already be handled online remotely, a task you, Director Feng, can handle on your own. Even if you are on a business trip, you still can fulfill this responsibility. I couldn't have made myself any clearer. Whether the factory had salespeople present or not made no difference, let alone the fact that Baloxu and I were still around. Those were implied meanings he should understand. My tone had subtly contained a reprimand, and he did not speak again. As matters turned out, my incentive policy was extremely effective. Almost every day brought reports of purchase contracts from distant regions. Director Feng could no longer sit still. He wanted to go on business trips too. It's actually more suitable for you, as head of the department, to remain here. Because you now see the sales performance of your staff, you feel envious and want to become a salesperson yourself. Actually, you haven't found your proper position, nor have you maintained the appropriate role of a sales department director. You should understand clearly, your staff sales performance is also your own achievement. Their merits are also your merits. When they receive rewards, how could yours possibly be forgotten? I made my point as clearly as possible. If he still couldn't grasp my meaning, then his position as director deserved to be revoked. Judging by the gleam in his eyes, he probably understood. Surprisingly, he even bowed deeply to me. General Manager Chun, I understand now. I will definitely fulfill my duties well and will not guffaw the leadership's expectations. Watching his hasty retreating back, I sighed. Short-sighted. Difficult to accomplish anything great. Chapter 78. No intention to pursue fame. Production at the canning factory proceeded smoothly. The output increased day by day, and sales boomed, quickly spreading across the country. Silver coins flowed steadily into the account. The remaining bank loan was paid off by the second month. In fact, I didn't have to use my own money. Profits from the factory were sufficient. According to the prior agreement, the bank provided favorable terms, saving us hundreds of thousands of yuan. I used that money to reward the employees. Mu Jiming, Lu Ruchuan, and those technicians and maintenance workers who had toiled hard on the production line at the beginning stage were given top priority. I wanted people to see that hard work brings rewards and contributions are noticed and rewarded. Some individuals worked diligently and tirelessly, but their results were not prominent, and their contributions not obvious, so they weren't included in this round of rewards. I wanted them to understand a truth. Effort should be directed where it matters most, and real achievements are the only hard truth. Production at the canning factory was trending toward normalcy. Although the remaining workers were somewhat older, physical labor was no longer required thanks to automated production. The production procedures designed by Dongfang Company were relatively intelligent and easy to master, without requiring high academic qualifications. After a round of training, many workers mastered the necessary operating skills. This eased my concerns. Those who had learned the operations but had not yet been assigned to frontline roles could be kept as a backup force for unforeseen circumstances. In the next phase of reform for the canning factory, my main focus was on reorganizing the management structure. Though the factory wasn't large, it had many departments, too many employees, and an overly bloated organizational framework. After repeated discussions with Bai Luoxue, we decided to reorganize the departments. We established a general office, a production and technology department, a supply department, a sales department, a finance department, and a safety and environment department. Except for the sales department, where staffing could increase or decrease according to market demands, we retained only 3 to 4 people in each department, including the head of the department. The rest of the staff were transferred to frontline production positions. With more workers available in the workshop, we introduced a shift rotation system. This allowed workers more rest time without a decrease in wages. With free time on their hands, many opted for part-time jobs and were happy to do so. I learned that many employees were actively using various personal connections to sell fish cans and pickles, mainly targeting rural and remote villages, going from street to street. Each day they could earn 300 to 500 yuan. Therefore, even though we transferred them to the workshop and did not raise their base wages, their household incomes had improved. The success of the canning factory drew social attention. Deputy County Head Huang showcased it as a model enterprise and frequently led delegations for site visits. Most visitors were officials from neighboring counties or provincial departments. Media outlets such as TV stations reported on the factory's success. Since Bai Luoxue and I didn't hold official positions in the factory, we pushed Mu Jiming to the forefront. He gradually became famous and was interviewed by reporters on multiple occasions. Every time he was interviewed, he would not forget to mention me, and the journalists developed interest in my mysterious presence. Eventually, I had to agree to give interviews as well. Soon enough, the attention around me overshadowed Mu Jiming's, and I became a well-known public figure. I seized this opportunity to promote the canning factory further. As my interview videos appeared on television and online, the Ming Ming Li brand of canned goods became widely recognized throughout the country. Order volumes surged, particularly from faraway places. Despite producing around the clock, our products remained in short supply. Both Bai Luoxue and Mu Jiming suggested more than once that we consider adding another production line. The factory still had available space, and we could always build more workshops if needed. I rejected the idea. Unlimited expansion requires more raw materials. and the issue was that only I could transport vegetables and fish from my space. Even with Feng and Shue's help, my mornings were extremely hectic. If I added another production line, I simply wouldn't be able to handle the workload. They didn't know that I already had a hidden workload. I harvested corn every 10 days, selling it to feed mills and delivering it to cattle farms. In the mornings, I had to oversee wholesale sales at warehouse number 1. Once a week, I also needed to return to my hometown to organize the vegetable greenhouses and replenish the fish stocks in the big pond. In addition, I needed time for studies. I would be taking the adult college entrance exam next year and was determined to earn a university diploma to be worthy of Bai Luoxue. Mu Jiming said nothing in response to my decision. Bai Luoxue, on the other hand, seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Whenever possible, she urged me that to truly grow and become powerful, we must expand operations and increase production scale. I understood her reasoning, but I wondered if she truly understood my hardships. Actually, my heart was conflicted. Adding another production line was also what I wished for. I just didn't want to push myself to the point of exhaustion. Lately, I had devoted much of my energy to the canning factory and had neglected many other things. I hadn't visited Xuanhuan residential area for a long time, and its open window seemed never to have closed. Worried something unexpected might happen, one day I invited Bai Luoxue to go with me for a visit, and to bring some vegetables to Master Gao as well. When we arrived at the villa, we found that all the windows were properly closed. What happened here? I couldn't help but ask Bai Luoxue. The unpleasant smell inside the house has completely gone away, so there's no need to keep the windows open anymore. Otherwise, rain might splash in when it's windy. You closed the windows? I did. Then I suddenly remembered. I had given her a key before. It turned out she came back every day after work to check around. She never mentioned it, and I hadn't known. Secretly, I felt happy inside. She clearly cared a lot about this villa. Since there was no longer any odor in the house, I suggested to her that it was time to consider buying furniture and appliances. To my surprise, she disagreed. The entire residential area hasn't completed construction yet. There's still no water or electricity. Even if you buy them now, you can't move in. Buying early would only mean leaving them sitting in empty rooms. Furniture might be okay, but those appliances could break down if left and used for long periods. What she said made sense. We would just have to wait a bit longer. Bringing up the issue of the community's completion, I asked her, do you know when the construction team plans to restart work? I felt she had a special relationship with Xuanhuan and should have known something. As expected. Sigh. She first let out a long sigh. The higher-ups have issued notice that construction is allowed to resume, but Xuanhuan company still can't start. Why? Xuanhuan has been looking forward to resuming work. Now that they've given the go-ahead, why can't he start? I was puzzled. Money issues, of course. 2 months of suspension have made things even harder. He can't even buy sand and gravel on credit now. If the workers show up, with what materials can they work? He's extremely worried about it. Worried about what? Worried about money, of course. Bai Luoxue shot me a disapproving look. Bosses are worried either about having no money or having no projects. He has a project, but lacks funding. Don't you, as the boss, understand even this much? My question might have sounded a bit naive, but Bai Luoxue didn't seem to understand my intention. How much does he need? You want to help him? The moment she heard my words, the look in Bai Luoxue's eyes changed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Tell me first how much he needs. If he needs 100 million, I truly don't have that much. Huh. Bai Luoxue laughed aloud. He doesn't need that much at all, just 30 million. I know you have it. Even if you don't have cash ready, the cannery still has funds in the account. The question is, are you willing to take it out? Chapter 79. The observer sees clearly. Seeing that she still cared so much about Xuanhuan, I felt a mix of emotions. Truth be told, Yao had been good to me too. On the construction site, he had looked after Han Xiaobai and me. During the holidays, he allowed me to watch over the site. Later, he helped rebuild my old house, offered me preferential terms for buying the villa, and even assisted with the approval process for the blueprints. I remembered all of this. Now that he was in trouble, I should help him, especially since I now had the means to. Not helping would only be because of my own feelings. Whether or not there was something between him and Bai Luoxue, I still hadn't figured out. I had never personally seen them interact, but from Bai Luoxue's behavior, it was clear they were still in touch. At the very least, they must speak often on the phone. Otherwise, how could she be so well informed about his circumstances? Moreover, Bai Luoxue's home was right next to the sales office. Even if she had left early to be with me and work during the day, unable to visit Yao, let's not forget that Saturday and Sunday were the days I'd designated for her to rest. During that time, she didn't always have to stay with her parents. She had plenty of opportunities to go to the sales office. She could have easily visited old colleagues as an excuse. Who could guarantee she didn't go looking for Xuanhuan? Yao was in trouble, and Luoxue carried this concern silently, clearly unhappy about the situation, yet she never mentioned Xuanhuan to me. Earlier, when I asked how much money Yao needed, the look on her face clearly revealed how much she cared for him. If helping Yao resolve his issue could relieve Luoxue's inner burden, then so be it. Thinking this, I said, give him a message, I can help him. Really? Luoxue's eyes lit up. Such a big matter. How could I possibly be joking? Then I'll thank you on his behalf first. Now his company is saved. The Xuanhuan residential complex will soon be completed with running water and electricity, and then you can officially move into your little villa. I sensed something hidden between the lines. Perhaps she didn't just want to help Xuanhuan, but simply cared about when the villa would be ready. Little woman, I murmured inwardly. Could it be she's only thinking about the house? You have his number. Why don't you call him yourself? Why insist on having me pass along the message? Luoxue interrupted my thoughts. If I suddenly call and tell him I can lend him the money, where would he think I got this information? Would I have to explain how I knew he was short on cash? From what you said, even the figure of 30 million. You see, that just proves you can't be trusted to keep a secret. You, seeing me look slightly angry, Luoxue appeared somewhat guilty. Why say it like that? If I bring up in person that you're willing to help, he won't even know it came from me. It's different. If you want me to help him, say so. If not, then forget it. Either way, I won't make that call. With those words, I left the villa, leaving Luoxue behind. In a hurry, she locked the door and followed me out. That evening, I had dinner at Master Gao's place, while Luoxue insisted on going home. Naturally, I was welcomed by the 3 elderly men. Tonight, they seemed especially cheerful. At first, I thought it was because it had been a while since I last dined here, but not really. The excitement was all due to a certain topic brought up by old Gao. Xiuxian, that Miss Bai, your assistant. Does she have a thing for you? Not only is she always by your side, but every day she comes to check on Villa number 9. Don't tell me you bought it for her. Wang Changhai chimed in enthusiastically. Don't think our old eyes can't see anything. We've all been young once. We can tell everything you young people are thinking. If Miss Bai is interested, just go for it. That girl's not bad. I like her. Luda Yi poured cold water on him. What's the use of you liking her? Xiuxian has to like her too. His tone softened when speaking directly to me. Miss Bai is beautiful, educated, and gentle-tempered. She'd make any family a wonderful daughter-in-law. Miss this chance, and you'll regret it later. She's a lady, and even if she has feelings, she might be too shy to speak out. You're the young man, the real man of the house. Sometimes you've got to take initiative. The 3 of us old men, we're rooting for you too. With their perspective, how could they truly understand by Luoxue's personality? If she hadn't given me the courage back then, I wouldn't even dare think of pursuing her. And those old men had no idea how high a standard she had set for me. An entire 100 million yuan. I had roughly calculated before, I had already earned a considerable amount, although I had spent quite a bit too. Of course, none of it was wasted. If I counted all my assets, I was getting quite close to that goal. Thinking about my assets, I actually had several cars on my spatial island. But how could I let Bai Luoxue know about those? If she didn't know, how would she realize what I owned? Thinking about this, I needed Wu Fang to help me organize my accounts further. The eco-agriculture company in Shirgo village also had equipment purchases that could be recorded in the ledgers. Just thinking about it made me excited. I never imagined I'd one day be keeping books just to show Bai Luoxue. 3 elder seniors, thank you for your concern. As the saying goes, what's yours will always be yours, and what's not won't come no matter how hard you wish. When it comes to love matters, I believe everything will work out naturally. A forced melon never tastes sweet. Everything should be left to fate. Oh come now, Xiuxian, you misunderstood us. We weren't suggesting that. We're telling you to take the initiative. Only then can you truly take control of your own marriage. Don't miss golden opportunities due to hesitation. Master Gao spoke sincerely, encouraging me to act decisively when the time was right, so I could boldly march across the land. All right, I'll take your auspicious words to heart. I'll give it a try. After my positive response, the 3 old men began joking with me again. We're all rooting for you and looking forward to drinking at your wedding feast. I definitely won't forget to invite you to my wedding feast, as long as it's for my wedding. The 3 elders laughed heartily. After bidding farewell to the elderly men, I went to the courtyard house I'd been renting. Of course, I no longer live there now. The place stood empty. I temporarily stayed near the canning factory and would move into the villa once water and electricity were connected. It seemed this courtyard wasn't useful to me for now, and my earlier idea of buying it had become somewhat uncertain. I'd already paid half a year's rent, which was non-refundable, though I certainly didn't care about that small sum. The courtyard still belonged to me, so I might as well leave it as it was. Having lived here for a while, I'd developed some emotional attachment to it, so tonight I'd stay here. Calmly settling down, I logged onto the internet and started studying academic subjects. 2 hours later, I felt thirsty and boiled a pot of water. While casually browsing a website, something caught my attention. Yellow Earth County City Long-Term Development Plan. I was no longer an ordinary construction worker. I had begun paying attention to government policies at the county level. Regardless of whether such news concerned me directly, I would carefully read each update so I could grasp the county's latest developments in a timely manner. Chapter 80. The Beauty's Invitation Tonight. Huangta County is still undergoing urban renovation. Although the neighborhood is now filled with high-rise buildings, the development shows no sign of stopping. I discovered that the compound where I currently live has been included in the planning area, and the county plans to build a commercial district here. I immediately felt energized. I had previously thought about not buying the house, but now I changed my mind. Buy it, hold on to it, and wait for the neighborhood's transformation. The next day, I went to a real estate agency and bought the compound in cash. That beautiful female agent helped me transfer the property deed. From now on, this compound truly belonged to me. I thought I had kept this matter secret, and no one else would know. Just before the end of work hours in the afternoon, Bai Luoxue came to my office. She walked past me twice with her hands behind her back, not speaking at first, so I asked her. Any problem? Yes. You aren't going home yet? Can't this wait until tomorrow? No, this must be said just before the end of the workday. Tonight I'm treating you, Mr. Chun. Would you honor me with your presence? This was truly something unprecedented, like the sun rising from the west. Previously, whenever I had invited her for a meal, she always refused. Occasionally, we would dine together at Master Gao's place, but she had never seemed particularly happy. Later on, we occasionally had breakfast together in the small building. Whether I made it or she did, it was pleasant, the atmosphere was harmonious, but it always felt like we were just sharing a working meal. lacking a romantic mood. It's just like married couples having dinner at home every day. It's hard to create a romantic atmosphere. Dining out would be different. But the point was, this time it was her who had initiated the invitation, which had never happened before. How could I miss such a golden opportunity? I'd be honored. Definitely honored. Truly honored to be invited by you. May I ask what General Bai would like to treat me to? Sea urchin and red wine. Sashimi? Will there be seafood? Of course. Drinking red wine seems a bit odd though. Then we can drink baijiu. Really? Absolutely real. Beer would be even more inappropriate. I laughed and so did she. But we drove here. I've picked a place already. After dinner, we won't need to drive. We can just walk home. This reminded me. The other side of the road opposite Xuanhuan community construction site had a restaurant that served sashimi. I had once gone there with Han Xiaobai when I lost a bet and had to pay for dinner. It was very expensive, and I felt heartbroken paying the bill. I'll never eat sashimi again, I had said then. Han Xiaobai teased me in return. You ate even more than me. You say that only after you're full. Are you not eating sashimi anymore? Or are you just not making bets anymore? Fine, no more bets. You lie restaurant. Bai Luoxue and I both said it at the same time. So in sync. After laughing, Bai Luoxue quietly said, Tonight you can only stay at the compound. No problem for me. It was my home now anyway. We drove back from the factory. First, I took the car home, and then we headed to the restaurant. Tonight, Bai Luoxue appeared unusually proactive. She let me order the dishes, but I politely refused, telling her to pick instead. Then she promptly ordered 6 dishes and asked for a bottle of Wonderland baijiu. I want to toast the first glass to thank you. Smiling, Bai Luoxue raised her glass gently and invited me to drink. Thank you for accepting me, giving me 1, actually 2, jobs, and treating me so well. I feel truly honored. Why was she so unusually polite tonight? I couldn't figure out what she was up to, and I still didn't know the reason for her invitation. It certainly wasn't really about thanking me for the job. If that were the case, she should have treated me long ago. Why wait until now? I didn't rush to ask. I'd wait for her to tell me herself. Don't be so formal. I think this just means we are meant to be. You work for me, and I pay you. Nothing unusual. She raised her glass again for another toast of gratitude. I want to thank you for being so understanding. I once made a promise to you that you could pursue me once you hit the small goal of earning 100 million. Back then, I was joking and didn't take it seriously, only agreeing because my best friend happened to mediate the deal. I didn't want to discourage you. We are colleagues, and I couldn't directly refuse you, afraid you would get hurt or become discouraged. So I gave you an unattainable hope instead. I was surprised when you remained so calm. On the contrary, your composure intrigued me. I considered trying a relationship with you, but internally conflicted, never quite able to make a decision. Still, I didn't want to completely give up. So I agreed to anything you asked. If you needed help, I came. Seeing you thrive with your wholesale business reignited my hope. I'm not a materialistic person, but in today's society, if not by material success, what else could be used to measure a person's capability? When you agreed to pay me double salary, I became even more certain that you had that capability, and that with time, you might actually reach the goal I had set in the beginning. During that period, I witnessed your thriving career. I once thought you might take the opportunity to propose, but you didn't. If you had really proposed to me back then, I would have rejected you, because I had emotional baggage. And precisely because you didn't act on it, I felt grateful toward you, sparing me from a difficult decision at that time. Bai Luoxue's tone was low and filled with emotion, like recounting a tragic love story, touching and moving. Yet aside from a surge of excitement in my heart, I also felt a bitter, sour, indescribable sensation swirling inside me again. I didn't speak, listening quietly, and then silently clinked my glass with hers. The third toast is still to thank you. Thank you for giving me a stage to display my talent. Ever since I took over the cannery, I finally felt like I had found a real job. Although every day was busy and fulfilling, it felt much more meaningful than when I was at the construction company. I seemed to have discovered my life's purpose. Without you, I couldn't have experienced this feeling. She worked for me, and I paid her, completely natural. If that was truly the reason for inviting me tonight, the rationale seemed insufficient. There was clearly more she wanted to say. Only after finishing our 3 glasses did we begin to taste the delicacies. Bai Luoxue spoke up again. Just as I had expected, she indeed still had more in her heart. The message you asked me to deliver was passed on. Yao Hanyuan expressed gratitude, said he would consider it first, and that he would contact you if he needed help. Yao Hanyuan was clearly in financial trouble now, and Bai Luoxue had delivered the message for him, yet he hadn't contacted me. What exactly was he thinking about? Bai Luoxue wouldn't say, so naturally, I had no idea. Can you tell me what he's thinking about? I asked, but he wouldn't say. He only asked me to express his thanks to you on his behalf. So today's dinner invitation, isn't it because of him? A surge of jealousy rose within me. If Bai Luoxue had arranged this entire gathering today merely because she wanted me to help Yao Hanyuan, I wouldn't be able to accept it. It only proves one thing, that Yao Hanyuan still held considerable importance in her heart, while I was merely a supporting role. Chapter 81. The more we talk, the more annoyed I get. Of course not. Bai Luoxue quickly denied. If there's anyone to blame, it's him paying, not me. Seeing my unhappy expression, she realized she might have said something wrong and immediately apologized, even pouring herself a cup as punishment. I felt bad watching her drink alone, so I joined her. I drank the alcohol, but I was still unhappy. Bai Luoxue quickly clarified. All right, I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, I invited you today on someone else's orders. This was a fresh reason. Since it wasn't her own idea, who gave her that order? My interest was aroused, instantly sweeping away my previous displeasure, and I smiled. What's going on? It makes sense for someone to give you orders at work. After all, we're in a superior subordinate relationship. But in life, who could command our Miss Bai? My parents. She made a helpless expression. You mean your parents know about me? I realized the sentence sounded inappropriate and immediately corrected myself. Do they know about our relationship? Or perhaps the elder generation has taken a liking to me, wanting to test me with some drinks, and you're sent in first? Seeing me talking nonsense shamelessly, Bai Luoxu quickly stopped me. You're overthinking. It's really not that. Then what is it? When you bought the house, my uncle called my father. Whether or not that house could be sold had been a burden on my uncle's heart. They never intend to return here in this life, and leaving the house vacant has always been a concern for him. Now that it's finally sold, he can rest easy, and the money has already arrived. My father also had been concerned about this matter. At lunch today, he told me the house was sold. I immediately guessed it must be you, and my father confirmed it. The purchase agreement you signed with the real estate agency, my father has a photo of it. I told him that the person buying the house is my boss. My parents were both surprised and delighted. You helped them relieve this anxiety, and they insisted I must invite you for a meal in appreciation. If I didn't do it, they wouldn't be happy. Father even slapped 3,000 yuan into my hand on the spot. Let me put it this way. Actually, it was my father who invited you, and I'm just a companion at the table. Now knowing the reason, I felt very disappointed instead. Thank you, Elder Mr. Bai. I poured a cup for myself. Thank you, Elder Mr. Bai from across the ocean. I drank another cup by myself. Thank you. When I was about to pour the third cup for myself, Baluoxu stopped me. Hey, you can't keep drinking like this. You're just thanking them, but don't you want to thank me? If not for me, how could this happen? This cup would have been for you. I hadn't finished speaking when you interrupted me. Thank you, Miss Bai, for keeping me company over drinks. These few cups I had poured for myself out of sheer depression. Whether she misunderstood or did it willingly, she drank together with me. Do you know? Many things you've done have moved me. I still have so much I want to thank you for. Bai Luoxu's cheeks flushed, making her even more beautiful. I was also feeling a bit drunk. It's said that wine doesn't make people drunk. It's their own feelings that do. Though I still felt somewhat uneasy, faced with such a beautiful woman drinking with me, all the unpleasantness seemed to fade to the back of my mind. We didn't eat much of the sashimi, but that bottle of xianxia was already empty. I hadn't even noticed when Bai Luoxu asked for another one. We kept drinking. You let me accompany you while buying furniture and appliances for your parents, always seeking my opinion. When buying the villa, you asked whether east or west facing would be better. Everything always centered around my preferences. And you prepared a guest room for me in that 3-story small house. Even in work, you reduced my workload. I fully understand your intentions. Miss Bai isn't made of wood. That's why I was deeply touched by you. You're ambitious, constantly striving to improve yourself. You're humble and don't pursue superficial fame. You're practical, dedicated, focused on development, and already quite successful, a rare promising young man. Right now, you're the idol in many women's hearts. Surely many girls must have approached you. We drank quite a lot, and my head was a bit dizzy, but I clearly heard every word she said. The beginning was all facts, which I naturally understood were all my actions. But then it started to sound increasingly exaggerated. When did I ever become an idol? Which girl had ever approached me? All these things she mentioned, where did they come from? You're drunk. These are all things you imagined, aren't they? No, I never randomly make things up about others. There are countless women who envy you, adore you, and admire you, especially those young and beautiful girls. Last Sunday at the mall, I overheard people talking about you. Perhaps you really don't know, but you're a household name in Huangta County. Many parents even use you as an example when educating their children. You're the youth idol, an object of worship, the role model for boys and girls striving for success. I'm not the only one who's heard that many young women dream of marrying you. Bai Luoxu's eyes sparkled. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Could she also admire me? Do you also want to marry me? Suddenly, I blurted this out. I was afraid of being rejected, but since I had already said it, I might as well treat it as an emotional outpouring fueled by alcohol. Yes, I do. Whoa, she actually had such thoughts. All previous unpleasantness vanished instantly. Then if I proposed to you right now, would you say yes? Bai Luoxu first burst into giggles, then tears welled up, and she wiped her eyes. I do want to, but I haven't really considered marriage yet. In that case, can we start dating, establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? I seized the opportunity to express my desire. After all, my mom had been waiting for news from me. Until this was settled, it would remain a thorn in her heart. I couldn't keep drifting along with Bai Luoxu, maintaining this ambiguous distance forever. One day, I had to make my feelings clear. If she agreed, it would be great, but if not, I didn't know how we'd continue to interact, or how to maintain our superior-subordinate relationship. At times, I had even considered whether she might leave me, no matter how high a salary I offered. Bai Luoxu, resting her chin in her hands, gazed at me with a hazy, alluring look. Give me some time. At the right moment, I will give you the chance, but not now. Why not? I truly couldn't understand why she was so contradictory. I told you before, I have emotional baggage. Only when that's resolved can I fully belong to you. Until then, I can't face the idea of establishing a relationship with you. Is it about xuanhuan? I asked knowingly. I've already told you. I'm trying to move on from him, to forget him. I believe as time passes, I'll heal myself. Please believe me too. The happiness I had just felt disappeared again, and my mood began to sink into melancholy. Bai Luoxu seemed to catch my mood, or perhaps she already carried it herself. The atmosphere grew silent, the only sound reaching our ears being the clinking of our glasses. She didn't stop me, nor did I try to stop her, until the second bottle was completely emptied. Chapter 82. Am I deceiving? I woke up in the middle of the night due to dry mouth and reached for water, only to recall that I'd had too much to drink last night. I don't remember how I got back to the compound, nor how Bailuoxua got home. I turned on my phone to check the time, 3:30 a.m., and saw unread messages on WeChat from Bailuoxua. I'm going to sleep. I'm so tired I can't keep my eyes open. You should sleep too. Good night. I scrolled through the chat history. Wow. We had exchanged hundreds of messages. The timestamp showed we were still texting past midnight. We said goodnight to each other countless times. Without the record, I wouldn't even have remembered chatting with her on WeChat at all. Wide awake now, I tried hard to recall what we had said at the restaurant. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember much. The only thing that came to mind was that she had invited me only because her father had asked her to. I sat in bed until 4:30, then quickly washed up and drove to the cannery. There was already a long line in front of warehouse number 1. I didn't enter through the main entrance, but instead went into the small building first and entered the warehouse through the secret side door. I entered my space, moved the goods, finished preparations, and then opened the warehouse doors for wholesale business. Bailuoxua wasn't there. I quickly gave her a call to see if she was still sleeping off last night's drinking. No one answered. I called again. Still just the ringtone. The vendors were already urging me, so I gave up and started working. Luckily, with this automatic system, I could manage alone. Without her here to confirm things, I'd just double-check the data later for bookkeeping purposes. I was distracted throughout this morning's sales. In the end, I couldn't even tell how much we had earned unless I checked the records. At least everything went smoothly. After the vendors left, I went into warehouse number 2 and began moving the goods again. It wasn't until 8 o'clock when work officially started that Bailuoxua finally showed up in the office. Judging by her expression, she hadn't fully sobered up yet. You drank a bit too much last night. Maybe you should drink less in the future. I handed her a cup of green tea. She took a sip, neither cold nor hot, but finished the entire cup in one go. I was so thirsty. I woke up at 7:40, brushed my teeth, washed my face, and didn't even have time to eat before rushing here. I'm not hungry, just really thirsty. This tea really couldn't have come at a better time. Just one cup of green tea was enough to make her instantly alert. I was almost speechless. I haven't had breakfast either. How about we cook some porridge together? I whispered almost into her ear. She suddenly stood up as if she'd received a royal command. I'll cook it. You wait here. I'll let you know once it's ready. In the blink of an eye, she was out the office door. Watching her leave, I smiled. Just after I finished inspecting the entire factory, Bailuoxua called me, saying the porridge was ready. I walked toward the small building, a sense of returning home in my heart. Sitting down at the dining table, holding the warm bowl of porridge, I felt warmth in my hands and warmth in my heart, as the charming girl across from me smiled softly. The warm porridge soothed my stomach and warmed my heart. After finishing the millet porridge, Bailuoxua let out a long breath and patted her chest. My stomach feels much better now. All we had said on WeChat last night were polite words. Rest, sleep well, good night, and so on. Other than showing that we cared about each other, there was nothing exciting. I wanted to know what exactly we had discussed at the dinner table. Do you remember what we talked about last night? I tested her carefully. Oh, I was so drunk I don't remember anything. It's really embarrassing. I've never drunk this much before. It was the first time with you. From her expression, maybe she really didn't remember anything. I turned my eyes, and a plan quickly formed in my mind. But I remember. You remember? So what? Everyone says all sorts of thoughtless things over dinner. Bailuoxua didn't seem to care. You said you wanted to marry me. Bailuoxua shivered slightly, suddenly turning serious. Did I really say that? Of course. I remember it clearly. You even planned our future. You said once water and electricity are available in Xuanhuan community, we can go shopping for furniture. Then, we should discuss engagement. On our wedding day, we will invite all relatives and friends to a big feast, a grand celebration, letting everyone witness our happiness and helping me remember your most beautiful day forever. I wove the story in my mind as I imagined the blissful scene. Bailuoxua listened, fully captivated, her lips naturally curling into a smile, as if she had been pulled into the beautiful vision I described. But I haven't discussed this with my parents yet. Isn't this a bit too hasty? She seemed to believe me. My heart secretly leapt with joy and excitement. It's not too late to discuss it now. Why don't you start talking to them first, and then I'll visit your home to see your parents. You've already met my parents, but I haven't met yours yet. We should arrange a meeting for them to accept me first, right? Bailuoxua looked at me and smiled, a rather mysterious smile on her face. You haven't met my parents yet? Of course not. You know this. When did you ever go with me to my home? It was Sobo Mingqi Mao. Why was she pretending to forget? Bailuoxua tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Chunling Yu. All along I thought you were a decent and honest person, reliable, someone I could trust. But now I realize that was all an illusion. You're actually very deep. You're taking advantage of me because I was drunk and don't remember what happened last night. You lied to me. You tricked me by saying I wanted to marry you. Do you think it's amusing to fool me like this? Is that what you call true love? Would such a marriage even bring happiness? Each word pierced my heart, each sentence a sharp accusation. Though her words were harsh, her expression was strangely intriguing. For a moment, I truly couldn't figure her out. How could she know I was making things up? You were drunk, yes. You don't remember what we said last night, but I do. Words spoken must be acknowledged. Honesty is a virtue, whether you're a man or a woman. Even if you're a beautiful woman, you should still be honest. I turned the blame back on her. Even if she had some suspicion, I had to make my lie seem true. Our relationship hinged on this. I couldn't back down now. I was drunk, I admit. I really don't remember what we said. I admit that. But how am I being dishonest? It's you who made it all up. That I'm certain of. I'll pretend you never said those things, and keep my good impression of you from before dinner. That's fair, isn't it? I've already compromised greatly. Don't push further. From the tone of her voice, she seemed to have seen through me. She didn't want me to keep lying. Her meaning was clear. Everything between us was still the same as before. Our relationship hadn't changed at all. How could I accept that? If she believed me today, our relationship would undergo a complete transformation. It was worth the gamble. I started to play pitiful, letting out a sigh. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea, so hard to understand. Saying things and then denying them. I really don't know what to do with you. Maybe my act wasn't convincing enough, but Bai Luoxue smiled again. It seems you won't believe it until you see the coffin. I really didn't want to expose you, didn't want to hurt your feelings. But since you insist so strongly on your own fantasy, let me tell you the truth, so you'll understand how I knew you were lying. Chapter 83. He still came. Then Bai Luoxue told what happened to her that morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, it was already late. When she looked at the time on her phone, she also saw my missed call. She didn't even have time to reply, dressing, getting up, brushing teeth, and washing her face. Never had she been so flustered before. While washing her face, her mother kept chattering in the living room, which was how she learned how she had gotten home the night before. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, I had walked her to her doorstep. She was already staggering on her feet, and I appeared to be doing somewhat better, walking more steadily, showing no sign of being drunk. All the way I held on to her, not even letting go when we went up the steps. All of this was observed by her parents. I escorted her into the living room, then into her bedroom. Her parents invited me to stay for tea, but I politely declined, being extremely courteous, a perfect gentleman. That was her parents' evaluation of me. After I left, she threw up all over the floor. Her mother kept grumbling while cleaning up. Young girls shouldn't drink so much. It harms your image. Your boss brought you home. Look at him. So composed, so gentlemanly. Lucky you had a responsible boss bringing you home safely. Otherwise, if something had happened to you, you'd regret it for life. Of course, she didn't remember anything. Her chatty mother helped her recall. When she finished speaking, I had finished listening, but I was still dwelling on what her mother said about me. What does that prove? Bai Luoxue then asked me. It proves Auntie really approves of me. Huh? Bai Luoxue laughed again, this time openly and heartily. You sure have some nerve. You just said you've never met my parents before. Gotcha there. If my parents had never met you, how could they form an impression of you? This only shows you don't remember what we talked about last night either. What you just said was total fiction. Bai Luoxue tilted her head and laughed at me. I slapped my head and pretended to be trying hard to remember. I admit there was some embellishment in my story. I did have quite a bit to drink, and I can't really recall many details clearly. I could only fill in the blanks with my imagination, making the story more complete and perfect. As for bringing you home and meeting your parents, apparently I must have blacked out. But that doesn't really matter. What's important is that you really did say you would marry me. That's the key point. In fact, after we got home, we even kept chatting for a while on Momo. There's a record and evidence of that on my phone. Surely you won't deny it. I did my best to defend myself, and it seemed like she believed me. Okay then, assuming I really did say that I would marry you. But that was said when we were drunk. It was nonsense spoken in intoxication. You actually took it seriously? Bai Luoxue was still smiling. But I sensed her smile was really a refusal, a shield to resist my advances. Sigh? They always say, wine brings forth truth. But apparently someone lacks the courage to face that truth. I feel truly disappointed. I acted extremely disheartened, rose from the table, went downstairs, leaving Bai Luoxue with my back. This conversation left me feeling aimless and uneasy. Between Bai Luoxue and myself seemed to stand an invisible wall blocking us from growing any closer. We might be near each other, yet it felt hard to be truly together. In a bad mood. The sight of the hard-working workers always seemed to me like they were loafing, only pretending to work hard when they saw me coming. I called Mo Fei, director of HR, asking him to send someone to inspect the factory and handle any violations seriously. Immediately, tension filled the factory. When I saw the endless stream of products coming off the assembly line and into the warehouse, my mood finally started improving. These workers were creating wealth for me, and it wasn't really my style to be overly strict and unkind. I felt some compassion for them. Immediately, I called Mo Fei again, instructing him to publicly commend anyone who performed well. After all, there must be rewards as well as punishment. Even if just verbal or symbolic, there needed to be a clear attitude from me. My phone rang. Xuanhuan was calling. Xiuxian. No. Chairman Chen. Are you at the factory? Director Yao. Yes, I am. I'm already at the cannery. Where are you? I'll come find you. Just then I had exited the workshop and was at the main gate. I saw a black Mercedes parked outside the gate, and Xuanhuan was on the phone walking toward the guardhouse, probably about to register his arrival. I went forward to meet him. Let's go over there. I led him to the office building, poured tea, and sat down. Director Yao, what brings you here today? I initiated the conversation. Xiao, Chairman Chen, I've come to ask for your help. He seemed to struggle saying it aloud, but I already guessed the purpose of his visit. Just call me Xiaochun. After all, you used to be my superior. It felt a bit awkward when Xuanhuan called me Chairman Chen. It sounded so formal. I preferred the previous Xiaochun that he had used, which felt much more Chinchia. Oh, I'm used to calling you Xiaochun. It's hard to switch right away. Xiaochun, I guess I shouldn't call you that anymore since we're about the same age. Now that your status has changed, it would be disrespectful to keep using your informal name. It's better if I call you Chairman Chen from now on. He seemed a bit awkward, and before I could ask him what kind of help he needed, he stopped talking. Manager Yao, just call whatever you like. Tell me, when do you need the money? Since I had already told Bai Luoxue I wanted to help him, and he had personally come here to ask for my assistance, I figured I should at least appear willing and generous. Even though I felt a bit uneasy inside, I still meant what I said. Chairman Shun is so straightforward and generous. I'm truly grateful. The sooner the better, actually. The construction site is waiting to start. The homeowners keep asking whether the houses will be delivered on time. I'm worried too. With your support, Chairman Shun, I can finally give the homeowners a clear answer. If I can get things done as soon as possible and get the water and electricity connected for the neighborhood, you'll be able to move into your villa. If possible, could you lend me 3 million first within the next 3 days? I'll borrow the remaining amount in installments, as long as the cash flow remains stable. How much do you need altogether? Bai Luoxue had mentioned 30 million before, but I wanted to hear it from Yao Hongyuan's own mouth. 30 million. Chairman Shun, please rest assured, I'll pay you interest according to the highest interbank borrowing rate, and I'll pay it monthly. He looked at me with both anticipation and sincerity, and also revealed a bit of anxiety, perhaps even melancholy. Could it be that Bai Luoxue liked this kind of expression? Like a melancholy prince? Yes, this kind of expression appeared often. Back when I saw him at the construction site, this same look often made the workers keep their distance. Nobody knew what weighed so heavily on his mind. Later on, when he showed care for me, I felt his inner self was actually warm. That might be exactly why Bai Luoxue truly liked him. Forget the interest. No way. How can I use your money for free? That's not a small amount at all. Yao Hongyuan sounded quite emotional. Although we had some interaction before, we weren't that close. For me to offer such a huge sum without expecting anything in return made him feel embarrassed. Think of it as an investment. What if I inject capital into Hongyuan Construction Company? Chapter 84, From Loan to Investment. Yao Hongyuan was shocked at first, but quickly regained his composure. I actually think this could work. This way, the company can save a large sum on interest and continue to operate normally. The construction company is a joint stock cooperative, and besides me, there are 2 other shareholders. We'll need to discuss it. You guys have your discussion. Once you agree, I'll transfer the money to you. I thought he would return to the office for a meeting, but instead, he immediately made a phone call. After the call was connected, he went into the hallway. Not long later, he returned to my office. President Shun, it's settled, they all agree. Do you know much about Hongyuan Construction Company? I think I should give you a report. Right now, the company's assets are valued at 30 million. I own 80% of the shares, while my uncle and my mother's brother each hold 10%. As the executive, I serve as the manager. If President Shun were to invest 30 million, you would own 50%, and all of our shares would be halved. Would you like to be appointed as the manager? I already had 3 companies of my own. I didn't have the energy to manage another construction company. More importantly, I wasn't professionally qualified. I would definitely not manage it as well as Yao Hongyuan. You're overthinking, Manager Yao. You'll still be the manager. I'm just here to invest. If the company makes a profit, I'll take a small share of the profits. If it loses money, I'll just consider myself unlucky. Yao Hongyuan slapped his thigh. President Shun, you really are straightforward. We'll do it your way. My uncle and mother's brother have given me full authority. The 2 of us can finalize this. Since everything had been settled, I didn't have anything else to say. I asked him for the bank account number and transferred the money from the Huangtu County Ecological Agriculture Company. Ding dong. The mobile notification tone sounded. It's been credited. You actually transferred 30 million all at once. He was surprised. It's too troublesome to do it in installments. I said it lightly. Then I'll give you an IOU first, and later I'll bring over the company's documents, the equity distribution agreement, and the formal receipt. He pulled out paper and pen from his bag and scribbled out a receipt in no time. I took the receipt and carefully read it. It was written properly. Good. At another time, I'll host a dinner to celebrate our cooperation and to express my gratitude. President Shin, you've helped the company out in a crisis. I have other things to do now, so I'll take my leave first. I watched Yao Hongyuan walk out of the building, but at that moment, my mind wasn't on him. It was on Bai Luoxue. The main reason I helped Yao Hongyuan was to alleviate Bai Luoxue's concern. Suddenly, I felt contempt for myself. Was I being too submissive? This was completely to please Bai Luoxue. Her words from earlier echoed in my ears, like a thorn stuck in my heart. Thankfully, I suddenly changed my decision, turning a loan into an investment so that Yao Hongyuan could make money for me. Only then did I feel slightly better. What was I doing? Seeking revenge? Taking advantage of someone in a desperate situation? Give me a break. I was doing a good deed. In the 3-story building, besides Xie Qingsong and the accountant Wu Fong, I hadn't hired any other employees yet. This place was quiet and peaceful. When I wasn't inspecting the factory, I'd attend online courses to keep learning. I had always valued education. Whenever I had free time, even short intervals, I tried not to waste any moment. I noticed that I had been particularly energetic lately. From 4:30 a.m. until 11 p.m. at night, I barely took a break at noon. I had never felt exhausted before. Even when I occasionally felt tired, I would quickly recover after a short rest. This was a rare opportunity. While I was young and strong, the time was right for learning. Before I realized, it was already noon. Bai Luoxue arrived. I guessed you'd be here. Let's have dumplings for lunch. She placed the vegetables on the table. Why? Aren't you going home today? She usually returned home every day at noon. What was different today? She had even bought the ingredients specifically to make dumplings. This was the first time. If you don't want to make them, then I'll go home and make them with my parents. She picked up the vegetables on the table as if to leave. How could I let this rare chance slip away? I want to. Of course I do. I'm just a bit surprised. She stayed and sat on the dining chair, starting to wash the vegetables. Why did you buy vegetables? Aren't we wholesaling vegetables already? I had lost interest in other fresh vegetables on the market now. Nothing could compare to the vegetables I grew in my space. Do you have leeks? Do you have lamb? I've been with you so long. I've never seen you selling leeks, not to mention lamb. Every morning, everything is sold out. There's nothing left. If you don't set something aside in advance, you have nothing to eat. What she said was true, but I couldn't tell her the truth, that I had plenty in my space and could retrieve anything whenever I wanted. Truthfully, I even lacked leeks and lamb. I sat down beside her and started washing vegetables with her. Eating leek with lamb is quite heaty. It might give you a fire up. If you're worried about heatiness, then eat less. But I love it. There's nothing I can do about it. Everyone knows this combination is delicious, but I couldn't figure out why she was so fond of it. She washed and chopped the vegetables while I ground the lamb meat. Then we began kneading dough and wrapping dumplings together. Why did you decide not to go home for lunch today and come find me instead? I couldn't help but ask the question again. Normally, I couldn't keep her here even if I wanted to. Could it be because we didn't get to eat together enough last night? A slight smile flickered across by Luoshua's lips before disappearing. Yes and no. She answered ambiguously. Then what's the real reason? This morning, I originally decided not to help you wholesale vegetables anymore. I've mentioned it to you before. Today, I didn't come in the morning, yet you still managed on your own. It shows that you can do just fine without me. No, didn't you still have to help verify the numbers with me? And afterwards, you had to do the accounting. This automatic system is quite reliable. It hasn't made a single mistake recently. You should trust technology. There's no need for me to do repetitive work anymore. As for the accounts, they're basically just a ledger and don't need to be updated daily. The data is stored on the computer. I can do the accounting once a week or even less frequently. If you don't update them promptly, tell me, what could I possibly look at? I tried hard to find reasons to keep her. Look at the computer. Everything's there. All I do is organize the data, print the reports, bind them, and archive them. For your convenience, that's all. There's no other significance to it. If by Luoshua didn't come in the mornings anymore, I'd be alone, working away in warehouse number 1. Now I could already sense how lonely that would feel. Although I'd be busy and making a lot of money as the goods got shipped out, somehow, none of that brought me as much joy as having her by my side. The dumplings were ready, and they tasted great, but I found myself unable to enjoy them. Fine. A forced relationship never works. I can manage on my own too. Seeing her determination, I no longer tried to persuade her and continued eating quietly. Sai, don't misunderstand me. I just said, I will continue doing the accounting for you. I will also strictly follow the confidentiality rules and won't leak any information. By not coming to help with the wholesaling, I'm actually saving you a salary expense. What's not to like about that? I looked at her, finally understanding. Her job had been too easy, and with a monthly salary of 60,000 yuan, she felt guilty about taking it. That was why she suggested quitting the wholesaling part. She had once said she was a materialistic girl. Only now did I realize she wasn't. Otherwise, how could she possibly give up easy money so easily? Chapter 85, a new idea again. To be honest, when she just said we should make dumplings, I actually had another thought. She came here to eat with me, and I assumed it was to thank me for helping xuanhuan, but she never mentioned that matter, not even after we were full. Looks like I really overthought it. She genuinely wanted to have a meal with me, that's all. Yet she suddenly changed the subject. I won't come in the morning, you'll have to eat breakfast by yourself. I won't be able to accompany you anymore. That really was a big deal. I painstakingly decorated the little house this way, making it convenient for us to cook and eat together, hoping that over time, she'd get used to living together with me. But now she said she wouldn't come in the morning, and this little hope of mine just shattered. Seeing me deeply disappointed, she added, that's why I came to eat lunch here, so you wouldn't feel lonely while eating alone. Pleasure, surprise, and amazement. This sudden news was incredibly exciting, completely sweeping away my earlier disappointment. So that's why you came to help make dumplings? Yep. These dumplings with leek and lamb filling are indeed delicious. Yeah, otherwise why would I love them so much? She loves leek. Well, I'm a vegetable grower, no problem. Just grow a patch in the space, and she'll definitely get sick of it eventually. This gave me the idea to keep developing new varieties. This afternoon, I'd go make it happen. I felt incredibly joyful, perhaps even more than from yesterday's banquet. I felt unusually comfortable. Has happiness arrived too quickly? Words can hardly describe this feeling. I immediately got up to clear the table and wash the pots and pans, even humming a small tune unconsciously. Bai Luoshua sat at the dining chair watching me, smiling the whole time. I rarely took naps in the afternoon. I usually used that time to study. But since Bai Luoshua was here, I had to keep her company instead. Although studying was important, I could always delay it a bit. Nothing could compare to spending time with her. Yet Bai Luoshua had the habit of taking a nap after lunch. As soon as she leaned against the head of the bed after eating, she began to yawn. Despite my sitting beside her, the sleepy bug quickly overtook me, and soon I was fast asleep. I carefully tucked the quilt around her, then returned quietly to my room. My thoughts were scattered. She had come today, but who knew whether she'd come tomorrow? Perhaps she had just been momentarily impulsive to cheer me up. After thinking randomly for a while, I swung between happiness and melancholy, unable to figure out what exactly she was thinking. In the end, I convinced myself to let things take their course and focused on studying online. It was time to go to work. Bai Luoshua woke up and said goodbye before leaving. At present, her main focus was on the canning factory, while mine shifted to managing the space. The factory's management system was gradually improving and becoming standardized, thanks to Bai Luoshua. Those regulations and rules were all designed by her, simplifying management and improving efficiency. From this aspect, I was becoming increasingly dependent on her. During lunch today, she said she no longer wanted the salary from wholesaling vegetables. Her salary of 100,000 renminbi per month as an executive director was already substantial enough. But I still wanted to give her some money. Even if not as a formal salary, I'd prefer to reward her in other ways. Giving her more money somehow made me feel more at ease. Perhaps it was because I was rich. Are rich people all like this? Right now, I wasn't even sure if money could really buy her heart. Damn it. I haven't even obtained her yet. I'm just being delusional and wishful. I entered the space to check on how my treasures were growing. Lush green vegetables, abundant fruits. They were my endless source of wealth. Similarly vibrant green corn nearly covered the entire island. From afar, I could already smell the sweet fragrance of corn. I liked them even more. The calm water surface remained motionless, but I knew the rich resources beneath. Those adorable fish. Oh, you are my strongest support. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Rufeng and Ruxue had already completed their harvesting tasks and were sitting on folding stools, playing a game of chess in front of the small house. Watching them play chess gave me a headache. Although I had a little knowledge about chess, I still found myself completely confused. Their hands moved so fast that I couldn't even see where they placed the pieces. In less than a minute, one game ended. They reset the board and started again. Compared to these two intelligent robots, my chess skills were simply not on the same level. Losing interest, I decided to walk around the island. The island was still growing. The expansion speed had even accelerated. In just a few days, it had grown by another 20 or 30 mu. Every time I replanted corn, Rufeng would plant the newly appeared land with seeds. This time, though, I had a new idea. I noticed that the weather here was almost exactly the same every day, like a continuous midsummer. No wonder the vegetables and corn were growing so vigorously. In the real world, I had heard that in southern regions with warmer climates, crops could be planted throughout the year. Why not here with such great conditions? Corn can be planted over and over again. Wheat should work the same way. So in the afternoon, I went to the seed company and bought some wheat seeds. Of course, I didn't forget to grab a pack of leek seeds. Planting leeks was easy. I didn't plan on planting much because I knew they grew fast in the space. Just 1 square meter would be enough for a few meals after the first harvest. I didn't even need Rufeng and Ruxue for this small task. They were still playing chess inside the small house. I found a spot next to the cucumber trellis, tilled the soil, scattered the leek seeds, and carried water in a plastic bucket to water them carefully. But when I was ready to plant the wheat, I ran into a problem. I had no choice but to bring out the 2 AI units and ask for their help. The structure of the corn planter was different from that of the wheat planter. They weren't interchangeable. Rufeng suggested that if the area wasn't too large, they could handle the planting manually. However, if the land area became too big, it would be wise to get a specialized planter. I didn't need another tractor, just the planter attachment. Since that was the case, and it wouldn't cost much, I drove to the agricultural machinery market and selected a medium-sized planting machine, which I then transported into the space. When I re-entered the space, I found that the land had already been plowed. It turned out that while I was away buying the planter, Rufeng had finished the tilling work ahead of schedule. I didn't have to pay these intelligent robots any wages, but they could understand speech and even emotions. They responded to praise and criticism, so I was generous with my compliments, showering them with praise. Rufeng took over as driver, while Ruxue removed the corn planter attachment and switched to the wheat planter, poured in the wheat seeds, started the tractor, and we headed into the field. 30 mu of land was planted in no time. After finishing the work, I stood on the island and looked at the results, a surge of pride rising in my heart. This place was truly my kingdom. Just as I was feeling triumphant, Ruxue came up to me with some news. Master, lately, the number of eels we've caught has been steadily decreasing. More and more mixed species of fish are appearing, nearly half of the catch now. It lifted a fish basket from the water and emptied it into the trough for me to see. Sure enough, the carp, grass carp, and mandarin fish now made up about 1/3 of the catch. Eels used to be plentiful, but now they were noticeably fewer, while silver carp, Crucian carp, and black carp had clearly increased. Chapter 86, Expanding Production Lines. Carp, grass carp, mandarin fish, and eel are my current main products. Although the robots are responsible for fishing and have to throw all the unwanted fish back into the water every day, it's pointless work and, to some extent, a waste of resources, mainly causing wear and tear on my robots. This made me think about the variety of fish canned goods on the market. Not only eel can be used, other fish can also be made into canned products. With this idea in mind, I decided to give it a try. I left the space and found by Luoxue, explaining my plan in detail. The varieties of fish cans should be rotated regularly to ensure sufficient supply. Having too single a variety was not conducive to further market expansion. Even though my fish cans had a unique taste, were loved by people, and currently had a good sales channel, taste varied from person to person. Regardless of whether something was tasty or not, some people specifically liked other kinds of fish. Providing more choices meant customers could have more options. My reasoning convinced by Luoxue. It's worth a try, but we must prepare thoroughly. First, we must definitely produce multiple varieties of labels. That won't be difficult. We just need to notify the suppliers, and they can change anytime. Second, each variety must undergo trial sales. The purpose of trial sales is not only to test the market, but mainly to secure orders. Previously, we had only signed a contract for eel cans, not others. One important point we must consider is whether the original orders can be guaranteed supply. Therefore, during the trial production phase, the quantity of other fish cans should not be too large. Her advice was reasonable, and I gladly accepted it. I asked her to estimate how much production volume of other fish cans would be appropriate, so as not to affect the supply of eel cans. Once I saw the figures, I felt confident and immediately convened a meeting to discuss the change in production. The meeting's main purpose was essentially to announce my decision, to let all employees know that the cannery was adding new varieties. There was no need to change the automated production line at all. We only needed to adjust the size of the feeding port, and then the fish could pass through smoothly. We also adjusted the width of the cutting blade to obtain the desired segment size. The rest of the production process remained unchanged. I decided to trial produce black carp first, since there were plenty of them in my space, ensuring a stable supply. The product was quickly finished. Following the previous strategy, all the staff participated actively in promoting it to society, and soon it was recognized by consumers. Within Huangta County, the market had no problem accepting it, and owners of various malls and supermarkets all expressed that they would accept all the black carp canned goods. The sales department became busy again. To show sincerity in supply, I dispatched all the sales managers. Each was given several boxes of black carp canned goods and assigned to visit their customers for a tasting. Once customers approved it, the order details could then be discussed. Learning from the previous experience of marketing xiuxian goods, these salespeople took fewer detours, and orders started coming in rapidly. I issued a strict instruction. Based on the sales capability of each client, we should not take too many orders. Mainly considering the cannery's production capacity, before other fish cans fully occupied the market, I had to ensure the supply of eel cans. I decided to change the fish variety every 3 days, seeking consumers' approval for other canned fish products. If the sales outlook was promising, I even had plans to add another production line, though I wasn't in a hurry. The results were very satisfactory. These other fish cans matched the eel ones in quality and were highly popular in the market. According to feedback obtained from the salesperson's surveys, some varieties even outsold the eel cans. With more choices available, people were more attracted to purchase. This brought back many new customers, including even those who previously loved eel cans, as they had started to enjoy these alternative fish cans too. These products shared something in common. Each was so addictive that you could hardly stop eating them once you started. It was like eating my vegetables. Without them, a meal would seem less appetizing. Expanding into multiple varieties broadened the market while also increasing pressure on production. Stock became tight, and the warehouse could only hold the day's production. Mu Jiming and the head of the sales department both proposed that it was necessary to add another production line to expand production. Bai Luoxue also agreed. Well then, to satisfy customer needs and bring higher profits to the cannery, I agreed. I assigned Lu Ruchuan to contact the design firm and planned to build the new production workshop right next to the original one. As for the automated production line, since we already had prior experience, this was not a difficult task. I gave the same commission to Dongfang Automation Company. First, engineer Fang paid a visit. After exchanging views with him, he returned to organize the staff and start preparations. We had funds, a project, and technical support. As soon as the design plans were ready, construction began in earnest. In less than a month, the new production line was completed. Deputy County Magistrate Huang visited again. Since the project was decided, I had already given him a report. He expressed strong support. Whether it was the groundbreaking ceremony, the construction period, or the trial production phase, he personally attended every important event. Besides showing his emphasis on the cannery's development, this was also an opportunity for him to help promote it. Wherever he went, the media followed. Naturally, appearing on television and online further publicized my cannery. To be honest, I understood that while promoting my achievements, he was simultaneously showcasing his political accomplishments. Nowadays, the cannery has become a major taxpayer in Huangta County. Not only the county, but the provincial government also paid great attention to it. Provincial leaders had visited twice. Along with this, my reputation and status had also risen accordingly. All of these were just surface-level phenomena. They didn't know my real hardships and exhaustion. With the production doubled, my workload increased significantly. At the very least, I had to transport twice as many fish as before, and Rushi and Rushuang became even busier on the small island. During the period of designing and constructing the new production line, I actually did a lot of other work behind the scenes, work no one knew about. The 1 square meter of chives I had planted earlier was ready to harvest after only 3 days. When I placed the chives on the dining table and invited Bai Luoxue to make dumplings together, she asked, "Why didn't you buy lamb?" Without a word, I rushed downstairs and bought 1 gene of lamb from the nearest supermarket. She had already kneaded the dough and chopped the vegetables and was waiting for the lamb filling. I quickly minced the meat. While we wrapped dumplings, she asked me a question. "Did you buy the chives because you wanted to eat chive dumplings, or because you thought I liked them?" "Both." "Haha, I think you're just addicted to them. You didn't eat enough last time." I didn't defend myself. Whether I'm addicted or not isn't important. I believe you'll get addicted too. Laughter filled the room again. Today, the dumplings indeed tasted better than the last time. Even before the end of work in the afternoon, Bai Luoxue told me she was still relishing the flavor. She even had the idea of eating chive and lamb dumplings for every meal. I reminded her that eating too many might cause internal heat. She agreed reluctantly, but she eventually couldn't resist and asked me to have them once a week. Later, she changed her mind, saying twice a week. What if we have it again tonight? Let's just satisfy the craving first. But she had promised her parents to go home for dinner tonight, so we skipped it this time. Chapter 87. Scallions win hearts. The vegetables in the space grow fast, and the scallions grow even faster. After the first harvest, the second round is ready for cutting just 3 days later. When Bai Luoxue saw the scallions, I offered to go buy lamb before she could even speak, but she stopped me. "You say I love scallion and lamb dumplings, but we can't eat that every time. Let's switch it up today. Scallion and egg dumplings are good too." As it turned out, the dumplings tasted just as delicious. To my surprise, the third harvest came only a day later. That's when Bai Luoxue started scolding me. Didn't we agree to eat scallions only twice a week? If we eat it a third time, we're breaking the rule. That was for dumplings, not scallions themselves. Today we'll switch it up. Blanch them in boiling water and have cold noodles with scallions. In the end, the cold noodles with scallions tasted really good too. Bai Luoxue finally understood. The reason she had gotten addicted wasn't specifically about scallion and lamb dumplings. It was mainly the scallions themselves. This flavor felt a bit familiar, not the taste of scallions alone, but rather the feeling after eating this kind of vegetable. It was exactly like eating regular produce from the market. Once you ate it, you wanted more. She finally asked me, "Where did you buy these scallions?" "Right from that supermarket not far north. I made up a place to cover it up. How come I can never find scallions this good?" "Maybe the variety is different," Bai Luoxue mused. "Could be." I couldn't offer a clear explanation yet, but fortunately, she didn't press further. Now, the square foot of scallions in the space must be harvested daily. It grew too quickly. Bai Luoxue and I couldn't eat scallions every day, yet she seemed reluctant and intentionally avoided the issue. To avoid having scallions again for lunch together, she said she had to go home because a guest was coming over. Since she wouldn't be there, I had no reason to eat scallions either. The vegetables served in the canteen came from me anyway. It was time to change the variety, although I missed her company today. I let her take the bundle of scallions with her. Could be for her parents or other relatives. Scallions are fresh produce. They'd wilt overnight, so better not keep them. Each day, I would leave a bundle of scallions on the table, until Bai Luoxue finally felt saturated. Not that she disliked them, not that she wouldn't eat them, but there were many kinds of vegetables. Why should she be limited to just one? So I switched to tomatoes. We had tomato noodles for lunch that day. The tomatoes were also from my space, equally delicious. From then on, I returned to my previous habit of varying the lunch vegetables every day. Occasionally, we still had scallion and lamb dumplings, enough to satisfy the greedy stomach inside Bai Luoxue. We couldn't let the scallions harvested each day go to waste, so I gave them to the factory canteen. Their response opened up new possibilities. A few chefs in the canteen made scallion dumplings. Since the amount wasn't large, they didn't put them for sale, they ate them themselves. The next day they asked me if there were any more scallions. They had never tasted scallions this delicious before. It really proved my point. Once you eat them, you want more. From that point on, whenever Bai Luoxue didn't want to eat scallions or refused to take them, I'd give them to the canteen. The cooks there were always happy to receive them. No one knows how the word spread, but one vendor asked me during a vegetable wholesale if I had scallions. If so, he wanted to order 200 xian daily. Other vendors expressed similar needs. Meeting customers' needs has always been my business principle, though sometimes I implemented limited sales, especially when promoting a new product. I decided to expand the scallion planting area. Like the wind blowing, like snow falling, I cleared a piece of land, about 1 mu, and planted scallions. The first harvest came in 5 days. Vendors rushed to collect the goods. Each didn't take much, but their feedback was surprisingly encouraging. They wanted more the next day, but they had to wait. None left. Not that I intentionally teased their appetite. It was just that the scallions hadn't yet grown in the space. After 3 more days, they could finally get their supplies again. 1 day later, fresh scallions became available daily. Initially, I worried I had planted too much, but in reality, they sold out each day. Originally, I only tried selling scallions without signing any contracts with the vendors. They all expressed a desire to increase the order amount, so I had to impose limits. Maximum 200 xian per vendor and 100 xian for small-scale sellers. Only this way could everyone get a share. Cutting and bundling scallions was really troublesome. If it weren't for my 2 AI robots, I couldn't possibly have grown such a large area. This task was nothing for them, of course. I've now decided not to expand the scallion growing area any further. I noticed that when Rufing and Ruxue were crouched in the field cutting scallions, their hands often got cut by the knife because they moved too fast, and the plastic gloves easily tore. Broke gloves were not a big deal, but I was worried the silicone coating on their hands might get damaged. Repairs for them were very expensive. If robotic maintenance became necessary just because of scallion harvesting, it wouldn't be worth it. How many days would it take for that 1 mu of scallions to earn me 100,000 yuan? To solve this, I went to a labor protection store and found some heavy-duty canvas gloves. I specifically designated them for scallion cutting, finally eliminating the risk of hand injuries. The plan to expand scallion planting was temporarily put on hold. During this time, I attempted something bold. In the morning, I transported vegetables from the space to warehouse number 1, bringing Rufing along. I taught him how to use the remote controller to load goods for vendors. How intelligent Rufing was, he learned at once. I supervised for the entire morning and found no errors at all. He worked much faster than I did. I even felt regret. Why hadn't I let him take over earlier? I could have been freed much sooner. While he was loading goods for customers, I went to warehouse number 2 to move out the fish required for canning production. This saved me from having to do these tasks after finishing the vegetable wholesale, greatly increasing efficiency. Ruxue was still in the space and could help me complete the work. As for me, I returned to the guest room for a little more sleep. When the computers signaled completion of the wholesale, I re-entered the warehouse and sent Rufing back into the space. The growth of the 30 mu of wheat was very fast. Its growth period was longer than corn. Calculating in real-world time, it required 15 days, which was already quite rapid. How to harvest the wheat became a new problem. The machinery for corn harvesting and wheat harvesting was different. To increase efficiency, without hesitation, I directly went to the agricultural equipment market and bought the required equipment. Rufing drove the harvester in the fields, and Ruxue operated the dump truck to collect the wheat grains. It seemed history was repeating itself. If wheat grains were directly sent into the warehouse, I'd still have to unload and reload them to get them out of the space. To avoid this double handling, I sold each batch as soon as they were harvested. Luckily, the wheat planted wasn't too much, just 30 mu. Roofing and I made 4 trips in and out of the space before finally delivering all the wheat to the flour mill. When I calculated the yield, I was shocked. Each moo produced over 2,000 jin. In terms of direct revenue alone, wheat was more expensive than corn. However, its growing cycle was longer. Within the time it took to grow 2 wheat crops, I could plant 3 corn crops. When calculating the total return, corn was more profitable. I decided to continue mainly planting corn and regard wheat as only a small-scale trial. Next came another familiar issue that required some thought: how to properly deal with the wheat straw. Wheat straw contained less moisture than corn stalks. While corn stalks could be used as green fodder, so could wheat straw. But when I went to the cattle farm and asked the owner whether he would accept wheat straw, he clearly refused. It wasn't that his cattle wouldn't eat it. In fact, he hadn't even finished the corn stalks I had given him before. I had thought my dozens of moo wasn't much, but when I delivered every 10 days, even 10,000 head of cattle couldn't eat it all. Seeing my worries, the owner suggested I try a paper mill. They would definitely want it. There was no paper mill in Huangta County. The nearest one was in Haida County, about 200 li away. I drove to the paper mill in Haida County. The owner enthusiastically expressed willingness to buy large quantities of wheat straw. It was good raw material for making paper. With a buyer for the straw, my concerns were resolved. Considering this was my first wheat crop, I didn't collect the straw. Instead, I let roofing plow it into the field as organic-based fertilizer. For now, this buried straw would not hinder subsequent wheat planting. Chapter 88: New Direction. Since I had transferred the money to Xuanhuan, the next day he gathered the construction crew and entered Wonderland community to resume the project. On the third day, he specifically came to see me, bringing the related documents of Xuanhuan Company, the equity distribution agreement, and the official receipt. From now on, I became a shareholder of Xuanhuan Company. Xuanhuan kept his promise and insisted on treating me to a meal to celebrate our successful cooperation. The banquet was held at the Yale Hotel. At the table, besides myself and Xuanhuan, there were 2 strangers, both in their 50s and quite plump. Xuanhuan had invited his uncle and maternal uncle. Upon closer look, I finally noticed that Xuanhuan's appearance indeed bore traces of both men. After introductions, the 2 elders expressed gratitude and welcomed me to join Xuanhuan Construction Company. When Xuanhuan graduated and intended to start his business, these 2 elders had greatly helped him. They provided the initial funding, and Xuanhuan organized a construction team to take on various projects. Real estate was booming. As long as one was willing to work, money could be made. Xuanhuan caught the tide of the era, reinvested his profits, and eventually surpassed his uncle and maternal uncle in investment. Eventually, he officially established Xuanhuan Construction Company. This time, due to certain factors affecting cash flow, my appearance was like a savior, and Xuanhuan Construction Company would surely revive. The atmosphere at the banquet was generally harmonious. The 2 elders were quite gracious and respectful toward me, yet I myself wasn't pleased inside. I just pretended to be happy. The reason I had put forward the money to help Xuanhuan Construction Company was largely because of Bailuoxue. Today she wasn't here, and Xuanhuan hadn't invited her. Out of a sense of professional ethics, I hadn't told Bailuoxue about Xuanhuan's banquet tonight before leaving work either. Actually, I was somewhat worried. Had Xuanhuan not invited her, things might have become awkward. Would she be angry, disappointed, or indifferent? As Xuanhuan's former executive assistant and now my executive director, considering their previous relationship and her role in facilitating the fundraising effort, out of courtesy and human sentiment, Xuanhuan should have shown consideration and invited Bailuoxue to the dinner, but he hadn't. I didn't understand. Throughout, Xuanhuan had never mentioned Bailuoxue's name, and I also held back from asking. Only when I sat at the banquet table and saw Xuanhuan's uncle and maternal uncle did I seem to understand. The dinner guests tonight were all partners of Xuanhuan Construction Company. If Bailuoxue had been present, it might have seemed inappropriate. Reflecting on this, I thought Xuanhuan was right, and I even felt relieved that I hadn't let Bailuoxue know anything in advance, avoiding unnecessary complications. Bailuoxue lived right next to the sales office. She found out about the start of construction in Wonderland community very quickly. You finally did lend him the money. Bailuoxue seemed excited, her beautiful eyes shining with brilliance. Yeah, Mr. Chen always keeps his word. I appeared calm and composed. You didn't touch any money from the cannery's account. You really are rich. She had access to the financial records of all 3 companies under my name. Of course, she understood the situation with the cannery. The balance in the eco-agriculture company was funds I had specifically transferred for show to be watched by others. Bailuoxue also understood this well. As for the books of the Shurgo Village Eco-Characteristic Company, Wu Fang was managing them. I couldn't possibly transfer all my money to that company. As for the daily turnover from the vegetable wholesale stall, Bailuoxue was even more familiar with it. I had told her before that the profit margin was about 10%, whether she believed it or not was another matter. Basically, I meant to tell her that it was just turnover. Actually, how much I really earned was known only to me. These funds were on my personal card. It's gone now. Right, since you lent it to Xuanhuan. If you had any more in your pocket, that would truly be unfathomable. Bailuoxue seemed to admire me a bit. Could it really be because of money that she acted this way? I didn't lend it to him. Huh? What do you mean? If you didn't lend him money, how could he start construction? He had no other options left. Bailuoxue immediately questioned. I invested it. To be precise, I invested in Xuanhuan Construction Company. So I told her all the details, naturally not mentioning the dinner with Xuanhuan and others. Not bad, not bad. You really have vision, or should I say, courage. Xuanhuan approached other investment companies, but no one dared to invest. I passed on your words to him, and after considering for a few days, He hesitated because he was afraid of dragging you down, fearing the company might lose money and be unable to pay you back. This situation had not been mentioned by Yao Hongyuan. It appeared he had considered my perspective after all. A warm feeling arose in my heart, and Yao Hongyuan's once tall image returned once again. Investing involves risks. I naturally understood this principle. Bai Luoxue didn't yet know that I had changed my initial idea of lending money to Yao Hongyuan into an investment. This change had been a sudden impulse on my part, and the original motivation had been because of her. The money had already been invested. I must bear any risk that came with it. There was no use regretting it now. With money to invest, it really is a good development path. Money sitting in your hand is nothing. Nowadays, it's not even worth as much as a pile of waste paper. It's just a series of digits in a bank account. Although the bank gives interest, letting the money lie quietly in the bank is purely a waste. I could tell that Bai Luoxue supported investing. Having majored in business administration, she should naturally have had some knowledge of financial management. You once suggested that I establish a headquarters company, so we founded the Eco-Agriculture Company, which has no actual business operations. At that time, we established it to manage the subsidiaries below, or more precisely, to give both you and me a clear identity. If that's the only purpose, isn't it too simplistic? Her beautiful eyes sparkled as Bai Luoxue suddenly asked, "In what name did you invest? Personal or company?" "Company. The Eco-Agriculture Company." She clapped her hands. "That's exactly what I thought. It seems you have potential as an investor." Earlier, when we mentioned the issue of company operations, we can now redefine the Eco-Agriculture Company as an investment company. Actually, you've already done exactly that. Didn't you invest in the cannery the same way? Previously, my investment had only been confined within my own companies. Now with the example of Yao Hongyuan, I intended to expand outward. There's truth in that. But the name of this agricultural company doesn't really match that of an investment company. If we want to establish a professional investment company, wouldn't it need to be adjusted? I could clearly see this obvious issue. Yes, we can. After getting Bai Luoxue's approval, we discussed it and finally decided to rename it the Huangtu County Eco Investment Company. This preserved the nature of the original headquarters while highlighting its investment focus, achieving both objectives. Bai Luoxue was even more excited than I was, already starting to talk with me about making new signs. Only after hanging them could we attract business. Suddenly, I realized something was wrong. First, the organizational structure was practically non-existent, and there were no professional investment personnel. If someone or some company approached me seeking investment, I wouldn't be able to assess the level of risk involved. Making such investment decisions would undoubtedly be blind. The investment in Huanyuan Construction Company was purely a sudden whim of mine. I couldn't possibly do that again. If we were going to establish a professional investment company, then we should proceed professionally. This matter couldn't be rushed. Chapter 89. Wheat finally gets planted. Thus, the matter of changing the company name was postponed, to be discussed again when conditions matured. I asked Bai Luoxue to keep an eye on related business processes and the professional talent required, as it was necessary to recruit a group of people. Bai Luoxue accepted the task with delight, as if receiving a royal decree, and immediately turned on her computer to start researching. I noticed a pattern. Every time I assigned her a specific task, she was extremely proactive and quickly immersed herself in it. When she was idle, however, she appeared less happy. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons she didn't want to continue selling vegetables to me wholesale. Having such a capable assistant was something I should feel fortunate about. I wonder if Yao Hongyuan will regret intentionally pushing her away from his side. Ever since I planned to establish the investment company, Bai Luoxue's willingness to stay for lunch with me had become even more noticeable. The area of the space island kept expanding, and the speed was gradually increasing. Soon, large patches of vacant land appeared around the island. In the past, when Xiuxian planted corn, he also planted those empty fields simultaneously. Since the vacant land was so extensive, there was no need to wait for the corn to ripen anymore. He now planted new corn every day. This meant that after a few days, corn would mature daily. Thus, harvesting, plowing, and sowing became Xiuxian and Rushue's daily routine. I, too, had to keep up with the development and personally handle the sales, transporting the goods out of the space. I became busier as a result. Transporting vegetables early in the morning was an unshakable routine. Then, Xiuxian took over the wholesale business in my place. I would go to warehouse number 2 to transport miscellaneous fish, but this raised questions among employees. How did the fish enter warehouse number 2? No one saw any trucks entering or leaving the warehouse. Number 1 warehouse's fish and vegetables arrived mysteriously, but since several trucks entered and exited daily, people mostly kept quiet. The phenomenon of warehouse number 2, however, generated even more doubts. To resolve this, I came up with a strategy. Only after Xiuxian finished handling the wholesale business would I transport miscellaneous fish from the space. This time, not to warehouse number 2, but into warehouse number 1. Nearly 100 bins of fish filled more than half the warehouse, enough for 24 hours worth of production. I opened the door between warehouse number 1 and number 2, and allowed the workers on the production line to use forklifts to transfer the fish to warehouse number 2 once more. Thus, on the surface, I solved the issue of the fish's origin. Although they might still struggle to believe that just a few trucks could bring so much fish and vegetables, causing occasional gossip, I could no longer afford to worry about such speculation. As long as I could make a reasonable explanation, that was good enough. Each morning I visited the canning factory to check on operations and any difficult problems. When free, I surfed the internet to study. In the afternoon, I focused especially on the affairs of the space island. The corn ears needed to be sold, requiring Xiuxian to deliver them to the feed mill again. The crushed corn stalks had to be transported to the cattle farm as well. An 8-ton dump truck simply had limited capacity. I gritted my teeth and bought 2 30-ton trucks. Xiuxian also became a driver. With the two of them handling deliveries, efficiency improved significantly. Only 2 trips were needed to complete all the tasks. If I needed to return home briefly, the corn could be stored temporarily in the space warehouse for a day before being sold along with the next day's harvest. When harvesting wheat again, I brought Xiuxian and Xiuxian on a trip to the paper mill so they could get familiar with the address for future deliveries of wheat straw. Initially, I hadn't planned to expand wheat planting, thinking that growing corn yielded more profit. But a piece of news changed my mind. The flour mill reported that flour ground from my wheat was especially popular among customers. The wheat grown on the alternate dimension island not only had full, plump grains, but also was twice the size of regular wheat. It produced more flour with less bran, naturally making the mill prefer it. My wheat selling price was already much higher than other wheat varieties. That wasn't the most important factor, though. The key was the texture of the flour, exceptionally chewy when made into dough. It made great dumplings, noodles, and flatbreads, with an amazing mouthfeel. Regular people favored it, while large restaurants and small eateries competed fiercely to purchase it. But due to low supply, prices skyrocketed to the point where it temporarily became a luxury commodity, something you couldn't buy even with money. The flour factory saw this business opportunity. To encourage me to supply more of this kind of wheat, they doubled the purchase price. They also inquired where I obtained this wheat, expressing intentions to buy in bulk. With the price increased, this became one reason for me to expand wheat cultivation. The other reason came from a suggestion by Xiuxian. Continuously planting the same variety on the same plot of land would eventually decrease soil fertility. Crop rotation was more scientifically sound, allowing the soil time to recover and its nutrients to be fully utilized. Though I had not yet observed any decrease in soil fertility, I adopted his suggestion to be on the safe side. Therefore, I replanned the land use. Every 10 mu of land was treated as a unit, with corn and wheat planted alternately to stagger the planting schedules and concentrate the workload evenly across each day. This way, the planting area for wheat expanded, and harvesting and selling wouldn't overwhelm us due to being too concentrated. Xiuxian and Xiuxian wouldn't be delayed in other areas due to working on only one task either. Daily tasks became more regular, never idle, never too busy, but still manageable. Even with newly expanded land on the island, I planned planting using the same method. The island expanded too quickly, growing more than 10 mu per day, and even accelerating, as if under some unseen force. Xiuxian had to plant a new field each day while also tending the older ones. One tractor was inefficient for plowing, so I bought another, and Xiuxian joined in the field work. Fortunately, I had purchased large trucks in advance. The afternoon work that previously took an hour now lasted 2. Looking at the bountiful harvests, I felt tired yet satisfied. It was a worthy exhaustion, mixed with happiness. I had started calling the space island a farm. Its size had grown substantially. I once roughly calculated that the income from wheat and corn was not high, not even matching the canned food factory's earnings, far less than the profits from selling vegetables and fish every morning. However, since wheat and corn required no special management and their variety was simple, I decided they would be the main direction for future development. As for vegetables, I didn't intend to expand production anymore. Those were perishable goods requiring daily transport out of the space, which consumed too much energy. Since I determined the primary direction, I no longer planned to expand the canned food factory. Maintaining its current scale was sufficient. It wasn't that I didn't want to make more money. I just had limited time and energy. As the island grew continuously in size, only cultivating simple crops would remain manageable. Actual management still relied on Xiuxian and Xiuxian. Because the crop rotation plan was well designed, they didn't appear overly busy. The day was divided into several periods, busy and idle. They could not only experience the joy of labor, but also enjoy the happiness of leisure. Perhaps because only the 2 robots resided on the island for an extended time, they began to feel loneliness. Xiuxian actually made a small request to me. Master, may we raise a pet to enrich our lives? I was astonished. Chapter 90, Returning Home to Buy Chicks. Of course you can. What kind of pet do you want? A chick or a little pig? Either is fine. I had thought she, like other girls, would want a kitten or a puppy, something cute and cuddly. I was truly surprised that she wanted to raise chicks or piglets. All right then, I'll buy you one soon. I agreed readily. However, after driving around 2 streets, I still couldn't find anywhere that sold chicks or piglets. A local citizen told me that in the county town, people mainly raised humans. Those chickens and pigs were all in the countryside. Finding younglings in town was nearly impossible. Now that I thought about it, I gave up further searching, planning instead to buy one for Xiuxian next time I went to the countryside. Saturday was the day I planned to return home. Although I was busy every day, going back home once a week was a must. I had to go back to replenish the vegetables in the greenhouse and refill the pond with fish so my parents could continue managing everything. Driving along, I thought, the promotion period for vegetables and fish had already passed. Was it really necessary to continue running this operation at home? I didn't want my parents to keep exhausting themselves, but if I stopped it abruptly, they'd definitely oppose, since that meant a reduction in income. They had been scared of poverty before. Now with a stable income coming from this project, they were reluctant to let go. However, they didn't yet know that their son no longer struggled financially. The income from home was negligible compared to what I earned. Thinking all the way, I realized this matter couldn't be rushed. I shouldn't make them feel abrupt changes. It should be done gradually. As the car entered the countryside, suddenly, I remembered Xiuxian's wish. Since I was here already, I might as well take a look and see whether there were any sellers of chicks or piglets. After driving through a few streets in the village, I finally learned that about 3 miles away there was a hatchery where they bred baby chicks. If not specifically searching, it would have been tough to come across. At the hatchery, the owner noticed a customer had arrived and greeted me enthusiastically, asking if I needed thousands of chicks. I couldn't answer immediately. After all, xiuxian just wanted to buy a few as pets. Thousands were way too many. Buying only 1 or 2 made me worry they might die, and I'd have to return again. Purchasing too many, however, would lead to a group of chickens running around the vegetable patch, which didn't seem appropriate either. Finally, I decided to buy 10. 10? Are you joking? The minimum here is 100. Either buy 100 or forget it. I'm busy. The owner realized I wasn't a serious chicken breeder. He probably guessed I was buying them as toys for kids. His initial enthusiasm disappeared in an instant as he waved his hand at me dismissively. As he was about to go back into the chicken shed, I shouted quickly, "Then give me 100. Only then did he stop, beckoning me to follow him. Soon, he brought me 2 cardboard boxes. These are 100 chicks, 200 yuan. The owner seemed impatient. After accepting the money, he ignored me and resumed his work. I understood why the owner treated non-professional chicken breeders like me so indifferently. Selling 100 chicks wouldn't bring much profit. His time seemed valuable, and he appeared busy, so his cold attitude was understandable. After all, I was also someone who ran a business. I placed the 2 boxes with the chicks onto the back seat of the car and drove back to my hometown. Knowing I had come back, my parents were waiting. Seeing the 2 boxes, Mom asked me, "Are you planning to open a chicken farm?" My heart jolted. I hadn't found time at the hatchery to send the chicks into my space, so I left them in the car, and now Mother saw them. How should I respond? Just a few to try? If it works out, that's great. Mom appeared quite interested in this matter. Our new courtyard is spacious enough to raise dozens of chickens. Your father and I can take care of them while we're at it. Saying so, she took one of the boxes. I'll carry this, and you take the other. Let's put them in the west side room. We'll find a place for them and feed them regularly. Mother went off to tend the chicks. As she didn't look closely at the second box, I quickly said, "That one's not them. I brought something for a colleague." Mom believed me. After leaving half the chicks in the car, I hurried to shut the car doors so Mom wouldn't discover they were all still here. Mother released the chicks, got some millet, and placed a basin of water out. So the chicks began fighting each other to eat and drink. See? It's that simple. Just feed them regularly, and they'll grow up. Thinking of the greenhouse behind the house, Mom went there after arranging everything. Seizing this opportunity, I hurriedly took the second box of chicks into my space. Considering the chicks would need millet, I also brought half a bag into the space. xiuxian was overjoyed when she actually saw the chicks I bought, as was Ruffum. Just like Mother had done earlier, they crouched on the ground feeding the chicks, enjoying the happiness of raising animals. After leaving the space, I came to the greenhouse behind the house. The amount of vegetables in the greenhouse had decreased, the plants were smaller than before, many vines were withering, and fewer visitors came around. Mom said the vegetable greenhouse would be busiest just before noon. Even though the vegetables weren't growing as well as they had been a few days ago, people were still willing to pick and eat them. Wanting to keep Mom occupied so I could transplant some seedlings into my space unnoticed, I deliberately asked, "Where's Dad?" "He's at the fish pond." "Mom, go call him. I need to discuss something with him." Mom responded with a word and walked toward the small river. I hurriedly entered my space, summoned Ruffung, and asked him to remove those seedlings that were bearing fewer fruits and starting to wither. Then I returned to the space to work with xiuxian at planting new seedlings. We divided our tasks, one pulling up the weak plants, the other replacing them with fresh ones. The 2 robots worked extremely fast. In no time, nearly all the vegetables inside the greenhouse were replaced. xiuxian carried several large plastic buckets to fetch water inside the space while I transported it outside. Ruffung watered the entire greenhouse. All the removed seedlings were carried into the space by me and Ruffung, saving Mom and Dad the effort of disposing of them. By the time Mom returned with Dad, everything was already done. Seeing the vegetables now looked completely different, Mom was surprised. Of course, this wasn't the first time she had reacted this way. She asked as usual, "What's going on? More magic tricks?" "Exactly, it's just a magic trick," I answered with a serious expression, unable to reveal the truth. Dad didn't seem surprised at all. He remained calm instead. "It's best not to ask about your son's matters. Whatever he says, just follow it. There's no mistake in listening to your son. Since he's back, you should start preparing lunch early. I'll stay here and keep an eye on things." It felt like Dad had become a different person. He now appeared more reasonable and understanding than Mom, as if their roles had been reversed. This made it easier for me to talk about my plans with him. After Mom was slightly rebuffed by Dad, she stopped asking and agreed, heading home to cook. Only after Mom had gone did I ask Dad, "How's the fish pond doing?" "No fish again. Every time you come back, we suddenly have more fish, and guests can easily catch a couple within minutes. But 3 days later, it gets tough again. Sometimes people fish for 1 or 2 hours without catching anything. Most of them aren't real fishing enthusiasts anyway. They're just here for the taste. When the fishing gets bad, they lose patience. Recently, fewer people have been coming. There are fewer visitors and worse catches. Yesterday, 2 people sat by the pond for half the day and didn't even catch 1 fish. I had to refund their money." Dad shook his head helplessly. Chapter 91, Leave an empty fish pond. According to what my father described, I would at least need to double the number of fish in the pond to guarantee enough fish to catch for a week. With the current business situation at the canning factory, those fish could generate hundreds of thousands in profit. Finally, I understood Manager Lu's perspective at the credit building. When it comes to business people chase profits, not charity. There's no more fish in the pond. From now on, we won't host fishing activities anymore. This one greenhouse is enough. I don't want you two to work too hard. You and Mom can take turns watching the greenhouse, and just have some light work to keep you occupied. My father was silent for a while before finally nodding in agreement. All right then, we'll go with what you said. Seeing that my father agreed, I continued. To be honest, I didn't want you two to manage the greenhouse either. I'm doing well in town. You should enjoy some peace and ease now. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and sighed. It is time to relax and enjoy life. But does enjoying life truly mean happiness? Can money really buy happiness? How did you start your business? How did you become wealthy? Until today, it's still a mystery. You never tell me, and I don't ask. Mom doesn't either, as long as everything you've done is legitimate. Compared to the past, our financial situation is much better now. We live in a new house. Such a beautiful house like this is rare, even within the township. Your mother and I are content. Now, our biggest wish is for you to settle down soon and give us a grandson. Continuing the family name. That's the hope for our family. Here it came. My father had talked a lot, but eventually it turned out he was urging me to marry. From my impression, my father had never pushed me about marriage. It was always my mother who would talk to me about it. Could it be that their personalities really swapped? Of course, it was nothing more than my own silly imagining. Probably, as the family conditions improved to a certain level, my parents' mindset changed. Their concerns gradually shifted from the material aspects of life, such as food, clothing, shelter, and daily needs, to focusing on their child's marriage. This is the reality that every parent faces. Someone came to the greenhouse to pick vegetables. My father would handle it while I headed to the fish pond. I pulled out the signpost stuck by the pond edge and retrieved the fishing equipment hidden in the bushes one by one, packed it all to take home. I told my father that if any fishing enthusiasts wanted to fish there, they should be allowed without interference. The advertisement board outside the courtyard wall was no longer necessary, so I took it down. Hey nephew, what are you doing here? Getting a new board? I turned my head and saw Auntie Zhang, the matchmaker. Auntie Zhang, come to visit. No, I'm just taking this one down. It's annoying, so I'm getting rid of it. I come by every day. Finally, I see you today. You know what? I care so much about your marriage. It's practically become my heart problem. Your mom and dad worry so much about you. They just can't wait to hold a grandson. You need to hurry up. What's the status between you and that city girl? I've never gotten a clear answer from you. If she doesn't seem hopeful, let me tell you about another girl. There are many lovely girls lining up waiting for you. Now you are a celebrity and a successful entrepreneur. I saw you on TV. You were received by the county and provincial mayors. It brought so much honor to our village. Now you've got status, wealth, good looks, and a great personality. How could any girl not like you? As long as you're willing, they'll line up to be your wife. Auntie Zhang rambled on and on. Although it annoyed me a bit, I had to sit through it. I paid no attention to those flattery remarks, but I managed to analyze one important piece of information. The relationship between me and Bai Luoxua probably hadn't been shared in detail with her best friend. Or it could be that Auntie Zhang had failed to get useful information from her friend's side. Alternatively, Auntie Zhang didn't have contact with Chen Yongxing's wife. Just think about it. The likelihood of this was rather high. The Chen family generally lived in the provincial capital city and rarely came back home. Even when they did return, it was not certain they'd meet Auntie Zhang. Whether they had communicated via phone was uncertain. It seemed Bai Luoxua was pretty tight-lipped. I actually believed this. All my actions appeared strange and mysterious. If she couldn't keep secrets, it would have spread all over the town already. Thinking about it now, I found myself longing for Bai Luoxua even more. She must be the destined one I was looking for. Auntie Zhang, thank you for your concern. You're being too kind. Marriage is a serious matter in life, which requires careful handling. As a matter of fact, we are getting along well with a girl in the county town. Things seem okay, but haste makes waste. This needs to be done patiently and naturally. If things are okay, you should act quickly and make the raw rice into cooked rice. That's what's most important. A young man like you should be bold and brave and take responsibility. Nowadays, girls don't like hesitating types. Auntie Zhang seemed more anxious than I was. Mom heard the voices and came out from the yard to greet them. She knew the matchmaker Auntie Zhang's purpose. After exchanging a few polite words, she took her to the greenhouse behind the house. I finally let out a long sigh of relief and began everything to the courtyard. At lunchtime, my father didn't say much, but my mother started her usual nagging, saying this and that. She brought up again the topic of my marriage, inspired by Auntie Zhang's visit. Just wait for some good news. Her excitement instantly exploded like ripples across water, an entirely new kind of news for my parents. They assumed I meant Bai Luoxua and I had gotten together, which wasn't quite what I'd meant. I simply meant that there was a strong possibility it might happen eventually, though not yet. I had to explain this for half an hour, which greatly reduced their initial excitement. In the end, they urged me again, telling me not to make them wait too long. I had grown nearly exhausted by the whole subject. The best way to avoid the topic was to return to the county town, sparing me from hearing my mother's constant nagging. Just then, my father's phone rang. It was from my uncle. He said he was planning to come back home recently and asked if there was space to stay. With our newly built big house, we definitely had room. No matter how many people came, it wouldn't be a problem. My father asked when he would come back, so we could prepare. My uncle replied he would call once he confirmed the date. My father looked genuinely happy. The two brothers hadn't seen each other in many years. Whatever differences they had were overshadowed by the truth that they shared the same blood. They had long hoped for a reunion. But Mom seemed unhappy. He never came back when we lived in the old shack. Now that we've built a new house, he suddenly wants to come back. Fine, let him come. Let him stay in the new house and see what he thinks. Everything changes with time. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Back then he looked down on us. unwilling to share our Rujik, taking his whole family to live in the provincial capital. It's been many years now. I wonder how he's doing. Does he even have a house like this in the provincial capital? My mother harbored resentment, and I could understand her complaints. As for conflicts among elders, I had no business commenting. I was ready to leave, so I told my parents to let me know when my uncle arrived. No matter what, I would return for a visit. Just before getting into the car, my mother told me not to worry. She would help take care of the baby chicks for me. I thought she might say she had forgiven his past actions. I didn't mention to my parents the matter of buying a villa or large residence in the county town. I merely told them I had bought an apartment there, so I'd have a place to stay while working in the county. Chapter 92. Purchasing the sales office. Returning to the county town, I needed to sell the grain. It would be best not to drag this work out until tomorrow, otherwise I'd be busy all day. I headed straight to the workshop opposite the cannery factory. Here, all my activities entering and exiting the space would go unnoticed. This was actually the very reason I had rented the workshop in the first place. Judging solely by appearance, the workshop stood completely empty inside, and no one could possibly know my secret. Inside the space, the baby chicks ran freely around. Ruff and Ruse were driving a tractor and harvesting crops. Harvesting corn, harvesting wheat, selling green fodder, selling wheat straw. I was busier than ever. After that, Ruff and Ruse went back to plowing and planting, and I left the space. I still had another task to complete. I called my buddy from the transportation team, asking him to send over a few empty trucks. This was my daily routine for throwing off observers. After finishing all this, I returned to my small building. Bai Luoxue was there. A cup of warm tea was handed to me. Holding the cup, I felt particularly moved. This was the first time this scene had ever played out. Why are you acting so considerate today? Isn't it good to be considerate? Or do you prefer someone temperamental and sharp-tongued? I found the smile at the corner of Bai Luoxue's lips strangely odd. No good deed comes without ulterior motives. Suddenly, I realized I had used the wrong phrase. It was probably my low level of education's fault. After studying for so long, why hasn't my literary ability improved at all? What I originally meant was that her offering tea must mean she wanted something from me. Yet the way I phrased it just sounded wrong. My brain simply couldn't produce better words to express this nuance. Either Jan or Bach. Bai Luoxue finished the second half of the saying for me. I felt embarrassed. Oh no. That's not what I meant at all. Bai Luoxue was still smiling. The Chinese language is profound and rich. Without careful study, one cannot fully grasp its implications. You didn't make a mistake. You're exactly right. I can't believe it. I was completely at a loss for words, speechless. What exactly did she want? You won't find any treachery, only theft. And in this case, theft is a neutral term, don't get me wrong. I heard some information this morning. The sales office of Xuanhuan Company is up for sale. I wonder if you, our shareholder, have heard about it yet. All affairs of Xuanhuan Company had already been completely handed over to Yao Xuanhuan to manage as he saw fit. He no longer needed to report every matter to me or to his uncle and uncle-in-law, and how Yao Xuanhuan conducted himself was entirely his own business. I hadn't heard anything about it. I honestly replied. Well, now you're hearing it from me. Bai Luoxue replied nonchalantly. But here's the thing. I want to ask Manager Chun, are you interested in purchasing it yourself? I knew the quality of the sales office's construction. After all, I myself had taken part in its building. The sales office and the villa section were the crown jewels of Wongyuan residential compound. The office was a three-story structure spanning 1,000 square meters. The first floor served as the main sales hall, the second floor housed offices, while the third was the dormitory for female workers, complete with a kitchen and dining area. Back when I worked on the construction site, the sales office staff would dine there. Yao Xuanhuan actually ate there more often than at Master Gao's. Since Bai Luoxue lived close by, I didn't know whether she had dined there herself. It wasn't like I couldn't buy it, but would I just let it sit idle like that courtyard? That would be a waste of resources. Renting it out, however, could yield considerable rental income. Seeing me lost in thought and not responding immediately, Bai Luoxue continued speaking. It's close to the convenient market. If we convert the sales office into a mall, the future potential would be very promising. Surely you, as the head of an investment company, wouldn't lack this vision. Very reasonable, I replied, suddenly more interested. How much is the asking price? 20 million yuan. According to the construction company's policies for senior management, there should be additional discounts. There's a good chance you can get it for 18 million. I've heard someone else already expressed interest too. This price was actually quite low compared to current market prices. Perhaps because the total amount was substantial, few could afford it. Yet in Huangta County, plenty of people were wealthy, so it was entirely normal someone else wanted to buy it. I'll buy it. Without hesitation, I immediately took out my phone and contacted Yao Xuanhuan. Confirming the truth of the matter, I told him directly I wanted to buy the sales office. Without hesitation, he agreed, telling me to drop by some time to sign the agreement. As for the payment, timing didn't matter much anyway. I was a major shareholder of the company, and my credit was solid. After everything was settled, I didn't linger any further. I immediately left, taking Bai Luoxue with me to meet Yao Xuanhuan in person. What Bai Luoxue said was true. There indeed had been two other people who contacted Yao Xuanhuan previously, though they thought the price too high. One had offered 15 million, another 16 million. Neither met Yao Xuanhuan's expectations, so both were still considering their options, and nothing was finalized yet. Yao Xuanhuan proactively told me about the preferential terms for shareholder purchases. For a large structure like the sales office, shareholders received a 10% discount, meaning I could buy it for just 18 million yuan. For ordinary customers, the lowest possible price would still not be below 19.5 million. Since that was the case, I made an immediate decision and signed the contract. I didn't have that much money left in my personal account. Bai Luoxue quietly reminded me. The cannery factory belongs to you too. That was true. Today was Saturday. Even the bank stopped handling business matters after hours, so we'd just have to wait until Monday. Besides, Xuanhuan had already mentioned that it didn't matter whether the payment was made earlier or later. The sales office had completed its historical mission. The building needed cleaning and relocation, which would take at least 3 to 5 days. Still, I could sense from his words that he preferred me to pay sooner rather than later. Nobody ever refused more money, and things could proceed more smoothly with it. I stuck to my position and promised to have the money transferred by Monday. After leaving the sales office, Bai Luoxue went home while I returned to the small building at the cannery factory. That was when I suddenly remembered something. It was Saturday, and Bai Luoxue was off work too. How come she had appeared at the small building today? Was it possible she had come specifically to discuss the purchase of the sales office with me? Or had Xuanhuan suggested it to her? I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Could there actually be something going on between the two of them? Would Xuanhuan give her a cut? I couldn't help but indulge in wild speculations. My fault was that I hadn't asked her right when I first saw her. Why had she come to work on a Saturday? Now that the opportunity had passed, I couldn't ask anymore, nor did it seem necessary. Even if there truly was something between them, could I actually do anything to stop it? Bai Luoxue didn't come to work on Sunday. At noon, I wanted to make my own noodles, only to realize I had no flour left. Fortunately, the supermarket wasn't far away, so I bought a bag and returned. Once the flour touched the bowl, the texture felt different, very elastic. Once cooked, the noodles were smooth and firm, with a faint sweet fragrance. Even without side dishes, these noodles could easily be eaten down. That was when I noticed the manufacturer's label on the bag, Huangtu County Flour Mill. I suspected this flour was milled from my own wheat. After eating, I went back to the supermarket again. Earlier, I had been in a rush and just grabbed a random bag, barely caring about its price tag of several dozen yuan. As a wealthy boss like me, why should I care about just several dozen yuan? However, upon checking the unit price, I realized it was over twice the price of other brands. This only strengthened my suspicion that it was flour made from my own wheat. I casually asked the saleswoman, "Is this brand of flour, which is so expensive, easy to sell?" "Easy to sell? We've sold 99 bags this morning alone. See, this is the last bag left. If you don't take it, it'll be gone soon." I smiled but didn't respond. As I left empty-handed, the saleswoman muttered behind me, "If you don't want to buy, don't ask. It's expensive for a reason. If you won't eat it, plenty of people will." Perhaps this aunt had never watched TV or surfed the internet. It was normal she didn't recognize me. There were plenty of people in Huangtu County who didn't know who I was. That didn't matter. I heard what she said, and although it wasn't pleasant to hear, I found it quite comforting. Chapter 93, Food Wholesale Station. By Monday, I wanted the Minli Canned Food Factory's finance department to transfer the money directly to Xuanhuan Construction Company. Bai Luoxue reminded me that it would be better to purchase the sales office in my personal name, so I could collect the rental income in the future. If purchased under the company's name, the rent would go into the company account. I hadn't thought about that point at all. Originally, I thought since the canning factory already belonged to me, it wouldn't make much difference which name was used, but in reality, it made a huge difference. Therefore, under the pretext of collecting management fees, I had the finance department transfer the money first to the Ecological Agriculture Company, and then I withdrew the funds and sent them to Xuanhuan Company. This maneuver required me to pay a considerable amount of personal income tax, but compared to the steady income from future rents, it was still a very worthwhile deal. Bai Luoxue accompanied me to the sales office to handle the handover procedures and went to the Housing Administration Bureau to process the property certificate. It took half a day to finish this matter. Xuanhuan called and said the sales office had been cleared out and that he would personally deliver the keys to me later. His efficiency was quite high. During lunch, Bai Luoxue and I started discussing what specific business operations we would carry out at the sales office. Opening a shopping mall would involve selling many different kinds of goods, which would bring more complicated management affairs. I was already very busy and certainly didn't have enough energy to manage that. Bai Luoxue's main focus was now on the Minli Canned Food Factory, so she couldn't supervise this place every day either. Eventually, we decided to leverage our own resource advantages and focus on small-scale wholesale business to complement the canning factory's business strategy. We renamed the sales office the Green Food Wholesale Station and focused on selling various fish canned goods from the factory. Our main customers would be small individual buyers whose monthly orders were less than 100 cases. That way, those small shops, mini supermarkets, or even street vendors could now sell fish canned foods and specialty pickles. When discussing the management structure of the Green Food Wholesale Station, Bai Luoxue and I had a disagreement. Bai Luoxue wanted me to make it a subsidiary company under the Ecological Agriculture Company, but I preferred to place it under Minli Canned Food Factory as an export department. In the end, Bai Luoxue convinced me. It was better to have one more second-level company than one more third-level subsidiary. That way, if any problems arose with the canning factory, the Green Food Wholesale Station would not be affected. It seemed I had been thinking too simplistically, so I agreed to her suggestion. The wholesale station needed staff. Upholding the principles of efficiency and streamlining, I transferred 10 relatively young employees from the canning factory, both male and female, and appointed one of the original group leaders to be the store manager responsible for daily operations. I also moved an accountant from the finance department to handle the financial affairs. When applying for the business license, Bai Luoxue and I had another disagreement. She wanted me to be the legal representative since I was the investor, but I suggested she take the position instead. Truthfully, I had my own little ulterior motive, hoping to bind her closer to me through this arrangement. She declined. So in the end, I had to force the issue by administrative command. She simply accepted it. After completing the legal procedures, I arranged for 3 large signs to be made and held a grand unveiling ceremony in front of the building. I did not invite county-level officials to the event, but the ever-watchful media had caught wind of it and arrived early in front of the building, waiting to conduct interviews. Since I was not the legal representative, I didn't accept any interviews, but instead pushed Xiuxian to the front stage. Forced by the situation, she spoke briefly, which also served to promote the wholesale station. On the day of the unveiling, the wholesale station was extremely lively. Customers lined up so long it seemed they stretched into the horizon. The 10 staff members were overwhelmed, so Xiuxian brought another 10 employees from the canning factory. All the trial goods prepared beforehand were sold out immediately, so we had to bring in several more trucks of stock. Since it was a storefront business, we couldn't close during lunchtime. The sales staff had to take turns eating and resting. Luckily, there were dormitories and a kitchen on the 3rd floor, making it convenient. To prevent the staff from overexerting themselves, I decided to close the store in the evenings. Xiuxian agreed, and the employees were even more delighted. Except for the night watch staff, the rest of the staff went home to rest. The next day, customers continued coming in an unbroken stream. Upon inquiry, I learned they were mostly owners of small shops. They had been waiting for these fish canned goods for many days and finally had a place to buy them. Judging from their expressions, their excitement was clearly visible. This level of popularity lasted for a whole week. After that, the number of customers gradually decreased, although there was still a steady flow. Xiuxian reported that the subsequent customers were mostly from outside Huanta County. This showed that the news had spread. I guessed it was due to word of mouth from friends and relatives, but more likely due to media exposure. I even praised Xiuxian for her excellent publicity efforts. She said it was all because I had forced her. Since the store had been officially set up as a wholesale station, the amount of retail business naturally decreased. Those small shop owners couldn't possibly come every day to buy wholesale goods. Before long, the number of customers dropped significantly. Even with just 10 employees, most of them were idle most of the time. A comparison of sales figures showed a significant drop compared to earlier periods. Xiuxian analyzed that the store's product variety was too limited. The next wave of wholesale demand wouldn't arrive until those small shops and mini supermarkets had sold through their existing stocks. During this period, business would relatively be slower. Faced with this situation, we needed to find a solution, otherwise the wholesale station wouldn't generate much profit. I thought about the flour from the flour mill. When I brought this up, Xiuxian also agreed to expand the product range. She knew the quality of the flour well, having eaten it before, but was concerned it might sell too well, causing supply shortages and making it difficult to place orders. This matter required me to personally intervene. Upon arriving at the flour mill, I found the manager. He recognized me immediately and greeted me with tea and cigarettes, showing great courtesy. He naturally understood that his excellent flour sales were entirely due to my wheat supply. Purchasing flour directly from him would be expensive, cutting into my profit margin. If I wanted to make money, it would only come from volume discounts, which I naturally wanted to avoid. Since I delivered wheat to the flour mill daily anyway, I proposed that they help me process part of it by charging me a processing fee. The specific quantity would depend on the wholesale station sales performance, so I initially placed a trial order. The manager of the flour mill was very willing to help. He certainly wouldn't risk losing me as a raw material supplier over a small benefit, especially now that I had also become his customer. In this way, the cost of the flour became significantly lower, and the profit margin was quite considerable. The flour was delivered directly to the wholesale station, but I didn't handle the procedures so straightforwardly. In terms of bookkeeping, Xiuxian handled some arrangements by having the special eco company enter a contract with the flour mill for processing raw materials, which were later resold to the wholesale station. Thus, I could obtain the flour at the wholesale discounted price offered by the flour mill, while the wholesale station could then sell it at a slightly higher price to vendors who were unable to purchase directly from the mill. We also offered retail sales at market prices for the convenience of nearby residents. With the introduction of flour products, the wholesale station experienced another surge in sales. Although this wasn't as intense as the opening day, the sales figures were still impressive. After calculations, Xiuxian discovered that the profit margin on flour was nearly equal to that of fish canned goods. Even more importantly, whatever quantity of flour we received in the morning would be completely sold out within a single day, forcing me to purchase more each following day, gradually increasing the size of each order. The manager of the flour mill seemed reluctant to allow me to process too large a batch at once, but aside from some grumbling, he couldn't refuse me. In the end, he concluded our conversation with the phrase, "Let's all earn money together." Chapter 94. Introducing new varieties. Seeing how well the white flour sold, I thought again about cornmeal. The corn grown on the island should also have a unique flavor. Though I hadn't tasted it myself, I could only assume it would be good. Cornmeal is a niche grain. People usually use it only for making porridge or desserts, not for daily large-scale consumption. I thought this would be a selling point, so I decided to give it a try. All my corn had been sold to feed mills, where the ground cornmeal could not be sold as food for customers. So I contacted a flour mill, but they didn't process corn. The manager recommended a small individual processing plant near the flour mill that specialized in cornmeal for local residents. I found this old man and asked him to help process a truckload of corn. That was naturally no problem, but when it came to selling, packaging became an issue. Selling it in bulk, like retail, wouldn't allow salespeople to sell much, no matter how busy they were. Since this was a trial sale, I didn't think too much into it. I simply had the processed cornmeal transported to the wholesale station. The store ordered a batch of 5 kilogram small packaging bags. I filled them myself and placed them on the shelves, which made selling much easier. Initially, people bought just to try. A few store owners took a small amount. But a week later, cornmeal sales spiked again, creating another wave of purchases. Bai Luoxue had to send more staff to help again. 2,000 jin of cornmeal sold out on the very same day. I hurried to process another truckload. Workers packed the bags in the back while sales clerks sold them in front. The second truckload sold out as well. Bai Luoxue suggested I process more at once to save on trips, but I chose to go against the grain. I remembered the principle of scarcity marketing. I wouldn't make too much, just 1 truckload a day. This only increased customer demand. Merchants waiting in line every day to buy cornmeal often had to wait until it was sold out. The next day, they had to come earlier, or there would be nothing left. Some vendors started to complain, saying they had queued for 3 days and still couldn't get any. If not for seeing how well the product sold, they wouldn't waste so much time. Selling goods is also serving the people. One clerk brought this complaint to me. After discussing with Bai Luoxue, we decided to implement an order management system. This way we could accurately track how much needed to be processed, reduce the waiting time for vendors, and maintain a stable customer base. This strategy was applied not only to cornmeal, but also to white flour. The results were immediate. Work had a clear goal now, and we no longer needed to borrow workers from the confectionery. 10 clerks were more than enough to manage. Although the number of customers seemed to decrease, sales actually increased, and efficiency improved significantly. Seeing the clerks with a lot of free time now, Bai Luoxue suggested maybe we could bring in some vegetables or fish to the wholesale station. I immediately rejected that idea. My warehouse number 1 already focused on bulk wholesale, and setting up the same business at the wholesale station would not only affect foot traffic there, but also affect the convenience market and even large stores. It wasn't a good idea. Putting vegetables in the wholesale station wouldn't truly achieve bulk sales. It would be just retail at best. I had no interest in that business. Since I disagreed, Bai Luoxue didn't give up. She told me that if employees were idle for half the day, she would consider layoffs. When workers see each other lazing about, once someone slacks off, others follow. Over time, service quality and work enthusiasm decline, which seriously harms the store's image and ultimately affects sales. I hadn't thought of that. I had to take her opinion seriously. It was too early to start layoffs after just opening. That would certainly have a negative impact. So I postponed the layoffs and considered introducing other business operations instead. As I was pondering what else to sell, Luoxue brought me some amazing news. The 50 baby chicks on the island had grown up. Their growth speed was indeed amazing, though not surprising. I had expected it. Still, I was shocked when I saw them. The hens had grown as big as roosters, and the roosters had grown as big as geese. Even the eggs they laid were as large as goose eggs. Holding one in my hand, I couldn't believe it. I tried frying one, and the taste was excellent, much more fresh, tender, and silky than regular chicken eggs, especially the intense aroma. Even more surprising, Luoxue had already collected thousands of eggs, neatly arranged in a small room. A group of baby chicks ran around behind her, following her wherever she went. What's going on here? Luoxue explained. There were both hens and roosters on the island, so naturally they bred. She couldn't explain it clearly herself. Normally, it takes 21 days for chicken eggs to hatch, but here, they hatched in just 2 days. Upon hearing this, I told her to go through the collected eggs again and pick out those that looked especially smooth on the surface, and place them back on the ground to be naturally hatched by the hens. Luoxue understood immediately. Sure enough, 2 days later another group of baby chicks appeared on the island. I couldn't possibly eat all these eggs myself, so I decided to sell them at the wholesale station. For this, I specially ordered a batch of egg trays. Regular egg trays were simply unusable. They couldn't hold such large eggs. The eggs were unusual in variety, and therefore priced higher. When they first hit the shelves at the wholesale station, people stared at them like they were some kind of monster. At first, no one dared to buy, but eventually someone brave enough tried a few, tasted them, got addicted, and came back repeatedly for more. People are curious by nature and easily follow trends. You eat it, I'll eat it. You buy it, I'll buy it. Word spread like wildfire, and soon the eggs sold out. While deciding how many eggs to supply daily, I noticed a strange phenomenon. These hens didn't just lay 1 egg a day. I had Luoxue observe carefully, and each hen laid about 10 eggs, and at minimum, 7 or 8. This explained how she had already collected thousands of eggs within just a few days. The number of chicks on the island was increasing. There was no need to buy more separately. They grew fast, and soon egg production would rise, fully meeting the wholesale station's needs. The half sack of millet I had left on the island was long gone, and Luoxue hadn't asked me for more. I asked her what the chicks had been eating during this time. For adult chickens, aside from naturally foraging on the island, they could also be fed wheat and corn. Bai Shui told me that she and Ru Feng mashed leftover vegetable vines and fed them to the chicks, which they loved. The adult chickens ate them too, so the previously inedible vegetable scraps found a new purpose. As a result, the chicks grew even faster. It turned out to be a clever idea for repurposing waste. Thinking about this, I looked at those dried vegetable vines, which had already been piled up in several stacks. We hadn't thought about disposal when there was only a little, but now they had piled up into a lot of waste. Ru Feng gave me a suggestion: crush them and sell them to feed mills or breeding farms. He used the corn harvester to crush some of it, and tried it at a cattle farm. The cattle farm manager shook his head in disbelief the moment he heard they were vegetable vines. My cows won't eat that. I insisted he try it, and he seemed very reluctant. Yet the moment he threw the crushed vines to the cattle, just like during the trial feeding of cornstalk silage, the cows devoured it all in an instant. The manager was astonished. I fed them vegetable vines before, but but the cows wouldn't even sniff them, let alone eat them. What's going on today? No matter his confusion, he finally agreed to purchase the feed. With a market available, things became easy. I entered the space and instructed Ru Feng and Ru Shui to grind all the remaining vegetable vines into powder, then deliver it all at once to the cattle farm. This also became one of our resource recycling measures. Chapter 95, plus some cat and dog food. While delivering corn to the feed factory and waiting in line, I overheard a conversation between two men that caught my attention. Old Zhao, previously cat and dog food barely sold at my store. I almost had to close down. A few days ago I placed an order here, and after selling it, the feedback was great. People say their cats and dogs absolutely love it. Some pets had been sick, their owners had taken them to the vet countless times, but they remained weak and listless. After switching to this feed, guess what? Their health improved. They began eating well again, full of energy every day, and the little owners were extremely happy. They all say it's due to this feed. I tried giving it to our cat at home too, and the cat's been getting livelier and livelier. My daughter adores it. Seems like this feed really does have some magic. So today, no matter how late I have to wait in line, I have to get some. Oldly, I've encountered the same thing you're talking about. In fact, there's still some cat and dog food in my shop. The past few days it's been selling quite fast. I'm worried I might run out, so I'm here early to stock up in advance, to avoid customers getting anxious. Aren't we running a business to serve the people? We need to anticipate their needs, to think ahead of them, and meet their demands beforehand. That's how we run a good business. Their conversation reminded me of something. When it was finally my turn to deliver the corn, I asked to speak privately with the owner. Having delivered here daily, we were quite familiar with each other. After some customary small talk, I casually asked what ingredients were in the feed. The owner seemed indifferent. Corn, fish meal, bone meal, and some other additives. The fish meal that came as a byproduct from the canning factory was delivered here and was a main ingredient for cat food. I now understood that the fish meal combined with corn was the reason for the magical effect. If I were to purchase cat and dog food, could you offer me a discount? Of course. You're my big client. I'll give you a 20% discount on top of the best deal I offer anyone else, so you'll still make a profit even when reselling wholesale. I hadn't expected the owner to be so generous, and I immediately signed a contract with him. He had thought I was joking at first, signing the contract while laughing. I thought you were just kidding around. Never expected you to actually buy. My bad, all my fault. I underestimated Boss Chun. I blurted something I shouldn't have, but a true gentleman sticks to his word. Though I'll be supplying you this, truth is, I'm only breaking even. The profits I make are barely enough to pay the workers' salaries. Whether he was telling the truth or not didn't matter. Either way, I had managed to secure the feed at the cheapest price possible. On the return trip, I had Roughwind load a full truckload and deliver it directly to the wholesale station. When the shop assistants saw the cat and dog food, they felt it was inappropriate for a food shop to carry such items. I explained, food is just food, right? Humans eat, so do cats and dogs. Therefore, if we can sell food for people, we can also sell food for animals. Take white flour, for example. Don't dogs eat it? Don't they eat steamed buns? Don't cats love fish cans? Selling cat and dog food is perfectly normal. The employees knew I was the real boss behind the scenes. They wouldn't dare to argue with me. If I insisted, they sold it. No questions asked, and the cat and dog food were displayed on the shelves. Sales weren't as hot as flour or fish cans before. There were almost no wholesale buyers. Only when people came for other items would they pick up a bag or two, and we didn't sell much more than a few bags a day. Some employees began to grumble. Boss Chin bought a truckload of cat and dog food. Guess it'll take a year to finish. Might even expire and have to be thrown out like garbage. Bai Luoxu reported this to me. I just chuckled. It's an experiment, incidental business. It's not our main product anyway. Sell it if we can, stop stocking if it doesn't sell. It doesn't tie up much money anyway. Don't worry about it. Just pretend we don't have it. However, after putting the cat and dog food on the shelves for a week, more and more customers started coming to buy them. Employees found themselves restocking the shelves 4 or 5 times a day, as retail sales for pet food started to boom. Someone suggested that we start selling in bulk. Bai Luoxu personally visited the store to observe the purchasing habits of customers. Most were buying 4 or 5 bags, some even more. That indicated we had the groundwork for a wholesale business. She made the decision on the spot. Pack every 5 or 10 bags into a small box for wholesale at tiered prices. The more you bought, the cheaper it got. Regarding pricing, she consulted with me over the phone. I gave her a price range, upper and lower limits, and told her to handle the rest. As a result, employees were busy packing again, and I got busier too. Every 2 days, I had to drive another truck from the feed factory to deliver pet food. Roughwind was the driver. My daily schedule was now packed solid. Morning hours were spent on vegetable and fresh fish wholesale deliveries. In the morning I delivered cat and dog food, then eggs. After that I had about 2 hours of free time. I would go around to the canning factory, take a look at the work, understand the situation, and quickly return to the villa to study online. At noon, Bai Luoxu rested in the guest room, while I continued studying as usual. In the afternoon I had to manage the space, selling wheat, corn, feed, and crop straw. It was busy, but fulfilling and joyful. When I saw the number in my bank account rising rapidly, I felt even happier. Father called. Uncle had returned, and Aunt was with him. My cousin's family didn't come. Father asked me to make time to come home and meet with Uncle. No matter how busy I was, I still needed to go back home. It had been nearly 20 years since I last saw Uncle. I could hardly remember his face. I only had a vague childhood impression of him. It just so happened to be Saturday. I really should go home. I went to the mall and bought many gifts. Vegetables were already at home, so I took a few fish from the space. The home pond probably didn't have any left, and I wanted uncle and aunt to taste my fresh fish. When I returned home and saw uncle, I could barely recognize him. If he hadn't appeared at home, I wouldn't have dared to recognize him on the street. His aged face looked frail and old. Uncle was more than 10 years older than father. In my eyes, the age gap felt like 20 years. Aunt also looked elderly, her face dark and wrinkled, like an old woman. They say people from the city look younger than those from the countryside. Yet after living in the provincial capital for so many years, uncle and aunt actually looked older. When they saw the gifts I had bought for them, they said there was no need for such formality among family. Mother went to check on the vegetable greenhouse behind the house, while I and father stayed with uncle and aunt, chatting casually and reminiscing about the past. Normally father rarely mentioned uncle. Only occasionally did mother mutter a sentence or two. Perhaps because I was present, my usually quiet father would immediately stop her, preventing her from continuing. And I always acted like a well-behaved child, never asking further questions. From the occasional remarks made by mother, I had generally learned about the estrangement between them and uncle. Chapter 96, A Hidden Rift. Back in my grandfather's generation, life was extremely hard. My grandfather was an only child and didn't marry until he was 40. According to mother, grandma was a beggar whom grandpa took in, and thus they somehow formed a family. In fact, this so-called family initially just occupied the two low-thatched huts previously lived in by uncle. Later, when my uncle was born, the two huts still managed to accommodate them. Then came my father, 13 years younger than uncle. Fortunately, uncle really cared for father and their relationship was pretty good. When uncle was young, he was very handsome. Aunt didn't mind his poverty. Despite her family's strong opposition to the marriage, Aunt Yuan cut off relations with her parents and followed uncle. Such a situation indicated that the two valued xianxia and were deeply affectionate towards each other. Naturally, grandpa and grandma were delighted to welcome aunt into the family, yet this raised the problem of accommodation. Uncle and aunt lived in the west room, while grandpa, grandma, and father squeezed into the east room. To make it work, they even demolished the old kitchen and built a small separate house in the yard to serve as the kitchen. Though life was tough, the whole family got along well. Later, my cousin was born, bringing joy into this impoverished household. A few years later, father reached the age to start his own family. He and mother got along well at their first meeting, and their marriage was soon settled. But this caused anxiety for grandpa and grandma. Where would the newlyweds live? This became a big problem. They had to build a new house. Grandpa discussed the matter with the village, obtained approval, and then built 3 new adobe rooms to the west of the original 2. They built adobe houses, which required making the bricks themselves. Mother wasn't even part of the family yet, and with grandpa now elderly, this task mainly fell on uncle, aunt, and father. During farming off-season, they would make bricks. Though it was tough work for the 3 of them, within 6 months the 3 new rooms were completed. They brought mother into the house without even waiting for the walls to completely dry. Naturally, mother was married into the new house, while grandpa, grandma, and others continued to crowd into the 2 thatched huts. Uncle proposed either they move to the new house or allow grandpa and grandma to move there. Either way, it was unreasonable for them to keep squeezing together. Grandpa suggested uncle and aunt move into the new place and enjoy the new house for a while. However, aunt held a different opinion and preferred grandpa and grandma to live in the new rooms. My parents agreed. In the end, grandpa and grandma moved into the east room of the new house, while uncle and aunt remained in the old ones. However, from mother's complaints I later heard, this decision had originally been made to allow uncle a bit more space, perhaps to monopolize the 2 old rooms. Had they moved into the new home, they'd only have gotten 1 room, with the middle room shared with grandpa and grandma. With 7 people eating together every day, perhaps minor squabbles over daily matters gradually built up, and differences emerged. It was actually uncle who first proposed that it was time to split the household. Father, considering their brotherly bond, allowed uncle to choose which room he wanted during the division. Wanting to appear generous, uncle chose the 2 older rooms, offering the new house to father, with the condition that grandpa and grandma would stay with father and mother. That was only reasonable. Grandpa and grandma definitely needed a place to live. Both brothers agreed to this plan, and actually, mother didn't object either. With the sons having no complaints and the daughters-in-law having no objections, grandpa and grandma certainly had no objection either. Immediately, they invited the village head and drafted documents to formalize the division with witnesses. From then on, uncle and aunt still cooked in their small original house, while my parents and grandparents built a new kitchen separately and started their own household. Initially, the matter was handled relatively satisfactorily, and everyone thought they would just continue living peacefully from then on. Not long after I was born, grandpa passed away from old age. I have absolutely no memory of him. According to mother, when I was young, grandma used to look at me often. Around when I was 5 years old, grandma also passed away from heart disease, leaving the east room empty. At this point, uncle and aunt approached my parents, wanting to divide that room and claiming that the elder's room should be shared equally between the 2 sons. Mother retrieved the document signed during the house division and fiercely argued her case. Clearly written in black and white was that the 3 new rooms all belonged to father, leaving uncle no right to any share. Uncle and aunt countered by claiming that this issue had simply been overlooked back then, and such an allocation had been unfair. Now he wanted to address it. Naturally, mother wouldn't agree to this. And as father usually followed mother's opinion, he obviously also refused to give up even half a room to uncle. Uncle then brought this issue to the village head, requesting him to mediate and redistribute the house fairly. The village head advised my parents to make a small concession, suggesting that giving uncle half a room was fair. His argument wasn't completely unreasonable. My cousin was in high school and would need a place to get married in a few years. As for me, being still very young, I could be considered later. Matters should be arranged according to urgency first. Mother wouldn't allow them to get their way, dismissing all their arguments as unreasonable. Thus, the matter was temporarily put on hold. Mother told father that since uncle was close to the village head, the latter would naturally side with him. Father, who had been slightly wavering, fell silent after a harsh scolding from mother. My cousin studied hard and got admitted to a university in the provincial capital. Not long afterward, uncle and aunt followed him to the city. According to father, my cousin found them jobs through a classmate. It was definitely better for them to work in the city than struggle in the countryside. So, uncle and aunt left their hometown. Perhaps because the dispute over dividing the house had soured relations. When they left, uncle left father with one condition. Without his permission, father was not allowed to move into his 2 thatched rooms. From then on, those 2 thatched rooms remained locked until I finally bought them with my own money. If I had to say there was only one conflict between the 2 brothers, it was exactly over this one matter. This house looks so impressive. It's even better than the buildings in the provincial capital. Uncle kept praising the house. Aunt joined in enthusiastically. This house is spacious. 5 main rooms, plenty of space to live. There's a kitchen, a woodshed, and even a garage downstairs. In terms of layout, design, and construction quality, this house is one of the best in the entire village and surrounding areas. It's definitely no worse than the Chun family's 2-story villa to the east. It might even be better, considering their compound isn't as large or wide as ours. Father couldn't hide his pride. I asked uncle and aunt how life was in the provincial capital and how my cousin was doing. Uncle didn't answer immediately. He sighed, then began to wipe away tears. Aunt also seemed deeply saddened and cried alongside him. This naturally made me even more curious and concerned. After repeated inquiries, they finally revealed the bitterness in their hearts. When uncle and aunt arrived in the provincial capital, my cousin did find them work, a temporary job at a garment factory. But due to their advanced age, they couldn't become regular workers there. Still, they worked like this for 20 years. They had supported my cousin through university, watched him find a job, and then struggled through his wedding preparations. All the while, they continued living in rented accommodation. It had been difficult to find a suitable match for him. Finally, they managed to buy a used 2-bedroom apartment, paying the down payment and taking out a loan. Chapter 97. Uncle's bitter past. My cousin got married and married a colleague who worked in an electronics factory. The marriage was quite satisfactory, and within 2 years they gave birth to a granddaughter, bringing much joy. However, there was one problem that troubled my uncle. My cousin's financial authority was in the hands of his wife. Since his wife refused to pay for the loans, my uncle and aunt had to bear the costs. When dining together, the daily food expenses had to be covered by them as well, leaving the 2 of them with little savings. As the granddaughter grew older, the issue of living space became problematic. Since she was a girl, she couldn't continue living with her parents, and it wasn't suitable for her to live with her grandparents either. In the end, the granddaughter lived in the living room. After a while, my cousin's wife started voicing her discontent. Finally, she spoke up and asked my uncle and aunt to move out and rent a place. Renting a place, of course, meant spending additional money, so my uncle and aunt made their financial difficulties clear. They agreed to move out, but the bank loan should be repaid by my cousin and his wife. My cousin's wife was upset, and in a fit of anger returned to her parents' home, staying there for a whole month. My cousin called her back twice, but she refused to come home, saying that she wouldn't return as long as my uncle and aunt were still living in the house. "You go ahead and live your family life. This place is no longer mine," she said. My cousin was afraid of his wife and couldn't persuade her to change her mind, so he had to convince my uncle and aunt to move out. To preserve family harmony and avoid marital conflicts for the young couple, my uncle and aunt decided to bite the bullet. They moved out and rented a shabby 1-bedroom apartment, continuing their life in such a makeshift fashion. Eventually, the mortgage was paid off. My uncle and aunt had thought life would ease somewhat, but unfortunately, due to their advancing age, the garment factory no longer wanted them for part-time jobs. They were unemployed. Being temporary workers without pensions, they were left with no income after losing their jobs. My cousin did often visit them, but since he didn't control the money, he was helpless in offering financial support. His wife insisted that their daughter would soon be entering university and required considerable funds for tuition, and they had to save accordingly. My uncle and aunt couldn't just sit idle and watch their savings drain away. My uncle took a temporary job guarding a neighborhood gate, earning a small amount, but at least gaining some income. My aunt started scavenging garbage, earning a few dozen yuan each day. Unfortunately, my uncle looked too old and was fired again. My aunt's health was also poor. Together, the 2 managed to scrape by on the small amount they earned from scavenging. Considering that he'd eventually have to return home, and not having seen his father in many years, my uncle thought it would be shameful to come back only after death, so he returned this time to reconnect emotionally with his father. While recounting all this, my uncle also apologized to my father and me for having been cold and indifferent when those 2 straw huts were sold. Hearing the tough and tragic life experiences of my uncle and aunt, I forgave all their inappropriate actions from the past. At this moment, I formed a new idea. Since they were living an unsatisfactory life in the provincial capital, why not move back to our hometown? The newly built house was spacious and had room enough for them to live comfortably. Our current living conditions were more than adequate to support the 2 of them. If my cousin and his wife were unwilling to take care of them, I would do so. After proposing this suggestion, tears reappeared in the aged eyes of my uncle and aunt. They agreed, and my father had no objections either. The only thing remaining was my mother's opinion. If she didn't oppose it, they would return. I proudly took on the task of persuading my mother myself. I went to the backyard to find her and told her about my uncle and aunt's hardships and my plan. At first, my mother disagreed. She said that we had been living separately for years, and each lived their own life regardless of the other's circumstances. Now that they were in financial trouble, they still had a son of their own, and we had no obligation to take care of them. Seeing my mother's strong resistance, I presented her with a particular reason, and she immediately softened. I am currently dating a girl in the city. We are in a trial period. Her evaluation of our family's financial conditions isn't a problem, and she doesn't really have major issues with me personally either. However, what she's really testing now is the moral character of my family. You know, I only have one older brother and no sisters, and even if she doesn't live under the same roof with the in-laws in the future, she will still have to care for them. That's unavoidable. The bride's expectations are focused on the personality, temperament, and character of my parents-in-law. If we appear too narrow-minded, this marriage might not happen at all. My marriage had become my mother's greatest concern. For her, everything must yield to it, even if she had to endure some hardship. Though I had fabricated this whole argument, surprisingly, she believed it. Originally, apart from the matter of housing distribution, I had no other conflicts with your uncle and aunt. Besides, that happened long ago and wasn't a big deal anymore. Now that our family condition has improved and they wish to rely on your father, their brother, I don't mind. We can't let others gossip about us or affect your marriage because of this. Delighted when my mother agreed, I eagerly wanted to return and tell my uncle and aunt the good news. But my mother grabbed me by the hand. Was what you said just now true? That girl really has feelings for you. Definitely. Definitely. It's all dependent on how you and your father behave from now on. I quickly mumbled a response and went back home. As soon as she heard my mother's agreement, my father was delighted, and my uncle and aunt even more so. They immediately expressed their intention to return to the provincial city the next day, to move out of the rented apartment and deal with those old pieces of furniture before coming back for good. My father urged them to stay for a couple more days before returning to handle those matters. After all, it wasn't anything urgent. My aunt pointed out that the end of the month was approaching, and if they didn't move out now, they'd be charged for the next month's rent. It would be better to return early to avoid wasting money unnecessarily. Only then did my father agree. My mother went into the house. My uncle and aunt naturally understood that my mother had forgiven them and kept expressing their gratitude without end. We can't just sit around here being polite. We should prepare lunch and eat. Xiaoyu is busy and will have to return to the county town after eating. This remark made everyone laugh. So, my mother and aunt went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. My father took my uncle outside for a walk behind the house to observe the changes in the mountains, and I took the opportunity to enter the space to transplant some cucumber seedlings while nobody was around to harvest the vegetables. Lunch was quite lavish today. I noticed that my aunt was quite skilled in cooking, and her culinary skills rivaled my mother's. Perhaps when I was little I had eaten meals she cooked, but I couldn't remember even a bit of that. The two old brothers, my uncle and my father, had some drinks, and the atmosphere was pleasant. After lunch, I returned to the county town. My uncle and aunt returned to the provincial city the next day and came back after a week. It happened to be a Saturday again, and I went to the rural bus station to pick them up and bring them home. This time, my uncle and aunt truly had no intention of leaving again. They had said their goodbyes to my cousin, who gave only a verbal attempt to persuade them to stay. But faced with the helpless reality, he could do nothing but allow his parents to return to their hometown. He sent a message thanking my father and mother for taking in his parents. I scoffed at that. This time, my uncle and aunt brought up a new issue. They wanted half of the half-acre plot inside the greenhouse. They wished to cultivate a small piece of land. Seeing that my parents earned some income growing vegetables, they also wanted to grow their own. To avoid competing with my parents, they planned to sell their produce at a roadside stall in the village. Now that they had come to live at my house, how could I not get involved? They were even older than my parents, and I didn't want them to work so hard. I suggested that my uncle and aunt manage the greenhouse together with my parents, splitting the income evenly, which I believed would be fair. My father had no objection, but my mother did. Chapter 98, Bringing Mom and Dad to the City. The house we've built is new, so they can live there. You've already started the greenhouse, so they can just guard the entrance, and we can give them half of the profits. Isn't that almost the same as giving it to them for free? We don't lack that little money. Even if we had to support them, it wouldn't be a problem, so why would I care what they do? I just want to give them something to do so they feel they're not just freeloading. Why do you have such a big issue with this? Mom still seemed unhappy. Think about the reason I mentioned earlier. Do you want to appear so unwelcoming, making yourself look better by showing no tolerance for your uncle and aunt? These words seemed to strike a nerve with Mom. Okay, fine. We'll do it your way and give them half. We must appear generous. We can't let the villagers gossip. Mom agreed. I thought the matter was settled, but I didn't expect my uncle to oppose it. This setup feels like we're taking advantage of you, freeloading and making us feel guilty. Taking the money doesn't sit right with us. Then how can you feel at peace? I needed to make them feel they were rightfully accepting it. Only then would I consider this issue fully resolved. By working for it ourselves. Although we're older now, we can still do things. We have a new house to live in. We've never lived in such a nice place in our life. We're already very grateful. Just let us support ourselves, and we won't trouble you much. Great. I immediately agreed. Father thought I meant agreeing to give half the greenhouse to Uncle for them to grow vegetables themselves. In reality, I gave the entire greenhouse to them for operation. The premise was that they had to watch over the house and guard the sign of Shurgo Village Specialty Eco Company. Letting them operate the greenhouse was like paying them a salary indirectly, which was money they earned through their labor. They could live in the new house, but they must also take care of it, keep it clean, avoid making a mess, especially protecting the furniture well. My uncle and aunt readily agreed, yet they sensed the underlying implication. What about your dad and mom then? We weren't talking about cleaning. We meant how they earn their living. My city business is really busy, and I'm short on hands. I want them to come help me. I took this opportunity to voice my plan. Father had no objection. Mom seemed reluctant to leave this new home. How can that work? We won't get used to living in the city. So you're saying you don't want to help me anymore? I asked on purpose. No, that's not it. If you're willing, then just come help. Okay, fine. So that settles it. With several quick questions, I left Mom speechless. Regardless of whether she liked it or not, she had essentially agreed. Father looked very happy and quietly said to Mom, once we're in the city, you can secretly meet your future daughter-in-law too. Mom covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. The house was now completely handed over to uncle and aunt's management. I would bring my parents to the city, no longer needing to travel back and forth. My parents moved into the big courtyard I bought. Seeing how spacious it was, much more than our old home, they were very happy. Mom immediately expressed how much she liked this place. It felt exactly like home. I told her there was also a villa in Xuanhuan community. She was stunned. Dad was stunned too. A villa? I've only heard about them before. Never thought my son Xiaoyu could afford a villa. Come on, let's go see it. They didn't even take a break, urging me to go immediately. To satisfy their curiosity, we went to Xuanhuan community. After introducing them to Master Gao, my parents now at least knew him. Once we reached the villa, the two of them went up and down the stairs, from the first floor to the third floor, walking back and forth several times. Their excitement and admiration were evident, but their pride was even more noticeable. Xiaoyu has really made something of himself, buying 2 houses, one of them a villa. From the moment we stepped into the villa, Mom didn't stop talking, and Dad simply followed behind, grinning. There's no water or electricity yet, so we can't live here. The community isn't finished either. Didn't you see the construction just now? It won't be long now. I assured them it wouldn't be too long before they could move in. What Mom said next made me feel a bit uneasy, but I knew it came from her concern and their understanding. What's there to live in? This big courtyard is just fine. This villa, we can visit once in a while, take a walk around, and tell others it's ours. But in the future, this will be your and your wife's place. Your dad and I won't get in your way. Back at the courtyard, Mom started arranging the house. The bedding was brought from home, already, just needed to be spread out. The kitchenware was fully equipped. I brought some vegetables from my space, caught a few fish, then grabbed a bag of white flour, some corn flour, and brought a box of canned fish and some side dishes from a wholesale store. Dad asked me what kind of help I needed from them and what specific tasks they'd be doing. I hadn't expected him to be so eager. I'll let you know once I've made up my mind. You two just rest first. I have something to take care of and need to go out for a while. It was still early, so I needed to go sell my wheat and corn. I really couldn't afford to put these tasks off until tomorrow. Judging by how things looked, I probably wouldn't even have enough time today. I must finish everything in one day. I feel like my energy is limited, not necessarily because I get tired, but because my time is restricted. These limited hours won't allow me to accomplish unlimited work. However, the island keeps growing, the land area getting bigger and bigger, while Ruff never seem to tire of cultivating new fields and planting crops. There are already thousands of acres of land now, and they are very busy within the space too. Before, when they had some free time, the two of them used to go fishing or play chess. Now they have to feed the chickens, collect the eggs, load the trays, and pack the boxes, which has nearly consumed all their spare time. Sometimes I also join in to collect the eggs. The chickens roam free and, you could say, the entire island is their territory. Some individual chickens would wander far away to lay eggs, which resulted in many eggs being left behind. Ruff made a suggestion that it would be better to keep the chickens enclosed within a separate space so the eggs wouldn't be lost. That idea sounded quite reasonable. So I bought some plastic woven netting and a bundle of bamboo poles. Ruff cleared a space in the northern part of the warehouse and fenced off an area to confine the chickens there. To make sure the chickens could have access to water in time, they dug a small ditch to divert water inside. That way, we didn't have to provide water for them every day. Ruff also wanted to give the chickens a shaded place instead of having them constantly exposed to the sun. Using the leftover green bricks from before, they specially built a chicken coop. When the midday sun became intense, the chickens could rest and keep cool here. Even more impressively, Ruff wove many straw rings from wheat straw and placed them inside the chicken coop, then putting xiuxian on the ground. Those chickens were surprisingly clever. They would sit there when laying eggs. As a result, all the eggs were laid in a more concentrated area and would no longer be lost. Ruff also moved all the egg tray cartons to the north end of the warehouse, closest to the chicken coop, which saved a lot of effort when collecting and packing the eggs. I couldn't help but marvel, saying that although this island belonged to me, it somehow felt as though Ruff were the real masters here. Everything was under their control and guidance. Since my parents arrived, tonight's dinner wouldn't be at the small building. I returned to the courtyard to keep them company. When they learned I didn't actually live here, my mother suddenly blurted out, "Then why did you buy so many houses?" Father quietly nudged mother with his elbow. "Old woman, you're asking too much. This is called an investment, dear. Money sitting at home is just paper, but property increases in value. Don't speak carelessly if you don't understand." Even without my saying anything, father had already explained on my behalf, and mother asked no more. "Who cooks for you when you live at the factory? Can the canteen food compare with what I cook at home? You're living a hard life. Mom can cook for you if you come home to eat. You can eat here and then go back to the factory afterward. What your mother said makes sense. Isn't it always possible to have meals at home?" Father was genuinely concerned too, but they had no idea about my secret. "It's inconvenient to come back for meals, and the food at the factory is pretty good. Don't worry, I'll occasionally come back for a few meals. If you don't let me eat at home, I'll still miss the food Mom cooks. Upon hearing this, the two elderly ones smiled happily. Chapter 99 Signal in the Space. Father brought up again the topic of what he could help me with. I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do. It's been a while since I last came to the county town. Let me first take Mom around to see the changes over the years. Shopping malls, the zoo, the plaza. It's changed a lot. You could say it's completely different from before. I left 10,000 yuan with them, so they could spend it and experience city life. Mom Janjir refused, saying they had money, more than enough in their card. What you have is yours. This is just my way of showing care. I'll only feel good when you spend it. If you don't, I'll feel uncomfortable. Mom was actually moved to tears. Look at how weak you are. A son giving you money to spend. It's a blessing, a joyful thing. You should be smiling. Mom smiled. That's exactly what I'm doing. Crying because I'm happy. Seeing my parents in such high spirits, I decided not to leave that night and would return to the factory early the next morning. Knowing they would be out tomorrow and I wouldn't have time to accompany them, I quietly went to the side room and retrieved the electric tricycle I had stored in the space. I told Father he could use it to take Mom shopping. The electric tricycle had been stored in the space for quite a while, until we started selling eggs, and Feng and Shui used it to haul cartons, egg trays, and eggs, giving it a new use. The small electric car at home was left for my uncle and aunt, so now this one belonged to my parents. For now, we could temporarily use the dump truck for egg transport, although it was like using a big tool for a small job. I'd figure out a better solution later. Back at the 3-story building of the Can factory, I entered the space again. The lights were on everywhere, illuminating the vegetable field clearly, but I didn't see Feng and Shui. It turned out they had gone to the chicken coop. Initially, when I bought the chickens, it was just because Shui wanted them as pets. But now, they had become part of a job. Shui still treated the baby chicks as pets. Whenever she had time, she came to stay with them, played with them, and fed them. Feng played with them too, even at night. There were no electric lights here, but they used their own lighting equipment and still had a great time. This darkness was too much for me. Habitually, I reached into my pocket for my phone, turned on the flashlight, and lit up the area so I could see clearly where I was stepping. By accident, I discovered something strange. When I entered the space, I clearly remembered looking at the quartz clock hanging on the wall of the guest room. It was 7:20 p.m. Now, my phone showed 7:25 p.m., which meant I had been in the space for 5 minutes. When I first discovered this space, I had done several experiments. No matter how long I stayed inside, when I came out, the time in the real world remained the same as the moment I had entered. What did that mean? The clock was ticking and the time on my phone was clearly changing. I hadn't noticed this before, which left me a bit confused. I wondered if something was wrong. Just then, my phone rang. The caller ID showed it was a call from my mother. Xiaoyu, I saw you on TV. I don't know when this news was filmed, but the provincial governor even shook hands with you. We were always busy at home and hardly ever had time to watch TV. At night, we got tired and went to sleep early. Only your father sometimes watched TV, but he didn't watch the news, just dramas. He knows nothing about what's happening in the county. I only heard about you being on TV from others before, but today, I really saw it myself. I'm so proud of you. This must have been old news that she had seen. After a few more words, I told them to rest early and hung up the phone. But my mind was still stuck on the time discrepancy. It was now 7:30. I returned to the Fengshi area and checked the time, 7:32 p.m. That meant I had been in the space for 12 minutes. Then I rubbed the ward on my left hand a few times and instantly returned to guest room 1. The clock still showed 7:20 p.m. I checked my phone. It also showed 7:20 p.m. In other words, after I entered the space, the phone time kept going, but as soon as I returned to reality, it reverted back to the exact time I had entered. This led me to think the real world was running synchronously with the time I spent in the space. I quickly checked the call log. There was no record of my mother's call at all. I immediately dialed her number. Anything wrong, Xiaoyu? Did you just call me earlier? No. Why would I call you for no reason? Oh, I heard the phone ring and thought it was you. Maybe I dialed the wrong number. Let me check again to see who it was. As I was about to hang up, Mom quickly said, Xiaoyu, I saw you on TV. I don't know when this footage was taken, but the provincial governor even shook hands with you. We were always busy at home and hardly ever had time to watch TV. At night, we got tired and went to sleep early. Only your father sometimes watched TV, but he didn't watch the news, just dramas. He knows nothing about what's happening in the county. I only heard about you being on TV from others before, but today, I really saw it myself. I'm so proud of you. This was exactly the same as what she had just said. What I said to my mother afterward, I couldn't even recall. I didn't remember how I hung up the phone either. My mind was completely filled with question marks. What did this mean? My phone could not only receive call signals inside the space, but it was also synchronized with the real world. I became excited. Through my phone, I could know in advance what happened in the real world. Wouldn't that make me a prophet? Returning to the space, I sat on a small stool by the cottage door, flipped open my phone, and started browsing to see what things I might learn ahead of time. After scrolling for a while, I became somewhat disappointed. Except for Wangyang live streaming, the only benefit was knowing things slightly before returning to reality, but it had practically no major use. The online news was mostly delayed, and live broadcasts were rare. Even if I did know things ahead of time, the significance was minimal. I felt a bit disheartened. Just as I was about to return to reality, Feng and Shui came back. Master, you're here looking at your phone. Is there any signal? Feng suddenly asked me. Of course there is. I let him check the news online. That's fantastic. Feng smacked his thigh. We can set up a local network here. We can install self-driving systems on the tractors, seeders, and other equipment. Convenient, fast, and labor-saving. Shui and I can be freed up to handle other tasks. The The planting area can be expanded further. Otherwise, development will be restricted. No matter how fast Xue and I work, there's a limit, unless Master buys a few more robots. Feng's suggestion was great and completely valid, which caught my serious attention. However, this wasn't something that could be easily implemented on a whim. I asked him to first consider a control plan for the autonomous driving system. All of that is already ready. It's installed in my chip. I hadn't mentioned it before because there was no internet signal, but now that I know the space can receive network signals, I brought it up. Feng sounded even more excited than me. Then what do I need to prepare? A signal receiver, computer, cables, automatic control system. The software and hardware required are numerous. Master has to be willing to invest. Fortunately, we have one natural advantage. Once we have the hardware, installation costs are saved because Xue and I can complete the setup. I took note of his words and asked where I could purchase such things. Tech companies. Back at our home base, all these items are available. If Master wants to buy them, ordering a complete package is very convenient. Feng started advertising for the tech company. I said I would contact them. After receiving my confirmation, Feng and Xue actually began dancing joyfully. Their dance moves were graceful. I watched from the side until they stopped, and then I left the space. Chapter 100 Parents visit the county town. I had to head to the cannery at 4:30 a.m. Don't think I woke up early. Feng Ru and Xue Ru started fishing at 3 o'clock already. Fishing itself doesn't take much time, but the process of sorting and categorizing took up a lot of their energy and effort. Fortunately, they worked fast. Otherwise, there was no way I could expand the cannery business. As soon as we met, Feng Ru asked me, "Did you contact the tech company yet?" It really cared about the matter. It wouldn't be proper to disturb them this late at night. I'll contact them during the day. I promised to reach out to them. As usual, I worked in wholesale, delivering mixed fish. After having a bowl of porridge in the cafeteria, I went to the factory on the east side of the road, entered the pocket dimension, and helped Feng Ru carry eggs, load them onto the dump truck, and deliver them to the wholesale station. I drove the truck in front, while Feng Ru sat in the back. When we arrived at the wholesale station, I went inside to handle business, while Feng Ru helped unload the cargo. What a handsome young man, tall and well-built. Is he already taken? A female sales clerk, around 50 years old, approached Feng Ru. The tech company had designed Feng Ru's looks and physique extremely well. He was a genuinely good-looking guy, 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, the very definition of a handsome guy. To avoid suspicion and prevent any unnecessary trouble, I had equipped him with a mask, sunglasses, and a cap. But even with this outfit, his good looks still couldn't be completely hidden. This ant must have noticed Feng Ru earlier, but hadn't found the time to chat until now. He is. Feng Ru answered coldly without pausing his work, lifting 10 boxes of eggs at once. This only drew the ant's attention even more. Strong and hardworking, too. Which lucky girl has caught this guy's heart? I guess I'm just too late. The ant sighed regretfully. Feng Ru didn't respond, and kept himself busy. When he finished unloading the last of the cargo along with the workers, my paperwork was done as well. Before getting back into the car, I quietly asked him, "Who is your girlfriend?" Xue Ru. My heart skipped a beat. When had this robot gotten into a relationship? Could it be that they had actually developed emotions? The thought creeped me out. Feng Ru still needed to come with me to the feed plant. We had originally planned to pick up cat and dog food in the afternoon, but the wholesale station ran out of stock, so we needed to go specially. After finishing this delivery, I sent Feng Ru back to the pocket dimension and then joined Xue Ru for harvesting vegetables for tomorrow morning's business. I gave Engineer Feng a call. As Feng Ru had said, Eastern Tech did have the ready-made software and hardware. Hearing it was Feng Ru's recommendation, Engineer Feng assured me the installation wouldn't be a problem. They didn't even need to come in person. All I needed to do was send over the equipment model numbers, after which the company would mail the items directly to me, and I could hand them to Feng Ru. The total price was 360,000. Without hesitation, I wired the payment from my mobile banking app. 10 minutes later, Engineer Feng called back confirming receipt of the funds. The package would arrive in 3 days. I took a quick round through the cannery to ensure everything was in order, and then returned to my study in the small villa. Bai Luoxu wasn't working today. Her parents had come to visit, so I returned to the courtyard house for lunch together with them. Oh my goodness. Huangta County has changed so much. It's been 5 or 6 years since your father and I last came here. Back then, whoever saw high-rise buildings? Buildings with 3 or 4 stories were considered tall. Now, skyscrapers are everywhere, totally transformed from what it used to be. Besides a few main streets, everything looks unfamiliar, making my head spin. We went to the park and wandered through a mall, but barely visited a few places. Fortunately, we had the electric tricycle, otherwise, we'd have seen even fewer sights. Mother kept talking while scooping noodles into my bowl, narrating her experiences from the past few hours. You're just country bumpkins. If you ever visit a big city, you'll think you've gone abroad. Father teased her from the side. You're just a frog in a well, as ignorant as me. Wherever you've been, I've been there too. You've seen no more than I have. Mother gave him back as good as she got. Father chuckled, completely unfazed by what Mother said, and continued eating his noodles. Mother added a piece of egg to my bowl. Xiaoyu, today I saw something amazing. Not far to the west, near our home, there's a grain shop, where I saw eggs this big. Mother gestured with her hand, showing the size. Almost like goose eggs. I thought they were goose eggs at first, but the label clearly said chicken eggs. I thought the store was trying to pull one over on me, and had a few words with the clerk. Turns out Mother had gone to the wholesale station and gotten into an argument with a staff member. Based on her character, I could imagine she had created quite a mess. Judging by her cheerful appearance now, nothing major must have happened in the end. I wonder how things got resolved. You didn't cause any trouble with the store staff, did you? The clerks probably didn't know who Mother was, considering she was visiting my shop. Then a young girl came over, saying, "Annie, those really are chicken eggs. They taste great. Take some home and try them. I guarantee you'll want more next time." As she spoke, the girl packed some for me, adding, "These are on the house, Andy." "Xiao, you guess what? That girl I know is actually your former boss, the one surnamed Bai. The moment I saw her, I liked her. Like her as I did. How could I let her give me the eggs for free?" I quickly picked them up and said, "How can Andy let a young lady give these to me for free?" Then I went to pay at the door. Truth is, I didn't want to buy them. I just did it out of respect for the girl. Eggs are more delicious the smaller they are. How could an egg as big as a goose egg ever taste good? Still, I don't think that Miss Bai looked like the type to cheat people. So at noon, I fried one. You taste it and see if it's good or not. Taste aside, they were really expensive. 5 yuan for one egg, 50 for 10. Although we have a bit of money now, it still hurt to spend that much. Mom loved to chatter, so I just let her talk. I pretended to taste the egg and smacked my lips. "It's delicious, really. Mom, you eat it too, and Dad, you too." I served them both, and once they heard me say it was good, they started tasting it carefully themselves. As expected, they only had praise to offer. "Sure, it's expensive, but it really is good, worth it." Father gave a definite nod. The money wasn't wasted. Mom also changed her mind. The topic passed quickly. Father then asked whether I had made up my mind. What exactly did I want them to do? Huangta County might have changed, but that had nothing to do with them. They had to continue living their own lives. I thought about the wholesale station and got an idea. "I've made up my mind. You two will have work to do. How exactly to arrange it, I need to ask first. This afternoon you can go out and play again. Once work starts, chances are you won't have time to wander around. Treasure this precious time and tour the county town thoroughly." At the mention of work, my parents were even happier than they were eating those eggs. They truly followed my advice. In the afternoon, they went out shopping again. Seeing them leave happily, I hurried back to the rented workshop. I was eager to buy and sell grain. When delivering corn, I asked Feng Ru to bring back a truckload of cornmeal to the wholesale station. I noticed this morning that the stock was getting low. Busy moments always passed quickly, and before I knew it, half a day had slipped by. Mom had bought quite a lot in the afternoon, not only for herself and Dad, but even some clothes and daily necessities for me. Luckily, Dad rode the electric tricycle. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to carry everything back. "Try this on, does it fit? If not, I'll return or exchange it tonight." Mom handed me a blue t-shirt. Full of maternal love, I couldn't possibly reject an elder's good intentions. While dressing, I said, "Almost all my clothes are bought by Mom. They fit better than the ones I buy." Dad chuckled beside us. "That's true. A mother knows best what her son should wear." Mom couldn't help but boast. "Give it a rest. That's your son for now. But once he marries, you won't know so much anymore." Dad teased again. After dinner, the two elders went to watch TV, while I returned to the cannery. Chapter 101 Assigning Positions. Monday, in by Luoshua's office. "Your parents are here now. Then who will take care of the house?" She was thinking about the vegetable greenhouse and fish pond back home, and was already worried about me. I left them to Uncle and Aunt. They will help me manage things. "Oh, you mean Uncle and Aunt won't be leaving?" Bai Luoshua seemed surprised. "They're staying. Mainly for Uncle and Aunt's own good. Life has been hard for them. It's pitiful. Letting them manage the greenhouse would at least give them an income. They wouldn't accept money directly from me." I felt slightly guilty saying this. I had never actually offered to give my uncle money directly. When we bought the house before, they had asked for a rather high price, and although I had transferred the money without hesitation, I had always thought that my uncle really valued money. Now that I understood their difficult living conditions, I sympathized. Without that money, they would have had a rough couple of months, and I imagined they didn't have much left by now. That's exactly why I ultimately decided to let them manage the greenhouse. "You're so caring, and your uncle and aunt are admirable too. New house being occupied by others, greenhouses handed over to other people. These are not things just anyone could do. Your family's character truly moves me." Hearing Bai Luoshua's praise, I felt a great sense of comfort. I hadn't expected the justification I once mentioned to my mother would actually align with what Bai Luoshua just said. The only difference was that it had nothing to do with our relationship. "Thank you. Thank you for your kind words." Of course, I had to be polite. "Kind words? I'm just stating the facts. How do you plan to assign positions to your parents?" I noticed that Bai Luoshua really cared about my parents, which gave me a slight feeling of warmth. "This is something I need to discuss with you. How about letting them go to the wholesale station?" "That would be perfect. The wholesale station is actually short on staff." Although I generally understood the situation at the wholesale station, I couldn't compare to how well Bai Luoshua knew its specifics. Originally, I intended for my parents to help package the cornflour. If things became busy at the station, that position would likely be the most understaffed, and their involvement could help relieve the pressure. Bai Luoshua had even more thought into it than I did. She planned to have my mother cook for the employees, as she had tasted my mother's cooking skills before. She also appreciated my mother's working style, and since the wholesale station belonged to me, it was perfectly fine for my mother to go there and cook. My father was quite meticulous in his work. Assigning him to package the corn flour and inspect quality at the same time would feel much more reassuring than relying on the sales staff. Additionally, Bai Luoshua promised to pay my parents as regular employees. That point was crucial. Even though it was my own business, my parents shouldn't be treated poorly. Paying them a salary would give them more satisfaction and responsibility and make them take the job seriously and work conscientiously. I made one request to Bai Luoshua, not to let my parents know the wholesale station was my business. This would help management and prevent them from causing trouble for the employees. Don't worry. Given your parents' characters, they would absolutely not do anything like that." Bai Luoshua thought I was overthinking it. Then I remembered that my mother had met Bai Luoxue at the wholesale station before, so I asked her, "Why were you at work on a Sunday?" Bai Luoxue smiled. "I wasn't actually working. My house is just next to theirs. I just happened to drop by the shop when I went out, and I ran into your mom. Auntie is really interesting. I wanted to give her a few eggs to taste your specialties, but she insisted on paying, and I couldn't stop her. Let her pay then. Buying our own goods with our own money isn't a loss either. They say fat doesn't fly from one's own family. It shows that mother is good at managing household matters." A cheerful laughter filled the office. At noon, Bai Luoxue suggested I go home for lunch, and she wouldn't accompany me. She wanted me to personally tell my parents about starting work at the wholesale station, asking them to report in the afternoon and start officially tomorrow, the first of the month. This woman was so considerate, more thorough than I had been. My parents felt better once they understood the specific roles. My father acted rather calm, while my mother seemed somewhat flustered. What should I wear? I can't just go to someone else's store in an old house dress. If I'm cooking, wearing new clothes, I would really feel bad. Oil and smoke stains are unavoidable and hard to wash. Wearing something too old feels embarrassing. She kept pulling out various clothes, none of which she felt was quite suitable. Haven't you seen that the other staff have uniforms? Don't worry about the clothes. Never seen the world before. You wouldn't understand. You're doing manual work on site. While I'm cooking, it's different. Would camo clothes look good on me? You have to wear them whether they suit you or not. That's the requirement. It shows you're a member of the store. The old couple started bickering again. This time, I stood with my father, persuading my mother not to overthink it. Since I spoke in a gentler tone, my mother finally quieted down. In the afternoon, they went to sign in and receive their uniforms, and the matter was finally settled. The staff at the wholesale station had always cooked their own meals, only for lunch. Because cooking wasn't officially considered a job position, over time, everyone started to think selfishly. They were already tired from work, and no one wanted to take on extra effort. Eventually, everyone cooked separately, which caused unnecessary waste. Worse yet, it extended the lunch hour, sometimes delaying business. That was why Bai Luoxue had decided to hire a dedicated cook. Cooking was second nature to my mother. Preparing meals for about a dozen people was easy for her. She wouldn't need to buy fresh vegetables or fish herself. Every morning, the canteen from the canned food factory went to warehouse number 1 to purchase in bulk, and Bai Luoxue had arranged for some of those supplies to be shared, carried over by staff members who lived near the canned food factory. As for flour, the store already had plenty. Canned fish and side dishes were also no problem. Mother only needed to buy items not available at the store, like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings, or meat and seafood. She could find these easily with one quick trip to the convenience market. My parents would eat at the wholesale station, so there was no need to return home for lunch anymore. I could use this as an excuse not to return to the courtyard for lunch either, and instead enjoy a delicious meal with Bai Luoxue in the small restaurant by the lakeside villa. Technically, our cooking wasn't as good as my mother's, but somehow, I found it more delicious than hers. Father was assigned to package corn flour in the back. It looked simple enough, filling bags and sealing them repeatedly, but over time, it became tiring and left his arms sore. At 50, Father wasn't exactly old, but he couldn't compete with the younger workers anymore. Doing this job long-term would definitely cause physical problems. All the large machines in the space were already being automated, but the corn flour packaging process was still semi-manual. Even just for Father's health, I needed to upgrade the equipment. When it came to technical matters, I found that Rue Feng and Rue Shui understood quite a bit. Asking them directly was even more convenient than searching online. Right now, the packaging process used a handheld sealer, something Rue Feng had seen before. Mention it once, and it understood immediately. There are specialized machines designed for packaging granular materials from the technology company. They come in large, medium, and small sizes. I suggest the master purchase a small one. It would fully meet the needs. I contacted engineer Fong, and after checking the price, only 10,000 yuan, I placed the order immediately. The automated packaging equipment arrived the next day. I didn't personally go to the wholesale station to receive the equipment. Rue Feng went instead. According to Father, who told me in the evening, the test run was successful. With this machine, he only needed to stack the packages. Handling the small bags was now effortless. Knowing that I had solved the problem for Father, I felt reassured. Chapter 102, Agricultural Automation. The goods that arrived with this packaging machine were the electronic devices I had ordered from Oriental Tech, delivered by express. I went to handle this matter, and therefore, didn't have time to go to the wholesale station. After receiving these devices, Feng Ru and Shui Ru worked overtime to install them. These tasks were very delicate, requiring high technical skills. But for them, it was as simple as picking a cucumber or an eggplant. All mechanical power equipment on the small island had automatic control systems installed, and now required debugging. Master, there's still one issue that requires your personal involvement, network signal. Without it, nothing can be done. Ru Feng entrusted me with this key task. I was a bit at a loss. Laying network cables inside the space wasn't possible, so wireless transmission was the only option. That wasn't too much of a problem though. I bought a mobile Wi-Fi device and a data SIM card, which solved the issue. Placing the mobile Wi-Fi and a computer in the small house enabled the computer to access the internet. But this was just the first step. The biggest challenge was enabling those large machines to receive wireless signals. Building a base station on the island wasn't possible, and the network company couldn't assist with constructing infrastructure there either. Ultimately, Ru Feng solved the problem. We bought a high-powered signal amplifier from the network company and installed it on the rooftop of the small house. The signal could now cover 20 kilometers in all directions. Each device already had a signal receiver, which Ru Feng tested one by one without issues. Next, it set up a local network to connect all devices into a single system. However, during Landong testing, a new problem emerged. The coordinates of the other dimension didn't align with Earth's. In other words, the machinery couldn't be accurately positioned. Currently, it was only possible to remotely start and control movements, but precise relative positioning couldn't be achieved. Without this, completing operations was impossible. This was a challenge Ru Feng and Ru Xue didn't have solutions for in their stored data. Had this been in the real world, with existing GPS systems, this problem wouldn't even exist. It was a technological bottleneck. Initially, I wanted to consult Engineer Feng and see if he had any solution. However, I quickly changed my mind. I didn't want him to know about the secret of the other dimension. Ru Feng and Ru Xue didn't give up. Whenever they had time, they discussed the issue, even drafting plans on the computer for simulation tests to evaluate the feasibility of their proposed solutions. They even abandoned their hobbies such as fishing, playing chess, and feeding the little chicks. I didn't know how serious they were until finally they presented a highly original plan. Then I found out they hadn't rested for several nights straight and had been continuously researching, which deeply touched me. Their solution wasn't complex. By installing 4 wireless ranging devices around the island and adding one more at the top of the warehouse, every piece of equipment would then have a different coordinate relative to these fixed ranging devices, enabling accurate positioning. As for these technical details, I didn't understand anything about them. Whatever they said was fine with me. I just took care of purchasing the necessary electronic equipment. These devices could be bought right in Huangta County, so there was no need to trouble Oriental Tech again. After purchasing, installation was easy. Incidentally, I also bought some solar-powered lights, providing illumination around the warehouse and chicken coop. Unable to contain their excitement, Ru Feng and Ru Xue immediately began Landong testing. The combine harvesters and dump trucks quickly raced across the open area, driving straight, turning corners, stopping, unloading, working seamlessly together. The task was completed successfully. They then officially entered the fields to harvest the wheat. For the first time applying this remotely controlled autonomous combine harvesting system, I was still somewhat nervous and worried something might go wrong, so I stayed on site to supervise closely. Ru Feng was also on site, eyes glued to the fast-moving vehicles. Ru Xue remained in the small house, monitoring and operating the computer. As it turned out, my concerns were unfounded. There were absolutely no malfunctions, and everything was completed exactly as planned. It was fast, efficient, and most importantly, eliminated the necessity for Ru Feng and Ru Xue to manually operate vehicles. To improve work efficiency, Ru Feng made a suggestion. We couldn't continue harvesting 1 cart of grain and immediately transporting 1 cart. Doing so would certainly extend the harvest time, delaying the next planting cycle and rendering the automated control system meaningless. The optimal solution was to temporarily store the harvested grain in the warehouse and later transport it all together after the harvest was complete. The same principle applied to the crop straw. This way, the process wouldn't need to rush. Other than during the harvesting itself, operations could occur anytime with greater flexibility. Another advantage of this plan was its great potential. With the rapidly expanding cultivation area, this was the direction we eventually needed to move toward. Otherwise, even with more land, it would just remain idle. This was an unavoidable issue for me. Given this, I accepted its suggestion. And I also needed to change the operational method outside the space accordingly. I accepted Ru Feng's plan. There was no need to rush selling the grain every day anymore. The wheat and corn were temporarily stored in the warehouse within the space. I would transport them later when Ru Feng and Ru Xue were less busy. The rented factory was no longer sufficient. I called the fat ant who was a landlord and rented the other 2 idle factories as well. From then on, the entire courtyard was entirely under my use. One was used to store wheat, one for corn, and the other for corn straw silage. As for wheat straw, it had to be stored outdoors. The task of transporting goods from the space could be done at night or during a concentrated time period. I didn't need to strictly schedule it in the afternoon like before. My time management became much more flexible now. But there was one problem I had to face. Due to the continuously increasing crop production, the amount stored in the warehouse was no longer something that could be transported away with just 8 or 10 cartloads. Ru Feng and Ru Xue had their own duties within the space, and it was impractical to rely solely on them as drivers to transport all the grain in time, let alone also handling the silage and wheat straw. This issue didn't trouble me for long. I thought of hiring a transport team. So I called the manager of the transportation team and asked him to send people to help me with the logistics. But things didn't go exactly as I had imagined. The guy had gotten into trouble. Because of debt problems, he had legal issues, and due to limited financial ability to pay compensation, he was detained. We had always been in contact before, and he'd helped me a lot, even though we had never met face to face. We had developed a certain level of connection. Out of both humanitarian concern and business care, I decided to visit him at the detention center. He was actually a very loyal friend. Since he was no longer able to manage the transport team, he asked if I would be willing to temporarily take over. After inquiring in detail about the operation of the team, I expressed that I was willing to take charge temporarily. It turned out that all the vehicles weren't actually owned by him, but rather belonged to the drivers themselves. He simply acted as an intermediary, connecting cargo needs and collecting commissions, with the telephone being his only working tool. As I was in urgent need of transport vehicles, I agreed without hesitation. He truly was a person of integrity. Right in front of me, he made a call and informed one of the drivers that their boss had changed and they could contact me in the future regarding any business. I was genuinely moved. I asked him if he needed any help. He replied frankly that there was nothing too serious, just 6 months, and he'd be out again. Upon release, he wouldn't continue working in the transport team business anymore and promised not to interfere again, allowing me to fully take over the business. Before I left, he handed me all the drivers' phone numbers. Chapter 103, Father Takes My Place. I arranged for several trucks to enter and exit warehouse number 1 at the canning factory daily, exactly as I required. Of course, I didn't expect them to run errands for free. I paid the freight fees accordingly. After all, this was merely a cover, indicating that I had goods being delivered into warehouse number 1. That, however, wasn't the main point. The real purpose was to have the trucks deliver grain, green feed, and wheat straw. The transportation of goods mainly happened during the day, because at night, whether it was the feed mill, flour mill, or paper mill, none of them accepted shipments, so there was no way around it. The truck drivers understood perfectly, though there wasn't much I could do about their eagerness to earn money. At present, I faced 2 major problems. The first was when the drivers arrived, who would load the goods onto the trucks. Previously, when grain was scarce, I'd buy a truckload and immediately sell it off. Myself and Ruffling handled the deliveries, and we managed just fine. Now, with such large quantities of goods, if I followed each and every truck myself, there was no way I could handle it all. I needed to find someone reliable to handle loading. Ruffling and xiuxian were the ones I trusted most. Even though they knew plenty, they'd never leak my secrets. They hardly interacted with outsiders in the space, and even when they emerged to accompany shipments, they barely had time to chat with anyone else. Besides, they were just machines I trusted far more than people. Xiuxian remained inside the space operating the computer, controlling all the mechanical equipment for harvesting, planting, loading, and compressing green feed into bales, never needing to go to the scene personally. She only needed to monitor the automated operations from the computer. That way, I could bring Ruffing out of the space. At the same time, I also moved the loader and forklift out of the space to use for loading at the rented factory. I wasn't sure how Ruffling had designed it, but he handled these machines with incredible ease. He didn't need to climb into the driver's cabin, just operated them remotely, letting the machines load themselves automatically. I only cared about the results. I didn't need to ask how it was done, nor did I care. If something could be handled smoothly, why insist on understanding every detail? Wheat needed to be transported to the flour mill. Since this wasn't just 1 or 2 truckloads, but possibly dozens in a single day, final payment would come only after delivery was complete. Originally, I oversaw operations on site, but now I needed to find someone dependable for that as well. Who better than my father? Although he remained confused about what I did, he never pried or asked questions, merely saying he understood. This was exactly what made me feel secure. Thus, I reassigned my father, taking him away from his job at the wholesale station. White xiuxian would obey my decision when it came to matters not directly related to production or operation, as she knew I had another arrangement in mind. Plus, she had no objection at all since it was my own father being transferred. I assigned my father the task of recording the number of wheat deliveries at the flour mill, and then settle accounts once all the wheat had been delivered. This new job was much easier than his previous work at the wholesale station. It wasn't simply because it was less demanding that he was happy to accept. Rather, he believed that whatever I arranged must have been appropriate. So he stepped into the role immediately without hesitation. Though he didn't have much formal education, my father was accurate in basic arithmetic, and the final counts matched precisely the amount of goods dispatched by Ruffling. After selling the wheat came the corn. Then, my father drove his electric tricycle to the feed mill, where he received the corn shipments from the transport teams, counted, verified, and settled the payments. Once the corn in the number 2 factory building was all delivered, my father would then move on to the cattle farm to await the green feed delivery. All 3 of these tasks were within Yellow Soil County, and the tricycle's battery range was sufficient. But for the wheat straw, which had to be transported to the paper mill over 100 kilometers away, the electric tricycle wasn't up to the trip. On the first day, I drove my father there myself to help him familiarize himself with the location and the people he would be dealing with at the paper mill. I decided to equip my father with a car. Since he didn't have a driver's license, I bought him an all-wheel drive electric vehicle, enough range for round trips to the paper mill. Father really liked the new car, gladly ran errands, and gave his all for anything I arranged. The tricycle was returned to the space, where Ruffling could use it again for transporting eggs. My father needed to visit 4 locations each day, and couldn't return home for lunch. Not that he didn't want to go back, but the drivers from the transportation teams were eager to make money and never stopped even at midday, so my father had to keep up with their pace. Wherever he was at noon, he'd just order a meal at a nearby restaurant and grab a quick bite during the wait for the goods. I felt that my father worked too hard and considered replacing him. Yet he seemed to enjoy it, willingly dedicating himself to the work for my sake. He said if he could do it himself, there was no need to trouble others. That, truly, was what paternal love looked like. The island continued to expand, and along with it, the areas for wheat and corn cultivation kept increasing, so the workload was growing constantly. Luckily, Ruffling had designed an automatic control system, meaning they no longer needed to operate machinery directly on site. Without such a system, I probably would have already reached the limit of grain cultivation on the island, regardless of how much more it expanded. I simply wouldn't have had the capability to manage any further growth. In the morning, Ruffin and xiuxian were mainly fishing and sorting out the catch, and then in the morning they went to harvest vegetables. In the afternoon, xiuxian operated the computer remotely, completing tasks such as harvesting, plowing, and sowing, while Ruffin went to the rented factory to load trucks. We were quite busy from morning to night. I scheduled transporting grain and straw out of the space for nighttime. With my father's help, I no longer needed to personally visit the flour mill, feed mill, cattle farm, or paper mill. I saved so much time that I could now focus entirely on my studies. Besides studying high school curriculum online, I also followed by Luoshua's suggestion to study professional knowledge to improve my management skills. News about the stock market constantly appeared in various media, which sparked my strong interest. At first glance, I really didn't understand anything. I had been exposed to it before, but couldn't make sense of all the technical terms. As my foundational knowledge gradually increased, I started to develop an interest in those terms, so I enrolled in a stock market training course. Surprisingly, those technical terms turned out to be quite simple. Once explained, everything became clear. Watching related news and even professional programs, I was now able to understand what was being discussed. The urge to give it a try grew inside me, and I felt ready to dip my toes into the stock market. My imagination was full of optimism, but reality was harsh. I noticed a stock that looked promising. Perhaps because I had some savings, I bought in with 1 million yuan. However, the stock market was unpredictable. The following days were filled with losses, and just like that, my 1 million quietly vanished into the market, leaving me with only 10,000. This incident shocked me deeply. I always believed I had some intelligence, especially since I had learned so much professional knowledge. I thought I should at least not lose money. But I was wrong. I was deeply affected by this failure and swore I would someday get back what I had lost. Not because I wanted to earn money through the stock market, but because of a sudden burst of impulsiveness and stubbornness within me. I didn't impulsively jump back into reckless actions. From then on, aside from observing the market closely, I no longer rashly invested. I read the news, listened to expert analysis, compared it to my own preset assumptions, checked whether my predictions matched the outcomes, and kept learning and simulating trades. It was just theoretical discussions, yet I accumulated a lot of experience. I now had a firm grasp of the basic principles and strategies of stock market investments. I tried investing short-term in a few stocks, though I didn't make any money, at least I didn't lose anymore. To me, this was a major improvement. The wholesale business of fresh vegetables and fish remained stable. It was precisely because of this steady income that my savings gradually increased again. With this project as my backing, I had the courage and confidence to venture into the stock market. After a period of trial and error, I realized I didn't have the talent for stock trading. Feeling disappointed, I decided to give up on this endeavor. But one day, something happened by chance that changed my mind. Chapter 104, Short-Term Investment in Stocks. It has already been confirmed that my phone receives signals inside this space. Compared to real life, time in the real world is in a state of stillness. In this space, I can stay as long as I want without affecting my real life. This gives me extra free time. Of course, I won't waste such precious time. My primary focus remains on studying. Through self-study, within less than 2 months, I have essentially caught up with the high school curriculum. My memory, comprehension, and calculation abilities have exceeded my imagination. If I had possessed these abilities back then, I wouldn't have dropped out of junior high school. Perhaps now I would have already graduated from a university. Life doesn't have if only. It only has outcomes and consequences. Right now, I'm still just a junior high school dropout. My current level of knowledge is not below that of high school students. After trying several sets of mock exam questions, my scores were above the bachelor's degree admission line. This gives me confidence in my learning. Yet I haven't stopped studying. I keep striving hard, aiming to achieve a good result next year. In addition, inside the space, I also study other professional knowledge. I continue to follow stock investments. I now understand the basic theories and concepts well. Currently, I focus on specific stock market conditions. Those trend charts are understandable. Sometimes I pick a random stock and analyze its trend, and my findings align closely with expert opinions. I've crossed the threshold of stock investment knowledge. With delight, the desire to invest arises in my heart again. Every investor wants to earn money, not throw it away in the stock market. I'm no exception. Since I've suffered losses before, I'm now cautious when buying stocks. If I'm not certain, I won't purchase them. With little hands-on experience, even if a stock seems potentially profitable, I still hesitate to invest too much, and being overly cautious isn't the mindset of a business owner. So I persuaded myself and invested again. 1 million wasn't a large amount, but not small either. In the end, it turned into another failure. The result wasn't something I, a small investor, could control. Watching my phone's numbers ticking away, my heart pounded anxiously with every second. I reflected, thinking about where I went wrong and why I couldn't grasp the timing properly. When I exited the space, I realized I had stayed inside for more than 4 hours straight, something that had never happened before. 2 images appeared in my mind that shocked me. One was a stock chart 4 hours earlier, the other was the same stock's chart 4 hours later. That stock had surged by 20 percentage points during that time, then rapidly declined, dropping even lower than originally. This was something that wouldn't happen until 4 hours later. Right now, the stock hadn't even shown any signs of rising yet. 1,000 thoughts flashed through my mind. The other dimensional space has given me favorable conditions. Why not make use of it? Although unrelated to stock market knowledge, this information can certainly guide my operations. Immediately, I mobilized all available funds at my disposal. 50 million from the confactory, 30 million from myself, and another 20 million held under various company accounts. Altogether 100 million yuan. I invested everything into this single stock. When I accessed the confactory's funds, Bai Luoxue got the news and specially called me to ask why I was using such a large sum. Was there a promising new project? Without thinking too much, I told her I had set my sights on a particular stock and simply wanted to make a small profit. Upon hearing this, she immediately rushed to my office. Investing in stocks carries risks, you must be cautious. It's not just some advertising slogan. Every expert says the same thing. If you aren't professionally talented in the stock market, you mustn't recklessly invest or you might lose everything. Now, the Minlican factory and the Green Food Distribution Center are just starting to show improvement, and we have saved some money, but we can't spend it recklessly either. I understood her concern and had anticipated it, but she didn't know my secret. I had complete confidence that the money wouldn't be lost and that it would definitely bring profit. Of course, I couldn't possibly explain it all to her. Still, I acted humbly, listened to her advice, and promised I wouldn't act so recklessly in the future. In the future, she continued, that's not a small amount. If you fail, the loss will be tremendous. Although my words may not necessarily be accurate, given your money-making abilities, Boss Chun, you could quickly regain the loss. But it could still harm the company's development deeply, possibly leading to financial difficulties just like the Xuanhuan construction company faced. She was quite right. I knew she was correct and nodded in agreement, even apologizing to her. But she wouldn't give up so easily. As a leader who controls the overall situation, you absolutely cannot act recklessly and act on impulse. This enterprise was founded and purchased by you alone. You have hundreds of employees under you. Once the company faces difficulties, where will they go? What about social responsibility and social stability? How will the county evaluate us? As a senior leader, one must never make decisions rashly out of momentary passion. It's necessary to study national policies and current events, maintain high political sensitivity, and arm your economic thinking, so the enterprise can develop further. Being obsessed only with instant satisfaction, experiencing temporary happiness, doesn't necessarily guarantee long-term survival. Bai Luoxue has never scolded me like this before, not even during the Xuanhuan construction company days, when she never criticized ordinary workers lightly. Back when we were in the wholesale business together, she never spoke so brazenly. After acquiring the factory, whenever problems arose, we always discussed them together. Later, when establishing the food distribution center, she always sought my advice in advance and reported back afterward. Where had she ever spoken to me so condescendingly before? Today felt unusually strange, as if she were my superior. No matter what, I remained calm and unshaken, which only made her feel oddly unsettled. Speaking to you like this, why didn't you even refute a word? I'm merely your subordinate, supposed to obey your administrative orders. I've expressed my opinions already. Certainly, I can't force a leader to comply. That's overstepping authority, a serious workplace taboo. Your current behavior is very puzzling to me. Perhaps you haven't even truly listened to my words. If that's the case, forget what I've said. She turned and left my office. I saw no need to explain anything. Time would speak for itself. I saw Bai Luoxue's displeasure. At noon, I took the initiative to suggest and personally arranged for leek and lamb dumplings. She said they didn't taste good. By 2 p.m. in the afternoon, I sold off all my stocks. At that time, the stock price was still soaring upward. Many buyers were still buying. I knew a reversal would come soon. As expected, everything happened just as I predicted. The short-term investment generated quite handsome returns. Buying in with 100 million yuan, I sold for 120 million. Immediately afterward, I returned every penny back to its original source. Bai Luoxue came to see me again. President Chun was wise enough to finally listen to your subordinate's advice and withdraw in time. Had you been trapped inside, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She thought she was the reason behind my decision. I didn't bother to clarify. Indeed, Director Bai truly deserves her business management background. Your mind is clear, you're thinking quick, your judgment strong. It was absolutely right to pull out in time. But my flattery didn't fool her. Let's not talk about that. Understand that your investment actions have implications for the future of several companies under your name. It was truly rather hasty. I hope President Chun can avoid such reckless actions in the future. Bai Luoxue's advice genuinely influenced my thinking. Money can be made, but circumstances differ. Regarding the stock investments, I did indeed act imprudently, not because I feared losing money, but because there were too many associated complications that could lead to various concerns. Bai Luoxue was an excellent example. To avoid such situations in the future, I decided that stock matters should be handled more discreetly. High-profile exposure was unwise. At the very least, I could no longer touch the factory's funds. Chapter 105. The situation is looking up. In my spare time, my main focus upon entering the space is no longer on the work of Feng and Shui, but rather on checking stock trends. I take a small notebook and carefully record the conditions of the stocks I wish to monitor. Then I settle down to study. I have plenty of time in this space, and here I can learn without interruption. In fact, very few people contact me by phone. Besides my parents, who don't call daily unless necessary, there's hardly anyone else. Bai Luoxue can usually discuss matters face-to-face. Rarely does she call. Mu Jiming reports directly to Bai Luoxue, so there's no need for him to contact me directly. As for the vendors, as long as they can collect their goods on time, they won't call either. This has given me quite a bit of peace and quiet. After 2 or 3 hours I check the stock trends again, decide which stock would be most profitable to purchase, and then I leave the space. This time, I won't use funds from the factory or the wholesale station. I have enough cash on hand. Buying one stock requires only a wait. Sell it again after 3 hours, and I already foresee the result. A substantial profit, something certain as can be. On this day, I conducted 2 transactions and earned a net profit of 35 million. That's more than the profit of all my businesses combined in a single month. Such excitement is indescribable. I even had a thought. Why not abandon all physical businesses and just trade stocks? I could definitely earn even more money, faster, easier, and without needing others. This secret only I know, and I'd never reveal it myself. However, when I saw my parents return home after a busy day, their faces radiating expressions of happiness and satisfaction, my previous thoughts completely changed. The original purpose of establishing my enterprises wasn't just to make money, but also to create employment opportunities for the people, offering them stability for a happy life, including for my parents. So, the businesses will definitely continue. Now, the land in the space has exceeded 2,000 mu. Without Feng's earlier suggestion for automated management, things would long ago have become overwhelming. The number of chickens at the chicken farm continues to grow, faster than I imagined, easily reaching 10,000 birds. These special eggs can no longer be sold completely through the green food wholesale station alone, even with its growing daily volume. Therefore, I went to the neighboring county to meet one of my clients. After some discussion, he agreed to help me expand the market and was willing to conduct egg wholesale operations in the neighboring county. Actually, he saw the sales potential in these eggs and realized a profit opportunity. It's a win-win situation, so an agreement was quickly reached. Since then, Feng has added another egg delivery point. In practice, I noticed a bizarre phenomenon. Although the workload on the island was enormous, Feng and Xue have become even more relaxed than before. I hadn't noticed this earlier. It wasn't until I shifted my attention to the stock market and started spending more time in this parallel space did I discover this. They seem idle, yet they never delayed anything for me, which piqued my curiosity. Through close observation, I finally figured out the reason. Feng designed an NFT avatar for himself on the computer and also created a digital twin for Xue. These avatars now handle all the automated tasks, and the outcome is as effective as if they had done it themselves. Thus freed up, they spend their time fishing, playing chess, feeding chicks, and even falling in love. Feng now has more time to monitor loading trucks at the rented factory. He made a request, hoping I could take Xue out of the space to work with him. Since everything in the space continued without any delay, naturally, I would fulfill his wish. When Feng and Xue were together, their spirits were high and efficiency increased accordingly. The drivers of the transport vehicles no longer had to wait unnecessarily. Practically every arriving vehicle was loaded and sent off immediately, greatly increasing the efficiency. Father remains very busy all day, not even a moment of rest. Therefore, I suggested to Bai Luoxue that perhaps we could reassign Mother from the wholesale station to assist Father. This way, they could be together, and I would feel more assured about the sales situation. Generally speaking, Bai Luoxue would not object to such an arrangement. However, this time she voiced her concerns. The staff members at the wholesale station all said that the meals Mother made were very satisfying. Nobody wanted her to leave, and some even asked extra from her during night shifts to heat and eat later. Bai Luoxue felt that Mother fit this role well, and sending her to do outside tasks wouldn't be better than keeping her at home. I didn't insist. The owner of the cattle farm said that the amount of green feed we sent was too much. His cattle couldn't possibly finish it all, so we had to reduce the quantity, or otherwise the feed would spoil and cause wastage. I had to find another buyer. The cattle farmer recommended a sheep farm in the neighboring county, housing several thousand sheep, suggesting that I could visit and check it out. Although those sheep didn't eat as much as his cattle, they still counted as one of my clients, capable of consuming a certain amount of green feed. Rufeng delivered a few truckloads of feed, and the shepherd responded that I should keep delivering. It was better to have more than enough before he raised any objections. This was great news. It solved the problem of my feed distribution. The paper mill director also called me. He said the paper made from the corn stalks I provided had exceeded historical quality standards. A national printing factory had taken interest in his paper, naming his mill as a designated supplier. That wasn't all. His paper had also won a major international award, generating significant buzz and attention, and international orders were pouring in. I had continuously supplied him with wheat straw, but the raw materials still weren't enough. There remained a large gap, and he clearly told me he'd buy as much as I could supply. Another favorable piece of news. The feed factory manager told me they were purchasing corn without limit and raising the buying price by 5%. Needless to say, profit dictated action. I didn't want to sell my corn elsewhere, and Huangta County was the closest option. It suited me perfectly. Why not earn more? The flour mill had now set up a special product line. The flour milled from the wheat I supplied had been upgraded in quality. It had become the mill's flagship product, with a 30% price increase. Even at that price, demand far exceeded supply. Manager Lee from the flour mill specifically asked to speak with me. First, he wanted as much wheat as I could deliver. Second, he proposed raising the wheat price by 3%. Intentionally or unintentionally, I mentioned that the feed factory had already raised my corn price by 5%. He immediately changed his offer to a 5% increase on wheat. I didn't accept right away, so he raised it to 6%. Knowing when to stop while ahead, I agreed. I wasn't one of those greedy merchants who didn't care about passing the costs on to consumers. The current situation at the canning factory was also satisfying. There had been no inventory left in the warehouse for a while. Previously, we could at least stock a day's worth of goods, but now trucks waited at the production line to load goods immediately after they were finished. Because of this, Mu Jiming and Bai Luoxue once again suggested expanding production. I rejected the proposal. They didn't understand. My reasoning was that such a strong sales trend couldn't possibly last forever. If we increased output now, the market would quickly reach saturation, which would hinder sustainable development. Just like how someone who remains moderately hungry will always have a strong appetite, the market was no different. This theory was nothing more than improvised nonsense, but both Bai Luoxue and Mu Jiming believed it, even praising me highly, saying I had gained a deeper understanding of marketing theory and that I was truly cut out to be a general manager. When Mu Jiming said things like that, I dismissed them as flattery. But when Bai Luoxue said the same thing, I took it as genuine acknowledgement of my abilities, and I couldn't help but feel a little proud. Chapter 106. A new way to increase production. Everything was going well, and all of our operations were rapidly developing. However, Ruifeng shared a piece of news along with a suggestion. Aside from feeling shocked, I was truly impressed by this intelligent AI. Due to the implementation of the crop rotation method and staggered planting and harvest schedules, an enormous quantity of wheat seeds was required daily. To ensure supply, I signed a contract with the seed company, which involved a substantial investment on my part. Without my prior knowledge, Ruifeng conducted an experiment. It cleared an additional 10-square area of land to plant wheat, but instead of using seeds purchased from the seed company, it used wheat harvested from our island. Ruifeng carefully monitored the wheat's growth. The stalks were strong and the root system more developed. The wheat heads grew 1/4 longer. Overall yield also increased by January 4th. Even more impressively, the growing period was shortened by 3 days, lasting only 12 days. The only drawback was that the seed input required was twice as much. This news thrilled me. Using our own homegrown wheat for seeds was not a major issue, as long as we saved a significant amount of money previously spent on buying commercial seeds. Without hesitation, from then on, we used only our own wheat seeds and completely stopped using the company's. Applying the same reasoning, the AI's intelligence was truly extraordinary. With the success of wheat cultivation, Ruifeng began exploring corn next. The outcome was equally encouraging. The primary yield of corn increased by 1/3, with the growing period reduced from 10 days to 8 days. Seed input increased by 150%. What else could I say? Using our own corn seeds meant cost savings and higher yields. It was a source of joy and excitement. Not only did the per-acre yield of grains improve, but the harvest within each unit of time also increased. Workload on the island had grown by about 50% compared to earlier periods. Previously, Ruifeng and xiuxian would have struggled to keep up with all the tasks. It wasn't so much that they would get physically exhausted. Rather, time was insufficient. Even working nonstop in the fields for 24 hours, they wouldn't have been able to finish all the planting and harvesting tasks. This was when the advantages of the automatic control system became apparent. Ruifeng's surprises did not stop here. For the vegetables, it also practiced seed retention, intentionally setting aside several sections of land to let them fully mature naturally. When I saw the cucumber seeds, I was taken aback. They were as thick as rolling pins, nearly a meter long, and as they ripened, their color gradually changed from dark green to light yellow. It was only now that I understood why cucumbers are called yellow cucumbers despite being green in appearance. Once the cucumbers matured and dropped from the vines, Ruifeng picked them, dried them, and extracted the seeds. Each cucumber seed measured 2 centimeters in length and was plump and full. When replanted into the fields, the regrown cucumbers showed remarkable vigor, bearing more and growing uniformly. But more importantly, their growing period was prolonged, with a thriving span lasting up to a month inside the space, eliminating the need for constant replanting. Cucumbers weren't the only vegetables showing these benefits. Similar traits appeared in beans, eggplants, tomatoes, green peppers, and chili peppers too. When replanted with seeds harvested from our island's vegetables, growth periods were extended, vines were stronger, roots were more developed, and one plant now yielded as much as 2 previously did. All this resulted in further cost savings for me. Vegetable seeds were not expensive, and for me the financial saving was negligible. But now I saved the time previously spent traveling back and forth to the seed company. Unless I wanted to introduce new varieties, visiting the seed company became unnecessary. Currently, I only needed to personally transfer vegetables and fresh fish from the space to warehouse 1 early in the morning for wholesale. Meanwhile, I would also prepare in advance some miscellaneous fish in warehouse 2 for production needs. During the morning, I'd help Ruifeng transport out 2 trucks of eggs, but other tasks no longer required me to hurry through. In the evening, I made time to visit the rented factory space, transporting and temporarily storing grain straw and green fodder. As for the transportation team, I no longer needed to make calls for coordination. They came on time automatically, as Ruifeng and xiuxian were already waiting for them at the factory. 20 trucks were fully occupied transporting my goods alone. There was no need for them to seek additional business. I entrusted detailed fleet management to xiuxian, and if needed, I simply gave him a call without needing to contact each individual driver. At present, my father was the one who worked the hardest. Every evening, although I saw him smiling brightly, I knew how tiring it was for him. My mother prepared elaborate dinners, claiming it was so my father and I could eat well. In truth, I understood that her main concern was my father's health. She wanted him to eat well, rest well, and sleep well, so he could remain energetic for work the next day. Observing all this made me feel concern and affection in my heart. I had always worried about the secret of the space being exposed, but having operated for such a long period without incident reassured me. As long as appropriate measures were in place, the secret could be kept. I thought of Han Xiaobai and gave him a call, inviting him to come assist me. Han Xiaobai was still at his cousin's farm. It was the off-season, and he was living quite comfortably. Apart from spraying pesticides and irrigating the fields, his work hours often exceeded 10 hours. Though it was a bit exhausting, it wasn't overly strenuous. He could find brief opportunities to rest intermittently. The treatment his cousin gave him was quite good. His salary had already reached 6,000 yuan. Although he had dreams of farming on his own in the future, he was more willing to settle into the current situation. During these past few months at home, aside from earning more money, he had gained something even more important. He had attended a blind date. The woman was interested, and they had already made things official, planning to marry by the end of the year. His girlfriend, intentionally or not, hinted that what impressed her most was his income. Because of this, my father was hurriedly arranging to build him a new house. Come work for me. and I'll give you 10,000 yuan as salary. My offer was highly tempting. You'd have to be a skilled mason in Huangtu County to earn 10,000 yuan. Someone like Han Xiaobai, who worked at the same level as I did, only earned about 5,000 yuan. To my surprise, he didn't agree immediately. He first asked me what kind of job I would assign to him. I wanted him to replace my father, so I told him the job involved recording and verifying receipts at the flour mill or breeding farm. Very simple tasks. The job isn't tiring, but it would tie me permanently to Huangtu County. When could I ever visit home or meet with my girlfriend? Those are important issues. They affect my happiness and life. I could work hard every day without complaint, but I couldn't demand my employees to work all days long. They needed to enjoy the required days off according to national law. Employees at the canning plant had normal rest periods. Shop assistants at the wholesale station weren't on leave according to a Saturday and Sunday schedule. They could take shifts off, and if they preferred not to rest, they were all paid for overtime. I thought it over again, and finally agreed to Han Xiaobai's request. He could rest whenever needed, and I would ensure he had normal holidays. This raised a new issue. However, he alone probably wouldn't be able to fulfill the job requirements. The work isn't complicated and doesn't require a high level of education. You could bring your girlfriend along. Both of you would be paid equally. But I have one condition. You two must be stationed at different locations. What I meant was that during work hours, one might be at the flour mill while the other perhaps was at the feed factory, or one might work at the cattle farm while the other worked at the sheep farm, or even at the paper mill. They just couldn't be together. I promised they could rest simultaneously, allowing the young couple to stay together and enjoy family visits. This wasn't an attempt to separate them. Everything was arranged purely for improved work efficiency. Han Xiaobai said he would consider coming, but he had to first consult his girlfriend, since he couldn't make this decision on his own. He clearly told me that if his girlfriend wanted to come, he definitely would. If not, he couldn't be certain. I had the patience to wait for his reply. Chapter 107. Han Xiaobai joins. That night, I received a call from Han Xiaobai. He and his girlfriend both agreed. After discussing the main matter, he started to complain a little. When two people come to work in the county town, eventually they will want to settle down. He's not even married yet, and if his girlfriend suggests buying a house here in the county, that would pose a big financial challenge to his family. The savings they've collected together were originally meant for building a new house in their hometown. Now that they've come to the county, their plans may have to change. These are significant matters of life, and what sounds like complaining is, in reality, practical concerns. I trust Han Xiaobai's character completely. Besides, we share the bond of being former co-workers, and we've always had a good relationship. Now that I'm doing well, it's only right I help him out. So, I made him a promise. I would sign formal labor contracts with both him and his girlfriend. In addition to paying for the standard insurance required, I would also reward him with a house and a car, provided he commits to working for me for 10 years. This was an extremely tempting offer. Han Xiaobai could hardly believe his ears. On the phone, he repeated the question twice to confirm. Once he received the confirmation, I could even hear him thumping his chest, assuring me enthusiastically that it wouldn't be a problem and his girlfriend wouldn't object either. I already had the house picked out. I planned to buy them an apartment in Xuanhuan residential complex. All the units there had already been sold, but I heard from Luoxue that some people were reselling the housing eligibility slots at only a slight premium, just 10,000 yuan. I chose Xuanhuan because other residential complexes were even more expensive. Though those other complexes may have better locations, their construction quality doesn't necessarily match that of Xuanhuan. This is a project I personally oversaw. I've witnessed the construction process and the quality of work firsthand. Buying Han Xiaobai a place here would be a worthy gesture. Less than 5 minutes later, Han Xiaobai called me again, promising firmly that both he and his girlfriend, Li Dafeng, would report for work at 8 a.m. tomorrow. His hometown is much farther from Huangtu County, a 200-kilometer journey. By bus, it can't be completed in less than 4 hours. Arriving by 8 a.m. would be impossible. I told him not to rush and that arriving a few days later was fine. But he insisted, eager to start working as soon as possible. Sure enough, the two showed up the next day. Although they didn't make it by 8, they arrived at my office by 9 o'clock. They'd left their home as early as 4 a.m., but because the bus was delayed by half an hour, they were late. I didn't mind if they arrived earlier or later, as long as they showed up. Next, I arranged accommodations. There were guest rooms in the 3-story house, but I chose not to let them stay there. Not because I don't care about former co-workers. Having them stay nearby would only inconvenience me. My relationship with Luoxue hadn't yet been fully confirmed. At lunch, if we wanted some time alone, I definitely wouldn't want to be interrupted. If Han Xiaobai and his girlfriend were staying in the house, how could I possibly avoid inviting them to eat together? That would be the least of it. Just their presence would make me feel uneasy. There was a staff dormitory for the canning factory located on the top floor of the office building, so I temporarily placed them there. As for meals, they could eat in the company cafeteria, which would save the trouble of cooking for themselves. Han Xiaobai had lived with me in the tin-roofed shacks before, so he wasn't going to fuss about accommodation conditions. Li Dafeng might be visiting the county town for the first time, unfamiliar with the local lifestyle, and found everything here quite fresh and new, but she had no objection to staying in the dormitory. I gave them the day off to buy some essentials, and issued them uniforms and labor protection equipment in advance. To show my sincerity, I treated the two of them to lunch in the small villa. Luoxue didn't attend, she had returned home. Without her around, Han Xiaobai and I could talk freely, sharing our feelings during the time apart. I expressed concern about his job under my cousin, but he envied the rapid progress I'd made in recent months. Brother, I never imagined you'd rise so fast. Truly, one should look at a changed person with new eyes. You're a big boss now. It's hard to believe that within less than 3 months, I'm now coming here to work for you. Without offering such a tempting deal, there's no way I would have come. You've shattered my old dreams. Han Xiaobai was quite blunt when speaking to me, but I expected that. I heard you have a good relationship with Xiaobai and that the treatment is generous, so I agreed to come help out. Hope Boss Chen will look after me well. Li Dafeng also expressed her attitude. Unlike her boyfriend, she was quite open, easy to warm up to people, a character trait I liked. In the afternoon, I took them to the 4S store and picked up a Santana sedan worth 100,000 yuan. Han Xiaobai had a driver's license, and now having a car made him too excited to contain his joy. Immediately, he took Li Dafeng and drove around the county for a quick tour. Li Dafeng didn't have a license, so I bought her a 4-wheel electric scooter, the same model her father had, and clearly told her that this scooter didn't belong to her and was for work use only. Since they already had a car, Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng didn't really need the electric scooter. The labor contract clearly stated that the car was company provided, usable for personal purposes, but it would only become legally theirs after 10 years. With these terms, they were both very satisfied. It was also clearly stated that they would be responsible for refueling and all repair costs. I would have nothing to do with it. Without even thinking, both agreed immediately. The next day, Han Xiaobai drove to the flour mill in the car, while Li Dafeng rode her electric scooter to the feed mill. If a location change was needed, I would call them to inform. One reason for providing the car was because they needed to travel to the paper mill in Haida County, which was over 200 li away, a task I was now assigning to Han Xiaobai. I had originally planned to let my father rest after replacing him, but he couldn't sit still. Without work, staying at home bored him. He couldn't even focus on watching TV. After discussing with Bai Luoxue, I had him return to the wholesale station to pack corn flour. He was very willing to do this job, and as he put it, now I can have lunch with your mother again. I had no words. Bai Luoxue said my parents were very affectionate toward each other. Yes, my parents are loving, but where's my own love? Bai Luoxue finally gave me my answer. On the very day Han Xiaobai started work, after lunch, Bai Luoxue didn't immediately return to Suite 2. Instead, she poured me a cup of tea and handed it to me with both hands. A smile lingered on her lips. I felt like she had something to say. It was rare for her to serve me tea, and each time she had, something was coming. No good deed goes unpunished. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? You guessed right. If not evil, then theft. But this time, it's not theft. Bai Luoxue laughed in an even more mysterious way. I was completely confused. I couldn't guess what she was thinking. Just speak up. If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush with me. We're so close, no need for that. Whatever it is, if I can do it, I'll make it happen. I appeared very generous. I knew that even if I wasn't keen on something, as long as her reasoning made sense, I'd follow her suggestion. If that was the case, why not just be straightforward? 3 months ago, to be exact, 88 days ago, we once made a promise. I wonder if you still remember it. If Bai Luoxue hadn't mentioned it, I probably would have forgotten. In the Night or Not Cafe, we did make a promise. Within 3 months, if I could achieve the small goal of 100 million yuan, she would allow me to pursue her. Chapter 108 Reminder to chase her. The 3-month deadline is coming soon. I know all the assets on the books of your 4 companies, including your real estate. You've exceeded 100 million yuan, achieving the goal we had originally agreed on. So why haven't you taken action yet? As for the assets on the books, I never really calculated. Even the cash alone has surpassed 100 million. Probably because I've been busy lately, it just never crossed my mind. There was a slight tone of scolding in Bai Luoxue's words. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. Time lost never returns. Her scolding was because she thought I was too passive, but truly, I wasn't ready. I hadn't even prepared a gift for her yet. Wait, just wait for me in the restaurant. I promised to come back in half an hour. Without waiting for her consent, I sprinted downstairs, drove to the jewelry store, bought a diamond ring, and picked 999 fresh roses from my space. Bai Luoxue was still sitting at the dining table, her lips curled in a smile. I knelt down on one knee. Miss Bai, will you marry me? In my imagination, she should have accepted the flowers, let me put the ring on her finger, and we would have embraced each other. But imagination isn't reality. She didn't get up, didn't take the flowers, and definitely didn't let me put the ring on her finger. Isn't this going a bit too fast? I originally agreed that you could pursue me, but I never said I'd definitely marry you. We're not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Suddenly proposing, isn't this a bit abrupt? Bai Luoxue's words were a heavy blow, like a slap to the face, leaving me disappointed but still hopeful. First establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Of course that was acceptable. Admittedly, my proposal was indeed a bit rushed. I felt embarrassed. This is indeed somewhat inappropriate. It only shows how desperately I want to propose. Then I'll start over. Miss Bai, would you be my girlfriend? Seems like one doesn't need to get down on one knee to ask that. Bai Luoxue was still smiling. Though she seemed slightly playful, I liked it. Immediately standing up, I said it again. Miss Bai, I truly like you. Be my girlfriend. Only then did she stand up and solemnly accept the 999 roses with both hands. I accept. I was overjoyed beyond expectation. The awkwardness of just now instantly vanished. Opening my arms wide, I pulled her tightly into my embrace. Being embraced by her was a feeling hard to describe. Touching skin, hearts pounding. I could hear my own heartbeat. The warmth in my arms was my long-cherished longing, and the fragrance of her hair intoxicated me. Perhaps this was the feeling of first love, happy and pleasant. Holding the ring box in my hand, I opened it to show her. Do you like it? I do. Can I put it on your finger? Bai Luoxue blinked her long lashes. Seems like you forgot what I just said. This isn't a proposal right now. Isn't putting it on your finger a bit too early? My scheme had been uncovered. Then, Then I'll keep it for now. One day, I'll definitely put it on your finger. Bai Luoxue smiled and nodded, deeply inhaling the fragrance of the roses she held. These flowers smell so good. They were picked for you. Of course they're fragrant. Picked? Where did you pick them? How could you get them so fast? No, bought. I accidentally let slip and quickly tried to cover up. If I said the roses were picked for my space, I'd have a lot of explaining to do. How could you buy so many? There must be 500 or 600. $9.99. Wow, that's really touching. Mr. Chen really knows how to spare no expense for a woman. Clearly a wealthy man. You're so extravagant. That was nice to hear. Since the flowers couldn't be held in her arms all the time, she found a tin bottle, poured water into it, and placed the roses in the bottle. She placed it on the dining table for a while, looking left and right as if unable to look away. Then she lifted it and walked away. I'll put the flowers in my room. The whole house will be filled with the fragrance of roses. Every breath I take will inhale this intoxicating scent. I followed her to guest room number 2, placing the flowers on the table. I asked her, why not put the flowers on the dining table? Both of us could smell them. Bai Luoxue, who usually behaved so gracefully, was now completely like a young, delicate woman. These flowers are a gift from you to me, so they belong to me now. Therefore, I want to place them in my room. The guest room has less space, so the fragrance per unit of space is more concentrated. It will smell more fragrant. If placed in the dining room, the aroma will spread over too large an area, diluting the scent. I promise you that the fragrance of roses will never disappear from your room. I have vast fields of roses planted in my space, not just red, but also yellow, pink, white, and blue, blooming beautifully as well. Today was special, so I picked only red ones. How beautiful and romantic that would be. It would make me doubt whether I'm living in reality or a fairy tale. Bai Luoxue treated my words just now as sweet flattery, not taking them seriously. No problem. Reality will eventually make her believe what I said is true. There's no need to explain too much now. It would only make things more complicated. At noon today, Bai Luoxue didn't take a nap, and I didn't study either. The two of us just sat embracing in her room, whispering sweet nothings, enjoying the intimacy. Our conversation at noon didn't involve any work, only mutual longing. As emotions intensified, we felt an irresistible urge to be even closer, and we couldn't help kissing passionately. This sensation, completely new to me, was intoxicating. Bai Luoxue seemed to feel the same. She didn't want to let me go, pushing me away only when she was nearly out of breath. Her face turned completely red. In my eyes, she was like a blooming red rose, dazzling and fragrant before me. The intense scent of roses in the room couldn't even mask her unique natural fragrance. That scent was sweeter, more enchanting, and even more intoxicating than roses. Young lovers lost in the spell of love always feel time is too short. Unconsciously, we talked for a long time, and before we knew it, it was time to finish work. Oh no, I should go home, or my parents will worry. Bai Luoxue seemed to return to her normal self. How could I possibly let such a rare opportunity slip away? Now that we had established a romantic relationship, how could I give up every single moment with her? Having as much close contact as possible was the key to deepening our feelings. Call your parents and ask for the night off. Don't go home for dinner tonight. Let's go out to celebrate this special day. Bai Luoxue hesitated for a moment, then still called her mother. She claimed she was working overtime. Although she agreed to stay with me, I felt a little displeased. Why didn't she tell her mother directly that she was with me? So what shall we eat tonight? I asked her loudly on purpose before she even hung up the phone, making sure her mother probably overheard. Are you with Mr. Chen? Her mother's voice came from the phone. Bai Luoxue hadn't put it on speaker, but her voice was low and now my hearing was extremely sharp. I could hear everything. Bai Luoxue seemed a bit flustered. Yes, Mom, we're going to be busy now. I'll call you back. Without waiting for her mother to reply, she hung up the phone and shot me a glance. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I told my mother I was working overtime, and you just had to yell about what we're going to eat. Now how do I explain this when I go home? A little petulance, a little complaint, and yet a hint of cuteness shone through. To me, it was all beautiful. Chapter 109. Candlelight beautifies the beloved. Explain what? You need to eat, even if you work overtime. Why did you have to lie to Auntie? Just say you're with me. Bai Luoxue pouted. I don't want my parents to know this soon. I haven't figured out how to tell them yet. Why? Aren't they always pushing you to get married? They should be happy that you have a boyfriend. And why wouldn't you want to tell them this early? Could it be that? Suddenly I felt I might have asked too much. Had I touched a nerve? Worried she might get upset, I quickly added. Yeah, right. Today's decision was indeed a bit sudden. We definitely need to think carefully about how to tell our parents. There's no rush. Let's not worry about it now. Come on, let's go have a big dinner. Before she could reply, I put my arm around her shoulder and we walked out of the guest room, got into the car downstairs. I left her car at the factory and drove my BMW. Actually, I hadn't even decided what restaurant we'd go to. As I was driving, I asked Bai Luoxue, checking any restaurant we passed. Will this one work? The food here is a bit too spicy. How about this one? The food here is too salty. What about this one? The food here is overly sweet, almost cloying. After asking about 4 or 5 restaurants without finding one she liked, we unconsciously arrived near Xuanhuan residential area. Then how about Yulai restaurant? You should like it here. Bai Luoxue finally nodded. It's close to home. We both entered the restaurant. The waiter led us to a private room, and I quietly asked her to decorate the room. Soon, several waiters came in one after another, serving food quickly and efficiently. In no time, the entire room was transformed, and Bai Luoxue was mesmerized. A candlelight dinner, she exclaimed delightedly. Do you like it? Good that you like it. Red wine, charming company, Candlelight, complemented by sweet romantic words. It was so poetic. The entire room exuded romance, a rare moment of happiness in life. Tonight was filled with deep affection, unique and unforgettable. We had endless topics to talk about, and every subject led to a stream of conversation. Even if we had discussed something before, retelling it now made it a beautiful story. Originally, I planned to take her for a walk after dinner, maybe go to a movie, or dance and sing a song. But xiuxian didn't want to break the romantic atmosphere easily, saying this mood was the best. I obeyed her in every way. Her happiness brought me happiness. So we stayed inside the private room, though exactly when we finished dinner no longer mattered. What mattered was that the more we talked, the closer we felt, until the waiters urged us to leave because the restaurant was closing, then we departed. Xiuxian felt a small regret, thinking the time had been too short. If love between two people can last long, who cares about daily togetherness? I comforted her with this classical Chinese line. You're definitely growing up, you're using literature to flirt now. I could tell myself that I've improved a lot, especially in literature. I intentionally memorized elegant lines, and when the moment came, they actually came in handy. At this very time, I couldn't help but feel a little smug. Because I had drunk a little, I decided not to drive and left the car parked at the restaurant entrance. It wasn't far home, so we walked. Even though it was only dozens of meters, I insisted on walking xiuxian back, and she naturally agreed. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, we walked along the street. Tonight, xiuxian walked particularly slowly, as if she were reluctant to part. The short path home felt too brief. In a few minutes, we were already at her doorstep. The night had deepened, and her parents probably had already gone to bed. Although I had drunk a bit of red wine, barely enough to feel slightly tipsy, we were both fully conscious. No need to escort her to her bedroom, although secretly, I truly wished to do so. Bye-bye good night. Xiuxian turned and waved to me. Bye-bye good night. Sweet dreams. I waved back. I looked around the street. Aside from occasional speeding cars, there were no passers-by. Suddenly, I rushed forward, embraced her, and gave her a deep kiss. At first surprised, xiuxian then responded eagerly. We should practice other kissing styles too. I almost forgot. I grinned mischievously. Xiuxian said something that stunned me. You're new as a boyfriend. You're not used to it yet, but you will. Then let's practice a few more times so I can get used to it quickly. As I said this, I opened my arms again to kiss her. Laughing, she dodged and ran into the courtyard, teasing me from behind the door crack. See you then. I smiled, feeling her cuteness, and more importantly, the happiness. Bye-bye. She had already shut the gate tightly. I strode back to my residential compound. My parents were asleep already. I didn't wake them and returned quietly to my bedroom. Lying on the bed, my mind was filled with the image of xiuxian, recalling every smile and every movement of hers. From the moment I first saw her, memories replayed in my mind all the way to the present. Suddenly, I realized I had been a bit slow in sensing emotions. I now saw that xiuxian had liked me from the very beginning. Think about it. She was a white-collar college graduate, while I was merely a worker who hadn't even finished middle school. If she hadn't liked me, how could she have agreed to let me get close to her? On the day we met at the cafe, I originally had no intention of developing anything with her. Yet she stopped me and gave me hope, proposing we work together on a business venture. If the only reason she wanted to be with me was because she saw me as a future moneymaker, that wouldn't make much sense either. She had shown me affection long before I had any substantial money. I puzzled over this again and again, yet couldn't seem to make sense of it. There was another point that still confused me after thinking about it carefully, the promise of a 3-month deadline. I hadn't been in a hurry, yet she had actually brought it up first. What did that mean? It suggested she had always truly loved me. She feared I might miss the deadline, or forget to confess my feelings, and ultimately that she might lose me. That's why she had reminded me. Happiness did come unexpectedly. Immersed in this happy imagination, I dozed off, continuing my dreams filled with love and romance. Suddenly waking up in the middle of the night, I remembered that I hadn't transported grain into the warehouse today. The amount stored inside wasn't enough for the transportation team tomorrow. The drivers would complain if they had no work, and making money wasn't easy for them. I couldn't allow my own love life to hold them back. I checked my phone. It was 3 a.m. I got up and quietly left home. From the time I returned to when I left again, I hadn't disturbed my parents at all. They probably didn't know I had come back earlier. Driving to the rented workshop, I entered the space. Ruffing and xiuxian weren't sleeping. They were playing a game of chess, waiting for me to deliver the grain. Once again, I couldn't help feeling a quiet warmth in my heart. Xiuxian turned on the computer, enabling their avatars to operate the loading machines, and then she ran to the site to coordinate the logistics. I was responsible for transporting goods out of the space. Ruffing waited in the workshop to unload. The three of us worked together smoothly, swiftly, and efficiently. We transported all the grain in the warehouse along with the barley straw stored outside, and it took more than an hour. It was almost 4:30 a.m. when I suddenly remembered something that might cause problems. Today's fish hadn't been prepared yet. I took Ruffing back into the space and urged them to hurry and catch the fish. Master, we've already done that. Last night, seeing you were late in coming back, xiuxian, and I guessed you must have been held up. When you finally came, we knew you would deliver the grain first, and that would take some time. Afraid of delaying the morning tasks, we sorted out the fish right after midnight. See, they're all already in the fish tanks. Under the lights, the fish tanks were neatly arranged with various species sorted and ready. Perhaps because it was night, the fish were unusually calm in the water. Once again, Ruffing and xiuxian had anticipated what I needed and thought ahead of me. With them, I had one less worry. Chapter 1, 10 My heart belongs to her. After finishing the morning work at 6:40, I sent Ruffling back to the space. Then I called my mother and told her I'd come home for breakfast. Of course mother was happy. Since they moved to the county town, this was the first time I had breakfast with them at home. She was excited, saying she'd fry some youtiao, my favorite food. I hadn't eaten it for a long time. Though she was happy about my coming home for breakfast, I felt a bit guilty. Bailing Xue didn't drive home yesterday, so my main purpose of having breakfast at home today was actually to pick her up. Unfortunately, mother misunderstood that I was coming home to eat with them. I didn't sleep long last night, but I still felt energetic. Mother said, "Youth is truly wonderful. You always seem so lively at any time." She didn't know it was actually the power of love. There was a flame in my heart, warming me, giving me strength and vitality. At 7:40, Bailing Xue came out of her house. Seeing my BMW parked at the gate, she smiled as soon as she got in the car and gently kissed my cheek. The feeling of happiness came again. "You must have worked hard. I guess you'd come to pick me up. You've already done so much this morning, but still remembered to pick me up. It really touched me. I could have taken a taxi there. You don't need to be that hard on yourself. Yesterday we just confirmed our relationship, so I need to show some effort. It's worth it to be tired for you. Right now, I had to be attentive and devoted. Having someone worth the effort was also a kind of happiness and joy." When we arrived at the canning factory, Bailing Xue didn't go directly to her office. Instead, she went to guest room number 2 in the small building. This had never happened before. Curious, I followed her. At first I thought she might be coming to pick something up, but she wasn't. Instead, she picked up the rose and placed it under her nose, taking a deep breath. It's still this vibrant and fragrant after spending a night. Seeing Bailing Xue's delighted smile, a wave of sweetness surged in my heart. Everything in the world has its spirit. The key is the master. When the master is beautiful, the flower is beautiful. When the master is fragrant, the flower is fragrant. While complimenting the flowers, I praised her. "Look at you. Why has your tongue become so sweet all of a sudden? I didn't feel this before." Bailing Xue smiled even more broadly. "That's because you never experienced my lips before. Now that you have, you can naturally feel the sweetness. Come, feel it again." With that, I leaned forward to kiss her. Bailing Xue blocked me with the rose. "No, you're naughty." She quickly placed the flower on the table and ran out of the guest room. I secretly smiled. Though the rose was still bright, I noticed it was slightly different from yesterday. The edges of the petals had slightly curled, though it wouldn't be noticeable unless you looked closely. Using a glass jam jar for a rose looked somewhat odd. To make Bailing Xue happier, I bought an antique blue and white porcelain vase from a craft shop without telling her. Remembering that the water from the space was more suitable for nourishing flowers, I filled the blue and white porcelain vase with the water from the space, inserted the rose again, and placed it back on the table before leaving the room. Coming to the rented plant area opposite the canning factory, I entered the space. Ruching and Ruxue were busy loading eggs. Today, Ruching would also deliver 2 trucks, one to the wholesale station and another to a neighboring county. While Ruching was delivering, Ruxue started to harvest vegetables, and I planned to inspect the canning factory. In the past, when I came to the canning factory, I would carefully check each post, observing the employees' discipline and work performance, the automatic production line operation, the product output, even the security guards' alertness, the cafeteria hygiene, and people's reactions toward the meals. Everything related to work was scrutinized. Now, however, I felt somewhat different. I was more like a spectator strolling past everything wherever I went. The workers saw me arriving as usual, but actually, I was a bit absent-minded. I seemed more like merely fulfilling a formality, giving only a cursory glance, and walking faster. All I had in my heart was Bailing Xue. I wanted to finish inspecting quickly so I could go to her office and stay by her side. Before entering the office building, I saw Director Wong holding a stack of materials coming out. "Hello, President Chun. Director Wong, are you going out?" I asked casually without truly caring what he was up to. I didn't stop, thinking only of going upstairs. "No, President Chun, we're having a staff meeting at 9 o'clock in the cafeteria about electing political advisory committee members. I'm heading to the venue early to get things ready." "Okay, then go ahead and do your thing." He went off to prepare the meeting, while I didn't pay much attention and continued walking into the building. Suddenly I realized this was a staff assembly. How could I not have known about it? If it was such an extensive meeting, Bailing Xue would have informed me herself, or someone from the office should have told me beforehand. Why hadn't anyone told me today? This made me somewhat confused. I stopped walking and turned around to ask him, "Who is attending?" "All the factory staff. Those who can leave their posts will go, and those who can't leave their production posts will go in shifts. No one can be absent from the election. Those who didn't come because they're on leave must find a proxy. If it's for all staff members, why wasn't I informed?" I felt even more puzzled. Director Wong quickly explained, "President Chun and President Bai are not regular factory employees, so you two are not included in this election zone." I pretended to understand suddenly. Since it had nothing to do with me, why should I get involved? Finding Bailing Xue was my main mission. Bailing Xue's office. She was sitting in front of the computer, concentrating intensely on typing. I sat across from her, occasionally tilting my head to the left, then to the right, but my eyes never left her. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, casual yet elegant. What captivated me even more was the faint scent of her hair. Her fair, delicate face was perfectly arranged, every feature just right. How could I grow more and more fond of her every time I looked at her? Her soft, slightly parted red lips were an enormous temptation to me. Instinctively, I quietly leaned my head closer, nearly touching her, but Bailing Xue gently pushed me away. "Don't be naughty. I'm working. If you have nothing better to do, you can just sit beside me and watch. What's the rush? At such a precious moment, you should be spending it with me, talking about love. Work can wait any time. Don't let work ruin our relationship." Bailing Shui kept typing rapidly on the keyboard. President Chen, I'm working for you. You've given me this position and responsibility, so I have the duty to fulfill it. You can flirt during working hours, but I cannot. I need to review the financial analysis report, do secondary analysis on the sales summary, identify potential problems in the production reports, create plans based on employee dynamics reports, and forecast the plant's future operations. I must complete all these for you. All you do is listen to the final results. You should know that before these results are ready, the employees, including me, must do a lot of detailed work. I'm busy now, so please don't disturb me, President Chen. Right now, she was prioritizing work over romantic feelings, and although I felt a slight sense of disappointment, upon reflection, I was truly grateful. Only employees like her could be considered excellent workers, and I should feel fortunate and proud to have such a capable colleague. Maybe I reacted a bit slowly, and my head was still too close to her. Suddenly, she changed her tone, sounding almost flirtatious. Being this close disrupts my thoughts and breaks my concentration. You make me so nervous. I could tell she wanted to be just as affectionate as I was, but only held back because of her work. I glanced toward the door behind me. It was open, but no one was passing by. Still, I insisted and leaned my lips closer. Just one kiss, and you'll work with even more energy. Bailing Shui couldn't help but smile. Taking advantage of her smile, I quickly kissed her on the cheek. Chapter 111. High pork prices. While I was immersed in the sweet banter, Director Wong appeared at the doorway. I pretended not to notice and shook my head slightly, as if I were just checking the computer. Oh, General Manager Bai. Just like this is great. I'm very satisfied with you. I quickly withdrew and sat back in my seat before turning to ask Director Wong. Anything wrong? Director Wong had already sensed that he had arrived at an awkward moment and stood there hesitantly by the door. I acted casual, but he, on the contrary, began to stammer. General Manager Bai. No, General Manager Chen, the results are out. You've been elected as a member of the County Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Here's the election result. He stretched his hand out from the doorway to hand me the document. We were at least 3 meters apart. How could I reach it? Knowing that he was nervous, uncertain whether he should step forward or stay where he was, explained the situation. If you yourself aren't embarrassed, the embarrassment will fall on others. How true this saying was. I was secretly amused inside, though I didn't show it, and I clearly heard what he had said. Make sure you think before you speak. The couple hundred people at the cannery elected me? How could that happen? How many years have you been director? Can't you even get your tongue to speak properly? Director Wong realized his mistake and hurriedly corrected himself. I got it wrong. The electorate of our cannery district unanimously recommended General Manager Chen as a candidate for the County Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. This is the result, which needs to be submitted to the county. If it should be reported, then report it. That's a cannery matter. No need to consult me. I knew some things required formal procedures. Whether or not they consulted me wouldn't change the outcome anyway. Yes. Director Wong turned and left. As for the election results he mentioned, I didn't even bother to look at them. Bai Luoxue hadn't spoken a word the entire time, still rapidly tapping away at her keyboard, her lips curling slightly into a smile. Director Wong's arrival had spoiled the mood. Bai Luoxue really was quite busy. I shouldn't disturb her. There would be plenty of time for romance. Why should I waste her precious time now? Softly, I whispered, I'm leaving, and walked out of her office. Bai Luoxue had always worked in the cannery office building. I also had an office here, though I rarely used it. Occasionally, I came here to talk with Mo Jiming or a middle-level manager from some department. Most of the time, I worked at the small 3-story building. To keep Bai Luoxue closer to me, more accurately, for my own convenience, I had xiuxian arrange an office for her on the first floor next to mine. From now on, Bai Luoxue wouldn't have to go all the way to the cannery office building. She could stay nearby me. Besides, she wasn't even an official employee of the cannery. She was a legitimate employee of the Ecological Agricultural Company. Her office should be here. After xiuxian arranged the desks, chairs, and other necessities, I suddenly remembered that the cannery's operations were under Bai Luoxue's responsibility, with Mo Jiming only in charge of production. Therefore, her working in the cannery building was logical and more convenient for communicating with the staff. I was being a bit too wishful. Since I had already arranged an office for her, it was better to let her know first. Eventually, she would be working here, and she should understand the intention behind my arrangement. I decided to tell her at noon. Right now, I had no mood to focus on studying. My mind was filled with moments of Bai Luoxue. Her image popped into my head no matter what I thought about. I strolled through the plant area. No truck was loading cargo yet. Rulai was idle. Upon hearing that the drivers would load later in the afternoon, I looked at the time, nearly 11 o'clock, so I returned Rulai to the space. Then I headed to the supermarket, planning to buy some pork to make meatballs for lunch, along with a tomato soup, preparing a loving meal for Bai Luoxue. She must enjoy it. Arriving at the nearest supermarket, I saw the fresh meat section empty. How could a large supermarket not have pork at all? Just as I was about to ask if there was more, a sales clerk brought over a piece of pork. What a freak. When the forest grows big, every kind of bird appears. This old lady is so weird. She didn't say the price was too high when weighing, but after checking out, she changed her mind and refused to take it. She placed the pork back on the meat counter. Perfect. This was exactly the pork belly I needed for meatballs, just enough for a pound. So I grabbed it and intended to purchase it. Looking at the price, 30 yuan per catty. Perhaps because I hadn't bought pork recently, I was unaware of current market conditions. Normally, pork was only 12 or 13 yuan per catty. When had it jumped so drastically? Although I didn't care about such a small amount, this sudden spike truly exceeded my expectations. Brother, pork prices have been high for a whole month. Don't expect it to drop anytime soon. And although it's expensive, it's still not easy to buy. If you don't take this piece, someone else will snatch it up right away. The sales clerk explained to me. It was my fault for being so uninformed, so busy every day that I seldom read the news. When she mentioned it, I did recall vaguely hearing others say something about pork prices rising, but I hadn't paid much attention. I carried the meat back to the 3-story building, opened my phone, and went online to learn the whole story behind the rising pork prices. The reasons were complex, but primarily it came down to supply shortages. Raising pigs wasn't like growing vegetables. It required a much longer cycle, which meant high prices would last for quite some time. An idea suddenly struck me. This was a business opportunity. I entered the space and picked some tomatoes to use for the soup. Rue Feng and Rue Shui had gone to feed the chicks at the chicken farm, so I headed over there as well. The two of them were happily playing away when they saw me arrive, and as usual, Rue Feng started making requests. Master, the number of chickens is increasing, and all the droppings on the ground are actually valuable. They make excellent fertilizer for farmland or feed supplement for pigs. The only problem is that cleaning them up is quite troublesome. Although it's not really hard work for us, it does waste time and interferes with your plans. I'd like to find an assistant to handle this job so that Rue Shui and I can better serve you without getting distracted by these trivial matters. Looking around at the dried-up chicken droppings that nearly covered the entire chicken farm, I realized the issue had grown serious. The island's chicken farm was huge, and in the past I hadn't paid much attention to the accumulating droppings, but now, with time, the problem had become obvious. Rue Feng's words made me reflect seriously. Since the major work had already achieved automation, if they spent too much time clearing droppings, the priorities were misplaced. There were at least 50 mu of land in the chicken farm, and the scale of work required for cleaning the droppings was no small matter. When he mentioned a helper, my first thought was to purchase another smart robot. Alright, I'll contact Oriental Technology as soon as possible and order a robot to assist you. Tell me, should we hire another handsome guy, or a pretty girl this time? Rue Feng understood my meaning, but his intent wasn't the same as mine. Master, spending 1 million yuan on a robot just for cleaning chicken droppings is a bit excessive. I wonder how much chicken dung would be needed to cover the cost of the robot. It's just not cost-effective. I had already considered this. Spending 1 million on equipment wouldn't bother me emotionally. Those droppings could be fertilizer or not. It didn't matter much, since the land on the island was fertile anyway. Whether there was some extra or not wouldn't make a noticeable difference. However, allowing the droppings to remain piled up for long periods in the chicken farm wasn't acceptable. It was not only unhygienic, but it also affected the chicken's health and the environment. Spending long periods breathing that smell wasn't pleasant either. Rue Feng and Rue Shui might not care, but I would feel uncomfortable. In order to maintain the island's ecological environment, it was necessary to invest. I had no objections to this. If I don't buy a robot, who will help you clean up the chicken manure? I asked Rue Feng. Master, just buy some spare parts and steel plates. I can build a simple robot to handle this work. Chapter 112. It's not that I'm bad. Rue Feng said he could make a robot, which sparked my curiosity. Regardless of whether the robot would be able to clean up chicken manure, I found the very idea of him making a robot interesting. I wanted to see how it would turn out. Alright then, tell me what parts to buy? We'll get started right away. Master, I've made a list and sent it to your phone. Just purchase everything on the list. Ding dong. My phone signaled an incoming message. Opening it, I saw it was from AI2. Motors, batteries, receivers, transmitters, cameras, speakers, microphones, chips, circuit boards, ribbon cables, bearings, bolts, steel pipes, square tubes, steel plates, welding rods, cutting discs, silicone, adhesives, and even wigs and clothing. Quite a variety of items, definitely from Rue Feng. I received the list, but now I was even more puzzled how he managed to connect with my phone. Rue Feng seemed to see through my thoughts and answered before I could even ask. The internet. As long as there's a network, I can communicate with you, Master, without any barriers. You can also call me anytime. Please remember this account number and dial directly. Oh my goodness. I suddenly remembered that Rue Feng's ID account was essentially a phone number. Fang Gong had mentioned during his product presentation that the account was encrypted and could only receive commands after being authorized by the master, otherwise the commands would be invalid. The reason I could issue orders to both Rue Feng and Rue Shui was because Fang Gong had originally set that up and paired us accordingly. I still remembered this detail. However, the fact that we could actually talk to each other, Fang Gong had never mentioned this important feature. Why hadn't he said anything about it? A huge question mark formed in my mind. Looking at Rue Feng, then turning to Rue Shui, I tried calling Rue Feng's number. I didn't hear a ringtone, but he claimed we were connected, and indeed, his voice came through the phone receiver at the same time, proving that what he said was true. There was indeed this two-way communication function. What about Rue Shui? Can I talk to her too? While asking, I pulled up the AI1 account and made the call. Rue Shui didn't respond. There's no use trying, Master. She doesn't have this function. My level is higher than hers. This was a new feature the company added later. You, Master, can issue remote commands to us, and I can receive and give feedback. Rue Shui can only receive and execute. Oh my goodness. So there was a difference between the two of them. Earlier, Rue Feng had mentioned that chicken manure could be fed to pigs. Thinking about how pork prices had gone through the roof, I'd already begun to consider raising pigs myself. Remembering that Rue Shui had once said she liked chicks and piglets, I'd only bought her some chicks as pets before. Now they'd grown into a large flock, becoming a full-scale operation. Rue Shui, if I buy some piglets, would you be interested in raising them? Great, great. Rue Shui thanks you in advance. Rue Shui thought piglets were just as adorable as chicks. She might even treat them as pets, while I wanted her to help me raise them up big and strong, benefiting people and incidentally increasing my income. Then we'll raise a group of pigs, fencing off 100 mu of land, letting them run freely on this little island, adding some liveliness to our island. I painted her a big picture first, not sure if she could even imagine how lively it would become in the future. Wonderful, wonderful, Xiuxian clapped excitedly. But Master should be reminded, raising pigs is different from raising chickens. Piglets are strong and powerful. They must be raised in enclosures. Plastic nets won't contain them. They'll destroy crops if they run into the fields, or damage vegetables if they go into the vegetable garden. We should build proper pig pens in advance. I understood. First, we needed to build structures, then purchase piglets. So Xiuxian needs to wait a little longer before seeing the cute piglets. I tried soothing her. It's okay, Master. I'm patient. First, let's build their house. Leaving the space, I started cooking while thinking about my plans. I'd go shopping this afternoon. Xiuxian came home from work just as the meatballs were ready. What an inviting aroma. Temptation, pure and blatant temptation. I was actually planning to go on a diet, but you deliberately cooked something so fragrant. How could I resist eating more than just a bite? Gourmet food is one of life's great pleasures. Tasty food is meant to stimulate appetite. Wanting more just shows that the meal was successful. Your figure is already perfect. Why do you need to diet? Losing weight has no benefits beyond making you look thinner. Scientifically speaking, it's healthier to be slightly plump. Meatiness gives that nice touchable texture. Being thin and bony just doesn't feel good. I had intended to encourage Xiuxian to eat more meatballs, but the conversation somehow took a different turn. Shut up. You're getting worse and worse. Come and sit down and eat plenty so you can gain some weight. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, fingers curled, pretending she would grab me. So I can feel some texture myself. You're so dirty-minded. Her reaction truly left me in shock. After a hearty laugh, we began our meal happily. I told Xiuxian that I had arranged an office for her downstairs, where she could work. Of course, I wouldn't force her. She could choose whichever office she preferred. Xiuxian's eyes twinkled as if she had already figured out my intention. Thank you, General Manager Chun, for being so considerate. As for which office to use, it depends on which company I'm working for. I'll choose convenience as the priority. What do you think? Of course, that's exactly the idea. I could only go along with what she said. So, General Manager Chun is like the old saying, the drunkard's interest is not in wine. Exactly, the drunkard's interest was never in the wine in the first place. It was the mountains and rivers he truly cared about. Laughter broke out again. That's true. But why does the drunkard not care about the wine and instead care about the mountains and rivers? Because the mountains are beautiful, the waters are beautiful, and even more beautiful are the people. I began spouting nonsense, overinterpreting things. Seeing me continue with the topic, Xiuxian playfully pretended to get angry. You're the kind of guy who keeps laying bad eggs. Nothing but a bad egg. Hey, you can't blame the bad eggs. Men aren't men without a little badness. Women just don't fall for the good ones. It's impossible. The good eggs have no choice but to remain single. It's the women who push them to turn into bad eggs. I'd advise all the bachelor guys out there to read How the Bad Eggs Are Tempered. They'll absolutely benefit. I believe most of those who've read it have already found love. Xiuxian laughed so hard she was bent over, unable to eat properly. She hurriedly stopped me from continuing and urged me to eat properly. As long as she was happy, that was fine. After dinner, we returned to guest room number 2, and the first thing she did was pick up the bouquet of roses and bring it to her nose. So fragrant. Standing behind her, I acted as if I wanted to take a sniff too, inhaled deeply through my nose, and was met not only with the scent of roses, but also the fragrance of her shampoo lingering at the ends of her hair. In truth, what captivated me most was her unique natural scent, delicate yet soothing, intoxicatingly pleasant. It's really fragrant, smells better than my meatballs. Xiuxian was sharp as ever. She immediately caught the hidden meaning in my words and turned to ask me, who are you calling a pig? Mimi. I'm a pig from the north, walking across a vast wilderness, with the cold northern wind howling, a beautiful sow gliding by. And I began singing. The tune was off, the lyrics even worse, but none of it mattered. What mattered was making Xiuxian laugh. All this time, you're still calling me a pig. She punched my chest playfully, and I faked an injury, collapsing dramatically onto the bed. Xiuxian laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. We just kept teasing each other like this, creating joy and romance, savoring every moment of this beautiful, love-filled time together. Chapter 113, Building a Robot. In the afternoon, before heading out to buy supplies, I remembered needing to purchase construction materials like green bricks and cement. If that guy from the transport team were still around, it would have saved me the trouble. He used to buy them for me before, but unfortunately, he's been locked up now. Xiuxian could help me buy these too, but I didn't want to involve him further. Even if he didn't ask what the materials were for, he might guess. I still remembered the drivers who had previously delivered bricks to me. They must know where the goods were sourced from. Now that the entire fleet was under my control, wouldn't it be easier for them to go directly to the yard to pick up the goods? I wouldn't even need to know the specific supplier. So I contacted one of the drivers. Master Wong, sorry to trouble you. Please contact the few masters who previously delivered bricks and cement for me, and ask them to bring some more over to the factory area on the east side. Master Wong clarified the types and quantities needed, and agreed immediately. For drivers in the fleet, it didn't matter much what cargo they hauled, as long as it earned them money. A few vehicles could haul construction materials, while the rest could continue transporting grain. Only after arranging this did I head out to town. To my headache, I combed through the entire town of Huangtu, but still couldn't collect all the components listed by Ruff. I had no choice but to call him and ask what to do. This stuff is all available at Orient Company, though the price is several times higher than the market rate. Buying everything there would cost around 2 or 300,000, maybe more. Since the master has already bought quite a bit, it'd be better to order the hard-to-find components from the tech company. If I had known the Orient Tech Company carried these goods, I would have contacted Fong earlier. Why bother driving around for 2 hours, still incomplete, when ordering directly could have been sorted with just one phone call? However, only after getting through to Fong did I realize why Ruff hadn't directly recommended the Orient Tech Company to me. The items were indeed super expensive, not just 2 or 300,000. These components alone, without including bolts, nuts, and other small items like glue and wigs, Fong quoted me 1.2 million. Fong, we've worked together for a long time. You're clearly ripping me off. Buying a finished robot from your company costs only 1 million. Why such a high price for these few parts? It makes no sense. Fong, however, was very patient. Mr. Chun, without you explaining, I can guess what you need. It's the list from Ruff, isn't it? It seems like it wants to help you assemble a robot. Developing robots requires significant manpower, material resources, and financial investment. Only after countless failures can success finally be achieved. The initial cost of development is very high. Although some robot models are sold at a high price, compared to the development costs, it's actually not expensive. To encourage customers to buy, we've kept our prices compressed to ensure affordability and market access. If the components were sold cheaply, then we tech workers would be out of luck and the company wouldn't make a profit, soon going bankrupt. I'm sure you understand this logic, Mr. Chun. So that's how it was. I hadn't thought of it this way before. It seems no industry is easy to manage. Life is full of lessons, and every trade has its unique complexities. Since this was the case, I stopped arguing and simply asked Fong to prepare the parts one couldn't find in Huanta County. The CPU, motherboard, ribbon cables, and robotic arm, just these few items, were priced at 200,000 yuan. I'd spent less than 2,000 yuan on the rest. Could they be this overpriced? Mr. Chun, the prices I quoted are the most favorable terms given our long-term customer relationship. If you don't believe me, I can send you the official price list. Your total would originally be 250,000. The parts you requested are core components of our company. They cannot be sourced elsewhere. Even if you find similar parts, the robot you assemble won't be compatible with ours, and Ruff won't be able to interface with it. Had I known this, I might have just ordered directly from Orient Tech to save myself the hassle. Eventually, I transferred the payment, placed the order, and simply waited for the delivery. I handed everything I bought to Ruff, and xiuxian was responsible for supervising the loading on-site, while Ruff came with me back to the space, connected to the cutting machine, and began cutting steel plates, then connected to the welder to start welding. Curious about Ruff making a robot on-site, I stood nearby watching. Ruff worked incredibly fast, cutting steel plates into various sized pieces, slicing steel pipes and square tubes into different profiles. Quickly, a human-shaped figure emerged. Bolts were added, mechanical arms installed, motors and batteries connected, and wires joined together. Before my eyes, a 120 centimeters tall robot was nearly finished. As Ruff prepared to install the CPU and motherboard, it noticed something unusual. Master, the models of these two components differ from those on the list I provided to you. I was somewhat taken aback. Impossible. I didn't change the list you provided and send it directly to the tech company. Fong is a very meticulous person. He wouldn't have messed up the model numbers. I took the two components and checked them against the list. Indeed, they were different. What should we do? Can we use them? If not, I'll ask them to replace the items. Rufeng said, they can be used. These are actually more advanced than the models I listed. The master probably paid extra money. Since they could be used, I felt relieved. I let Rufeng continue with the installation while I gave Fong a call. Fong told me that mistakenly sending the wrong items was indeed his fault. He had even misquoted the prices originally. He clearly explained the reason. The tech company was currently shipping this particular model of the product by default due to regular practice. As for the CPU and motherboard models on my list, the company had already discontinued external sales. They were outdated models no longer on the market. The robots using these components were now only used for teaching. Students used them for internships and workers for training. They were no longer available for sale to the public. The error in shipment had a clear cause and was quite understandable. Half jokingly, I mentioned to Fong that his mistake had made me spend more money. Fong, surprisingly generous, offered to let me return the items for a full refund. As for the parts of the same model on my list, he said he could give me a complete set for free. Seeing his sincerity, I couldn't act too petty. No need to return the goods. If you insist on giving something, don't just send one set, send 2 sets. What do you say? Fong didn't refuse. Ha, President Chen, you really are something. If it weren't worth much, I wouldn't say anything. But they're the result of our workers' hard labor. Luckily, I still have some extras in my lab. I'll give you 2 sets. When he actually offered them for free, I insisted on paying. How much would 2 sets be? A few 10,000 yuan. Fong laughed heartily. If it were really several 10,000 yuan, how could I possibly give them to you for free? It's just a few dozen yuan at most. If you insist on paying, how could I possibly accept it? Our friendship deepened amidst the laughter. I thought it was just a joke, but 2 days later, I actually received a package from Fong in the mail. Indeed, 2 complete sets of CPUs and motherboards. Chapter 114, a new member on the island. The small robot was already finished. Roughwind was testing it and integrated it into the automated system so that it could be controlled remotely. This meant there was no need to give instructions face-to-face, as the small robot could receive new commands directly. In Roughwind's eyes, it might not really be a robot, but just a regular machine. To make naming the new arrival more convenient, Both Rough Wind and Rough Snow gave it a name, Rough Rain. When I first heard it, I almost threw up. I'm Chun Yu, and now they've given this short little robot the name Rough Rain? Were they intentionally trying to oppose me, their master? Then Rough Wind counted off on his fingers as he explained. Rough Wind, Rough Snow, Rough Rain, we're all part of the same family. I was speechless. Fine, whatever they want to call it is fine, as long as it can work for me. Rather than simply assigning Rough Rain the job of cleaning chicken manure, as I had imagined, Rough Wind handed over the entire chicken farm to it. From now on, Rough Rain would be in charge of managing the chicken farm. If Rough Wind or Rough Snow went to feed the chickens, it would just be because Rough Snow wanted to feed the chicks, no longer as work, but purely as a hobby. Collecting eggs, placing them into egg trays, packing them into cardboard boxes, and even helping to transport eggs out of the space. All these tasks became Rough Rain's responsibility. As for cleaning chicken droppings, that was just one of many duties, and even this was not something that could be completed overnight. Without specialized processing equipment, Rough Rain's manufacturing precision was slightly worse. Its speed and motion accuracy were inferior to Rough Wind and Rough Snow, but still quite impressive. According to my observations, this short little guy could replace at least 10 workers. Most importantly, it never got tired and could keep working until its battery level issued a warning. Initially, I thought it might be due to the poor quality of the batteries I had bought. I blamed myself for not purchasing higher quality ones. But Rough Wind explained. There's nothing wrong with the batteries. It's Rough Rain's precision that's affecting its efficiency. The internal power consumption is too high, which makes it seem like it drains the battery quickly. Actual work has proven that the battery lasts continuously for 4 to 6 hours, after which it just needs recharging. But Rough Wind and Rough Snow only needed to recharge once a day. Yet charging once takes 4 hours, which significantly wasted Rough Rain's working time and prevented full use of the daylight hours. Thus, I decided to search for high-energy batteries. I became deeply interested in how Rough Rain cleaned the chicken droppings and went to the site to observe. I saw it take a shovel, scoop the chicken droppings into a plastic bucket, carry it outside the chicken farm, and pile it up. Its movements were surprisingly fast, about the same speed as 10 workers operating simultaneously. There was a loader in the space, so I asked Rough Wind why Rough Rain couldn't use it. Rough Wind answered. The loader is used for loading grain. If it's used to load chicken droppings too, it would be unhygienic, but that's not even the main issue. The high efficiency of mechanized and electrified operations lies in their speed. But the loader driving at high speed inside the chicken farm would endanger the chickens' lives. Although precautions can be taken, such as isolating the chickens and working in blocks, that would be only temporary. What works the first time won't necessarily work next time. Fresh chicken droppings are constantly being produced and unevenly distributed. The big loader can only scrape up soil and cannot effectively clean up thin layers of droppings. So the large loader wouldn't work. Rough Wind suggested I purchase a smaller one, allowing Rough Rain to carry out random cleanups, which would actually be more efficient. Once the droppings dried out, I could use the loader to load them onto vehicles and spread them into the fields as fertilizer. Meeting their needs was a must for a master like me. So I went to the agricultural machinery market and bought a miniature loader, small and flexible. I transported it into the space. Rough Rain gave it a test drive and found it very suitable. Paired with an electric tricycle for traveling back and forth between inside and outside the chicken farm, it worked quite conveniently. From then on, the tricycle became the vehicle for hauling chicken droppings. For transporting eggs, Rough Wind had to use the 8-ton dump truck again. Bricks, cement, and other building materials were dumped by the drivers into the factory courtyard. I was a little angry. If the truck was unloaded here, how could I efficiently transport everything into the space? I couldn't really get angry with them directly, so I had to find my own solutions. Rough Wind smiled mysteriously. This job can be left to Rough Rain. I brought Rough Rain out of the space along with an 8-ton dump truck and a forklift, and I also got more than a dozen wooden pallets from the factory. Rough Wind showed Rough Rain how to stack the bricks neatly on the wooden pallets before using the forklift to load them onto the dump truck. Rough Rain truly was smart, quick to learn, and very fast at loading the truck. Once the truck was loaded, I would bring it into the space. The unloading was handled by Rough Snow, who needed only to issue a command on the computer. The 8-ton dump truck automatically drove to the designated location, unloaded itself, returned, and then I took it back outside the space. I had to fit this work in during my spare time, because I didn't want the drivers who came to load their trucks to see it. As soon as they arrived, I would hide Rough Rain inside the truck, and after the driver drove away, it would come out again and resume working, causing a considerable decrease in efficiency, such that even by the end of the afternoon, not all the building materials had been transported. As Rough Rain's battery warning went off again, I sent it back into the space to recharge. Luckily, this job wasn't urgent. If we just transported a little each day, eventually everything would get done. Now that I had red bricks and cement, it was time to start building walls for the pig pen. Rough Wind showed me a rough sketch and asked if it was okay. The drawing was basically just 4 brick walls forming a rectangle located next to the chicken farm. The proposed site was on the west side of the chicken farm, on newly acquired land. The soil was hard and not suitable for growing crops anyway, so it was basically in used space. The size and design of the pig pen were exactly as I had envisioned, but the location was only a rough suggestion I had mentioned offhandedly at the time. After actual surveying, I decided to make a slight adjustment, shifting the site further south and building it on the west side of the warehouse. When raising pigs in the future, they would need feed, and I was planning to store the feed in the northwest corner of the warehouse. Placing the pig pen closer would make it more convenient to retrieve feed. Once the location was chosen and the sketch drawn up, Rough Wind, Rough Snow, and Rough Rain began construction. Whenever they had time, they would go and start stacking bricks, without interfering with their daily duties. This time it wasn't as hectic as when building the warehouse. Ruffs now explained the reason. All three of them had assigned tasks and couldn't focus all their time on an intensive push. Besides, the piglets hadn't even been purchased yet. Why rush? Transporting the building materials into the space would also take time, so building slowly was just fine. This manual labor was quite a test for Rough Rain, and the main issue was still its endurance. The battery was being consumed too quickly, causing frequent work stoppages for recharging. Even Rough Wind had to change his mind and suggested that I replace it with a better battery. He recommended a few models, all with larger battery capacities and better endurance. If none could be found locally, then we would need to ask the tech company again. Mentioning that company reminded me that Fong Gong had given me 2 CPUs and motherboards before. I had no use for them, so I handed them over to Rough Wind. The moment he saw them, his eyes lit up. Master, since we now have these parts, why don't we just build 2 more small robots? He seemed truly obsessed with building robots. Actually, this idea suited me just fine. Since I was already looking for batteries, I headed out to the streets again. Because I had bought them before, I already knew where to find the other materials. To my surprise, I even found batteries at a hardware store. Just like the old saying goes, search high and low in vain, but gain effortlessly when it's meant to be. I bought 3 at once. Chapter 115, Raising Piglets. The 2 small robots were completed overnight by Ru Feng, named Ru Bing and Ru Xuan. I actually liked these 2 names. Ru Feng dressed them up like a boy and a girl, resembling 2 elementary school students. They were quite adorable. Compared to them, Ru Yu looked like a dwarf. His appearance was relatively more mature, suggesting an older age. Ru Feng told me that Ru Yu's intelligence was much higher than the other 2, roughly equivalent to a high school student versus 2 elementary students. Their appearances matched their capabilities quite well. Ru Bing and Ru Xuan weren't very smart, but they worked hard and were no less fast or precise than Ru Yu when handling simple, mechanical actions. They were particularly good at lifting and carrying heavy items. With 2 new members added to the island, the construction of the pigsty progressed quickly, with tasks divided efficiently. A large yard was built in no time. Ru Shui began asking me for little pigs. I had already made inquiries and learned that not far from the paper factory in Haida County, there was a pig farm specializing in selling piglets. I made a special trip there. The owner, about 40 years old, was very enthusiastic. As soon as he heard that I wanted to buy 1,000 pigs, his face lit up, and he enthusiastically introduced to me the advantages of his pigs. Landra's pigs, lean meat type, strong disease resistance, fast growth, early market readiness, very suitable for farming. When I asked the price per unit of piglet, I was shocked. It was 100 yuan per gene, and each piglet weighed between 10 to 15 gene, costing 1,000 to 1,500 yuan per piglet. Considering pork already sold for 30 yuan per gene, the piglets were naturally more expensive. Under normal conditions, pigs were sold once they reached over 200 gene, but now it was a seller's market, so they could be raised up to 300 gene, earning a bit more profit. I did a quick calculation in my head and finally understood why pork was so expensive. Despite selling at such a high price, the farmers themselves weren't making much profit. It all went to the breeding farms and feed factories. My interest in raising pigs diminished significantly, but the pigsty had already been built, and I had invested a lot of money. It would truly be a waste not to use it. Thinking that the warehouse inside my space wasn't very spacious either, and the cultivated land area for grain continued to grow along with the island's expansion, I decided to renovate the southern part of the wall and add a color steel roof to use it as a warehouse. I should have researched carefully before raising pigs. It was my mistake for acting hastily. Seeing me silent, the pig farm owner asked proactively, "When will you take the pigs?" "Pigs? Yours are so expensive, I've decided not to buy them. It won't make money, and going through all that trouble would be pointless." The owner's previous beaming face immediately lost its smile. "Young man, you lack basic decency. If you don't want to buy pigs, why come here to mess around? Couldn't you just play somewhere else? Are you here because you like the smell?" I didn't blame the owner for his complaint. Seeing the business of 1,000 piglets slipping away, anyone's mood would be bad. But I wasn't the kind to deliberately upset others without cause. Thinking of Ru Shui, I decided it would be like buying a pet for it, so I changed my mind and said I'd take 100 piglets. The owner smiled again, although his enthusiasm had significantly dropped. He no longer offered pleasantries and directly went to catch the pigs on the farm. I had driven my BMW there. Obviously, I couldn't stuff 100 piglets directly into the trunk, nor could I bring them into my space in front of the owner. Taking the opportunity to use the restroom, I left the owner's site and entered my space, taking out the electric tricycle, which was more than sufficient for carrying 100 piglets. Catch pigs, load the vehicle, pay, and leave the pig farm. When I saw no one around, I sent the piglets into my space. Ru Shui was overjoyed when it saw those cute little pigs, even more excited than the first time it saw baby chicks. With the help of Ru Yu, Ru Bing, and Ru Xuan, we quickly released all the piglets into the pigsty. With pigs now present, feed was necessary. I called Han Xiaobai and asked him to bring back a truckload of piglet feed on his return trip. "What? You're actually going to raise pigs?" "Comrade Han Xiaobai, did you forget your work ethics?" I didn't tell him directly that I indeed was raising pigs, but reminded him not to ask about work-related matters contrary to our contract. The labor contract clearly stipulated that he was to complete corresponding tasks according to the leader's instructions without inquiring into the details related to the work. I had highlighted this clause as a critical labor rule to ensure the secrecy of my space remained protected. Though I trusted Han Xiaobai and his girlfriend, I still needed to set things straight first. To handle matters properly, it was better to behave like a petty person first and a gentleman later, rather than start as a gentleman then act petty. The contract specified that the employer had the right to remove him at any time if he violated the rule. So if he continued asking questions, I could fire him. All right. I forgot. I won't ask anything. My mouth is truly a bit loose. Please, as it's my first mistake, show some mercy, Boss Chun. I will definitely be more careful in the future and won't make such a low-level mistake again. Han Xiaobai apologized repeatedly on the phone. Of course, I never really intended to fire him. Since he now understood that this was none of his business, I let it go without further mention. I just emphasized that he shouldn't forget about the pig feed. Han Xiaobai immediately guaranteed he would arrange it right away. The special piglet feed arrived at the factory area, and the driver unloaded it directly there. I didn't mind at all, because now with Ru Yu, Ru Bing, and Ru Shuang, they could work together and quickly move an entire truckload of feed into my space. I discovered Ru Shui feeding green fodder to the piglets and hurried over to stop it. These piglets are still very young. Can they even digest corn stalks? Won't that give them diarrhea? Ru Shui pointed at the group of piglets. Master, look. They're eating so joyfully, all competing to eat. They look so cute. How could such fresh feed possibly cause them to get an upset stomach? Still unconvinced, I ordered Ru Shui to feed them only the specialized feed for now and to wait until the piglets were bigger before giving them green fodder. Since no dedicated feeding equipment had been prepared for the piglets, Ru Shui brought over a fish tank to use as a feeder and poured the feed into it. The piglets eagerly jumped inside, poking and shoving each other, fighting to eat. Ru Yu then brought another fish tank, followed by Ru Bing and Ru Shuang carrying 4 plastic buckets and pouring in clean water. Now the piglets had feed, both dry and wet, and were eating heartily, creating a lively scene. The robots watched with fascination. As long as they were happy, that was fine with me. These 100 pigs weren't for making money. I treated them more like pets bought for the robots to enrich their spare time. Leaving my space, I arrived at the factory area. Ru Feng was already here, supervising the loading of 2 vehicles. One was being loaded with corn, and the other with green fodder. The forklifts and loaders operated automatically and quickly. Once full, the trucks roared off in the distance. Whenever a truck arrived to load cargo, Han Xiaobai and his girlfriend would stay at the corresponding factory. Ru Feng was now a core worker, overseeing operations here, while Ru Shui handled harvesting, plowing, and sowing inside my space. The 3 small robots, meanwhile, appeared quite idle. I sensed that wasn't quite right. I asked Ru Feng, can Ru Bing and Ru Shuang independently complete the loading tasks? Absolutely. Then let them handle the supervision here. You go back to the space. There's no need to send both of them. One will suffice. They're fully capable. I returned to my space and brought Ru Bing out with me. I wanted to see whether it could actually complete the automatic loading task. Seeing its small stature, however, I felt doubtful again. Chapter 116 Rushing to transport wheat straw. Ruffing appeared as a regular human, with a height and physical features indistinguishable from an average person. There was nothing visibly robotic about him. Otherwise the ant at the wholesale station wouldn't have considered setting him up on a blind date. Ru Bing, on the other hand, looked like a young elementary school boy. Having him handle loading trucks would surely provoke comments from the drivers. I wasn't worried they'd accuse me of using robots. I was more concerned they'd think I was illegally employing child labor. Can you modify him to be taller? Make him look like an adult. Only Ruffing could help me redesign the robot's appearance. After all, part replacement required specialized knowledge, and no one else knew how to do it. No problem. Just extend his legs. We have spare materials left over. Cut them, add extensions, reattach them, and he'll be taller. Once the master buys him a longer pair of pants and I stick a little fake mustache on him, he'll look grown up. If not, just have him wear a mask, glasses, and a hard hat. No one will realize he's just a kid. I couldn't help but laugh at Rufing's suggestion. Ru Bing was clearly thrilled when he heard he could become taller. Since there were no trucks coming to load goods at the moment, I brought them into my space and began the modifications immediately. This kind of task was a piece of cake for Ruffin. He explained that the reason they were initially designed to be small and short was to enhance their strength. Shorter levers mean greater strength. Increasing their height might make them look better, but it would reduce their strength by 10%. However, this 10% reduction wouldn't significantly impact their performance. Ru Bing's new height was 170 centimeters, and his old pants had now become short pants. Rusno and Ryu were already laughing so hard they were leaning forward. Rufrost, however, did not laugh. She, too, requested a similar modification, wanting to grow taller and appear more beautiful. Since I figured they could switch tasks, I agreed. Ruffin repeated the same process, and soon Rufrost reached a height of 165 centimeters, exactly the same as Rusno. There were ready-made clothes in the small clothes room. The blue and white camouflage outfits still looked sharp on Ru Bing and Rufrost. The only reason I bought children's clothes in the first place was because I didn't have such small sizes of camouflage uniforms. Seeing how great they looked, Ryu, who had just been laughing out loud, suddenly stopped. Now she was the shortest of them all, and she too started requesting limb-lengthening surgery. Before I could agree, Ruffin opposed it. Master, not for her. Ryu has the most skills and handles complex tasks. Her height was precisely calculated based on scientific design. Changing it could create risks in certain jobs. Since Ruffin was so serious about it, Ryu's request couldn't be fulfilled. She pouted, clearly displeased. This childish reaction only triggered more laughter. And this time, it was Ru Bing's turn to laugh at her. After the height modification was completed, Ruffin reprogrammed Ru Bing accordingly. Now he could fully replace Ruffin in the factory area to remotely control the loading operations. This freed Ruffin to perform more complex tasks. Later in the evening, while transporting grain and straw to the factory area, I ran into a problem. All day long, Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng had stayed at the feed mill and cattle farm, only selling corn and green fodder. Not a single truck of wheat or wheat straw had been sold. As a result, tonight's shipment from my space completely filled up building number 2 with wheat. I worried the front gate wouldn't even shut, so I left some of the wheat in my space. Wheat straw had always been stored in the yard. It could fit whether more or less, but we managed to move all the newly produced wheat straw out today. Despite an entire day of corn transportation, freeing up a lot of space in warehouse number 1, tonight's shipment left the warehouse nearly full again. Building number 3 was storing far more green fodder than usual. The owner of the cattle farm once told me that if green fodder was stacked too densely, it could generate heat. If not controlled properly, the fodder could spoil, making cattle reluctant to eat it, and even causing illness. Using the factories as storage was proving too tight. This was mainly due to the rapid expansion of the plantation area on the island. Today was also affected by another factor. The drivers made fewer trips than usual and didn't work overtime at noon. This issue needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Before I could even come up with a solution, nature forced me to act. Tonight, a heavy storm suddenly arrived. It hadn't rained heavily during the hot season before now, just a few light drizzles that had little effect, with some areas even suffering from drought. The rain came quickly and intensely, but also ended just as fast. The grains and green fodder were all stored safely inside the factory buildings and remained undamaged. But the wheat straw stacked in the yard was completely soaked. The next morning, I saw that the wheat straw pile was wet to a considerable depth, giving off a musty smell. Wheat straw soaked by rainwater would be rejected by the paper mill. If I sorted them out and piled them up here, it would still become a problem. For me, it would simply become garbage. My top priority now was to transport this wheat straw away as soon as possible. Driver Master Wang called me directly, asking if it had rained heavily and whether we would still transport goods today. There was no doubt about it. There was still plenty of cargo left, so transportation must continue. I told them today to haul only the wheat straw and deliver it to the paper mill as soon as possible. If another heavy rain came, it really would all become garbage. Trucks began arriving one after another. Master Wang was the first to load. President Shun, this huge pile of wheat straw can't possibly be hauled away in one day with only our 20 vehicles. The paper mill is 200 kilometers from Huangta County. At most we can make 2 trips a day. It's impossible to finish in one day. We definitely need more trucks. He actually reminded me of something. Temporarily increasing the number of trucks wouldn't be easy. Besides this fleet, I didn't have connections with any other transportation teams. Seeing my agreement to add vehicles, Master Wang said he had a solution. Every truck driver knew several others. They had contacts with other transport teams. I asked him to inform the drivers immediately, urging them to call around. More trucks were better. We must haul away all the wheat straw today. So, the drivers on the scene took out their phones and began making calls one after another. The power of collective effort showed quickly. Within half an hour, 40 more trucks arrived. Rubing was on site managing the loading. Already, some trucks had left carrying wheat straw. Other vehicles were waiting in line behind. I thought the problem of wheat straw was resolved for today and planned to leave the factory area and return to the small building. Halfway there, I noticed some drivers leaving the line with their trucks empty. I hurriedly asked why. One driver told me that the departed trucks left because their drivers saw they were hauling wheat straw and became unwilling to wait in line. They were impatient. Earlier, I had also heard some grumbling. Some said cargo fees were calculated by distance and tonnage, and since wheat straw was light, they couldn't haul much and thus earned less. That's why some were unwilling and had left. According to this driver, however, their actual reason might have been receiving other jobs. More trucks kept leaving the line. At least a dozen had gone. Chapter 117, Purchasing the Western Courtyard. People naturally follow the crowd. Where there's a leader, others will follow. There are too few trucks. We probably won't finish hauling the wheat straw today. Worse still, we also need to transport grain and green fodder. It's likely that not much grain will be shipped out tonight. The storage space in my warehouse will keep getting filled. Although some loss of wheat straw and green fodder isn't a big deal, if the corn and wheat remain here for too long without proper storage technology, they might get moldy, and then the loss would be significant. Upon careful inquiry, even the 20 drivers in my team aren't willing to haul wheat straw. Although the distance is long, the quantity we haul is small, much less than the tonnage of grain, even less than that of corn stalks and green fodder. Some drivers were even more direct. They said that hauling a truckload of straw meant earning about 100 yuan less. The distance is far, and the fewer times you haul, the more you could have completed 4 or even 5 to 6 runs a day if hauling other goods. In their complaints, I finally figured out the cause. That's why so much wheat straw remained. The issue had to be solved. Immediately, I decided that for every truck of wheat straw hauled, in addition to paying the usual freight, I would provide an extra 200 yuan subsidy. The drivers immediately became motivated, and the news spread fast. Someone even asked me if there would always be a subsidy in the future. Human nature really can't withstand temptation. The wheat straw I sent to the paper mill already made only a small profit. It was purely for disposal purposes. Kept here, it was nothing but garbage. By subsidizing the drivers 200 yuan per load, my profits would become even slimmer. I made this decision today only as an emergency measure. I didn't want the drivers to develop resentment. If they became discontented and refused to haul for me, it would be much more troublesome. For today, let's handle things this way and finish hauling this pile of wheat straw. As for future cases, I'll come up with a better plan and inform everyone once I decide. Filled with relatively good expectations, the drivers rushed to load their trucks. I noticed one driver making a phone call. Soon after, a truck returned to the fleet that had just left, clearly coming back. This further convinced me that I already had a strategy, and I'd make the announcement tomorrow. If I gave all the profits to the drivers, they would be willing to haul the wheat straw, but it would also affect the timely sale of grain. I needed to find a balance. I noticed that west of the factory compound I was renting was another large courtyard. A rusty lock hung on its big iron gate. I had never seen the owner open it. Now, the 3 warehouses within the factory area were no longer sufficient. In the future, the planting areas for wheat and corn would expand further, meaning that situations like today's could easily occur again. It wouldn't be only the wheat straw getting soaked by the rain, but even the grain might suffer. Such a scenario absolutely couldn't be allowed to happen. I needed to rent another space to expand my warehouse area. Besides the rusty lock, there was no information on the door of this courtyard. So I gave the landlady, Annie Fat, a call. She might know who owned the courtyard. As expected, I was right. Annie Fat gave me a phone number and told me to get in touch. Soon, a man in his 50s arrived, Uncle He. Hearing that I wanted to rent his courtyard, he unlocked the gate and showed me inside. The courtyard was roughly the same size as Annie Fat's, about 3,000 square meters. Only a row of flat houses stood at the northernmost end, probably serving as offices and dormitories. Inside, there was no furniture at all. Everywhere was littered with trash, a mess. It was essentially an empty yard overgrown with weeds. In simple terms, just an empty lot. The rent was actually cheaper than Annie Fat's, about the same as renting one of the workshops. But without existing warehouses, I couldn't use it immediately upon renting. I'd have to build new ones. When Uncle He heard that I wanted to build houses on the courtyard, he immediately became unwilling. You can't build. When you stop renting, you'd have to tear them down. You wouldn't be bothered, but I would. Unless you buy it outright. Once it's yours, you can build warehouses, or even buildings. It won't be my business anymore. His words suddenly struck me. Why not buy it then? Owning multiple properties could also be considered an investment. When Uncle He found out that I was truly interested in buying, he alone couldn't make the decision. He called in 7 or 8 people, some older, some younger. They turned out to be brothers and uncles and nephews. The place was inherited from their father. They had discussed many ways to divide it, but no plan had worked out. Someone always objected. Renting it out would allow them to split the money, which was easier than dividing the land. But for several years now, no one had come to rent it. The yard was too large, and even the rent kept getting lowered, but the land remained unused. Eventually, they reached a consensus. It would be best if someone could just buy it. But due to internal family conflicts, nobody had even thought to advertise it, so no one had ever come forward to buy the plot. Now that I wanted to buy it, they were finally getting a potential investor. Normally, one would expect them to raise the price and make more money. Everyone should benefit from the deal. But this family was a bit strange. When they saw that I wasn't quick to respond, instead of pushing for a higher price, they kept lowering it themselves. I didn't even need to bargain. Starting from 10,000 yuan per square meter, they reduced the price themselves to 6,000. I even felt a bit awkward. Was it too cheap? This price makes me feel a bit uneasy. What if people hear about it and start gossiping about me? My intention was to ask whether others would gossip that I had taken advantage of them for such a great deal. But this family misunderstood. They thought I still believed the price was too high, so they finally settled on 5,000 yuan. Their only condition was cash payment, no bank transfer. They couldn't see the money and thus couldn't divide it among themselves. For this reason, I had to make prior arrangements at the bank and handed over the money the next day. Naturally, this was done only after the purchase contract was signed. 6 or 7 family members accompanied me to the real estate bureau to complete the necessary paperwork. This land now truly belonged to me. I was just pondering how to plan this courtyard, how many warehouses to build, what to store in each, when Annie Fat came looking for me. Would you be interested in buying my courtyard? Annie Fat came to me willingly to sell her courtyard, which naturally made me curious. Why sell? Isn't renting it to me working fine? I'll pay you the rent on time. Actually, I prefer to sell it. Annie Fat had her reasons for selling the courtyard. Her late husband was a cousin of Uncle He's, and had passed away quite early. They had only one daughter, who had already settled in Country Y. Now Annie Fat lived alone. Her parents were gone too, and staying alone as a widow was difficult, not because of financial hardship. Her family had substantial assets. Precisely because of this, some men had their eyes on her. Though Annie Fat was a bit overweight, she had a very attractive appearance and fair skin, which made her particularly appealing to certain men. She had considered finding a partner, remarrying, and spending the rest of her life with someone. But after dating several men, none were sincere. All they wanted was her money. Eventually, she lost all hope and gave up on the idea. Living in a large house filled with wealth, yet feeling no happiness, she missed her daughter and wanted to go to her. Her daughter, who was already pregnant with her 3rd child, warmly welcomed her mother's help in raising the children. Annie Fat wanted to sell this factory courtyard, but due to its large area and remote location, nobody wanted to buy it. Even renting it out was difficult. In the past, people had come to look, but eventually never rented. I was the first to rent her courtyard. There was another reason for selling this courtyard, and this was also something that greatly troubled her. Chapter 118. Buying the Eastern Compound again. The He family's ancestors had once been a prominent household. They had grown wealthy through animal breeding and textile production on this very land, which then became their primary business premises. Later, when the authorities formally defined land ownership, the He family purchased the land officially. The elder generation had 2 sons and divided the land equally between them as their inheritance. The elder son was the father of Uncle He, and the younger son was the grandfather of Annie Fat. Her husband's side only had 1 son, and they themselves had only 1 daughter. The family had originally dealt in cotton trade, but had ceased operations after her husband passed away. In contrast, Uncle He's branch of the family had many children, thus boasting a large family. However, larger numbers brought larger troubles. None of them were ambitious and squandered the family's wealth from generations past, living extravagantly until their circumstances gradually worsened, with some even accumulating significant debts. The Western compound had previously been used by their older generation for side businesses, raising cattle and sheep. Although they hadn't made vast fortunes, the family managed to get by. However, after that elder family member died, future generations squandered everything. The descendants of that family, who were unfilial, then turned their eyes toward the land, wishing to divide it among themselves. But nobody could come up with a solution that satisfied everyone, so the issue was postponed indefinitely. Neither could they rent it nor sell it, and none among them had the capability to develop a side business there, so the land remained idle. The area lay on the outskirts of the county. As for development, that would take who knows how many years. There was no planning from the county officials, and likely wouldn't be in their lifetimes. It wasn't until I finally bought the land that I resolved a major issue for Uncle He and others. But Auntie Fat's concerns were something else. Uncle He's family is large. Even if the money from selling the land were to be divided up, each person wouldn't receive much, and what remained after repaying debts would be even less, possibly insufficient even to settle all debts. Auntie Fat worried they would start eyeing her eastern compound. This worry wasn't mere speculation on her part. Uncle He and several of his grandchildren and nephews had approached her more than once before, discussing how to divide this piece of land. She had only one daughter, who had moved overseas. The relatives kept bringing up the old saying, once a daughter is married, she's like water spilled out, and argued that her daughter had no rights to inherit this land. In the future, the relatives would surely split it among themselves. Auntie Fat saw through their ulterior motives. She didn't exactly refuse to hand the land over to these so-called relatives. At the very least, they should give her some money for it. Didn't need to be market price, a discounted amount was fine. She herself knew such a request was practically impossible to realize, because those relatives didn't have the money. One cousin did propose an idea. They could take the compound first, as if dividing it in advance, and once they sold it later, they would pay Auntie Fat part of the proceeds. That suggestion was truly uncomfortable, an obvious act of brazenness. Wasn't it cursing Auntie Fat to die early? Naturally, she disagreed, and thus began a major rift with this branch of the family. Since then, Auntie Fat had become isolated, truly alone. This was also one of the reasons she wanted to leave and join her daughter overseas. Therefore, she wanted to sell this compound. She already had found a buyer for her residential building. As long as she sold the big compound, the other party could take possession anytime. I now understood everything and sympathized greatly with Auntie Fat. I decided to purchase the factory compound. I asked her to name her price. The eastern and western compounds are similar in size, both about 3,000 square meters. What one side sells for, the other side sells for. There are also 3 workshops on my side. The structures are decades old, but were well built and still in usable condition. You are already using it, and there's absolutely no problem. These 3 workshops are sold together with the land for the same price. Auntie Fat was being fair. After I calculated the cost, I realized the price wasn't high. Although the western compound also had a row of single-story homes, they were small and low and not worth much. The valuation was negligible. Still, I mentioned the issue of the row houses. Auntie Fat was very generous and offered a $200,000 discount overall. If I agreed, we could sign the contract and complete the transfer immediately. She wanted to leave here as soon as possible. That touched something deep inside me. I sympathized with her and couldn't bear to let her take a loss. The compound already wasn't priced high, so I refused the discount of $200,000. I transferred the full $30 million to her account without deducting a penny. Moved and excited, Auntie Fat accompanied me to complete the transfer procedures that very day. Then she hurried to contact another buyer about selling her apartment building. 6,000 square meters of land. It was time for me to build a warehouse here, requiring careful planning. Admittedly, the area was already quite large, but for storing all my grain, it really wasn't that big. My storage space back in my own dimension was even larger than this entire property. Although I didn't need professional-grade construction and could have simply drawn a rough sketch myself, doing so would be unprofessional and thus must be handed over to qualified personnel for proper design. I called Lu Ruchuan over and asked him to draw me a blueprint, arranging it according to my ideas. At Auntie Fat's factory compound, things were currently in use, with most of the ongoing construction happening at the western courtyard. When Lu Ruchuan saw me building another factory, he was initially surprised and asked if I was expanding the canning plant. I became serious. This is leadership's decision. Don't ask too many questions. My implication was clear. Just do your job well without asking too much. He must have understood, didn't ask further, and immediately went to the site to take measurements, recording everything as he worked. He quickly got into his professional mode. Lu Ruchuan is a very responsible person. You can tell from his usual work attitude. Plus, he is a professional. I felt at ease in trusting this matter to him. By the next day, he brought the draft drawings. Applying for approval to construct a factory was something he had experience with before. So, I thought again of Yao Honyuan. Lu Ruchuan and Yao Honyuan already knew each other, so there would be no issue contacting him. And Yao Honyuan wouldn't refuse my request. Such a big task didn't need to be hidden from Bai Luoxue. I still told her about it, and asked her to accompany Lu Ruchuan on a trip. Bai Luoxue was also very surprised. Over the phone, she fired off 3 questions in a row. When did you buy the land? Why do you want to build another factory again? What exactly are you planning to do? Of course, I needed to clearly explain to her, although in reality, I couldn't really explain properly. I could briefly tell her about buying the land. I could also say that the factory was going to be used as a warehouse. But I had to fabricate a lie about where the grain was coming from. just like I had done with the flour mill manager. Business connections with friends in the South. The prospects are promising, and we've already started. She would eventually find out about this matter anyway. I had already been secretly working on it for many days, yet she still didn't know anything about it. Bai Luoxue couldn't stay calm, rushing over from the office all in a flurry. Seeing Lu Ruchuan on site, she pulled me into a room in one of the bungalows and whispered, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand about such a huge undertaking? It's all so sudden. Investing carries risks. Have you really thought it through?" I didn't feel she was scolding me. Rather, she was just worried about my business decisions, and a warm sweetness rose in my heart. It's only just been arranged, so telling you now isn't late. As for the kind of projects I'm doing, truly, you don't need to worry about them. Without full confidence, I wouldn't pursue them, at least not on a large scale. As you know, I don't act recklessly. Please trust me. Bai Luoxue smiled. I'm not saying you're acting recklessly. I just think you're getting more mysterious. Isn't being mysterious nice? Mysterious women fascinate men, and mysterious men earn women's admiration. As for me, you're also a mysterious presence. Chapter 119, begging her to pick up the keys. Bai Luoxue was delighted by my philosophical words that sounded like a tongue twister. But she certainly didn't understand the source of the mystery I felt toward her was precisely because of her relationship with Xuanhuan. Although we had already become a couple, this matter remained a knot in my heart. How could I bring it up? If I didn't ask, it would forever remain a mystery. Even if this question were resolved, then what? I had even thought at one point that if the answer to this mystery never revealed itself, perhaps we would only grow closer and more affectionate. Asking her to help Lu Ruchuan meet Xuanhuan made me conflicted too. Nowadays, Bai Luoxue hardly interacted with Xuanhuan anymore, at least, as far as I could observe during the daytime at work. What about after she returned home, on Saturdays, Sundays, or during evenings? Whether she met him or not was something I couldn't confirm, yet I couldn't directly pry into her privacy either. That would be disrespectful, untrusting, and frankly, I even considered it an insult to her. Currently, my connections and resources for design approvals were still limited to Xuanhuan alone. If not him, who else could I turn to? Going through someone else would only complicate things further. Nonetheless, Bai Luoxue did go with Lu Ruchuan. Everything went smoothly, and the procedures were quickly finalized. Next came the construction arrangements. I didn't even have to say anything. The task was proactively taken up by Xuanhuan himself. The construction at Xuanhuan residential complex was nearly completed. The homes were already simply decorated, with water and electricity connected, and keys were beginning to be handed over to residents. Just in time, Xuanhuan's crew of construction workers took on my project and moved onto the site. With Yao on the job, I didn't need to worry. He was more experienced and diligent. It was also Xuanhuan who personally called me to inform me about the water and electricity being activated and the handover of keys at Xuanhuan. I reserved a 2-bedroom apartment for Han Xiaobai in the company name of Special Eco-Agriculture. Naturally, he called me to come collect the keys. There was also another matter. The villa at Building 9 was ready for move-in. At that time, I happened to be busy transporting eggs with roughing out of the space and had no time. Therefore, I called Bai Luoxue, asking her to do me a favor and retrieve the keys. In the past, Bai Luoxue usually agreed cheerfully with tasks like this, especially when it gave her a chance to see Xuanhuan. Yet starting from the last time, when she accompanied Lu Ruchuan for the factory blueprint review, she no longer showed much enthusiasm. This time, she clearly tried to decline. "This is your apartment. You're the one who should go sign for it. Who am I to do that? Come on, it's just picking up keys, not asking you to kill or rob. Is it really that hard? As for the signature, even easier. I'll authorize you to sign for me directly. It's just for a simple procedure, nothing important. Besides, you can take a half-day off afterward. After getting the keys, you can go straight home." By the standard logic of ordinary employees, this would naturally be a happy errand to run. But Bai Luoxue was different. "It's barely been over an hour since I came to work. If I pick up the keys and head home immediately, will the staff look down on me? I earn a high salary from you. How could I feel at ease taking advantage like this? My job is still mine. If I don't finish today's work, I must do it tomorrow. When it's time to work and I choose to rest instead, even if it's you, the boss, asking me to relax, the work won't disappear. Skipping half a day now only makes me busier later." How could she think like that? I was simply asking her to get the keys and use it as an excuse to rest a bit, yet she complained about it. I felt quite unhappy, nearly blurting out how unappreciative she was for refusing yet another opportunity to see Xuanhuan. Fortunately, I held myself back in time, or else we might have had a real conflict. Finally, I softened my tone. "Begging you, darling. I'm really tied up here. Please consider it helping me run an errand. If you really don't want to go home, I'll make you dumplings with chives and lamb for lunch. Let me treat you, okay?" Unconsciously, I found myself pleading with her. Bai Luoxue finally laughed and agreed to fetch the keys. I even suspected she had been laughing the entire time on the phone. Since she had agreed, I also asked her to check the water and electricity supply at the villa of Building 9, calling me immediately if anything was wrong. She didn't refuse this request. Only after the phone was hung up did I let out a long sigh. Thinking it over, I felt like she had acted this way deliberately. Eventually, I concluded she was simply teasing me. Rather than being upset, I found myself pleased, finally relaxed. Subtly, I realized she might be intentionally avoiding Xuanhuan. As I had promised Bai Luoxue, I couldn't go back on my word. After retrieving the keys, she didn't go home directly. Indeed, she checked the water and electricity supply at the villa of Building 9, floor by floor from the first to third. Everything was normal. She didn't return home, but instead went to the wholesale station to supervise the work and check sales progress. By the time she returned to the cannery, it was already time to clock out. and when she arrived at the small villa, I had already started cooking the chive and lamb dumplings. You actually made dumplings. I could smell the aroma as soon as I entered the building. It's such a familiar scent. She placed her bag down and walked into the kitchen, wrapping her arms gently around my waist from behind. You actually kept your promise. That's right. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Can't you tell who you're talking to? I felt a bit proud, and since she had taken the initiative to show affection, I was filled with happiness. I turned my head and kissed her forehead. Why can't you ever get enough of kissing me? She laughed and ran off, apparently into the guest room, then quickly returned. By then, I had already served the dumplings on the table. They're ready. Let's eat. After washing her hands, she sat down, but before even taking a bite of dumpling, she said, "It's strange about those roses. They've been here for quite a while, maybe even half a month now, yet they still look freshly picked without a hint of wilting. And the fragrance is so strong. This variety is really impressive." The bouquet of roses in her guest room had been regularly refilled with water by me, of course, from the xiuxian. It was natural they remained so fresh. It was all due to the special water. As long as you like them, we can switch to other colors if you get tired of this shade. I naturally wanted to please her. You mean you're planning to give me roses and other colors too? Bai Luoxue raised her eyebrows, her eyes lighting up with interest. Go ahead. Do you want white, yellow, or blue? I had all those colors in my space. Blue roses too? That would be really rare. She looked curious. Let's eat first. Blue roses will be available soon enough. I had already promised her, and I would certainly deliver. But first things first, my stomach needed attention. While eating the dumplings, Bai Luoxue pulled the keys from her bag and handed them to me. I've done everything for you. I checked the water and electricity at the villa. Everything was fine. The rest is up to you. Then she briefly filled me in on the wholesale station's operations. The business volume had grown even more compared to before, with new clients mostly from neighboring counties and even from the provincial capital. Because these small vendors were limited in scale, they couldn't secure large orders from the cannery. They also couldn't distribute the bulk white flour they purchased from the flour mill, and buying in small quantities didn't meet the qualifications. My type of retail wholesale business suited them perfectly and provided convenience. It was also precisely where my profit margins lay. Bai Luoxue suggested whether I should consider opening a similar chain store in the provincial capital as well. There would be more potential customers, and sales would definitely be no problem. Chapter 120, Planning for Chain Stores. That's actually a pretty good idea. We began discussing it right at the dining table. We completely ignored the fragrance of the chive and lamb dumplings. Both of us were completely absorbed in the idea of opening chain stores. Great idea. Exactly where in the provincial capital to set up the store indeed requires an on-site inspection. Once the location is decided, the next issue is the selection of staff, whether to send people from Minli Canned Food Factory or to recruit locally. I prefer sending people from the factory. The canned food factory uses an automated production line. Except for the shift workers, the other frontline staff aren't that busy. We could probably spare dozens of people, although they are slightly older, which might somewhat affect the store's image. For a store that focuses on presentation, the employees should ideally be younger. Even if not in their 20s, people in their 30s or 40s would be more appropriate than those around 50. This is where my plan lacks confidence. Bai Luoxue understood my meaning. She told me a principle. Running a store is doing business, so we must handle everything according to business principles. Local recruitment could easily solve the image problem. Finding a few young men and women in the provincial capital wouldn't be difficult. These young people who have just entered the workplace wouldn't have high demands regarding salary, which could help lower labor costs. But it's different for the older workers from the factory. They definitely wouldn't accept wages lower than what they're currently earning. Being sent to work in the provincial capital means leaving home, so we would have to arrange dormitories and provide vacation time for family visits. We should avoid as many of these complications as possible to minimize costs. As for my suggestion about employing surplus workers, providing new jobs within Yellow Earth County would be better than sending them elsewhere. Speaking of arranging new jobs, Bai Luoxue mentioned the matter of my new warehouse construction. Building a new warehouse, surely you need someone to help manage it. The surplus staff from the canned food factory are experienced and reliable, better suited for such stable jobs. Bai Luoxue made a fair point, but she truly didn't understand the difficulties in my heart. The source of this grain was abrupt and mysterious. That's exactly why I hadn't hired any outside personnel or used factory staff. I had used a few robots like foam. Later, as the number of warehouses increases and the scale grows, fire prevention, theft protection, rain resistance, daily supervision, and goods handling will all require manpower. Since Bai Luoxue already knows I can't rely solely on robots to handle all these tasks without employing actual human workers, how to balance things appropriately remains a puzzle for me. For now, I verbally agreed to her suggestion and said I'd decide later once the warehouse was built. Actually, I was really busy today, but I still needed to appear relaxed and carefree in front of Bai Luoxue. After the meal, she returned to room 2 to rest. Instead of following her closely, I went downstairs and hid in my office for a while, drinking a cup of tea to help my digestion. I was simply biding my time. 20 minutes later, I entered the pocket dimension. Letting Ruesong pick a bouquet of blue roses, I returned to room 2. Bai Luoxue was lying quietly on the bed, softly snoring. She was asleep. I didn't disturb her. I removed the red roses, replaced them with the blue ones, and quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind me before returning to room 1. I hadn't studied during noon today. Since Bai Luoxue was asleep, I could take advantage of this time to do the most important task of the day. Trading stocks. I do it every day, no matter how busy I am. I have always persisted. Entering the pocket dimension, I grabbed a stool, sat by the water's edge, breathing fresh air, took out my phone to check stock market information online. I prepared paper and a pen, noting the current trends of over a dozen stocks I've been tracking closely. After that, I simply waited. As for Bai Luoxue's suggestion to establish a wholesale station in the provincial capital, after thinking it through carefully from beginning to end, I concluded it was indeed feasible. Suddenly, a brand new idea appeared in my mind. This idea needs to be tested first. If the results prove profitable, I could open chain stores in other counties too, but I mustn't rush things. Eat one bite at a time, and handle one thing at a time. For now, it's just a concept. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. If this succeeded, the business would grow bigger and bigger. I must organize the supply issues well. There wouldn't be a problem with fish, canned food, and pickles. Although the factory remains in short supply currently, I could still guarantee the supply for our own stores. Letting those vendors remain slightly undersupplied might even help maintain market control. The supply of wheat flour requires negotiation with the flour mill to try to increase our order quantity. Corn flour shouldn't be an issue. The private vendor had told me repeatedly, whenever you want processing, just bring the corn over. Even if I don't sleep, I'll grind it on time for you. Whether to continue selling cat and dog food will require a final decision only after the trial sales. Later, I thought again about the new warehouse issue. Suddenly, I had an even better idea. I'd put everything into practice once the warehouse construction was complete. Xiuxian was busy remotely operating the field machinery from the computer, handling multiple tasks at once, harvesting in front, plowing right after, and sowing following behind. The efficiency was incomparable to the past. Ruyu was driving an electric tricycle back and forth between the chicken farm and the fields, spreading chicken manure. Most of the chickens stayed in the shade. Some were sitting on eggs, others were pecking at feathers. Only a few, unbothered by the sun, wandered around the ground pecking at small pebbles. I arrived at the pig farm. I had been too busy lately and hadn't checked on them since releasing the piglets into the pens. Originally, those pigs were bought by me as pets for Xiuxian. I didn't really care how they had grown. However, when I saw them, I was stunned. There was no trace of the little piglets left in the pen. Every one was fat and strong, each nearly 2 meters long, already easily reaching 200 gene, and the largest ones I guessed exceeded 300 gene. I counted 100 pigs, none missing. That meant none had died from illness. All had grown up normally. The truckload of special feed purchased for the piglets had long been eaten up. I didn't know exactly what they had been fed since then, so I went to ask Xiuxian. Green fodder, melon vines, wheat straw, and corn. We also feed them some wheat. You feed them corn and wheat without processing them first. As long as we put these things in the trough, these lovely pigs just rush to fight for it until they're full. Xiuxian showed obvious pride. She felt proud of raising the pigs so well, though actually, most of the feeding had been done by Ruyu. They had all grown up now, so we couldn't keep raising them any longer. Continuing would raise the costs, and if they became pig immortals, I'd be worried about problems. After all, this is a different dimension. Anything could happen, and that would be beyond my control. How should I deal with them? This was another problem I faced. Back then, I had only thought about buying the piglets and never really considered what to do with the adult pigs. There was a meat processing plant in Yellow Earth County, not far west of the county town. I decided to go have a look and contact them to help handle these pigs. Chapter 121, Adding Transport Vehicles. Looking at the time, it was 3:30 p.m. Thinking about the stocks, I decided to wait a bit longer. Not until 4 p.m. did I check the stock situation. Over 4 hours, the prices of more than 10 stocks had either risen or fallen. I recorded each change carefully and gradually formed a clear picture in my mind. I left the space. It was noon, 12 o'clock, and Bai Luoxue was still asleep. I didn't disturb her. First, I bought all the stocks that had gone up, investing a total of 100 million. Then I made a phone call to the meatpacking plant. Upon hearing I had Changbai pigs, they were very eager to purchase them and wanted to send trucks immediately to pick up the pigs. I was startled. Those pigs were inside the space. How could I allow them into the space to load the pigs? Moreover, transporting them out was also a problem. I'd need Ryu and the others to catch each pig, tie it up, and carry it onto the truck before transporting it out of the space. The large trucks were constantly moving grain back and forth. An 8-ton truck couldn't carry 100 pigs in one trip, meaning I'd have to make several trips. After thinking it over, I got an idea. I told the meatpacking plant to wait for my call before coming to collect the pigs. There was no rush. I planned to handle this matter at night. I left the villa and went to the eastern side for a walk. The new warehouse was being built rapidly. Right now the workers were taking a lunch break, living in those rows of single-story houses. They had set up beds with mattresses and quilts, makeshift but sufficient, similar to my days at the Xuanhuan construction site where we lived in metal containers. Old Lu still guarded the gate. He wasn't asleep and greeted me respectfully when he saw me. President Chun has arrived. When others called me President Chun, I didn't think much of it. But when old Lu addressed me this way, it truly felt awkward. Uncle Lu, just call me Xiao Chun. It feels more chin-shit. Oh no, you're the boss after all. Uncle Lu appeared quite humble. Master Gao also came along with the construction crew, still cooking for the workers. Perhaps he was tired and taking a nap, so I didn't disturb him. The walls of the warehouse were already built, and the next step was to complete the roof and concrete floor. It would become operational after a while. I arrived at the factory area on the eastern side. Trucks were constantly entering and exiting one after another. In the morning, they carried wheat and straw. In the afternoon, corn and green fodder. That was a clear rule I set for them. Since that heavy rain incident ruined the wheat straw, I adjusted my transportation policy. Except for that one day when I subsidized the vehicles carrying straw, I no longer offered subsidies. Every vehicle had to transport 1 load of wheat straw per day to qualify for hauling grain or green fodder. Otherwise, I would simply not hire them. This was something I dared not say before. With 20 vehicles working nonstop the entire day, there were still too many goods to transport. If I stopped using certain vehicles, the grain stored in the factory would increase and eventually get moldy and deteriorate over time. But later things changed. After assigning the warehouse construction project to xuanhuan, he greatly helped me in this regard by introducing a transportation team. Actually, this team was partly owned by him. It had 30 trucks. Seeing that I had a continuous flow of cargo, he suggested whether they could transport goods for me. Just what I needed, a real blessing at a critical moment. Previously, the drivers contacted vehicles associated with certain teams just for temporary assistance, so I had difficulties managing and coordinating them uniformly. But now with Yao Hongyuan's team, things were different. After all, I was a partner in Honyuan Construction Company, sharing a close interest with him. I'd also provided him with construction projects. Therefore, with just one word from him, dispatching this team became quite manageable. Actual results later confirmed this. Including my 20 drivers and Yao Hongyuan's 30, all were willing to haul goods for me. Transporting grain and straw was far better than carrying cement and bricks. It was less wear on the vehicles. Crucially, my operation provided continuous goods flow. So long as they had daily work, they earned money, significantly higher than those who had heavy work one day and none the next. Precisely because of this reason, I became more confident and clarified regulations on goods transportation. The drivers naturally understood the economics, knowing clearly what was profitable, so they obediently followed my instructions. Now the wheat straw stacked in the yard was not much. Even if heavy rain came again, I wouldn't be afraid. The corn and wheat in the factory could be cleared out anytime, avoiding accumulation and reducing the risk of spoilage. Ru Bing was alone here, busily loading vehicles, its proficiency no less than Ru Feng's. It had been working here for many days, yet none of the drivers had realized it was actually a robot. Someone remarked, "This kid is quiet and doesn't speak much nonsense. Just works all the time. We've never seen it drink water or go to the restroom. Must be a hard-working young fellow." I don't know whether some kind-hearted drivers tried to introduce it to a potential girlfriend. But when someone actually brought up the topic, perhaps it, like Ru Feng, cleverly replied that it already had a partner. If it said it didn't have one, and someone tried to set it up with a date, what would happen? I couldn't even imagine. Would it cause a mess? Once the yard was empty of vehicles, I tried asking it. "Rubing, if someone tried to introduce you to a potential partner, how would you respond?" "Partner? What's a partner?" Rubing looked puzzled and didn't understand what that concept meant. I figured that explaining the concept would be too difficult given its level of intelligence, so I decided not to elaborate and instead gave it a direct instruction. If someone introduces you to a partner, just say you already have one. If they ask if you have a partner, say yes. "Okay, master." Rubing agreed mechanically. "Do you know who your partner is?" "I don't know." "Ru Shuang. She is your partner. Go back and tell her that you're her partner too." "Okay, master. I understand." A truck entered and started loading cargo. When I returned to the villa, Bai Luoxue had already gone to work. As usual, she went to the office at the canning plant and left me several reports from xiuxian. The reports were in my email. I opened my email and saw those reports she had written recently. I couldn't understand the analysis part, so I only read the conclusion. This was exactly what she had guessed. It was unfortunate that I lacked the professional knowledge. The canning plant's business was showing an upward trend, which I had anticipated based on the supply situation. The financial condition was excellent, especially because a significant amount of money had been saved. Bai Luoxue suggested that leaving this money idle in the bank account was wasteful and that it should be invested somewhere. Perhaps this was one of the reasons and motivations for her encouraging me to open chain stores in the provincial capital. I still had other money in reserve, and she should have known that, although she definitely didn't know the exact figure. I didn't check my bank accounts anymore, so even I didn't know exactly how much I had now. I guessed it should be about 200 million yuan. Among these reports, the only bad news was about the personnel issues. The employees were older in age, a reality inherited from the old factory when we took over. Nearly all were veteran workers with low educational levels. Automated production required higher knowledge to understand and operate proficiently. Because of their educational limitations, only a few people could truly master the skills. These people were mostly from the technical department and equipment department, and now they had become the key technical staff at the canning plant. The other logistics staff had relatively light workloads, with more people than necessary. They obeyed the discipline and basically eliminated disciplinary issues. They could complete full workdays, but couldn't fully occupy their working time due to insufficient workload, which had recently led to some laxness. How to resolve this issue? It was necessary to think carefully about it now. Chapter 122, Selling Pigs and Buying Pigs Again. I started working personally on a practical solution, not involving Bai Luoxue, as this matter touched upon my secret. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that I turned on the computer to check those dozen stocks, selling all those I had bought. Today's profit was 15 million yuan. While feeling quite pleased with myself, a call came in from a broker at the stock market. Every time I made a short-term investment move, this phone call was certain to happen. He always said I had a talent for stock investment, as every buy and sell I made was extremely accurate. He hoped I'd consider long-term investments, which would yield even higher profits. He even wanted to invite me to do a few episodes where I would talk about my analysis and grasp of the stock market. Wasn't that nonsense? I didn't know how to analyze, nor how to manage investments. I only knew to invest after seeing the results. How could I possibly tell them that? I really wanted to block this number, so he would never be able to call again. But I knew this was a number from the exchange. I couldn't afford to offend him. I had to answer the phone, listen patiently, and politely decline. To make money off him, There was no choice but to endure these unwanted tasks. Eventually, he ran out of patience and hung up, while I felt like I had once again emerged victorious. As soon as Han Xiaobai came back, I handed him the keys to the apartment in Xuanhuan community. Seeing that I had actually bought a house, his happiness was indescribable. He lifted me up and spun me around once. He noticed Li Dafeng standing beside me, and realized something was a bit off. He quickly put me down and picked up Li Dafeng instead. The three of us burst into laughter uncontrollably. The young couple didn't even have time to eat dinner at the Kin factory, immediately driving off to Xuanhuan community to see their future home for the first time. They invited me along, but I politely declined on the grounds of not wanting to disturb their couple time. Actually, I still had plenty of work to do in the evening. Transporting grain and green fodder from the space was a given, and this job would at least keep me busy for 3 hours. After finishing that, I had originally planned to let Ruffing and the others catch the pigs and secretly send them to warehouse number 1, waiting for the meatpacking plant to pick them up tomorrow. However, I realized that warehouse number 1 would also be needed for morning wholesale, so occupying the space might cause problems. This method wouldn't work, so I had to shift my plan to the next morning instead. The next day, the meatpacking plant came to pick up the pigs. As for why those pigs suddenly appeared in the warehouse, the driver was completely confused. I had to tell them that someone else had helped transport them and had temporarily stored them here. The driver seemed determined to dig further. If someone else had transported them here, why not deliver them directly to the meatpacking plant in the first place? Why take the trouble to transfer them again? I couldn't tell him the truth. Instead, I admitted that maybe my brain was playing tricks on me and promised that next time, the pigs would go straight to the meatpacking plant. That was how I managed to satisfy the driver. At the meatpacking plant when they settled the payment, it shocked me. Live pigs were worth 20 yuan per gene, while processed meat retailing at 30 yuan wasn't uncommon. The cost of the grains and fodder from my space wasn't counted. I didn't even know exactly how much each pig cost me, but the manager of the meat plant said the maximum profit per pig could be up to 1,000 yuan. Still, I pretended to be very happy, thinking 100,000 yuan profit from 100 pigs wasn't too bad. I had only raised them for about 10 days, and considering the low cost, the business was quite profitable, even if they didn't tell me the real profit numbers. Today's total income was 700,000 yuan. My determination to expand the scale of pig farming was solidified in my heart. After selling the pigs, I drove straight to the breeding pig farm in Haida County. To prove that this time I really intended to buy 1,000 piglets, I had Ruffing drive a big truck to follow me onto the pig farm. When the owner saw that I genuinely wanted to make a large purchase, he was genuinely happy and smiling ear to ear. But when the piglets started being loaded onto the truck, I realized there was a problem. The truck couldn't fit them all, since it wasn't specially designed for carrying piglets. Usually, such vehicles were modified, with 2 or 3 tiers. My truck had only a single compartment. To relieve the owner's concerns, I came up with an idea on the spot. I said there was another vehicle coming behind, and pretended to go out to meet it and check where it was. Meanwhile, I had Ruffing drive the truck away first. Actually, I simply found an unoccupied place and first transported this truckload of piglets into my space, unloading them into the pig pen, then transported the truck back out of the space, joining Ruffing again on the way back to the pig farm. The owner had been too busy catching pigs to notice it was the same truck. It wasn't until all 1,000 piglets were caught that the owner became suspicious about the vehicle, particularly after seeing Ruffing, recognizing him immediately. I thought this looked so familiar. Isn't this the very same truck from earlier? The driver hasn't even changed. Where were the piglets unloaded? The owner was genuinely puzzled. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. Boss, are you kidding me? Of course this isn't the same truck as before. The license plate numbers are different. Look, this one has a 3 in the middle, while the previous one had an 8. As for the driver, you must have misunderstood. The 2 drivers are twins. No wonder they look familiar to you. The owner began doubting his own eyesight, and I successfully pulled the wool over him. I quickly settled the bill to avoid further explanations. That owner was very enthusiastic toward me. He kept chattering on and on, still remembering the scene when I came to buy pigs a few days earlier. Without me saying a word, he speculated that it must have been because I saw how well the piglets grew that I decided to raise them on a large scale again. He guaranteed that raising his pigs was the right decision. It would definitely make money. These pigs had strong immunity and a low mortality rate from disease. Just this one advantage alone made them better than other piglets. I kept nodding and humoring him, promising that if it really turned out as he said, I'd definitely come back to buy more. The owner was extremely happy. As soon as we left the pig farm, I transported the second truckload of piglets into my space. These robots were going to have their hands full. Ruxue stood on-site monitoring the unloading. Ruxue controlled the machinery to harvest the crops. Ruxue picked vegetables. Ruxue and Ryu busied themselves tending to these little piglets. The specialized feed hadn't been transported in yet, so I temporarily fed them some green fodder instead. Practical experience showed that feeding piglets green fodder had no noticeable side effects. Of course, because there were now more pigs, I had to be careful. I called Han Xiaobai and asked him to arrange bringing back several truckloads of specialized piglet feed. This time Han Xiaobai had learned his lesson. He didn't ask anything and immediately complied. Today he was the only one who went out, had to run between the flour mill and the feed plant. Li Dafeng didn't go in the morning. She went shopping at the mall for daily necessities. The two of them had gone shopping yesterday already, but hadn't finished buying everything. With a new home, there were many pieces of furniture and equipment that needed to be purchased. Selecting household items was a big undertaking. Han Xiaobai was too careless. He chose things that Li Dafeng wasn't satisfied with. This important responsibility ultimately fell on her. She took half the day off specifically for this purpose. I understood their eagerness to move into a new home. I really wanted to give them a day off to arrange and decorate their new place. But they couldn't both leave entirely, so Han Xiaobai just had to work harder. Fortunately, the flour mill and feed plant weren't far apart, just a few minutes' drive. He was still able to manage being busy in the morning. This incident gave me a new idea. My current operational model wasn't very efficient. There was a need for reform. Chapter 123 Searching for a Simple Method. Li Dafeng was off work, and Han Xiaobai alone ran back and forth among several factories. Out of the friendship we had as former co-workers, I felt for him. Such work was truly exhausting. Situations like this were bound to occur again in the future. Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng might unavoidably have some personal matters. Their absence would certainly affect my business. If either of them wanted to go home for a visit, then no one would be there to oversee receiving goods. This was something I had to consider. It was clearly stated in the employment contract. They had the right to rest and to paid leave for family visits. I had given this some thought. Initially, I considered having my father temporarily replace them. But now, even if I transferred my father from the wholesale station, he would also find it very tiring. Things weren't like they used to be. The volume of goods, especially corn and wheat, was far too large. He would definitely be overwhelmed handling it all alone. This approach wouldn't really work. So I made a special trip. First, I went to the flour mill. Han Xiaobai originally thought I was coming to check up on him and hurriedly explained that Li Dafeng hadn't shown up, that he had already called me in the morning, and that he had already told the driver to transport the piglet feed. I said I wasn't here about that and asked to see the mill manager. Manager Li welcomed my arrival warmly as always, offering tea and cigarettes, treating me like a money god. We both knew that the wheat I brought had made him rich, so naturally he dared not slight me. Manager Li, there's something I need to discuss with you. I got straight to the point, explaining my thoughts in full detail. The flour mill already had a mature and rigorous procedure for receiving goods. There should be no room for errors. Since the procedures themselves were not the issue, the final tallying of numbers should also be accurate. Truthfully, I felt quite confident about that. My point was there was no need for Han Xiaobai to stay here all the time. The reason for having him here was mainly to confirm the final numbers against the mill's records and then to oversee collection of the payments. Since we started trading with the mill, there had never been any errors. I had tremendous confidence in their work. Manager Li had a different perspective though. His reasoning for insisting on my assigning someone to supervise unloading on-site was that there were a large number of vehicles arriving at the mill delivering wheat, and during busy times, confusion and errors were hard to avoid. If a license plate number was recorded incorrectly, accounting errors would follow, leading to losses for the suppliers. Investigating such incidents was difficult and required a lot of manpower and effort. To avoid such errors, Manager Li suggested that I should have my own person on site to cross-check with the mill in real time. Practice had shown this to be necessary to avoid major problems. Mistakes recording license plate numbers could easily happen. Actually, as long as the vehicle numbers were accurate, such mistakes could be avoided altogether, and then Han Xiaobai wouldn't need to stay here all day. The premise, though, was that I had to ensure the mill's staff could accurately record the license plate numbers so that we could guarantee 100% accuracy when tallying totals. But attention to detail and responsibility varied among individuals. Besides, I wasn't on site myself, and those weren't my employees. How could I possibly ensure they wouldn't make mistakes? I couldn't make that guarantee. Manager Li laughed and said, at the end of the day, it all boils down to someone needing to supervise. Our negotiations with Manager Li yielded no resolution. What he said made a lot of sense. To avoid such errors, I needed to find a solution myself. But for now I had none, so Han Xiaobai would have to keep on enduring the hardship. Since I was already here, I brought up the topic of opening a chain store in the provincial capital. Naturally, the flour milled from my wheat would be sold in those stores, so my flour would be ordered here. I informed Manager Li that the order volume would likely increase in the future. Manager Li was very happy and fully supportive. He said he could supply as much as I needed, although he added a final sentence that hinted at something more. Are you thinking that since I give you a much lower discount than others, you can make a higher profit margin? Of course not. I just plan to open another store. Manager Li thought for a moment. That's fine too. I fully support that idea. I look forward to seeing President Chen's new shop opening soon, so I can supply it, which means President Chen will need to send me more wheat. Ha ha. Naturally, without raw materials, you wouldn't be able to process anything either, right? The wheat planting area in my space was growing every day. Would I really be worried about supply shortages? According to Manager Li, he had been gradually decreasing purchases of regular wheat since my wheat supply had kept increasing. The processing capacity of the mill was after all limited. He shared with me another idea. He would consider opening a second flour mill if my wheat supply doubled, since the market demand was just that good. Of course I expressed strong support. Who knows, maybe one day a second flour mill really would open. And if he did open a branch mill, Manager Li suggested it would specialize in processing my wheat. So this trip hadn't been in vain. As for the unresolved second issue, the matter of white flour supply, there had at least been some preliminary understanding reached. Manager Li had left the door open. Anytime I wanted to place an order, I could just come and sign a contract. After leaving Manager Li's office, Han Xiaobai asked me, what was it all about? Suddenly, he stopped himself from asking further, perhaps remembering the rules I had set regarding asking unnecessary questions. Looking at his thin face, I could tell he had been working hard and worrying a lot recently. I decided to tell him the truth. I came here to see if I could relieve you from some of this burden and let you stop working so hard. But the flour mill is worried about mistakes and insists on having our own people here monitoring. So for now, I can only ask you to keep enduring the hardship. When I find a better solution, I'll free you from this. Han Xiaobai expressed his gratitude repeatedly. I didn't bother to be polite with him and immediately thought of visiting the feed factory to see if there was a better approach. The receiving process there was very similar to that of the flour mill. Upon arriving at the feed factory, Manager Zhao received me just as warmly. As soon as I mentioned my idea to him, his reasoning turned out to be nearly identical to Manager Li's. He insisted firmly that, to prevent errors, someone had to be present overseeing operations. Even if not all day, each arriving vehicle required direct supervision. Missing a single vehicle might result in unnoticed mistakes. If an error happened on that vehicle, it would be extremely hard to track afterward. If the goods were simply not recorded at all, it might be relatively easier to handle. But if the numbers were mistakenly recorded on two vehicles interchangeably, it would be practically impossible to trace. As an outsider, I had no right to alter their internal procedures. For now, my idea was merely wishful thinking. Then I went to the cattle farm. The process of receiving feed there was different from receiving grain. Once the feed arrived, the truck simply found a suitable place to unload. Everything would eventually be tallied up together in the end. Unlike the flour mill and feed factory, there weren't constantly many vehicles coming in. At present, I was their sole supplier, so quantity errors simply couldn't occur. Han Xiaobai didn't need to stay here all day. Once the delivery trucks had finished, he could come in the end to verify the numbers. The sheep farmer in the neighboring county operated under the same process. This reminded me of the paper mill. Everyday trucks transported wheat straw there, and Han Xiaobai didn't have to go every day. Going once a week to verify accounts and chase unpaid payments had never once resulted in an error. At this moment, the key issue lay with the flour mill and the feed factory. Solving these two problems would significantly reduce the workload for both Han Xiaobai and Li Dafang. I took this matter seriously and kept it in mind. Chapter 124, Visiting the New House. It was already noon when I returned to the canning factory. As soon as I went upstairs, I heard movement in the kitchen, while Luoxue was cooking. You came just in time. The noodles are ready. Tomato and egg noodles, deliciously fragrant. Your cooking is really good. You must have rolled a lot of noodles at home. It's more about the quality of the noodles. They're elastic. Even someone with poor skills can make them taste good. She didn't take full credit but changed the subject. There really is blue rose. It smells just as fragrant and amberon as the red roses, yet gives off a completely different vibe. I didn't come out to see the flowers this morning. When I returned at noon, I noticed the change. When did you switch them? Seeing her delighted expression, I knew she loved the blue roses too. I changed them yesterday at noon. Didn't you notice? Yesterday at noon I'd been worried she hadn't fallen asleep yet, so I deliberately waited 20 extra minutes before entering the pocket dimension to pick the blue roses. By the time I came back, she had already dozed off. Oh, actually, yesterday noon I overslept a bit and rushed to the office, so I didn't notice that the roses had changed color. Even the usually serious and meticulous by Luoxue had moments of forgetfulness, which slightly changed my impression of her. This change wasn't negative. Instead, this small imperfection showed that she was simply an ordinary girl, a normal woman. After all, nobody is perfect. Perhaps only by being close to her could I discover a more genuine side of her, indicating our relationship had grown closer. Naturally, there was some intimacy after the meal. However, I noticed my need for this tender closeness had decreased. Perhaps it was because our relationship had become solidified, and I felt she already belonged to me, making spending too much time glued together feel like a waste. My mind was more focused on work matters, especially my stocks, now my main source of income. I couldn't afford to waste any time. After putting by Luoxue to sleep, I quietly returned to room 1, entered my space, and checked the stock market, waiting for the results. A new round of trading had begun. In the afternoon, Han Xiaobai called. The couple had invited me to their new house tonight. Someone should celebrate with them since they had just moved in. There was a local custom that when someone moved into a new house, relatives and friends would go to offer blessings, commonly known as setting the pot. Of course, I was going to attend, and I couldn't show up empty-handed. I had to bring some gifts. Han Xiaobai said there was no need to bring anything. In the morning, Li Dafang had bought almost everything, 2 beds and a cabinet. The tableware had been bought last night and was sufficient for now. The house wasn't truly theirs yet. It was temporary, so they hadn't planned to buy too much furniture. I could understand their concerns. Actually, Han Xiaobai didn't fully grasp my intentions. I had deliberately given him this house and the car without being too direct. Even if he couldn't work with me for 10 years, as long as he worked with me for 5, I would find a reason to give them to him eventually. Such a policy was meant to encourage his long-term cooperation with me. Eventually, the house would be his. As for furniture, it didn't matter whether they bought more or less. Just enough to use was fine. When needed, they naturally would add more. No matter what, I still needed to prepare some gifts. A box of crispy fish cans, a box of pickles. These had a long shelf life and could be eaten slowly. I brought several kinds of fresh vegetables, 2 fish. I had ready access from my space. I carried 1 bag of wheat flour and 1 bag of cornmeal from the wholesale station. These were everyday items. I called my parents to let them know I wouldn't be having dinner at home and went directly to Xuanhuan residential community. The 2-bedroom apartment I bought for Han Xiaobai was in Building 8, directly facing Villa 9. It was very close, on the 12th floor, which was known for good air quality and low noise levels, making it a popular floor. Although it was a 2-bedroom apartment with an area of 100 square meters, the interior felt very spacious. 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a large kitchen, which Li Dafang particularly liked. It came with a spacious above-ground garage. If arranged properly, both Han Xiaobai's car and Li Dafang's 4-wheel electric vehicle could fit. Seeing that I was the only guest, I asked Han Xiaobai, "No one else coming? In this small county, you're the one I know best. You're my only friend. If you hadn't come, it would have just been the 2 of us." Han Xiaobai felt a bit lonely, but was fortunate to now have Li Dafeng by his side. I told him that those former workers who had once worked with us at the construction site were all working on my site now. Why hadn't he notified them? Han Xiaobai didn't know in advance about my construction of the new factory building and still had no idea about it even now. How could I be blamed? You never told me, so how could I know? I drove out as soon as I got up. How could I know those workers were already with you? I would have told them earlier if I'd known. Han Xiaobai slightly blamed me. Well, it's not too late to inform them now. Why don't I give them a call? Saying so, I took out my phone. Han Xiaobai stopped me. Do shi shi ho lug, gai chu fan lug, gong di shang kai fan zak, rinjia chu ba lug, zai rong rinjia lai, mingbai jug, jiu shu rong rinjia, song feng ya, bu hu shi, zhong bu di dag de shu zan bu gan, zhi yu ni ma, kan ding yao tong zhi luk, bu gong kan zai woman shi ri gong yo de qing fen shang, gong zhong yao de shu ni hai shi wo de lao ban, wo zhi wang jud ni go hao ri zanut, ni song feng li, ye shi yin gai dut, dong ran, wo ye de cheng ran, ni jin tan song de dong shi kebu sao, wo he li da feng bao shi, doi ling dao de gan shet. 个智商有理了，他还真冲我抱歉作业。白罗实验你怎么没通知他？他也算是你以前的领导，同样是你现在的领导。其实我的意思是想有把罗氏在一起 burnout， 增加彼此的友谊。韩小白和我将来都会住在王安小区，无论他将来是不是会一直跟着我干，两家的交往少不了的。白罗氏有必要与他们二人多亲近。我通知了，听说你来，他就不来了。 说是他来了会影响我们弟兄之间交流，有他在怕我们放不开。人没来，力到了，人家给我涨了500块钱，你弄的那一堆东西，估计值不了500，人家随的力比你重。这事儿还真有点冤枉了。我担心韩小白没有通知巴罗谢，我若是叫他来就显得不好了。看来是我想多了，其实我要是叫他来，他或许真就来了呢。这个电话我一定要打给他，我就不吃了。 家里包饺子，我得帮忙。你们哥俩好好聊来吧。白罗谢终究还是没有来，我多少有点失落，甚至怀疑他逃了我的利了。没有提前跟他打招呼一起来，他才选择不到场的。韩小白拿了2瓶大啤酒，这就我们最熟悉，在工地的时候经常喝，口感绵软，不上头，最重要的是还便宜。哎，你怎么不买点好酒啊？陈总来了，这10块钱的酒你也拿多出手啊？ 李大放满眼韩小白，觉得他有点抠搜了，就是不贵。今天喝这酒最合适。你不知道，我们在工地上的时候就喜欢这一口。韩小白才不干那个呢，他是一个率性之人，知道我的底细。喝酒的事小子就不要干了，打起酒就挺好的，这是我们2个人的最爱。我也忙着帮腔说情。那好，既然陈总没意见，你们先喝着，我去蒸辣菜，总不能光吃干肉小菜吧？ 先吃2个，吃到肚里不舒服。李大放吃出风了。Chapter 125 Da Fong comes up with a clever idea. I insisted on preparing these cold dishes. Why go through the trouble when it's so convenient like this? Actually, Han Xiaobai had also prepared quite a few dishes. Peanuts with beans, sausages, tofu skin, pig's head meat. Also all cold dishes. No wonder Li Dafeng went to stir-fry some dishes. Never mind her. Today we're celebrating my moving into the new house. Let's get thoroughly drunk tonight. You and me. Han Xiaobai began pouring the wine. I know Han Xiaobai's drinking capacity, and of course he knows mine too. Each of us can easily finish a whole bottle, but I still advised him to drink less. We can't really get completely drunk. You have to work tomorrow. Before you didn't drive, so it didn't matter, but now that you drive, you can't drink too much. It's very dangerous if you're still under the influence in the morning. Listen to me, let's just have one bottle together. If you agree, I'll drink with you. If not, I won't drink at all. Although I advised him to drink less, it was actually also because I myself wanted to drink less. After he finishes drinking and goes to sleep, I still have work to do tonight, and it might last until 12 o'clock. Being busy the whole day and then messing around half the night. If this keeps up, even an Iron Man like me won't be able to take it. Every time I drank with Bai Luoxue, it was unavoidable due to emotion. Although my stomach may or may not feel okay, only I know best. Today's drinking was also for the sake of feelings, though not quite the same type. Better to drink less if possible. Work is important, health matters. I couldn't explain clearly to Han Xiaobai my own bitterness and tiredness, only I know them. Seeing my firmness, Han Xiaobai finally agreed. But this would not have happened back at the construction site. Regarding drinking, he must have the final say. He regarded himself as the elder brother, and what the elder brother said, the younger brother had to obey. Perhaps he might say that tonight too, but I guess it would be after getting drunk, with courage from alcohol. Right now he hasn't even started drinking yet, so he won't say it. In his eyes, I am no longer his younger brother, but his boss. Li Dafeng worked very skillfully. Soon, she brought over stir-fried pork with green peppers. Then followed the pepper stir-fried tofu skin, sweet and sour potato shreds, braised eggplant, and a tomato egg soup. There were already quite a lot of dishes, more than enough for the 3 of us to finish. We hurriedly persuaded her to stop cooking and invited her to sit with us and enjoy the atmosphere. Han Xiaobai also called for her, and only then did she sit beside him. Li Dafeng really understood etiquette well. While drinking and celebrating Han Xiaobai's moving into a new home, we also talked about past experiences at the construction site, and later drifted the conversation toward Bai Luoxue. Are the two of you in a relationship? Han Xiaobai finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. He had a reason to ask this. The former leader didn't continue following Yao Hanyuan, but instead started helping me with the confactory. Simply based on this alone, it suggested our relationship wasn't ordinary. How could an elementary school dropout like me, just a regular laborer on the construction site, have a university graduate and outstanding talent help manage the factory? Besides decent pay, clearly personal emotions must have been involved, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. In terms of education, background, reputation, and accomplishments, I'm nowhere near as good as Yao Hanyuan. Following him is definitely better than working for me. Since Bai Luoxue chose to work for me, there must be special reasons. Since Han Xiaobai reported for work on day 1, he noticed there seemed to be something complicated between me and Bai Luoxue, not the typical normal superior-subordinate relationship. There is a canteen in the confactory, but Bai Luoxue refuses to eat there, instead coming specially to the small building to dine with me. Nobody would believe there's nothing going on between us two. There's an even stronger point. I arranged a guest room for her, clearly making it easier for myself to see her more conveniently. Other than the two of us, nobody else knows the details about our relationship. Up to now, I haven't told my parents, nor has Bai Luoxue mentioned anything to her parents. It was actually her request. She set it as a restriction to warn me. If I told my parents without her consent, our romantic relationship would end immediately, and she would resolutely leave my company. As for why she thought like that, she didn't explain the specific reason, only saying it was best to let things develop naturally. When the time comes, things will settle down naturally. If I truly love her, I must respect her. I believe, eventually, I can make her fall completely in love with me, without any remaining concerns. I guess she still has some emotional burden, a psychological barrier she hasn't completely overcome yet. This matter really cannot be forced. As a result, our romantic relationship remains secret until now. Of course, I've never mentioned this to Han Xiaobai. His observation and analysis were indeed accurate, and these signs unavoidably lead people to suspect there's something between us. Whatever others may think is none of my concern. Actually, I wouldn't mind if people think we're together. Don't guess randomly. If that were true, wouldn't she have come here today? I could only use this argument to brush off Han Xiaobai. He definitely didn't believe me. That doesn't make sense. On the first day when you hosted us, I clearly remember you said you had also invited Bai Luoxue, but she didn't show up and went home instead. Today you called her again, yet she still didn't come. I remember saying I would mention to her that you were coming tonight, and she only told me then that she wouldn't come. What does this imply? It means she deliberately avoids your social occasions and refuses to appear publicly with you. You two are in a superior-subordinate relationship. She should feel honored being invited to dinner by the big boss, yet she refuses. This indicates something unusual between you two. Even I, Han Xiaobai, can see that clearly. Though I refuse to admit it, Han Xiaobai had already convinced himself of the ambiguous relationship between Bai Luoxue and me. Seeing that I didn't want to discuss this matter further, Li Dafeng quickly changed the subject by urging Han Xiaobai to eat more, hoping to silence him. I also took this opportunity to steer the conversation toward work matters. Wanting to make them both feel more relaxed, I still hadn't figured out a good solution for the current issue regarding deliveries at the flour mill and feed factory. This issue is easy to resolve. We just need to weigh the goods here first. Then the driver can carry the ticket along and hand it over to the receiving side together with the delivery. That way, there won't be any mix-up with the vehicle numbers. Although the weighing results will surely differ slightly between both sides, generally the receiving party's measurement will be the final standard, and they can record accounts according to their own figures. Our weighing is only meant to prevent vehicle problems. Once that's accomplished, the settlement becomes effortless. Li Dafeng came up with a clever idea. Back home, she had previously helped others receive peanuts. A whole truckload of peanuts is quite valuable, and the boss used exactly this method to manage the vehicles, effectively preventing drivers from stealing the goods en route and avoiding any mix-ups, with rather good results. As soon as she explained, I was instantly enlightened. For many days, the drivers had been hauling goods without any measurement on our side except loading the trucks. We didn't even record the number of loading sessions. During settlement, we simply relied on the quantity provided by the receiving party, using that data to pay the drivers. This made me extremely vulnerable. Should any mistake occur, I wouldn't even know where to begin checking. If any driver harbored greed, secretly diverting a truckload of wheat to sell somewhere else, I would have no way of finding out, and neither would Han Xiaobai. Li Dafeng's suggestion was indeed practical. Once the quantity and vehicle records were clearly documented, the timing of the settlement became irrelevant to me. As for the flour mill and feed factory, I trusted them not to default on their payments. This approach would effectively prevent drivers from acting dishonestly. I slapped my thigh. Great idea. As a reward, tomorrow you can go to the accountant Wu Fang and withdraw 1,000 yuan as your bonus. You're kidding, right? Director Chen rewards just for an idea like this. The reward came too easily. Seeing me being so generous, Li Dafeng was naturally delighted, while Han Xiaobai also raised his cup appreciatively for my generosity. Despite my generous display, a cold sweat had already formed on my spine. If a dishonest driver truly existed, I might have already suffered significant losses during this period, and I wouldn't have been able to investigate it all. With so many people involved, I simply must stay vigilant. We drank from 6 p.m. until 9 p.m., mostly chatting. That one bottle of alcohol could have easily disappeared between the two of us in just a few minutes. Bearing in mind that I still had work tonight, I excused myself by claiming fatigue and advised them to rest early. Then I left Xuanhuan community. Chapter 126, Preparing for Chain Stores. I didn't go home, but headed straight to the factory area. Transporting grain and green fodder and refilling the factory building was a no-brainer. Actually, the factory building couldn't even hold all the grain anymore. We still had some remaining space in the warehouse. Fortunately, I had planned ahead. If I hadn't built the additional warehouse earlier, I would have been at a total loss. The new warehouse was being roofed and would be ready within a week. Perfect timing. I would use these days to implement an important plan. The next day, after Rufeng finished delivering eggs, I made a special trip to the provincial city. Driving all around the city streets, I found a commercial area in the southwest that specialized in wholesale grocery goods. Many vendors had gathered here, already forming a cluster of businesses. I decided to open a branch here. Finally, I found a shop that was available for sublease. It was a seafood wholesale store, which seemed to have decent business, with people continuously coming in and out. I asked the owner why he was subleasing. It turned out he was from another place, and his elderly father had fallen ill and needed care at home, so he could no longer run the business and had to sublease reluctantly. The shop's facilities were fairly complete. There weren't many shelves, but numerous plastic crates. All of these were usable for me. Of course, I wouldn't be using them for seafood. The plastic crates could be used to hold fish for transportation to the space, or eggs and vegetables. No waste there. 200 square meters in size, although it didn't fully meet my ideal requirements, was acceptable. The owner told me there was a small courtyard behind the shop for trucks to park and unload freight, and access through the back door was very convenient. There was also a carport, toilet, and kitchen. The only drawback was no space for sleeping accommodation. Except for the owner, the seafood shop employed only 2 workers. There was no need to arrange housing for them, and the owner himself could manage to sleep at the shop overnight. I was basically satisfied with current conditions. If sleeping quarters were absolutely necessary, I'd have to find other solutions. I asked about the rent and thought it was reasonable. I decided to rent it, noted down the owner's phone number, and told him I'd get back to him within 2 days. He also told me that if I really wanted to rent it, he would need 3 days to wrap things up before handing over the shop. After leaving the wholesale food market, I went to a vendor that sold scales and ordered one, with delivery in a week. Only after that did I return to the county town. Bai Luoxue was surprised and impressed when she heard I had already checked out the provincial city, offering generous praise with a thumbs up. You're decisive and energetic, taking immediate action, like the boss of a big business. Feeling pleased, I grinned and asked her, just give it an honest evaluation. What do you think of the location I chose? Bai Luoxue opened her phone map, located the wholesale market I mentioned, and studied the specific position of the seafood shop. The location is genuinely good. We still need a detailed survey on the market potential, and someone should be sent to the actual site for evaluation. Our goal is to be convenient for nearby vendors. If it's too far away, of course, people will still come, but fewer customers would definitely affect sales. I left this matter to her to handle. Whoever to send was her decision, with the latest result by tomorrow afternoon before work ended, to determine whether a branch should be established there. What kind of person was Bai Luoxue? Her work style actually resembled mine, equally decisive and efficient. Don't be deceived by her usually delicate and gentle appearance. In action, she moved swiftly. That afternoon, she had already transferred 2 people from the wholesale station to head toward the provincial city. The next afternoon at 4 p.m., just after I had gained a stock profit of 11.2 million yuan, Bai Luoxue called. The field research result showed the location was suitable for opening a store. Thus, I immediately called the owner of the seafood shop, agreeing to rent the shop. At that point, the 2 employees sent to the provincial city hadn't returned yet. I asked Bai Luoxue to inform them to go directly to the seafood shop and sign the lease agreement under the name of Huangtu County Ecological Agriculture Company. We finalized the lease to let the seafood shop owner feel secure, so he could prepare to vacate the premises. I didn't bother with specific leasing details. The contract had to be ultimately signed with the landlord, so the 2 clerks handled everything. I only needed to wait for the confirmation call from them and then transfer the rent payment. I entrusted Bai Luoxue with full authority to handle the preparations for the branch store. I couldn't be away from Huangtu County for long. I needed to transport goods in and out of the space in the morning and evening. If I wasn't in the county, the business couldn't operate. Bai Luoxue advised these 2 clerks not to rush back for now. They could temporarily reside in a hotel, post recruitment advertisements. The content was emailed to them. The interviews were set 3 days later to be conducted directly at the new shop, where she herself would preside. She managed everything so thoroughly. I, myself, wasn't idle either. I went to the flour mill and signed a supply contract with Manager Lee. The previous contract remained valid. This time, I added a supplementary note to increase the supply amount. I also visited the individual corn miller. I made sure to tell him that I wanted to increase the amount of corn flour processed, at least doubling it, and asked if he could handle the grinding. The old man was more than happy for me to increase processing. He promised that if he couldn't keep up with the processing, he would install another set of equipment to ensure he wouldn't delay my business. With his assurance, I felt at ease. Regarding the canning factory, Bai Luoxue had already spoken to Mu Jiming about it, and I talked to him as well. He did express some concern, pointing out that demand for fish canned goods and the pickled vegetable market remained strong. If we opened another branch, it would inevitably affect the supply for other customers. He questioned whether we should increase production further. I told him that further expansion of production would be a strain on me, and honestly, it wasn't something I wanted. I instructed him to reduce supply to other customers first and ensure our own usage needs were met. Though Mu Jiming didn't quite understand, he still agreed to comply. There was another important reason why I didn't want to increase fish canning production. Ru Feng and Ru Shui reported that the fish caught in the baskets were fewer than before, at least a cheese shorter in size. Across hundreds of baskets, the total shortage was considerable. To make up for this decline, I bought more than 100 additional fish baskets and tied them all along the western shore of the small island. Sometimes, Ru Feng and Ru Shui would cast nets to catch fish. If they didn't do it, Ru Bing and Ru Xuan would go instead, just to finish the morning supply targets as soon as possible. This situation was very important. If the number of fish in the space kept decreasing, I'd have to consider cutting back on canning production. I couldn't afford to drain the pond completely. The waters inside the space were vast and endless, its edges unseen. I believe the fish reserves were unlimited, and it was impossible for the fish population to decrease significantly just because I had launched 2 fish canning production lines. The fish we caught were merely a drop in the ocean. I struggled with this for many days, but eventually convinced myself that there were still plenty of fish in the water, so I didn't reduce production. Fortunately, Ru Feng and his siblings worked tirelessly and managed to ensure supply. But until this matter was fully resolved, it remained a source of anxiety for me. Truth be told, the profits from the canning factory weren't even as much as what I made selling fresh fish in the morning. That was the real main income. To ensure long-term sustainability, I even considered reducing the volume of my wholesale fresh fish sales and tried asking the vendors for their opinions, but faced strong opposition. They all begged me not to cut off their source of income. Right now, my fish sold the best, while fish from other places in the market became harder and harder to sell. People would only start buying other fish after mine had sold out. Chapter 127, Automated Fish Selection. For this, I specially organized an on-site inspection. Standing on the small island, looking at the calm and ripple-free water surface, nothing seemed different at all. The water remained clear, and fish continued swimming around as usual. No apparent change could be observed. I jumped into the water to examine what had truly changed, but unfortunately, I noticed nothing unusual. Ru Feng volunteered to dive in and have a look. I was worried that water might get inside and damage its internal components, so I hesitated to let it take the risk. Master, I am waterproof. Please trust the technology of the tech company. Since it was so confident, it went ahead and dove in. Ru Feng's ability was indeed extraordinary. Diving was a special skill of its. It could dive underwater without being affected by water pressure, and since it didn't need to breathe, it could stay submerged for a long time. It surfaced again after 10 minutes. Master, I've identified the reason. Actually, the cause was very simple. Because of massive fishing, fish along the coast had decreased. For fish canning, both big and small fish were caught together. Over time, naturally, the population decreased. Those large fish feed on small ones, and without small fish along the shore, the big ones were no longer attracted to the area, hence becoming fewer as well. Ru Feng also told me an observation. In deeper waters farther away from the shore, the number of fish schools wasn't low at all. The seabed was covered in aquatic plants, with small fish darting in and out. Big fish preferred these areas even more. But along the coast, aquatic plants weren't as abundant, which was the main reason why small fish disliked the area. With the cause identified, we just needed the appropriate solution. However, I had no idea how to grow underwater plants. Without relevant experience, I asked Ru Feng for suggestions. These aquatic plants are naturally formed, making artificial cultivation quite difficult. One challenge is how to plant the seeds. Another is that even if we could plant them and they grew, newly sprouted plants would be tender, which small fish love to eat, making it difficult for them to grow quickly. Perhaps this method works, but requires a long period and isn't very efficient. Ru Yu was feeding the pigs, pouring green feed into the pig pen. Upon seeing this, Ru Shui suddenly spoke. Master, why not try putting some green feed into the water? Perhaps the small fish will like it as well. Currently, our green feed production exceeded demand. The cattle and sheep farms couldn't consume all of it, and a lot remained stockpiled in warehouses. I had even considered expanding sales channels when Ru Shui's words suddenly enlightened me. Let's give it a try. Several robots took water troughs, loaded them with loose corn stalks not yet compressed into blocks, carried them to the water's edge, and scattered them onto the surface. Soon, many small fish were attracted and rushed to eat the feed. Those floating corn stalk bits instantly vanished underwater, pulled down by the fish. Keep feeding. Seeing the fish eat green feed excited me. One batch after another of green feed was thrown into the water, attracting large schools of fish. Standing on the island, we could clearly see them approaching. As nearshore fish became more plentiful, I was thrilled, and even the robots grew excited, holding hands and forming a circle to dance joyfully. Feeding the fish green feed produced visible results. I instructed them to be cautious with the feed Tofeng Lang, limiting each time so as not to overfeed. Excess feed left uneaten would rot and harm the water quality, ultimately endangering the fish as well. A new feeding must wait until the last round was completely consumed. Ru Shui took charge of supervision. Like receiving an official military order, Ru Shui replied, I guarantee to carry it out thoroughly. By the next day, Ru Feng reported that the fish baskets were full, even more than before. This confirmed the effectiveness of green feed Tofeng. Additionally, Ru Feng and others took another initiative that impressed me deeply. Truly, the intelligence of these robots was exceptional. They placed a small amount of green feed inside the fish baskets before submerging them underwater. Green feed had a density similar to water. Only part of it floated to the surface, while the rest remained inside the baskets, with some also staying between the bamboo slats. This attracted small fish, which in turn attracted bigger fish, and the baskets filled up quickly. Once fish entered the basket, they were reluctant to leave, making the catching process highly efficient. Though I never figured out exactly why, I never bothered to study it. Now that fish were abundant, I noticed another issue regarding efficiency. Although these robots worked impressively fast, each one equivalent to 10, even more, people working by hand, I still felt sympathy watching their frantic efforts. Excessive labor accelerated parts wear and tear, and robot repairs were extremely expensive, a fact I had already experienced. In the past, Rufeng and Rushui began fishing and sorting at 3 a.m. Now that Ruyu, Rushuang, and Rubing had joined, there was no need to start so early. Even starting at 4 a.m. wouldn't delay the morning wholesale. Observing their tireless hustle inspired me to consider an important reform. Just like the fish canning production line, turning the fish catching and sorting operation into an automatic assembly line would naturally boost efficiency even further. When I mentioned this to Rufeng, it showed strong interest. Master, regarding the automatic production line, the technology company is currently the best in the industry. If you wish to proceed, I can offer a detailed plan. How much technology is stored in Rufeng's memory, I couldn't possibly know. I believe, however, that this wasn't overly advanced knowledge. It definitely understood it. Ding dong. My phone made a notification sound. I received a list detailing the names of equipment. The items weren't complicated. Stainless steel plates, angle iron, steel pipes, motors, wires, conveyor belts, bearings, idlers, cameras, scanners, sensors, welding rods, circuit boards, processors, and so on. I quickly glanced through them. All of these could be purchased in Huangta County. Let's do it right away. I spent the entire morning buying all the materials. Once completed, I handed them to Rufeng, who immediately got to work. I was infected by Rufeng's passion while manufacturing the machinery and developed an interest too. After checking the stock information, I stayed beside it, watching it build. Rufeng welded a stainless steel hopper and set it upright on the small island, followed by a sloped rack, about 15 or 16 meters long, extending to the shore. Idlers were installed onto the rack, a conveyor belt laid over them, and then a motor mounted. Next, Rufeng welded baffle plates along both sides of the belt, leaving rectangular holes every meter on the plates. Each hole had a movable baffle controlled by a robotic arm. Outside each opening, a chute was installed, leading below into fish bins. After installing the circuit boards, processors, cameras, and scanners, Rufeng announced that it was finished. The speed was incredibly fast. Would it work? Let's try it out. Rushuang brought over a fish basket and poured the fish into the hopper. The motor activated the belt. At the hopper outlet, an automatic baffle ensured the fish were fed one by one. Whether moving or stationary, the fish sent signals to a time delay switch through the scanner. As the fish moved forward along the belt, they were guided into the corresponding holes, then pushed by the automated baffles into the chutes, and dropped into the designated fish bins below. Carp, mandarin fish, grass carp, black carp, eels, and others each fell into separate bins, sorting the various types of fish quickly. Any fish smaller than half a foot were automatically allowed through and continued forward along the belt until finally dropping into the water. The system automatically filtered and released them back. This way, except for the need for robots to retrieve the fish baskets and replace the full fish bins in time, the entire fish sorting process was fully automated. There was no need to sort fish one by one, significantly improving work efficiency. It worked. Cheering filled the small island. Chapter 128, Someone Stole the Grain. Seeing that my decision had reduced the robot's workload, Ruffing soon offered me another rational suggestion. Master, I have previously suggested that making a few large flatbed carts would greatly increase the efficiency of transporting fresh fish and vegetables. Flatbed carts are much more convenient to use than large trucks. I still had extra steel plates and angle irons from previous purchases, so I only needed to buy some casters. Since Ruffin was willing to make the carts, I fully supported the idea. After all, making things easier for them was also making things easier for myself. Once I bought the casters, Ruffin worked busily for more than an hour and completed 3 large flatbed carts. Loading and unloading fish and vegetables onto these carts was far easier than using the trucks, especially for Xiaoru, the little dwarf, who now found things much simpler. The island's residents were constantly making improvements, not only upon my suggestions, but also out of their own initiatives. When Xiaoru cleaned the chicken manure, it drove a small loader while the electric tricycle moved in front of it, perfectly synchronized, significantly improving efficiency. This method also worked excellently for cleaning pig manure. Seeing this, I became very curious and asked Ruffin what was going on. Master, the idea was actually Xiaoru's. I just helped it with modifications. Both the small loader and the electric tricycle were installed with remote control sensors, allowing the tricycle to adjust its position in real time according to the loader's movements to accommodate the loading and unloading. Fortunately, we still had spare parts left on the island, so I added them on. Xiaoru really likes it. Master, look, now the chicken and pig farms are much cleaner than before. Whenever it has free time, Xiaoru goes there to clean. It treats the job like a game, getting the work done while having fun, thoroughly enjoying itself. That was precisely the case. Seeing the island's residents managing autonomously, I felt genuinely happy. Perhaps, just as I had thought originally, this truly was their kingdom. As reforms continued on the island, in the real world, I too kept moving forward. Bailuoxu had gone to the provincial city to interview store clerks. Her plan was to start renovating the store after the interviews, followed by stocking and trial sales. The new warehouse had also been completed, and the construction workers had already vacated the site. Xuanhuan, representing the construction side, did the final handover with me. Although I had shares in the construction company, I still settled all the payments according to the contract. Before Bailuoxu left, we had decided upon something, transferring workers from the canning factory to the new warehouse site. The row of bungalows built earlier would serve as their office and dormitory, and now they were in the process of cleaning up the site. I asked xiuxian to contact a furniture factory, and we had ordered a batch of office desks, chairs, and bunk beds. They were due to arrive this afternoon, so we could provide a relatively better working environment for the workers, enabling them to work comfortably. I also contacted a surveillance equipment company, and their technician was currently installing cameras around the courtyard. Since this place would store grain and straw, fire and theft prevention were matters that required serious attention. 2 days later, the scale arrived, and the manufacturer was responsible for its installation. It was quickly put into use. The new warehouse officially went into operation. The wheat and corn were still unloaded at the old workshop, while the corn silage and wheat straw were stored in the new warehouse. This arrangement significantly reduced inventory levels in the older warehouse. At the weighing station, I assigned 4 workers to rotate in shifts. All outgoing vehicles had to be weighed here, and freight fees would be settled based on the weighing slip. Especially the vehicles delivering wheat and corn. Here the weighing slip is stuck together with the receiver's one. How many vehicles of goods left from here? The other party should have received the same amount. As long as everything matched up 1-to-1, that indicated no issues. Regarding the weighing figures, as long as they remained within the acceptable error range, it was fine. With this setup, Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng no longer needed to be present on site to monitor every single vehicle, making their work much less stressful. The two could now take turns resting. If they wanted to go together to visit their hometown, they could just go ahead. They could calculate and settle the accounts when they returned. Overall, they had gained much more freedom in terms of time. At first, I felt quite proud of myself for helping relieve their burden, thinking I had done a great favor for the young couple. But on second thought, this idea had actually been Li Dafeng's. I seemed to have been a little self-conceited. However, from another angle, it improved work quality and reduced the chance of mistakes. When Buluaksu returned from settling the matters of the city branch, I was sure to take credit for this. I told her how considerate I had been towards Han Xiaobai, and how I had also arranged for 10 workers from the canning factory to transfer positions, effectively redistributing the surplus staff. Not wanting to discourage my enthusiasm, Bai Luoxu affirmed my actions. But not long after, she discovered an issue. While summarizing the financial records, I noticed a pattern that caught my attention. There were several drivers who, despite hauling the same loads, consistently earned less freight money than others, until recently, when their earnings finally caught up with the average. There are many factors that limit how many trips a truck can make in a single day, which is ultimately difficult for drivers to control. Particularly at your site, where cargo supplies are consistently sufficient, logically speaking, they should be doing as much as they could to haul more, and thus earn more money. This is what most people would expect. However, that hadn't been the case for those few individuals earlier on. I was a bit confused and couldn't immediately grasp what Bai Luoxu meant. All I knew was that some drivers used to make fewer trips and earned less money, but now they were earning more. This seemed perfectly normal and understandable to me. Why would she get suspicious? Bai Luoxu led me to her office, the special room I had prepared for her in the small building. She turned on the computer and showed me a set of data copied from Wufang. There are 4 drivers. Before the scale was installed, for many days they only made 4 trips a day, while other drivers could make 5 or 6. After the scale was installed, they also started making 5 or 6 trips. Now I understood. Bai Luoxu suspected these 4 drivers were doing something wrong. Previously, we had discussed what if someone messed around midway, yet I had already resolved that issue. Weigh at both ends and settle payments based on tickets. No falsification of trips or quantities was possible now. Bai Luoxu smiled. Her smile looked unnatural, her laughter carrying an air of sarcasm. It felt weird. What? Did I do something wrong? Not exactly. I'm bringing this up to tell you. You were fooled before. Someone stole your grain, and you didn't even realize it. Stole the grain. The idea of grain being stolen. We had discussed it casually before, but I was only slightly concerned and hadn't taken it seriously. Now hearing it from Bai Luoxu's mouth, I was still surprised. I truly hadn't noticed anyone stealing grain. Perhaps I had been too careless and not sensitive enough to this issue. Yes, these 4 drivers only made 4 trips a day when transporting wheat and corn. But when hauling silage and straw, their trips were irregular. After all, the paper mill is far away, maximum 2 trips a day. Bai Luoxu continued to explain. What does making 4 trips indicate? Deliberately 4. 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. It looks perfectly normal. But other drivers would do 5 by working through lunch, and sometimes even 6 if they arrived early and left late. However, these 4 people never exceeded 4 trips. Didn't you think that was strange? Chapter 129, I need evidence. It was only after Bai Luoxu repeated herself over and over that I finally grasped what she meant. So you're saying that even if they haul 5 loads, they only hand over 4 to the flour mill, or even if they haul 6, they still deliver 4. Is that what you mean? Oh, finally you've got it. I was having such a hard time explaining. That's exactly it. So you're saying those 4 really stole grain? Bai Luoxu nodded firmly. It's not just those 4. 6 others are also stealing, just not as much. Look here, she added, showing me a comparison of data. The trucks in the transport team are all the same model, and the weight capacity of their cargo beds is the same. Logically speaking, the amount they carry should be about equal. Drivers would always want to fill the trucks to capacity when transporting something light like grain. It only makes sense not to fill them if there simply isn't enough grain. That's true. Now look at these 6 drivers. None of them used to ever fully load their trucks, always carrying 800 to 1,000 pounds less, and that was before we installed the weighbridge. But after the weighbridge was set up, things were different at first. They loaded fully, and the differences between trucks were no more than 200 pounds at most. For the first few days, the weights recorded at the flour mill basically matched ours, with an acceptable margin of error. That proved that the weighing systems on both sides were accurate. But then discrepancies started to appear again. 200 to 300 pounds difference at first. First on one truck, then two, and now on all six. The flour mill is receiving less grain than what our weigh tickets indicate. The grain is vanishing somewhere along the way. But 200 or 300 pounds isn't that much, is it? If we ask them directly, they can always claim it's within the normal error range. Without real evidence, how can we punish them? If we stop using them, who will do the work then? Are we just going to stop transportation altogether? Wanting to keep the peace, I wasn't really intending to go too deep into investigating these people. Xiuxian chuckled again, this time even more mockingly than before. You really are the big boss, the wealthy kind who doesn't care about losses like this. Have you done the math? That's 6,000 pounds of grain lost per day. You're paying double the market price for your grain. In a month, that adds up to more than 300,000 pounds. If we don't act soon, all 50 trucks might start stealing from you, and that number would be shocking. Xiuxian's serious warning sent a chill down my spine as I finally recognized the severity of the problem. Evidence. I need evidence. Sigh. Xiuxian sighed deeply. Technically speaking, the weigh tickets themselves are evidence. We could use them as a basis to penalize them. I shook my head. We can penalize them, yes, for the purpose of discipline. But then what happens? What goes through their minds then? Will they keep causing trouble? If the punishment isn't harsh enough, it won't truly hurt them. They'll keep driving, but tensions will rise. This bad attitude might spread to other drivers. These drivers have much stronger bonds among themselves than they do with me. If one day they all decided to stop working together, who will do the job? Can you easily find replacements for 50 trucks overnight? My concerns weren't unfounded. Xiuxian fell silent. In the end, I was the one who had to calm her down, reminding her that too clear water holds no fish. Overly scrutinized people find no disciples. Small advantages should be left for others to take. Being too strict could backfire and disrupt work. Another sigh came from Xiuxian. It's true in theory. I was just talking about the massive losses, but why does it feel like you're not even bothered? I guess I was just overthinking. She seemed upset and stopped helping analyze the data, instead turning back to her computer. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, standing behind her, growing bored, and preparing to quietly leave. Just as I turned to go, she spoke up again. If you don't care about losing 10,000 a day, would you stay indifferent if you lost 5 or 600,000, or even over 1 million per day? That definitely wouldn't happen. I'd be panicking. I immediately returned to her side. Quickly, Xiuxian started calculating on her notepad. Back to those original 4 people. By estimating the number of deliveries they make daily, you're losing at least 4 to 6 loads of grain per day. Even my basic arithmetic could confirm how shocking the total was, and yet I felt helpless. If that's really the case, these 4 should go to prison. You finally understand. Xiuxian sighed in relief, visibly easing her tension. Punishing troublemakers like them shouldn't end with just simple disciplinary actions. They must be eliminated swiftly. It's exactly because they're around that the other 6 drivers have the courage to steal. Make a strong example out of them. To kill one is a warning to 100, to scare the monkeys by killing the chickens. You should understand that logic. This is the essence of effective management. Now it was my turn to sigh. But how can we get evidence? Previously, we kept no records and simply followed the receiving party's records. 1 truckload meant 1 load's freight recorded. I can only blame myself for not thinking far enough ahead. I blame myself, but Xiuxian wasn't entirely satisfied either. Who told you to act so secretly? If you work alone, mistakes are inevitable. You're absolutely right. I quickly admitted. I told you earlier, maybe this leak could have been plugged already. That's not necessarily true. I heard the idea of installing the weighbridge came from Li Dafeng. Xiuxian and I spent 2 full hours in the office analyzing everything, which left me in a terrible mood. Those 4 drivers had been operating for 2 months now. According to Xiuxian's estimation, each of them had stolen at least 3 million pounds of grain from me. How could I remain indifferent any longer? I must thoroughly investigate this. After lunch, I entered the space. While waiting for the stock changes, I kept thinking about this issue. Confronting them face to face wouldn't be advisable. If they denied everything outright, I'd be completely helpless and only make the conflict more apparent. Even if I sued them, there was no way I could win. I must proceed cautiously. Win noticed I had been sitting silently on the stool for a long time, which was very unusual for me. It came to ask me. Master seems troubled. Wind was, after all, a high-level intelligent robot, with knowledge beyond estimation. Why not ask for its advice? You should understand accounting. Yes, Master. I took out a USB drive from my pocket and handed it to it. Help me check for any issues. Wind plugged the USB drive directly into the back of its head, and soon reached the same conclusion as Xiuxian's analysis. Since it was quite straightforward, I had it checked to save myself from repeating the explanation. Now, I need evidence. Unfortunately, we didn't keep loading records. How many trips they made in a day is simply impossible to trace. I sighed in front of Wind, expressing my helplessness. No, Master, we do have records. The entire loading process is stored in our chips. We can extract the data anytime. I was instantly filled with joy. Quickly, Wind sent me a message. I opened it and saw the loading records it had retrieved, license plate numbers, loading times, types of goods, all compiled neatly into a table. Just a moment, Master. Ru Bing has records too. Wind connected with Ru Bing and forwarded another message back to me. Ru Shui also had stored information, as it had also been to the site for loading. So far, all loading records had been gathered. Compared with the financial data I provided, license plate numbers matched names. The
The crimes of the 4 individuals were now clear. Chapter 130: Tracking and Gathering Evidence. Before the scale was installed, Zhao Mingfei, Xian Nanyu, Sun Buxiao, and Li Heroin never loaded less than 4 trucks of grain. Usually 5 or 6 trucks, and sometimes even 7. I nearly exploded with rage. This was no simple theft, it was outright robbery. I asked Ruffeng to keep it a secret and not to tell the other robots either. Don't worry, master. No one will know until you give your command. I also had no intention of telling Luoxue. If I told her, she would certainly take my side, advise me to sue these 4 people and bring them to justice. Indeed, the evidence was solid and they would not escape the law's grasp. They would be punished. But I had to consider things from my own perspective. While investigating them, the authorities would also investigate me. The origin of my grain was unexplainable and unclear. That's why I chose to transport it secretly from this remote corner. I had no intention of making it public. Even the gate bore no sign. When it was closed, no one could know that thousands of tons of grain were hidden inside. Remaining low-key was the safest choice for me. Yet if I didn't take action, I would forever feel resentful, and probably Luoxue would look down on me, calling me weak, cowardly, all show and no go, and definitely lose confidence in my future. Can you do reconnaissance? After thinking for a long time, I decided to handle this matter my own way. Only Ruffeng could help me. Of course, master. I can track and gather evidence, and I'm also skilled in martial arts and combat. Good. Only then did I feel reassured. As for the stock results, I had already seen them. Before leaving the space, I first bought some stocks. No matter whether I was happy or not, I insisted on making short-term investments every day. In the afternoon, I asked xiuxian to request all drivers to provide their documents, including detailed home addresses, family members and their occupations, and essentially all information they could offer. Each one must submit within 2 days. To prevent delays, I had xiuxian also inform them that the company would distribute mooncake gift boxes as mid-autumn festival gifts. Anyone who failed to submit the requested family details would be disqualified. With mooncakes as an incentive, information on the 4 people, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, was soon collected. I handed the data over to Ruffeng. In the morning, I had Rubing take over Roofing's vegetable wholesale duties so that Ruffeng could begin his investigation. I must say, Roofing's efficiency was quite high. Within a single day, he had results. Zhao Mingfei's registered address didn't match the address listed on his ID. His current residence was a 200 square meter, 4-bedroom house in the county town, purchased only a month ago. Dressed as a fire safety inspector, Ruffeng entered his home and found all the furniture brand new and quite luxurious. His wife, Zhou Chui, had recently bought a new car worth 400,000 yuan. No place for storing grain was found around his residential compound. Zhao's son lived with them in the county town, while his parents lived in the countryside, Xiaojia village, exactly the address listed on his ID. Located northeast of Huangta County, Xiaojia village lies on the road between the canning factory and the flour mill. Such convenient access caught my attention, so that very night, I went with Ruffeng to Xiaojia village. To avoid attention, I didn't drive my BMW, instead taking the Volkswagen from the canning factory. Parking it at the edge of the village, we moved quietly in the dark to Zhao's house. Both gates were securely locked. The gate was 6 meters wide, easily accommodating a truck. The wall was 3 meters high, too high for me to climb, though Ruffeng had no such difficulty. He swiftly jumped over the wall and silently landed inside the courtyard. I crouched at the foot of the wall and waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, Ruffeng leaped back over the wall. The evidence had been found. There were piles of corn and wheat in the courtyard, covered with tarpaulin. In the middle of the yard stood a motorized tricycle, where leftover wheat grains were discovered. Zhao's parents were already asleep, their rooms dark. Ruffeng didn't enter hastily, so as not to alarm them. Back in the car, Ruffeng and I discussed our strategy. With the evidence in hand, Ruffeng analyzed that these grain supplies couldn't possibly remain in the courtyard for long. They would definitely try to sell them. Zhao was busy transporting goods for me daily, leaving no time to sell. His wife, Zhou Chui, worked full-time as well. Their 10-year-old son, who attended elementary school in the county town, was still too young. Thus, it was most likely his parents who sold the stolen grain. The tricycle in the courtyard served as the tool. We had a plan. Early the next morning, after completing the deliveries of vegetables and fish, I returned to Xiaojia village with Ruffeng. It was early, and the street was still empty. Arriving outside Zhao's compound, I paused to listen carefully. Both of us had excellent hearing, and I detected rustling sounds coming from the yard. Ruffeng climbed over the wall and peeked in. The scene was clear to him. Inside the courtyard, an elderly couple was loading wheat into the motorized tricycle. I handed my phone to Ruffeng so he could record the scene. Afterwards, we retreated to the car and watched Zhao's iron gate from a distance. An hour later, the gate opened, and the motorized tricycle rumbled out with a bung 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 sound. Then the gate closed again. The tricycle drove onto the provincial highway heading north. I followed it from a distance in my car until we reached the flour mill. I asked Ruffeng to wait in the car. Putting on sunglasses and a mask, I secretly followed the tricycle, pretending to stroll casually. I had already clearly seen the wheat peeking out from the tricycle. Plump and full grains, exactly the kind of wheat grown on my space island. No other wheat could look like this. I continued monitoring Zhao Mengfei's father until he finished unloading after weighing in. When he left, I went to find Manager Li. Manager Li thought, as usual, that I had just come for a casual visit. Naturally, I also needed a legitimate reason. At the moment, the chain stores in the provincial capital were operating normally. The situation was very promising, and our flour was especially popular among locals. This was thanks to Manager Li's strong support in ensuring a continuous supply. After some small talk, I intentionally bragged a bit. I said the flour was selling so well mainly because my wheat quality was so good. Wheat of such a high quality could only be found at my place in Huangtu County, like the proverb says, the only one of its kind. But Manager Lee smirked doubtfully. Don't think you're so capable. You can transport such high-quality wheat from the south, others can too. Even in Huangtu County, there's not just you. There are over 10 suppliers, just that your volume is the largest. They might be unable to supply me so much due to financial limitations. In their own words, they're small operators trying to make a little money. I pretended to be very surprised. How can that be? Why haven't I noticed this? To prove he wasn't just making it up, Manager Lee pointed to the records. See, I have everything documented here. There are 2 households from Xiaoxia village already. Since I offered you a price twice that of regular wheat, they also provide the same variety, so I pay them the same price as yours, otherwise they wouldn't bother delivering. How much do they supply exactly? This was also something I needed to verify. One household can deliver 5 to 6 tons a day, and up to 10 or more tons when more is available. Old Zhao works really hard. He makes several trips daily with his motorized tricycle. I told the receivers to give him special attention, so whenever he comes, they just let him cut the line to unload. What about the other household? I wanted to know more about the second one, but Manager Lee seemed to have sensed something. Why is the big boss always so interested in others' affairs? They're just small operations. They can't compete with you. He started to change the subject. Realizing there would be no more useful information, I excused myself saying I was busy and left the flour mill with Ruffeng, returning to Xiaojia village. Chapter 131. Capturing them is better than pigs. Old Zhao didn't continue delivering wheat to the flour mill. For the second truckload, he loaded corn and headed west towards the county town of Huangtu. I had been tailing him all the way, and I saw him drive into the Huangtu County brewery. Now I understood. He sold the corn to the brewery. Since I had not yet had any dealings with the brewery, I avoided entering to investigate in case my purpose was exposed. The investigation on Zhao Mengfei had been sufficient enough. I had completely gathered the evidence. If I were to sue him now, imprisonment would be awaiting him. But I was still worried whether the source and flow of my grain would be investigated by the authorities, so I postponed the plan of pressing charges for now. Next, I started to investigate Xianxia. Xian also lived in the county town, but his house was an old 2-bedroom apartment where he, his wife, and daughter lived. From his living conditions alone, one couldn't tell that he was rich. A family car worth around 100,000 yuan also looked quite ordinary. According to common sense, those who suddenly acquire wealth usually show it off in some way. Yet Xian seemed to be unusually discreet. His registered address matched exactly with the information on his documents. Nothing suspicious could be found there. I had no clue as to where the grain might be hidden. Just as I was planning to leave him for now and move on to the next suspect, Feng discovered a new lead. Using his hacking skills to access the bank system, he found Xiannanyo's account. It contained only a few thousand yuan, nothing unusual. However, his wife Xiao Feng had 5 different card numbers. Though each card didn't hold much money, transactions had been very frequent in the past 2 months. She had invested in funds and financial products, totaling 3.2 million yuan. 2 months earlier, the total amount was only around 300,000 yuan. Zhao Feng's family was also from Xiaojiakan village. Feng and I went back to Xiaojiakan village. Zhao Feng was an only child. Her parents were still alive, and their courtyard had a large gate wide enough to allow trucks in and out. I wanted Feng to sneak into the yard at night to check for any grain. We couldn't risk doing it during the day as it would be too conspicuous and might raise suspicion. Feng had his way. He pulled a baseball cap over his head, wore a mask, and asked me for a blank A4 sheet of paper and a pen. He then began scribbling something quickly on it, and within moments created a table. It was a household gas usage survey form. I truly admired Feng's wit. Feng entered the yard and came back shortly. The yard was empty, with no grain in sight. But Feng was very careful. He still discovered large grains of wheat and corn along the walls of the house. He brought back a few of them. Great, they were exactly my grains. A white double cab truck was parked in the yard. On it, we also found remnants of grain. The grain must have already been sold out. The other Zhao family mentioned by Manager Lee in Xiaojiakan was likely Zhao Feng's family. Sun Buxiao had a large courtyard-style house in the county town, where trucks could drive straight in. This convenience likely helped him commit the crime. For the investigation on him, I did not go with Feng. At night, Feng sneaked into the courtyard and immediately saw piles of unsold corn openly exposed in the yard. There was no wheat, and apart from the truck, no other vehicle was found in the yard. Sun Buxiao's hometown was xuanhuan. The next day, Feng and I went to the village. Sun Buxiao's parents had passed away, and his younger brother still lived there. Their family courtyard was not large, and the entrance gate was no wider than 2 meters, too narrow for trucks to pass through. There was a brand new motorized tricycle in the yard, with no grain residue on it. However, after a scan, Feng confirmed that this tricycle had indeed transported wheat and corn before. As for Sun Buxiao's younger brother, I knew very little beyond his name Sun Budi. I didn't have any other information about him. After some investigation, Feng found that although Sun Budi's account only had 30,000 yuan in it, his transaction records amounted to 2.6 million yuan, all of which had been transferred to Sun Buxiao's account. Sun Buxiao's account itself didn't have that much either. There was less than 500,000 yuan left. No matter whether the money was still in his possession or not, he definitely received it. Probably, Sun Budi only earned some physical labor fee. As for Li Heroin, he lived in Lijiadan village, having married into his wife's family. His wife was an only child. The father-in-law still had piles of grain in his yard, and the father-in-law was responsible for selling it off. The money went directly into the father-in-law's account. Li Heroin's account only had 20,000 yuan, which was likely reserved for fuel or car maintenance expenses. All the information on these 4 suspects had been completely investigated. For several nights, I remained torn over whether to sue them. Once this matter got out, I would inevitably get exposed as well. Worse still, my grain business might come to an end. It might even affect my wholesale business of vegetables and fresh fish, and even the Kin factory's future could be at risk. This unexpected trouble would completely disrupt my life. That was definitely not what I wanted. Punishing them through official channels wouldn't necessarily ensure I could fully recover my losses, considering how much of it they must have already squandered. I decided to take matters into my own hands and punish these 4 unscrupulous drivers. I kept this whole plan from Bailuoxua. Absolutely no information must reach her ears, not even a single clue. I ordered Feng to find a way to capture them. For convenience during the operation, I assigned him my father's 4-wheel drive electric car. The advantage of this vehicle was that it had no license plate and would be hard to track. Feng accepted the mission and left. At 7 o'clock in the morning, just after I finished breakfast on the 2nd floor, Feng called me. He was waiting downstairs. At that time, the main road was full of traffic. People were rushing to work and school, but the small path in front of my building had very few pedestrians. Nobody noticed a white 4-wheel drive electric car parked there. I opened the car door and saw a fat man lying on the back seat. If I hadn't seen Zhao Mingfei's photo on his ID before, I wouldn't have recognized him at all. There were so many drivers, and they were not even my official employees. We rarely interacted directly, only communicating over the phone. Even when paying freight fees, it was handled by the accountant, Wu Feng. No cash was given. The money was directly transferred to their bank cards. Did you kill him? I was startled. Knowing Feng's power, anyone whose neck he crushed would definitely suffocate to death. No, life and death are serious matters. How could I disobey the master's orders? He's still alive. He just fainted. Feng had been observing for several days and knew Zhao Mingfei had the habit of eating fried dough sticks for breakfast. Promptly at 7 a.m., he came out of his house and went to a nearby fried dough stick stand. Feng was hiding at the alley entrance and ambushed him from behind as he passed. He struck the back of Zhao's neck with one hand, instantly knocking the porky man unconscious without making a sound. Feng then grabbed him, stuffed him into the electric car, and brought him back. As long as he's alive, it's fine. I grabbed Zhao Mingfei's left arm with my left hand, rubbed my warts on my left wrist, and took him into the space. This was the first time a stranger had entered the space. Shui, Yu, and Shuang gathered around. Master, who is this? He's here to help you work. You can just call him Ruju. Shui said. Master, that name doesn't sound nice at all. If he's to be grouped with us, we should at least give him a more refined and elegant name. Even though he's fat, he's not really as bad as a pig. You immediately said, then call him Bruzu, so he doesn't belong to the same group as us. Call him whatever you like. It's just an identifier. Ryu, I'm handing Bruzu to you now. Watch over him. Don't let him damage anything on the island, and certainly don't let him fall into the water and drown. I'll hold you responsible if anything happens. All right, master. He's asleep now. When he wakes up, I'll let him help me clean the chicken manure. Ryu carried Zhao Mingfei away. I left the space. Chapter 132, Ruthless Like Rain. Ruffing had already driven away and didn't contact me until night. At that time, I had just finished transporting the grain and feed from the space. The phone rang. I came to the front of the villa, as usual, to look for him. Inside the car was Xianxia, unconscious. This guy had gone out drinking. Don't let his job as a driver fool you. He was actually a drunkard, almost drinking every day. He couldn't drink while driving during the day, so he reserved his drinking for the evenings. Either he drank alone at home, or with some like-minded friends shouting and laughing in a restaurant. Ruffling followed him into the restaurant and patiently waited after identifying which table he was sitting at. Not long after the meal started, Xianxia went to the restroom, and Ruffling followed him in. As the man was still urinating, he was dazedly subdued by Ruffling, unable to speak or cry out. Ruffling grabbed his neck and made him obediently leave the restaurant and return to the car, where he struck him with a karate chop, knocking him out. Apparently his large cotton underwear had become soaked. Urine odor filled the car. I couldn't care about that. I delivered him to the space as well. Ruxue and Ryu were playing chess when they saw another person arrive and walked over. Master, here's another one. What's this guy's name? Before I could speak, Ryu was the first to ask. Nothing like a dog. Ah, this one is actually thin and not as clever as a dog. I left Xianxia to be watched by Ryu before I left the space. Around midnight, while I was sleeping soundly in room 1, Ruffing returned again. This time lying in the car was Sun Buxiao. Knocking them unconscious was Rufing's method to avoid unnecessary trouble. After parking his truck, Sun Buxiao would always slip into a mahjong parlor. Ruffing waited for him outside until he finished, then captured him on his way home. When capturing Li Heroin, Ruffing waited even longer, until around 2 a.m., when he finally zipped up his pants after leaving his mistress. Still drowsy from sleep, as he passed by the electric car, he was yanked inside by Ruffing and knocked unconscious before even managing a scream. Within just one day, all 4 men were sent into the space by me. In fact, the robots recognized them, but didn't know their specific names. To help the robots distinguish them, I gave them 4 code names: Baruzu, Burigu, Bieniu, and Bing. Whether they liked the names or not wasn't important, as long as the robots could use them. On the island, I never met them face to face. Before and after they entered the island, they remained unconscious, so they definitely wouldn't remember me. After Zhao Mingfei came in, Ryu took him away. At that time, I hadn't specifically assigned him tasks, only instructing Ryu to keep an eye on him. I specially reviewed the recordings. I saw that there was a computer in the small house and cameras everywhere, allowing all actions on the island to be observed. Ryu carried him to the side of the chicken manure pile. He was still unconscious, showing just how hard roughing had hit him. Later, Zhao Mingfei woke up, clearly not knowing where he was. What exactly he said to Ryu wasn't recorded because the monitor had no audio. I could not know. Zhao Mingfei probably wanted to leave and began wandering around. Ryu, following my order to keep an eye on him, naturally wouldn't let him roam freely. With one kick, he sent Zhao rolling on the ground in pain, like a slaughtered pig. Only seeing his pitiful sight, I couldn't hear anything. Perhaps because of the intense pain, he couldn't stand up right away. Ryu gestured at him, apparently trying to tell him to clean the chicken manure. Zhao seemed unwilling to do so, and Ryu kicked him again. He rolled over twice, and somehow, this time he managed to get back up. Picking up the shovel, he obediently followed Ryu to start cleaning the manure. Soon after, Zhao did something stupid. When Ryu turned his back on him, he suddenly raised the shovel and tried to strike him. However, as if foreseeing it, the shovel had not even fallen before Ryu kicked him hard in the stomach. This time he lay on the ground motionless for a long while. Ryu lifted him up, and this time he obediently started cleaning the manure. His movements were sluggish and slow. He was bent over. Probably his stomach and legs hurt badly. Since Ryu was able to control him and stop him from moving freely, I felt reassured. When I came in at noon to wait for stock information, Ryu was playing chess with Rushiwet in the small house. When I asked about Zhao Mingfei's condition, Ryu said he was asleep. I checked the monitor and saw Zhao lying on the ground beside the manure pile, not moving a bit, truly looking asleep. Since Ryu told me that, I believed it. Soon, an alarm rang, and Ryu rushed out of the small house toward the chicken coop. It must have been something urgent that made him run so fast. Looking at the camera footage, I finally understood. Zhao had woken up again. Ryu had kicked him again, and he fell back asleep. That's when I realized he hadn't really been sleeping. He had been knocked unconscious by Ryu. Unexpectedly, Ryu had such a violent tendency. I became worried something might go wrong. When Ryu returned, I told him not to abuse Zhao Mingfei. Breaking his bones or causing serious injuries would only bring trouble. As long as he didn't damage the island's equipment or property, he could be given some freedom. Ideally, I wanted him to participate in labor, earning his meals through work, but above all, I needed to ensure he wouldn't starve to death. Oh, master, I understand. From now on, I promise not to hit him again. Ryu looked as though he suddenly grasped everything. That night, I successively sent the other 3 men into the space. Exactly what treatment Ryu gave them, I didn't ask at the time, as I was too busy and tired. I only paid special attention to them the next day. Through the monitor, I clearly saw 4 iron pipes erected beside the pile of chicken manure. Each of the 4 men clung to one pipe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, unable to stand up. Whose idea was this? Inside the small house, I asked the robots. Rushiwei replied. No one needed to suggest it, it was all Ryu's idea. Master had forbidden him from using violence, but these men simply refused to obey. They shouted loudly, cursed endlessly, and ran around all over the place. So Ryu planted a few poles into the ground and forced them to bind themselves to them. I had already considered that there was no need to restrict their freedom of movement. The island was a solitary piece within the dimensional space. They had no way to escape from here. Even if they were strong swimmers, they couldn't swim far once they jumped into the water. And even if they did, where could they possibly reach? There was no land for them to flee to. They had nowhere to escape to. If they misbehaved, they could still cause trouble on the island. Each of them was strong and healthy, capable of causing serious damage quite easily. There were many vehicles on the island, and they all knew how to drive. If they destroyed the immature crops I'd been growing, the loss would be significant. The fact that Ryu could control them using his own methods gave me peace of mind. As for labor, we'd take it slow. I wanted them to gradually participate willingly. That would require some strategy. Have they eaten anything yet? A man is made of iron, but rice is steel. Skip one meal, and you're left hungry. Letting them go hungry for a few meals could serve as a minor punishment, but absolutely, they couldn't be allowed to die from starvation. I was worried Ryu might overdo it. Master, we haven't given them any food or water yet. They're strong men, unwilling to be disciplined. Since Master forbade me from using violence, I decided to let them starve a bit first. Please rest assured, Master. I will definitely ensure they stay alive and healthy. I still need them to help me clean the chicken manure. With Ryu's guarantee, I believed he would fulfill it. Chapter 133. The authorities came to investigate. It had never rained inside the space. Even when heavy rains poured outside, the island remained sunny. The sun was always intense. Spending a while under it felt pleasantly warm, but staying too long caused heavy sweating, an unpleasant experience. Seeing them constantly under the sun, I worried they might get sun damaged. I wondered where I could let them take shelter. The first small house built was quite narrow. Besides equipment, the robots needed it for rest, leaving no spare room. The warehouse stored wheat, corn, and green feed. I worried if I let them stay there they might urinate randomly and contaminate my food supply. The chicken coop and pigsty could offer shade and a place to sleep, but I refused to put them there. They weren't worthy. They were worse than pigs or chickens. There were leftover green bricks and color steel tiles on the island. I instructed Ryu to do something with them. Ryu seemed very happy upon hearing my plan and immediately started organizing. From the surveillance monitor, I watched Ryu approach them. It didn't seem to go smoothly. Ryu didn't let them go but kept them sitting and hugging the pillars. That indicated they had refused the work Ryu offered on my behalf. After about 10 minutes or so, Zhao Mingfei seemed to agree, and Ryu released him. Perhaps he had sat there hugging the pillar for too long. He struggled to stand and remained seated on the ground. At least another 10 minutes passed before he staggered to his feet, walking unsteadily toward the brick pile. He first carried 4 bricks, but after a few steps, threw away 2, only holding on to 2. He was the first to enter the space and hadn't eaten or drunk anything in 30 hours, definitely weak from hunger. The other few had only entered the space last night. Hunger hadn't yet threatened them significantly. Ryu held a cucumber, waiting by the manure pile for Zhao Mingfei. When Zhao placed the bricks on the ground, Ryu gave him a 2-centimeter piece of cucumber. Zhao grabbed it in one go and stuffed it into his mouth. The cucumber relieved both thirst and hunger. That small bite provided Zhao Mingfei with energy, and he immediately turned back for more bricks, moving faster than before. He even managed to carry all 4 bricks this time. Another small piece of cucumber followed. This cycle continued until the entire cucumber was consumed. Zhao stopped carrying bricks, instead sitting on the ground, catching his breath heavily. What Ryu said to him was unknown to me. After a short rest, Zhao resumed carrying bricks. However, this time he carried only 2 bricks. No more cucumber rewarded him, but he continued to carry bricks anyway. The other 3 still hugged the pillars and sat on the ground. They hadn't been tempted enough by the cucumber to work, apparently still able to endure the hunger and thirst. Before leaving the space to purchase stocks, Zhao was still carrying bricks while the other 3 still hugged pillars under the sun. Since they preferred this, so be it. In the afternoon, I caught wind of something. Driver Master Wang called me. He said that yesterday Zhao Mingfei hadn't shown up, and Zhou Chui had called to ask if he had seen Zhao. Of course he hadn't seen him, and told Zhao's family to keep searching. Today another 3 drivers were missing, with their families calling to report missing persons as well. This seemed suspicious, and Zhou Chui had reported the disappearances to the police. He advised the other 3 families to report too, and thought it necessary to inform me about this situation. I told him he was absolutely right, verbally commended him, and told him to remain alert, informing the families if any updates appeared. That evening, entering the space again, the 4 individuals were still hugging the pillars and sitting on the ground. Under the light, they all appeared droopy and downcast. Ryu reported that aside from Pig, carrying bricks halfway through the day, the other 3 hadn't moved a single brick, seeming rather persistent. Ryu hadn't offered them any cucumber either. Only that one piece of cucumber had gone to Pig. For the day, he shouldn't feel hunger or thirst. Since no suitable accommodations existed for them yet, temporarily keeping them hugging the pillars seemed reasonable to prevent wandering. Early the next morning, while I was transporting fresh fish out of the space, I heard continuous shouting from the north. Ryu quickly rushed over. Though pressed for time, I still worried about the 4 men's situation, so I dropped my work to check the monitor. Ryu had untied all 4 of them from the pillars. Upon being released, they all immediately collapsed on the ground, apparently from numb legs due to prolonged pressure, unable to move for a moment. After speaking to them briefly, Ryu came back to help me load fish and reported that all 4 had agreed to carry bricks to build the house. They didn't want to hug the pillars all day anymore. The experience had been too uncomfortable. Their thighs had completely gone numb, and sensation was gone. They asked for a short rest, and would carry bricks again once recovered. The sooner they moved bricks, the sooner the house could be built, and the sooner they could escape the suffering of hugging the pillars. They probably had realized by now that only through labor could they earn a piece of cucumber to eat. The unbearable feeling of hunger and thirst must have already been experienced fully. Driven by the desire to survive, they chose to move bricks and build the house. Once they were willing to work, things became easier. I instructed Ryu to proceed according to plan. That afternoon, while I was in the office selling stocks, officials arrived to investigate. They were polite at first, explaining that Zhao Mingfei's family had reported him missing 2 days ago, and a case had already been opened for investigation. The families of the other 3 had also come to report their disappearances, though it had not yet been 48 hours and formal cases hadn't been opened yet. However, they felt the situation was serious enough to come and learn more. They asked me several key questions. First, they asked if I knew why the drivers who usually transported goods for me hadn't shown up. I gave my explanation. The drivers were loosely affiliated. I called them only when there was cargo to move. If there wasn't, they didn't come. As to whether they showed up or not, I never enforced strict rules. That was their freedom. Unlike regular employees, these drivers weren't under my strict management. There was no such thing as absenteeism for them. I only had the contact numbers of about 50 drivers, but I didn't even have all the numbers in my possession. Xiuxian probably had a complete list of everyone's phone numbers. I paid whoever came to transport goods, but whether they came or not wasn't something I needed to track on a daily basis. My explanation seemed thorough enough, and the officials didn't object. The second question was whether I could provide any clues or tell them if any of these men had conflicts with others. Truthfully, I didn't know any of them very well, except that I employed them. We had no personal relationship. I had no information about their social connections or any conflicts. I had never heard of any disputes involving them, not even from the other drivers. The third question was that since all the missing persons were drivers, they would conduct an investigation among the drivers, and they requested cooperation, asking the drivers to come in for questioning. Of course, this wasn't something I could refuse. Whether I liked it or not, I had to cooperate with the authorities performing official duties. Chapter 134, Controlled by Food. Perhaps I was somewhat of a well-known figure in Huanta County. To avoid disrupting my business, the authorities arranged for the drivers to come one by one, preferably during their free time, so that neither side would be disturbed. I expressed my support and asked Xiuxian to call and notify every driver to come to my office first before loading trucks at the yard to undergo questioning. Soon people started arriving. I had specifically arranged a room where the officials conducted their work, while I stayed in my office, waiting for the drivers to show up. The drivers who came for investigation would naturally see me first. I clearly told them that Zhao Mingfei was missing, as were 3 other men. The authorities had come to investigate, and I encouraged them to fully cooperate and proactively provide any relevant clues. Each driver promised they would cooperate to the best of their ability. The officials' efficiency was pretty high. They interviewed many people and completed the questioning of all the drivers within just 3 hours. Whether they actually obtained any useful clues, I had no idea. Once the investigation concluded, I politely saw them off. After that, no one else came looking for me. The 4 drivers were naturally impossible to find. Perhaps the investigation would continue, but that was their problem now. The remaining drivers continued their daily routines, hauling cargo for me as usual. Bai Luoxu quickly learned about the authorities visiting me for investigation, and she naturally asked me about it. I couldn't hide this matter from her, so I told her that a couple of drivers hadn't shown up for work the past 2 days, and their families suspected they were missing. They had reported the cases, and the authorities were conducting an investigation here. I intentionally emphasized that the investigation focused on the other drivers, whether they had conflicts with those 4 or could offer related clues. Which few people are missing? Bai Luoxu asked. I acted casually and told her, Zhao Mingfei, Qian Nanyu, Sun Buxiao, and Li Heroin. Bai Luoxu was visibly shocked. These 4 stole your grain. Did you do something to them? She immediately suspected me. My heart also skipped a beat. If she were an official, wouldn't I have been exposed already? Fortunately, I was well prepared and showed no reaction, speaking in a very light-hearted manner. How could you think of such a thing? I'm such a weak, kind-hearted, and fair-minded person who cares about society. How could I possibly do something like that? You think I could even handle them all by myself? Although I know they stole from me, I only wanted to sue them and have them put behind bars, but I still felt bad putting them through that suffering. It's just a coincidence that these 4 disappeared. What goes around comes around, and maybe this was punishment from heaven. I completely cleared my name, appearing completely harmless. Bai Luoxu looked at me sideways, a smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Right? You really don't seem like the kind of person. Such a bad guy. Someone with your small frame could barely handle 1 guy. There's no way you could handle 2 or 3 of them. Only after seeing she mostly believed me did I relax slightly. Exactly, but as soon as she said another sentence, I couldn't remain at ease anymore. Unless you had help. Ha 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 ha. I used laughter to hide my inner panic. Who would help me do something like that? That person would have to be either legally illiterate or just plain stupid. Would you do it if asked? I deliberately redirected the topic at Bai Luoxu. Unexpectedly, she lightly punched me in the arm. You're the stupid one. Ha 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 ha. We both burst into laughter simultaneously. Heaven-sent misfortune may be forgiven, self-inflicted misfortune never. Bai Luoxu sighed, as though grieving for those 4 individuals, or perhaps warning me. My heart trembled. For a moment, I wondered whether I had gone too far, but I immediately hardened my heart. It was too late to regret now. As they say, a narrow heart is unworthy of a true gentleman, and a man without ruthlessness lacks resolve. Now that I'd done it, I might as well continue carrying it out my own way, because those people deserved necessary punishment. Several days later, Bai Luoxu brought me some news. In terms of freight volume, there had been no further cases of missing weight. The weight receipts from the receiving parties now mostly matched our side's records. Differences of 200 or 300 gene, like before, had completely disappeared. She believed that the disappearance of the 4 drivers had shocked the others, causing them to behave properly. It's wise to be obedient and stay out of trouble. Only then can money be earned steadily and for a long time. She said heaven was helping me. I responded only with laughter. Meanwhile, there had also been changes inside the space. A small room was built next to the pile of chicken manure, and roughing added an iron door. With a door, Ryu could lock it at night, eliminating the need to constantly guard it. The inside of the house was lined with wheat straw, allowing the 4 people to sleep on it comfortably. Far more convenient than huddling and sitting cross-legged outside, wrapped around a pillar. The 4 men followed Ryu during the day, cleaning chicken manure, cleaning pig manure, collecting eggs, and feeding the pigs and chickens. They also helped haul manure for fertilizing. Everything seemed very harmonious. No one argued or caused trouble, nor did there seem to be any intention of trying to leave. I had not yet met them face to face. Except for observing them through the surveillance camera, I mostly learned about their behavior through Ryu's reports. Using food as control was clearly the best method. Only those who obediently participated in labor would receive a cucumber. Although each person could only get 1 cucumber per day, these cucumbers were thick and long, sufficient to get 1 through the entire day. Without it, they would be so hungry that their stomach pressed against their spine, something they already knew from experience. On the first day after arriving at the island, they all showed great determination, but by the second day, all had completely submitted. For the sake of a single cucumber, they were forced to clean excrement against their will. Ryu was like a little steward, commanding the 4 to work non-stop. From the moment they woke up until noon, they were always busy. Only during the lunch break could they receive their cucumber. They ate it carefully, because from then on until the next morning, no other food would come their way. A single cucumber could not possibly satisfy their food needs for the whole day. After all, there were many vegetables growing on the island. So why didn't they run over and grab some to eat? Ryu smiled. They're afraid. The remaining half of the cucumber at noon was left inside the small room. Once it belonged to someone, no one dared to eat another's share, no matter how hungry they became. Ryu had previously warned them. If anyone stole food, they wouldn't receive any food or water for 3 whole days. They had all personally experienced this little dwarf's cruelty and followed his words without question. Thus, even though they could see vegetables like cucumbers and eggplants not far away, they still didn't dare to rush over and take some. When they collected eggs, they secretly wanted to eat one, but dared not take action. Every move they made was under surveillance from the cameras. There were no secrets. Ryu had also warned them explicitly. Anyone who stole and ate an egg would not only be forced to vomit it out, but would receive absolutely no food or water for 6 days. And what happened afterward was up to them to imagine. Perhaps these 4 men were truly frightened. They had never once dared to defy Ryu's orders. Chapter 135. Pretending to be foolish to induce confession. They had never seen Ryu. Back when they were loading the trucks, they had all seen Ru Feng, Ru Xue, and Ru Bing. Some had even seen Ru Xuan. Upon seeing this endless field of corn and wheat, they should have already figured out what was going on. When Ru Feng installed the iron gate for them, Zhao Mingfei had once asked, "Why are you here too? Did you also come here confused and unaware? Can you take us away? We will give you a huge reward. Just get us out and let us go home." The other 3 joined in pleading as well. It seemed they still didn't know that it was Ru Feng who had captured them. Ru Feng's answer sealed their mouths shut. "You might have come here confused, but I'm not. Wanting to leave is your own thought. I have no desire to leave. This place is my home. I live in that small house up ahead. Don't think too much of it. This is now your home as well, and you'll stay in that small house." The 4 were stunned. Since that question to Ru Feng, no one had dared to bring up such a topic again. They should have adapted to this kind of life by now. It was time for me to meet them face to face. When I appeared before them, they were both excited and terrified, and one by one knelt before me. Zhao Mingfei repeatedly cowed out, "Boss Chen, please let us go. We were wrong." The other 3 also pleaded desperately. I acted pitiful. "Dear, who are you people? Why would I know you? What does your being right or wrong have to do with me? Let you go? How should I let you go? I myself wish someone would set me free." With this detour of mine, all 4 of them were dumbfounded. "What? Boss Chun, you don't know us." I pretended to be confused. "When have we ever met? When have we ever dealt with each other? Are we very familiar with each other?" Upon hearing this from me, all 4 got anxious. "Boss Chun, we're your truck drivers. We haul grain, feed, and straw for you every day." Zhao Mingfei even pointed at the crops in the fields. "Just like this, wheat and corn. The grain we've been hauling for you is exactly the same as what grows here in the fields. This must be your farm, right? As the boss, you're the only one who owns a grain storage house. It grows here and sells there, and every day we haul and haul without end." Indeed, they had guessed everything. Yet I had no choice but to keep up the act. "What are you talking about? I feel like I'm dreaming right now. What you're saying sounds like it could be true. I do have a grain storage house, and many drivers haul grain for me every day. I also wish to own large fields of crops. Now I do, but this must be a dream. Aren't we meeting each other within a dream? You claim you are my truck drivers, but I don't even know your names. What are they?" I intentionally fabricated a story to fool them. "Boss Chun, this isn't a dream. My name is Zhao Mingfei, and I really am one of your truck drivers." Zhao Mingfei hurriedly introduced himself. Ryu pointed at him. "You? You're not even as good as a pig. I'm Xianxia. You? Not even a dog. My name is Sun Buxiao. You're worse than an ox. I'm Li Haiwan. You're not even a sheep." Oh, I acted as if suddenly enlightened. This must indeed be a dream of mine. Even your names sound so strange. Maybe what you're telling me are just names you imagined, names that no one else would recognize while dreaming. The more foolishly I pretended, the more desperate the 4 became. Zhao Mingfei continued to plead. "Boss Chun, just spare us and take us away from here. On this island, we're worse than pigs and dogs. Every day we clean chicken manure and pig dung. Our only food is a single cucumber, just enough not to starve, but never enough to feel full. I used to buy cucumbers like these, which are really delicious. Luckily we have these to eat. Otherwise we'd truly starve to death." Yeah. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Since I had started pretending, I might as well go all the way. "I really don't remember your names, and I can't recall what you look like either. Just look at yourselves. Do you even look human anymore? You're like mythical monsters. I must have dreamt my way into a fantasy world. I hope to wake up quickly and return to reality." The 4 looked at each other and finally realized that what I had said was no lie. Though unfamiliar with them, I can usually memorize someone's face once I've seen it. But now I needed to observe carefully to recognize them. All 4 had hair past their shoulders, messy like beggars. Even more exaggerated were their beards, at about 10 centimeters long. The upper part already covered their lips, looking extremely comical. Plants and animals in this different dimension grow very fast. After being here for only a few days, their hair and beards seemed to have grown quite a bit more, clear proof of that. The only thing that hadn't grown was their weight. When they were brought into this space, aside from Xianxia being slightly thin, the other 3 were all quite fat, especially Zhao Mingfei, who probably weighed over 200 pounds. Now, they had clearly all lost weight. Zhao Mingfei had reached a normal weight, while the other 3 had started to become underweight. The thinnest of them all was Xianxia. His face had lost its fullness, and his cheekbones were especially prominent. After seeing each other's appearance, the 4 burst into tears simultaneously. "We've become neither human nor ghost. It's heaven's punishment on us. Honestly, we're worse off than pigs. Even the pigs in the pen are fatter than us. That's actually a good thing. It saves them from getting sick due to obesity. I was worried excessive hunger might harm them or cause illness. So I pretended to show concern and said, 'Thankfully this is just a dream. If I saw you like this in reality, I'd be frightened to death. Though I don't know you people, I hope you can eat more in the future. There seem to be eggs here. Eating 1 egg per day can add some nutrition. It's really good for your health. Boss Chun, we'd love to eat eggs, but we can't even touch them. This little caretaker won't let us eat. If we ate any, we'd be starved to death.' All 4 started complaining at once. I turned to Ryu and said, 'Ryu, you can't be too harsh on them. You've got plenty of eggs here. Just give them 1 each. 1 egg a day isn't excessive, right? As long as they work diligently, they should at least have enough to eat. All right, since the master has permitted it, I'll give each of them 1 egg per day.' Ryu immediately understood my intention. However, His reply triggered suspicion among the four, and more so astonishment. Master? Chun is the master of this place? Boss Chun, we definitely made a mistake. We shouldn't have done those things that went against our conscience. Since they had realized my status here, I might as well seize the opportunity to question them. Where did you get this idea of master? Are you hallucinating again? We're all dreaming. You keep saying you're wrong. Then tell me specifically, what were your mistakes? What evil deeds have you done? Thus, the four began taking turns confessing their crimes, revealing every detail about secretly transporting grain to their own homes. Chapter 136, Settling Debts for Freedom. These four people were all related to each other in some way, and ultimately were all family through one connection or another. When they went to haul away the grain, they noticed that in the warehouse only loading vehicles were present. No one was weighing the cargo, and the quantity recorded was based solely on what the receiving party reported. They believed this was a loophole, and not taking advantage of it would simply be a waste. So, secretly, they began transporting grain to their own homes. After successfully hauling away several loads without getting caught, they grew bolder. After a discussion, they decided each person would officially report only 4 shipments. This number seemed reasonable enough. All the extra grain they took for themselves, and before long, they became rich. Zhao Mengfei bought a large house and a private car. Xianxia made another profit by investing in a fund and saw his status at home rise. He no longer had to endure his wife's scolding. She even bought him alcohol specially, and sometimes even cooked a few dishes for him to accompany his drinking. Now, he could go out and drink without being scolded. It was much more convenient. Sun Buxiao repaid all of his gambling debts. Previously, if he wanted to play cards, no one wanted to play with him because he owed money to so many people. Now, whenever he arrived at a mahjong table, everyone rushed to play with him. He felt like a VIP, as if he were a nobleman. It felt great. Even better off was xiuxian. Living as a doorseer had been oppressive. He had extremely low status at home, essentially no better than a servant. Besides hauling cargo daily to earn money, the only comfort he had was being able to eat a meal at home. His wife was unwilling to sleep with him, so he had found a mistress. His mistress, though, only stayed with him primarily for his money. Usually, he would secretly set aside part of his salary to buy her small gifts. But after suddenly coming into a windfall, he could now give her large sums of money freely. The thrill he felt was the same as when he was intimate with her in bed. Although the mistress engaged in a secret relationship with him, she had never let him stay the night. But recently, night after night, they were together constantly, and she hardly ever wanted him to leave. To avoid his wife's suspicion, he still sneaked back home late at night. In the past, his wife ignored his comings and goings whether he came home early or late. Now, it remained the same. Only this time, instead of indifference, it was a form of neglect, an acceptance of letting him live as he pleased, however he liked. The four of them hadn't even finished dreaming their dreams before ending up confused and disoriented on this isolated island. They knew they had committed wrongdoings, which had brought them here to suffer. This was heaven's punishment upon them. Since they had all admitted to their crimes, they had to accept their punishments, otherwise heaven wouldn't agree. So, just stay here and repent with sincerity. I left with that single sentence, convinced they would reform themselves properly. As expected, things worked out just as I imagined. Ever since I added an egg per day to their meals, they stopped complaining about being hungry. Their nutrition improved, and they became much stronger while working. Ryu no longer needed to work directly, but only had to assign tasks and supervise their completion. The four had come to treat the island as a legitimate workplace. Seeing that they had truly started adapting to life here, I stopped pretending to be clueless. I clearly expressed my stance to them. Work here wouldn't be for free. I would pay them wages. Upon hearing this, they felt as if granted a royal pardon, and all their spirits instantly lifted. President Chun is so great. Have you really forgiven us? I have forgiven you. But my decision must still be carried out. For this work of cleaning pig and chicken dung, I'm already giving you a generous salary of 5,000 yuan per month. I've even given you advance payments already. When the total wages you earn equal the value of the grain you took home illegally, then you can return home. Upon hearing this, each one instantly looked deflated. Each of them had stolen no less than 3 million yuan worth of grain from me, earning only 5,000 yuan per month. They'd have to work sincerely here for 50 years. Even the youngest among them, xiuxian at 30, would be 80 before repaying the debt. In effect, I had sentenced them to life. They deserved it. Just deserts. They even tried to plead with me, worrying about what would happen to their families. I sneered coldly. Your families benefited fully from your illegal gains. Whether you are present or not, their lives are already secure and well provided for. You don't need to worry about them. Zhao Mengfei and Qianxia fell silent. Sun Buxiao and xiuxian began to sob. Most of Sun Buxiao's stolen money had been used to pay gambling debts. What little remained in his possession had been mostly gambled away, and only a small portion remained at home. Xiuxian had left half of his money to his wife, and the other half to his mistress. Now he would likely never see either of them again, and thinking about it, everything suddenly seemed pointless. Indeed, I felt the same disappointment for them. But what they had done, they had to bear the consequences for themselves. This kind of treatment I handed them, I had no choice but to impose. One matter must be explained. In this era, every adult was issued a smartphone. When the official investigation team launched their case, they had carefully reviewed the phone usage records of these 4 individuals. Particularly, their phone signal information before their disappearance would surely be treated as a major clue for solving the case. But reality rendered the official investigators helpless. Zhao Mengfei had left his phone at home while buying fried dough sticks in the morning and hadn't carried it with him. His wife, realizing he hadn't returned after just going out for breakfast, tried calling him. The phone rang, right there on the bedside table in the bedroom. Xianxia had left his phone on the dining table while drinking. It was actually his drinking buddy who called his wife to inform her that her husband had gone missing. Sun Buxiao had lost heavily at mahjong the night he disappeared. When he tried to leave before settling his gambling debts, claiming he needed to use the restroom, he sneaked away. Fearing he might flee without repaying his debts, one of his mahjong friends tried to follow him out. However, seeing that Sun had left his phone on the table, he believed Sun would return. In order to make collecting debts easier, the person who had won money from him placed the phone in his pocket. When the phone rang at dawn, it turned out to be a call from Sun Buxiao's wife demanding to know where her husband was. That was when they realized Sun Buxiao had truly vanished. Xiuxian, while quietly leaving his mistress's place, forgot his phone. He didn't recall it even after being taken away by Ruffin. Because of his oversight, his wife nearly confronted his mistress directly. Except for Zhao Mingfei's phone, which truly left no trace or clue whatsoever, the other three individuals had their phones left in someone else's possession, which caused the investigators considerable trouble. The drinkers, mahjong players, and so-called mistresses were turned upside down in the process. After all, they were the last ones to have seen the missing individuals, and were thus under heavy suspicion. Eventually, the drinkers and mahjong players were able to mutually corroborate their innocence due to the presence of numerous witnesses. The only persistent issue lay with Xiaowan's mistress. Even if she had 10 mouths to defend herself, she couldn't possibly explain clearly. The more details she gave, the more people learned about her scandalous relationship with Xiaowan. In the end, their affair became the talk of the town, a source of gossip and amusement. The official investigation team made no progress in solving these disappearances, and, over time, the cases faded from people's minds. I, however, will never forget. With new members added to the island, my population has flourished. Initially, for some time, Zhao Mingfei and the others assumed that Ryu and the others were also normal humans, continuously puzzled as to why they possessed such extraordinary skills, abilities, and even martial arts. Eventually, they slowly discovered that these individuals didn't eat or drink because they were robots. They were controlled by robots, and I controlled these robots. Zhao Mingfei and others developed an even deeper sense of reverence toward me. Though they had once considered escaping the island, this thought was gradually abandoned entirely. They now understood that if they did not comply with my requirements, they would either starve to death on the island or be trapped here for life. Although I had set a 50-year deadline for them, they still had something to hope for. This was their hope. Chapter 137. There really is karma. After riding the motorcycle, it needed cleaning, a task usually carried out by Ryu and Rushuang. With the four of them around, Ryu would assign them to do the job until she was satisfied. They were truck drivers and understood the basics of vehicles on the island. Even without Ruffling present, they could perform repairs and even detect potential issues by listening to the sounds, fixing small problems to prevent bigger malfunctions. While they were generating wealth for me, they were also redeeming their sins and contributing to the human society in the real world. Here, they could also find the value and meaning of life. Life on the island was a combination of simplicity and busyness, primitiveness and modernity coexisted. The fertile land, green crops, vast waters, abundant fish, fresh air, and unique climate formed an ideal home. Living here was actually a kind of happiness. Gradually, they developed affection for this place and began to change their attitude towards life. They built a brick bed inside the small house using red bricks, pumejade on top to insulate against moisture, so they no longer slept on the ground. Later, they constructed a table and 4 brick stools, giving them places to rest and eat. Eating cucumbers and raw eggs every day was indeed monotonous. To prevent them from lacking nutrition, I instructed Ryu to improve their diet. Why always eat cucumbers when the island offered plenty of other vegetables? Ryu did make the change. Cucumbers were replaced with chili peppers. Each chili weighed over 2 jin, full of moisture and nutrition. But when they ate it, the flavor was truly an ordeal. If they didn't eat, they'd starve. If they did eat, it was clearly torment. Ryu greatly enjoyed watching them suffer while eating chili peppers. As the 4 winced and cried tears, Ryu laughed non-stop, clearly a sadist. Once he had enough of the show, he placed a pail of cold water before them. The 4 rushed forward, dunking their heads into the bucket. One bucket could only accommodate 1 person at a time, so the other 3 couldn't wait. They extended their dirty hands to cup the water and drink it. The pain on their lips forced them to scramble, unable to control themselves anymore. I absolutely forbade them from cooking with fire on the island. If any one of them suddenly wanted to cause destruction and burn down my grain storage, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, having them eat raw food all the time wasn't very humane. After they endured the hardship for some time, I bought them a set of kitchen equipment, using an induction cooker for heating. Ruffing ran the wires into the small house and installed electric lights, finally bringing brightness there at night. I regularly delivered cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and such. Their meals finally tasted acceptable. The fresh corn on the island could be boiled for them to eat. In the outside world, such a fresh delicacy was hard to come by, yet they could enjoy it every day. I even specially brought them flour and cornmeal, enabling them to steam buns, roll noodles, make dumplings, and cook corn porridge. Their meals improved progressively. Gradually, I improved their living conditions. I bought them bedding and clothes and provided protective labor equipment. Once Ryu saw that I had begun taking care of them, it also took action accordingly. Somehow it found a steel plate, sharpened it quite keenly, and gave them all buzz cuts. The long hair that had resembled beggars was gone. It also shaved off their beards, eliminating the messy look. Each person indeed appeared much more energetic. They could now bathe in the water, washing away the filth on their bodies and finally regaining their former human appearance. As their treatment improved and they no longer suffered as before, they began to have new thoughts. Though they didn't mention returning home, they said they missed their families and longed for their wives. It was a natural emotional reaction. When I told them the truth, one after another burst into tears, beating their chests in agony. From then on, they gave up hope entirely, swearing never to return home again, deciding to live on this island for the rest of their lives. Reality had shattered their hopes completely. Regarding the disappearance of the four men, official investigations yielded no results and the case was shelved. Initially, their families urged the authorities to continue investigating, but once no progress was made, public interest cooled down and life gradually returned to normal. With the men gone, life had to go on anyway. Although the men left behind considerable wealth for their families, being widowed wasn't easy. Without the men's control, the widows began to indulge without restraint. Zhao Mingfei's wife, Zhou Chui, found a single man 5 years younger and became a bride again in that new 200-square-meter house. Qian Nanyu's wife, Zhao Feng, reconnected with a high school classmate. From that point on, the impoverished, once single man finally united with his dream lover, living a wealthy and upscale life. Sun Buxiao's wife did not seek an outsider. Her husband's younger brother Sun Budi had no partner yet. Following the principle that fertile water should not flow to outsiders, the two began living together. Li Heroin's situation was a bit chaotic. Due to official involvement, his mistress was finally exposed. His wife suspected that Li Heroin had been harmed over an affair, even suspecting the mistress of murder, and therefore launched a fierce confrontation. She brought along several relatives and friends, ransacking the mistress's home from top to bottom, as if trying to find Li Heroin hiding beneath the bed or inside the wardrobe. The whole incident actually started with Li Heroin's mobile phone. On the night he was taken away by Ruffeng, he had left his phone on the nightstand of his mistress's bed. When his wife called Li Heroin, the mistress answered the phone. That's when her existence was first revealed. Understandably, a mistress like her wouldn't normally answer a call like this, but seeing the contact name labeled as Era on the screen, she became curious and impulsively pressed the answer button, unintentionally exposing herself. The Naotin eventually ended in vain because of lack of evidence to accuse the mistress, and the matter faded away unresolved. With such a husband gone missing, the wife felt no regret. Boldly, and without hesitation, she remarried her own lover. Li Heroin's mistress quickly found a new lover too, reportedly even better at making money than him. His wife had become another man's wife. Why should anyone grieve pointlessly over love? Even if I let them return home now, they would have no face to show in society again. Living here on this small island, though a mere existence, at least allowed them to preserve a bit of dignity. From then on, they committed themselves entirely to working here, finding pride in labor and joy in work. Gradually, laughter from the four newcomers began to fill the island. The reform appeared to have succeeded. I instructed Ryu not to supervise them like a taskmaster anymore, and to give them complete freedom. If any of them truly misbehaved, strict punishment awaited. Then the dark room would become their eternal home, and not another step would be allowed for any destroyer to leave. If such a thing really happened, I would decide to build yet another isolated room. As long as their lives were ensured, freedom was the most precious thing. They had already started enjoying life on the island, and they would never risk losing this freedom over any idiotic action. While gradually reforming the four corrupt drivers, I also performed many good deeds in the real world, which significantly improved my business and career. Chapter 138 Franchise Stores. The branch store in the provincial capital was performing quite well, with sales rapidly approaching those of the Huangtu County wholesale station. Although the costs were slightly higher, leading to thinner profit margins, the growth momentum was very encouraging, increasing steadily each day. I was happy, and Bai Luoxue was even happier. She had built this branch store from the ground up, and therefore felt a stronger sense of achievement. To encourage her, I personally issued a document awarding her a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Though she verbally claimed this was unnecessary, she readily accepted the reward. Whether motivated by recognition or by financial reward, Bai Luoxue's entrepreneurial drive only increased. Despite now managing 2 branch stores and a canning factory, she continued to urge me to open more stores. This time, she changed her strategy. The model for opening new branch stores was neither the same as directly purchasing property and stocking goods as in Huangtu County, nor identical to the method in the provincial capital where we rented stores, hired staff, and managed inventory ourselves. Instead, she suggested taking a franchise approach. She explained the marketing model thoroughly and comprehensively, and convinced me completely. This was a method of rapid expansion, low cost, quick results. Most importantly, it was hassle-free. Once successfully set up, it was almost equivalent to sitting back and collecting money, with relatively low risk. Why wouldn't we do it? First came planning. Although Bai Luoxue was capable of handling planning, I insisted on hiring a professional planning company to reduce her workload and ensure the planning was flawless. Later events proved that spending 300,000 yuan on planning was absolutely worth it. From brand image establishment, to uniform store design, to staff uniforms, to unique supply chain methods, and even profit-sharing models, everything was meticulously handled. The most crucial part was advertising and promotion. To expand the franchise, I neither launched TV advertisements nor engaged in widespread online promotion. Instead, I targeted my existing customer resources. This was essentially internal marketing. The merchants had personally witnessed the impressive sales performance at the wholesale station. Offering them the opportunity to own such a store themselves was an irresistible temptation for those who already had a physical location. These merchants already had stores available. Other than renovation costs, Only minor investments were needed to officially start business. These merchants then became rightful store managers. If they already had staff, they could continue employing them. If not, they could decide whether to hire more help based on sales needs. It was entirely their own affair. Most advantageous to them was the fact that, at the outset, they didn't have to invest any money themselves. I would stock the entire store directly for them, setting a cost price, wholesale price, and retail price before they started operations. Though I provided a large amount of inventory initially without payment, the store managers were free from financial pressure, allowing them to focus fully on operations. Confident in my product quality, I had no worries about sales. Even if there were similar products on the market, how could their quality and taste compare with mine? The trial period was set to 1 month. If they made a profit, they could continue operating. If not, or if they suffered losses, the remaining inventory remained mine, and I would come and pick it up. Moreover, from the beginning of store renovation until the time I delivered the goods, I would fully reimburse store managers for all losses incurred during that time. Only when the store started making money would I begin collecting payments. I did not share in the store manager's profits. The contract clearly stated that I would only collect the cost of the inventory sold. If the store manager had insufficient funds, I allowed delayed payment after delivery, only requesting full payment once they had earned enough to afford it. After 6 months of operation, this would switch to a prepayment model. By offering favorable initial terms, merchants with limited funds became eager to participate, almost able to open stores without new investments. The booming business at my 2 existing stores was visible to all. Therefore, following the planning company's advice, and under by xiuxian's supervision, I gathered merchants interested in franchising and arranged for them to visit the stores in person. One bustling store might not be convincing, but seeing the other store equally prosperous surely excited these already eager merchants, further solidifying their determination to open franchise stores. Location selection was crucial. Franchise stores must not be too densely clustered. To protect the interests of all store managers, even in such a large city as the provincial capital, no more than 5 stores would be allowed. East, west, south, north, and central locations, each store at least 10 kilometers apart from the others, ensuring each store could attract its own nearby customer base without overlapping. As for county towns, each would be granted exclusive rights, with no second store permitted. These strategies greatly protected the interests of the franchisees. So much so that as soon as the plan was launched, merchants rushed to sign up, with enthusiasm so high it could only be described as a stampede. As the main planner of the initiative, xiuxian was constantly receiving calls. There was a time when she couldn't even keep up, and to have a moment's peace, she had no choice but to turn off her phone. To reduce her workload, and more honestly, out of concern for her, I asked xiuxian to assist in handling the matter. Especially tasks like answering calls, which consumed a lot of time, were now handed over to him. Some merchants went so far as to operate across regions just to obtain a franchise spot. They were even willing to move their operations from the provincial capital down to county towns, and some even wanted to expand into other provinces. I rejected the idea of expanding into other provinces outright. Xiuxian was very puzzled. When we had such a strong momentum, why would I cut off a source of income? One bite at a time, and one thing at a time. Expansion must be gradual, we can't rush it. Although our planning may seem perfect and nearly flawless, there remains one key uncertainty we haven't considered, the human factor. Running a store ultimately comes down to people, and that is the most unpredictable element. If a store manager lacks the ability to operate effectively and only has passion and a hot head driving them, and we proceed to open a store for them, it could lead to real disaster. Not only would that store fail, but it would damage my reputation and negatively impact our future expansion. My guidance was to build steadily, open one store only after the previous has fully matured. Stabilize one, build one, support one, and nurture one. Don't take action unless it's guaranteed to succeed. If we act, we do it right, enabling everyone who wishes to build this business with me to genuinely profit, instead of mindlessly expanding in a frenzy. To expand too quickly, and then collapse altogether, wouldn't all the money I'd worked so hard for vanish like ripples in water? Don't plan for victory before considering defeat. That's my business principle. Unless I have 100% confidence, I won't take risks. I run this enterprise not to be a flash in the pan, but to build a classic, enduring brand for 100 years. As long as I am here, I will ensure those stores remain prosperous for generations. Chapter 139, Rapid Expansion. My business philosophy really impressed xiuxian. In her words, I was becoming more and more enigmatic. Not only an entrepreneur, but practically an economist as well. If all business owners possessed such a mindset, society would become more harmonious, more stable. Most importantly, development would be steady. How could the people not prosper and live happily? You're lifting me too high. You raise someone too high, they fall hard. I understand that principle well, so please bring me back down. How could I possibly deserve the title of economist? I'm merely applying a simple, honest approach to business, an approach of not cheating or harming others, of benefiting and serving the people. It's just doing business with a clear conscience. It doesn't qualify as economic theory. My modesty only deepened by xiuxian's admiration. I actually admire you a bit now. While secretly pleased, I suddenly felt an unintentional twinge of pain. She had once admired xuanhuan, too. I wondered whether she still did. That old insecurity still knotted itself tightly within me. I was unwilling, afraid even, to ask her directly whether she had completely moved on from xuanhuan. That was like a thorn in my heart. Until touched, it didn't hurt. But the moment it stirred, the pain was unbearable. Thinking about how Bai Luoxue had recently worked tirelessly for our shared endeavor, pouring her heart and soul into it, I felt admiration for her intellect. She personally oversaw everything, while I was practically just a hands-off boss. Because of that, in addition to gratitude, I increasingly felt a deep affection. My confidence in her, especially emotionally, had risen several notches. One by one, our chain wholesale stores opened, centered in the provincial capital and gradually expanding outward. But managing them all personally was simply no longer feasible. Even with Xiuxian's help, we remained overwhelmed. Bai Luoxue proposed the solution herself. To better manage the various franchise stores, we formed a dedicated marketing team. Perhaps because my business was developing so quickly, Bai Luoxue even managed to recruit someone from a planning company, xiuxian. She had previously participated in the overall planning for the franchise chain shops. I appointed her manager of the marketing team, hired several relevant graduates from the job market to assist her, and transferred a salesperson from the canned goods factory to handle distribution and shipment to all franchise outlets. The formation of the marketing team quickly reduced Bai Luoxue's workload. She finally could catch her breath. Ever since the expansion of the franchise chain began, she hadn't rested on weekends. Whether it was conducting on-site inspections or traveling on business, every day was packed. During this period, we could only contact each other by phone. It was rare for us to even meet in person, except when she came to the Huangtu County wholesale station with others for a tour. Only then could I, as the boss, have a meal together with her and those future managers. These rare encounters became especially precious. Because of this, I once mentioned to her that we shouldn't sacrifice time together for the sake of growing our business. But Bai Luoxue seemed to enjoy herself thoroughly. If two hearts are truly meant to be together, why need they be side by side day after day? The phrase sounded familiar, yet deeply warming. I nearly melted in the heat of her professional passion. How much love was hidden within? Were my random suspicions of her really nothing but unnecessary worry? With Bai Luoxue and the operation team's efforts, within less than 2 months, my franchises increased to 50 stores, scattered across every county within 1,000 miles. This rapid expansion brought new challenges to my product supply. Supplying wheat flour wasn't an issue. Manager Lee at the flour mill had no fear of my growing business since my wheat supply would only increase rather than decrease, giving him sufficient confidence. Cornmeal, a product of relatively low sales volume previously, now faced a sharply increased demand due to the number of shops. The individual processing shop couldn't keep up, even operating 24 hours a day. I visited the owner twice especially for this matter. Seeing my urgent need, he truly lived up to his earlier promise, installing another machine and hiring 2 additional workers dedicated to grinding cornmeal for me. He even rejected other regular corn processing business to meet my supply needs. For egg supply, I had also changed strategies. In fact, since opening the city branch, I stopped having Ruffling deliver the goods. The chicken farm now housed 100,000 chickens. If it weren't for Zhao Mingfei and 3 others joining, the few robots on site would likely have been overwhelmed. Collecting eggs had become a demanding job. I used nighttime to transport eggs to the newly built warehouse. The flatbed cart significantly improved efficiency. This alone had taken me nearly half an hour. I entrusted the egg transportation entirely to Master Wang, the driver. Fully loaded onto the truck, he followed the route designed by Ruffling, ensuring the most efficient delivery to each branch store. We needed to ensure daily sales at each branch while also maintaining the shelf life of the eggs stored in the stores. I had to keep them stocked while also ensuring timely delivery. This was indeed a very professional matter, and the route plan designed by Ruffling helped solve it. Master Wang would always deliver the eggs at just the right time, never causing a stockout, never leaving the eggs sitting for too long. As for cat food and dog food, those weren't our main products. Though sales were low, they carried high profit margins. The store managers were more than happy to sell them. Once a week, a full truckload could make a complete round trip to supply all the stores. The operations team took care of all these matters. I hardly had to worry about them at all. What worried me most was the production of fish canned goods and pickled vegetables at the factory. Originally, the sales of these 2 products had always outpaced supply. But after opening more branches and switching to a chain-style operation, production couldn't keep up with demand. For this reason, Mu Jiming had suggested setting up another production line several times. I had seriously considered it too. One important reason I had hesitated to expand earlier was because the fish in the pocket dimension were decreasing. But since I started using green feed to attract fish, production had soared significantly. That gave me full confidence to expand the business. During a technical seminar, I presented my request. If we could increase output for canned fish and pickled vegetables based on the current setup, then building a new production line could be avoided. This would save capital, reduce production costs, cut labor positions, and also reduce future maintenance expenses. Actually, when I said that, I was only offering a suggestion without making a final decision to avoid building a new line altogether. The delay was simply because I had been extremely busy during this period, and I feared that my limited energy wouldn't be sufficient to ensure the supply of raw materials. I spoke without much thought, but someone listened attentively. Lu Ruchuan studied the production line and proposed a technical upgrade. By applying pressure, the marination process of the fresh fish cuts could be accelerated. A system of rotating loading could speed up the output of canned goods. Practice proved that the same production line could increase its output by 50%, more than enough to meet current market demands. Meanwhile, Ruffling had also built 3 new flatbed carts, which improved my speed in transporting fresh fish. Supply wasn't a problem anymore, nor was the production line. It had all been resolved. Chapter 140, Opening the Pig Market. To encourage Lu Ruchuan's technological upgrades, I specially held a commendation ceremony for him, and awarded a cash bonus of 100,000 yuan. Once the commendation ceremony was held, a wave of technological reforms quickly swept through the entire factory. Although most of it was motivated by the high bonus incentives, it indeed promoted the development of the cannery. Even the cafeteria meals saw some small automation improvements. The chefs were now able to cook faster, and employees no longer had to eat only 1 or 2 dishes without choice. Instead, it became like dining at a restaurant. Workers could now place orders on the spot and just wait a few minutes before enjoying delicious meals. This turnaround time was even shorter than what used to be spent waiting in line to receive pre-prepared food. The warehouse management did not see any new hardware upgrades, but a new management software was introduced, achieving truly daily reconciliation with complete accuracy. Office departments adopted an OA system. As much as 80% of all operations no longer required face-to-face communication and could be completed online, even financial reimbursements. This significantly improved efficiency while reducing error rates. The main obstacle limiting the further application of these technologies, however, was the aging of the workforce and their generally low level of education, making it difficult for them to master more advanced modern technologies. This was an unavoidable reality. I wasn't in a hurry. These reforms had already completely satisfied the factory's rapid development needs. At this stage, this level of improvement was more than sufficient. Of course, I hadn't let the workers' efforts go to waste for these research results and rational proposals. I also issued bonuses to motivate and encourage them. In fact, later I added another product that not only received warm welcome from customers, but also brought in substantial profits. Pork. The piglets in my space grew extremely fast. They were ready for market in just a little over 10 days. Therefore, the meat processing plant loved them very much. Selling pigs, I made enormous profits. After those allied wholesale shops were established, I first tested pork sales at the flagship store in Huangta County. Of course, I sold wholesale. As a result, vendors rushed to buy in droves. Pork was in extremely short supply at this time, mainly because pigs in the real world took too long to grow. Ordinary pork wasn't even enough to meet regular demand, not to mention the meat from my pigs, which was raised in another dimension and possessed a uniquely delicious flavor. The meat processing plant also noticed that the pork I supplied sold extremely fast and signed a long-term supply contract with me. A casual remark from the plant manager gave me a new idea. If you could deliver a batch of pigs every day, that would be better. If I could divide my space into 10-acre plots of corn and wheat and stagger the harvests, why couldn't I stagger pig breeding as well? From that point on, I purchased 100 piglets daily from the pig breeding farm in Haida County, which created staggered delivery dates. Half a month later, the meat processing plant could receive pigs from me daily. Another sentence from the manager, seemingly in complaint, determined my decision to increase pig production. Delivering 100 pigs daily feels a bit low. It would be better if you could double that. Wanting more pigs wasn't hard. Both I and the pig farm owner were delighted. Selling him 200 piglets a day was even more welcome than selling 1,000 at once. Later, when even 200 pigs proved insufficient, I increased the number to 300. Market pork prices slightly dropped. The meat plant manager asked me to hold back supply a little, because oversupply would decrease profit margins. So, I adjusted appropriately and found 240 pigs per day to be a more balanced number, helping maintain pork price stability. This was also the current equilibrium point for Huangta County. Of course, this only applied to my pigs. Other suppliers weren't significantly affected, as my pork prices were higher than theirs. Only then did I approach the meat plant with a new proposal. I told them I would continue delivering 300 pigs every day, 240 would be sold to them, and the remaining 60 would be processed by me. I would handle the sale of this meat myself. The manager immediately labeled me as a potential market disruptor. I assured him that I wouldn't be selling in Huangta County. All 60 pigs would be sold in other regions. Only after adding this clause to the contract did he finally agree to my request. Indeed, the pork delivered to the chain franchise stores flew off the shelves immediately upon arrival, causing a rush to purchase. Store managers started asking for more supplies, saying 1 or 2 pigs simply wouldn't last. They began requesting 3 or 5 pigs at a time. I couldn't meet their demands immediately. This matter required negotiation with the plant manager again, since the plant's capacity for processing pigs was limited. The more pigs they processed for me, the less profit they would make. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to process 200 pigs for me. And this was only because of the excellent quality of the landrace pigs I provided. Otherwise, he would have rather not been involved in this transaction at all. Anyway, he finally agreed. The pig breeder was beginning to get anxious. Supplying 300 piglets a day was something he was happy to do, since he had the capacity. If I were to add 140 more, his sows couldn't deliver that many. Even with maximum effort, he'd need at least 6 more months to prepare. Eventually, I compromised too. Whatever supply he could provide was acceptable. I could get about 350 piglets from him daily, for which he had even stopped supplying to smaller pig farms. Because of this, he wanted to raise the price. I told him that if he raised the price, I would stop buying from him altogether, even if it meant driving an extra 200 kilometers to other farms. That was when he finally agreed not to raise prices, claiming it was only a joke. I warned him not to make such jokes again, lest he wanted to cut off his own income. I certainly didn't want to be threatened, and he quickly became obedient. An important county meeting changed my vegetable wholesale business model, or more accurately, the way it was operated. Every morning at 4:50 sharp, I had to wake up on time and transport vegetables and fish from my space to warehouse number 1. I had to ensure enough supply not only for the morning wholesale, but also enough raw materials for the cannery. I had already become used to this routine. Waking up so early wasn't my choice, but the timing was crucial and could not be delayed. Because of this operation, I couldn't stay away from Huangtu County for more than 24 hours. Even during my inspections of the chain stores, no matter how far away, I had to leave and return on the same day. During this time, Luoxue was always out of town. She wanted to spend more time with me, but it was hard to make that happen. She complained about my seeming coldness and lack of sentiment, but in reality, I was simply unable to help it. The county had notified me to attend a meeting concerning the election for members of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. The meeting was scheduled to last for 3 days. Even though we lived in Huangtu County, the county had arranged hotel accommodations for all attendees, including unified meals and rest times, all under the excuse of making communication easier and improving the effectiveness of the meeting through better interactions. Although I personally had no desire to attend, I still had to force myself to go. The leaders on the dais delivered one long speech after another, and I barely paid any attention. My mind was entirely focused on my business. When I first entered the conference hall, I found a quiet corner to sit, but a staff member moved me to the front row. That was when I realized that each seat had a small name tag on the table. It wasn't an open seating arrangement. I felt helpless, but I did have a way to enjoy some peace and quiet. I entered my alternate space, where I could carry out my short-term stock trading without being disturbed. Chapter 141. 3 motions in one breath. When I exited my space, the outside world was still at the exact moment I had entered it, and the meeting was ongoing as scheduled. My entering and exiting seemed like an instant to the people outside. No one even noticed. Even my seatmate, staring at me with wide eyes, couldn't detect anything unusual. However, this also restricted my ability to transport goods from my space to the outside world. I couldn't possibly bring all those items directly into the conference venue. That was my biggest headache. As a result, I could only work during the night, preparing all the eggs, live pigs, wheat, corn, green fodder, wheat straw, vegetables, and fresh fish in advance for the next day's needs. Luckily, I had my own single room at the hotel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find an excuse to leave unnoticed by the other attendees. At 7 a.m., I had to return on time to go downstairs to the hotel for breakfast. Truthfully, I didn't have to eat here. I came back just to avoid suspicion. During the 3-day meeting, the only regret I had was being unable to visit the breeding pig farm to buy piglets. In order to ensure the daily supply quantity of pigs to the meat processing plant, I was forced to think of alternatives. I sent Ruffling instead, telling him to leave later in the afternoon so that when the pigs were transported, it would already be dark. Temporarily, he would park the vehicle in the newly built warehouse and wait until I returned home at night to move the pigs into the space. This issue was finally resolved. From now on, I handed over the purchase of piglets to Ruffling, so there was no need for me to run around personally. The reason I assigned this to him was to protect my secret. If another driver had gone to transport the pigs, it would surely raise suspicion. Where did the piglets disappear to after delivery? I wouldn't have been able to explain it clearly. In fact, my delivery of live pigs to the meat processing plant was also done in secret. Using warehouse number 1, I would transport the pigs there at night, where the meat processing plant would send a special truck to pick them up. Initially, they weren't willing to come at night, but I told the plant manager I wasn't available during the day, and to sell my pork products, they had no choice but to send their driver for pickups at night. My operation of transporting goods in advance gave me a new idea. I first moved the fresh vegetables and fish to a large warehouse for storage, after which Ruffling used an 8-ton truck to deliver them to warehouses number 1 and number 2. I no longer had to assign the wholesale business to Rubing and Ruwu anymore. Instead, I handed the task over to 4 workers from the canning factory, letting them supervise during the day and handle the wholesale business. Meanwhile, I notified all the vendors coming for wholesale that they were no longer restricted to the early morning pickup hours of 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. From 5 a.m. until 12 o'clock noon, they could come anytime. If goods were running low during this period, Ruffling would replenish them, ensuring that goods were available whenever they arrived. With the new warehouses storing sufficient quantities, I had much more freedom with my time. Not only vegetables, but the fresh fish wholesale followed this new procedure as well. Most vendors still picked up early in the morning. Those from faraway places, especially from neighboring counties, no longer needed to wake up so early. They could come later and still collect the goods, as long as they arrived before noon. Of course, to be able to sell earlier, they'd still come early, and usually by 8 a.m., the wholesale business was already completed. Then, the workers on duty could clock out, which they were very happy about. As for supplying miscellaneous fish for the canning factory and fresh vegetables needed for small dishes production, I also adjusted the delivery times. Deliver the goods to the new warehouse early in advance, and then Ruffing or Ruwu would continuously supply them to warehouse number 2, ensuring there was enough for production. From now on, I no longer had to get up early in the morning to transport goods through the space. Whenever I had time, I could do it, giving me much more flexibility. Of course, these few days of meetings forced me to only operate at night, but later on, I could even operate during the day. By building more warehouses, I was exchanging space for time. Once the warehouse doors were closed, no one could see, and I could transport goods without restraint, shuttling from one warehouse to another, busy yet enjoying it. I still had to attend the meetings as usual. Cannot request leave, cannot be absent. Perhaps it was due to my reputation, but I was elected as a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference of Huangtu County. Others who weren't elected returned to their jobs after the 3-day meeting, but I had to continue staying to attend a 2-day member meeting. I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the meetings, but the work I needed to do still had to be accomplished. Among them, one matter was particularly important to me, being allowed to submit motions. Whoever had good ideas for building Huangtu County could contribute suggestions for the county's development. Coming from a rural background, I was deeply aware of the suffering of the peasants. I focused on my hometown and proposed 3 suggestions. 1. Widening and paving the road from Shurgo Village to Yangjiao Township. 2. Renovating the classrooms at Yangjiao Township Middle School. 3. Proposing that the substitute teachers at Yangjiao Township Primary School be transitioned into official positions. Honestly, I originally intended to just go through the motions and randomly wrote down 3 items and submitted them. But in the conference, Vice County Magistrate Huang brought them up for discussion and study. The most touching moment was when Yang Dawei, the township head of Yangjiao Township, took the stage to express his views. He sincerely thanked me and pointed out the difficulties the township currently faced. The plan to build a road connecting Shurgo Village to the township had existed for quite some time, but had been delayed due to lack of financial resources at the township level. He hoped the county government could allocate the funds necessary for construction. The classrooms of Yangjiao Township Middle School were repaired every year. However, due to insufficient funding, these repairs only amounted to patchwork fixes. It had become a recurring problem. Year after year the same rooms were repaired and fell into disrepair again. This had persisted for many years and had proven difficult to resolve thoroughly. The issue of officially recognizing substitute teachers at Yangjiao Township Primary School had also been previously discussed. The county had given its approval. Unfortunately, many of the substitute teachers lacked the appropriate teaching qualifications and adequate teaching ability. This issue had historical roots. Educational resources in rural primary schools were extremely limited. The substitute teachers themselves possessed only primary school-level educations, and the quality of teaching was xianxia. Over time, this situation formed a vicious cycle. Substitute teachers' salaries were not high to begin with. The jobs were often held by unmarried women, and they would leave once they married. The replacements were no better qualified. It was indeed difficult to officially convert them into full-time staff. Vice County Magistrate Huang delivered a speech. The truth that to become rich you must first build roads is known to all. However, for various reasons, the construction of this road has been postponed for too long. Since it is now being discussed as an agenda item in this meeting, we must strive to come up with a solution. Building roads for the people, bringing them benefits, is our fundamental principle. This road lies in a mountainous area, which makes its construction quite challenging and expensive. The county government cannot afford to fund the project entirely. Construction of this road will cost an estimated 10 million yuan. The county can only offer support of 3 million. The remaining funds will have to come from the township's own resources. Vice County Magistrate Huang had visited Yangjiao Township Middle School before. While the classrooms weren't yet classified as hazardous structures, safety risks still existed, and there was no room for risking children's lives. Each year, the county government had allocated 100,000 yuan for classroom repairs. However, now it was time to reconsider. It was better to build completely new classrooms so the children could study in a secure environment. Education is a matter of fundamental, long-term importance. To improve the quality of education in rural schools, the issue of substitute teachers was complicated. The best solution was to recruit graduates from vocational colleges and universities to work in rural areas. But in reality, new graduates were unwilling to go to the mountains. They couldn't endure such hardship. Veteran teachers who brought their families found the living conditions inconvenient and also resisted going to the countryside. Truly, this was a problem not easily solved. Chapter 142 Donation for Charity. Yang Dawei almost burst into tears. If the township had been able to raise 7 million yuan, the road would have been built long ago and wouldn't have dragged on like this. The classrooms at the township middle school needed renovation too, but unfortunately, there was no money. It wasn't that certified teachers couldn't go to the countryside to teach. It was just that few wanted to because of the low pay. If salaries improved, the shortage of primary school teachers would naturally be solved. The debate kept circling back to the issue of funding. Since I had brought up the proposal, I couldn't remain indifferent. I'll cover the 10 million yuan for building the road. The moment I spoke, the room went silent in shock. Deputy County Magistrate Huang took the lead clapping, and Town Mayor Yang Dawei's eyes filled with tears. The applause had barely faded. How much would it roughly cost to rebuild the middle school classrooms? I asked Yang Dawei. 5 million should be enough. I'll cover that too. Another round of long-lasting applause broke out. As for the incentive subsidies for teachers who go to the township's primary schools, I'll cover that part as well. Applause rang out again. With money available, matters became easy to resolve. After the meeting, Deputy County Magistrate Huang and Mayor Yang Dawei specially arranged a discussion with me to follow up on the financial commitments made during the conference. I didn't feign humility. I kept my word, donating 30 million yuan in the name of Minli Canning Factory. For this, the Huangtu County TV station gave me an exclusive interview. Suddenly, I had become a prominent figure in Huangtu County. On the day the township road officially broke ground, the county specially invited me to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. Once the formalities were over, I returned to Shurgo Village. It had been a long time since I'd come back home. I had come especially to visit my uncle and aunt. Seeing my arrival, they were overjoyed and warmly welcomed me. These days, they had been running the vegetable greenhouses, which brought them a stable income. Their lives were now secure, and they had even been able to save a good amount. They were deeply grateful to me. Since I was already here, I had to visit the greenhouses. The scene before me made me feel slightly sad. The once thick, long cucumbers had changed, becoming much smaller. Although slightly better than ordinary cucumbers, their yield had also dropped. Some of the vines looked weak, and some hadn't even borne fruit yet. These were ones my uncle and aunt had replanted later. As for the eggplants, green beans, bell peppers, chili peppers, and a few other vegetables, their previous advantages were also gone. Both their size and yield had changed. I had originally wanted to replace the entire crop, but after thinking it over carefully, I decided against it. I couldn't guarantee I would come back regularly to transplant the vines. Doing so would surely arouse my uncle and aunt's suspicions, and I wouldn't be able to explain the origin of those special vegetables. Even without these special vegetables, my uncle and aunt could easily make a normal living from the greenhouse. They didn't aim to get rich, only to live a peaceful, ordinary life. That was already enough. Still preoccupied in my thoughts, I had just left the greenhouse when several village leaders arrived. They had already heard about my donations. Besides a flood of compliments, there was also plenty of flattery. The village head's last words struck me as the real intent behind his visit. As a fellow villager of Shurgo village, you are the pride of our whole village. You're now a big entrepreneur and a celebrity, yet your heart holds the common people, a noble and great soul. If you could even fund the renovation of the middle school classrooms, surely our village primary school doesn't need rebuilding, but our teachers' office spaces are really quite shabby. Improving their working conditions would also require a certain sum of money. As a citizen of Shurgo village, I should naturally contribute to the development of my hometown. The village head had already spoken this way, so I immediately offered to donate 1 million yuan to construct an office building for the primary school. The village officials were extremely delighted. Originally, my aunt had planned for me to eat lunch at home, but the village officials insistently dragged me to a restaurant. Since the village head was on good terms with my uncle and aunt went along as well. The village head wanted to have a few drinks with me to show gratitude, but I declined, claiming I was driving. Even though I didn't drink, it didn't stop these officials from toasting enthusiastically. They drank quite heavily. Before I left the table, the village head still remembered to ask one question. When can that 1 million yuan be transferred? Very soon. I'll arrange it when I return. In the village head's eyes, I saw not only joy, but also a flicker of greed. I had heard of the conduct of these local officials. They often took every possible advantage. They were probably all seasoned hands by now, skilled at doing such things without drawing attention. The villagers didn't hold them in high regard. I knew that the village primary school had already been rebuilt twice. Imagine what the construction quality was like when a building had been torn down and rebuilt every 10 years. Could these village officials not be aware of the problems? Or was it precisely their fault, because of them in the first place? After returning to the county seat, I told Bai Luoxue everything, exactly as it had happened, the 1 million yuan donation for Shurgo Primary School. You didn't hesitate when donating 30 million to the county, but now you're hesitating over 1 million for your village's primary school. It means you have concerns. The 30 million yuan in donations are supervised by the county government, so I naturally feel at ease regarding how the township uses the funds. But this million will be managed by the village committee. With only a few village cadres in charge, I'm afraid the money will end up in their own pockets. In the end, Bai Luoxue gave me an idea to prevent the village officials from embezzling the funds. She suggested that the construction team should settle accounts directly with me, so the donations wouldn't pass through the hands of the village cadres. Without touching the money, they wouldn't have the chance to take any. That indeed was a good idea. I called Xuanhuan and told him to take over the project of constructing the teacher's office building at Shurgo Village Primary School. Xuanhuan was naturally delighted. He half-jokingly said to me, "You really don't want the rich water flowing to outsiders." That wasn't untrue. Huanyuan Construction Company had my shares in it, and the profits earned included my share. It was absolutely reasonable for me to earn my own money. When I called the village head to inform him of my decision, the enthusiasm on the other end of the line instantly cooled down. There was no longer any warmth from the previous banquet atmosphere, just some formal politeness. He said that it would be okay this way, as long as the teachers' working conditions were improved. On behalf of the teachers and villagers, he expressed gratitude to me. After that, Yao Huanyuan coordinated directly with the village head regarding the construction matters. I dealt only with Yao Huanyuan and made payments upon receiving the bills. This left the several veteran officials in the village utterly powerless. They could do nothing but remain polite to me outwardly. Yao Huanyuan truly performed well, better than I had anticipated. Originally, I thought 1 million yuan would be enough for only a 2-story building, but he built a 3-story one instead, exceeding the budget by only 20,000 yuan, which I paid in full. In this regard, he proved himself honest, and my impression of him changed somewhat. Thinking more deeply about the man, I had never felt resentment toward him. Instead, I admired him and found him quite amiable. Only when thinking of Bai Luoxue did he seem somehow disagreeable, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. It was just an indescribable discomfort. This strange feeling came and went at times, and occasionally, I didn't feel it at all. Sometimes, I even wondered if there was something wrong with me psychologically, though naturally I would never admit it, even if there was. Chapter 143, Refusing the Borrower. One day, a stranger came to my 3-story house looking for me. He was in his 50s, a burly and slightly plump man with a broad, square face and an especially energetic demeanor. His appearance seemed somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall having met him before. While I was still trying to guess who he was, he introduced himself. "President Shun, it's an honor to meet you. Please excuse my boldness for dropping by unannounced." As soon as he mentioned his surname, Ma, I immediately recognized him. His name carried weight, well known throughout Huangtu County and even beyond. Without a doubt, he was a big shot, a man whose footsteps could shake the earth. He was Ma Zhanshan, chairman of Huangtu County Chemical Industry Group, a man who had enjoyed immense prestige. 20 years ago, when he seized control of the chemical group during the state-owned enterprise reform, he rose to power. With bold and decisive moves, he revolutionized the entire company. Back then, he was a constant presence in the news of Huangta County, his achievements widely reported and elevated into almost mythical status. As certain people put it, he was a man who rose to the occasion in a time of crisis, a commander who could win battles from afar. It was thanks to him that the chemical industry group revived from near collapse, rising again to prosperity. During the course of enterprise reforms, the chemical industry group became a model for all of Huangta County and even earned recognition at the provincial level. With his accomplishments, his fame and status grew significantly. There were even rumors that he had once wanted to become county magistrate. In the end, though, people merely speculated. This position he never attained. Now, this once mighty entrepreneur was visiting me in person. I wondered what it could be about. Haha, General Manager Ma, you're too kind. It's an honor to welcome you to my humble home. What a pleasure it is to see you. Please, sit down and have some tea. I quickly rose to offer him tea and treated him with the utmost courtesy. General Manager Ma, you're obviously busy beyond measure. If you've come especially, what can I do for you? I needed to find out his purpose. Haha, President Chen, you're still being polite. Old brother is here asking for help. Ma Xianshan was straightforward and to the point. Oh, General Manager Ma has such extensive connections and unlimited capabilities. What could possibly require my assistance? I couldn't agree to help rashly with such a high-ranking individual before hearing exactly what the matter was. Saying yes in haste only to discover later that I couldn't deliver would be far worse. Ma Xianshan took out a pack of high-end cigarettes and offered me one. I waved politely to refuse. He lit one for himself, leaned back on the sofa comfortably. Little younger brother, let me be honest. I'm here to borrow money. Not a large amount, 50 million will do, just to tide things over temporarily. As for interest, I'm willing to pay the highest market rate. Borrowing 50 million so casually, as if it were merely 5,000, it was clear that he was used to handling money on a grand scale. But to me, this was no small amount. I happened to have about 300 million yuan available, and I was considering what project to invest in or which company to fund. I hadn't even discussed this yet with Bai Luoxua. She'd been preoccupied with the chain store expansion, which was still ongoing. According to the strategy we'd established before, open one store, stabilize it, then proceed to the next. I had not been in a rush to discuss investment with her. Now that Ma Xianshan had come directly to me, this might have been a golden opportunity, but I had decided to pass. General Manager Ma, you flatter me. You casually mentioned borrowing 50 million yuan. My little canning factory wouldn't fetch that much. Your chemical industry group alone is worth over 10 billion yuan. I'm just an individual operator. You should forget about borrowing from me. My message was clear. I did not wish to lend him the money. Ma Xianshan acted as if he hadn't heard me. My chemical industry group may have vast assets, but size is just that, size. Every household has its difficulties. Even with a lot of money, there are always moments of shortage. Otherwise, why would I personally come here to visit you, brother? And you're not just any individual operator. Everyone in Huangta County knows you're a successful entrepreneur. Although you haven't established a group company yet, you already have one in all but name. It's only a matter of time. Just say the word, and it can happen in no time. Hee. Without that much strength, I can't bear to use a grand name that would be too much for me. Better to work quietly and steadily on a small business instead. Even though he tried to flatter me, I couldn't fall into his trap. The only way I could truly reject him was by playing humble in front of him. Being low-key is your style, but your deeds speak loudly. President Chen, that donation of 30 million is known to all. Bold actions, bold gestures. My chemical industry group may be regarded as the top company in Huangta County, but it's just a name on paper. Only we know our bitterness. There's no need to delve into it further. Anyway, I'm here to borrow money for emergency purposes. I sincerely hope that you, dear younger brother, will extend your helping hand, allowing me to overcome this difficult period. I'll always remember your favor. Developing an enterprise, no one can have smooth sailing all the time. Temporary difficulties are unavoidable. In fact, these challenges can also be opportunities. Even though I wasn't planning to lend him money, I still wanted to know why he needed it. Ma Xianshan said that he had just launched a new project, organic chemicals, and it was precisely because of this project that he faced a shortage of funds. The construction was nearly completed, and only the final key piece of equipment remained to be installed. This piece of equipment had to be imported, and without ready cash, it was impossible to purchase on credit. With no other options, he had no choice but to run around trying to raise money. With your capabilities, General Manager Ma, a mere 50 million yuan should be easy for any bank to lend, especially with low interest rates at the bank. Why not take out a bank loan instead of seeking help from me? That was the question lingering in my mind. Young brother, let's speak plainly. If I could get a bank loan, would I need to come here in person? I could have sent one of my subordinates to handle it. You see, I came alone. I didn't even let my driver come upstairs. He's waiting in the car. Don't you think about it? When was the last time a chairman like me went around looking for money so secretly? It's really out of necessity. It seemed that Ma Xianshan truly was in a tight spot. As he himself said, if it was possible to get a bank loan, why would he turn to a private lender? Naturally, funding had become a serious problem. In such a situation, I became even less willing to lend him the money. I couldn't guarantee repayment, and he couldn't guarantee that I would get my money back either. Plus, I hadn't even intended to lend him anything in the first place. General Manager Ma, let me tell you the truth. I really don't have any money left. It's all been donated already. Aside from the 30 million to the county, the village chief even asked me to donate an additional 1 million yuan. Frankly, I felt even 1 million was too little to show it. But truthfully, I simply couldn't afford more. Did you hear about this already? I bet you didn't. Because I was ashamed, I told nobody. Other than a few officials in the village, no one else knows, including me. Ma Xianshan should have clearly understood my position by now. I would not be lending him money. The smile on his face just now had now begun to stiffen. Chapter 144, The Ma Family. It seems Chen really has no money anymore. As the saying goes, stubbornly maintaining appearances only leads to suffering. Back in the day, I was just like that, spending extravagantly. People thought I was managing a chemical group, so I must have had plenty of money. In reality, though, I was just puffing up my cheeks to look fat. Chen, I hope you truly learn from my mistakes. Don't sacrifice long-term well-being for temporary pride. Ma, I really can't help you. Please understand the difficulties we small companies face. I won't take up any more of your valuable time. You could check with other friends to see if anyone can assist. I was giving him a clear signal to leave. This guy came here borrowing money but still couldn't resist boasting. I'm really impressed. Maybe this condescending attitude has developed over many years, but I just can't stand it. Ma Xianshan stood up and stubbed out his cigarette forcefully in my ashtray. Before leaving, he said one sentence that left me thinking for a long time. The thinking of the rich and the poor really differs. The rich have money and dare to spend it. Money can generate more money. The poor, even when they have money, dare not spend it, fearing it won't come back. My son is classmates with you. His evaluation of you is quite accurate. Ma Xianshan turned and left, seemingly very angry. Whether he was angry or not didn't matter much to me. I had no intention of interacting with him anyway. His son was my classmate. I tried hard to recall my classmates and finally remembered someone. Ma Xianshan. There really was some resemblance. The more I thought about it, the more similar their appearances and build seemed. Not long ago, when xiuxian got married, we had even sat at the same table. The way Ma Xiaoer spoke, the way he treated me, was just like Ma Xianshan, an arrogant and condescending attitude. Even when asking for help, he never stooped low. At this moment, I felt greatly relieved that I had refused Ma Xianshan. Thank goodness I hadn't intended to lend him any money. Had I, in a rush to invest, foolishly lent him the money, it probably would have gone straight into the drain. It is said that Ma Xianshan initially worked as a regular employee at the chemical group. He was eloquent, bold, and decisive, traits that made him quite popular with his superiors. While others hesitated, he'd already completed the task. Later, he became a sales representative, and his performance was pretty good. Quickly promoted, he soon became a mid-level manager. Ma Xianshan was highly capable. Legend says he wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. To secure an order, he could sit outside a client's door for 3 days and nights. Admirable as this spirit was, it was also rather excessive. Only someone like Ma Xianshan would behave this way. After becoming chairman, he indeed created quite a stir. Raising workers' wages and increasing benefits. What employee wouldn't like a boss like that? Initially, people spoke well of him, but gradually this goodwill faded. He favored relatives and close associates, using his power to promote all sorts of extended family members, distant aunts, nephews, cousins-in-law, and so on. The chemical group practically became the Ma family domain, to the point where effective management became impossible. Many upright middle-level managers resigned one after another. Honesty and integrity had become luxuries within the chemical group. Employees dared not speak out against Ma Xianshan's authoritarian rule. His decisions must be executed unconditionally, even if they were wrong. This itself isn't necessarily unreasonable, but even scientifically absurd decisions had to be carried out. These early errors eventually brought serious consequences. The chemical group expanded rapidly. Its assets grew quickly, but debts increased even faster. A few years ago, I'd heard rumors that it would soon go bankrupt, yet strangely, it somehow never did. Once a top tax contributor in Huangta County, back then, young people vying for jobs there would pull strings and use connections desperately to land a position. Jobs were hard to come by. Now, even if you invite people, they're unwilling to go. This once 5,000 employee factory now has less than 2,000 workers, similar to the situation at the cannery back in the day. Most remaining employees are older. Youth under the age of 35 are few and far between. Even among younger hires, most are related to the Ma family in some way. Ma Xianshan has now fallen from his former glory. Even banks are reluctant to lend him money, clearly indicating how dire the factory's operating conditions have become. Tight project funding is a problem many companies inevitably face. The government offers support policies for new projects, and local authorities provide preferential treatments. Bankers generally are more than willing to jump on board. So why has Ma Xianshan been unable to find such support? This truly makes one think. As for Ma Xiaoer, his name is Ma Xiaoer, the second son in the family, although there is no eldest brother. His original older brother apparently broke his back at the age of 1. From then on, the family started calling him Xiaoer instead, and the name stuck. We were in the same class during middle school. Back then, Ma Xiaoer was truly the son of a wealthy family. Many classmates hesitated before buying a packet of instant noodles for 1 yuan, but he often brought expensive 5 yuan bread to school and handed it out to everyone to win their favor. His snacks were even more than anyone could count. The school had banned snacks, and others ate them secretly, but he snacked openly and even gave some to the teachers, who could only smile helplessly. Ma Xiaoer's academic performance wasn't even as good as mine, yet he managed to stick around until graduation. Later, he went on to high school, reportedly an elite private school in the provincial capital. Naturally, this didn't require any explanation. His wealthy dad surely arranged it. That wasn't all. After 2 years of vocational college, he barely got a diploma. After graduation, instead of scrambling for a job like other graduates from colleges and technical schools, Ma Xiaoer spent 2 months at home doing nothing, then went to the provincial capital to register a company that resold chemical products. Those products were essentially the same ones produced by Huangtu County Chemical Group. Only half a year later, he went to another province and opened a small chemical factory manufacturing the exact same products as Huangtu County Chemical Group. That was intriguing. Supposedly, his business was going well. He lived in a villa, drove luxury cars, and had already changed girlfriends 7 or 8 times, but had no intention of getting married. At Chen Youxing's wedding banquet, his look of disdain toward me was justified by his circumstances. At that time, in others' eyes, I was just a poor nobody, not even from the same social class. Based on Ma Xiao's intelligence alone, without Ma Zhanshan's behind-the-scenes support, how could he have started a company and opened factories in such a short time? Where would the capital come from? And who taught him the technical skills? I heard that several retired engineers went to manage his factory, and some former employees had also joined him. The factory operations didn't require his direct involvement. He was merely the nominal young chairman. The decline of Huangtu County Chemical Group wasn't unrelated to this father and son duo. It's obvious, they've enriched their family at the expense of public property. Now that Ma Zhanshan is facing difficulties, there's definitely more than 50 million yuan in Ma Xiao's hands. I even suspect Ma Zhanshan himself has that kind of money. If the chemical group needs a loan, why doesn't he just borrow from his own son? Or perhaps that loan has already happened. Would he really decline an opportunity to benefit himself? I can only guess that the risks must be too great, and he refuses to expose his own assets to such risk, so he came to find me. That, in itself, served as a warning to me. If I plan to invest in the future, thoroughly understanding the background of my partners is crucial. Chapter 145, Changing the Delivery Method. When I invested in Xuanhuan Construction Company, I indeed considered Yao Hongyuan's character. Although at that time my initial motive wasn't risk management, but purely out of jealousy and a desire for revenge, yet ironically, it turned out to be the right decision. Yao Hongyuan performed quite well. After the Wanyuan residential complex project was completed, he secured a larger job, the Huangtu County Railway Overpass. This job would last 3 years, with 5 construction teams involved. Success depended purely on capability, and all of them would share the pie. Huanyuan Construction Company wasn't very strong. They were allocated about 1/6 of the project, which still represented a profit of 100 million yuan. He gave me a heads up beforehand, saying that if funding was needed, he hoped I would support him. Right now the project was still in the preparation phase and had just broken ground. I had discussed this with Bai Luoxue. She was aware of this project too. The Huangtu County government had been planning this massive project for a long time, and finally breaking ground meant those who managed to squeeze in would share the benefits. Actually, making a profit was secondary. The true value lay in the far-reaching influence. Government tendered projects were representative in nature, and all participating construction teams received official recognition. Their qualifications, construction quality, and reputations were guaranteed. This project would be a boost for Huanyuan Construction, and would give them more confidence when bidding for future projects. Gaining the approval of project developers would become easier. Bai Luoxue supported my decision to continue investing in Huanyuan Construction Company. I also believed it was the right thing to do, but for some reason, I couldn't shake off an uneasy feeling in my heart. That strange suspicion kept resurfacing. Yet my rational mind told me clearly that I should support it, so I didn't hesitate and agreed to Yao Hongyuan's request. The franchise expansion had temporarily come to a halt, and for now we wanted to maintain the current number. The marketing team was the one who suggested this. We had expanded to 99 stores by now, and there was at least one wholesale franchise in every county within a radius of 1,200 kilometers. While the franchise chain was expanding rapidly, xiuxian, after comparison and analysis, pointed out that transportation costs increased for stores located further away from Huangtu County, and these costs were borne entirely by us, meaning our profits were shrinking. Although my raw materials, wheat, corn, fresh fish, vegetables, were cheap, there was still a production cost involved in processing them into flour, cornmeal, canned fish, and pickled vegetables. This reduced my margin. The rise in oil prices meant increased freight rates, something I couldn't ignore, so I decided to put further expansion on hold. Xiuxian suggested a solution. Transporting goods by truck was relatively expensive. If this distribution work was handed over to logistics companies, the transportation cost could be greatly reduced. Thus, I tasked her with researching and developing a feasible plan to reduce transportation costs while ensuring the smooth operation of each franchise. The logistics companies were very willing to cooperate deeply with me. Their quoted price clearly showed a significant cost reduction compared to direct delivery by truck, at least 50% lower. When I saw this, I was amazed. Never thought there was such a large margin for savings. Without hesitation, I signed a long-term cooperation agreement with them. Originally, the delivery work was handled exclusively by Master Wang, who drove a single truck, constantly traveling back and forth every day. Following the delivery route map provided by Rufeng, he always arrived right on time. But with my new distribution method, he became quite discontented. He couldn't do long-distance driving anymore. His only task now was to deliver goods to the logistics company's freight station, where he spent 2/3 of his time unloading goods. Without long hauls, the income dropped. Finally, he requested not to do short-haul deliveries anymore. He said he'd rather go back to transporting wheat and corn, which were much quicker to unload. Just press a button and the truck could unload itself. Delivering flour and eggs required manual unloading, and he'd get anxious just watching how slowly they worked. You can't force a melon to ripen, it won't be sweet. So Master Wang returned to the grain transportation team. If one driver didn't want this work, the others didn't either, unless the pay increased. If I had to raise wages for them, I'd rather just have Master Wang handle deliveries directly. Why bother going through the logistics company? This problem didn't stun me for long. I assigned Ruru to handle it specifically. I equipped her with a 20-ton electric-powered box truck, making trips back and forth between the warehouse and freight station on time, precisely. The most important thing was that it didn't require any freight fee. Ruru was in charge of all goods to be sent to Huangtu County's food wholesale station and the nearby county towns. She could finish it whenever she had time, without needing the logistics company anymore. Ruffeng ran a trip to the boar farm every afternoon, and in the morning he mainly handled restocking for Warehouse 1 and 2. For the rest of the time, he helped Rubing with loading trucks on site. Ruxiue was responsible for computer-controlled operations inside the pocket dimension, handling harvesting, plowing, and sowing. Ruyu and Zhao Mingfei managed the chicken farm and pig farm. As for harvesting vegetables and fishing, whoever had time could do it, ensuring the 3 flatbed trucks were always loaded with goods. And when I had free time, I transported goods from the pocket dimension into the warehouse. At first, I did feel much freer than before, not needing to wake up extremely early in the morning or stay busy until late at night. Perhaps it was just human inertia, but I gradually grew tired of this method of work too. I had to complete a large volume of delivery tasks daily, and most importantly, I had to operate everything myself. No one else could enter or exit the space. Constantly moving back and forth began to bore me, and on bad mood days, I would feel especially annoyed. Yet, this was something I couldn't avoid doing. Because of this, a sudden idea struck me. If only there was a special transportation tool that could automatically move the goods from the island to my warehouse, how great that would be. I knew this was merely a fantasy, impossible to achieve, but thinking about it still felt good, unless some miracle occurred. Miracles are created, not waited for. Since Ma Zhanshan came to see me, more and more people had come asking for loans. Hearing from them, it turned out they had all heard about the large donation I made to the county government and assumed I had money, so they came seeking help. With Ma Zhanshan as a warning example, I had become more cautious about investing. After discussing with Bailuoxue, we decided to form a professional team, an idea we had considered before. This professional team would investigate units and individuals who wanted my investment, provide analysis and evaluation reports, saving me from making blind decisions based solely on personal emotions. Xiuxian and her team can handle this. Bailuoxue had sound reasons for recommending Xiuxian. Their planning team had both professional knowledge and capability, as well as practical experience in chain store expansion. In fact, opening franchise chain stores itself was a form of investment decision-making, and practically proved that this group of people were fully qualified. During this period, besides negotiating with logistics companies, Xiuxian's team was already in regular contact with the franchise store owners, so they weren't as busy as before, meaning they had sufficient time to take on investment assessment work. I agreed. A mineral water company wanted to attract investment, so we decided to treat this first assignment as a training exercise. I instructed Xiuxian to lead a team to go investigate. Chapter 146. Someone wants to attract investment. You could say this team worked pretty efficiently. 3 days later, the evaluation report was placed on my desk. I went straight to the results. Their conclusion was that it was unsuitable for investment. The reasons were solid. The mineral water market had numerous brands and was highly competitive. No single brand held a large market share. The market was now basically saturated. To increase profits, one could only rely on volume, which meant the factory had to scale up. Depending purely on local sales would lead to no major achievements. They had to target the national market, and thus sales channels were key. This particular brand was small to begin with a market confined to neighboring counties and cities, within a radius not exceeding 500 kilometers. Being a relatively unknown brand, it lacked popularity. Many people had never even heard of it. Sales often relied on the random choices of customers who would drink it without even realizing what brand they had just consumed. This sort of sales performance had little potential for growth. To expand its recognition, it needed stronger promotion, and advertising costs would be substantial. Compared to the low production costs of mineral water, advertising expenses would be the major expense. This mineral water factory wanted to increase production lines, and also wanted to carry out advertising campaigns, needing a capital injection of 50 million yuan. The analysis showed a very low expected return, even suggesting the possibility of no profit at all. Even if it didn't involve investment, lending money to them would carry huge risks, and there was a real chance they might be unable to repay. So the conclusion was no investment, nor was a loan advisable. I trusted their professional judgment. Bailuoxue had no objections either, and thus the matter was dropped. It was rare to spend half a day together with Bailuoxue. Since our romantic relationship had been established, we hadn't even gone on a proper walk outside together. How about I accompany you shopping tonight? As soon as Xiuxian left the office, I invited Bailuoxue. Bailuoxue seemed as though she hadn't heard clearly. You said what? Accompany me shopping? Sure. This is rare. Mr. Busybody, finally remembered to accompany your girlfriend? I thought you only cared about work. Only joining me for meals counts as spending time with me. She started off delighted, then playfully pretended to be angry, pouting slightly. I knew she agreed. We wouldn't be going home for dinner tonight. Naturally, we wouldn't be cooking upstairs either. Right after work, we left the little building together, walking and chatting quietly. Shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm. At that moment we resembled a pair of young lovers, sweet and happy. That feeling came out of nowhere. At that moment, life felt so beautiful, easygoing and pleasant. The busyness, exhaustion, scheming, betrayal, and intrigue seemed very far away from us. We indulged ourselves fully in this romantic moment. The October weather was getting a bit chilly. The autumn breeze blew gently, bringing a refreshing coolness. Bailuoxue clung more tightly to my arm, leaning her delicate body closer. I felt a soothing warmth, even through our clothing. Barbecue. Bai Luoxue suddenly pointed at a roadside barbecue stall and called out. Pass by but never miss the chance. Smells great and feels delightful to taste. Handsome guys and lovely ladies, please come sit down. Skewers grilled and beers served. Our lamb is distinctive. Taste one stick and you'll crave two, leaving you so full you can only let out a burp. The barbecuer kept shouting his pitch, drawing quite a few customers to sit at the small tables behind him, waiting for the freshly grilled lamb skewers. I knew Bai Luoxue loved lamb. We only occasionally made chive and lamb dumplings upstairs. Recently, she had been traveling often and hadn't had lamb dumplings for quite some time. Boss, give us 100 sticks. I shouted, startling Bai Luoxue. You can eat that many? Yes, we can. If not, we won't leave. The truth was I wasn't just afraid she wouldn't have enough. I was more worried I might not have enough. How much lamb could Bai Luoxue eat? I really didn't know. Considering how much dumpling she ate, maybe about 30 sticks. She had no idea how much I personally loved lamb skewers. Previously, I hadn't eaten this sort of thing at all. I disliked the strong, gamey smell. Once, quite by accident, Han Xiaobai invited me to try some lamb skewers. Having skewers and beer, one bite led to another. I ended up eating 80 sticks. Han Xiaobai had already finished eating, but I kept going, prompting him to intervene. Eat fewer skewers and drink more beer, isn't that enough? Can you even digest so much? I've already drunk 3 jugs of beer, and you haven't even finished one. It wasn't often he invited me, so how could I not make the most of it? Whether we made a bet or not, I usually paid the bill anyway. I fired back at him. Am I allowed to eat? Sure. Allowed to eat my fill? Sure. If I'm allowed to eat, then I'll eat skewers. If I'm allowed to eat full, then I'll eat only skewers. If you stop me now, I'll stop right away. I will tell everyone that Han Xiaobai invited me, but wouldn't let me eat until I was full. Fine, I give up. Tonight, I'll make sure you're satisfied. I can't let you complain that my treat didn't let you have enough. When I reached the 80th skewer, I actually said, okay, making money isn't easy. Let me save you some. There's still a bit of room left in my stomach. Eating only meat isn't good for digestion. Let me drink something. After finishing half a liter of beer, I got up and left. From that day on, I started developing a taste for lamb skewers. And today, I was holding myself back, eating 10 fewer skewers than usual. The barbecue guy's skills were genuinely impressive. We sat there chatting while eating, each ordering a large beer. Bai Luoxue took a sip, found it too cold, and tried to persuade her to have some liquor instead. She refused, eventually ordering a bottle of mineral water. Oh no, this water isn't even as tasty as the beer. After tasting the mineral water, Bai Luoxue seemed slightly regretful. Then why don't you just have the beer again? No way. Beer is chilled while mineral water is at room temperature. It feels more comfortable in the stomach. So I ended up finishing her beer. You see, with these obscure brands of mineral water, when you're thirsty it does quench your thirst, but once you've tried it, customers usually don't want to come back. No matter what product it is, without a unique feature, it's difficult to secure a spot in the market and will ultimately get eliminated. Bai Luoxue held the mineral water bottle, examining it as she commented. I glanced at it briefly. The brand on the label was Xuanhuan. So this was exactly the product from that mineral water factory seeking investment from me. Come on, let me taste how bad this water really is. Hesitating slightly, Bai Luoxue handed me the bottle anyway. Taking a sip, swishing it around in my mouth, I admitted, this was definitely mineral water, and it had a noticeable muddy, fishy taste, quite strong indeed. Seriously disgusting, not even as good as my own water. As soon as those words came out, a chill involuntarily ran down my spine. I had slipped up again. What I meant was that this water couldn't compare to the water in my space. Bai Luoxue seemed to sense something odd in my words. Your water? Your what water? Just my water. I grinned awkwardly. Seeing me smile like that, she thought I was being naughty, whispering, You mean your saliva? Knowing her mind had drifted off track, I quickly responded with, Isn't it? Bai Luoxue covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Watching her laugh so heartily, I admired her innocent charm, but my thoughts had already drifted into another dimension. Chapter 147 Investigating the Water Source. Yes, if I turned the water from my space into bottled water, it would definitely be a huge hit. Even if it was a new brand, I believed it could quickly gain traction in the market. That unique sweet taste was unmatched by any other beverage. Thinking about it, I became quite excited. But after the excitement faded, I felt at a loss. The water in my space is excellent. Fish grow fast in it. Vegetables grow bigger with its nourishment. Crops yield more. Hens lay more eggs. Pigs grow fatter. Drinking it gives people a burst of energy. If I were to build a bottled water factory on my space island, I would definitely need to first construct the factory building and install a bottling production line. It would be a considerable workload. I'd also have to send people like Rushua to manage it, which would inevitably affect my current business operations. They were already very busy. If building a factory affected the planting and harvesting of crops, it wouldn't be worth it. Sigh. If only I could channel the water out. How I left the barbecue stall, I didn't really notice. I continued forward with Bai Luoxue, strolling and helping our food settle. Later, we went to the plaza where I stood aside and admired her dancing alongside the aunties. Though the aunties danced quite well, my admiration was reserved solely for Bai Luoxue. Her slender figure and graceful moves were definitely an exceptional delight, more satisfying than eating lamb skewers. At the plaza's karaoke booth, I could only pretend to sing while Bai Luoxue sang her heart out. Encouraged by her, I finally let loose a few loud howls, but the onlookers started jeering. Deeply embarrassed, Bai Luoxue grabbed me and we fled in disgrace. Tonight was truly deserving of the name, accompanying her shopping. I wanted to take her to see a movie, but she refused. I invited her to go to the mall, but she didn't go either, saying that she already went shopping often enough, and that admiring the beautiful night scenery was better. Before I knew it, the night had deepened. We were getting closer to home when we finally kissed goodbye in front of her door, wishing each other a good night. Back home, lying in bed, after savoring the romance with xiuxian, my thoughts returned to the bottled water again. I decided to personally visit Xuanhuan Bottled Water Factory tomorrow to check things out. Xuanhuan Bottled Water Factory is located in the north of the county town. I drove approximately 50 kilometers and found the factory at the foot of a mountain. A security guard stopped me and asked who I was looking for. The plant manager. He's not here. The deputy manager. Tan, the deputy manager, is around. The guard waved me through. Externally, the factory didn't appear very large, occupying no more than 10 mu. There was a 2-story office building, several workshops, and 2 warehouses. Following the guard's directions, I found Tan Xiong on the 2nd floor. Tan Xiong was busily writing something when he finally set his pen down upon my entering his office. Hello, Deputy Manager Tan. I'm Chenling Yu. Oh, you must be President Chen. Please, sit down, sit down. It seemed that Tan Xiong didn't personally know me. In Yellow Earth County, I might have been considered a somewhat well-known local figure. Yet, I realized that many people didn't recognize my face. Even if they might have known my name, they didn't really pay attention to my appearance. This was just like my impression of Ma Zhanshan. His name was famous, but I barely remembered what he looked like. The time he came looking for me was our first face-to-face meeting. Before that, although we may have seen each other before, I didn't retain any impression. It's simply because we lack the awareness to pay attention to people we aren't interested in. If our attention wasn't focused on them at the time, even if we saw something vivid, we'd easily forget afterward. Perhaps I was exactly the same to Tan Xiong. President Chen came here personally to the factory. Is it regarding the financing matter? Tan Xiong stacked 2 paper cups together and poured some tea. I politely declined at first, then accepted the cup and held it in my hands. Since Tan Xiong was the deputy manager, he must have already known about seeking my financing. Since xiuxian and others had recently visited, he naturally paid close attention. It made sense that he immediately broached the topic. Yesterday, I had read xiuxian's evaluation report and already decided not to invest, though I hadn't yet conveyed my final decision to the water factory. For them, hope still remained. Yes. If I had said no, Tan Xiong would surely have asked the purpose of my visit anyway. It was better to go along with his assumption, as it would help my next course of action. Then President Chen has agreed to the financing? Tan Xiong looked excited. For now, I can only say that I'm interested. I haven't made the final decision yet. Any concerns, President Chen? I want to personally inspect your production line and on-site management. The people I sent only analyzed the data provided by you. I believe my own eyes more. Seeing hope for the financing, Tan Xiong hurriedly started introducing the basic situation of the factory to me. After listening to him prattle on a bit, I suggested going to the production site, and Tan Xiong eagerly led the way. I didn't put down the paper cup I was holding, it was still hot, and followed Tan Xiong downstairs. Where are the workers? Ever since I entered the factory grounds, I hadn't seen many people. The workshops were empty except for the equipment. Tan Xiong smiled bitterly. They're on leave. Oh, with the workers on leave, naturally there was no rumbling of machinery. Before us stood a piece of equipment, with polyethylene raw materials piled beside it. Plastic bottles were being produced here, and not far away was the packaging station. We toured the facility against the flow of the production process. A stainless steel tank stood ahead. It was for sterilization and disinfection. Further ahead was the filtration station, and at the westernmost end of the workshop was a large water tank used to settle sand and mud. Above the tank, a stainless steel pipe extended outdoors. Outside the workshop, I finally saw the source of the water. Gushing spring water flowed down the hillside with a splashing sound, collecting into a small clear pond below. The stainless steel pipe led directly into this pond, controlled by a valve. Spring water overflowing from the pond flowed northward along an open channel. The bottled mineral water production line didn't seem complicated at all. It was much simpler than my fish canning line. By now, the tea in my cup had cooled down. I took a sip. Besides the faint aroma, there was no unusual taste. Manager Tan, is this tea brewed with this spring water? I raised the paper cup to draw Tan Xiong's attention. Tan Xiong seemed slightly taken aback before replying. Well, yeah, it's exactly the spring water from our mountain. President Chen, we're a bottled mineral water factory. Do we need to buy water from elsewhere to drink? Huh, perhaps because it had been steeped as tea, the water didn't reveal any strange taste. Unlike the bottled mineral water by xiuxian and I drank yesterday. Could this water really have no problem? Still doubtful, I decided to taste this natural spring water directly. I poured out the tea, and from the foot of the hill, filled another cup with the spring water, and took a sip. It was indeed cool and refreshing. As I held it in my mouth, allowing it to gradually warm up with the temperature inside my mouth, I tasted it carefully again, and there was indeed a faint earthy smell. So, that earthy odor in the bottled product must come from the water source itself. This spring water has problems. I removed another paper cup from beneath the one I'd been using, filled it again with spring water, and handed it to Tan Xiong. Manager Tan, you try it too. Tan Xiong smiled awkwardly, took the cup, but did not drink. It seems President Chen already knows the root of our mineral water problem. That's exactly why we're seeking investment to upgrade. If the water source is problematic, the bottled product will naturally be substandard. That's why we've stopped production and given the workers leave. Tan Xiong was surprisingly candid. I had found the root cause. As we walked back, I asked him along the way, so what's your plan to fix this? Chapter 148, a big fruit from another dimension. Tan Xiong raised his finger and pointed toward the south side of the factory. About 500 meters outside the factory, there's a spring. The water quality is pretty good, and we plan to divert the water from there as our source water. Then he pointed behind him. But this one will have to be abandoned. I nodded. Changing the water source was indeed the fundamental way to solve the problem, which coincided exactly with my own thoughts. Xiuxian's evaluation report mentioned their renovation plan requiring a budget of 50 million yuan. To divert the water source, that is, to lay a 500-meter pipeline, was the most economical approach and wouldn't cost that much. Manager Tan, your plan allocates 50 million yuan. It seems like bringing in a water source wouldn't cost nearly that much. Do you have other plans? Oh, that's right. We are planning to add another production line to expand the scale and increase output. Mr. Chun must know, bottled mineral water has very slim profit margins. We rely entirely on volume. Without sufficient volume, you can't generate significant profits. The fact is, our current production line's output is a bit low. We returned to the production workshop, where there were only several pieces of equipment. Though I didn't fully understand them, nothing struck me as particularly high-tech or sophisticated. My own fish canning line was much more advanced technically and cost only over 1 million yuan in total. Their plan for investment probably involved more than just another production line. They must have other plans. Manager Tan, can you elaborate further on your renovation plans? Tan Chong was taken aback. A few technicians from your company came the other day and explained all these details. Didn't your subordinates report to you? The report should have included these points. Unfortunately, I was too lazy to read it carefully. I only glanced at the conclusion. Oh, right. They've already reported it. There's been a lot going on. I almost forgot. I hadn't forgotten. I just hadn't looked at all. I'd seen the current state of the factory, identified the water source issue, and roughly understood their plan. Continuing the conversation further would just reveal my ignorance. I resolved to study the report carefully once back, so I decided to leave. Mr. Chun, are you interested in investing or not? Before we parted ways, Tin finally asked the question he cared about most. 50 million yuan is no small sum. I'll need to study it further and get back to you. Saying goodbye to Tan Chong, I left the mineral water plant and drove back. I drove very slowly on the way back, and as I drove, I observed the west side of the road trying to locate the second spring Tin mentioned. Before long, I indeed saw a stream flowing down from the mountain, running along a small ditch at the foot of the mountain beneath the road, flowing northward and joining the downstream flow. This must have been the location Tin referred to. I stopped the car and approached the spring. Cupping my hands, I scooped up a handful of water and tasted it. Apart from feeling cool, I didn't find it particularly refreshing, nor did it taste unpleasant. Then I got back into the car and continued on my way. I thought, even if the mineral water plant changed its water source and ensured the product quality, the previous poor reputation would still linger. Entering the market again would likely be just as difficult as before. The brand Xuanhuan mineral water had already left a bad impression on customers. If I were to invest here, I'd definitely need to change the brand name, alter the product image, and start developing the market anew. By the time I returned to the villa, I already had a full plan in mind that I felt was sure to work. But as I grew happy, I suddenly thought of the most critical issue that I hadn't resolved yet. How could I get the water from the other dimension out? I couldn't possibly carry it out bucket by bucket. As soon as I thought about this, I felt like a deflated balloon. Everything I'd imagined was pointless. Still, I didn't give up. Since the space contained excellent water, turning it into mineral water would certainly be a hit. I really needed to think it through carefully. I opened xiuxian's evaluation report again, and this time read it carefully from beginning to end. Indeed, as Tan Chong said, the report thoroughly described all the engineering plans for the Xuanhuan mineral water plant. Constructing a 500-meter stainless steel pipeline to divert mountain spring water from the southern side to the production workshop, and at the new water source, constructing another production line. When I passed the southern spring, I saw that the available open area was only about 10 square meters. If building another production line there wouldn't even be enough space to install the equipment. They would need to excavate the mountain itself, which would require a considerable amount of money. Even including that expense, it wouldn't exceed 10 million yuan. Where exactly was the mineral water plant planning to spend the remaining money? The evaluation report was very vague about this, merely stating that they planned to do advertisements and promote the product to rebuild the brand image. The cost for this could vary greatly. As I was inexperienced in marketing, it was difficult for me to judge or evaluate the costs. Whether the renovation and expansion would cost more or less didn't concern me too much. What mattered to me was whether the mineral water plant could use the water from my space as their source. If yes, I would invest without hesitation, even buy the entire water plant. If not, I held little hope for their current condition. Just as Xiuxian suggested, it wasn't advisable to invest. I wouldn't even lend them money. There was little to no hope of gaining any returns, or at least very slim chances. I had already made the decision yesterday not to invest and decided to wait and see. My schedule was very tight. I wasn't only dealing with this single matter. Stock investment was a firm commitment, so I entered my space and checked the stock records, waiting to note down any changes. Zhao Mingfei and the others were not cleaning chicken or pig dung at this time. Under Ruyu's lead, they had gone to the orchard area. Previously, following Rushiu's suggestion, I had asked them to plant several dozen fruit trees. Now, the trees had grown tall, with thick branches and lush leaves. Since planting them, I hadn't come to check. At the time, I never really expected them to bear fruit. It was merely an attempt to beautify the island's scenery by planting trees. The group wandered around the grove, looking at something that seemed interesting. I walked over. The fruit trees were more than 3 meters tall, much larger than typical orchard trees in the real world. That didn't surprise me. Everything in this other dimension grew especially lush. Soon enough, several of them emerged from the forest, each holding fresh fruits in their hands. Apples, peaches, and pears. Seeing the fruits surprised me. The apples looked like oversized eggplants. One piece weighed at least 2 caddies. Zhao Mingfei was holding a huge apple, taking bites as he walked. Boss Chun, have you ever seen an apple this big? It's practically supernatural. Not only is it huge, it's incredibly sweet. Look. He held out his hand, fingers wide apart, showing me the sticky apple juice smeared all over it. Boss Chun, this is comparable to the peaches from Queen Mother's peach garden. If the Monkey King were here, he could feast until his heart's content. Xianxia wasn't much better than Zhao Mingfei in appearance. Holding a big peach, he bit into it while juice streamed down from the corners of his mouth. In the real world, I had seen deep state honey peaches from Xinzhou, but even those were at least twice smaller than this one. Its tip was red while the rest was green with a faint yellow tinge, very attractive to look at. Except the red tip had already been half bitten by Xianxia. While chewing, he corrected Zhao Mingfei. This one's truly from the Queen Mother's garden. Sun Buxiao was too preoccupied eating to speak. He was devouring a pear, juice splattered all over his face and nose. Watching him eat, Ryu burst into laughter. She didn't touch anything herself. After all, she was a robot. Li Heroin lagged behind, and, unlike the other 3, wasn't eating anything. He carried a big green fruit on one hand, about the size of a shot put. Can you guess what this is? I took a quick glance, but couldn't immediately figure it out. What kind of fruit is this? I don't remember planting anything like it. Haha, even Boss Chun can't guess it right. It's a walnut, a fresh green walnut with its skin on. From what I remember, walnuts are always sold without skin. Those are dried nuts, peeled and sun-dried. They must be cracked open before eating. I couldn't figure out why Li Heroin had picked 2 green walnuts. Everyone knew green walnuts weren't edible. What Li Heroin did next, however, completely stunned everyone. He actually began chewing the unripe green walnut. Chapter 149. Introducing the water diversion method. It's delicious, sour, a bit astringent, yet with a fragrance, kind of like roasted walnut kernels. The key is that it's crisp, really refreshing. I was quite curious that he was willing to eat the green walnut peel. I took another one from his hand, full of doubt, and couldn't help but take a bite myself. Is it really that good? It indeed felt different. Perhaps because I had never eaten walnut peel before, I didn't dislike this taste at all. Just like eating durian or stinky tofu, it had its own unique flavor. If I had known there were so many delicious fruits here, why would we suffer eating cucumbers and chili peppers every day? Zhao Mingfei, as if discovering this treasure too late, sighed repeatedly. I said, there are plenty of fruits here for you to indulge. Since they're robots and can't enjoy the taste, it's just lucky for you. Let them eat all they want. After all, no one else comes here, and Ryu and the others won't touch these anyway. These fruits are large and tasty, but the only drawback is that the trees are too thick and the fruit production is low. Sun Buxiao pointed out the flaw. I also understood the issue. When the trees grow too strong, they bear fewer fruits. Although our family never planted fruit trees, I still knew that to make the trees healthy and the fruits abundant, we had to trim and thin the fruits every year. Only then could we have more evenly grown fruits. I hadn't planned to commercialize these fruit trees, so I hadn't managed them at all and just let them grow naturally, resulting in the current situation. If we had pruning shears, I could trim the branches. I guarantee each fruit tree will bear much more fruit. Sun Buxiao volunteered to prune the trees, immediately gaining support from Zhao Mingfei and the other 2. Exactly, Boss Chun, bring us a few pairs of shears. Hansa's work too. We'll handle the pruning. This actually sounded good, so I agreed. Don't these trees need fertilizing and watering as well? Growing so vigorously without fertilizing and watering won't produce many fruits. After finishing a peach, Xianxia seemed somewhat full and started burping. He was imagining how to manage them based on real-world fruit tree cultivation. That's right. The terrain here is higher, and the soil is drier, much drier than the cropland on the other side. Once the branches are pruned and exposed to sunlight, the ground will definitely dry out faster. Even if we don't water now, we'll have to in a few days. Without sufficient water, fruits won't grow properly. Zhao Mingfei voiced his opinion, suggesting it would be best to find a water pump. There was plenty of water available, just connect it to electricity, and we could irrigate the fields. As for whether these fruit trees grew well or poorly, I honestly didn't care enough to consider giving them water. We didn't water the corn and wheat fields, so why water these dozens of trees? Even without much water, they were still growing vigorously anyway. Just as I was about to refuse to provide a water pump, suddenly, an idea struck me. A water pump. Hoses. Using a water pump for irrigation required connecting it with a hose. If a hose could carry water from this space to the orchard, could it possibly carry it to the real world? Realizing this possibility, I needed to test it. I stopped paying attention to their ongoing discussion about the trees. Leaving them behind, I walked along the island's shoreline searching for a suitable place to set up the water pump. As I walked, I thought, I could freely enter and exit this space. Anything I held, regardless of size or weight. Even if it was too heavy for me to lift, like a truck loaded with tens of tons of grain, it could all be brought out into the real world. Exactly how far this space was from reality remained a complete mystery. No matter how hard I tried to think about it, my three-dimensional mind struggled to imagine it. The fact that I could enter and exit this dimension beyond normal understanding must definitely surpass regular human thinking. Maybe I traveled through a wormhole to get here, even though I didn't know exactly where that wormhole might be. However, I did possess the key to enter and exit. It was that ward on my left wrist. Perhaps the water from this space could indeed flow through the wormhole endlessly into real life. The more I thought, the more excited I became. I started devising a plan to transport the water out. Water could flow through a hose. Wherever the hose went, water could reach. With this idea in mind, why not try and find a hose to experiment with? It was impossible to know exactly how long a hose would be required, so I should try to get as long one as possible. The longer the hose, the more inconvenient it would be to carry. Even a thin hose just 1 centimeter in diameter could be difficult. Wait, thinner hoses were easier to carry. Why not substitute the hose with some fine rope? That way, I could manage an even longer length. I was almost bursting with excitement and immediately started my test. Checking the time, I realized I had already been in the space for 3 hours. Time really flew when one had things on the mind, and it passed unnoticed. I quickly checked the stock market trends and recorded the performance of several stocks I was interested in. Absolutely nothing could interfere with my business, not even emergencies. Exiting the space and returning to the real world, it was still 10 a.m. I would first buy stocks and then sell them at 1 p.m. This time I would make even more profit, at least 20 million. Buying stocks was currently the fastest way for me to make money. The transaction was brief and quickly completed, and along with it, the joy disappeared. Even though the numbers in my bank account surged, they didn't bring me as much happiness as dealing with grain used to. Now, my excitement for conducting the experiment surpassed even the anticipation of making a large profit from stocks. I asked xiuxian to get a spool of cotton thread from the confectionery. I didn't know exactly how long the thread was, but estimated it would be about 100 meters or so. To prevent the cotton thread from breaking the moment I entered or exited the space, I had already unwound the entire spool beforehand and loosely laid it on the ground. I tied one end of the cotton thread to a chair leg and held the other end in my hand. Rubbing my wart, I entered the space. At the moment I entered, I was extremely excited. Landing steadily on the square stone, I found my left thumb and index finger still holding the end of the cotton thread. My heart pounded, wondering whether the other end was still tied to the chair. Carefully, I started pulling the thread back, slowly gathering it in while looking ahead along its length. A strange phenomenon occurred. The cotton thread extended diagonally into midair. At about 4 or 5 meters away, it suddenly vanished. The background was still a clear blue sky with nothing in the air, as if the thread was only 4 or 5 meters long. As I slowly gathered it back inch by inch, more and more cotton thread piled up at my feet. Yet the portion I could see in midair remained only about 4 or 5 meters long. I guess that location might be the entrance or exit of the wormhole. My heart beat even faster. Eventually, when there was a bundle of cotton thread on the ground and it no longer moved, the thread became taut and unyielding, as if the other end was still securely tied to the chair leg. Suddenly, I had an idea. I tied the end of the thread in the space to a steel bar on the ground, then left the space and returned to my office. The other end of the cotton thread tied to the chair leg was still there. Following the line with my eyes, it extended diagonally into the air, vanishing after about 2 meters within my office, just like the phenomenon in the space. Only the background was now white walls instead of a clear blue sky. Gently touching the thread, I felt the tightness. It hadn't snapped. The initial test was successful. I untied the cotton thread, entered the space again, untied the other end, and cut it. Measuring the remaining thread, I had about 8 meters left. That meant the distance from the steel bar on the space's ground to my office chair was roughly 8 meters. So close. I marveled. Chapter 150. The taste isn't bad. How accurate is this data, anyway? Or could it be the only one? If I enter the space from another location, would it change? Next, I entered the space from the restaurant. 8 meters. Then I switched locations and entered the space from my suite number 1. When I measured with the cotton thread, the distance was again 8 meters. It seems this number is fixed. So, if I want to draw water from the space, the water pipe doesn't need to be too long, just longer than 8 meters. Considering that the water pump cannot be placed next to the square stone on the south side of the small house, it's the main location for transporting goods, the pump would be in the way there. There aren't just 1 square stones in the space, there are 9 more in the warehouse. So, I went to the warehouse looking for a suitable spot. The water pump can't be placed inside the warehouse, it's best by the riverside. I thought the area near the 8th square stone would work, but there was the warehouse wall in between, meaning I couldn't directly connect from the square stone to the riverside. I needed to find a way around. Otherwise the water pipe would need to be significantly extended when exiting from this spot. After much thought, I finally came up with an idea. Once the plan formed in my mind, I returned to reality. I went to a hardware store and bought a self-priming water pump, a roll of 1-inch plastic hose, electrical wires and switches, plus 2 50-meter nylon ropes. This should suffice. Of course, I hadn't forgotten the request from Xiaomingfei and the others, so I also bought several pruning shears and handsaws. Since they were willing to trim the fruit tree branches, let them do it. Once properly trimmed, more fruits could grow and it would beautify the island environment. It's nice for them to live here long-term and enjoy the view. Back at the villa, I needed to first choose a suitable location. Once the water pipe is installed, the water needs somewhere to go. The kitchen. That seemed perfect. Once the water flows out, it can replace tap water. It can be used for drinking and cooking, even better. With the plan decided, I brought all the equipment into the space from the kitchen. Rushua was harvesting, plowing, and sowing. Ruby had gone to load the truck at the site. Ruffin was busy delivering miscellaneous fish to warehouse number 2. Rushuang was delivering goods to the distribution station. At this moment, Ryu had taken Xiaomingfei and the other 3 to pick vegetables. Along the edge of the island, I reached the place I had previously selected. I tied one end of the plastic hose to a steel bar to prevent it from coming out of the space with me. To the other end of the plastic tube, I attached a nylon rope. With the 2 ropes connected, it was more than long enough. Filled with excitement, I held the rope end and walked into the warehouse, searching for the 8th square stone. Standing firmly with both feet, I took a deep breath. Having entered and exited this space so many times, this moment felt particularly sacred because I was about to surpass my previous achievements. I rubbed my mole and exited the space. Returning to the kitchen on the 2nd floor of the villa, I fastened the water pipe next to the faucet. If water came out here, it wouldn't splash everywhere. It would simply flow down the drain. After checking the setup, I felt reassured and returned to the space. The robots were all busy. I didn't disturb them. I connected the hose to the self-priming pump, hooked up the electrical wires and switch, and turned on the circuit breaker. The pump began to operate. I could clearly see the water rising inside the plastic pipe, flowing upward along the tube. The water was flowing out of the space, but I didn't know how things were going in the kitchen, so I hurried to the square stone and exited. The sound of rushing water in the kitchen startled me. Despite my prior preparations, the flow was too strong, splashing water everywhere. Like this, soon my kitchen would flood. I quickly ran back to the island and shut off the power. The water could be drawn out, but this setup wasn't practical for daily use as drinking water. For now, this problem couldn't be solved, but I was still incredibly excited because I now had a solution for the water supply for the mineral water factory. Time to sell the stocks. Quickly logged online. $2.3 million profit flowed into my account. I couldn't help but cheer, proud of my achievement. I still wanted to put this water from the alternate space to good use. After some serious thinking, I finally came up with a fairly perfect solution. I returned to a bathroom supply store and bought a 70-liter electric water heater. The shop owner immediately arranged for someone to install it. I wasn't buying the water heater to take a shower in the kitchen. I just wanted to use it to store water. An hour later, the water heater was installed on the west wall of my kitchen. A water pipe was connected below it, leading to the kitchen sink faucet. The faucet could be switched between the water sources. If hot water was needed, I could simply turn on the heater. I connected the plastic pipe to the water heater, entered the space, and closed the circuit breaker. After waiting for about 2 minutes, I cut the power and returned from the space. Perfect, the water heater was full, enough for me to use for several days. To prevent Zhao Mengfei and others from accidentally switching the power back on, I asked Ryu to take them to build a small shed on the shore of the island. I placed the circuit breaker inside, added a lock to the door, and warned them that no one was allowed to turn it on without my permission. They always obey my commands without question, and I absolutely believe that they will execute them exactly as instructed. Unfortunately, I can't remotely issue orders to Ryu, nor to Rubing or Rushuan. I can issue commands to Rushu via phone, but I can't receive any feedback from her. Currently, the only one I can communicate with in real time is Rufeng, this intelligent robot. His capabilities are sufficient. In the future, when I need to refill the water heater, I can simply issue a command to him, without having to repeatedly enter and exit the space. After completing this task, I felt a small sense of accomplishment, and my mood was especially pleasant. Bailuoxu had gone to inspect the chain stores in the provincial city. Busy with diverting water since noon, I hadn't had time for lunch yet. Now that the task was done, my stomach started growling. I cut a bunch of Chinese chives and picked up an egg. Back in the kitchen, I stir-fried the chives with the egg and boiled a bowl of noodles. Eating was exceptionally delightful. I brewed a pot of tea with the spatial water and noticed the taste was different from usual. This ordinary tea no longer felt ordinary. Its fragrance was particularly strong, and it refreshed my mind and body, leaving my limbs, bones, and every single pore in my skin feeling extremely relaxed and comfortable. It seems this water really has miraculous effects. My determination to establish a mineral water factory grew even stronger. Since Bailuoxu wasn't around, I called Chu Xiangyi to my office in the afternoon and returned the evaluation report to her. Please trouble Manager Chu to write a planning proposal. I plan to fully acquire Di Quan Mineral Water Factory. Based on existing information, follow the clues and investigate thoroughly to find out their bottom price and attached conditions. Chu Xiangyi was momentarily stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. But Director Chen had concluded yesterday not to invest. It's too risky. I remained very calm. That was yesterday. Today I've changed my mind. I plan to relaunch a mineral water brand. Just because they failed to manage it well doesn't mean we will too. I believe in our ability to operate it successfully. The location, equipment, and staff of Di Quan Mineral Water Factory will remain the same, but its image definitely needs transformation. The old Di Quan Mineral Water Factory will no longer exist. It will reemerge with a brand new face. Oh, I understand now, Director Chen. Chu Xiangyi politely bowed and left my office to go work on the planning with her team. Bailuoxu didn't return until the next afternoon. By then, I had already had dinner, and she called me. I told her to rest early and didn't mention my plan about acquiring the mineral water factory at that time. I'd tell her the next day at work. Are you sure about this decision? She had been present when I had earlier decided against investing in a mineral water plant. Seeing my mind now changed, she naturally wanted to confirm again. I'm sure. I've already asked Chu Xiangyi to lead the negotiations. I expect news soon. Chapter 151. Acquiring the mineral water plant. Chu Xiangyi had already submitted the acquisition proposal yesterday afternoon. This woman is indeed very capable. No wonder Bailuoxu likes her. Both of them are decisive and efficient, never dragging their feet. I skimmed through the acquisition proposal in front of her. It was well prepared. According to her plan, the plan was feasible. Even if the other party was unwilling to sell and deliberately raised the price, I stated my principle clearly. We would buy the water plant no matter the cost. With General Manager Chen's words like this, what factory can't be sold? Chu Xiangyi smiled. I told her to make contact as soon as possible. If there was anything she couldn't decide, she could call me directly. Immediately, she left with her team. It must not have been finalized yesterday, otherwise I would have received the news. This morning, she went back again. Bai Luoxue saw that my mind was made up. After a moment of thought, she reminded me. That mineral water, you've tasted it yourself. No one would ever want to drink a second bottle. I laughed. Therefore, I intend to change the water source. Even if you change the source, it still comes from that mountain spring. How much better can it get? Her concerns were reasonable. It's difficult for two completely different crops to grow from the same land. I had prepared for this point beforehand. I poured her a cup of cooled boiled water without saying much and gently pushed it in front of her. She seemed to think I was simply caring for her thirst, slightly smiled, and took a gentle sip. This water tastes great. It has a light sweetness, barely noticeable, yet refreshing. Once it hits your mouth, you feel instantly invigorated. It's almost as effective as your vegetables, fresh fish, and flour. We'll use this as the source water. Do you think people would buy a second bottle? A second bottle? They'd buy the 20th bottle. It's even tastier than fruit drinks. Bai Luoxue's eyes sparkled. She finally agreed with my acquisition of Xuanhuan mineral water plant. But the next question she asked took me by surprise. But this water also comes from that mountain spring? Oh, I hesitated for a second. I couldn't tell her the truth directly. Oh, yes. Otherwise, how would we produce it? If there is such excellent water, why would Xuanhuan mineral water plant agree to sell? Isn't it better for them to produce it themselves? With such great water, how could they fail to break into the market? What she said made sense, but I had my own crooked theories. The value of the same product varies depending on who sells it. For example, a straw is worthless if sold by someone. But if used to tie crabs, the straw takes the value of the crabs. Bai Luoxue looked at me, smiling slightly at the corner of her lips again. It seems you've already figured out how to sell water. Well then, I'll wait for good news from General Manager Chun. It was still too early to say good news had come from me. Xiuxian called me. She said that to complete the acquisition of Xuanhuan mineral water plant, I needed to personally meet with the actual investor of the other party to finalize the deal. As long as they are willing to sell, I will be able to buy it. After confirming that the other party was currently at the mineral water plant, I immediately invited Bai Luoxue and drove over. Arriving at the mineral water plant, we went to the conference room on the second floor. Inside the room sat 5 or 6 people. Except for xiuxian and another 2 of my staff, the rest were from the factory. Tan, I recognized him. We had just met 2 days ago. Another person I recognized even more. None other than my classmate, Feng Qingyu. We were both momentarily stunned. I hadn't expected it to be him, and he certainly hadn't expected it to be me. What a small world. Life always surprises us with reunions. Feng Qingyu's greeting was quite unique. His tone sounded neither welcoming nor entirely displeased. Never thought the one who wants to buy my factory would be you. Out of courtesy, he had someone bring me tea, and we sat down according to host and guest. I never expected this water plant to be yours either. Well then, since you are willing to sell, and I am willing to buy, let's speak plainly. We can skip those formalities and procedures. You name your price, and I'll negotiate. Since I'm here, we might as well settle this now. I didn't want to waste words with him. As for Feng Qingyu, he and people like Ma Xiaoer were birds of a feather. In their eyes, I had always been looked down upon. Perhaps now their views had changed a little, given that my status was now quite different. Nevertheless, I didn't want to interact with him more than necessary. The factory is his. I only intend to buy. This is a single, transactional deal. Ending this quickly was exactly what I wanted. Well then, old classmate, you're straightforward. I've already talked with your beautiful manager here. 10 million. I won't sell for less. I had thought he would ask for as much as 100 million. After all, during the investment negotiations before, he had wanted 50 million. 10 million was indeed a surprise. It even felt a bit too cheap. Could there be some kind of hidden trap? What exactly does 10 million cover? I needed to clarify this point clearly. The factory building, equipment, production process, technical staff, and even the registered workers. You'll have to take responsibility for them. You can't let them lose their jobs. Feng Qingyu was surprisingly straightforward. Anything else? What more do you want? Do you also want to take on the debts? Feng Qingyu looked disdainful, as if he thought I was too greedy. I, however, made an unusual decision. Fine, sure. If you can't repay them, just bundle up the debts and give them to me. I'll pay them off for you. Feng Qingyu was stunned. Xiuxian and the others were equally shocked. None of them had expected me to make such an offer. General Manager Chun, those are debts. You need to think carefully. Xiuxian reminded me cautiously. It's okay. I waved it off casually, and then turned back to Feng Qingyu. Tell me, how much total debt is there? 8 million. All right. 10 million minus 8 million. Here's 2 million for you. Let the creditors come to me, and you're clean. Feng Qingyu hesitated for a moment before saying, really, you've impressed me. Didn't expect you to be so decisive. The 8 million is only an estimate. It might be a bit more. But the value of my factory production lines is definitely worth more than 2 million. So you won't be losing out. What about the land? I knew the land itself was a big expense. 10 mu of land was worth a fortune. Why hadn't he mentioned it at all? Feng Qingyu smiled. Old classmate, you're in business yourself, and doing pretty well at that. You once worked in construction. Even if you haven't handled land deals personally, surely you've heard about land prices. In a factory area, the land itself is the most valuable. If I included the land, do you think I'd really sell you the whole place for 10 million? No, the land isn't mine, it's rented. You just continue paying the rent. You can discuss that directly with the landlord. So that was the situation. I quickly estimated in my mind. As he had said, if everything he told me was true, I wouldn't be losing too much. His production line was worth no more than 1 million at most, but his office building and workshop were definitely worth more than 2 million combined. Combined, 2 million was generous. All right, that's settled. Less than 3 minutes after entering the meeting room, I had finalized everything. Tang Chong led Chu Xiangyi and others to the finance office to verify the exact figures of debt and remaining assets. I stood up to leave, but Fang Qingyu tried to persuade me to stay for a meal. As for this former classmate who had once looked down on me, I wouldn't bother dining with him. I excused myself, saying I had other matters to attend to, and left the factory with Bai Luoxue. Chapter 152. The water plant reopens. I really do have something on my mind. Back at the villa, we continued discussing. The name Xiuxian Mineral Water Plant can't be used anymore. We decided to change it to Tianquan Mineral Water Plant. My idea was that this water comes from beyond the sky. I didn't explicitly explain the meaning behind it to Bai Luoxue, but she still agreed. The Xiuxian brand name couldn't be used either, and would now fade from history. My newly registered trademark, Tianxiu, was now gaining some recognition, so future mineral water products would carry this brand. Bai Luoxue had no objections. Her only concern was why I insisted on taking on all the plant's debts. With multiple creditors involved, handling them would be troublesome, requiring a significant amount of time and energy, just like the jam factory before. I had my own reasons. Most of the debts tied to the mineral water plant were owed to suppliers, the polyethylene raw materials, equipment, and auxiliary materials vendors, and we would use their services again in the future. Dealing with these people wasn't actually as complicated as it sounded. As long as we protected our own interests, they wouldn't act irrationally. If they were a one-time business, we didn't have to worry about offending them anyway. As for handling the jam factory's debts, I already had experience. When handled correctly, it could even save us some money. Bai Luoxue first nodded, then shook her head. Thank goodness I didn't stop you on the spot, or your carefully laid plans would have been ruined by me. You really do think more strategically than I do. That's why you're the boss, and I'm just your employee. Right, dear? The sparkle in her eyes, apart from affection, looked like admiration to me. Once the acquisition was settled, I immediately dispatched every member of the investment evaluation team to the mineral water plant, fully focused on completing the transfer process. The faster, the better. We didn't want any unexpected developments. I was sure Fang Qingyu felt the same way. If the handover wasn't complete, I wouldn't be handing over a penny to him. Actually, this matter was simple. To someone like Chu Xiangyi, it wasn't even a difficult task. In less than half a day, the team of a dozen people completed the entire asset transfer. Once the inventory was accounted for and both parties signed off, she called me. I didn't waste any time. I transferred the payment immediately. Now, the Xiuxian mineral water plant officially belonged to me. Without missing a beat, Bai Luoxue and I headed there again. This time, Fang Qingyu wasn't around. It was Tan Chong who greeted us. Director Chen, please let me know what you need. Get the word out. Everyone reports for work tomorrow. Those who don't show up will be considered to have resigned. After you've passed that message, have all current mid-level and above management come to the meeting room. Tan Chong went to issue the notifications, and Bai Luoxue and I went to the meeting room to wait. About 10 minutes later, Tan Chong returned and took a seat in the front row. Director Chen, I've passed the message. Good, I responded, waiting for the middle management to arrive for the meeting. But after 2 or 3 minutes, no one showed up. Why are people so slow? Director Tan, did you not notify the management to attend the meeting? Tan Chong said, out of all the staff, only I am on duty. The other mid-level managers aren't here. I was extremely surprised. Even if all employees had been given leave, there should have been more than just Tan Chong staying behind. At the very least, the finance director should have been present. I had met her in the morning, and she had been involved in the handover process with Chu Xiangyi in the afternoon. Isn't the finance director here either? No. She went to the bank, saying she needed to transfer money and close the account today. What a situation. I had wanted to meet first with the middle-level management and let them in on my development plans. There were some things I preferred not to announce in front of all employees. Well now, only Tan Chong was here. If that's how it was, speaking with him alone wouldn't be bad either. We'll hold the meeting for mid-level staff tomorrow. Let's have a casual chat with Director Tan today. This isn't an official meeting. I just want to understand some past situations regarding the plant. Tan Chong nodded, saying he'd share whatever he knew. Fang Qingyu is the original investor of the Xiuxian mineral water plant. I found that out this morning. However, the plant manager wasn't him, it was Lu Daoru. I've never seen this person at all. Other than Fang Qingyu, the highest-ranking individual I've met so far is merely Deputy Director Tan. How does that happen? Chu Xiangyi's assessment report didn't mention Fang Qingyu, and she'd never met Lu Daoru either. I found this person quite intriguing. Director Chun, it goes like this. Tan Chong gave me a detailed introduction about Lu Daoru. It all started from the day the mineral water plant was established. 5 years ago, Fang Qingyu wanted to establish a mineral water plant, but didn't want to spend his days stuck at the facility managing the minor affairs, nor did he want to be restricted by the operational responsibilities. So he sought an agent, and that's when Lu Daoru appeared. Lu Daoru was Fang Qingyu's maternal grandfather, already over 70 years old at the time. Fang Qingyu brought him in to serve as plant manager. After the facility was built, Lu Daoru's health wasn't very good, so he originally didn't intend to continue with the position. But again, it was Fang Qingyu who convinced him to stay, at least nominally. At that time, Tan Chong was a technician at the factory. Lu Daoru believed he was technically skilled, sincere, and capable of management, so he promoted him to deputy plant manager, and he became the plant's only deputy manager. In reality, all the daily operations of the plant were managed solely by him. Lu Daoru barely showed up at all throughout the year, while Fang Qingyu would occasionally drop by once or twice a month to check on the specific production and business situation, or more likely, to collect some money. In fact, many workers didn't even know Lu Daoru or Fang Qingyu. Only a few people recognized them, mostly mid-level management. For the factory, Lu Daoru existed only in name. The finance department paid him a monthly salary, perhaps as an indirect form of payment arranged by Feng Qingyu. I hadn't expected such a bizarre situation existed within the mineral water plant. That explained why I had only seen Tansheng every time I came here. Of course, I wouldn't personally manage this factory. I'd definitely need to entrust someone else. Bai Luoxue was already in charge of the Mingli canning factory and many chain stores, handling a huge workload already. Though I didn't want her to be overburdened, if I couldn't find a suitable person, I would still have to rely on her to manage the mineral water plant. From these past few days of interaction, I could tell that Tansheng was a responsible and conscientious person, quite honest and reliable. Perhaps not ideally suited for the cutthroat world of business, but definitely capable of overseeing production. I felt this was precisely why Lu Daoru had chosen him. Right now, I didn't have anyone else more trustworthy. Regarding the canning factory, I hadn't been optimistic about Mu Jiming either at first. But after listening to Bai Luoxue's opinion, I had hired him, and the results proved that he was doing quite well. Based on this precedent, I decided to keep Tansheng. Deputy Director Tan, I plan to appoint you as the new plant manager. You'll be fully responsible for the production and operation of the mineral water. The official announcement will be released tomorrow. Tansheng was visibly startled. His reaction was very similar to how Mu Jiming had been back then, but unlike Mu Jiming, he didn't express excitement or question what he had just heard. Thank you, President Shun, for having so much confidence in me. I promise to fulfill my duties conscientiously. When it comes to production technology and equipment, I guarantee there will be no problems. Based on past experience, our biggest challenge at the moment is definitely sales. That aspect will depend entirely on President Chin's connections and determination. As for me, Tansheng, my capabilities are quite limited. Chapter 153. Everyone has their own thoughts. I assigned Tansheng to manage the mineral water plant precisely because I recognized his technical and managerial abilities. As for marketing, I have my own theories and methods, which he doesn't need to worry about, just like how Mu Jiming was only responsible for production at Limin Canning Factory. I asked Tansheng to draft a plan for equipment maintenance, repair what needs fixing, and replace what must be replaced to ensure smooth production. After he received the orders and left, Bai Luoxue and I discussed the next steps. At 9 a.m. the next day, we returned to the mineral water plant. The meeting room was packed as I held a motivational meeting for all factory staff. The purpose was to boost morale and revitalize the plant. I publicly announced Tansheng's appointment. All employees who had reported for duty were placed under his supervision and assigned to the maintenance tasks. As planned, department heads and above remained for another meeting after the staff meeting. Unexpectedly, the heads of the finance department, supply department, and sales department didn't show up. Tansheng told me that they had resigned voluntarily. With these three key department heads gone, and not yet fully understanding the situation here, I didn't want to hastily appoint replacements. Since the factory was currently undergoing maintenance and production was paused, there was no immediate need to fill those positions. For now, Tansheng would temporarily take care of the relevant affairs. Besides those three department heads, half the workers also hadn't shown up, especially among frontline staff. 27 out of 52 operators had quit. The reason was the bleak prospects of the mineral water plant. The salary was too low to support their families, so many left for outside jobs during the factory break. This labor shortage made normal production difficult. Factory reform involved countless tasks. While Tansheng focused on repairs, I asked Xiuxian to bring her team over to assist with management. First was the matter of renaming the factory. As Bai Luoxue and I had agreed earlier, the Dichuan mineral water plant was to be renamed Quan Mineral Water Plant. Matters such as trademark licensing, legal representative change, and new bank account registration were handled by Xiuxian. Fortunately, her subordinates were sharp and capable, and soon sorted out all the details. Recruitment was a major issue. Most of the original workers at the plant were local villagers, with 80% coming from Xiaoshantan village, located only about 300 meters away from the plant. Xiuxian assigned people to conduct recruitment at the county's job markets and agencies. Recruitment went smoothly. Within 2 or 3 days, we had quickly hired about 20 to 30 new workers. According to my requirements, all should have at least completed junior high school, and higher education was even better. My personal experience had proven that the more knowledge someone possessed, the higher the efficiency and quality of their work performance. I couldn't afford to suffer from lack of education again. None of the newly hired workers were from Xiaoshantan. To ensure their punctual attendance, we had to provide accommodations and food. The second floor of the office building housed a meeting room in the north, with the southern half serving as the dormitory. Previously, only about a dozen people lived there, but now more space was needed, so additional beds were added. For easier management, I instructed Xiuxian to directly replicate the apartment-style dormitory system used at the canning factory, making things more convenient for the workers, increasing efficiency, and ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. As for the dining hall, the guardhouse was part of a single-story building, and besides the guardroom, the remaining 3 rooms used to be the cafeteria. From employee feedback, the previous cafeteria meals were not good. Many cooked meals on their own while others went home to eat because they lived nearby, so very few actually dined there. Going home for meals inevitably meant leaving the work post, which particularly affected frontline workers and posed potential safety risks. To eliminate this issue, I issued an order. All on-duty staff must eat at the workplace, and no one was allowed to leave the factory premises. Anyone who violated this rule would be immediately dismissed. As for those on a single shift system, no strict requirement was imposed. Of course, I needed to ensure that the quality of meals in the cafeteria was high enough for workers to be content with their dining. I was confident in that. I arranged for the cafeteria to purchase vegetables from my vegetable wholesale shop. Those specially selected vegetables would surely be liked by the employees. With the attraction of better quality vegetables, I believe they would willingly eat at the factory. Workers from xiuxian who lived nearby wouldn't bother going home for meals anymore. This was the power of my fresh vegetables. The flour was purchased from the green food wholesale station. I was confident once workers tasted it, they'd never forget the taste. Indeed, once meals improved, the workers' enthusiasm surged, their spirits were high, and everyone became full of energy. Tanchong mentioned that in all the past years, he had never seen the workers this motivated and energetic. The factory, renewed in both name and image, naturally made me happy. I told Tanchong that employee benefits would rise as well. With good performance, each worker could earn substantial wages, linked to their productivity. Their income would certainly not be lower than what the workers at Minlikan factory earned. This news not only delighted Tanchong, but even more so the workers. Minlikan factory had already become a hot topic within Huangta County, widely known for its high wages and good treatment. Because of this, some department leaders from government agencies had even called me before, asking if their relatives could get a job at my factory. I politely refused, citing that the factory was already overstaffed. But I hadn't forgotten those calls. Now that the mineral water plant was beginning recruitment, I personally called those leaders again and told them that if their relatives wanted to work here, I would welcome them anytime. However, I ended up receiving their cold shoulders. The leaders said it was inconvenient due to the distance between the mineral water plant and the county seat, so they didn't come. That couldn't be blamed on me. Tanchong was leading the team for equipment maintenance and procurement, so it had become urgent to appoint replacements for the heads of the supply and finance departments in order to reduce his workload. After discussion with Balaxu, I decided to select actually three energetic young men from xiuxian's team to assume the positions: finance department head, supply department head, and sales department head. These three individuals each owned private cars, making commuting more convenient, and they also preferred working within the county seat. Considering that moving there would elevate their status to middle management while staying with the investment team would leave them as regular staff with a significantly lower income, they all chose to move after weighing their options. Even before the new finance department head officially took office, she raised a condition to me, saying that even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Running a department without money was difficult. I understood her meaning. She had personally participated in the acquisition of the mineral water plant and was fully aware of its financial situation. Currently, the plant had no funds at all, and Tanchong was using the leftover old inventory for repairs. I didn't want to put her in a difficult position, so I immediately transferred 1 million yuan to the account. The finance head then happily went to the mineral water plant to start work. Besides securing materials currently needed for the maintenance, I also assigned the supply department head another special task. Together with the finance department head, he was to go through all outstanding debts. Those with contracts must be verified according to the contract clauses, and those without contracts must be reviewed based on product quality and quotations at the time. A few vendors with obviously inflated prices were to be specially marked. As for the sales department head, I didn't let him take up his position immediately. Instead, I asked Balaxu to take him to the canning factory to study the marketing model used for fish cans and side dishes. I planned to promote the mineral water following the same strategy as when we sold fish cans, so it was essential that he become thoroughly familiar beforehand. Chapter 154: Fruits as Welfare. While Tanchong was busily inspecting the equipment, I proceeded as usual with my unique business. Trading stocks was an unshakable routine, and every day I spent 3 to 4 hours inside the virtual space. The fruit trees, after pruning, had indeed taken on a brand new look. Apples, peaches, and pears now dangled visibly from the branches. Before the pruning, thick foliage had hidden the fruits from view. Now, from a distance, one could easily see the vibrant red expanse. Zhao Mingfei and the other three consumed fruits to their heart's content. Xianxia, with a relatively smaller appetite, often filled himself entirely with fruit. Lately, he had skipped regular meals altogether, his naturally slim figure becoming even thinner, though his energy and strength remained unaffected. Boss Chun, we can't possibly eat all these fruits. If we don't find a way to use them up, they'll just rot in the fields. That'd be a real shame. Zhao Mingfei genuinely worried about the fruit's fate. As for me, I hadn't given them much thought before, but his words served as a reminder. If they couldn't finish them, perhaps someone else could. Under normal circumstances, I should have sent some fresh fruits to my parents, to buy Luoxue, and even her parents, but I hadn't done so, not because I didn't care about them. These fruits were simply too unusual. If they saw them, they would inevitably ask all sorts of questions. Since they didn't exist in the market, I had no way of explaining their origin. Therefore, I decided not to give them to anyone. However, the situation was different now. If not handled, they would indeed rot in the field. There was nothing wrong with giving them away. I just needed to find a suitable reason. It was exactly for this reason that I pondered hard the entire day. At noon on that day, when the rice was already ready, I picked a large apple and placed it on the dining table upstairs, waiting for Bai Luoxue. When Bai Luoxue returned from the canning factory, she was immediately astonished by this unusually large apple. My God, is this real? It's not made of plastic, is it? Without even bothering to go to room 2 first to smell the bouquet of blue roses, she picked up the apple, examined it left and right to confirm its authenticity, and then took a sniff. It actually is real. It smells so sweet and fragrant. What kind of variety is this? Where did you buy it from? Her curiosity was unstoppable, and no matter how much I tried to explain, words wouldn't suffice. So instead of directly answering her question, I smiled gently, sliced the apple piece by piece before her eyes, placed it on a plate, and handed her a toothpick. Miss Bai is welcome to taste. Bai Luoxue tried one slice and, after careful tasting, couldn't resist continuing to eat more. So sweet. This is the best apple I've ever eaten. You still haven't answered my question. Where did you get it? I pulled out an egg next. She had tasted this kind of big egg before. Do you think this egg is delicious? Of course. Do you really need to know which chicken laid it? Bai Luoxue paused. Her eyes glimmered with thought, and then she smiled slightly. No, not really. It's the same with this apple. We're eating the apple, not the tree it grew on. Where it came from isn't important. What matters is that we are able to enjoy its taste. Bai Luoxue seemed to understand what I meant. What you said sounds reasonable. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Hearing she wouldn't ask further, a stone fell from my heart. Great, let's eat then. The rice was brought to the table, along with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, without a doubt, another delicious dish. But Bai Luoxue consumed significantly more apple than rice, finishing only a small portion of her rice before declaring she was full. Oh my, I honestly can't eat anymore. I'm completely full. That clearly showed how much she liked the big apple. Perfect. Everything was unfolding step by step according to my plan. By the time the afternoon shift ended, I handed her a cardboard box. Give this to Uncle and Auntie. I'm sure they'll love it. What's inside? I had already sealed the box with tape, and since Bai Luoxue hadn't opened it, she naturally had to ask me what was inside. I smiled mysteriously. Apples. Oh. Bai Luoxue opened her mouth wide in pleasant surprise. I continued. Peaches, pears, and green walnuts as well. Wow, several types. That's right, you'll know when you get home. It'll be a real big surprise. You don't even need to wait until I get home. I'm already amazed now. You truly are unfathomable. She smiled in an oddly knowing manner, but still refrained from asking about the origin of these fruits. I guarantee I'll deliver this to them. If my parents ask where they're from, I'll say I found them on the road. How about that? Her reply genuinely surprised me. I had kindly intended to let her parents taste something unique, but she deliberately avoided the truth. How can you say that? If you can find these, why don't you find another box? This is a small token of my sincere affection for your parents, yet you're blocking that sentiment. I pretended to be angry on purpose. After I said that, Bai Luoxue's expression darkened slightly. That wouldn't be nice. If you insist on letting them know they're from you, I will refuse to hand it over. Uncle and Auntie won't get to eat them at all. Why? I really couldn't understand why she wouldn't let me give presents to her parents. If I tell them you gave it to me, and they ask why you only gave it to me, how should I explain? Our relationship would be obvious. That would violate our original agreement. Actually, this was exactly my own thinking, to let her parents know I existed. Now that she had pointed this out, it made me feel awkward inside. But I had already prepared the fruits for them. They must know the truth. How about this? You can say it's welfare from the company. That should work, right? Bai Luoxue finally smiled. President Chun, as always, thinks thoroughly. No employee would refuse welfare. I was feeling proud of my cleverness when Bai Luoxue made me slightly embarrassed. Welfare is meant for all employees. Yet you, the big boss, only gave this kind of welfare to Bai Luoxue alone. Doesn't that seem a bit strange? I stammered without a proper response, afraid she might refuse to accept it again. I gritted my teeth and said firmly, the welfare will definitely be given to all employees. I simply issued yours earlier as a trial, to let your parents taste something fresh first. More welfare boxes will be distributed shortly. Really? Can a boss ever go back on his word? I was just kidding. You don't have to take it seriously. I take it seriously. Perhaps Bai Luoxue had only teased me just now, but now I truly decided to distribute welfare to my employees. Otherwise, all those fruits on the island would eventually rot. Distributing them as welfare was undoubtedly a good solution. How exactly to distribute them, though, I still had to figure it out myself. The next day, I went to the cardboard box factory in Huangta County. I specially ordered a batch of cardboard boxes according to the sizes of the apples and pears, printed different labels on them. Special packaging for employee welfare fruits from the Ecological Agriculture Company. With this designation, all employees of my subordinate companies could use these boxes. The box factory was highly efficient. Just 2 days later, they delivered 1,000 cardboard boxes. I transported the boxes into the space. Following my instructions, Zhao Mingfei and others packed accordingly. 2 apples, 2 pears, 2 peaches, 8 walnuts. Each box became completely full. Li Hairen joked that it was a mixed fruit box. When the employees at Minli Canning Factory received this special welfare, they were instantly in an uproar. Such strange fruits were something they had never seen before. Some couldn't resist temptation and immediately opened the boxes to taste. The astonishment and joy they felt were indescribable. Besides the employees at Minli Canning Factory, those at the Green Food Wholesale Station and the City Wholesale Store received their shares as well. Moreover, even the employees at the franchise stores, which weren't officially under my company, I also arranged for the distribution centers to deliver the fruit boxes to them. The drivers who transported grain to me also each received one. At the newly built mineral water plant, all registered employees, even those who had joined only recently, were fortunate enough to taste these peculiar fruits. Of course, I did not forget to send a share to my parents. When the elderly saw these strange fruits, naturally they couldn't help but express their surprise. Mother, always talkative, kept asking questions, just like when Bai Luoxue first saw them. Where did they come from? How did they grow so big? I didn't answer. Father covered for me instead. The child brought you fruits. You should just taste them well and enjoy yourself. Why ask so many questions, old woman? Can you buy where they come from? Can you grow such big fruits yourself? Too many questions. Father was increasingly supportive of me these days. Naturally, Mother turned her complaints to him. Am I not allowed to ask questions now? Is it me being nosy, or you being nosy? Are you tired of my chatter? The old couple began their usual quarreling again. I just smiled as I went to wash and cut apples for them. They had their own happiness in arguing. Since moving to the county town, quarreling every day had become normal, yet I saw happiness shining on their faces. In my heart, though, I held a small knot. Bai Luoxue had not yet clarified the relationship between us to both families. If my parents knew about this, how happy they would be. They would feel even more fulfilled. Chapter 155, Guiding Water to the Factory. There were still many fruits on the trees, especially after Zhao Mengfei and the others pruned the branches. Since then, the fruits grew even faster. I had fewer than 500 employees, not including the drivers and staff from the franchise stores. After distributing fruit once, I had only covered half the workforce, so I decided to give everyone in my registered staff an additional box each. Some employees didn't want to eat their second box themselves, so they gave them to friends and relatives. Soon, more people were exposed to these unique fruits, and their reactions naturally weren't ordinary. Vendors came to me, wanting to purchase the special fruits in bulk. Actually, I did have such an idea of selling the fruits, but since I hadn't planted many trees yet, and even though the fruits grew fast inside my space, the quantity wasn't enough to supply vendors daily and consistently. Thus, I gave up on this business idea. I planned to use these fruits specifically as employee benefits, letting my staff enjoy the perks, which wouldn't be better. Though this was my thought, in reality, quite a few people approached me to purchase in bulk, making me reconsider. At this point, the quantity was still too small. Even if I wanted to do wholesale, it would have to wait until I scaled up operations. Since the idea was there, I had to continue expanding the area dedicated to planting fruit trees. Therefore, I returned to the nursery base and placed another order for a new batch of seedlings. The nursery owner was surprised to see me ordering tree saplings so late in autumn. Will planting trees at this time actually work? His concerns weren't unwarranted. The real-world weather was turning cooler, clearly not suitable for planting. But how would he know about my circumstances? In my other dimensional space, every season felt like the height of summer. Saplings could grow and thrive no matter when they were planted. Boss, farmers plant seeds every year even if the crops fail, and people keep planting tree seedlings even if some don't survive. Are you afraid I won't buy your saplings? With this indifferent remark, I immediately left the nursery owner speechless. If that's how you see it, then I suppose I talk too much. Just tell me how many you need. Thus, I transplanted another 1,000 fruit tree saplings into my space, mainly apple, pear, and peach trees. I also planted over 200 walnut saplings because I thought those walnuts were quite unique themselves. As for planting trees inside my space, I only needed to transport the saplings inside and hand them to Ryu. I didn't have to worry beyond that. She led Zhao Mengfei and the other 3 individuals to dig holes, water, and plant the saplings. Naturally, this was not a difficult task. I had thought they might complain about the workload, but judging from their enthusiastic and cheerful expressions, they enjoyed themselves. When watering the fruit saplings, Xianxia shuttled back and forth carrying 2 plastic buckets. After a few trips, he seemed a bit tired and suddenly thought of the water pump in the space, wondering why we had to go through such efforts. He then suggested using a self-priming pump. I really worried he might pull back the plastic tube that I used to channel water out of my space, so I quickly agreed to his request. I went to the hardware store again and bought several pipes for their use, emphasizing they must never touch my original tube. With the self-priming pump, we no longer needed to carry water manually. Efficiency improved, and most importantly, the job became much easier. Still, I worried that they might use the self-priming pump without my knowledge to water the ground. Therefore, I kept the water pump inside the small brick house and informed all members on the island that no one could use it without my permission. Only Rui Feng knew about drawing water from the space to the kitchen. When the water heater was empty, I would call him and ask him to switch on the circuit breaker inside the space. Then he'd notify me when the water was full so I could switch it off. This avoided the need for me to travel back and forth between spaces. Now seeing how I worried about someone using the self-priming pump unknowingly, others didn't know the real reasons, but Rui Feng understood. He definitely considered that if someone operated the pump, it could affect my process of channeling water from the space to outside. Master, this problem is easy to solve. What's wrong with adding another self-priming pump? Rui Feng said correctly. I had been overthinking things. I prepared another water pump, and they could use it whenever they wanted without interfering with my system. After calling Rui Feng twice to operate the pump, he again offered a suggestion. Master, actually there's no need for such trouble. Just a small technical improvement would solve everything. We can fully set it up in automatic water supply mode. I believed Rui Feng possessed the necessary technical expertise. I had simply overlooked the idea. I quickly had him make the modifications to prevent having to call him every time. If he happened to be driving somewhere while I ran out of water, the back and forth between spaces would become inconvenient. Following Rui Feng's equipment list, I bought a water float, limiters, and signal transmitting devices, connecting them between the water heater and the self-priming pump circuit breaker switch. Practical operation proved that once the water level in the water heater dropped below 1/5, the circuit breaker would automatically close, and when it reached April 5th, it would automatically open. This made things much more convenient. Technology had really helped me greatly. Thankfully Rui Feng was around. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of such a brilliant idea. Though I admit, even without that idea, I often think of related concepts. This small modification also gave me a fresh approach for solving the source water supply issue at my bottled water plant. It took less than 10 days to complete all maintenance at the Tianquan mineral water plant, and the staff training was also finished. After Tanchong submitted his work report, he asked me, Director Chen, everything is ready except for the water source. According to your instructions, the entire production line is ready to go. But the most critical issue, the water supply, still hasn't been resolved. Since you've decided not to divert spring water from the southern mountain and continue using the current water source, even if we change the factory name and trademark, customers might not accept the product. I knew he would have this doubt, but how could I possibly explain the real situation to him? I pretended to be mysterious and simply ordered him. There's no need to worry about this, Tim Plant Manager. I'll handle it myself. Just do one more thing for me. Build a small house over the current water source and enclose the water pool inside. I'll install a new set of equipment, and the water supply problem will be solved. Though Tanchong appeared skeptical, he followed my instructions anyway. The small house wasn't big, about 10 square meters, around 3 meters tall, roughly the size of a bedroom. Except for a security door, no windows were left. From the outside, it appeared completely sealed, giving it a mysterious appearance. I explained that it needed to be fully enclosed to prevent contamination of the water source, which was a reasonable justification. Once the house was built, I took the key to the security door and clearly told Tanchong that no one, under any circumstances, was allowed to enter except me. I had designated this place as a forbidden zone. Whether he understood or not, this was my strict order. Anyone who violated it would be immediately fired. With this single rule, I appeared even more mysterious in Tanchong's eyes. When the order spread among all the employees, they also found it very strange. But perceiving mystery and oddity, that was perfectly normal. Based on the production line's capacity, I asked Rui Feng to calculate how much water, in cubic meters per hour, was needed. According to that specification, I purchased a self-priming water pump and matched it with steel-reinforced flexible hoses of the same diameter. The water pump was then installed and fixed inside the small house by the shore of my island. After completing those, I again asked Rui Feng to install an automatic control device to manage the self-priming pump's circuit breaker based on the water level in the pool. This ensured the pool remained constantly full, sufficient even under maximum production capacity. Spring water continuously flowed down from the mountain and had never stopped. However, instead of flowing into the front pool, it overflowed from beneath the small house and flowed away. To the outside world, the source water still appeared to be the original mountain spring water. Chapter 156. Before the water plant trial run. With the water source secured, it was time to start production. Before beginning, I inspected the entire production line from start to finish. When I saw the plastic water bottles, an idea struck me. Director Tan, can we change the appearance and capacity of these plastic bottles? Change the 500 milliliters ones to 250 milliliters, and switch the round bottles to square ones. Tanchong seemed confused by what I meant. President Chun, why would we change the packaging style? The market standard is round bottles, which can be made thinner to save material. The 500 milliliters size is the standard. 250 milliliters bottled water isn't common in the market at all. He didn't directly answer my question, but instead explained why this current packaging was used. Just tell me first, can our current technology change things according to my requirements? Yes. Tanchong was quite certain. We just need to have several new molds processed at the mold factory. It might take 3 to 5 days. I considered briefly. Fine, then start designing the bottle shape according to my request and send the drawings to the mold factory. In the meantime, we'll begin trial production and use up the 500 milliliters plastic bottles that are already finished. We can use the old simple packaging method for now. Tanchong immediately organized the team to carry out the plan. I scheduled the trial run to begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I called for by Luoxue and headed straight to the Huangtu County cardboard box factory, sharing all my ideas with her along the way. I'm planning to change the outer packaging for our bottled mineral water. Abandon the original plastic film packaging and use cartons instead. Small 250 milliliters packages, 20 bottles per box. This will increase product costs. By Luoxue didn't approve, scolding me a bit for being too arbitrary. She asked why I suddenly changed my mind right before starting production. I had no choice but to patiently explain. Our Tianxia brand mineral water is not in the same category as the Dequan brand. The quality is simply not at the same level. Our target consumers are high-end customers, so the packaging needs to be more refined. Cost increases are inevitable. Not only will I reduce the bottle size, but I will also raise the price. The current market retail price for 500 milliliters bottled water is 1 yuan, but ours will be set at 2 yuan per bottle. Tell me, does the added packaging cost actually represent a larger or smaller percentage of the total cost than before? Bai Luoxue was certainly capable of doing the math, but she still had some concerns. Charging so much, won't nobody buy it? You've tasted this water before. After drinking one bottle, would you want a second one? She remembered as I reminded her. Of course I would. When you want a second bottle that much, would you really care about an extra yuan? She smiled. You truly are a genius in business. You figured out consumer psychology exactly. After convincing her, I felt unexpectedly triumphant. Perhaps, in a way, gaining Bai Luoxue's support meant something significant. She always looked at my decisions critically, pointing out flaws and unsuitable aspects, helping me correct them, or helping understand the reasoning behind such actions to avoid detours. Having someone like her around made me feel both fortunate and blessed. At the cardboard box factory, my purpose was to place an order for packaging cartons for our mineral water, according to my proposed dimensions, with long-term supply guaranteed. The cartons would be printed with the factory name and logo, Xuanhuan Mineral Water Factory, and carry the Tianxia brand name. The factory owner was extremely pleased to see such a big order, much more enthusiastic than he was a few days ago when I ordered 1,000 fruit packing boxes. He complained that the previous 1,000 boxes didn't earn him much profit at all. I wasn't fooled by his complaints. If there was no profit involved, he wouldn't do it, just less or more. After signing the contract, We ensured the finished products would be delivered to Xuanhuan Mineral Water Factory in 5 days without delaying production. The factory owner said he could finish within 3 days. I still reminded him to send the design of the outer pattern of the carton to my email before starting actual printing. Only after my approval should printing begin. He assured me not to worry. He had professional designers in-house for such tasks, and designing for such simple cardboard boxes was no problem at all. He even reminded me how I hadn't been completely satisfied with the previous fruit box design. After leaving the cardboard factory, by Luoxu I went to inspect the green food wholesale station while I returned to my small office at the canning plant. Even in the busiest of times, I absolutely couldn't neglect my stock trading business. I entered my space to check the stock market information. To avoid drawing excessive attention from the market, I had never purchased large volumes of any single stock I was watching. I'd buy at most 1 or 2 million. If I poured in 100 million into one stock all at once, I worried it might influence the actual trend of that stock. If it changed, and if in my space I had predicted a rise, then fine. But if it fell, I would suffer huge losses. Precisely because of this concern, I only made small trades, small buys and sells. Even if it had some impact, it wouldn't be significant enough to alter the overall trend. Even so, the experts from the exchange still often called me. When I noticed it was the same person every time, I even started joking with him. I told him I was just a blind cat that occasionally stumbled upon a dead mouse, getting lucky every now and then. When they realized I had no intention of cooperating, they gave up and never called again. Frankly, I found this quite a relief. Now the cultivated area on the island had already exceeded 4,000 mo. Harvesting and planting wheat and corn wasn't limited to daytime hours. Work continued at night as well. Otherwise, the limited number of machines would never keep up. This didn't bother Rushu at all. It was all remote control. She would occasionally glance at the computer monitor. If there were no alarms, everything was normal. When away from the monitor, her clones and roofings worked just as effectively, and there had never been even a minor mistake. The 3,000 square meter warehouse was starting to feel a bit cramped. Wheat straw could be piled outside the warehouse, but the green fodder had to be stored indoors. If exposed to sunlight during the day, cattle and sheep farmers wouldn't want it anymore. The key issue was the wheat and corn. Temporarily stored in the warehouse, when it became full, there was no room left for green fodder. It had never rained in my space, not even a single drop, big or small. This gave me an idea. Why not leave the corn and wheat outdoors? What harm would come from it? Exposing them to sunlight could even further dry them out, preventing mold. Therefore, I had Ryu lead Zhao Mingfei and others to flatten a large area of land for on-site storage of corn and wheat. This way, the warehouse could be freed up specifically for storing green fodder. Even with that solution, not all the green fodder could be stored indoors. Producing too much was now also a problem. I even considered not expanding the farming area anymore. I simply didn't have the capacity to manage more. Too much would be too difficult to handle. When I say I couldn't manage more, I wasn't referring to affairs within the space itself. Inside the space, I practically didn't need to worry about anything. Robots like Ruffing and people like Zhao Mengfei handled all the work. What I couldn't manage was the transportation of goods out of the space. Chapter 157 Breakthrough in Technology. All the grain, including feed, wheat straw, fresh fish, and vegetables, must pass through my hands before being transported out of the space. This has limited my expansion and is the main reason I have considered stepping back. I walked around the small island. Although I had planted thousands of fruit trees again, there was still a large area of land left unused. Previously, there was no need for my involvement, as Rolfing or Rusno would spontaneously cultivate new land, planting corn or wheat. Now all the tractors, seeders, and harvesters are working day and night. These machines no longer have time to clear new land, and besides, the equipment needs charging, taking up several hours. The production capacity of the equipment does have its limits, but that doesn't trouble me much. I can just purchase several more plowing machines, seeders, harvesters, and trucks, so that these machines can alternate shifts, allowing time for charging and maintenance. With idle machines available, Rolfing went on to cultivate new farmland again. Initially, I wanted to stop it, but seeing how diligent it was, I couldn't bear to discourage its enthusiasm. Producing more was originally a good thing, so I could only work a bit harder myself. Nowadays, transporting grain and green fodder out of the space is mostly done by me at night, because during the day I must travel among various factories, especially recently to the bottled water plant. The duration of my night shifts is getting longer and longer. By the time I transport all the goods out, it's usually past midnight. Previously, the machines in the space worked only during the day, but now they are operating 24 hours. Even after working 6 or 7 hours, I can't finish transporting all the grain from the space. When I wake up the next day, it has piled up again. Another issue has surfaced in front of me, one that is truly a bottleneck. The drivers only transport goods during the daytime and rest at night. I once asked Master Wang and others about it, and they were willing to work at night, eager to earn extra money by making one more trip. However, the flour mill and feed factory don't accept deliveries at night, so we must arrange the schedule according to their working hours. The fact that more than 40 vehicles aren't enough to handle the transportation isn't a big problem anymore. I've contacted 2 more fleets, and now more than 100 vehicles are working for me, which basically ensures enough storage space in my warehouse. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to transport the grain out. Previously, I never felt tired, sometimes even studying during lunch breaks or going to the space to learn. Recently, though, I've started feeling fatigued. If I don't take a nap at noon, my mental and physical energy don't hold up at night. I'm becoming seriously overworked. My mental state hasn't been as good lately, and Bailuoxa noticed it, constantly urging me not to overexert myself. I could only pretend. I'm not tired at all. All the hard work is done by you guys. I just run errands and give orders. Of course, I couldn't tell her about transporting the goods out of the space at night. She didn't just offer verbal concern, but even volunteered to cook lunch for me, making different dishes every day to cheer me up. I was happy, but she didn't know that my tiredness couldn't be fixed with a few lovingly prepared meals. Therefore, I had to tell Rolfing not to expand the cultivated area for now. My energy and physical strength have truly reached their limit. Master, I've always thought your energy was quite abundant. Perhaps in this regard, as a robot, Rolfing couldn't feel the exhaustion a human experiences. How could a flesh and blood person like me compare with these machines? Long-term lack of sleep, although sustained by the unique vegetables and water source on the small island, still left my body, which can't match mechanical durability, ultimately weary. Sigh, if only I could be a machine like you, capable of tirelessly transporting grain, feed, and vegetables endlessly. No matter how much the space produces, I could continuously ship it out. I complained to Rolfing intentionally and unintentionally. Master, there actually might be a solution. We could make a set of equipment to transport the goods out of the small island. I knew it understood a lot, and I believed in its technical knowledge, even though it was merely a robot. Well, tell me then, what kind of solution? Master, the water here can be piped out of the space using pumps. Master can imagine, if the grain and vegetables could flow out like water, sliding through pipes, wouldn't they be transported out of the space as well? Whoa, how could I have not thought of this? I was reminded by a robot. If such equipment could really be made, it would be amazing. I quickly asked it to brainstorm, figuring out what kind of device could achieve such an effect. Obviously, I couldn't just install a pump to suck it all out. Those things weren't liquids after all. Unlike its usual promptness in answering any problem, Rolfing was silent this time. It was thinking, calculating, but even after waiting for over 10 minutes, it couldn't give me an answer. I was disappointed. Sigh. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, Rolfing suddenly said, Master, there actually is a way. I immediately perked up. What's the method? It's similar to a water pump. We could build a large silo on the small island, install a screw conveyor, and then use thick pipes to transport the corn or wheat out of the space. That actually sounded like a great idea. However, it quickly followed up. But this method only works for transporting corn and wheat. It won't work for compressed green fodder or bulk wheat straw, and definitely not for fresh fish or vegetables. They'll get crushed. Can't you think of a better transportation method that can handle not only grain, but also feed, fresh fish, and vegetables? Ideally, it could also transport eggs and live pigs. This was my ideal transportation solution. If it could be realized, it would not only greatly reduce my workload, but most importantly, it would allow the space to continue expanding, enabling me to cultivate those unused lands. Rolfing, watching the automatic sorting conveyor belt for fresh fish, seemed to have a sudden inspiration. Unless we build a large conveyor belt extending out of the space and place trucks directly onto the conveyor belt, then the trucks can carry any type of cargo, including eggs, pigs, and fruits, without damaging anything. Exactly. Using a conveyor belt to transport trucks, no problem at all. If I used a rubber conveyor belt, though, I worried the trucks wouldn't stay stable on it. What if they slipped into the water or disappeared somewhere? Just thinking about it gave me a headache. But since this idea had come up, why not try it? Even if it cost hundreds of thousands and ultimately failed, it wouldn't matter. If it really worked, the potential would be immeasurable. I couldn't help but get excited. I immediately told Rolfing to design a set of automatic conveyor equipment, starting with rough sketches. Once Rolfing had an idea, it could immediately generate the blueprints. A moment later, my phone dinged and the electronic design file arrived. After opening it and taking a look, I nodded repeatedly. This is excellent. To ensure that the trucks could stop steadily on the conveyor belt, Rolfing chose not to use a rubber-type conveyor belt, but instead a steel-tracked conveyor system, equipped with an automatic vehicle locking mechanism that securely fixed the truck in place to prevent rollovers. Chapter 158, Giant Steel Tracks. The blueprints were ready. Rolfing sent me another detailed list of materials and asked me to go to the market to purchase them. As long as I could bring them back, it could handle the installation. This, of course, I believed. Since it could design the system, it could certainly assemble it. It was time to check the stock market again. I quickly noted the results, left the space, first bought stocks, and after completing the transaction, I drove to the auto parts market. As for the other accessories, they were easy to find. Angle iron supports, track rollers, even automatic controllers. These weren't rare items. I found all of them at just 2 shops. The hardest part was the tracks. 3-meter wide tracks. There wasn't even anything like that in Huangta County, let alone the provincial capital, unless it was custom made. I was seriously thinking of contacting a manufacturer to custom produce a set. After all, I had the blueprints, and as long as I paid enough, someone would do it. First, I transported the items I'd already purchased back to the space and handed them over to Rolfing so it could start working. I told it about the difficulty with the tracks, and it adjusted the design approach. It sent me a new set of blueprints and instructed me to purchase the tracks according to the new specifications. Guided by Rolfing, I managed to understand the track structure this time. It had divided the single wide track into 6 narrower ones, which could be combined into one. It said as long as I could bring them, it had ways to connect them together. These narrower tracks I had already seen in the auto parts market. They were used for tractors. With some hesitation, I approached the agricultural machinery parts store. When I told Manager Zhang at the store that I wanted to order 48 tracks along with matching hubs and drive components, he wasn't just surprised. He said I was crazy. Why would I buy so many of these? I couldn't possibly tell him the real reason, so I made up a story to get through it, claiming my factory needed them for an experimental upgrade. This excuse was plausible enough. Manager Zhang was quite willing to sell me the goods. With one condition, I had to wait. How long? At least 6 months. Are you kidding me? There's no way I could wait that long. No, I need them immediately, within 2 days maximum. If you can supply, I'll buy from you. If not, I'll go straight to the provincial city. Unwilling to lose such a big client, Manager Zhang didn't let me slip away. He hurried to Porti and urged me not to rush, promising he'd contact his suppliers immediately to see if they could source the items. How could I not be in a rush? Each day's delay meant extra hard work for me. I wish the items were in my hands right now. He dialed phone after phone. I stood nearby listening, noticing that he seemed even more anxious than I was, pleading with others to help source the items. I waited patiently. Manager Zhang's phone hadn't stopped ringing. Not even after I finished my stock transaction, his calls continued. After 3 hours, he finally got confirmation about the goods. Manager Zhang exhaled in relief and drank the cold tea left on the table in one go. He was clearly dehydrated from talking all day. So what do you think? I've shown you enough sincerity, right? Not a single one missing. 48 tracks, delivered to your door tomorrow afternoon. Great. With the track secured, I felt relieved. I immediately signed a contract with him. Considering how hard he worked to get the goods for me, I couldn't bear to haggle over the price, so I paid exactly as quoted. Manager Zhang became visibly happier, feeling the afternoon's effort had truly paid off. I even overheard him unintentionally revealing that all the work from this afternoon alone had earned him as much as working for half a month. How much profit he made was his own business. I was more than willing to pay because the timely delivery helped me a lot. What I earned far surpassed what he earned. Besides, my stocks had just brought in 31 million yuan today, which also contributed to my generosity. I had conducted the purchase of the tracks secretly. No one else knew, not even by Luoxue. Manager Zhang indeed kept his promise. All 48 tracks and their matching hubs arrived as promised, and I specially cleared out a warehouse and personally accepted the delivery. All these were heavy metal items. If I had carried them into the space one by one myself, I wouldn't have finished even after one night. Therefore, I had to call out all the robots from the space to assist. Ruffling drove a truck and loaded the tracks in batches, and then I transported the truck into the space, which saved tremendous effort. Even so, we still made more than a dozen trips before finishing. With the tracks finally available, Ruffling began working through the night. I, on the other hand, hurried back to room 1 to sleep. I simply couldn't hold on any longer. Without rest, I would probably feel drowsy at the test run ceremony of the bottled water plant today. Early the next morning, I headed straight to the Xianxia bottled water plant for the test production ceremony. I had still invited Deputy County Magistrate Huang for this event, as I hoped he could help with publicity. His arrival brought along several media outlets, which at the very least would ensure local countywide coverage. After the groundbreaking ceremony, I didn't let them leave immediately. It seemed Deputy County Magistrate Huang wasn't in a hurry to go either. He insisted on staying until the first product came off the line. Bottled mineral water production was faster than canned fish. Once the pump was turned on, the packaging line could begin filling. The molds for the small square plastic bottles hadn't arrived at the factory yet, so the current packaging used the leftover 500 milliliters round plastic bottles. This wasn't important. I hadn't planned to sell this batch of bottled water anyway. I gave them all away, to the county leaders who came for inspection and everyone else who came along, including the drivers and media reporters. Just like in the canning factory, I clearly reminded everyone. I told them to personally taste our Xianxia mineral water factory's new product once they got home. Have their family members try it too, and give some to neighbors and friends. The purpose was straightforward, word-of-mouth advertising. Seeing me as straightforward as ever, everyone laughed. A female reporter even directly asked me, "Can I publish this statement from Mr. Chen publicly?" "No problem. If you do publish it, I'll thank you instead. For saying that, I'll give you 5 extra bottles." This drew laughter from everyone present. Actually, this kind of promotion was extremely effective. That very day, once it was broadcast on TV, people in Huangta County and surrounding counties instantly knew the Xiuxian mineral water plant was gone, replaced entirely by the new Xianxia mineral water plant. Plus, since my Tianxiu brand trademark was already well known, the public immediately remembered the new mineral water brand as well. The effect was indeed immediate. The next day, people started showing up to place orders for my mineral water, but I wasn't ready to sell yet. The original packaging was fine for sampling, but couldn't enter the market. It was time for a complete image overhaul. The molds for the small square bottles hadn't been produced yet. I gave 2 bottles to each visitor who came in, letting them help spread the word. They were my volunteer promoters. They'd have to wait patiently for the officially packaged product. Seeing me so thoughtful, these potential customers happily went off to promote for me for free. Chapter 159, Solving a Major Problem. After seeing off Vice County Head Huang and his entourage, I returned to the small building for a short nap. The first thing I did upon waking was enter the space to check on the progress of the automatic conveyor system Wind had been working on. Wind truly worked efficiently. It had completed the assembly overnight, which left me in awe. The 30-meter-long steel conveyor was truly a massive machine. As for where to place the outlet, I already had a plan. I had specifically chosen a warehouse, and together with Wind, we discussed how to lead the conveyor out of the space. Wind had already considered this for me. Among the items I had purchased was a steel cable designed to help transport and install the conveyor into the space. Wind securely fastened one end of the steel cable to the hook of the conveyor system, while I tied the other end with a nylon rope. Then I left the space and entered the warehouse, pulling the rope to draw the steel cable out of the space. At this point, Wind drove over a 30-ton truck, attaching the steel cable to the back of it. As the truck pulled, something miraculous slowly appeared. A conveyor belt emerged from midair, gently unfurling toward the ground. Wind had already calculated the exact dimensions, so the truck stopped at the right moment. It got out, anchored the previously welded steel frame into the ground, and fixed the conveyor system in place. This ensured the conveyor wouldn't shift easily and allowed the truck to smoothly drive off the conveyor. With Wind, I returned to the space and set up the other in the same way, ensuring the truck could smoothly drive onto the belt. To test whether this system would work, we exited the space again. Wind slowly drove the truck onto the conveyor belt while I pressed the button on the end of the conveyor. The truck was locked onto the belt as the motor slowly turned, lifting the truck upward until it vanished into the air. Soon, the conveyor stopped rotating. I immediately entered the space. The truck stood there steadily. I pressed the button at this end, releasing the truck lock. Wind then drove it off the conveyor. Successfully transporting the truck into the space was completely feasible. We conducted 2 more tests, sending the truck into and out of the space, and everything worked perfectly. It worked. I felt a surge of excitement. Wind and Snow were also thrilled, jumping up and down in joy just like me. Wind then explained to me, this system comes with an automated system. Actually, it doesn't require manual button pressing. From the control room, you can fully control the process until the truck drives onto the belt, automatically locks in place, and gets sent out of the space. The process works the same in reverse. With this system in place, there was no longer any need for me to constantly move in and out of the space. Still, in my excitement, a quiet concern stirred within me. After all, inside my space weren't only robots. It also contained 4 real people, Zhao Mengfei and the others. I had secretly imprisoned them on the island. What if they climbed onto the truck and fled the space along with the cargo? Since they were free to roam the island, such a possibility couldn't be ruled out. If they ever left the space, my past crimes would become exposed. I didn't mention this concern to anyone else, sharing it only with Wind. Wind thought for a moment, then offered a solution. It sent me a list and asked me to purchase the items as soon as possible. Looking at the list, I realized it was just a few infrared detectors. These were easy to buy. I delivered them into Wind's hands within 20 minutes. It installed the infrared detectors around the conveyor system, connecting them to the operating system of the space. It then informed me that if Zhao Mengfei or the others ever came near this area, an alarm would sound immediately and the automatic transport system would stop. They would be unable to escape. At the same time, Rain would receive the command to arrive at the scene quickly and subdue them. Even if Rain wasn't available, the second in line was Snow, who was equally capable of handling the 4 individuals. On the island, in terms of combat capability, besides Wind, Snow ranked second while Rain was only third. I personally dislike violence. In the event of such an emergency, though, I could only rely on it to stop them. I hoped such a scenario wouldn't happen. With this automatic transport system for entering and exiting the space, it was like building an effective passageway between the alternate dimension and the real world. I had long speculated, if I didn't rub the monkey, could I walk along this conveyor belt and enter the space? After all, the conveyor was over 3 meters wide, so I definitely wouldn't fall off by walking on it. I bravely gave it a try. To my surprise, though, I could only walk about 3 or 4 meters forward along the green belt before vanishing into the air as if I had hit an invisible wall, no way further ahead. This puzzled me greatly. Why could the conveyor belt and the truck on it pass through smoothly, but I couldn't? This wall was invisible. I couldn't feel anything when touching it. It simply wouldn't let me step forward. This made me feel reassured. Even if Zhao Mengfei and the others crossed the infrared detectors and made it onto the conveyor belt, they still wouldn't be able to leave the space. Likewise, even if someone secretly infiltrated my warehouse, they wouldn't be able to enter the space via the conveyor belt. Now I felt completely at ease. I designated this warehouse as a restricted zone, forbidding anyone from entering, except for a few robots who were allowed to drive in and out to transport goods. In this way, I was finally freed from such tasks, while the robots became extremely busy. Ru Bing still remained at the eastern factory area, responsible for loading goods. Ru Shuang drove the cargo van. Besides delivering goods to the logistics company's distribution station, it also had to deliver eggs to the green food wholesale market. Previously, it had delivered goods to the provincial city and neighboring counties, but now those duties had been handed over to the logistics company. Additionally, it occasionally had to haul cat and dog food from the feed mill to the wholesale station. Ru Feng was still in charge of restocking warehouses 1 and 2, ensuring a steady supply of fresh fish and vegetables so that my merchant customers could always get wholesale goods, and that the canning factory had sufficient raw materials. Ru Yu remained on the small island, supervising Zhao Mengfei and the other 4 individuals with specific tasks like cleaning chicken and pig farms, picking vegetables, and sorting fish. Ru Shui was in charge of the central control room. Now, when transporting goods out of the space by truck, I needed a dedicated driver, ideally a robot. Experience had proven that it had to be a robot, because the transmission device would stop operating when I sat inside the truck. This made me, the owner, extremely embarrassed, and further convinced me that even if Zhao Mengfei and others tried to drive trucks, they wouldn't be able to leave the island of this alternate dimension. The moment I left the truck, the automatic transmission system automatically restarted, which was quite strange indeed. However, this phenomenon sparked a bold idea in my mind. If Ru Feng temporarily disabled the infrared detectors, Zhao Mengfei and the others could drive the trucks to load goods onto the automatic conveyor system. Although they themselves couldn't leave the space, as soon as they got out of the truck, the system would activate, and the cargo would be transported out. Since Ru Feng only needed to replenish warehouses 1 and 2 occasionally, and not continuously, it had plenty of time to deliver goods from the space to the appropriate warehouses. If Ru Feng was occupied buying piglets or handling other tasks I assigned, Ru Shui could take over. By arranging things this way, I ensured the important task of transporting goods out of the space could continue uninterrupted. Zhao Mingfei and the others were doing their old jobs again, and surprisingly, they were actually quite happy, no longer having to clean the stinky chicken and pig waste. This caused some dissatisfaction from Ruyu, which had lost 4 laborers and now had to bear all the work alone. Chapter 160, New Additions. Ruyu's complaint caught my attention. Its objection wasn't because I had transferred Zhao Mingfei and the others, but because it was left completely alone, unable to manage all the tasks on the island by itself. With these 4 people here, things could barely be maintained, and without them, it probably wouldn't get a moment's rest, even needing time to recharge itself. That was indeed the truth. It seemed that I needed to increase the workforce on the island. I planned to have Ruffing make 2 more robots. But Ruffing told me, "Master, there's no need for such trouble. All the vehicles on the island are capable of autonomous driving. With Ru Shui issuing a command from the control room, cargo vehicles can automatically drive onto the transportation device. There's no need to assign drivers anymore." I had actually forgotten about this. Considering I had planned to assign a dedicated robot to transport goods from the warehouse, the workload on the island was indeed heavy enough to justify adding more workers. Seeing that I had made up my mind, Ruffing suggested I contact the tech company to purchase those key components we had used before. I contacted Fang Gong, who immediately asked me when he learned I wanted his CPUs and motherboards again whether I was planning to fire all the workers at the fish cannery and replace them with robots. I laughed it off with him, saying it was for another purpose, and if he could support me, he should just send the parts. I was willing to buy them. If not, I'd just have to source them elsewhere. Fang Gong laughed heartily and was quite generous, saying that there were 2 robots that had been assembled by interns and were scrapped, but the CPUs, motherboards, and mechanical arms were still in perfect condition. They just needed some replacement parts. The company had a certain procedure for dealing with such scrap items, which would take 1 or 2 days and required me to pay a small fee. What a great deal. I readily agreed, as 20,000 yuan wasn't much to me. I transferred the money to him, and 2 days later, I received 2 wooden crates from the logistics company. When Ruffin opened the crates, he was delighted. These 2 robots were built much better than those he had made under his primitive, makeshift conditions. After all, the machining tools in the tech company were extremely precise. These robots, once repaired, would be more efficient than Ruyu, Ru Bing, and Ru Xuan. Also, they had larger battery capacities than those earlier models. Their performance would be slightly inferior to Ru Shui's, and their intelligence levels wouldn't match Ru Shui's or even Ruyu's. Even more pleasing to Ruffin was that Fang Gong had attached a list identifying the malfunction points of each robot and specifying what parts needed to be replaced. It was only a few bearings, very easy for me to obtain from the local market. Ruffin quickly disassembled the robots and replaced the parts. Since these 2 were metal-shelled, Ruffin had me buy them some synthetic wigs to improve their appearance. Now standing before me were 2 youthful robots. When we activated them, the robots immediately came to life. One of them is Ru Wu, and the other is Ru Lu. While I was thinking about how to differentiate them, Ryu jumped in first, having already named them and announced that they belonged to the same clan. Ruffin connected these 2 new members into the local network system of the space island. This allowed all the robots to receive commands through the network, and I could also issue orders directly to them individually. After all, I was the true overseer here. If the robots ever slipped out of my control, the consequences would be hard to imagine. I assigned Ru Wu to transport goods from the warehouse, and Ru Lu to help Ryu picking vegetables and sorting fish on the island. Ryu became excited and spun Ru Lu around 3 times. Still dazed, Ru Lu hadn't figured out what was going on when Ru Shuang told it that Ryu was now single. Ru Lu seemed to have no idea what single meant. Isn't everyone here single? No, with me around, you are not single anymore. Ryu sounded as if he had just found a treasure. He started showering Ru Lu with attentiveness, teaching it how to pick cucumbers, how to pick eggplants, and how to sort fresh fish. Meanwhile, Ru Wu just stood there motionless, showing no reaction. Ru Shui couldn't watch it anymore. You 2 came together. Why don't you go help it? Ru Lu was about to help Ru Wu pick vegetables when Ryu stopped it. Your job is driving. Don't leave your post without permission. Ryu's cold words were like a command. Ru Wu immediately stopped picking vegetables and obediently returned to the warehouse to drive. It probably didn't know that Ryu was laughing behind its back. As for Zhao Mingfei and the other 3, they resumed their old work, continuing to clean chicken and pig manure. Now, they had an additional task of managing the orchard on the island, which was something they were more than happy to do. With more free time now, Ruffin occasionally helped Ru Shuang transporting flour and cornmeal. Ru Shuang was indeed very busy, and with Ruffing's assistance, things became much easier for her. Not that she disliked being busy or tired, but she needed time to recharge. This way, I was finally completely free from the workload. The robots could manage the island by themselves much better than under my supervision. Actually, there was something else troubling me now. Green fodder had accumulated in large quantities. The 10,000 cattle at the cattle farm couldn't consume it all, nor could the several thousand sheep at the sheep breeder's farm. Ru Shui even regularly sprinkled some green fodder into the water for the fish, but still couldn't finish the surplus. With green fodder stockpiled on the island, it would inevitably rot and go to waste over time. At that moment, I was busy managing the Xianxia mineral water plant, so I assigned Han Xiaobai to expand our business, seeking new clients in the surrounding areas to sell off the excess green fodder. Thanks to a series of reforms, both Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng had much lighter workloads. In the morning, they would briefly check in at the flour mill and feed plant to prove their attendance, then pay a quick visit to the cattle and sheep farms before being mostly free for the rest of the morning. They no longer had to be stationed all day at the flour and feed plants to supervise unloading. Whether it was Han Xiaobai's idea or Li Dafeng's, they had managed to build good relationships with the receiving clerks at the factories. All they needed to do was take photos of the weighing slips for the day's grain deliveries from both parties before the end of work and send them via WeChat with a total number. Then they would verify and calculate the figures themselves. Once everything was confirmed accurate, their task of quantity verification was complete. They would then compile these numbers into a simple table and send it to the accountant, Wu Feng, who would calculate and pay the drivers accordingly. Originally, I had agreed with the flour mill and feed plant to settle accounts daily, and by the end of the day, the payment for the day's grain would be wired to the designated account. However, since large amounts of grain were delivered every day, settling accounts daily was inconvenient. Later we reached a new agreement to transfer payment once the total reached 5 million yuan, which simplified the process significantly. This also meant Han Xiaobai no longer had to follow up on payments daily, only needed to collect the remaining balance at month's end. For the wheat flour I took from the flour mill, and the pig feed, cat food, and dog food I took from the feed plant, the same payment model was used. Income and expenditure were tracked separately, each with its own account. When it was time to make payments, I instructed Wu Feng to transfer the money on schedule. The monthly settlement method was also now adopted for the cattle farm, the sheep breeder, and the paper mill. Because of this, Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng now had plenty of free time. Sometimes they would meet in a secluded place to enjoy their leisure moments together. I heard about this from Han Xiaobai himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it at all. Chapter 161, Raising a Flock of Sheep. I wasn't intentionally trying to separate the two of them. Work needed to be done, and Han Xiaobai had done it very well. The more relaxed my employees were, the happier I felt, especially someone like Han Xiaobai with whom I had developed a good working friendship. Now that there was a task to be handled, he was naturally the most suitable candidate. Plus, he himself wanted to get out and stay busy rather than idle. Han Xiaobai indeed lived up to my expectations. He traveled continuously for 3 days and found 5 units in need of green fodder. One was a horse ranch, one was a large sheep farm, another specialized in raising donkeys, and there were 2 cattle farms. These 2 cattle farms were more than 100 kilometers away from Huangta County, quite far, and the profit margin would be relatively smaller. Still, it was better than letting the green fodder go to waste. After finalizing the deals, Han Xiaobai signed long-term supply contracts. He handed the contract to me and asked, "Since you have so much green fodder, why not start your own breeding farm?" It was a fair point. At the moment, beef and mutton prices on the market remained high, which indicated a great business opportunity. I started to seriously consider it. To follow up on this, I specifically visited the previous cattle farm to buy some calves. Unfortunately, the owner's words made me give up on the idea of raising cattle. Raising cattle is a lot of trouble. It's not just throwing feed and forgetting about them. Don't let the big size fool you. You have to treat them like babies. Cleaning up their manure, monitoring their health. If they get sick, one cow is ruined. They won't gain weight and might even die. And the loss of one cow may not be recoverable even if you raise 10 more. I didn't have that much time to spare for raising cattle. Even though I had many robots in my space, along with Xiao Mengfei and others, they weren't experienced cattle breeders and wouldn't be able to handle problems specific to cattle. Thus, I abandoned the idea of raising cattle. Next, I approached a sheep breeder, an elderly man who was actually very enthusiastic. He already had too many sheep to care for properly, and the lambs in particular were proving difficult to manage. He was worried about how to deal with them when I showed interest in raising sheep. He happily sold me some at the most favorable price possible. As I was just starting out with sheep raising and not yet fully familiar with their conditions, I first brought over 100 boar goats into my space. I made it clear to the old man that if things went well, I would continue buying from him. With a flock of sheep added to my space, the happiest was Ruxua. She loved these little animals and would spend time playing with them whenever she could. On the other hand, Ryu wasn't happy at all because I had given him more work. His happiness or dissatisfaction was irrelevant. The job had to be done, but his concern wasn't about the workload itself. It was about the sheep not being as obedient as he'd hoped. They were running all over the island, sometimes even invading the farmland and nibbling on corn and wheat. This situation demanded my attention. For that reason, I purchased several trucks worth of green bricks and cement, and under Ryu's supervision, built a 200-acre pen especially for raising the goats. Fed on green fodder and drinking the unique water from my space, these sheep grew exceptionally well. Remembering how the pigs had been handled, I decided to gradually transport the goats out in batches when the time came. I arranged to pick up another 100 from the old man every 3 to 5 days until all the lambs were gone. In the end, there were 1,500 sheep in my space. That wasn't the end. I told the old man that I would continue to take any unwanted lambs he had, which naturally pleased him. The growth of the goats was remarkable. They grew 10 times faster in my space than they would in the real world. I needed to plan ahead for their eventual market distribution, so I contacted the manager of the meat processing plant. "You really know how to keep me busy. So many pigs were one thing, but now you also have goats. You're giving me so much I might have to ask my workers to work overtime." He said it like a complaint, but in reality, he was quite pleased because boar goat meat was highly favored by customers. I made him the same offer I had before. If he couldn't sell all the goat meat within Huangta County, I would process and sell the meat in areas outside the county. Perhaps the manager trusted my abilities, and this matter was quickly resolved. He said he'd be fine as long as I could supply enough goats. With a guaranteed sales channel, I no longer needed to worry about the number of sheep I raised. I only had to wait for them to grow up gradually in my space. Sheep grow slower than pigs, but in my space, they could still reach 70 to 80 gene in just a month. When I started sending them to the meat plant in batches, the manager was shocked. He said the sheep I sent were fatter and healthier than others. Since then, along with supplying pigs to the meat processing plant, I started delivering goats as well. Once the goat meat hit the market, it sold out immediately. Later, as my shipments grew, the market in Huangtu County became saturated. I began delivering to various franchise stores. The sales situation mirrored that of the pork, constantly in high demand. The animals in my space grew fast, but the plants grew even faster. The fruit tree seedlings were already taller than a person. The fruit trees I had planted earlier remained very lush. Luckily, Zhao Mingfei and a few others occasionally pruned them, allowing the fruits to receive enough sunlight and grow better. At first, the piles of pruned branches didn't seem like much, but gradually they accumulated more and more. If I didn't figure out a way to dispose of them, they would eventually become garbage. For this reason, I contacted a paper mill. When the factory manager heard these were fruit tree branches, he eagerly agreed to purchase them, saying that would pulp made better quality paper. Since he wanted them, I found a way to deliver. To improve transportation, I specially bought a baling machine, bundling the branches together so they wouldn't shift or scatter during transit, making drivers feel safer. It also allowed them to carry more load compared to loose branches, thus earning more freight fees. My initial purpose of buying the baler was merely to compress the branches. When the paper mill manager saw how I packaged the materials, he immediately called back, requesting that the wheat straw also be bundled this way. Meeting customer demands has always been my principle. Indeed, after the wheat straw was bundled, drivers became more willing to transport it. They could carry a third more than before, naturally earning more in freight fees. This baler also required manual operation, which naturally fell onto Ryu, Rilu, Zhao Mingfei, and others. As workload increased, the two robots didn't complain. Previously, Ryu might have grumbled a bit, but perhaps now that Rilu accompanied him, he no longer voiced any objection. The ones who actually had complaints were Zhao Mingfei and the others. After all, manual loading was physically demanding work. For this reason, Ruffling designed an automated system. I had to purchase yet another new machine, one that could automatically load wheat straw or fruit tree branches. Now Zhao Mingfei only needed to drive a forklift to carry the bales away or directly load them onto trucks. I discovered that on the island, as long as production followed automated design principles, productivity could be significantly increased while at the same time reducing the labor intensity for the island's residents. Currently, only harvesting vegetables still required manual labor, even for the robots. About this issue, I specifically consulted Ruffling. Roofing's response was genuinely helpless. Because of the vegetables' particularity, they couldn't be automatically harvested like products on an assembly line. For now, everyone still had to do it manually. He said he would think about it and propose a solution when one was available. Chapter 162, A Special Debt. After the initial promotion and tasting of the new mineral water at the Xuanhuan mineral water plant, customers had already fully accepted Xiuxian mineral water. As soon as the new packaging hit the market, it immediately triggered the first sales surge within Huangtu County. The finished products produced every day, just like the fishkin food in the past, hardly ever remained in stock. They were all taken away by large malls, supermarkets, and even small vendors. However, I knew that relying solely on sales within Huangtu County, the sales volume would ultimately be limited. Besides, the price wasn't actually that high, meaning profit margins were slim. My ambitions were not confined to this either. I specifically called in the head of the sales department to execute the marketing plan according to my previously established strategy. There were 10 sales representatives currently in the sales department, and I felt these 10 people alone were not enough. So I also assigned tasks to several sales representatives from the canned food factory to help promote the mineral water. They would receive certain rewards according to the number of orders they obtained. As soon as this policy was announced, it produced immediate results. They already had customer information from the fishkin sales, and often, without even leaving the office, they could receive orders. Yet, I was still not satisfied. I required them to actively go out, focusing on major cities and different provinces, although smaller county markets shouldn't be ignored either. For the sales of Xianxia mineral water, I implemented a pricing strategy based on regional differences. The retail price in smaller counties was 2 yuan, 3 yuan in medium-sized cities, 5 yuan in provincial capitals, and over 10 yuan in major metropolitan areas. Wholesale prices would rise accordingly. To prevent intra-regional competition, I introduced a regional agency policy, allowing only one agent per designated area. It was explicitly stated that if any agency was found selling outside their assigned area to profit from the wholesale price difference, their agency rights would be immediately revoked and legal action would be pursued. Seeing how seriously I took this issue, the sales representatives became more solemn and cautious, no longer blindly signing orders. They had to ensure that each order was unique to a specific region. This pricing strategy not only baffled the salespeople but also puzzled Tanchong, xiuxian, and Bailuoxua. They were worried my policy would be hard to implement. Because of this, xiuxian and I even had a heated debate. In truth, I didn't feel the need to explain myself further because I believed in the popularity of this mineral water. It would definitely sell, and being a little more expensive wasn't a problem. I told her the facts would speak for themselves. I even made a bet with her, promising to reward her with 100,000 yuan if this strategy failed, and asking her to cook me a meal if it succeeded. This was merely a joke, yet xiuxian took it seriously. Not long after the Tianquan mineral water plant started operations, creditors began knocking on our doors. This was something I had expected. When I acquired the factory, I also assumed Feng Qingyu's debts. The first creditor to show up was the polyethylene supplier, who was owed the most money. Polyethylene, the main raw material used in plastic bottles, constituted a large part of the cost of bottled water. Owing money for large purchases of raw materials was quite common. Fang Xingyu owed over 2 million yuan to this supplier. After checking the contracts and verifying the delivery notes, we couldn't find any fault on their part. Thus, without hesitation, I reconciled the accounts and transferred the payment to them. Seeing how promptly and decisively I handled the matter, the supplier expressed willingness to continue our cooperation. Since polyethylene is essential for producing plastic bottles, and the former sales staff had said this supplier offered the most affordable rates, we chose to continue working with them and signed a new supply contract. Other debts mostly involved auxiliary materials and equipment parts. I discovered that Fang Xingyu had outstanding balances with all sorts of suppliers, all leaving behind unpaid bills. I even specifically asked Tanchong about this. Tanchong shook his head with a sigh, explaining that the mineral water wasn't profitable enough to maintain cash flow. Without fresh capital injections, the plant couldn't avoid debt, which kept piling up. Add in the water quality issues, which eventually forced the factory to shut down, never to resume operations. I had both the supply and finance departments review the debts. Eventually, I cleared most of them, and discovered that the total debt wasn't 8 million, only 5 million. There was still a gap of 3 million. What was going on? Had Fang Xingyu simply made a mistake? After reviewing the accounts again, the finance department confirmed no major old debts beyond that had been missed. This puzzled me. Fang Xingyu was very sharp and would definitely not have made such a mistake. Tan Chong, who had been the de facto manager of the factory, had no idea either. He only knew about the large polyethylene debt, but had never heard of anyone being owed millions by the other suppliers. This was very strange. Fang Xingyu, being so astute, could not have made such an error. Even Tan Chong, who was in charge of the factory, had no knowledge of this. I thought about it again and again, but could not make sense of it. Bai Luoxue and Chu Xiangyi both tried to analyze the issue with me. Perhaps Fang Xingyu really had made a mistake, misremembering 5 million as 8 million, or there could be debts unknown to outsiders, ones not reflected in the financial records. That was absolutely impossible. Unless, like me, there were some things he handled privately, secrets unknown to others. It was certain that the debts of the mineral water plant were not exclusively known to Fang Xingyu. The finance department should have known about them too. I felt like I had run into a dead end and couldn't figure it out for a while. I thought of the former finance director. She should have known, but she had already resigned, taking that secret with her. It turned out my guess was correct. The new finance director received a long-distance phone call from a coastal city in the south. The caller was demanding 3.6 million yuan in unpaid debt. When the finance director reported this to me, I finally understood where the missing gap was. The caller even sent over a court judgment. It turned out this was a lawsuit, and xiuxian mineral water plant had lost the case due to the poor quality of its mineral water, which had caused huge losses to the other party. Out of the 3.6 million yuan owed, only 1.2 million was for goods received, while the rest was compensation for reputational damage. Adding this 3.6 million debt, the total external debt of xiuxian mineral water plant now amounted to 8.7 million yuan. I had purchased the entire factory for 8 million yuan. If I were to pay off all the debts fully, not only would I not make any profit, but I'd also end up losing 700,000 yuan. While I wasn't short of money now, those 700,000 yuan still felt like a significant amount to me, and it was hard not to feel like I was being cheated out of it. I couldn't possibly avoid this issue. After understanding the creditor's situation, I dispatched Chu Xiangyi to negotiate. Ideally, through discussion, we could lower the amount slightly. If I could reduce the sum by even a little, I wouldn't end up the loser. When I initially agreed to take over the debts from Fang Xingyu, I was still thinking I could save some money the way we did with the canned food factory. I never imagined I would run into such a confusing lawsuit. Without delay, Chu Xiangyi left the same day by plane to Pyongyang, and I followed her there shortly after. I didn't take a plane. I drove my BMW. Now, there was no need for me to personally manage the affairs within the space. The specially designed conveyor belt could efficiently transport goods out of the space, a task easily handled by Roof Phone and others. That was why I could be away from Huangta County for a few days. There was another reason why I decided to go personally. I wanted to meet an old classmate of mine. The lawsuit was now clear. The creditor turned out to be none other than my junior high school classmate, Xiaohui. He owned a large department store in Xiangyang, though I knew nothing about how he managed to establish the store. On Fang Xingyu's instruction, a sales representative had shipped him 1.2 million yuan worth of mineral water. From what I knew, Fang Xingyu and Xiaohui used to get along quite well. Back when we were in school, they played together often, roamed the streets together, even got into fights, and were punished by our teachers standing in the back together, both of them usually near the bottom of the class ranking, calling each other brothers. At Shen Yoxing's wedding, it was also apparent that the two were close friends. However, under the current circumstances, it seemed that their friendship might only be superficial. When money was involved, brotherhood no longer mattered. Money makes strangers of everyone. Chapter 163. A chance encounter with an old classmate. Perhaps Fang Xingyu once considered Xiao Hui a close friend, and with that existing relationship being part of his network, he arranged for Xiao Hui to sell his mineral water, thinking it could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Initially, Xiao Hui must have thought the same way, paying the full amount up front. But things ended up like this. Driving steadily southward, the weather gradually warmed. After traveling 2,000 kilometers, I suddenly felt a sense of regret. Bai Lu Shui hadn't come with me. If I had brought her along on this southern trip, experiencing this warm climate would have been far more pleasant than enduring the ever-increasing cold in the north. Actually, after dispatching Chu Xiangyi, I had invited Bai Lu Shui to accompany me. but she declined, saying that she was too busy handling matters related to the franchise store. When I called her, she was already on her way to the provincial capital. I didn't think much of it at the time, believing that there would be plenty of chances in the future. Thus, I set off on the highway by myself. Now, thinking back, I wondered if I had done something wrong and unintentionally upset her. Maybe I was overthinking. How could she possibly be angry at me without reason? I sincerely hoped that wasn't the case. 3 days later, I arrived in xiuxian. The city was a typical tropical paradise. When I arrived, I was still wearing my down jacket while everyone around me, men and women, was in shorts and short skirts, looking cool and comfortable. I changed into summer clothes midway to adapt to the tropical climate. I always carry summer clothing with me. I even have some stored in my space, where it's hotter than xiuxian is right now. Xiuxian is an emerging city developing at an amazing speed. Within just a few decades, it has become a megacity recognized nationally. Xiaohui found his opportunity here. Of course, he must have relied on his family's accumulated wealth. I simply couldn't believe that, with his IQ alone, he could have built a large shopping mall. Amid my random thoughts about Xiaohui, I arrived at the Binzhou building. A 33-story high-rise stood in the heart of the bustling district, and its ground floor housed the Binzhou department store. Entering the store, I neither looked around at the dazzling array of products nor paid attention to the customers passing by. I simply asked a sales associate and headed directly for the manager's office. In the large office, Xiuxian was already in conversation with Xiaohui across the desk. I hope Mr. Xiao could reconsider our proposal. It should be more cost-effective for you than simply compensating your losses directly. Miss Chu, I no longer have any confidence in the quality of your mineral water plants products. Your idea of settling with goods won't work here. If you want to resolve this quickly, just transfer the money as I requested. That would be the simplest and quickest way. It seemed Xiaohui had no intention of accepting Chu Xiangyi's proposal. My arrival attracted his attention. Oh, isn't this Chen Lingyu? What brings you to Xiuxian? Looking for a job or just touring around? How come you ended up in my mall? You should have given me a heads up if you were coming south. At the very least, as an old classmate, I would have hosted you properly. Xiaohui raised his hand slightly from behind his desk, as if greeting me. His words sounded courteous, but he didn't bother to get up, clearly just being politely insincere. From his tone, I could tell that he wasn't aware I was actually the real owner behind Tianquan mineral water plant. Chu Xiangyi turned around, looked at me, gave a slight nod, and I nodded back in return, discreetly signaling her. She didn't actually speak to me. Suddenly, an idea came to me. I walked over to the desk. Xiaohui made no offer for me to sit, so I simply stood beside him and said, just as my old classmate said, I indeed came south looking for work, but since I haven't found anything yet, I just came out for a stroll. When I saw the Binzhou superstore, I asked around and found out the owner was named Xiaohui. I was just wondering if it might be you, so I came to the manager's office, and indeed, it's our dear old classmate. What a rare honor it is to meet a fellow townsman from such a great distance. Ha ha ha. Xiaohui laughed, nodding toward Chu Xiangyi. Speaking of fellow townspeople, I'm not the only one here. Miss Chu is also from Huangta County. Only then did I feign surprise as I greeted Chu Xiangyi. Miss Chu, you're also from Huangta County? What a pleasure to meet you. My, the world sure is small. No matter where you go, you run into people from home. And in this case, 2 of them. Miss Chu, are you here on a business trip or for tourism? Chu Xiangyi seemed to have caught the implication behind my words and naturally played along. Mr. Chen, right? I'm a bit of both, business and leisure. Once I finish my official work, I plan to take a little tour nearby. After all, it would be a shame not to, right? There was a glimmer of pleasant surprise in her eyes, as if she understood my hint. Her tone was both a statement and subtly inquisitive. Oh, I see. Miss Chu, have you finished your work already? If you have, would you allow me, Mr. Chen, to serve as your humble companion for a little walk by the seaside? Chu Xiangyi giggled. Mr. Chen seems really excited already. But Mr. Qiao here is a hard bone to chew, and my job is proving a bit difficult. Until I finish successfully, my wish to take a little relaxation might not come true, and I'd hate to disappoint Mr. Chen. I truly admire Chu Xiangyi's negotiation skills. Over these past 3 days, she had been going back and forth with Xiaohui without achieving any results. Xiaohui insisted that he must be compensated the full amount in cash. Without that, he would not agree to anything. Chu Xiangyi had met her match. Now that I was here, I naturally intended to get this matter settled. Thus, the 2 of us continued performing our act. Miss Chu, may I ask exactly what difficulties you've encountered? Could you share with me? Mr. Qiao isn't an outsider. He's my classmate, and we're both from the same hometown. I believe he'll give me this courtesy. I flattered Xiaohui a bit first, just to ensure he wouldn't directly refuse me. If Mr. Chen is willing to help, once everything is settled, I promise to accompany Mr. Chen for a day trip around Xiuxian, said Chu Xiangyi. Right in front of Xiaohui, Chu Xiangyi openly agreed to travel with me. I pretended to look unsatisfied, pressing further to take advantage of the opportunity. Xiuxian is so beautiful, and it's such a large place. How could we possibly see it all in just 1 day? At least 2 days would be needed, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Xiaohui leaned back in his chair, laughing. Oh, Chen Lingyu, it seems you're completely captivated by this beauty. Miss Chu is so pretty, and as soon as you saw her, you couldn't stop chatting with her, completely ignoring me, your old classmate. Don't you think you're showing favoritism to beauty over friendship a bit too openly? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Hearing Xiaohui speak this way, I realized my performance had convinced him. His mind was now set on believing that my focus was on Chu Xiangyi, and that meeting her here was purely coincidental. That was exactly what I wanted, making it easier for me to continue playing my role. Hee hee. Amina, Xiaohui, how could I possibly compare with you? You run a big mall with excellent resources. What kind of beautiful woman could you not find? But me, poor and struggling, can only work as a laborer at a construction site, enduring hardship and exhaustion. Meeting a beautiful fellow townsman this far from home is such a rare opportunity. Since Miss Chu has already agreed, I hope you, as my old classmate, will grant me this favor and do a good deed. Please agree to Miss Chu's request quickly, so that I can spend 2 days touring Xiuxian with her. As for whether we two have a connection, that's for the future to decide. I only hope you won't spoil this chance for us to be together. I flattered Xiaohui while belittling myself, elevating his status and lowering my own, urging him to be lenient and help us instead of playing the villain. Perhaps Xiaohui didn't want to seem cold-hearted in front of xiuxian, so he agreed, saying he would be willing to negotiate further. Since you've put it that way, why don't you serve as the mediator between us two parties? Once you reach a deal that satisfies both sides, I'll treat you both to dinner tonight. Xiaohui had relented. Delighted, I quickly responded. First, I need to understand what exactly caused the unpleasantness between the two of you. Mr. Xiao, would you mind finding us a quiet room where I can talk privately with Miss Chu to hear her side of the story, and then we can talk further? I needed a separate room because there were things I couldn't say directly in front of Xiaohui. Of course, come with me. Xiaohui rose and led us out of his office. Next door was a meeting room. You two can talk here. I'll wait in my office. Let me know when you've finished discussing. Xiaohui closed the door and exited. Chapter 164, Mind Read Like a Book. I sat down on the sofa with xiuxian. Mr. Chun, this guy is really stubborn. He absolutely refuses to accept the smaller compensation amount. He seems to have some deep hatred against Fang Qingyu, insisting that no matter what name the Dichuan mineral water plant takes, the previous debt responsibility remains unchanged, and not a penny can be reduced. Xiuxian then explained in full detail everything that had happened in the negotiations over the past 3 days. It seemed the path of asking Xiaohui for money wouldn't work. Xiuxian noticed that the Binzhou Mall was indeed thriving, bustling with people, constant streams of customers, and impressive daily sales. She saw the business opportunity. Perhaps this was exactly why Fang Qingyu dared to ship Xiaohui 1.2 million bottles of mineral water at once. He must have foreseen the mall's success. Xiuxian came up with a new plan to settle the debt with goods. Let Xiaohui become a distributor for Tianshou brand mineral water, sell it to him wholesale, and use the 3.6 million yuan compensation he demands as payment for the goods until the total value is reached. That way, he wouldn't suffer any loss, while the Tianquan mineral water plant could expand its operations. It was a win-win situation. But Xiaohui had completely lost faith in the quality of the plant's water, so he hadn't agreed yet. I was very much in favor of the solution Xiuxian proposed. If the deal actually went through, it wouldn't just mean saving 700,000 yuan. It could bring us a huge profit from Xiaohui alone. If this works out, you'll be a hero. I'll definitely reward you. Hearing me mention the word reward again, Xiuxian smirked slightly. Come on, Mr. Chin's rewards aren't easy to get. Last time regarding the issue of product pricing, I said it wouldn't be easy to implement, and you said if it was difficult to promote, you'd reward me 100,000 yuan. I lost, so I just cooked you a meal for free. Last time when she lost the bet, she honored it without complaint and really did make me noodles. And truthfully, her cooking was quite good. Maybe it had something to do with a special kind of flour. Let's not even talk about how chewy the noodles were. The main thing was how thin she rolled the dough and how finely she cut it. If I hadn't seen her make it myself in the kitchen, I'd have assumed they were store-bought fine hanging noodles. I couldn't believe she'd made them. In this aspect, her noodle-making skills surpassed even by Luoxue's. And since I got a free meal, I didn't hesitate to give her some compliments, which amused her and caused her to laugh joyfully. The laughter echoed and traveled far, fully reaching the ears of Bai Luoxue when she came home from work. As soon as she arrived upstairs, she asked me why we were so happy. We're eating noodles today. This answer was simply weak. Bai Luoxue definitely didn't believe that our happiness stemmed merely from having noodles to eat. It was because Chu Xiangyi made them. It all became clear. Bai Luoxue knew about the bet I had with Chu Xiangyi at the time. She hadn't taken a position on it. Even if Chu Xiangyi ended up cooking her a meal, she wouldn't have minded. But now, seeing us laughing and chatting freely, almost shamelessly happy, her pretty face immediately turned gloomy. We eat noodles all the time. Why have I never seen you this happy before? Oh, here came the jealousy. I hurried to explain. When have I not been this happy? I've had nothing but happiness besides any unhappiness. Come on, come sit, let's eat together. There's no need for Madame Bai to work hard today. Someone specially become our chef. Can't we just enjoy it? I cajoled and persuaded her until Bai Luoxue finally calmed down. Chu Xiangyi didn't seem the least bit awkward. She remained talkative and cheerful. From the start of making dinner to washing the dishes, she acted perfectly natural and graceful, showing no sign of embarrassment. This made me think even more highly of this woman. In comparison, Bai Luoxue seemed a bit narrow-minded. I ate noodles handmade by someone else, and Chu Xiangyi missed out on the 100,000 yuan bonus as a result. This time would be different. If the deal really goes through, I wouldn't just be gaining 100 or 2,000 yuan. There could be millions involved. If Xiaohui continues our cooperation, profits in the tens of millions might be possible. So I really intend to reward Chu Xiangyi. In fact, it's not just for this one thing. Her past contributions have also been significant. Last time was a bet between us, with opposing goals. This time we share the same goal, and once we solve it, rewarding you is appropriate. Then I'll thank Mr. Chun in advance for encouraging me. However, this matter really isn't easy to deal with. The key problem now is that Xiaohui doesn't trust the products from Tianquan mineral water plant, doesn't believe they would sell well, and has no intention to distribute our products at all. This is the major obstacle to overcome. Even though I had clearly stated my intention to reward her, Xiuxian didn't seem particularly happy. You can rest here for a while. I'm going to meet him. Leaving Xiuxian behind, I left the meeting room, not going directly into Xiaohui's office, but instead returning to the parking lot, where I took 2 bottles of mineral water from the BMW. These were ones I kept in the trunk for personal use, but now they would come in quite handy. Old classmate, look, I come to your place and you don't even offer me a sip of water. I can only drink the mineral water I brought myself. As soon as I entered Xiaohui's office, I sat on the chair opposite his desk, placing 1 bottle of mineral water on his desk. While I spoke, I twisted open the cap of another bottle and pretended to be extremely thirsty, drinking half of it in one go. Huh, that's refreshing. I acted as though I were really quenching my thirst. Awesome. This water truly tastes great. It's like drinking nectar. It not only quenches thirst, but also cools you down. Don't mind that it's room temperature. If you drink half a bottle in one go, you'll feel a chill run through your whole body from head to toe. While speaking, I pretended to glance, almost by accident, at the brand label on the bottle. Oh, it's actually Xianxia brand. Xianxia is a famous brand. It's well known in Huangtu County. No wonder it's different. The water from Xuanhuan mineral water plant is hundreds of times better than that from Xiuxian. They are completely different, like sky and mud. So the advertisements weren't exaggerating. Yes, it's different, really different. I kept staring at the bottle with both eyes wide open, ignoring Xiaohui's reaction entirely, continuously bragging on and on. Finally, Xiaohui stopped typing, looked up, and said, "Stop acting already. You think I don't know? You were just thirsty to begin with. Don't tell me my supermarket doesn't have any water to drink. Over there, there's tea, mineral water, and chilled drinks in the fridge. Whether you want to cool off or quench your thirst, can't you just help yourself? I didn't have time to personally serve you because when you arrived, I was discussing important business with that beautiful lady. Now you're performing with 2 bottles of mineral water. You think I can't tell? The Xuanhuan mineral water plant is none other than the former Dichuan one. Fangqing, you quit, that's all. The location hasn't changed, the water source hasn't changed either. It's the same soup with a new pot. Drinking nectar, if there's no more of that muddy taste, it's already decent enough. You must have a crush on that lady, right? Let me tell you straight. I know you're not shy because she's pretty and you want to get close to her, even volunteering to solve her problems. Let's not even talk about whether you can solve them or not. How could someone like you, just a construction worker, ever get noticed by her? Don't be a frog dreaming of swan meat. Go take a look at yourself in the mirror and ask who you really are. What makes you think you deserve her? And don't get me started. Earlier that girl agreed to spend a day playing with you once you succeeded. She's using you. You were charmed by her beauty while she saw an opportunity because you and I are classmates. Use your brain a bit. You two aren't even familiar with each other, and yet she trusted you right from the start? Don't fall for the honey trap. Even if you do help and succeed, even if I had agreed to it, she wouldn't actually go out and play with you, let alone fall for you. Wake up and stop dreaming. If you don't want to work construction anymore, you can just work for me here at the mall. I can make you a dedicated manager, which will earn you a lot more than being a laborer. Xiaohui's long scolding sounded as if he truly saw through Xiuxian and also saw right through me. In his eyes, I was merely infatuated with Xiuxian's beauty and trying to flatter and please her here on the spot just for the chance to spend a day or two with her, acting as her tool. Chapter 165, Evil Finds Its Match. Unbeknownst to him, his guess wasn't far off, and I gladly seized the opportunity to go along with it. Since he already knew the water I was drinking was from the Xuanhuan mineral water plant, I simply went along with what he said. It's truly gracious of my old classmate to offer me, just a humble employee, a place to work, and I'm deeply grateful. But that's not the most important thing right now. I'll think about it later. Right now, my top priority is winning the favor of that beautiful Miss Chu. Do you know, brother, that I'm still single? I've finally come across such a beautiful woman, and surely you won't object if I strike up a conversation with her, will you? As the saying goes, a fence needs 3 stakes, a hero needs 3 helpers. Right now, I need your valuable help. Whether or not she agrees to go out with me depends on my skills, but the prerequisite is that you must strike the deal with her first. I couldn't let Xiaohui distract me. No matter how many circles he tried to drag me in, I had to bring him back to the main issue. Huh? Xiaohui leaned back in his chair, as was his habit, laughing. It looks like you're completely enchanted. To be honest, I wouldn't dare make a bet about this with you. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Even if I approved of her proposal, she'd never really go out with you. Forget about it. In front of me, she might say she would, maybe even spend a little time with you, but then she'd make up some excuse about having other business and leave you hanging. Don't blame me for not warning you. Even now, he still didn't believe that Xiuxian would actually accompany me. But that wasn't the point at all, and he kept avoiding the main topic. I finally understand now. You're using her not wanting to go out with me as an excuse to reject her proposal. What a clever way to say no. No wonder you're the head of a big business. Your business sense is truly extraordinary. My heartfelt admiration. As an old classmate, I feel genuinely ashamed. Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter again, propping both legs up on the desk, his feet swinging nonstop. Clearly, he didn't take me seriously at all. You've never sat in my seat before, so you wouldn't understand. Once you've been immersed in the business world for long enough, you'll naturally learn that everything is driven by interest, and you'll develop the ability to see through things at a glance. Let the winds blow from north, south, east, or west. I remain firm as a mountain. What can you do to me? Don't let beauty cloud your judgment. Compared to long-term benefits, those little favors and small gains aren't worth mentioning at all. The Xiaohui in front of me was clearly not the same junior high school classmate I once knew. He had learned a lot over the years, and the world of business truly shapes people. I had no choice but to pull out my final trump card to strike back and curb his arrogance. I feigned helplessness deliberately. As for your business interests, I don't understand them and frankly don't want to understand. Let me be honest. I fell for this woman at first sight. All I want is to hold her hand gently, have a little romance, share some love. What if she fancies me too? That would be like having Lin Dayu drop from the sky. My days as a lonely bachelor would be over. So, old classmate, I really need your help and your approval. I've already looked into it, and the proposal she made is actually great. Has Manager Xiao given it some serious thought? After so many twists and turns, I had to circle back to my main point. I had come all the way to the south. How could I let myself down by failing to accomplish this one task? He pulled his legs down, sat upright on the chair again, and with a stern expression said, "You really won't give up unless you reach the Yellow River, and won't turn back unless you hit the wall. I told you you're obsessed with beauty, and you're just getting deeper into it. Since you insist, I'll tell you the truth. I've been thinking about her proposal for 2 days. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed good. It could not only recover my debts, but also make me a decent profit. But I've completely lost confidence in the water from xiuxian mineral water plant. No matter how good it is, I'm not selling it anymore. It nearly ruined my brand and destroyed my business. I purchased goods worth 1.2 million yuan from them, but sold less than 100,000 worth. I've already lost over 1 million. Fang Xingyu deliberately cheated an old client, openly ripped me off. I asked for compensation, but he ignored me. Since he refused to pay, I sued him. I won the lawsuit, so he should now legally compensate me according to the court ruling. All that past camaraderie between classmates, the brotherhood we once shared, it's gone. Now, everything is about profit and the law. If he doesn't pay up, I'll apply for enforced collection. Even if the xiuxian mineral water plant changed its name to xianxuan mineral water plant, it still has to take responsibility. I refuse to believe that a factory isn't worth more than 3 million yuan. So far, Xiaohui still didn't know that Fang Xingyu had absolutely nothing to do with the xianxuan mineral water plant. He thought they had simply changed their name to avoid their debts to him. I needed to clarify that. I also straightened my expression and replied seriously. It seems Manager Xiao has made up his mind. In that case, I won't bother any further. But just now, that beautiful Miss Chu said clearly, the xianxuan mineral water plant is the xianxuan mineral water plant, with absolutely no connection whatsoever to xiuxian mineral water plant. The reason she's willing to take responsibility for the compensation from the Binzhou department store lawsuit is to maintain the possibility of future business cooperation, not wanting to sour the relationship. With the principle of mutual benefit and win-win in mind, we could find a flexible solution, one that ensures the Binzhou department store receives its rightful compensation, helps xianxuan mineral water plant ease its financial burden, and also opens an opportunity for the mineral water business here. This benefits both sides. So why wouldn't President Xiao go for it? But since you've made up your mind not to cooperate with xianxuan mineral water plant, then let me say, they won't take on this compensation matter either. You can go directly to Fang Xingyu at xiuxian mineral water plant. Xiaohui chuckled. This Miss Chu has been here 3 days and never acted so tough before. If she really said that, I wouldn't bother xianxuan mineral water plant anymore. I'd go straight to Fang Xingyu himself and see what kind of response he gives me. As he spoke, he pulled out his mobile phone and dialed Fang Xingyu's number right in front of me. My keen hearing caught the voice prompt from the other end indicating the phone was turned off. Damn it. He actually turned his phone off. Looks like he doesn't want to talk to me at all. But he can't run from me. Xiaohui looked frustrated, flipping rapidly through his contacts, seemingly searching for another way to get in touch. He made another call. You have reached a number that is no longer in service. Did this guy just vanish? He dialed again, only to be met immediately with a busy signal. This guy's onto me. Either he's not answering, it's a disconnected number, or it's turned off. Only the factory number works. He sent someone here already. And this girl came right out declaring she's from xianxuan mineral water plant, not xiuxian. If I agree to her plan, xianxuan will pay xiuxian's debt. If not, then we split and call it quits. Looks like now, we really are at an end. The previous arrogance was gone. Xiaohui appeared somewhat flustered, touching this and that, pulling out a cigarette from the drawer and putting it between his lips. Not until after lighting it did he realize I was there, tossing the pack over to me. I didn't take a cigarette. Instead, I took another sip of mineral water and casually opened the cap on another bottle from the table, sliding it toward Xiaohui. Relax, no need to rush. Rushing won't solve anything. Don't chain smoke. Smoking irritates your throat. On a hot day like today, drink some water to moisten your voice and cool yourself down. Chapter 166 finally signed the deal. Xiaohui's mind was perhaps still on Fang Xingyu. Without even looking at the mineral water bottle, he took it and drank from it, just like I had done earlier, chugging down half the bottle in one go. He looked genuinely surprised. This water, why does it taste so good? It's cool and sweet, just like an iced drink straight out of the fridge, so refreshing. Is this produced by Diquan Mineral Water Factory? Seeing that he had accepted this bottle of water, I jumped in and said, nope, look clearly, it says Tianquan Mineral Water Factory right here. Oh, so that woman really wasn't lying to me. She said their water was special, that it wouldn't ruin my brand or damage the reputation of my store, but instead, it would actually bring me benefits. She even said that if I sold their product, eventually I'd be begging them for more supplies. I thought she was just talking nonsense. But now after tasting this water, I'm actually starting to believe her. Xiaohui's anger had visibly lessened, and his opinion of Chu Xiangyi was quietly changing. I teased him. I really thought you, as a general manager, had ironclad willpower. But it hasn't even been 5 minutes. and your attitude has completely changed. First you rejected the water, then you dismissed that woman, then her proposal. Now you've done a complete 180-degree turn. So Mr. Xiao, are you willing to work with her or not? If you are, just say yes, and I'll have a chance to hold her little hand. If not, just say no, and the two of you can part ways. Me and her can part ways too. You can go look for Fang Xingyu and make him pay you back. What does Xuanhuan Mineral Water Factory have to do with this? After all that, I finally understand. She wants to settle the issue peacefully, repay your past debt, and keep the cooperation going. But you want to make this a one-time deal? Just get compensation from them. If you push them hard enough, they'll just walk away. And anyway, you have no grounds to sue Xuanhuan Mineral Water Factory, so you'll keep suing Diquan Mineral Water Factory instead. But Diquan has already become history. It's gone forever. You know Fang Xingyu's temperament better than anyone. Not only will he not answer your calls, he might pick up, but what can you do then? Is he the legal representative? Do you have any reason to sue him? If he decides not to give you a single penny, what can you do about it? Just like how he scolded me earlier, I fired off several sharp remarks and gave him a harsh dressing down. Xiao Hui listened in silence, swallowing his anger. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Fang Xingyu calling, and he hurried to pick it up. Really sorry, my phone died and shut off automatically. Just finished charging it. When I turned it on, I saw missed calls. Oh my, I know it's you, old classmate. I rushed to call you back. What's up? Even I could tell this was a deliberate act. Xiao Hui asked him, what about that 3.6 million yuan in compensation? How and when are you going to pay it? Fang Xingyu sighed. Truth is, this matter is no longer under my control. You should contact Xuanhuan Mineral Water Factory directly. If they agree to give you the money, that means they accept the responsibility for compensation. But if they don't want to give it to you, I can't do anything either, considering Diquan Mineral Water Factory no longer exists. Between the two, there's really no connection anymore. Let me remind you, if you want to recover the debt, go talk to Chen Lingyu. If he wants to give it to you, great, you'll get it. If not, there's nothing you can do. Fang Xingyu would never have guessed that I was sitting right there with Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui looked at me with a mix of disbelief in his eyes. He says he wants you to handle it. He didn't even know when he had hung up the phone. Fang Xingyu's voice was gone. Me? Looking for me is great. I'm already here with you, so convenient. He means that you'll pay me the money. By now, Xiao Hui probably understood what Fang Xingyu meant. I pretended innocence. Me? A lowly office worker, a broke nobody. Even if I sold myself, I couldn't pay you back 3.6 million yuan. Don't joke around. You listen to him. From the start, he's looked down on me, pushing me forward like this. It's clearly just to humiliate me. Could you possibly be the owner of Xuanhuan Mineral Water? While asking, he flipped through the materials xiuxian had left with him. The legal representative is Tan Shong, clearly not you. Looks like Fang Xingyu was just messing with me. What do you think? Didn't I say I wasn't lying? I can't give you the money, but there is a way to solve this problem. Miss Chu already showed you the path. If you hesitate any longer and she withdraws, your 3.6 million is gone. That sentence snapped Xiao Hui back from his lingering fantasy about Fang Xingyu. Bang! He slapped the table, giving me quite a scare. Fine. You go tell her I agree. Let's proceed, as she said. Then he took another sip of the mineral water. The premise is that the water quality must be guaranteed, exactly like this current one. The taste and mouthfeel must never change. Absolutely no quality issues should ever appear again. If any do occur, I'll still demand triple compensation. I ruined Diquan Mineral Water Factory before, and if such a situation arises, I can just as easily shut down Xuanhuan Mineral Water Factory too. Xiao Hui sneered slightly, revealing a trace of hatred, not so much for Diquan Mineral Water Factory itself, but more accurately, toward Fang Xingyu. Let him hate whoever he wanted to hate. Since he had agreed, I hurried off to call Chu Xiangyi in to sign the contract. The moment the contract was signed, Chu Xiangyi and I exchanged knowing smiles, a successful performance of our double act. Xiao Hui saw the way we exchanged glances. You both got what you wanted. I once promised that if the deal actually went through, I'd treat everyone to dinner tonight. So, Miss Chu, would you do me the honor? Come on, join me and my old classmate for dinner. You should thank her first, and then the two of you can go on your romantic date tomorrow. Chu Xiangyi's pretty face flushed slightly. She didn't reply immediately, but glanced at me as if asking for my opinion. Oh, come on. You two were discussing business. What do I have to do with it? Xiao Hui, don't ruin things for me. Although your wine and food are great, compared to my important matters, they're simply not worth mentioning. Miss Chu went through the trouble of agreeing to spend a whole day with me. If I waste even a meal's worth of time, I'd rather skip the meal altogether. We still have to go on our romantic outing. Saying this, I grabbed Chu Xiangyi's hand, not caring how Xiao Hui felt, and acted as if I couldn't wait a second longer, dragging her out of the manager's office. Vaguely, I heard Xiao Hui muttering from behind. He's such a pervert. Never seen a beautiful woman before. With your status and background, you've probably never even seen real beauty. As for me, I've seen plenty of women much prettier than her. His voice was low and soft, yet I heard every word with my sharp hearing. Good thing I didn't stick around for dinner. With someone like this, only profit comes first, nothing else matters. Chu Xiangyi still had a slight blush on her delicate face. She hadn't heard what Xiao Hui said, and I kept holding her hand until we left Binzhou department store and reached the BMW before letting go. Phew, that play acting was so tiring. Mr. Chun, are you saying all that was just an act? So what we talked about earlier, it still counts as real, right? Chu Xiangyi sounded a little disappointed. Chapter 167, A Beauty's Beach Tour. Can't we skip the act? I'll pretend I don't know you, act like I ran into him here by accident, and pretend I have nothing to do with the Xuanhuan mineral water plant. Don't you think that's exhausting? Of course, the acting is only for Xiao Hui's benefit, but what I said to you still stands. Really, of course it's real. Then let's go to the beach and watch the sea, and sunbathe. Xiuxian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She no longer looked shy and reserved, but had turned into a joyful girl full of enthusiasm. So that's what she meant when she asked if I'd keep my word. It was about the trip. Since the matter was already settled, it wouldn't hurt to play around a little. As long as you want, we can play anywhere, and I'll reimburse you for all the expenses. You've done a great job, and I'm going to reward you with 100,000 yuan, too. But I'll give that to you back at the office. Oh, you actually mean to reward me? You bet. A king never speaks lightly. Thank you, President Chun. She grabbed my arm with both hands and leaned her body close to mine, just like that couple in the distance, where the girl was snuggling up to the boy. But we weren't a couple. We couldn't be. I already had by Luoxua. How could I allow Xiuxian to come between us? Earlier at Xiao Hui's, everything I said had just been an act, but those more explicit words I'd said hadn't reached Xiuxian's ears. I only meant them for Xiao Hui to hear. I tried to shake my arm, but couldn't shake her off. Was she just overcome by emotion? I needed to get out of this awkward situation as soon as possible. I opened the car door and said, "Come on, let's get in the car and go to the beach." Only then did she let go of my arm and took the passenger seat. The car pulled out of the parking lot, heading south along the highway according to the GPS navigation. The afternoon sun remained intense. The seaside scenery was even more enchanting. Although it wasn't midsummer yet, you could still catch a hint of summer here. On the beach, men and women were dressed lightly, and it was hard to imagine that it was already late autumn or early winter in the north. Figures slim or curvy passed before my eyes, almost blinding me. I dared not stare at those graceful silhouettes, not because I wasn't interested, but because there was a woman with an even better figure beside me. Xiuxian had changed into a bikini and was now applying sunscreen on her body. "President Chen, why don't you put on some too? It's for protecting your skin. It's unisex. Don't be shy. Let me help you apply it." And she really started applying it on my arms. Not sure whether I should dodge or just accept it. My mind was full of contradictions. I thought, if only it were by Luoxua doing this, I could accept her care so openly, and even return the favor. But that evil thought still wanted to indulge in this special treatment. Her applying the sunscreen felt so strange, my heart pounding nervously, making my face flush. Why is President Chen blushing? The more she asked, the more restless I felt. Damn it, why was it getting so hot all of a sudden? Sweat was even beginning to bead on my skin. I'm going swimming. Without waiting for her to finish applying the sunscreen, I stood up from the lounge chair and ran toward the ocean, diving straight into the water and beginning to swim. Only when submerged in the cool seawater did my mind finally feel clear again, no longer full of chaotic emotions. Xiuxian ran after me from behind and began swimming where the water was a little deeper, catching up with me, and said, "All that sunscreen just washed off. The water's a bit cold for swimming. It's better to sunbathe and admire the ocean scenery. Look how nice it is here." But you ran straight into the water, and all you feel is cold and the salty taste of the sea. Although she complained constantly, she kept swimming happily, with graceful, professional strokes. Me? I had only learned the dog paddle back in my hometown river. I stopped swimming, stood in the water with my feet touching the sandy ocean floor, water reaching just to my neck, and watched her swimming gracefully. How is it? Pretty good, right? Perhaps she had seen through my thoughts, and actually flipped upside down in the water like an Olympic diver doing synchronized swimming, pointing her feet straight above the water, splashing around as she turned, then standing upright again. It truly impressed me. Beautiful, right? Beautiful, I answered instinctively, then immediately slapped my own face. What was I doing? Suddenly, the image of Bai Luoxua appeared in my mind. I couldn't continue watching like this anymore. I turned my head and swam back toward the shore. Xiuxian followed close behind. Although part of me really wanted to keep playing with this beauty by the seaside, reason told me I had to stop. I was truly afraid that my feelings for Bai Luoxua might start wavering. In some aspects, Xiuxian wasn't inferior to Bai Luoxua at all, only a year older than her, and also 1 year older than me. Her looks, figure, education, and abilities were all on par with Bai Luoxua's, maybe even a little more openly affectionate toward me than Bai Luoxua ever was. Suddenly, I felt contempt for myself. I already had Bai Luoxua. I shouldn't be thinking about anyone else. I used to think of myself as a loyal person, immune to the temptations of beauty. Yet I had to admit, Xiuxian in her swimsuit was even more dazzling. As a normal man, it was impossible not to have wild thoughts. I convinced myself this kind of thinking was natural. Only someone who didn't think like this was abnormal. Feeling slightly relieved, I took the drink Xiuxian handed me. After swimming a bit, I was indeed thirsty. As I drank, I wondered how I had ended up so impulsively running off to the beach with such a beauty like this. If Bai Luoxua asked about it later, how would I explain? Then, at Xiuxian's suggestion, we buried ourselves in the warm sand, feeling the warmth of the earth. Later, we played beach volleyball with a few strangers we'd met. Finally tired, we showered at the service station and returned to the car. Night fell. The car slowly drove along the coastal road. Ahead stood the coastal hotel. We were staying here tonight. Perhaps exhausted from the afternoon's activities, Xiuxian went to her room early to rest, while I entered the space to check things out. After driving nonstop for 3 days, I could only check stock information during rest stops at service areas. This was a strict rule. I never forgot to check in on stock buying and selling operations, no matter how busy I was. As I entered the dimensional space, I suddenly noticed a problem. The specially designed belt conveyor system was still working normally. That meant no matter where I was in the real world, it wouldn't affect Rue Feng and the others transporting goods out of the space. Right now, I was in Xiangyang City, while Rue Feng and others were transporting goods out of the space from Huangta County. If I took items from the space out right now, they should still reappear here at the coastal hotel. In other words, wherever I was in the real world, whatever I took out from the space would appear there too. By the same logic, if I built another steel conveyor belt system for transport from the island, wouldn't those grains and vegetables appear in Xiuxian City instead of Huangta County? Realizing this, I immediately felt excited. I could transport large amounts of supplies directly from the space over long distances. This was not just 1 or 2 trucks, but massive quantities of goods. Chapter 168, Arousing her suspicion. Because of market conditions now, Changbai pork has already reached saturation in the Huangta County area, so I have no choice but to rely on chain franchise stores to promote sales in surrounding counties and cities. In the future, if the scale of goat farming becomes large enough, I will also need to sell like this. If that's the case, I might as well set up another wholesale station. Like in Xiangyang, all the supplies from my small island could be transported out continuously. I could even build another Tianquan mineral water plant here. The cost of mineral water during short-distance transportation is mainly dominated by the cost of plastic bottles. Once it's long-distance transportation, freight costs become considerable. This trip to Xiangyang was definitely worthwhile. It solved the thorny legal issue between Fang Qingyu and Xiaohui. Even if he chooses not to continue cooperating with me after repaying his debt, I'll still make a good profit from him, at least 3 million. Of course, what I care about isn't just this small gain, but the long-term cooperation with Xiaohui. Although I don't have much regard for the man himself, his shopping mall has a very successful business, which is an excellent sales channel. There's no conflict between his mall and me. The idea of building another base in Xiangyang grows stronger and stronger. I need to discuss this with Bai Luoxue. As I took out my phone, I hesitated again. How should I tell her? Surely I can't say I have a space that allows me to build bases anywhere. Just as I was thinking about how to phrase it properly, my phone rang. Ding dong. A new message notification on WeChat. You're having a great time at the beach. The water beauties are even more gorgeous, and the scenery lifts your mood. It's nice watching ocean waves, and even nicer enjoying the human waves. It was sent by Bai Luoxue. How did she know we want to play at the beach? How could I admit that? But then again, how could I possibly deny it? I could only reply with one sentence. Your imagination is so vivid. Beaches everywhere look beautiful. A photo came through, a picture of the ocean, sandy beach, and a beauty under the sun. The scene looked very familiar. It was exactly the view we had when sitting under the parasol. Could it be that Bai Luoxue followed us over? I replied with a big question mark. Check my moments. I opened her moments and felt a sudden jolt. This photo was posted by xiuxian. Everything made sense now. Bai Luoxue had guessed the truth based on this photo she posted. Fortunately, the photo contained neither me nor xiuxian, so I could still deny it. I quickly sent a message. What a beautiful photo. Then I searched online for a similar image and uploaded it, adding a comment. These kinds of photos are everywhere on the internet. Who would believe you? Bai Luoxue naturally had her own judgment. Arguing with her was pointless. After thinking for a while, I finally called her. You should come here. Take the earliest flight tomorrow to Xiangyang, and once you arrive, you'll understand everything. Right now, no matter how I explain, you won't believe me. Bai Luoxue agreed immediately. She was definitely coming. She had refused when I invited her originally, but now she had agreed so readily. I suddenly realized how powerful a woman's jealousy could be. Chu Xiangyi is still here. Once Bai Luoxue arrives, she'll inevitably confront Chu over the truth of us going to the beach together. Inevitably, the truth would be revealed. To avoid unnecessary suspicion, I needed to use a small strategy. The next morning at breakfast, I assigned Chu Xiangyi a special task, to visit mineral water factories around Xiangyang. No matter the size of the plant or the business condition, as long as she could find one, she needed to fully understand its situation. I had the intention to acquire one, and regardless of how much the asking price was, she had full authority to agree. Chu Xiangyi was quite puzzled, not understanding my intentions. You don't need to think too much about it. Just follow the instructions. Since I didn't explain further, she still nodded in agreement, although she appeared somewhat discontented before leaving the table. CEO Chen, you don't keep your promises. You said we would stay and play for 2 days, but now you're assigning me a task. Even if the company won't reimburse these expenses, couldn't I pay for it myself? It seemed she hadn't had enough fun yet. Honestly, I wanted to keep playing with her too. However, Bai Luoxue was coming. How could I allow her to remain beside me? That would be hard to explain later. No choice. We're businessmen. Playing can only be incidental. If you want to play, finish this task first, and then I'll let you play for 2 or 3 days until you're satisfied. Actually, I want to play too, but I've had a new idea. You go about your business, and I'll handle mine. We both have our tasks. Oh, so since CEO Chen also has work, I should get busy too. You did promise me. If I finish the task, you'll let me take a few days off to play. Chu Xiangyi finally became cheerful again. Suddenly, I remembered the moment's incident and reminded her. You can play however you like, but don't post anything on your moments again, to avoid unnecessary trouble. I stopped there without explaining directly, precisely because of that photo she had posted on her moments, which was exactly why she couldn't keep playing around. Oh, she didn't argue, returned to her room, packed up, and then left alone. I didn't ask where exactly she went, nor did I accompany her. After checking out of the hotel room, I drove westward in Xiangyang City. After driving about 50 li, I arrived at a banana plantation. The bananas had already been harvested, leaving only the barren banana trees. Last night, I had looked up on the online map and learned that Xiangyang and its surrounding areas are a major banana-producing region, and most of China's bananas come from here. Since I planned to build another base here, planting bananas was also a great option. Besides, the climate on my small island was equally suitable for banana cultivation. But no matter how appealing it seemed, banana planting wasn't as simple as growing corn or wheat. I encountered an elderly farmer here cutting down banana trees. I offered him a bottle of mineral water before asking about banana planting techniques. The old man sipped the sweet water and praised it heartily. But honestly, I wasn't there to hear him praise my mineral water. I wanted to understand how to plant and manage bananas. Old man Zo was actually very enthusiastic and, like telling a story, shared everything with me. As he spoke calmly and clearly, I listened attentively. It turned out banana planting was actually quite a complex process. Bananas are herbaceous plants. Don't be fooled by their tall appearance. They aren't trees. You have to plant them every year and harvest yearly as well. The banana plants also need to be cut down yearly and cut down promptly. Otherwise, pests would breed and damage the next planting season. It seemed I couldn't recklessly plant large-scale banana crops. It was necessary first to set up a test field to determine whether I could truly manage it. Where can I buy the seedlings? This was a question I absolutely needed to resolve, or else I couldn't possibly implement my plan. You need to specially purchase the banana seedlings from the Xiuxian Research Institute. That was the first I had heard of this. Aren't they usually bought from seed companies? Old man Zo saw I was a layman and explained. Banana seedling cultivation was special. Self-cultivated seedlings varied in size, resulting in uneven growth when planted in the field, which affected overall yield. The safest approach now was to purchase the seedlings directly from the institute. Since the state supported banana farming, their seedlings weren't expensive. Growing bananas also involved spraying pesticide, harvesting, chemical baths, packaging, and transporting them across the country, followed by ripening procedures, and then wholesale and retail sales. All these steps required professionals to manage properly. Since that was the case, I definitely needed to visit the Xiuxian Research Institute. No matter how detailed Old Man Zo's explanation was here, it still wouldn't match the professional expertise of those specialists. After bidding farewell to Old Man Zo, I returned to Xiuxian City. It was already 11 a.m. I headed straight to the airport to pick up Xiuxian. Chapter 169, The Mistress Arrives. A stunningly beautiful woman walked out of the airport terminal. Xiuxian, dressed in a beige suit, had her hair elegantly tied up and was pulling a silver-gray suitcase behind her. She approached gracefully, like a flight attendant stepping into my world. I hurried forward to greet her, took the suitcase, and inquired with concern. Must be tiring from the trip, right? Are you hungry? Should we find a hotel to rest first, or get something to eat first? Let's go to the hotel first, drop the luggage, then go out for dinner. She didn't throw a fit, but also didn't show any happiness, probably still upset. I quickly nodded in agreement, opened the car door, made sure she got in safely, placed the suitcase inside, and drove away from the airport. As I drove, I was thinking about which hotel to choose. Ideally, one close to the Academy of Sciences. I had to go there in the afternoon. Eventually, I found a decent hotel near the Academy of Sciences and went to check in. Noticing I still needed to fill out the registration form, Xiuxian guessed I hadn't stayed here last night. Where did you stay last night? Xiuxian, trying to preserve my dignity a little, didn't ask the question directly at the front desk. Instead, she waited until we entered the room to begin her interrogation. Last night I stayed at the Binzhou Mansion. It's where my classmate Xiaohui is. There's a hotel near the mansion called Binzhou Hotel. If you don't believe me, we can go check the registration records there. Room 802, checked in at 6 p.m. yesterday, checked out at 7 a.m. this morning. I took the initiative to explain, as if it was true, to get one over on her. If I didn't proactively confess, Xiuxian might have asked about each point later. I was so detailed in my explanation that she didn't press further, but instead shifted the topic to xiuxian. You booked one room, and she also stayed in room 802 last night. I denied it immediately. No. She didn't stay there. After signing the contract with Xiaohui yesterday afternoon, she wanted to go out for a while. After handling such a tough guy like Xiaohui, it's only fair she deserves some time to relax. Let her go wherever she wants. Why would I follow a lady around? As for where exactly she's staying, she only mentioned it's a hotel by the sea, and I didn't pay particular attention. But I clearly told her that although she could go out and play, she shouldn't forget her job. There's an important task today. I rambled on and on, quickly diverting the topic to keep Xiuxian from suspecting any seaside escapades. Since I had provided a lot of details just now, Xiuxian carefully contemplated the implications behind my words. How far is it from here to the seaside? About more than 100 li. I blurted out without thinking, then instantly realized I'd made a slip. I had checked the distance on the car meter yesterday. Only about 50 kilometers from Binzhou Mansion to the southern seaside. Xiuxian sneered. So you went to the seaside after all. I sighed. If that's how you want to see it, there's nothing I can do. Alone together, just the two of you, who knows what might happen. I pretended to get angry too, without giving further explanation. Xiuxian suddenly let out a soft giggle. Oh, seems like you're really angry. I was only teasing you. After all, alone together, anything could happen. But I can see you care about me, or else you wouldn't have invited me here. Of course I also care about you, or else I wouldn't have come. I originally didn't plan to come. The house is very busy. If I wanted to, I would have come with you a few days ago. I couldn't feel at ease seeing that photo of her. It was necessary for me to come here and protect my territory, ensuring the integrity of my dominion, unchallenged by anyone else. Xiuxian spoke solemnly, but her exaggerated seriousness amused me. Since her suspicion was now gone, I invited her downstairs to eat. What about xiuxian? Where is she now? Xiuxian still wasn't completely at ease regarding her. As for the exact location, I'm not quite sure. I assigned her to look around nearby for a mineral water plant. A mineral water plant? What do you plan to do? Are you planning to open another branch? Bai Luoxue is truly intelligent. She immediately saw through my intention. I became formal and serious. The wholesale price of Tianquan mineral water from Huangtu County to here is basically just the freight cost. The profit is very slim. Depending only on one mineral water plant in Huangtu County makes it difficult to expand the market. The transportation cost itself limits our scale. If we build another branch in Xiuxian, at the very least half of the southern region could be our market. Bai Luoxue remained silent for a moment and thought. There's truth to that. But have you considered the challenges? It's a long distance away. How can you ensure you can effectively manage it? Franchising and contract manufacturing. We simply need to license the brand and offer them the product at a lower price. They can handle production while we focus on sales. We don't need to physically manage the production factories ourselves. Bai Luoxue smiled. Looks like your marketing lessons weren't wasted. You're getting sharper and sharper. Receiving praise from Bai Luoxue felt great, and I was secretly delighted, thinking I had successfully diverted the topic. Just then, she made a phone call. Hey, where are you? I'm at a mineral water plant. As for the exact location, I can't really tell. You'd better ask someone else. Send me your location. I'll come find you. After hanging up, she smiled slightly at me. It seems she really is working. I pretended to be surprised. Who? I already knew the answer, pretending to guess it was xiuxian she had just called. Xiuxian, your capable assistant. She found the mineral water plant. Ding dong. A notification tone came from Bai Luoxue's phone. Oh, that's pretty far away, 100 kilometers from here. Director Chun, shall we go there now to meet her, or eat first, and then go? The expression on Bai Luoxue's face was meaningful. Even if I weren't as sharp, I could tell she was testing me. It was already 11:30 a.m. Even if I drove super fast, we wouldn't get there until 2:30 p.m. After a 6-hour flight, Bai Luoxue must be tired. She needed to eat and rest. If I insisted on going to find Xiuxian now, it would suggest Chu meant more to me than Bai. Therefore, I had no choice but to choose to eat first. Let's eat first. In the afternoon, I still have to go to the Academy of Sciences. As for the mineral water plant, we'll wait for Xiuxian's update. Seeing that I wasn't in a hurry to go to the plant, Bai Luoxue felt puzzled. You were saying just now that you wanted to build another mineral water branch plant. So why are you going to the Academy of Sciences instead? I briefly shared with her the general plan about setting up a base here, and also mentioned my banana business. Growing bananas? Are you planning to lease some land here? Her question caught me off guard. How could I directly answer that? If I didn't lease some land, how would I explain where the bananas would come from later? Besides, would she really believe me if I told her they were transported from the south? The south was just endless ocean. Ah yes, I decided to say yes first. Unexpectedly, Bai Luoxue only made a soft sound, then added, no matter what you have in mind, proceed according to your own plan first. We can solve any issues that come up later. She always stopped at the right moment when I struggled to find an answer, and sometimes I felt a bit moved by how understanding she could be. She didn't ask further, and neither would I offer more. After lunch, we returned to the room to rest briefly. After all, Bai Luoxue had been on a long flight, and I didn't want her to get overly tired. Meanwhile, I used this time to quickly enter the dimensional space to check the stock market. Inside the space, after recording the stock prices of the dozen or so stocks I was following, I took a short walk around the island. Chapter 170, New Plans for the Island. The island is expanding much faster than before. Despite the fact that Feng cultivates new land for corn and wheat every day, large tracts of land still remain unused, and I estimate that there are at least over 1,000 mu of idle land. Currently, the utilized land, whether for growing crops or raising livestock, amounts to about more than 6,000 mu. Feng once said that Feng and Xue have a vast store of knowledge. Why not ask their opinion on planting bananas? Master, bananas grow well in tropical climates. The island's climate is quite suitable, and with such fertile soil, there shouldn't be any problem. Feng had no objection to growing bananas. However, Xue offered a different view. Banana cultivation differs from corn and wheat. Simple management won't suffice. Especially during harvest, it's difficult to achieve mechanization and automation, which will inevitably require a large amount of manual labor. Currently, the residents of the island are already very busy. If the area planted with bananas is large, harvesting will become a challenge. This was precisely my concern. Therefore, it seemed necessary to establish a test field, not only to confirm whether the island is indeed suitable for banana cultivation, but also to involve Feng and Xue in designing automation for each specific step of the planting and management process. Only with as much mechanization as possible, minimizing human labor, could large-scale banana planting become feasible. Otherwise, the scale would be limited. After an on-site survey, Feng chose a plot of land relatively close to the water and designated 10 mu as the test field. It provided me with a list of equipment, tractors, cutters, crushers, even robotic arms, CPUs, and other artificial intelligence components. Master, the process of banana planting, management, and harvesting is complicated. A single machine can't perform all these tasks. During the experimental planting process, I will need to try, make mistakes, and improve continuously before possibly developing a set of automated machines suitable for management and transportation. It seemed he already had a clear idea. With my idea of banana cultivation, we were in perfect agreement. Feng willingly took on this research task. Purchasing several machines wasn't difficult, though initial investment would certainly be required. I plan to purchase these machines locally in Xiuxian. Huangtu County, located in northern China, would not likely carry such equipment. In the southwest corner of the island, a stretch of beach had appeared, resembling the seashore where I had played with Xiuxian the day before. Yet this place lacked salt water. It was freshwater. There was no wind or waves. If some coconut trees were planted around the beach, it really would look like a genuine seaside scene. Zhao Mingfei approached when he noticed me inspecting this beach. President Chen, this beach isn't suitable for farming or raising pigs and sheep, but it would make for a good place for recreation. May I offer a small suggestion? Oh, go ahead and tell me your idea. I always try to satisfy their life on the island, especially in recent times when Zhao Mingfei and others have performed quite well, almost acting as the island's true masters. Could we build a few small houses here? The four of us living together in one small room is rather cramped. Plus, all our supplies are exposed to direct sunlight, especially the machinery, which, under long-term exposure, will have its lifespan shortened. These things need some shade too. When the four of them first arrived on the island, they were unruly and resistant for the first little while. However, they've now been brought under control by Yu's strict management and have become fairly obedient. But they had always dreamed of leaving the island until I eventually informed each of them of what had happened to their wives. That completely extinguished any hope of leaving, and instead, they came to regard this place as their permanent home. Now, on the island, they are no longer under any restrictions. At first, I had worried they might try to leave via the Steel Dubai track. I once personally tested and found that I couldn't escape unless I scratched my warts, so it would certainly be even more impossible for them. Their living conditions gradually improved, especially the food. There are vegetables, fresh fish, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and fresh meat that I regularly bring in for them. As for clothing, they wear protective gear I supply, just like the uniforms provided to my other workers. The only drawback is that the four men are squeezed into one small room, which is indeed cramped. The furniture is extremely basic, handmade by them, very primitive. Zhao Mingfei suggested building a few new rooms, but frankly, I wasn't very willing. Building houses in a parallel dimension is different from the real world. Without large construction equipment, it's difficult to build infrastructure quickly and efficiently. If I bought the necessary equipment first, I wouldn't get much use out of it. It would end up idle after one job, needing to be dealt with later. Even if I could rent equipment, I'd also need laborers, but I can't allow outsiders into this space. This work would fall on Feng and the others, who are already very busy and likely to neglect one task while focusing on another. But now that the Steel Dubai track can transport large equipment into the island, I no longer have to carry everything myself one trip at a time. So renting some construction machinery is indeed possible. Zhao Mingfei also suggested that the agricultural machinery should be stored in a warehouse to ensure the equipment remains in good condition. This is crucial for crop cultivation, so I really need to think carefully and make proper plans. After all, this isn't just about building 2 or 3 small rooms. Zhao Mingfei, seeing my agreement, immediately shared this good news with the other 3. The 3 of them quickly came over to express their gratitude, showering me with flattery. They both know very well that I am the ultimate authority here. Since I have already agreed, I intend to carry it out. I asked Rufeng to help select a plot of land near the beach. According to my intentions, it quickly produced an electronic blueprint and sent it to my phone. It was a 2-story building, with a total of 100 rooms. To save ground space, the design was U-shaped, with the open side facing north. Why build so many rooms? I was genuinely confused. Master, Rufeng replied, the first floor is the garage. All the vehicles can be driven in there, allowing them to be charged, shaded, and maintained. Many of the machines are currently experiencing various levels of malfunctions. Natural wear and tear is inevitable, and we will soon reach a peak period for repairs. Master will need to purchase a large quantity of spare parts, and once you buy them, you need a place to store them. These supplies all require rooms. The second floor, aside from the dormitory rooms and kitchen for people like Furong, also includes rooms for us AI. The previous old rooms were too narrow. I have also designed a game room, a table tennis room, a fitness room, and several recreational rooms. Though we robots may not need exercise, those humans still do. Smaller and lighter components can also be placed upstairs. I wasn't concerned about the additional investment. I didn't expect Rufeng to have imagined so many details. Making this place feel like their home, fulfilling their needs, would only allow them to serve me better. Fine. Proceed with your plan. I'm not able to deal with this right now. I'll purchase the construction materials later. I had already been inside the space for nearly 4 hours. I quickly checked the stock market trends, recorded the fluctuations, and then exited the space. Chapter 171, A Second Stroll on the Beach. Bai Luoxue was sleeping. It was understandable, considering she had just endured a flight lasting 5 or 6 hours. I didn't disturb her, but quietly called xiuxian instead. I told her that Bai Luoxue had indeed arrived in Xiangyang City, and that later that afternoon we'd go see her together. Actually, I also took a short nap myself. It wasn't until around 2 o'clock that I left with Bai Luoxue for the Academy of Sciences. There, we specifically consulted with several experts about banana cultivation, harvesting techniques, and the treatment of banana plants. They spoke knowledgeably, their explanations broadly similar to what that elderly farmer had told us before, only more professional, more thorough, and easier to understand. With Bai Luoxue present, I deliberately asked where I could find land suitable for banana planting, hinting that I planned to rent some. An elderly expert replied that the land west of Xiangyang was mostly suitable. This season was just the right time for transfer arrangements, and I could inquire with the local farmers there. I repeatedly nodded, indicating I understood, and then asked where I could find vendors selling specialized machinery. The expert provided me with several options. In truth, what concerned me most was the issue of seedlings. The Academy uses tissue culture methods which can ensure uniform seedlings. The suggestion was to purchase them next spring, early spring being more appropriate for planting. But I couldn't wait until spring. Still, since my space wasn't ready yet, I couldn't rush to buy the seedlings either and then task Ruffin and the others to plant them. I said I'd surely come again to seek their guidance. Then, with Bai Luoxue, I left the academy and actually drove west. Whether I would rent land or not wasn't fully decided yet, so I needed to keep up appearances in front of her. We came back to the place I had visited in the morning. Here, more than half the banana trees had already been cut down, and I met once again with old Master Zhou, the same farmer who had introduced bananas to me earlier. After handing him a bottle of mineral water, I began talking to him about renting land. Old Master Zhou said that most of the land here had already been leased out. He hadn't heard of anyone nearby planning to sublet. Still, he promised to ask around and would contact me if anyone was interested in subletting. Old Master Zhou kept commenting that the mineral water was good, so I specially left him a case to show my appreciation and got his phone number before leaving with Bai Luoxue. It was already past 4 p.m. If I were to pick up xiuxian now, we'd return to Xiangyang far too late. Bai Luoxue immediately made a phone call to inform xiuxian that we would meet her the next day instead. I didn't even have time to stop her before she hung up. She completely disrupted my plan. In this matter, she acted rather capriciously. Only now did I realize that her previous jealousy hadn't entirely faded away. For this reason, I dared not provoke her too much, cautiously taking her back to the hotel in Xiangyang. I had planned for her to rest for a while, but she insisted she was full of energy and demanded that I take her to the beach, saying that I had promised her on the phone. I took the opportunity to sell off the stocks in my hand while using the restroom. Forgetting to do so would have meant wasting several days of effort. Today's transaction earned me 21 million yuan. Regarding my short-term investment strategy, Bai Luoxue had no knowledge. She believed that after her previous attempt to persuade me, I had already given it up. In truth, I had persisted all along. Since she wanted to play by the seaside, there was no way around it. I had to bring her back to the exact spot where I had been with xiuxian yesterday. Bai Luoxue appeared once again on the beach wearing a bikini, blending among all those particularly appealing beauties sunbathing on the sand, moving in front of me. Suddenly, I felt a strange emotion. Amid the romantic atmosphere so eagerly anticipated by others, I felt a sense of sneaky guilt instead of full-fledged happiness. I made an effort to avoid the area where xiuxian had stayed yesterday. My reasoning was simple. Changing the angle transforms the same scenery completely. Despite Bai Luoxue's intelligence, she would struggle to see exactly the same view that xiuxian had photographed. Together we swam in the ocean, but I didn't feel the same pleasure I felt watching xiuxian swim. Although Bai Luoxue's strokes were equally graceful. Yesterday, when I watched xiuxian swim, I had even imagined it would be great if it were Bai Luoxue instead. But today it was the opposite. I found myself imagining how xiuxian might have looked. Was this wavering of feelings? Was I insatiable in wanting more? Seeing my lack of enthusiasm, Bai Luoxue thought I might be tired, and tugged me away from the shore, back onto the sand. She bought us 2 coconuts to drink with straws. The coconut water was sweet, refreshing, and both quenched our thirst and refueled our energy. Thinking of the beach within my space, where I had originally planned to plant several coconut trees, I asked the vendor where I could purchase coconut saplings. Go to Xiangyang Nursery. They have everything. You can buy many kinds of saplings there. Why did you suddenly think of planting coconuts? Bai Luoxue asked curiously while sipping from her coconut. Looking at her red lips as they puckered around the straw, I teased her deliberately. Just to let your little mouth frequently enjoy this sweet coconut water. I've decided to plant a whole coconut grove for you. Bai Luoxue lightly punched me on the arm. I won't be able to finish drinking from so many trees. If you can't finish it all, we'll just invite others to drink with us. Knowing I was joking, she laughed happily. In reality, I wasn't joking. I genuinely wanted to plant a whole grove. But at that moment, I couldn't explain properly, and whether she believed me or not didn't really matter. Darkness fell, the sea breeze turned cooler, and we left the beach along with the crowd. Back in downtown Xiangyang, we had dinner, and by the time we returned to the hotel, it was already past 9 p.m. We each went to our respective rooms. This time, she truly rested, while I called xiuxian. The news was exciting. The owner of the Xiangyang Donghai mineral water plant had no intention of selling his business, but he was interested in cooperation. A preliminary agreement had already been reached, and only the detailed terms needed further discussion before signing the contract. Xiuxian had contributed again. I praised her over the phone and told her to rest early. Tomorrow, Bai Luoxue and I would go over and negotiate with the other party together. Securing this mineral water plant meant at the very least that the goods for Qiaohui wouldn't have to be shipped from Huai to County anymore. We could source locally, which would significantly reduce transportation costs. I started planning my work for tomorrow. First, I would go with Bai Luoxue to the mineral water plant. Even if the contract was signed smoothly, coordination would take a few days. Cooperation was much simpler than acquisition. This task still relied heavily on xiuxian, while Bai Luoxue needed to return to manage the chain stores. In truth, the matter wasn't as complicated as I'd imagined. The next day, as soon as we met with the other party, everything was quickly settled. I brought up the most important point, asking them to produce under our brand while we handled the marketing. This was where disagreement initially arose. Plant manager Xiao said that although their mineral water wasn't nationally famous, it had gained some recognition and made steady profits each year. He insisted on continuing production of their existing product. I then offered him a taste of Tianshudi mineral water. After drinking Tianshou brand water, manager Xiao was shocked, astonished, delighted, and couldn't stop praising it. If plant manager Xiao can produce mineral water of this quality, I won't change the water source. That was my trump card. But how could he possibly produce such water? Eventually, plant manager Xiao agreed to the OEM arrangement. The contract was signed smoothly. Chapter 172, Cooperation, New Water Plant. Following my instructions and imitating the model of Tianquan mineral water plant, A small secret cabin was built near the water source. Though puzzled, plant manager Xiao still obeyed. As for the water pump and pipes, it didn't cost much, so I didn't ask the plant to provide them. Instead, I personally went to a nearby market to purchase them. After asking everyone to stay away, I, with the help of Ruffung, led the water from the space into the secret cabin and installed a liquid-level automatic controller. Thus, the most critical step was completed. Plant manager Xiao tasted a cup of the new water source and remained greatly surprised. It tastes exactly the same as the bottled mineral water brought by President Chen. How exactly did you treat it? Trade secret. I smiled lightly. Since it was a trade secret, plant manager Xiao naturally did not ask further questions. He organized the workers to continue production. From this moment on, the water quality of Xianxia Donghai mineral water plant became essentially different. As for the appearance of the water bottle, naturally it also had to meet my requirements. Changing round bottles into square ones, 500 milliliters changed into 250 milliliters, and the outer packaging changed from simple plastic wrapping to cardboard boxes. Plant manager Xiao was responsible for making these modifications. I had Tan Chong fax the design sketches over. Then Xiao contacted nearby mold factories to remanufacture the molds. Finding a cardboard factory to produce the new packaging boxes locally could greatly reduce transportation costs. It was absolutely impossible to transport cardboard boxes from Huang to County again. Regarding trademarks and patterns, we provided electronic sample images and signed an authorization agreement. Plant manager Xiao then dispatched personnel to contact local printing companies to get them printed. These tasks were carried out simultaneously, striving to apply the new trademark as soon as possible. He also arranged for the necessary registration procedures with the relevant government departments. The existing sales staff at the water plant continued sales through the previous distribution channels. However, the personnel were now under my command and were uniformly coordinated and managed by xiuxian, who could dispatch her subordinates to liaise with the factory directly. I reminded her not to forget that orders from Xiaohui could be shipped from here. Xiuxian did a rough calculation and estimated that even without increasing production at Xianxia Donghai mineral water plant, based on the current sales volume, the net profit would increase by at least 100 million yuan annually, a figure similar to estimates from Tianquan mineral water plant. This amount of money was not a big deal for me. Seeing how excited Xiuxian was, I didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. So I praised her and publicly announced that her reward would be increased from the original 100,000 to 200,000 yuan in front of Bai Luoxue. Xiuxian naturally felt very pleased. Bai Luoxue gave me a cold stare but didn't object. Since that was settled, we would fulfill it once we returned to Huangta County. I still had other matters to attend to and planned to return to Xiangyang City. Xiuxian remained at the water plant to handle further detailed tasks and arrange appropriate contact personnel. Bai Luoxue went with me. I would drive her to the airport, where she would fly back to Huangta County. Before leaving, she spoke quietly with Xiuxian for a while. They kept their conversation private from me. Although I had exceptionally sharp hearing, they were simply too far away for me to catch even a single word. On our way back, I asked what they had discussed. It wasn't much, really. She just wanted to know what the two of you did 2 days ago. Bai Luoxue remained expressionless, but my heart gave a flip. I truly couldn't imagine how Xiuxian had answered. Unexpectedly, Bai Luoxue began to scold me. She's a young girl who came all the way here on a business trip. You kept piling one task after another onto her, not even giving her time to rest. After dealing with the Binzhou Mall issue, you had her chase after a water plant. Although she wanted to play by the seaside, all she could do was admire the views along the way. Fortunately, the coastal highway offered beautiful ocean views, giving her the chance to snap a few landscape photos. Xiuxian is truly capable, which was exactly why I appreciated her in the first place. And now she successfully secured the water plant project. With such a great contribution, fortunately you took the initiative to offer a reward, or else she might feel somewhat neglected. I couldn't even bear to see it. So it's like a small compensation. I promised her, after finishing the matters here at the plant, give her 2 days off so she can play alone by the seaside. Is that okay, President Chen? I exhaled deeply. It seemed that Xiuxian had created quite a complete story, making even Bai Luoxue believe it. This matter of time off had already been promised, and since Bai Luoxue mentioned it, of course I would go along for a favor. Since President Bai has spoken, how could I possibly disagree? Let's consider it an additional reward, then. Are you going to reward me too? Bai Luoxue, someone who had never requested any bonus before, surprisingly asked for a reward today. If I refused, it was obvious she would be upset. Out of comparison comes disappointment. I quickly agreed. Of course you must be rewarded. If it weren't for President Bai personally managing the franchise stores, how could they have achieved such excellent results? Especially during the past period, she's been working nonstop. President Bai has worked really hard. Therefore, I hereby specially reward President Bai with 1 million yuan. I announced solemnly on purpose, even though there were only 2 of us in the car. Give me a break. Xiuxian worked so hard and accomplished 2 major tasks, and you only rewarded her 20,000 yuan. I just ran a few errands, and you're giving me 1 million. Are you trying to discourage her or encourage her? With such a striking contrast, instead of bringing joy, it actually causes subtle hurt. I'd rather not accept this 1 million. Her words left me confused. Was she saying she wanted the reward or didn't want it? I suddenly realized she was testing me. You're unhappy even after getting a reward? Is it too much for you, or not enough? Too much. Then how about reducing it to 800,000? Maximum 200,000. If it's too much, I refuse to accept. Fine, 200,000 then. 200,000 isn't small change either. Then it's settled. I couldn't possibly let my own woman be at a disadvantage. Although she wasn't short of money, she'd still be delighted if I gave her more. Sure enough, Bai Luoxua's attitude immediately changed afterward. She no longer looked cold and serious. Until I saw her off at the terminal hall, she maintained a reluctant expression. She repeatedly reminded me to take care of my safety, look after myself, balance work and rest, eat well, sleep sufficiently, and appropriately relax when possible, and not to always act like a workaholic, since sacrificing health wasn't worth it. She spoke like a wife seeing off her husband, never stopping with the instructions. She even mentioned keeping some distance from xiuxian and warned me not to play any funny tricks, and absolutely not to have thoughts about other women. I felt this was actually the key message she wanted to convey. When we hugged and kissed goodbye, she whispered close to my ear with a slight complaint. I didn't get to play enough by the seaside. What are you talking about? We'll definitely have plenty of opportunities. After watching her pass through the ticket check and board the plane, watching it take off, I quickly left the airport, since there was an even more important matter to attend to. Bai Luoxua couldn't stay longer with me anyway, so giving her this bonus was simply a way to please her and help her leave Xianxia cheerfully. Chapter 173, Planting Coconut Seedlings on the Beach. First things first, my stocks. No matter what I forget, I mustn't forget this. Back at the hotel, I logged into the virtual island to check the stock market and recorded the results. Ruffeng had already led Ruxua, Zhao Mengfei, and others to start working on the experimental banana field, asking me when the banana seedlings would arrive. I let them work on the field for now. It would naturally take some time to acquire the seedlings. After exiting the space, I drove straight to the Xianxia Research Institute. The senior expert raised his eyebrows when he saw my urgency for banana seedlings. Are you rushing a bit too much? At the very least, you should wait a week. Besides, it's not the appropriate season for planting bananas right now. Suddenly inspired, I cleverly responded. What about planting them inside plastic greenhouses? The expert chuckled. Well, maybe it could work. Anyway, we've never tested that. You could be the first one to try. This situation was quite something. A week was way too long. I didn't want to wait. Suddenly, I recalled the banana grove in the west where farmers were cutting down banana trees, and there had been young banana shoots beneath the trees. Old Mr. Zhou once mentioned that farmers used to propagate bananas by transplanting these sprouts. This could be worth a try. After leaving the institute, I drove straight to the western banana grove. I met old Mr. Zhou again. He was especially warm, greeting me enthusiastically as soon as he saw me. I explained my request, and he glanced at the nearly cleared banana grove. Oh, you came a little too late. There may be some sprouts left, but not many. Seeing that you're so desperate, I can try contacting some other farmers, maybe find someone who hasn't finished cutting yet, and have them spare you some banana seedlings. How many do you need exactly? 2,000 will be enough. I had calculated based on a 10-acre area, adding a little extra to account for possible losses. It's not a large number. There might be enough left over here. I'll speak to the owner, and you can come pick them up tomorrow. Truthfully, I didn't fully trust old Mr. Zhou's words. Every time I came here, I saw him just sitting at the edge of the banana grove puffing his pipe. He appeared to be just a caretaker and didn't seem to own the land. I couldn't see anyone else around now, so for the moment I'd go along with it and check back tomorrow. After bidding farewell to old Mr. Zhou, I returned to downtown Xianxia. Without the banana seedlings bought yet, I became preoccupied these past 2 days with the mineral water plant project again. The equipment listed by Ruffeng hadn't even been purchased yet. Following the location provided by the expert from the Xianxia Research Institute, I arrived at the Xianxia Agricultural Machinery Market. The agricultural machinery market here was significantly larger than the one in Huangta County. There were various strangely shaped machines, most of which I had never seen before. Fortunately, I had Ruffeng's list and spent the entire afternoon locating and purchasing the cutters, crushers, and cultivators accordingly. The technology level of these machines was quite advanced. They were all electric powered, exactly what I needed to fit the requirements of the space. After paying, I called Ruffeng out from the space. He drove each specialized machine out of the market one by one. Finding a secluded spot, I brought them back into the space. 2 million worth of equipment had been purchased already, yet not a single banana plant had been planted. But that wasn't the end of it. I still needed several critical components if I wanted to design an automated planting and harvesting system. The CPUs, motherboards, and robotic arms that Ruffeng had asked for weren't purchased yet. The Xianxia machinery market didn't carry them, so I had to turn to Oriental Tech Company. Upon receiving my call, Engineer Fong greeted me with a friendly laugh. He said I was a great supporter of their intelligent robot business. My reputation had already spread across the company, and I was even marked as a key VIP client. For these relatively low technology components, I could enjoy a 50% discount. Hearing that my reputation had traveled far, I felt quite honored. Based on Engineer Fong's quotation, I wired 200,000 yuan as payment immediately. He assured me that the goods would be shipped the next day, and I could expect to receive them the day after. I felt very comfortable doing business with him. He always delivered on his word. After hanging up, I suddenly realized it might not work out smoothly. Right now, I was in Xianxia, but Engineer Fong's shipping address was still Huangta County, where I couldn't receive the package. I wanted to ask him to change the delivery address, but I didn't have a stable place to stay in Xianxia yet. Staying at the hotel probably wouldn't last long either, so having parcels sent there seemed inappropriate. Even if I updated the address to Xianxia, the longer distance would cause additional delivery delays. I thought again. Oh well, maybe I'd return to Huangta County in a couple of days anyway. Suddenly thinking of planting coconut trees on the beach of the island, I looked it up on the map online, located a specific nursery, and headed there by car. They indeed had already grown coconut seedlings for sale. When I asked for 1,000, the nursery owner was stunned. Are you trying to reinforce the coastal embankment? Where exactly is it going to be planted? All suitable coastal areas in Xianxia have already been planted with coconut trees. I've never heard of any other place needing them. The nursery owner sure had a lot of questions. Naturally, I wasn't planting them along the seaside. I rented a piece of land and planned to plant a coconut grove. Oh, the nursery owner suddenly understood and stopped asking questions. He then led me to the nursery to pick out the seedlings. Each seedling came with a soil base attached, which made it impossible to transport with my BMW. The owner kindly offered to help me hire a truck. Hiring a truck was feasible, but where on earth should I have them deliver it? Certainly not into the space. I quickly said I would figure it out myself. I went alone to the edge of the nursery, found a quiet spot, entered the space, and had Ruffin drive out a truck before exiting the space again. Since I already owned a truck, why should I go through the trouble of hiring one? Because the seedlings came with soil attached, the truck couldn't carry many at a time. We made several trips back and forth before finally bringing all 1,000 coconut seedlings into the space. Seeing that I had bought coconut seedlings, Zhao Mingfei and the others were very happy. They understood immediately that I was doing it for their beach project. Without waiting for instructions, they eagerly fetched tools and started digging holes and planting trees. Xianxia grabbed a plastic hose, turned on the self-priming water pump, and while others dug holes and planted, he followed behind to water the seedlings. If it were left solely to these 4 people, it would have taken several days to finish planting 1,000 seedlings. Fortunately, Ruxue, Ruffeng, and Rulu, the 3 robots, were there to assist. There was a tractor in the space. Why dig each hole manually? Ruffeng and Ruxue each drove one, making several passes until deep furrows were plowed into the sandy beach. Zhao Mingfei and the others placed the seedlings into the furrows before covering them one by one, greatly speeding up the planting process. They finished planting all 1,000 coconut seedlings within half a day. The post-planting management was then handed over to Zhao Mingfei and the other 3, who were even more conscientious than I was. Once the coconut seedlings grew, they would definitely add a beautiful tropical touch to the island. They were even looking forward to being able to eat the tropical fruit sooner rather than later. Of course, it wouldn't happen overnight for coconut trees to bear fruit. My original intention in planting the coconut trees was simply to create a beautiful tropical scene, not necessarily to harvest coconuts. The promise I had made to Balaoxa back then was merely to make her happy. Chapter 174. Checking on me with a phone call. After planting coconut seedlings on the beach, Zhao Mingfei didn't forget my promise to build new houses for them here. He asked me when construction would begin. I wasn't deliberately delaying, truly hadn't had time yet. Since I made the promise, I might as well start building soon, to avoid complaints from my employees about the boss not caring for his staff. I no longer felt much resentment toward Zhao Mingfei and the other 3. After all, they were imprisoned by me on the small island and had suffered quite a bit. Every day on the island, they worked hard alongside Ryu, contributing greatly to the island's development. Now I considered them official employees, deserving of concern and care. However, their crimes hadn't been fully atoned for, so I couldn't release them yet, and they didn't even want to leave, having already come to regard the island as their home. The next morning, while having breakfast near the Binzhou mansion, I ran into Xiaohui. He was also there for breakfast. So, are you alone today? Didn't that Miss Chu accompany you for several days? Xiaohui seemed somewhat amused, ordering a steamer basket of Xilong Bao and sitting across from me, eating while asking. Judging by his half-smiling, half-serious expression, I could basically guess what he was thinking. Exactly, just me alone. She actually only accompanied me for half a day, not even a full day. On the second day, she went off to attend to her work. What I said was the truth, no intention to deceive him. Hehe. Surprisingly, she did spend half a day with you, but eventually still made an excuse to slip away. What do you think? Wasn't I right? That kind of woman is way beyond your reach. Being willing to hang around you for half a day, you should feel honored. It shows some tiny bit of destiny. Don't take it too seriously. This kind of thing is just fleeting. You two are simply incompatible. The right one will stay even if you try to push her away. President Xiao makes a good point indeed. We were never on the same path to begin with. People who walk different roads shouldn't try to follow each other. Don't you agree? I spoke openly as if referring to xiuxian, but actually I was talking about him. Yet Xiaohui seemed not to have caught on. Hehe, you're actually pretty self-aware. Have you found work these past few days? Still Chenjin Zai Mainir Tongxing de Meihao Huanshangzhong. Sorry to disappoint you, President Xiao. I'm still looking for a job. Since you brought it up, let me ask you, where in Xiangyang can I find suppliers for red bricks, cement, sand and gravel, or color steel panels? Those kinds of construction materials. You came to the right person. I just happen to know someone. There's nothing he can't get when it comes to building site materials. Contact him through me and getting a job at a construction site will be easy. Every boss respects him. I'll help you with this. After finishing his last Xilong Bao, Xiaohui handed me a phone number. Call this number and say I introduced you. He swept his sleeves and left. Watching his arrogant figure disappear, I felt grateful inside. After all, this number would save me plenty of unnecessary running around. Indeed, Xiaohui hadn't lied. When I made the call, it was answered by a Mr. Go, the owner. He boldly claimed he could provide everything I needed. Turns out he was a trading agent. In reality, I still didn't have a specific place to unload the goods. If he started delivering truckloads of red bricks and cement, where was the driver supposed to put them? On the street? So I told him I was just checking around for supply sources first and would arrange delivery when the time came. Mr. Go was extremely confident, promising he could deliver any time, any amount, as much as I needed. Hardly had I hung up, when another call came in from Bailuoxua. Besides expressing her missing me, she informed me that in the few days since I left Huangta County, Tinshu brand mineral water had completely sold out, selling as much as there was stock, with no inventory left at the factory. Initially, during promotion, we shipped goods first and collected payment after sales. Then it shifted to payment upon delivery. A few days ago, it was prepayment before shipment. Now things have gone a step further. Even after payment, there was no goods to ship. All incoming payments were advanced deposits, and production schedules at the sales office were already booked into next month. This situation showed xianxia mineral water held extremely promising market prospects. Despite the cooler weather in the north, sales remained robust. When summer came, business would likely be even more booming. Actually, there was another purpose for Bailuoshue's call, to confirm that my decision to establish a mineral water branch plant in the south had been absolutely correct. Although the Xiuxian Donghai mineral water factory had already begun production of my unique mineral water, the packaging hadn't officially changed yet. She suggested it might be necessary to push Manager Xiao to accelerate the process and begin production of the formal packaging as soon as possible, so that goods could be transported in time for large clients. This phone call touched me, both caring about me and discussing work, making me feel warm inside. I briefly updated her about the situation here and told her I would contact xiuxian soon. Suddenly Bailuoshue changed her tone. I've already contacted her and asked her to push Manager Xiao. Just now I was only reporting work to you. And by the way, I'm just checking in. Are you currently with some other woman? I had just been feeling a bit touched, but now I could only sense a sour and bitter taste in my mouth. It seemed she still didn't quite trust me. How was the inspection? Quite satisfactory, didn't disappoint me. After ending the call, I casually snapped a photo and sent it to her. The image showed half an unfinished youtiao and a paper cup filled with soybean milk. Around me, besides the owner frying youtiao, were just a few elderly men having breakfast. Enjoy your meal. This was Bailuoshue's reply. Stuffing the remaining half of the youtiao into my mouth, I gave a snort and thought to myself, it actually tasted better with her little bit of jealousy. I knew she was referring to xiuxian when she mentioned other women, but luckily Chu was still at the mineral water plant. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to prove my innocence even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Originally, I had planned to visit the mineral water factory, but now, to reduce Bailuoshue's suspicions, I decided not to go. Just a phone call would be sufficient. The mineral water is still in high demand in Huangta County. Push Manager Xiao to speed up progress and switch to formal packaging as soon as possible. The other side urgently needs goods dispatched. As soon as Chu Xiangyi picked up the phone, I immediately brought up work. Director Bai called earlier. Truthfully, I already knew about this yesterday. Manager Xiao has been very cooperative. He personally visited the carton factory yesterday afternoon and received 10,000 cartons last night. The new labels are also completed. The molds for the plastic bottles are supposed to arrive this morning, so formal production can begin this afternoon. Shipments can be made from here tomorrow. We've already contacted the sales department at the Tianquan Mineral Water Factory. They will arrange where exactly to send the goods. Chu Xiangyi had already been proactive with her work. It appeared that Bailuoshue's phone report earlier contained some truth, but its real purpose was a surprise inspection. I couldn't help but wonder why she had to be so suspicious. Recently, Chu Xiangyi had been busily familiarizing herself with the operation processes at the Xiuxian Donghai Mineral Water Plant to better control future product distribution. This was to prevent someone like xiuxian from colluding with the entire factory staff against me, an outsider investor. If we didn't understand their workflow thoroughly, any fabrication could easily go undetected and potentially lead to huge losses. Such a risk needed to be prevented at all costs. Chapter 175, Busy at Both Ends. This was something I hadn't considered, but Chu Xiangyi had. Otherwise, according to the previous plan, she could have already left Xiuxian Donghai Mineral Water Plant and returned to Huangta County. She chose to stay in order to ensure the work was thorough and solid, to identify potential issues and develop strategies to prevent future problems. Her awareness of this makes me believe she truly deserves to be an excellent manager. I feel proud and honored to have such a dedicated employee, and my admiration for her has increased naturally. Manager Chu, you've worked hard. Haven't we talked about it the other day? I asked you to arrange 2 of your staff to come and assist you. Who did you inform about this? I've understood almost everything about the mineral water plant. Once the products are officially shipped, the task is essentially complete. There's no need to bring in others now, right? She had taken all the work upon herself. Although I sometimes do the same, I don't approve of it. In my case, it's Buding because I have secrets that cannot be disclosed. After all, an individual's strength is limited, while the strength of a team is infinite. Her way prevents her subordinates from getting the training they need to grow quickly, which is not conducive to team building. Even after the work is finished, it's still necessary to assign someone to be stationed at the plant so we can keep up to date on its operations. We can't let the factory slip beyond our control. Under my nearly command-like insistence, Chu Xiangyi agreed and immediately arranged for someone to come over. As manager of the investment evaluation team, every new project and store opening must go through Chu Xiangyi's hands, and the results have proven successful, except for the previous investment in the Daquan Mineral Water Plant, but that instance had nothing to do with her. I forcefully changed the fate of Daquan Mineral Water Plant myself, and it wasn't a case of our team's evaluation being unscientific. We settled this matter at the breakfast stall. I returned to the hotel, and while no one was disturbing me, I entered the other dimensional space to check the stock market. Zhao Mengfei and Qian were watering the newly planted coconut seedlings. They knew coconut trees love water, so they absolutely couldn't let them suffer from drought. Although the soil moisture content on the island was high, since these seedlings had just been transplanted, they needed enough water, so they needed irrigation. Ruyu, with Rulu, drove an electric tricycle loaded with a cart of chicken manure. One drove in front and one fertilized behind, showing their serious attitude toward the coconut trees. Sun Buxiao and Li Haowan weren't tending to the baby coconut trees by the beach. They were trimming the fruit branches in the orchard. Bright red apples, golden yellow duck's pears, and honey peaches in red, yellow, and green tones were dazzling to the eye. I could smell their aroma from a distance. If it weren't for eating too many Chinese crawlers just now, I would really like to pick some fruit to eat. The fruit grew too fast, bending the branches. If not harvested soon, they would fall naturally. Fully ripe fruits couldn't be preserved further, and letting them rot was such a waste. When Sun Buxiao saw my arrival, he reminded me that these fruits needed prompt handling. There were no more paper boxes left. I wanted to give the employees another welfare distribution, so I had to buy paper boxes first. I immediately called the owner of the box factory. The special paper boxes for employee welfare needed to be custom-made in advance and would be ready earliest tomorrow. That wasn't a problem since they could be delivered as soon as available. The fruit had grown so big that one box couldn't hold many. The picking and packing process was really cumbersome. Last time we picked fruit, Zhao Mengfei and others were busy all day, taking up quite a bit of time. Suddenly, I remembered that when I visited the seafood shop in the provincial capital, the owner had told me he would set aside some plastic crates for me. I wonder if there were any left now. I wanted to call by Luoxue to ask the branch in the provincial capital, but then thought it inappropriate. She might ask me the purpose of needing the plastic crates. How should I reply? I made the call to xiuxian instead. He wouldn't ask unnecessary questions. Soon, xiuxian replied. There were more than 50 idle plastic crates at the branch office in the provincial capital. Great. I asked him to contact the logistics company and have them brought back along with their cargo. Then, Rosewang or Rufflin could bring the plastic crates into the other dimensional space, and Zhao Mengfei and the others could use them to hold the fruits, greatly increasing their work efficiency. Currently, I cannot directly return to Huangtu County from the other dimensional space. I have tried several times but failed each time, always ending up back in Xianxia. If I could directly return to Huangtu from that space, I would be able to shuttle quickly between Huangtu County and Xiangyang City, which would not only be an extraordinary ability, but also improve my work efficiency. Traveling between them as if in an instant sounded magical just thinking about it. But now I could only remain at the stage of imagination, unable to realize it, which was somewhat frustrating. Frustrating as it was, it didn't hinder my enthusiasm for continuing my work. After leaving the other dimensional space, I returned to the hotel. This place still belonged to Xiangyang City. Remembering the matter about the banana seedlings, I drove to the western banana plantation to look for Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou was still sitting at the edge of the banana plantation, puffing on his pipe, and greeted me with a smile when he saw me approaching. Sonny, the banana seedlings are ready, 2,000 of them, already laid out in the field. It's best to plant them today, otherwise they will start to wilt if left too long, which would lower the survival rate. Following the direction of his finger, I indeed saw neat bundles of banana seedlings arranged in the field, already tied up. How much? 1 yuan per seedling, 2,000 yuan total. Who should I pay? Just give it to me. I took out my phone to scan a QR code or make a transfer, but Old Master Zhou didn't have a smartphone and could only accept cash. I didn't have that much cash on me. Who carries a lot of cash these days? I didn't want to trouble the old man, so I decided to go back to Xiangyang to get the money. These banana seedlings wouldn't all fit in my BMW at once, and I felt uncomfortable loading them before paying the man, so I'd better go back and get the money first. I went to Xiangyang, found an ATM, withdrew the money, and returned to the banana plantation. Before reaching Old Master Zhou, I entered the other dimensional space and asked Ryu to ride the electric tricycle, bringing it out with her. Loaded on the tricycle, 2,000 seedlings filled the vehicle completely, but fortunately the distance wasn't too far. After paying Old Master Zhou, I sent both the banana seedlings and Ryu back to the other dimensional space. The test field had already been plowed and prepared in advance, and Ruffling, leading others, began planting the banana seedlings. I returned to the real world, and just as I was about to drive away, I suddenly remembered the matter of renting land. Bai Luoxue had once asked me whether I planned to lease land to plant bananas, and I had evasively answered vaguely. Now I thought about it again. I truly needed to rent a plot of land, preferably a banana plantation, so I wouldn't have to bring out bananas grown in the other dimensional space without any reasonable explanation for their origin. Even more importantly, I needed to find a long-term base from which I could continuously transport large quantities of bananas to the outside market. I got back into the car and returned to Old Master Zhou. He thought I wanted to buy more seedlings. Before I could even speak, he said first, "If you want more seedlings, come back tomorrow. None are available today." "No, old master," I said. "I don't need the seedlings anymore. What I want is to trouble you to find out for me whether there's any banana plantation nearby being subleased. Any other land will do as well, preferably a large, contiguous plot, maybe 70 to 100 mu." Old Master Zhou shook his head repeatedly. Banana growth has been pretty good these past couple of years, and many outsiders have come here to plant bananas. Nearly all the land is already rented. Once anyone hears about a transfer, it gets snatched up immediately. By the time I, an old man, hear about it, it's already too late. Honestly, it's difficult. Still unconvinced, I continued. "Then please, Master Zhou, keep an eye out for me. If there's any rental or transfer available, help me secure it for me." Knowing the old man liked the mineral water I brought, I took out 2 cases from the trunk and placed them in front of him. Old Master Zhou revealed his yellowed teeth and chuckled, repeatedly insisting that it wasn't necessary. Old Master Zhou was easy to satisfy. He was an honest man. While 2 cases of mineral water weren't extravagant as a gift when asking someone for a favor, the old man was genuinely pleased. I left my phone number for him, so he could contact me when needed. He owned an old-fashioned mobile phone. Chapter 176, Renting the Land Successfully. It was quite a coincidence, and I had made the right decision to ask Old Man Zhou for help. After finishing my lunch and selling some stocks, I received a call from an unknown number. It was indeed from Old Man Zhou. Someone wanted to sublease their banana plantation, and he asked if 300 acres exceeded my expectations. 300 acres is fine. It was no big deal for me. Old Man Zhou told me to come immediately and meet the people in person. He would wait for me at our usual spot. When I saw Old Man Zhou, there was also a couple there, who were actually the owners of the banana farm that Old Man Zhou had been hired to watch. Xiuxian and his wife Zhang Xiaofeng had been growing bananas for 10 years. Originally, they had planned to work another 10 years before retiring to their hometown, but then came bad news from home. His 70-year-old father had become critically ill and needed care. To make matters worse, his mother had also fallen and required attention. They could no longer continue planting bananas. They had rented the land from 72 farmers and had just paid this year's rent in full. Their plan had been to harvest the banana trees and then return home for winter, but then fate had struck. His father wouldn't recover anytime soon, and from what his mother said, he didn't have much time left. Having been away from home for years, they had rarely been able to show their filial devotion. Now, if they failed to take care of their father, they might miss the last chance. Moreover, his mother also needed tending. As for whether Yao would continue planting bananas next year, originally he hadn't decided, but after Old Man Zhou mentioned that someone wanted to rent the land, he finally decided to transfer it and go back home with his wife to care for their parents. I could only offer words of comfort after expressing sympathy for their family's unfortunate circumstances, advising them not to be too sad and to actively seek treatment for their parents when they returned. Perhaps a miracle might occur. But trying to comfort people doesn't heal their hearts. I could not bear their suffering. There was no monetary transaction involved in the subleasing of the land. We simply signed a sublease agreement confirming that I had taken over the land for farming, with Old Man Zhou as the witness. It was then that I learned Old Man Zhou had been employed by Yao to guard the banana plantation. Yao left me the contact information of the 72 farmers and then left with his wife Xiaofeng back to their hometown, hundreds of miles away. Since Old Man Zhou had been hired by Yao Xiuxian to guard the banana plantation, and someone needed to remain on site, I invited Old Man Zhou to stay here and continue guarding the land, which he happily agreed to. Originally, Old Man Zhou was a lonely old man. His wife had died early and he had neither sons nor daughters. With this job providing some income and government assistance, he managed to make ends meet. In the northwest corner of the banana plantation stood a metal portable house. That was his home. Reportedly, this house was provided by the state. His original house in the village had collapsed and was no longer habitable. The village had wanted to help him rebuild when Yao and his wife hired him. At his request, the village gave him a metal house so that he could conveniently watch over the banana grove. Old Man Zhou was a pitiful man, which stirred up my sympathy. I went into the metal house to have a look. There was only a wooden single bed and some pots and pans, quite shabby, not a single appliance in sight. No wonder, there was no electricity here anyway. Even if there were, they wouldn't work. Despite living in such poverty, Old Man Zhou was quite satisfied with his current life. He desired little and believed it meaningful to be able to help others in these final years. I deeply admired the old man's serene, unattached mindset. When he wasn't looking, I entered my space and took some vegetables, fresh fish, eggs, and brought along several big apples to improve his meal. Old Man Zhou chuckled and said, "Young man, I can't just accept gifts without earning them. You brought so much stuff. I can't eat it all myself or it will spoil and go to waste. Truth is, I'm missing nothing here. Behind the small house, I've planted quite a few vegetables. Fresh produce never runs out. And as for rice, flour, oil, and stuff like that, every month, someone from the village brings them to me. That's more than enough. I'm lucky to live in such a good era. Everyone is happy. I'm already satisfied. If this were the old society, I probably would have died long ago." Ha ha. Old Man Zhou remained very optimistic. I liked this kind of attitude, detached, unambitious, and desireless. With a heart free from selfishness, the world becomes broad and life peaceful. Even in loneliness and solitude, one might still find happiness. Now that the banana plantation was successfully rented, there was still unfinished work left by Yao and his wife that needed doing. Old Man Zhou informed me that the banana trees from which the bananas had already been harvested needed to be processed quickly or they would rot and attract pests, affecting planting next year. This matter could not be delayed. Yao and his wife had been hardworking. The 300-acre banana plantation had been managed almost entirely by the two of them. They had hired temporary workers only during harvesting season. At other times, no outsiders could be seen on the farm. Old Man Zhou mainly kept watch to prevent people from damaging the plantation, and also to act as a temporary contact for anyone who came with questions or concerns. Actually, the 2,000 banana seedlings that Old Man Zhou sold me were personally stripped from the ground by Yao's couple. They worked the entire morning on it. At that time, they hadn't yet received the news about their parents' accident. They only heard about it at noon. Now, about 2/3 of the banana trees in the field had already been cut down, and nearly 100 acres remained to be harvested, which I now needed to arrange manpower for. South of Old Man Zhou's small house, some tools were stacked up. Besides the flatbed cart and sprayer, I noticed two extremely sharp, large machetes. These were the main tools Yao Xiuxian and his wife used for their labor. They had used these very machetes to cut down the banana trees. I asked Old Man Zhou, why didn't they hire machines for cutting? Old Man Zhou explained, hiring machines would cost extra money. To save costs, the two of them worked by hand. Fortunately, there's not much to do during winter, and they are capable workers. They could finish cutting everything in about half a month. Once they're done, trucks would come to collect the stems and help them sell. Sold? Where exactly are these stems sold to? This was actually a question I cared deeply about. If there was no proper way to dispose of these things, they would just become garbage. There are actually quite a few places that take them, like paper mills, feed factories, and even some scientific research institutes. They use a small portion too, though not much. As long as there were buyers, that was good. I would gradually learn about this matter. What I needed to do now was arrange for Ruffling to bring out the chainsaw from my space and finish cutting the remaining banana trees. While Ruffling was working, he discovered new sprouts growing from the roots of the bananas. He knew that the banana seedlings I had recently transported into the space had originally come from these sprouts. He asked if I still needed more. Ruyu, Ruxiang, and Zhao Mingfei were already busy planting bananas inside the space, and they didn't have time. Ruxue and the others were also working nonstop, unable to spare any time either. Time was tight for all of them. Ruffling had to cut down banana trees, and asking him to handle seedlings at the same time would be too much. After considering this carefully, I decided to give it up. When I needed banana seedlings again, I could simply buy them directly from the research institute. How much easier that would be. Chapter 177. Cleaning up the banana plantation. Rufeng started operating the cutting machine and went off cutting the banana trees with a loud clattering sound. The cut banana trees couldn't just be left lying around, so it was important to transport them away in a timely manner. Fortunately, Old Master Zhou had a contact for people who specialized in hauling banana trees. He helped me get in touch, but they said they were unavailable today and would send trucks tomorrow to haul all the trees away. Having Old Master Zhou around was a great help to me as an outsider unfamiliar with this area. By evening, Rufeng finally finished cutting the remaining banana trees. I sent him and the cutting machine back to the space together. Inside the space, the 10 mu of banana seedlings had already been planted by Ru Yu and the others. Just like when planting coconut trees, Zhao Mingfei and Xianxia spread chicken manure across the land as a base fertilizer. Now they were watering the fields with a self-priming pump. Bananas prefer plenty of water, and without enough moisture, the plants simply won't grow well. It seemed that they had all learned from Rufeng's expertise well, so I didn't need to worry about this. The next day, trucks indeed arrived to haul away the banana trees. When I arrived at the banana plantation, they had already started loading the trucks. As usual, Old Master Zhou sat at the edge of the field smoking his pipe. They're directly sending the banana trees to the paper mill, Old Master Zhou told me, adding that the paper mill was about 200 kilometers north of Xiuxian. I asked, in such a situation, how is the payment handled? Free haul? Free? How is this even possible? I couldn't believe it. Hehe. Nothing in this world is completely free. Those banana trees are free too. To put it in the driver's words, they're helping you dispose of garbage. The banana trees are sold to the paper mill, and the money received from that sale offsets the freight cost. In fact, the price they get is slightly higher than what the landowner would pay for freight. If it wasn't for this small advantage, who would bother coming to haul it for free? I burst into a wry smile, feeling silly for thinking too much of it. So this was how it worked. Actually, this arrangement wasn't bad at all. Each party benefited. I got rid of my banana tree problem, and the drivers made a bit of extra money. I saw that each truck had 2 men, one to drive, one to load. The efficiency wasn't particularly high, but with over a dozen trucks entering the fields, the job could be completed within a few days. I would just let them handle it themselves. There was no need for my interference, as I had other things to take care of. I was thinking of building a row of houses here in the banana plantation to use as warehouses. I mentioned this to Old Master Zhou casually, although my real plan was to establish a passageway here connecting to my dimension. Building houses was merely to conceal the steel conveyor belts I was going to install. Old Master Zhou reminded me, houses cannot be built here because this is farmland. Permanent structures aren't allowed. Even if you somehow build concrete structures, someone will show up to regulate and forcibly dismantle them. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. If I couldn't build houses here, how could I proceed with my plan to build a second base in Xiuxian? The reason I had leased this banana plantation in the first place was precisely for this purpose. I hadn't anticipated such a restriction. If I really couldn't build here, I would have to look for a warehouse to rent somewhere in Xiuxian City. It wasn't just a question of cost for me, but more about future inconveniences. Seeing my furrowed brow, Old Master Zhou changed his tone. You can't build with cement and bricks, but you can put up temporary structures, like those metal or color steel plate buildings. Nobody will pay much attention to those. This brightened my mind immediately. Color steel plate buildings worked just fine, as long as they could keep prying eyes away. The northern edge of the banana plantation had already been cleared. I called Master Go and ordered a batch of color steel plates, angle iron, square tubes, welding rods, cables, wires, lighting fixtures, and other materials. Master Go truly had remarkable connections. The items I ordered were so diverse and mincey, yet he managed to get them all together within a day. 3 full trucks of goods arrived at the banana plantation before sunset. I was wondering whether I should hire a crane to unload the trucks, but the driver said it wasn't necessary. They had an unloading mechanism on the trucks themselves. Within half an hour, all the materials were unloaded very efficiently. I thanked the drivers, and the heavy-set driver in charge responded, "Not at all. It's what we're supposed to do." He handed me a delivery receipt to verify. The quantity was exactly correct. After I signed to confirm, the driver gave me a bank account number requesting payment. If I needed an invoice, I could contact Master Go directly. Otherwise, payment was to be made immediately. I didn't want to make things hard for the drivers, so before paying, I called Master Go, and sure enough, everything was as the driver said. Well then, I didn't hesitate. I paid the balance right away, and also sent Master Go a message asking him to issue an invoice under the given company name, so I could pick it up the next day. Master Go agreed readily. As it grew dark, there was no need to temporarily store the goods in the space. Old Master Zhou was watching over them anyway. In fact, I had received several calls that day as well. One of them was from xiuxian. Yesterday afternoon, Xianxia East Sea Mineral Water Plant had officially started production of its 250 milliliters small bottled water packaging, and today 200 tons of products had already been shipped out, helping relieve the urgent need for water replenishment at Xuanhuan Mineral Water Plant. She also told me that 100 cases had been delivered to the Binzhou department store. According to the contract, the 3.6 million worth of goods needed to be shipped in batches, preferably according to the buyer's schedule, to avoid overstocking. This condition was difficult to meet originally, unless I established a wholesale point in Xiangyang. Huangta County was just too far away, like distant water that couldn't put out a nearby fire. Now that the Donghai Mineral Water Plant was in cooperation, this difficult problem was easily solved. Even if Xiaohui only needed one case, we could guarantee timely delivery. The second call was from Xiuxian. He had sent 50 plastic boxes from the provincial city's green food wholesale store, which had already arrived at the logistics company. Ruxiang had conveniently brought them back. The third call was from the sales representative at the cardboard box factory. The 1,000 special welfare cardboard boxes I ordered had arrived, and Xiuxian had received them, handing them over to Ruxiang, who brought them into the space. With the plastic boxes and cardboard boxes now available, Zhao Mingfei and the other three began picking fruits without being told. There was no need to rush this task. They needed to carefully select only relatively ripe fruits. Once 500 boxes were filled, they could pause harvesting. It wasn't worth picking too much because fruits would keep better on the trees than sitting in the boxes. Another call came from the logistics company. The parts one had ordered from engineer Fong had arrived, and Ruxiang had brought them back as well. Seeing that all the required materials were here, Ruffing opened the box and began working with a clang of tools. Those robotic arms were semi-finished products, and he quickly installed them on the tractor. With an automatic control system added, his initial modifications were completed. He tested the robotic arms remotely, and they moved smoothly within the expected range. As for whether they would perform ideally in future applications, we'd have to wait until the bananas matured. Ruffin was too capable. Such complex operations couldn't be handled by the other robots. Ru Shui couldn't manage it, let alone Ru Yu and the rest. Yesterday, since things had gone a bit late due to cutting down the banana trees, Ruffing actually drove overnight to the pig breeding farm. The owner had seemed unhappy, but perhaps it was just an act. For a big customer like me, he would love it if I purchased piglets from him 24 hours a day. I wouldn't mind either, but he didn't have that much supply to offer. Chapter 178 Banana Plantation Warehouse. Ru Feng is the one I trust the most, so I shared with him my entire plan to construct a secondary base. The Trigongbon and other materials were already prepared, and now it was time to build the temporary warehouse. Shortly after, Ru Feng sent me an email containing the construction blueprints. When I opened them on my phone, I was very satisfied, better than I had imagined in my head. Ru Feng offered an addition, incorporating solar panel installations on the warehouse rooftop. This would solve the banana plantation's energy needs. Being far from any village, bringing in electrical lines would require setting up poles and wiring over hundreds of meters, which would definitely attract attention from higher authorities. Solar panels are convenient, efficient, and eco-friendly, making them perfectly suited for isolated and remote locations like this. In fact, their use on the remote Xiaodao Island in my other space was a perfect example. I checked my phone and found the saved contact number for the solar panel supplier. Immediately, I placed an order. The supplier said since I was in the south, the distance was far, and delivery would take at least a week. Nowadays, highways are so convenient that I drove from Huangtu County to Xianyang City in just 3 days. A week was definitely unnecessary. They probably said that to give themselves some leeway for delivery. Suddenly, I had an idea to speed up the delivery. I told them to send the panels only as far as Huangtu County and include all necessary accessories, but I didn't need them for installation. That task could be handled by Ru Feng, Ru Shui, and me. I already had the experience, and Ru Feng and Ru Shui were capable too. The solar panel supplier readily agreed and promised the delivery would arrive in Huangtu County by the next day. When I arrived at the banana plantation, I brought Ru Feng out of the space. He looked at the Trigongbon stacked on the ground and studied the terrain. He suggested building the warehouse at the northeast corner of the garden. He was ready to start construction right away, but there was no power source here, making cutting and welding impossible. He asked if I wanted to move the materials into the space, where there was electricity. I glanced toward old Master Zhou sitting by the edge of the field, who had his back turned toward us. If this pile of Trigongbon suddenly vanished, he would definitely get curious, and I wouldn't be able to explain. At that moment, I felt a bit of regret. During this construction period, having him around had its pros and cons. If I made up a reason to send him away, I could easily move the Gongbon into the space. By the time he returned, Ru Feng might already have built the warehouse. But the man was getting quite old. Where would I even send him? That would only trouble an elderly person unnecessarily. I just couldn't bear to do it. Seeing my hesitation, Ru Feng whispered a reminder. Master, we could run the power supply out from the space. That's right. I can bring out water from the space, so why not the wires too? There were already plenty of wires, so I took 2 reels into the space and connected them to the main switch. I then brought out the welding machine, the cutting machine, and other tools to the banana plantation. With a little effort from Ru Feng, the power was connected successfully. One odd phenomenon was rather eerie. 2 cables slanted up into the air, about 3 or 4 meters above the ground, and only their 2 ends could be seen. The rest of the wires simply disappeared. We had to cover this up, or sooner or later old Master Zhou would notice. Ru Feng and I grabbed 2 Trigongbon and leaned them diagonally together, covering the wires. At least the weird sight would be hidden. If old Master Zhou asked where the electricity came from, we could explain with ease. Modern technology allowed for wireless remote power generation. Huh, I really am clever. One person alone wasn't enough for the work, so I brought Ru Yu and Ru Lu out of the space to help Ru Feng. With their support, the pace picked up greatly. In less than a day, a massive 2,000 square meter warehouse was erected. Several partitions were made inside the warehouse. This space needed to remain mysterious in preparation for the upcoming construction phases. While Ru Feng and the others were busy at the site, I entered the space. All 500 boxes of fruit had already been packed. Ru Shui had prepared a truck and, via the steel conveyor belt, sent the fruits out to the Minli canned food factory. First, I called xiuxian to take charge of receiving the goods and distribute one box to every employee. Then I contacted Bai Luoxue. I had to inform her about this because staff members from the wholesale store and franchise locations were also entitled. She didn't scold me for not letting her know in advance. Everything was already arranged, so no worries for her. She was only grateful and surprised. During the conversation, she told me another matter. No one knows where your fruit comes from and how unique they are. The last 2 times we distributed them, they started a lot of talk. Some people tried for a long time looking in the marketplaces, but they couldn't find anything similar. They're suspecting that these fruits were imported from abroad or even from another planet. Anyway, there's nothing like this in Huanta County. The fruits not only grow large, but each one is also very beautiful. Most importantly, they taste extremely good, possessing all the qualities of color, aroma, flavor, and shape. When you handed out the second batch, someone even ate them and instead sold them, making 1,000 yuan per box. Many people already know about this. Don't you think this is a great business opportunity? Giving away fruits as benefits. It feels a bit too luxurious, doesn't it? If instead you gave each worker 1,000 yuan in cash, wouldn't that be more practical for them? I could tell she still harbored suspicions about the fruit's origin, mysterious, as she put it. If the fruit looked great and was of high quality, it wouldn't be surprising at all if it sold for a high price. I had indeed considered the idea of selling the fruit as a product before, not out of lack of will, but because there were too few fruit trees and the output wasn't enough to reach a scale that would make a significant difference. Even if each piece sold at an expensive price, there wouldn't be much profit overall. That's the main reason I hadn't brought it into the market. After I explained this to Bai Luoxue, she presented a different perspective. As the saying goes, rarity makes things valuable. It's precisely because there's so little supply that the price can be extraordinarily high. Just like when you originally set the price for Tinshu brand mineral water, these fruits can target a high-end consumer group. Think about it. If even regular premium imported fruits in big department stores are rarely affordable to the general public, how much more so for such uniquely rare fruits? Her argument made sense and genuinely moved me. I asked her to think it over and come up with a mature proposal. Bai Luoxue agreed immediately, but she added one final sentence that carried a hidden meaning. Don't you want to assign this sales task to Xiuxian? Cough cough. I coughed dryly. She's in charge of investment evaluation and acquisition cooperation, while you're my executive director and senior advisor, and you're also responsible for all product marketing matters. Therefore, selling these fruits falls within your job scope. Of course, if you need assistance, I can inform Xiuxian to fully support you. What do you think? I passed the ball back to her. I definitely couldn't let her use Xiuxian to make things hard for me. Giggle, giggle, giggle. When did President Chen learn to play Tai Chi? I can't handle that kind of maneuvering. I surrendered gracefully. I need to go now to prepare a fruit marketing plan for President Chen. Even after she hung up, her clear laughter still echoed in my ears. I could sense a hint of jealousy lingering within that laughter. Why does she always have such suspicions? Chapter 179 The Case of Selling Fruits. I suspect that she had always been ambiguously involved with xuanhuan. Even now, there's still a subtle unease lingering inside me. Yet, I have never found even a bit of concrete evidence. At one time, I even suspected that it might be my own psychological issue. Right now, my relationship with Xiuxian is completely clean. It's just that she once made me noodles by hand. White Luoxue ate her noodles that time too. And during this business trip to Xiangyang, nothing happened between us either. We just went to the beach together once. I didn't even have a good time there, constantly seeing the shadow of White Luoxue in my mind. Could it be that suspicion is a common ailment among young lovers? Not only do I have it, but White Luoxue does too. Suddenly, I realized that ever since White Luoxue began openly or subtly suspecting an ambiguous relationship between me and Xiuxian, I haven't thought of her in relation to xuanhuan anymore. If she didn't mention Xiuxian and made me feel jealous, I wouldn't even have thought of xuanhuan at all. Perhaps it is mutual suspicion that proves two people care deeply for each other, that they love each other, are afraid of losing each other, and unwilling to let a third party intrude. Convincing myself with this logic, I stopped thinking about that vague and uncertain matter to prevent it from clouding my judgment. I should remain determined and stick to my great endeavors. Zhao Mingfei held 2 big peaches in his hands, gave one to me, and started biting into the other one himself, letting the juice drip down his elbow. He didn't care much about it, talking to me as he ate. Director Chen has been very busy these days. It seems we'll have to delay building the house. You're busy with thousands of things daily. For us, living in big houses a day earlier or later isn't such a big deal, but the vehicles can't wait much longer. Look, the paint is fading and the tires are cracked from aging. Although these cars were bought not long ago, this should be the result of intense sun exposure. Therefore, Director Chen, to protect these cars, you'd better spare some precious time and contact the supplier of blue bricks and cement as soon as possible to start construction early. When did Zhao Mingfei learn such a circuitous approach? He really knows how to get his point across by beating around the bush. Looking at the tractors and trucks that had been purchased only months ago, indeed their bright red paint was already turning pale, and cracks were appearing on the large tires. I had never doubted the quality of modern vehicles before, but this must be due to the special climate in the other dimension. As Zhao Mingfei said, we should avoid direct exposure to the intense sunlight if possible. It was indeed time to build the house promptly. In the real world, I was still in Xiuxian City. I planned on having Master go purchase a batch of blue bricks and cement the next day. However, considering transportation into the dimension, I needed a hidden place to carry out my operations. Wasn't the warehouse in the banana field still under construction? Right now, I was on the small island. Although I couldn't return to Huangta County instantly, that didn't prevent me from purchasing blue bricks and cement from there. Thinking of this, I called Master Wang from the transport team. He knew how to connect with the necessary suppliers. Let him handle things, contacting several drivers to transport the goods to the new warehouse area. Upon arrival, the goods would be handed over to Ruwu, and I would transfer the full payment. This wasn't Master Wang's first time handling such matters, so he asked for the quantity needed and got started right away. He was pretty efficient. In the afternoon, the blue bricks and cement were brought into the other dimension by Ruwu. As soon as the blue bricks and cement arrived, Zhao Mingfei was somewhat stunned. He had been urging me to buy materials, but now there were no proper tools on the small island. He and the other 3 people simply couldn't construct the house. I was talking about building a large house, not the same kind of small huts they currently lived in. They were drivers, not construction workers. Different trades are like different worlds. Many things may seem easy to do, but are hard in practice. The gap between knowledge and action is vast. Don't underestimate the construction trade. Although the profession might not seem grand, it still requires skill. It's not something anyone can do. When I asked them to proceed, they delayed constantly, saying they were waiting for Ruffing and Ruyu. Without them, they couldn't start at all. I started my career as a laborer once. Seeing their reluctance, I smirked slightly. Construction workers may not have fancy-sounding professional titles, but what they do, many who look down on them may not be able to do. In the future, we shouldn't underestimate such laborers. I wasn't blaming Zhao Mingfei and the others, but rather feeling proud about my background as a construction worker. It was us, only us, who transformed the appearance of hundreds of cities across the country, enabling modern metropolises. While people live comfortably in tall buildings, enjoying their brightness and comfort, how many remember our struggles and the risks we took to build them? Although I was sentimental, I couldn't force them to work when they couldn't do it. Forcing them to build walls might result in work I couldn't trust. If the project ended up like a shoddy tofu dreg's job, the risks would be great. I had no choice but to wait until Ruffing finished building the warehouse for the banana plantation before asking him to oversee the construction of the beachside building. Although Ruffing and Ruyu wanted to start working on the new house immediately after returning to the dimension, it was already getting dark. Ruffing still had to go to the pig farm in Haida County to pick up some piglets. I didn't want him to go too late. Building the house could wait until tomorrow. Ruffing left to pick up the piglets, while Ruyu and Luxiu went with Zhao Mingfei to clean the chicken and pig manure. They still had plenty of work left to do. After leaving the dimension and returning to the hotel, I quickly logged into the website and sold off today's stocks. I had just lain down to rest for a while when Balaoxu called for a video chat. Fortunately, I had already left the dimension. If I were still inside and she had called me, seeing a different background, how could I explain it? If such a situation occurred, I would have to choose to ignore the call temporarily and call her back later after leaving the dimension. She had completed the marketing proposal for the special fruits, sending me an email along with a detailed explanation. She had thought more deeply and farther ahead than I had. I had mentioned that we didn't have a large quantity of fruits, so she suggested positioning them as scarce premium items. Certain fruits would be shipped exclusively to large department stores in first-tier cities and sold as luxury products. Regarding pricing, we shouldn't go too extreme during the promotional phase. We should raise prices gradually in stages after triggering people's desire to buy. The proposal was indeed excellent. It sounded fresh and original to me, exceeding my expectations. It was more advanced than my own idea of differentiated marketing for bottled water. Immediately, I instructed Balaoxu to assign personnel to head to the first-tier cities, promoting the fruits using the existing sales channels we had for the fish preserves, pickled vegetables, and bottled water. The sales reps already had connections with big department stores. There wouldn't be any problem with the distribution channels. What? Are the salespeople going to visit the stores with empty hands? I thought you said the 500 boxes of fruits were all distributed as employee benefits. When Balaoxu asked that, I suddenly remembered that the fruits were still on the trees in the dimension and hadn't been picked and boxed yet. Moreover, the boxes designated for employee benefits couldn't be sold in the market either. Let's wait. I'll inform you once everything is arranged in 2 days. If Balaoxu asked further, I wouldn't have known how to answer, so I ended the call before she could speak again. Then I called the owner of the carton factory in Huangta County. He was to make another batch of cartons based on the size of the employee benefit fruit boxes, but without the words employee benefits only printed on them. Naturally, the carton factory owner wasn't bothered by extra orders. Changing the design wasn't difficult, and he guaranteed delivery of the boxes the next day. After sorting that out, I went to the banana plantation again, wanting to check the warehouse construction progress before it got dark. Although called a warehouse, I didn't actually plan to store bananas there. It was merely a cover to build a steel track entrance/exit. Wide and long, the warehouse was well built. Ruffling had done an excellent job, smoothing the ground surface thoroughly, better than I had expected. What came next was the installation of the steel track, the project I was most concerned about. Chapter 180, Ordering Tracks Again. To have a clear understanding of the situation, I conducted an on-site experiment. I entered the space from the warehouse and used a rope to remeasure the distance required to enter and exit the space, so I could determine the length of the steel tracks. To my delight, the calculation showed that the length matched exactly with that of the first tracks. When Mr. Zhang, the owner of the agricultural machinery parts market in Huangta County, received my call and heard that I wanted to purchase another 48 tracks, he was astonished. Mr. Chun, you must be crazy. Are you secretly building tanks or armored vehicles? Weren't the previous 48 tracks enough? Another 48. This will be difficult. Last time, I bought all the tracks within a 500-mile radius of Huangta County and gave them all to you. I'm absolutely powerless to help now. Try someone else. Hearing him try to refuse the deal, I quickly intervened. Manager Zhang, hold on. I'll increase the price by 10%. Just think of it as a service fee for your efforts. If I find someone else, no one else will have this quantity. They'll do the same as you did last time. Look around for connections to transfer the goods. Since you'll be giving the benefit to someone else anyway, why not give it to me, your regular customer? Just have those suppliers you contacted last time continue to help make a few calls. With more people involved, it won't be a big effort for you. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Money makes the world go around. Manager Zhang quickly changed his tune. Oh, Mr. Chun, you're really putting me on the spot. Out of appreciation for your generosity, I'll reluctantly ask around for you. Please rest assured, Mr. Chun, your affairs are my affairs. But I can't guarantee delivery tomorrow. You'll have to understand, because this product needs to pass through several hands before reaching you. Of course, I understood his difficulty. However, since I had already offered more money, I couldn't let him be too casual about it. I added pressure, urging him to supply the goods as per my request, with a maximum delay of 1 day, ensuring delivery to the new warehouse district in Huangtu County the day after tomorrow. After complaining a bit about how tight the timeline was, Manager Zhang agreed. Making a few extra phone calls would earn him several 10,000 yuan. It was a bit difficult, but the money came fast. How Manager Zhang contacted his peers and mobilized others was entirely his business. My decision to insist on purchasing the tracks from Huangta County was based on certain considerations. Firstly, I had previously dealt with Manager Zhang and found him reliable. Secondly, receiving goods at the new warehouse district was more convenient. If I placed an order locally in Xiuxian, the procurement volume would be too large. No vendor would normally stock such a large number of tracks. Tracks for agricultural machinery aren't easily damaged, so any boss would still need to transfer goods, and their speed wouldn't necessarily be faster than Manager Zhang's. In Huangta County, I had already somewhat of a reputation. Even if I didn't know Manager Zhang personally, he knew who I was. But in Xiuxian City, nobody would respect me. It would be impossible to get anything done as effectively as in Huangta County. That's precisely why I preferred to give Manager Zhang a 10% markup on the goods rather than buy locally in Xiuxian. With Manager Zhang, one phone call was enough to settle the matter. In Xiuxian, running around all day might not even produce results. My time was extremely valuable. Compared with those few 10,000 yuan, time was far more precious. Just as I finished handling this matter, Xiuxian called. She had figured out the entire workflow at Xiuxian Donghai Mineral Water Factory, discovering many loopholes. The factory's management level indeed needed improvement. She had suggested to the factory director, xiuxian, to copy the management model used in the Huangtu County canned food factory. Xiuxian stated he would actively cooperate to improve management efficiency together. Implementing this management system could not only plug certain loopholes, but also save on the factory's costs. More importantly, our side could monitor the daily output, warehouse inflow, and outflow of mineral water. In a sense, it completely eliminated the possibility of relevant personnel secretly reselling the bottled water. That was exactly what I cared most about. Xiuxian also made another suggestion. Currently, the mineral water factory hired temporary truck drivers for shipping. Freight charges lacked standardization, and reliable transportation couldn't be guaranteed, inevitably leading to delays in shipment. This situation had previously occurred at Donghai Mineral Water Factory. Zhendoi this issue, she recommended following green agricultural ecological companies' approach by entrusting transportation to professional logistics companies. This could significantly reduce transportation costs. Xiuxian strongly agreed and had already begun negotiations with logistics firms. Following my suggestion, Xu Xiangyi had transferred 2 people from Huangtu County, Feng Dongxing and Wei Xiaomi, to permanently station them at the factory and take over her responsibilities. Unless there were other urgent issues, she intended to return to Huangtu County the next day. Upon hearing she intended to leave, I quickly stopped her, insisting she stay to supervise until the logistics cooperation agreement had officially been signed before departing the mineral water factory. After finishing the business discussion, I didn't forget the promise I had made to her previously. You're not going to stay for a few days before going back? This is my promise to you. Consider it a form of reward. Huh. Then thank you, President Chen. This is what you said. It'll be my excuse if President Bai asks. I'll just say I'm following the chairman's orders. Huh. Xu Xiangyi hung up the phone laughing. Actually, I was being sincere. I wanted her to relax for 2 days. She'd worked really hard recently. A girl coming to a big city, after completing her work tasks, deserved some flexibility. If I didn't give her a chance to broaden her horizons, no matter how much I paid her in reward, it would still be a kind of spiritual exploitation. I didn't want my capable assistant to think I was cold-hearted and inconsiderate. Although that day I had accompanied her to the seaside for half a day, I could tell she shared the same sentiment as Bai Luoxua. She hadn't had enough fun yet, nor had she fully enjoyed the tropical scenery. The next morning, Xu Xiangyi returned to the urban area of Xiuxian. Upon meeting, she first reported her work. She had signed the agreement with the logistics company yesterday. Everything was properly arranged. She then personally expressed gratitude for granting her time off. subtly trying to coax me into asking whether I would be willing to accompany her to the beach. It was indeed somewhat impolite to refuse a girl's invitation, especially someone as beautiful and elegant as xiuxian. Deep down, I genuinely wanted to go with her. I had already started the BMW when my phone rang. The solar panels had arrived, and of course, they were delivered to Huangta County. Handling this matter solely through roughing and the others could at most bring the panels into the space, but then I still needed to transport them again from the space to the banana plantation. This was important work that couldn't be delayed. I still have urgent matters and can't go with you. Take the car, it'll be more convenient for you to come and go. I'll give you 2 days off. Hope you enjoy yourself. Xiuxian, who had just been smiling happily, immediately turned gloomy. Since President Chun is so busy, if you can't go, going to the seaside alone with strangers won't be fun at all. Besides, if something happened to me as a woman alone, wouldn't you worry? Fine, I won't go then. I'll just stay around Xianyang City and buy a flight ticket for tomorrow. Alright, she could go anywhere she liked, as long as she didn't stay near me and interfere with my secret work. The car was still given to her. She could drive around the city and experience the local culture. As for me, I entered the space to wait for Ruffling to return with the delivery. Chapter 181. The scorching sun shines bright. Since early this morning, Rufing, Arlu, and Zhao Mingfei had already begun marking the lines and laying the foundation at the beach of the small island. They didn't even need my instructions, taking the initiative to get things started with high spirits and a bustling atmosphere. Shortly after leaving the space, Feng had transported the solar panels to the small island. Together with him, I moved them out of the space again and returned to Xiangyang territory. Feng drove the truck while I sat in the front passenger seat, heading westward toward the banana grove. Uncle Zhou was walking around the banana field. Boss Chun, after we finished cutting the banana trees, the land must be plowed and the soil loosened now, so it'll be ready for replanting next year. That's right. As soon as I stepped out of the vehicle, Uncle Zhou came over to greet me. I had thought about the plowing, but right now, I had more urgent matters to deal with first. Even with the help of Feng and myself, plus Uncle Zhou, it was still not easy to install the solar panels on the warehouse roof. Besides the difficulty of getting up and down, there was also the risk of them falling. Therefore, Feng temporarily changed the plan. He decided to use a patch of land south of the warehouse for installing the solar panels. This location was more convenient for installation and maintenance, and it avoided the danger of them falling from a height. The only downside was the use of additional land. Originally, I had rented this banana field just as a cover. Whether I grew more or less bananas was unimportant. The 100 square meter solar panel array wouldn't take up much space anyway. Since this plan made work easier, I agreed to it. Without needing help from others, Feng could manage it himself. With my and Uncle Zhou's assistance, the installation went quite fast. By noon, the solar panels were successfully installed. Feng connected the wires and even extended the electricity into Uncle Zhou's metal shack. When he flipped the switch, the light came on. Uncle Zhou, revealing his yellowed teeth, chuckled. This is the first time I've ever used an electric lamp. Before, I used candles to light the house. I never thought I'd live long enough to enjoy electricity. It's all thanks to Boss Chun. Uncle Zhou insisted on inviting us to have lunch together. I didn't really mind where I ate, but Feng was a robot. It didn't need to eat at all. To this day, Uncle Zhou hadn't yet noticed that he wasn't a real human. Feng didn't mind. In fact, he suggested I stay for a meal. However, I did care. Better to keep knowledge of Rufing's true identity as minimal as possible, even from Uncle Zhou, to prevent unwanted attention or suspicion. Therefore, I politely declined Uncle Zhou's offer, saying there would be plenty of other opportunities. I claimed I had things to attend to back at the hotel, then had Feng drive me away from the banana field. Before returning to the hotel, I sent Feng and the truck back into the space. Although I hadn't stayed for a meal at Uncle Zhou's, I ended up being stopped by Zhao Mingfei. Handmade noodles just came out, along with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber salad, spicy green pepper with stir-fried pork, and blanched string beans. Zhao Mingfei was just complaining that she had cooked a bit too much. When I arrived, she immediately served me a big bowl of noodles. This homemade noodle is absolutely delicious. If Boss Chin doesn't mind, you're always welcome to dine here. It'll never get boring even if you eat noodles every meal. I naturally already knew how good these dishes tasted. Back in Huangta County, I had these at every meal. But during the past few days in Xiangyang, I had been eating only local food, except for the soybean milk and fried dough sticks. Nothing from any other restaurant really pleased my palate. I guessed it was because my taste had become too picky. Nothing could beat the vegetables from my own space or the flour from my wheat grains. Now finally having the chance to enjoy this taste again, one bowl simply wasn't enough. I needed a second to satisfy my appetite. As Zhao Mingfei had claimed, dining here was far more convenient than going to any restaurant. I told her to prepare for my arrival regularly and that I would give advance notice only if I couldn't make it one day. Zhao Mingfei and the others were very pleased and delighted to have my company during their meals. After finishing lunch, I started to check the stock market trends. Li Heroin had carelessly lain down on the brick bed for a short nap, but was pulled up by Sun Buxiao. If we start work too late in the afternoon harvesting fruits, you won't have time to finish the tasks. Forget about sleeping in. Boss Chun is here. You must at least make a good impression. Avoid being labeled as lazy and gluttonous. Although Sun Buxiao scolded Li Heroin like this, I didn't necessarily agree with that view. Their work was naturally scheduled and supervised by Ryu. Under her management, they wouldn't have a chance to slack off anyway. The newly ordered cardboard boxes had arrived before noon. However, at that moment, everyone had been busy constructing the house, so the fruit harvesting had been postponed. Ryu arranged for the harvesting to take place in the afternoon. As I had required that 200 boxes of fruit be delivered to Luoxue before the end of work that day, the sales representative would carry the products to depart early the next morning. Their first destination was Kyoto. We would try to succeed there, and based on the sales results, determine which city to target next. The fruit harvesting needed priority in the afternoon, so building the house would have to be postponed for now. Ryu and Rulu still had to clean the chicken and pig manure, feed the chickens and pigs, collect eggs, and pick vegetables. These daily chores weren't even completed yet. This house could only be built in between other tasks. Whoever had time would work on it for a while. Anyway, there was no rush. I let them decide their own schedules without setting any strict rules. Actually, Rufeng, Ryu, and Rulu hadn't even taken a lunch break. They had kept plastering walls and laying bricks under the blazing sun the entire time. That grove of coconut trees was growing incredibly fast. 2 days ago, when we planted them, the saplings were only about a meter tall. Now they stood over 3 or 4 meters high, already as thick as an adult's arm. Looking at the coconut trees reminded me of the bananas. I hadn't checked on those seedlings since they were planted. I went to the northern end and was equally amazed. The banana plants, less than half a meter tall when last I saw them, now stood as tall as 2 meters. Their broad banana leaves fanned out like giant palm fans, deep green and clearly no longer young seedlings. Even at noon, various vehicles controlled by the automated system kept moving through the fields, transporting grain after grain to the conveyor belt. Ruwu remained at his post inside the warehouse, handling loading and unloading tasks. The sun was brutal. Sweat streamed down my face, soaked through my t-shirt, and I could barely manage by hastily putting on a straw hat, which proved useless in the end. Zhao Mengfei and others entered the orchard, while Ryu didn't follow them. Still, they naturally started fruit harvesting by lifting plastic crates without needing any prompting. Inside the chicken coop, conservatively estimated at 100,000 chickens, colorful and lively, the limited shade couldn't possibly shelter all of them. Most were exposed directly under the scorching sun. Eggs lay scattered densely on the ground. I even suspected that under such high temperatures, some eggs might end up cooked just by the sun. Normally, Ryu would arrange egg collection and manure cleaning in the morning, but today, with everyone preoccupied constructing the house, collecting the eggs had been neglected. This was unacceptable. We couldn't ignore one task for another. Immediately, I looked for Rufeng and temporarily halted the wall construction. Collecting the eggs was more urgent. Rufeng also noticed the chickens suffering under direct sunlight and suggested that I plant some trees inside the chicken coop. That way, the chickens could escape the sun's harsh rays, increasing their survival and egg-laying rates. Even though there hadn't been a single dead chicken so far, failing to address this problem might affect their lifespan. I had overlooked this issue, yet I still found it amazing that so far, not a single chicken had died. The pigs, too, had somehow remained free from swine fever. The survival rate remained 100%. 10,000 pigs, both big and small, raised together was quite a spectacle. With the weather so hot, many pigs were immersed in water holes without coming out. Those unable to find a water pit remained inside the pen, hiding from the sun. As for the boar goats, the white herd resembled drifting clouds across the island. I truly found it odd that, under such weather conditions, none of them had fallen ill. All remained healthy. Besides their constant bleeding, they stayed quite lively, especially the young lambs recently added to the herd, hopping about restlessly without a moment's pause. Chapter 182 Planting Trees in the Chicken Coop. Just now, Rufeng mentioned planting trees inside the chicken coop. Since that's the case, we should do the same for the pig pen and sheepfold as well. They also need shade from the sun. I flipped through my phone contacts but couldn't find the number for the nursery field in Huangta County. I then asked Rusno to take the trouble to drive the truck out of the space and go to the nursery to place an order for a batch of poplar saplings. The ground of the chicken coop, pig pen, and sheepfold is quite hard. If we were to dig holes one by one manually to plant the trees, I don't know how many shovels Ryu and the others would have to ruin, nor could I imagine how long it would take. Faster work would only result in more broken shovels. I called Zhang, the manager at the agricultural machinery parts market, asking whether they had specialized equipment for digging tree pits. And by the way, I asked about the progress regarding the tracks. Oh, President Chun, this time is totally different from last time. It took a huge effort. When those fellow traders heard you wanted tracks again, nobody wanted to help. They have limited resources, you know, which were all used up last time. I had no choice. Since you, President Chun, gave the order, I gritted my teeth and begged every one of them, old and young, to do me a favor. Honestly, they're polite enough when they talk, but once it comes to real action, they all forget morality for profit. Sure, they're willing to help, but only if they can make extra money. None of them offered their services at the original price. Fortunately, you, President Chun, are generous and paid high in advance. Otherwise, this wouldn't have been possible. Guess what? We managed to secure the goods, but after adding up the costs, almost all the profit went to them. I actually earned even less than last time. All right, once we've started this business, we need to see it through. Consider it as helping President Chun. Rest assured, the goods will arrive tomorrow. To be honest, I know exactly what's going on. I know you contacted me because you respect me. Although I didn't earn much from this deal and worked hard, my heart is at peace because I had the honor of serving you. As for the equipment for digging tree pits, I actually have that ready. If you need it urgently, I can send someone to deliver it to you now. If not in a rush, I can bring it over together with the tracks tomorrow. How does that sound? Wonderful. First of all, thank you, Manager Zhang. I appreciate all your efforts for me. The tracks arriving on time means the job won't get delayed. As for the tree pit equipment, there's no need for you to bring it. I'll send someone to pick it up. Please prepare 2 sets now. The person will arrive soon. Just tell me the price, and I'll wire the payment to you. Those two little things aren't worth much. Since you're doing business with me, just take them as a gift. Although Manager Zhang outwardly seemed to be complaining about the difficulties involved, what he really wanted was recognition for his efforts. Saying he made no profit, that was just his way of talking. Whether he made a profit or not, he himself clearly knew. He wanted to both earn my money and receive my gratitude. I acknowledged the favor he'd done. Xuanhuan returned from outside the space. Today's freight arrangements were completed. After delivering 2 truckloads of fish to the cannery, it had returned to the space. It came back just in time. I ordered it to take a box truck to find Manager Zhang and bring back those 2 tree pit digging devices. At the same time, I had it take along 2 boxes of fruit as a gift for Manager Zhang. Xuanhuan carried the fruits and left the space again. I called Manager Zhang and told him to hand over the equipment to it. Again, I urged him to tell me the price so I could prepare to transfer the payment. President Chun is really polite. Once it's given, just take it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Use it freely. Since that was the case, I gladly accepted. Half an hour later, Manager Zhang called again. President Chun, I'm truly touched. Just transporting goods, that's normal. But you also had someone bring back 2 boxes of fruit for me. This rarity is simply priceless. In Huangta County, it's almost impossible to come across something like this. Everybody already knows this fruit is a special benefit distributed by your company to workers, and rumors about it are spreading wildly. No one who merely hears about it believes it. Nobody who sees it can deny its quality, and everyone who tastes it calls it a feast for the senses. This kind of thing only belongs in heaven. How often can one actually see it on earth? Such fruits are now causing a sensation in the market. If any of your workers are reluctant to eat theirs, they sell it, and it becomes practically priceless. Don't even mention a whole box. Getting just 1 fruit is a miracle. And President Chun gave me 2 whole boxes. TSK. I'm truly moved. Very moved indeed. This touched my heart more than giving me cash would have. You really helped me out, President Chun. My son is about to visit his girlfriend's home, and I was really worrying about finding a gift. You're truly like the timely rain. You came to my rescue at the most critical moment. If I bring 1 box of these fruits along, the future mother-in-law is sure to love it. This relationship is definitely going to work. Thanks to your blessing. I'm sincerely thanking President Chun on behalf of my son. I hadn't expected that giving him 2 boxes of fruit could actually help him settle his son's matchmaking problem. It seems these special fruits have already caused a huge impact in Huangta County. I imagine the reaction would be even more remarkable if they appeared in big cities. I'm looking forward to it eagerly. The orchard with its red and green fruits looked really pleasing to the eye. Zhou Mengfei and others came and went busily, stacking the packed fruit boxes higher and higher. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Once these rare fruits enter the market, there will certainly be greater demand than supply, which was entirely expected. With just these dozens of trees, there definitely won't be enough to sell. Since the space offers such unique conditions, why not plant a few more? There's still plenty of unused land. If there are too many fruit trees, picking the fruit will become a big problem in the future. Relying only on Zhao Mingfei and the other 3 will definitely not be enough. I need to think this through carefully. Xuanhuan returned with the 2 sets of tree pit digging equipment. Rufeng removed the plowing attachment from the back of the 2 tractors and installed the spiral drill instead. They tested it on-site and found it worked pretty well. 1 pit could be dug in just a few seconds. Rushua drove a truck into the space, loaded fully with poplar saplings. The saplings were not very thick, only about the thickness of chopsticks, and roughly 1 meter in length. This truck, Rushua said, carried 10,000 saplings. Unfortunately, the timing for buying saplings wasn't ideal. There weren't many suitable ones available. Those with thicker trunks had all been bought by the road maintenance department for greening both sides of the provincial highway, and even those weren't enough. The nursery manager was worried because they'd run out and had to source saplings from other regions. Now the nursery was full of these small ones. It's not that I dislike these small poplar saplings. I was planning to plant them inside the pig pen, sheepfold, and chicken coop. If the saplings were bigger, they could have provided shade for these animals within a day or 2. But these tiny ones couldn't serve that purpose at all. There's also the more critical problem. If these small saplings are planted in the ground, the white pigs could easily knock them down with a single sniff from their snouts. Even without intending to damage them, the pigs might lie lazily beneath a tree to enjoy the shade and end up breaking the saplings by leaning on them. In that case, planting them would be pointless. The goats are even worse. Being so mischievous, they would love to chew the tender leaves. With just 1 bite upward, they'd reach the tops of these small saplings. How long could these saplings possibly survive being constantly eaten? We'd end up with only bare little sticks scattered on the ground, or not even that. As for the chickens, they were the only ones who wouldn't actually eat the trees, despite being nearly as large as geese. At worst, they might peck at the lower leaves a bit. I had no choice but to start planting trees only in the chicken coop for now. I asked Rushua specifically to get the phone number of the nursery manager. When handing me the business card, she also gave me a QR code. I thought at first it was for adding a contact via some messaging app, so I scanned it with my phone, but it turned out to be a payment code. The owner really knew how to make things convenient. 10,000 yuan. It didn't seem too expensive, so I paid the amount immediately. I then called the nursery manager directly and asked whether there were fruit saplings available as well. He said there were plenty, just come and buy them whenever I wanted. As long as they were available, I planned to plant the fruit trees after finishing planting the poplars. Even without me explaining further, Rufeng quickly reassigned the tasks. Rushua, Rushuang, and Ruluo continued picking up eggs. First, we had to collect all the eggs before beginning to dig the pits. Chapter 183, The Farewell Barbecue. Wind and rain came together, as one person drove a tractor roaring into the chicken coop. The spiral blade spun rapidly, and with every lift and press of the tool, dust flew around. Soon 2 rows of tree pits had been dug. When Xiuxian and the others finished picking the eggs, the pits were also ready. Next, working in pairs, one placed the saplings into the pits while the other covered the roots with soil. Xiuxian fetched a hose and watered the trees from the back pits. The remaining young poplars couldn't be planted in the pigsty or sheepfold. I found a relatively solid piece of ground on the northwest side of the island. After planting the trees in the chicken coop area, Xiuxian and others planted the rest of the poplar saplings there. Although they planted quickly, by the time they finished, it was already getting late. I sent Xiuxian off in advance because it still needed to go pick up the piglets. After finishing 200 boxes of fruit picking, Zhao Mingfei and 4 others came over to plant trees too, which greatly accelerated the planting speed. I couldn't stay in the space all the time. Before leaving, I instructed Xiuxian to transport the fruits out of the space before the end of the workday and hand them over to xiuxian. After noting down the stock's limit-up situations, I left the space and returned to the real world. It was still midday in the real world. I returned to the hotel. My BMW was not in sight, and Xiuxian hadn't returned yet. I didn't know where she had gone to play. Anyway, I already had lunch, so it would feel rather insincere if I called her now asking where she was eating lunch. I didn't bother her. I've been busy these past few days and didn't have time to attend my cultural courses. Taking advantage of this moment with some spare time, I quickly logged into the app to study. Maybe my body was tired, or perhaps I hadn't eaten much from the space lately. Despite having a bowl of cold noodles at noon, it wasn't enough to make up for what I lacked these past days. I studied for only a short while before unintentionally falling asleep on the bed. When I woke up again, it was already dusk. I didn't recall covering myself with the blanket, but now I found a light summer quilt over me. Suddenly, I heard a creaking sound as the door opened, and Xiuxian peeked in. Wow, Director Chun has woken up. It seems you really were tired these past few days. I've never heard or seen Director Chun sleeping during the day before. Tell me, you had urgent matters, and actually returned to the hotel just to sleep? You're the boss, so you call the shots. Perhaps for you, sleeping is a matter of utmost importance, and can even justify skipping the beach with me. I think that's a pretty sufficient reason. She handed me a glass of warm water while talking. It seemed like she was complaining, but actually she was showing care. I sat up. Now that I was awake, I couldn't feign sleepiness and stay in bed. Actually, I really did have something important to do. I didn't lie to you. I guess I really was exhausted and didn't even realize when I fell asleep. I threw off the summer quilt and stepped down from the bed, taking a sip of the warm water. It quenched my thirst and warmed my heart. Thank you. Thank you for covering me with the blanket. After expressing my thanks, I told her about the fruit promotion plan. Of course, I couldn't tell her the truth about transporting solar panels from the space. Promoting the fruits was also important, although it hadn't happened this morning, but had been decided yesterday with by Luoxue. She would find out eventually, so why not tell her now and also provide a reasonable excuse for not going to the beach with her this morning? You're giving out fruits again. Nobody in the class notified me yesterday. Are they hoping I'll be away for a few more days, so they can eat the fruits themselves before they go bad? So I must leave tomorrow. Those fruits are so delicious. You remember the taste for life after just one bite. Being able to taste them twice or thrice is a blessing of several lifetimes. Because of those fruits, I'm not going to stay around playing in Xianxia anymore. Luckily, I've already bought my plane ticket and am leaving early tomorrow morning. Xiuxian used the need to return and taste the unique fruits as yet another reason to explain she would leave for Huangtu County tomorrow. I'll treat you to some barbecue tonight as a farewell dinner. You have to wake up early for your flight tomorrow and might not have time for breakfast. If we don't treat you tonight, we won't get another chance. There are plenty of opportunities as long as Director Chun is willing to invite. Xiuxian smiled sweetly. If I really wanted to invite her to dinner, I wouldn't have needed to find excuses. She could have postponed her trip tomorrow and stayed as long as I wanted. Even if we couldn't manage it here in Xianxia, there would still be plenty of chances once she returned to Huangtu County. The barbecue restaurant wasn't far from the hotel. Without taking a car, we walked there casually under the streetlights. The barbecue place was lively and bustling, filled with customers. Just by luck, a young couple had finished their meal and vacated a seat, giving us the chance to grab their spot. We ordered grilled skewers and beer, chatting happily while we drank, discussing our jobs, experiences, and feelings in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. I seemed to treat her as by Luoxue, confiding and conversing freely, with a sense of happiness long forgotten. The last time I had talked so freely and joyfully had been with by Luoxue at the Yulai restaurant, full of sweetness and warmth. Oh, you two really have a connection. I'm truly amazed, completely beyond my expectations. I actually thought Miss Chu had already left my classmate behind, never imagining you'd still be having dinner together. Xiao Hui had no idea when he had appeared beside the table. Judging by his flushed face, he must have already had quite a bit to drink. It looks like General Manager Xiao doesn't believe in my charm. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but in this case, I should actually thank General Manager Xiao. Come, sit down, have a few more skewers. I deliberately pretended to politely invite him. General Manager Xiao, you really shouldn't talk like that. A man's words must be honored. Your classmate helped me greatly, so I wouldn't go back on my word. I said I'd accompany him for a few days, so I will. Of course, I have work to attend to as well, so naturally I couldn't stay with Mr. Chen the entire time. I came to make it up to him today. General Manager Xiao, please have a seat. Xiuxian also courteously invited him. Xiao Hui waved his hands repeatedly. No, I won't stick around as a third wheel. You two continue your romantic moment. I'll be on my way. Before finishing his sentence, he wobbled around and began walking away. But after just 2 steps, he turned back again. Miss Chu, hurry up and send me a few hundred more boxes of water. No, 1,000 boxes. Once they're sold out, you won't be able to keep up supply. Don't forget, okay? Sure thing. General Manager Xiao can rest assured. We'll ship them out tomorrow. Xiuxian immediately responded positively. She never neglected work matters. Suddenly Xiao Hui smiled, turned again, and walked away, swaying as he went. Where did he even come from? Xiuxian seemed unaware of his arrival. I looked up and noticed that the barbecue restaurant had private rooms, probably where he had come from. Since Xiao Hui had been around here quite a bit, it was normal for him to have his own circle of friends and meet up with his rowdy buddies every so often. Truthfully, I really didn't want him to catch me here with Xiuxian. We were pretending in front of him, after all. If Xiuxian were by Luoxue instead, I wouldn't care at all. Even though our relationship hadn't gone public yet, by Luoxue, and I would eventually go public. The xiuxian couple would definitely find out eventually. As my classmate, even if Xiao Hui didn't go home often, he'd likely still hear about things. If he ever mentioned that I once dated Xiuxian, I wouldn't really care what they thought of me. Mrs. Chen's wife, by Xiao, would definitely find out through xiuxian, and it might eventually spread to by Luoxue's ears. That would become a ticking time bomb by our side, and at that point, I wouldn't be able to prove my innocence even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Thinking about this made my spine feel cold, and sweat began to drip from my forehead. Look at you. Did you drink your beer too fast? You're already sweating. Xiuxian pulled out a tissue and wiped my sweat. This gesture made me feel even more guilty. No worries, no worries. I can do it myself. I can do it myself. I quickly took the tissue and wiped myself, trying to hide my nervousness. Chapter 184. Attending to one thing while neglecting another. I don't know which nerve was off, but in my current awkward situation, I actually called by Luoxue for a video chat. The screen displayed by Luoxue's avatar. Her loose hair looked very casual, and her pajamas were visible from the neckline, suggesting she was in her bedroom, the plain white wall behind her. Sweetheart, did you miss me? This greeting warmed my heart. That I did. Why are you sleeping so early? Judging from by Luoxue's usual habits, she wouldn't sleep this early. Nonsense. I just finished packing and took a shower. I'm flying to the capital tomorrow for business. Are you worried about me? Why is it so noisy on your side? Where are you? In the video, there were passing customers visible in my background, and the sounds were quite loud, an obvious sign that I wasn't in a hotel room. Having dinner. Tomorrow, Manager Chu is heading back to Hutu County, so I'm seeing her off. Oh, didn't you say to give her a few days off? I've already sorted things out at headquarters. Let her relax and enjoy herself. Hearing I was with Xiuxian, by Luoxue immediately turned serious, slipping into a formal, business-like tone. Manager Chu loves working, apparently, and didn't feel like relaxing anymore. After being away for a few days, she started missing home, so I figured I should let her go back. Anything you want to say to her before my trip tomorrow? Now's your chance. I handed the phone to Xiuxian to let her speak with by Luoxue. Xiuxian curled her lips slightly. Hello, President Bai. Manager Chu. There's nothing particularly urgent at home. It's just that several of the chain stores have expressed concerns over the beef and lamb supply. They say there's insufficient availability. I've personally explained it over the phone to everyone who called. The source of the goods is insufficient, which is definitely not something that can be resolved in just 2 or 3 days. Merely explaining on the phone doesn't show enough sincerity. I had originally planned to personally visit to talk it through face-to-face, while also checking up on the sales performance at each branch store. Unfortunately, I must leave tomorrow for the capital city to promote fruit sales, and the exact number of days I'll be gone isn't clear yet. So, after you come back, Manager Chu, I hope you can promptly tour the stores to comfort the store owners. After all, they're the ones generating profits for the company. By the way, since you're with President Chun, you could also bring this up with him and see if he can contact the meatpacking plant again to provide more meat supply. Right now is prime time for beef and lamb. We can't afford to miss this opportunity. Once prices drop, such a chance won't come around again. Thank you for your efforts, Manager Chu. Have a pleasant journey tomorrow. Xiuxian listened silently to Bai Luoxue's long explanation. She hadn't even managed to say much. From the tone, it seemed as if Bai had concluded the conversation. Wishing you safe travels, President Bai. Knowing when to withdraw, Xiuxian promptly returned the phone to me. Honey, travel safely. Once you arrive at the capital, don't forget to call me. I hurriedly said my farewell too. Be nice to Manager Chu, feed her well, drink more too. Manager Chu talks easily and enthusiastically. I believe the two of you will get along great. Bai Luoxue, brows lifted, gave me instructions through the camera. Of course, I'll definitely make sure Manager Chu eats and drinks her fill, so you can relax about that. I can see both of your faces are flushed red. It's hard to say whether you've been fed well, but obviously you've been drinking. Have you had a good time? Don't forget that Manager Chu still has a flight tomorrow morning. Don't miss the flight time. Remember to wake her up early enough. Something about these words just felt off. Not at all. You misunderstood. Only 2 bottles apiece. We only ate a few skewers, nothing much. Here, see for yourself. I swept the camera across the table, showing her the empty bottles and lamb skewers to prove we hadn't indulged much. 2 bottles each still counts as not drinking much. You didn't eat too many meat skewers, only around 40, maybe have a few more. After all, only after you've had your fill can you have strength and rest properly. Her tone had a tinge of sourness and bitterness. Okay, we're full. Let's go now. You should rest early too. Goodbye. I ended the call. Xiuxian asked. Just now, did she call you sweetheart? I heard that. Haha, she said. You're so diligent. You must have misunderstood. I quickly interjected. She had assumed I was alone in the hotel room when I initiated the video call, so naturally she called me dear right off the bat. She definitely didn't expect I was with xiuxian. If she knew, there was no way she'd have said that. At work, she always addressed me as President Chun and had never used a term of endearment. She never wanted our relationship made public. This time, she must have let slip unconsciously. Though I'd actually longed for a more intimate address from her in front of coworkers, inexplicably, I found myself hiding it from xiuxian just now. Xiuxian smirked slightly. At this hour, what diligence could you possibly be up to? Haha, I'm full. How about you? She began packing up her small bag. I'm full too. Let's go. We paid and left the barbecue shop, returning to the hotel along the same road. Xiuxian walked quickly, her high heels clicking loudly against the floor tiles. Unlike the relaxed, leisurely pace when we had arrived, she now seemed in a great hurry, as if in a rush to get somewhere. I could only quicken my steps to keep up. We didn't speak again that night. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, I remembered by Luoshue's reminder to wake Xiuxian early to avoid missing her flight. I had only just knocked once when her door opened. She had already packed and was about to walk out. Let's go. Xiuxian pulled her suitcase along and said nothing else, heading forward on her high heels. I had barely gotten out of bed and hadn't even brushed my teeth or washed my face yet, but there was no time to think about that now. I rushed down a couple of steps behind her and followed her downstairs. I drove her to the airport. At other times, when she rode with me, she always sat in the front passenger seat, but today she sat in the back. Throughout the trip, she didn't say a word. When I asked her something, she gave only brief, unenthusiastic responses, entirely lacking her usual warmth. I suspected it had something to do with Luoshue, but I couldn't explain that to her. Farewell at the airport was neither warm nor emotional. Xiuxian entered the terminal with a cold expression. I wanted to pull her suitcase for her, but she refused, leaving me no choice but to watch her walk toward the check-in gate. She didn't even turn back. Watching the plane speed into the blue sky, I sighed deeply. What was all that for? The fried dough stick I ate for breakfast today didn't taste as sweet or fragrant as usual. My mind kept flashing between the images of these two women, though I couldn't really explain why. Only when manager Jean called to inform me that the first shipment of tracks had arrived and to arrange for someone to receive the goods did I snap out of my messy thoughts. I hurriedly called Ruffin to tell him to come out to the space to receive the shipment. Before leaving the breakfast stand, I still sent a message to Xiuxian. Wishing you a safe journey. She didn't reply. Probably hadn't even seen it. The phone was likely in airplane mode now, and the plane was probably already flying high above the clouds. A moment of hesitation, and I sent a message to Luoshue as well. Wishing you immediate success. Luoshue didn't reply either, perhaps because she was too busy to check her phone. I drove to the banana plantation. The moment I saw me, old Master Zhou began again. This land needs urgent plowing, it can't wait. If worms appear, it'll be hard to deal with them underground. Old Master Zhou should have rich experience in banana planting. A couple of days ago, Ruffin and the others had been too busy to take care of it. I simply replied in agreement, then entered the big warehouse, and from there entered the space. Ruffin had already gone out to receive the tracks. I had Ryu and Rulu drive the two tractors out of the space and go ahead and plow the banana fields. Chapter 185, wanting to increase slaughter volume. The first truckload of track components was transported into the Yidu Kongjian. I found a spot south of the first track. Having the two tracks closer together would make transporting goods out more convenient. Roughing started working as soon as he unloaded the truck. There were leftover angle irons and square tubes from building the warehouse, which worked perfectly for constructing frames for the tracks. I had overlooked one thing, though. The electrical switches weren't purchased in advance. Luckily, Roughing reminded me. Fortunately, these items weren't anything special. I left the Kongjian and drove to Xiangyang Electrical Market, where I bought everything I needed. The remaining track components were transported gradually. Whether it was Rufrost or Ruwu receiving the goods, they always promptly delivered them into the Yongjian, not delaying Roofing's work. Zhao Mingfei and Qian Ninyu were collecting eggs. Roughing led Sun Buxiao and Li Hare into picking vegetables. The combine harvesters and trucks raced through the fields, harvesting wheat or corn. This task remained unaffected. Rubing remained at the plant area, responsible for loading vehicles. Once it went out, it wouldn't return until night, only heading back into the Yongjian when there were no more trucks left. But Ruwu was different. As long as there were trucks still delivering cargo, it would continuously unload them into the warehouse, even during the night. Unless all the warehouses were full, it wouldn't stop. Up until today, the warehouses had never actually been full. Bailuoxu said last night that owners of franchise stores had complained repeatedly, reporting that pork and lamb weren't enough to meet demand. They hoped we could deliver more meat. The pork and lamb delivered to each franchise store was processed by the meatpacking plant, not directly purchased from them. Even with the daily processing of 300 pigs and 300 boar goats, it still wasn't enough for the sales demands of all the franchise stores. I once communicated this matter with the director of the meatpacking plant. Because of limitations in equipment, personnel, and space, their current production capacity had already reached its limit. They couldn't process anymore. In truth, in my space, the daily increase in pigs and sheep had already reached a balanced level with the amount processed. If I wanted to process more, I must raise more piglets and lambs. It's an interrelated issue. Increasing slaughter volume couldn't simply be solved by slaughtering more pigs and sheep. It requires comprehensive consideration. The space is vast, so even if I didn't expand the pig farm and sheep pen, raising more wouldn't be a problem. The green feed was also more than sufficient. Now there was an oversupply. I called Han Xiaobai and told him I was on a business trip in Xiangyang and wouldn't return for a few days. I asked him to check nearby whether there were large-scale breeding pig farms and how many piglets they could supply per day. I asked him to contact the meatpacking plant in the neighboring county, whether they took processing orders, or perhaps check with other nearby counties. I was just thinking of going back home. I hadn't asked for leave yet, and you've given me a new task. If I refuse, it's inappropriate. If I don't refuse, Father has already urged me a few times. Our new house has been built. We need to go back to see what kind of furniture to buy. Since it's for my wedding with Li Dafeng, the elders don't want to make decisions. We have to pick something we're both satisfied with. Also, we need to discuss when to get married, hoping to arrange the wedding around the spring festival. Grandma is eager to hold her grandchild. If Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng left, it looked like they wouldn't return for 3 or 5 days. Considering their current job status, a few days off wouldn't be a big deal. The two things Han Xiaobai mentioned were crucial to his future happiness with Li Dafeng. Matters of such importance shouldn't be delayed. Fine, I approve your visit to your home. However, you must complete the tasks I just gave you before returning home. How many days you take off is up to you. You see, Han Xiaobai seemed to want to explain a few things, but ultimately held back. He should understand that his personal matters were important, but didn't require immediate attention. Waiting a few days was fine. However, the work I assigned him was more urgent. Every day delayed meant pushing back the next step and delaying a day more to resolve the issue of pork and lamb supply for the franchise stores. Whether by Balaksu or xiuxian, no matter how many kind words they spoke, they couldn't retrieve lost business opportunities for the store owners. Without solving the supply issue, the problem could never truly be resolved. Of course, Han Xiaobai didn't know all this. Yet he knew that the work I assigned him had to be carried out without compromise, because that's what the contract said. Without me urging him, Han Xiaobai already took initiative to apply pressure on himself, actively seeking breeding pig farms and meat processing plants. I had originally planned to contact him in the evening to check his progress. However, by 3 p.m., while I was still in the Gongjian, Han Xiaobai had already called back. He had found a piglet farm in the neighboring county, which could supply at least 100 piglets daily. Conservatively speaking, sometimes that number could even reach 130 or 140. The meatpacking plant in the neighboring county was small and did not accept any processing orders. There was a privately operated slaughterhouse not far from the meatpacking plant. It specialized in slaughtering, handling anything from pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, dogs, any kind of livestock. It could easily handle over 100 pigs a day. What breeds of pigs does the pig farm in the neighboring county raise? Even though pigs of any breed could grow quickly in my space, I still cared about the specific breed. If the breeds were uniform, it would make things easier when negotiating with the meatpacking plant in Huanta County, requiring less discussion. It would also make things more straightforward when shipping meat to the franchise stores without needing sorting. There are large white pigs and Landra's pigs. The farm is currently in the process of improvement. The owner plans to switch entirely to Landra's pigs, which produce more offspring. They were purchased from Haida County. Han Xiaobai had indeed asked detailed questions. Did you check whether the private slaughterhouse has proper permits? I asked. I even saw the business license hanging on the wall. It says, individually operated. That courtyard is quite large, with several rows of buildings. The equipment is semi-automated, with only a few dozen workers. I even doubted that it might not actually be a private operation, but the business license clearly states it is. I have no choice but to believe it. It seems like the meat sold by the neighboring county's meatpacking plant is processed there. There must be a connection between them. That Han Xiaobai had guessed the connection between the private slaughterhouse and the meatpacking plant likely meant there really was one. That actually proved that this slaughterhouse could be trusted. Can they handle 100 pigs a day? What about adding 100 sheep as well? I was concerned about their processing capacity and numbers. I didn't ask about that. I was focused entirely on the pigs. Han Xiaobai was honest about it. Did you get their phone number? I did. Ask them. A minute later, Han Xiaobai called back. Not only could they handle an extra 100 sheep, even 200 wouldn't be a problem. I asked him to send me the contact numbers for the breeder and the slaughterhouse. When I had time, I would personally go for an on-site inspection. For some reason, I still felt uneasy. Han Xiaobai sounded like he was in a hurry. Director Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll arrange to go home today. Better to leave early and return early. I'll try to come back in 3 or 5 days. Okay, are you going alone? Of course not. Li Dafeng will come too. If she doesn't go, what's the point of my going all the way back? I chuckled and approved his leave. No special work handover was necessary, as I had already optimized the workflow. Whether they were present or not, work would proceed smoothly. Han Xiaobai hung up happily, calling Li Dafeng to prepare for their trip home. Suddenly, a new thought crossed my mind. In the past, Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng had always been running around busily between various manufacturers every day, rarely having a moment's rest. Now, they could leave for several days, and it wouldn't affect operations at all. What did that mean? It meant this position was unnecessary. There was no need to assign 2 people, or even 1 person to constantly supervise. Still, this task needed to be handled. I could transfer it to Wu Feng, who could periodically settle accounts with the other party using phone calls, video chats, or pictures. There was no longer any need for Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng to act as intermediaries. It seemed I would need to reassign their roles. Chapter 186 Instant Transportation. Ruffeng finished making the new track in just 1 day. In between, he went to Haichuo County to pick up piglets, then came back and continued installing the track. To extend the other end of the track out of the space, we spent half the night in the banana field warehouse connecting the power, testing back and forth. It worked perfectly. Ruyu and Rulu worked all day plowing the banana field. They drove the tractor onto the track, loaded it, and tested again. Everything was good. It smoothly entered the space. I stood on the track, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't enter the space nor return from the space to reality through the track. To get into the space, I still had to rub my wart. To exit, I had to stand on a square stone. It seemed there were restrictions for highly intelligent creatures like me. Pigs, sheep, chickens, and even robots had no such limitation. In the future, I would definitely travel frequently between Huangta County and Xiuxian City. Even with the miraculous spatial ability, I'd still have to travel thousands of miles to reach each other. Isn't that too inefficient? Another issue I still couldn't overcome. If I entered the space from Xiuxian, when I came out, I'd always be back at the same place in Xiuxian. How great it would be if I could return to Huangta County from Xiuxian through the space. Although I wouldn't achieve true instant teleportation, it wouldn't take more than a few seconds. Thinking about it got me excited. I analyzed the different procedures for entering and exiting the space carefully. When entering the space, I could be anywhere. Just rubbing the wart would take me in, but my landing spot would vary. By default, it was always the first square stone I discovered. If I wanted to land on a different stone, while rubbing the wart, I had to visualize the location of that specific stone. When exiting, at the same time of rubbing the wart, I must stand on any square stone. I had tested this numerous times. Unless both feet were on a stone, no matter how hard I rubbed, I was held in place as if some invisible force locked me inside. The wart, the square stone, and willpower, all were necessary for moving in and out of the space. The wart was right on my wrist. I lifted my left wrist's black band. It was about the size of a corn kernel, slightly reddish, a result of all the rubbing. Otherwise, it was completely normal, no pain or itch. And the willpower referred to my thoughts at the moment of rubbing the wart. These two I could control anytime, but the square stones were buried within the space. Suddenly, I had an idea and decided to test it. If this worked, I might realize my dream of instant spatial transportation. Inside the space, where the lights were bright, I called Rolv and Ruffing over. I had them grab shovels and come to the second square stone. Dig it out. They didn't ask why. Swinging their shovels, the stone was unearthed quickly. It was roughly 1 cubic meter in size. The top part protruded as a 30 centimeters square block, but the rest below was irregular in shape, much like a large solid jar. Ruffing and Ryu carried the big stone onto the transport track and moved it outside, placing it near the newly built warehouse and track exit in Huangta County. After a while, Ruffing called, saying everything was ready. With a heart full of excitement, I stood on the first stone and rubbed my wart. I didn't blink once, eager to see whether the miracle would truly happen. And it did. I didn't see any transitional process, yet I had already arrived at the new warehouse in Huangta County. Ruffing and Ryu were right there beside me, and I was actually standing on top of that large stone. The big stone wasn't fixed in place, so it even wobbled a little with my arrival. I quickly jumped off. My heart pounded wildly. I had achieved instant teleportation. I was now back in Huangta County from Xiuxian City. A sudden uncertainty hit my heart. Was I still able to return? Ruffing asked what should be done with this stone. It couldn't just be left aside like this. It was both in the way and unsightly. Wait, we're not done yet. I rubbed my wart again, returning into the space. Back on the first stone, although I deliberately didn't think of the second one, the moment I rubbed my wart, I reappeared right beside them. It seemed no matter where you went in the space from, you always returned to your original entry point. This rule had never changed. I repeated the same process. I brought Ruffing and Ryu back to the space and dug up the third square stone. It looked almost identical to the second. The top had a square protrusion, while the lower part had a round, jar-like shape. Ruffing and Ryu transported it to the warehouse in the banana orchard. Back on the first stone, I mentally chanted, "Third stone." Then I rubbed my wart. Instantly, I left the space. True to expectation, I arrived in the banana garden, standing precisely on the third square stone. I tested back and forth several times, and finally, by simply thinking of a specific square stone, I could teleport out of the space and land precisely on that stone. I could finally travel quickly between Huangta County and Xiuxian City using the space. Only after this did I instruct Ruffing and Ryu to dig a big hole beside each track, burying the square stones there with only a small flat square surface exposed. After completing this major project, I felt so excited that I sat alone in the hotel, dreaming about the future. I nearly couldn't sleep that night, and only fell asleep when daylight came. Just when I was sleeping soundly, the ringing phone woke me up. It was a call from Bailuoxua. Everything went smoothly. 200 boxes of fruit were actually too few. A department store from Tokyo Tadafuku took all the stock yesterday, selling at retail price, 1,000 yuan per box. They put it on shelves yesterday afternoon, and when I visited the store today in the morning, all had sold out. The store manager said he would buy as much as we can supply. How much more can you prepare? I had expected the goods wouldn't be difficult to sell. Following Bailuoxua's plan, we weren't in a hurry to deliver the goods. Most likely, this call was made in front of the store manager. My goods are highly in demand. They can sell well anywhere. Besides, the price seems a bit low. No matter how much we supply, it would sell out. However, we don't have that much stock. At most, another 200 boxes. But not today. Tomorrow would be better. I'll need to communicate this with Takafuku. Bailuoxua hung up. Immediately, I called Ruffeng, asking Zhao Mingfei and others to continue picking fruits. Prepare another 200 boxes, preferably deliver them to Xieqingsong in the morning, and I wanted him to arrange shipment to Kyoto in the afternoon. As expected, Bailuoxua got back to me with a response soon. The store owner was quite eager and preferred delivery today. The wholesale price could be raised a little. 1,200 yuan wholesale. Since they offered a price raise, I took the initiative. These fruits were special and scarce. Setting such a low price was truly a pity. Those who could afford such fruits weren't ordinary people, they were the wealthy ones. If I didn't make money from them, I'd be letting these fruits go to waste. Through the phone, I could clearly hear a man shouting beside her. Isn't this price too unreasonable? If the store wants to profit, we need to raise the price a bit too. Will people still buy it at retail price of 1,500 yuan? By zone, if the other side thinks it's too expensive, you can switch to another department store, no need to waste time here. Okay. By Luoxue, and I kept playing our roles on the phone. Even through the receiver, I could hear resistance from the other side. No. How could your boss act like this? 1,200 it is. Let's have another 200 boxes. By manager, please urge your boss. Now that the price is higher, could the goods arrive faster? The customer is king. Many people are waiting to buy. It would be best to deliver before this evening, so customers can get them tonight. Whether for personal tasting or as gifts, it's definitely better than waiting until tomorrow. For our store, time means efficiency, time means money. We should earn the money one day earlier if possible. After I complained to Bai Luoxue about some fabricated difficulties, I finally agreed reluctantly to deliver the goods in the afternoon. The store owner felt relieved. According to the plan, Bai Luoxue would remain in Kyoto today, waiting for tomorrow's sales results. Chapter 187. Construction on the small island continues. I entered the space, and this time I brought the BMW with me. Zhao Mingfei and others were picking fruits. I asked about the progress and was told that there would be no problem harvesting 200 boxes today, and they could keep harvesting that amount for a few days. However, it would be hard to maintain 200 boxes per day afterward. 100 boxes per day would be more manageable. With that in mind, I drove away from the space to the new warehouse area and headed straight to the nursery farm in Huangta County. I ordered another 1,000 fruit trees from the nursery, including peach trees, pear trees, apple trees, and walnut trees. The manager of the nursery immediately arranged for someone to prepare the saplings, but they wouldn't be ready until the afternoon. I paid in advance and arranged for Ruxue or Ruxuang to come later to pick them up. After leaving the nursery, I went to the neighboring county. Based on the phone number Han Xiaobai had provided, I first contacted the slaughterhouse and headed there after obtaining the exact address. As Han Xiaobai had said, the slaughterhouse was indeed quite large. It might have been privately owned, but it was on a scale comparable to a meat processing plant. The owner explained that the place was originally part of the meat processing plant, but after reform and restructuring, he purchased this section and now specialized in slaughtering operations. That eased my concerns. The facility had all the necessary permits, ensured quality inspection, and the meat it processed could be sold in the market so that the vendors could operate normally. I signed a processing agreement with the slaughterhouse. They would help me slaughter 100 pigs and 100 sheep per day. After that, I went to the pig breeding farm in the neighboring county. The farm raised both Landers pigs and Yorkshire pigs. When the owner saw that what I described was the same as what Han Xiaobai had told him, he immediately agreed to supply 100 Landers piglets per day on time. Immediately, I bought 100 piglets and, when the chance arose, had Ruffung drive a truck to transport them away. After leaving the pig farm, I transported them directly into the space. After finishing all that, I once again drove to the professional goat breeder in Huangta County and asked the old man to supply me with an additional 100 boar goats per day. What about sheep? Or milk goats? You've practically bought out all the boar goats lately, and increasing your numbers further will be hard to sustain, the old man said with some hesitation. If that's the case, let's give it a try, I said. Thus, I took 50 goats and 50 milk goats, transporting them into the space. After completing these tasks, I drove to cattle farms, feed mills, flour mills, and other nearby factories with whom I had business dealings. I visited each one, making a full circle around the area I hadn't visited in a long time. Everything was normal elsewhere, except at the flour mill, where things seemed different than usual. Recently, Manager Lee had set aside a special production line for the wheat I provided, and the profit had greatly increased. My appearance there was warmly welcomed. Our money god has arrived. Manager Lee bustled about, offering tea and water with utmost enthusiasm. Lately, the wheat you provide seems to be coming in greater and greater quantities. I'm even thinking about halting purchases of regular wheat and exclusively processing yours. But I'm afraid that one day your volume might drop. Please don't worry, Manager Lee. At least for the short term, the volume will not decrease. It'll only increase. I reassured Manager Lee that there was still room for growth. Based on the cultivated area within the space, the current operational rate of equipment, and Rubing's daily loading capacity, I had roughly calculated the remaining potential. Because Rubing didn't need to monitor loading in the warehouse around the clock, as long as she was there during the daytime. That was enough to support transportation for 150 trucks. We didn't transport at night mainly because the flour mill and feed mill did not accept goods during nighttime. If they did accept night deliveries, I could arrange nighttime deliveries as well. Thus, I could even ask Ruffung to further expand the area dedicated to corn and wheat. Forget about other wheat sources. For President Chen's wheat, the flour mill will receive it whenever it arrives. To ensure we can purchase President Chen's wheat, I can specially assign personnel to weigh and unload the goods at night whenever President Chen has supply available. Manager Lee was willing to adjust working hours to accommodate my wheat. This was understandable. If he couldn't purchase all of my grain, I would definitely consider other flour mills. His actions were entirely motivated by the desire to retain my grain supply. With Manager Lee's assurance, I could confidently expand my wheat and corn planting areas. When Ruffin learned that we could continue to cultivate new land for wheat and corn, it raised an opinion. There is a need to increase the number of rotary tillers, harvesters, seeders, and trucks. The previous vehicles would soon need maintenance, and using them without regular maintenance could lead to major issues if a breakdown occurred. During their maintenance periods, to avoid interrupting production, having additional spare machines is necessary. I understood this point well. Zhao Mingfei had raised similar opinions before, except back then, his concern had been building construction rather than equipment maintenance. Indeed, the issue of house construction also needed addressing. I then went to the agricultural machinery market, ordered a batch of vehicles and parts according to Roofing's list, and these machines would be delivered gradually, with Roofing responsible for receiving them upon arrival. At the same time, I also purchased some electronic components, such as roof foam, to carry out vehicle modifications and upgrades and integrate them into the automatic control system. The old machines were facing maintenance, and the issue of house construction had become urgent. Every day, Rufeng and Ruyu, even Zhao Mingfei and the others, were quite busy, and there was simply no dedicated time to build houses. Continuing to delay was clearly not appropriate. I consulted Rufeng to see if it could come up with a better solution. Rufeng understood my intention and assured me not to worry. It had already made arrangements for the house construction and said that everything would be completed in 3 days. It turned out that they were using the time at night. Zhao Mingfei and the other 3 humans didn't have the energy to work around the clock. At night, they would sleep and rest, while Rufeng organized all the robots to join in and act as bricklayers and construction workers. The speed of their building was truly astonishing. Indeed, only 3 days had passed when a U-shaped 2-story structure had already risen from the ground. The cement had not even fully dried, yet when the first floor was already in use. The new vehicles I had ordered were gradually arriving on the island, and the old vehicles began undergoing maintenance here. For this, I also purchased a large number of auto parts, including tires, engine oil, filters, cutting tools, and so on. Aside from consumables, most of them were rubber products. Maintenance was mainly carried out by Rufeng, but other robots, including Zhao Mingfei and the other 3, would pitch in when they had free time. To facilitate vehicle maintenance, I specifically introduced a complete set of lifting and lowering equipment and supporting facilities. Within less than a week, Rufeng had turned the area into what was practically a small repair shop. There was no wind or rain in this space, and we had not even noticed any other insects, except for that unusually large bee we had seen before. I purchased a complete set of doors and windows, allowing each room to be sealed off completely. This was not only to make the new building look more like a real house, but also to provide Zhao Mingfei and others with their own private spaces. Following the configuration of an office and dormitory, I added tables, chairs, beds, and specially renovated one room to serve as a kitchen. The entire building was connected with water and electricity. Compared to real-world buildings, except for the lack of luxury and grandeur, all the basic functions were present. To enrich the off-duty life of Zhao Mingfei and others, I bought a 50-inch television. As soon as the network cable was connected, they could watch online TV and learn about the outside world. Zhao Mingfei once quietly asked me, "Do you think it's okay if I give my family a call?" What do you think? On this matter, I was absolutely unwilling to allow it. The moment they reconnected with the outside world, the secret of my space would be completely exposed, along with my past wrongdoings toward them. Seeing my stance was so firm, Zhao Mingfei gave up. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned about his wife, but he missed his elders and children. Because of this, I specifically sent Rufeng to investigate their family situations, including those of the other 3 individuals. Everything is fine. Please rest assured, your families are doing quite well in your absence. If you're not entirely satisfied, feel free to say so. They might even be happier without you around. Whether this statement struck them as a blow or simply as a provocation, I couldn't be sure. But that entire day, their moods were quite low, and someone even blamed Zhao Mingfei for having unrealistic hopes. From that day onward, no one ever brought up the subject of wanting to return home again. Chapter 188, A Smile Not Bought with Bonus. By the 3rd day by Luoxiu Estate in Kyoto, just as expected, the fruits were all sold out the night before, and the mall owner became very anxious, urging us to deliver new stock. He was even more anxious than us. So, I and Bai Luoxiu repeated our old trick, especially me, emphasizing the scarcity of the goods, but without closing the door completely. The goods were still available, only that they could be delivered the next day. In fact, Zhao Mingfei and others had already prepared 200 boxes. I was just waiting for the price to rise. 1,500. Before I could even speak, the mall owner had already raised the price impatiently himself. This was the wholesale price. The retail price he was selling at was already 2,000. Bai Luoxiu stayed in Kyoto for 7 days in total, and eventually, the wholesale price of the fruits went up to 5,000 per box. The mall's retail price had reached 7,000 before it could maintain a basic balance between supply and demand. A daily sales volume of 100 boxes was easy for me to supply, and the mall could handle the sales too. Once this affair was settled, Bai Luoxiu returned to Huangta County. On the same night, we ordered fruit tree saplings from the nursery. Rui brought back the saplings. With the pit digging equipment available, planting trees became much more efficient. Adjacent to the original orchard, we divided into several sections and planted peach trees, pear trees, apple trees, and walnut trees respectively. These orchards would be managed by Zhao Mingfei and the others. This required patience and attention to detail. Each fruit tree could not be treated the same way. Depending on its growth, decisions were made on which branch to cut and which to keep. Starting pruning from young trees was much easier than doing so later when the trees had grown larger. The people involved were all experienced. On the day Bai Luoxiu returned to Huangta County, Xiuxian had already visited all the more than 100 chain franchise stores. In addition to understanding the supply and sales situation of the beef and mutton, she also investigated the other products. Today, sales in all stores showed an upward trend, customer satisfaction was relatively high, and the demand for pork and lamb had grown even faster because my supply had not kept up, causing a situation of insufficient supply. As the number of piglets and lambs in the space increased daily, the supply of pork and lamb gradually became more sufficient. Though relief came, due to the unique flavor of my pork and lamb compared to ordinary products, the needs of all customers still couldn't be satisfied. In many stores, advanced purchases had already become a phenomenon. I, Bai Luoxue, and xiuxian hadn't met each other yet. If there was anything to discuss, we called each other. Even if they were inside the small building, and I was just on the new warehouse side, we still called each other. Initially, this was how I thought about it and acted accordingly, telling them I was still in Xiangyang City. If I suddenly appeared before them, that would seem inexplicable. It wasn't until Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng returned from their hometown and came to report back to me from their leave that I had no choice but to show up in Huangta County. At our meeting, I first asked Han Xiaobai about the situation at his home now. The furniture has been bought, and the wedding date is set. The wedding will be held during the spring festival. When both sets of parents learned the unit would assign them a building in the county town, the elders were very happy, saying that after the marriage, they would bring the new furniture from home to the couple. Li Dafeng had no objection to this. Han Xiaobai wanted to buy another set instead because their new house built at home would also require furniture. Although they didn't live at home often, he didn't want his parents to use the old furniture anymore. The problem was he hadn't saved much money, and if Li Dafeng disagreed, his plan to buy another set would be difficult to realize. I advised him to get married first, and then take things as they came. After all, there were always more solutions than problems. Han Xiaobai opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but then he said nothing. All right. Just as I wanted to adjust Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng's assignments, a female worker at the weighing room happened to reach retirement age and would be leaving her post in the next couple of days. I had Li Dafeng replace her in the weighing position and told her that this post was also very important. Weighing did not require daily early arrivals and late departures, nor did it require her to leave the county town. So Li Dafeng was very willing to accept and took over the position without hesitation. As for the electric four-wheel drive car, she continued to use it for commuting. As for Han Xiaobai, he still needed to travel between several factories. But this time he wasn't being asked to check only the quantity of grain straw transported alone. This would just be one part of his job. Now, on this basis, I had him take on sales tasks and develop new clients. Actually, he could handle this very naturally, as he had done similar work before, and had done it quite well indeed. I would continue to expand the area of crop cultivation, and there had to be a dedicated person responsible. Hearing that he could continue to use the Santana, Han Xiaobai immediately agreed. General Manager Chen, I'm ready for any assignment you have for me. Normally, he and Li Dafeng would report their attendance at Xie Qingsong's office and would be notified if there was anything to do at the company. After properly arranging the couple's assignments, I finally met with Bai Luoxue. When did you come back? How is things in Xiangyang? I just got back not long ago. I still have to go back again. The land has been rented, and some work still needs to be done. I couldn't tell her the truth outright. I needed to leave myself an excuse, in case I had to return one day. The fruit marketing strategy was very successful. It's the only one in Kyoto, no other branches. The quantity can't increase any further, or it would be difficult to maintain the high price. If we have more fruits, we could consider the next city. Bai Luoxue fully understood this principle. The next city? Which one do you think would be suitable? She was the one who came up with the ideas and handled the matters. I shouldn't disrupt her plans. She must have already considered the next location. What about Xiangyang? Xiangyang is far from Kyoto. Releasing such high-priced fruits there definitely won't create competition. Bai Luoxue had already thought it through. Then it's settled. Xiangyang it is. I agreed readily. Just then, xiuxian arrived at Bai Luoxue's office. Seeing me there, she hesitated slightly before politely asking, when did President Chen return? Why didn't you let us know in advance? We could have arranged someone to pick you up. Oh, I just arrived not long ago, and I drove here myself. No need for a pickup. How is everything going? Has it all been resolved? Actually, I already clearly understood all the work details, but to avoid an awkward situation, I asked on purpose. Following President Bai's instructions, I visited every franchise store and got a full understanding of the situation. The pork and lamb supply issue has also been properly resolved. Especially in these past few days, we've significantly increased our supply. The managers still complain that the supply is low, but their complaints have noticeably decreased. The sales are good due to market demand. Once other pork and lamb suppliers provide sufficient stock, I'm actually worried that they won't be able to sell all the products. It was obvious that Chu Xiangyi had come to report to Bai Luoxue directly. I suddenly recalled my promise to her back in Xiangyang. Almost forgot the most important thing. I'm back, so it's time to fulfill the reward I promised you. I immediately called Xie Qingsong over and had him draft a notice to be submitted to Finance Department Head Wu Feng, awarding Chu Xiangyi 200,000 yuan and Bai Luoxue 200,000 yuan. They already knew about the reward amount. Other than a superficial expression of gratitude toward me, Bai Luoxue showed no other reaction. Chu Xiangyi, however, seemed slightly puzzled. She didn't know I had also rewarded Bai Luoxue. Still, she couldn't question my decision. After expressing thanks, she went straight to Wu Feng to collect the money. See? Even with rewards, people don't necessarily feel happy. Bai Luoxue seemed to notice something, teasing me with a half-smile that wasn't quite a smile. You don't seem particularly happy either. Was it perhaps too little? Should I add another 200,000 yuan for you? This time, Bai Luoxue truly smiled. No need. I appreciate your kindness. Do you really think I'm someone who can be bought with money? Of course not. Even if she were, I couldn't answer that way. Thinking about it, from the moment I met her until now, I actually felt she might not be entirely materialistic. Though she once said she was a materialistic girl, beyond materialism, it seemed she actually valued emotion more. Chapter 189. Not all smooth sailing. I told Bai Luoxue that Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng were getting married during the spring festival. When are we going to do it then? When Han Xiaobai asked me for leave, I already felt a bit anxious inside. Now seeing Luoxue in person, I wanted to bring up the subject and see how she would react. Why don't we do it together with them? Bai Luoxue raised her delicate eyebrows. That would be great. I'll talk to Han Xiaobai and let's have a collective wedding. How lively it would be. I was extremely happy, not expecting her to agree so readily. Suddenly, I realized something was a bit off. Our relationship hadn't even been disclosed to our parents yet. I hadn't formally met her parents, and although she had met mine, it wasn't under the current circumstances where our relationship had been confirmed. A collective wedding sounds wonderful. Now that you're a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, why don't you propose a suggestion to the county government? See how many young people are planning to get married soon, and maybe move their weddings to after the spring festival, creating a county-wide collective wedding for young people. That would be much more lively. New people, new customs. A new year brings new beginnings. As a famous person, you could set a great example for the county and spread positive energy. It'd accomplish multiple goals at once. I can also benefit from the limelight. What a great idea. I'll think it over carefully and write up a proposal. The county might really accept it. Following her idea, I decided to go along and push her just a little, turning her jest into a reality, whether she wanted to or not. We could even take wedding photos in our wedding dresses and make big billboards to display on the major streets, advertise it on TV. The impact would absolutely be tremendous. Bai Luoxue was brimming with enthusiasm, her imagination boundless. She spoke so convincingly that even I began to be won over. If you really do this, it would be hard not to become famous. Well then, we should definitely pick a high-end hotel. Let's choose the Holy Kailai Hotel. I need to book that early. I'm afraid otherwise too many people will want to reserve, and we won't get a spot. Bai Luoxue giggled. You're so gullible. You actually took it seriously? We haven't even discussed anything for real yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid you won't be able to marry me? It felt like a bucket of icy water had been poured on me. Indeed, she was only teasing me. So you were joking all along. You started it first. You made me feel excited for nothing. Seeing me suddenly become gloomy, Bai Luoxue suddenly stood up. Time to go to finance to collect my bonus. She walked out of the office, laughing. Today was strange. Seeing xiuxian unhappy, and then meeting Bai Luoxue, ended up making me unhappy too. Returning to my own office, I didn't want my emotions to be affected by them. I entered the space to check the stock market performance of the day, and then observed how the banana trees were doing. It was really unimaginable. Just a few days ago, the banana trees were only a few meters high, and not very thick, but now they already formed an entire banana grove, sprouting small flowers. Their growth speed was actually this fast. Zhao Mingfei and several others were watering and fertilizing. Water was drawn by self-priming pumps, while fertilizer consisted of chicken manure, pig dung, and sheep droppings. They said even if water flowed constantly into the fields, it still wouldn't be enough for these banana plants. Lack of fertilizer naturally would impact their growth, meaning that neither water nor fertilizer could be lacking. Looking at the experimental field's growth, everything was going quite well, even better than expected. Since the second conveyor belt had already been installed, I intended to expand banana cultivation significantly on the island. Ruffeng heard the news and reminded me. Growing bananas is different from planting wheat or corn. Besides the slower harvesting cycle, frequent maintenance during their growth is required. This would take up substantial human resources and time. Currently, only 10 mu of experimental fields have been planted, and Zhao Mengfei and others were barely able to handle it. If expanded to dozens of mu, or even hundreds, even if all the islanders were mobilized, there might not be enough manpower, inevitably affecting the production and management of other crops. I had thought of that, but hadn't expected the discrepancy to be this big. The 300 mu of land I had rented had not yet reached its planting time. It would be until next spring, and after planting bananas, someone would have to watch over them constantly, just like the xiuxian couple. It seemed that preparation had not been adequate, and production couldn't be blindly expanded. Moreover, I had asked Ruffeng to also increase wheat and corn planting. Wheat and corn were easy to manage. Simply buying a few more machines or vehicles would resolve the problem without increasing manpower. Bananas, though, were different. Unless the master buys some more spare parts and builds several more robots. As I hesitated, Ruffeng came up again with the idea of building robots. Master, look, even without expanding the banana plantation, the island residents are extremely busy, sometimes overwhelmed. They can only rush to wherever is most urgent. It's a bit chaotic, with unclear division of labor and low efficiency. Tractors, harvesters, plows, and trucks all need maintenance. Master, please don't forget, we're machines too, and we also require regular inspections. Otherwise, once a malfunction occurs, the losses for you could be enormous. Preventive maintenance is definitely necessary. I still clearly remembered the incident of repairing Rushiwa's finger. Just a small problem that had cost 100,000 yuan. If it had been worse, the tech company would have asked for even more money. Rufeng's opinion was very important. He meant that not only should we add new vehicles and rotate regular inspections, but the robots, including themselves, needed periodic maintenance as well. This would minimize repair costs, and we shouldn't wait until they broke down to fix them. Continuous operation required continuous investment. Without bait, you couldn't catch fish. Without investment, how could you expect output? I understood this principle well. Ruffeng drafted a long list and even helped me categorize items. Some critical components had to be purchased from Dongfang Tech, while others could be obtained locally. He specially emphasized several specialized tools. Without these tools, Ruxue and I can't perform thorough maintenance. Our heads can't be opened properly, and mechanical debris will keep accumulating. If sparks occur due to debris, the CPU or motherboard might be damaged beyond repair. We'd be completely shut down. When I sent this list to Fong Gong, he replied immediately. President Shun, are you planning to open your own robot factory and compete with us? Aren't you directly threatening our livelihood? I previously told you, President Shun, that developing robots for the tech company requires substantial initial investment. This sector mainly generates profit through maintenance and spare parts. If you handle this business yourself, what will we have left to survive on? I understood Fong Gong's meaning. He wanted to monopolize the robot maintenance business. I didn't oppose handing it to a professional company like theirs. I believe they could do it better, with technical expertise, specialized equipment, and appropriate spare parts. But once I handed the robots over to them, it would take considerable time. With the space being so busy and work-intensive, it would definitely affect my production. Relatively speaking, having Roughing handle it allowed more flexibility in scheduling. Processing one by one wouldn't create much impact. I still preferred to handle it myself. Director Fong, we've known each other a long time. If there are any specialized tasks I can't handle personally, I'll definitely turn to you. As for what I can manage on my own, do you think I'd bother you unnecessarily? I'm a businessman. Lowest cost is my goal. I hope Director Fong understands and supports this. I believe we'll have many future opportunities to cooperate. Besides robots, I plan to install another automated production line. The automatic production line I referred to was for canned fish. I wasn't bluffing or trying to deceive Fong Gong. I genuinely had such plans. I was developing a second base in Xiuxian, and canned fish would be a key product. That market was still untouched. I had asked the sales department before. Due to the excessive distance and high freight costs, we'd even implemented incentive policies for sales staff. Though commission was higher for distant areas, there was a balance point. When the distance increased further, the cost would surpass the selling price, making it counterproductive. Therefore, there was no Tianxiu brand canned fish, including side dishes, in Xiuxian. Fong Gong laughed and said, President Shun, adding 10 more production lines wouldn't matter. It's a completely different business area from AI. Besides, the profit margin for automatic production lines is already very thin compared to AI technology. Director Fong wasn't tempted. Did he no longer wish to support me? Chapter 190. Instant transmission to Xiuxian. Although we're not short on money these days, their repair fees are outrageously high. If we let the tech company handle the maintenance for these robots, the cost might be enough to buy 2 of them. Mr. Fong, let's not beat around the bush. Will you sell me the items on the list or not? If yes, just give me the price and I'll pay right away. If not, just tell me clearly so I can find alternatives. Mr. Fong chuckled again. Except for those few special tools, we can supply everything else at our VIP member discount price. Since he agreed to provide the goods, I decided to buy those parts first. The total was 860,000 yuan, still at the member discount price. Science and technology really are valuable. There's nothing I can do about it. I need them, so I have to buy them. Knowing the outcome, Rolf wasn't surprised at all. Without those special tools, it won't affect our maintenance on Rain and the others. Me and Russet can handle the repairs. With those tools, we could have checked each other's work. Once we develop issues, then Master can call the tech company. Right now, Wind and Snow are the backbone of the island. Even if other robots break down, they can be fixed as long as Wind is around. If Wind breaks down, however, none of the other AIs can do anything about it. Judging from the situation, Snow's inspection of Wind must have been based on a prearranged plan made by Wind. It looks like these tools are indeed quite important. Wind also hinted that with these tools, repairs on other robots would be much more efficient. But the tech company refuses to sell them to me. Can you provide the blueprints for these tools? Better to rely on oneself than others. I'm thinking about getting them custom made in the market. The prerequisite is having blueprints. There are no ready-made blueprints. However, I do have the dimensional data for each tool. Calculating quickly, Wind asked for a ballpoint pen and some blank paper, and soon drew a blueprint. This is a wrench. Then another. This is a screwdriver. Within 5 or 6 minutes, Wind handed me over a dozen blueprints. Master, during processing, please pay attention to precision and hardness. Both must meet the required specifications, otherwise they won't be usable. I can't understand the blueprints, but I could still see they were quite unique. Specialized tools, definitely not standard ones you can find on the market. Not far from the agricultural machine parts market, there is a small private mechanical processing shop. I've heard that their technology is decent. The molds for plastic bottles used in bottled water plants were made here. Of course, these tools require much higher precision and quality than those bottle molds. After seeing the blueprints, the technician said there was no problem and that they could definitely process them. It would just take longer due to special treatments required, no less than a week. I paid a deposit and arranged to come back later to pick them up. Once Wind heard that the tools could be made, it relaxed. It advised me not to rush planting bananas yet. Wait until the new robots are built to increase the workforce before expanding the banana plantation. Since the tech company hasn't shipped the parts yet, there's no hurry for a few more days. No need to plant the banana saplings for now. I can use this opportunity to go to Xiuxian and understand the banana processing procedure. I drove the BMW to the new warehouse area, onto the track, pressed the start button, and at the same time rubbed my wart, and the car entered the space. I landed on the first square stone. Then I drove the BMW onto the second track, pressed the send button, returned to the first stone, and while rubbing my wart, mentally focused on the third stone. In an instant, I left the space and reappeared in the warehouse of the banana plantation, stepping on the third square stone. The BMW was parked on the track, slowly emerging from the space. The entire journey from Huangtu County to Xiuxian City had taken only dozens of seconds, truly a space teleportation movement. It saved me at least 3 days of travel and several thousand yuan in car expenses. Driving out from the warehouse, old Master Zhou was holding his clay pipe, with his mouth wide open in amazement. How come I didn't see you go in? I burst into laughter, which was my way of greeting, but I couldn't explain anything to him. Maybe you weren't here just now. I've been here all along. Then you just didn't notice. I did notice. Don't mind me entering that way. Although I'm old, my eyesight is still good. I didn't miss anyone who came or went. How else could I guard this place for others? Old Master Zhou trusted his eyesight, but he was still puzzled about how I got inside. I quickly changed the subject. Uncle Zhou, I brought you some stuff, convenient to eat. I took a box of fish cans, some pickles, and fresh vegetables from the trunk and delivered them into old Master Zhou's tin shed. Thank you. Thank you. You brought quite a bit to eat. There's no need to specially take care of me. Sellers pass by here. If I know them, I'll just buy some. That's enough. Old Master Zhou was very courteous and actually was quite talkative. Perhaps because there usually wasn't anyone to chat with him. Once he started talking, he wouldn't stop. I didn't have the time to chat with him idly. Uncle Zhou, you rest first. I'm going to town to take a look around and find some banana buyers. When our bananas are grown, we need somewhere to sell them. I was about to leave when old Master Zhou said, in the city, there's a fruit processing company that wholesales various fruits and buys bananas. Farmers within hundreds of miles bring their bananas there to be processed and transported all over the country. After confirming the exact address of the fruit company, I left the banana plantation and headed straight to Xiuxian. The fruit processing company was located in the urban-rural fringe north of Xiuxian City. Upon arrival, I learned that they had suspended banana purchases half a month ago and wouldn't resume until next autumn. That wouldn't work at all. The Tenmu banana plantation on the island would soon bear ripe fruit. Without the processing company, I had no idea how to handle it. Once they all ripened at once, I'd end up with unsellable fruit that would rot away. It'd all be for nothing. After asking several workers, I finally found the company manager, Mei Feng, who was directing workers in transporting coconuts into the cold storage facility. Manager Mei, if I had bananas ready, could the company accept them now? Mei Feng looked surprised at my sudden question, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and asked back. In this season? Where would you even get bananas from now? They aren't ripe yet. Won't be ready until later. Not ripe yet. What kind of variety is it? It must be an off-season type. I'd actually like to see what bananas still unripe at this time look like. The company has already stopped buying bananas. Workers are assigned other tasks now. If you really have some, call me a day in advance, and I'll make arrangements. I'll personally take a look. For bananas to survive this long into the season is truly unusual. Great. As long as the company will accept them. Truthfully, I was worried too. If this company refused, I'd have to go elsewhere. There must be someone who could help handle the bananas. As Mei Feng handed me his business card, he still wore a half-doubtful expression. You aren't just joking around, are you? Nonsense, how could I? Whether I'm joking or not, won't you find out in a few days? No explanation from me was needed. The facts would prove everything. Leaving the Xiuxian Fruit Company, I drove into the city streets. Towering buildings lined up neatly, and people and vehicles crowded the area. Compared to Huangtu County, Xiuxian was far more prosperous. With more people and heavy traffic, there were certainly more opportunities to make money here. At the moment, I merely rented some land, built a warehouse, partnered with a bottled water plant, and still hadn't established my own company or storefront. To break into the market here, I'd also need sufficient shop operations, just like when I bought the sales office of Xuanhuan community in Huangtu County. Having a unique wholesale store would establish a fixed presence. It would indeed be necessary to open a shop here. Chapter 191, Setting my sights on the building. Driving down the street, I casually looked at the buildings on both sides until Ibujurbujoy reached the Binzhou Mansion. The Binzhou Mansion faces west, and right in front of it lies a public parking lot, extremely convenient for vehicles to park and load/unload goods. Xiao Hui's Mall is located on the first floor. With a constant stream of customers every day, it's thriving and sits in an ideal location. For retail businesses, location is everything. Even the finest wine cannot survive deep in a remote alley. There's a large gate on the south side leading directly to the backyard. The spacious backyard makes loading and unloading easy. Even if the first floor is out of the question, the second and third floors are also excellent spots. Even if I can't buy them, renting a space there would work. Most customers visiting Xiao Hui's store are long-term residents of the area. By capitalizing on his foot traffic, I can promote my products. Once they buy once, word-of-mouth marketing would naturally bring them back. Experience from Huangtu County taught me that this kind of promotion surpasses any advertisement. With my mind set, I went inside the building to look for Xiao Hui. Having worked here for a long time, he must know the upper floors quite well. I'd ask him first. Xiao Hui seemed slightly surprised when he saw me. What? Haven't found a job yet? Or has some beauty dazzled you so you've lost interest in work? Didn't I give you the contact of Bosco? Mention me, just mention me, and he'll definitely offer you a job. Don't waste your time wandering around. If I were Miss Chu, I wouldn't stay with you either, just for fun, nothing serious. Whether Xiao Hui looked up to me or not, there was some slight condescension in his tone, yet faint concern lay beneath it. Unfazed, I sat down opposite his desk. Job hunting isn't urgent. Thanks for your concern, old classmate. I did call Bosco already, but I didn't want to owe him a favor, so I refused his offer. I'd rather try starting my own business. Your own business? Xiao Hui looked skeptical. What could you possibly do on your own? Gather a few fellow townspeople and act as a construction contractor? Come on, give me a break. If it were that easy to be a contractor, I wouldn't be running this business. Is there no chance of starting a small business? A small business? Well, maybe. But nowadays street vendors are banned. And if you want to run a business, you need a store. In Xiuxian, rent is no small expense. Have you thought it through? You have to pay the rent no matter if you make profits or not. If you can't afford that, it's better not to take the risk. I'd say, why not just work for me instead? Haven't I mentioned this before? I can assign you a position in my shop. You'd earn 10,000 or so every month. Much better than doing construction under the scorching sun and wind, and with less risk than running a business. It's virtually risk-free. Even if I go broke, I can still afford your salary. How about it? Think about it seriously. Don't waste your time aimlessly wandering. You've been in Xiuxian long enough and still haven't found work? Don't tell me you're a Laoshang or an old classmate. I can't bear the embarrassment. Although he looked down on me deeply, Xiaohui was genuinely trying to help. If I were still the same old laborer, I might indeed have accepted his offer and become a clerk under him. But I'm no longer who I used to be. Sitting calmly in front of him, I showed no reaction. Thanks, Director Qiao, for having so much faith in me. Let me give it a try first. If I fail, I'll always have the option of working for you. You mentioned even a small business requires a storefront. How about the second floor? Is there any space for rent here? The second floor? The second floor of Binzhou Mansion? Are you joking? That whole floor was bought by a software company. As for the third floor, maybe something's available. Why don't you go check? I stood up to leave, but Xiaohui waved me back. Never mind, no need to go check. Even if there is something available, you can't afford it. Rent would be 60 or 70,000 per month. It's way too high for you. Can you earn 60 or 70,000 a month? I'll find you a better place. 10 kilometers east of Binzhou Mansion, there's a market with low rental prices. Some might cost 4 or 5,000 per month, while the cheapest ones are only 2 or 3,000. Even if you lose money, you can handle the cost without completely going bankrupt. I recommend you check that market out. Act based on your capability. Know how much you can eat and how many bricks you can carry. Don't be ambitious and overreach. Having grand dreams is nice, but as the saying goes, even a fat person doesn't get that way in one bite. You have to go step by step. While offering advice, he couldn't help but lecture me again. I didn't argue since he genuinely meant well. I looked at the ceiling briefly and persisted. I'd still like to have a look upstairs. Maybe if we're lucky enough, we could find something cheap and hit the jackpot? If we don't go check, wouldn't we miss a valuable opportunity? Seeing my determination to not give up until hitting a brick wall, Xiaohui seemed impatient. He lowered his head, ignored me, and gestured for me to leave. Fine, go check. Hopefully, luck is on your side. You must be lucky, anyway. At worst, you can come back and I'll still hire you. After leaving Xiaohui's office, I climbed the stairs and headed straight to the second floor. Tingyun Technology Company, Limited. Only this single sign hung on the entire floor. The hallway was quiet and deserted, with nobody around. Even the front desk was unattended. Even for a tech company, they don't need as many customers coming and going like in a mall, but surely they have staff around? Could it be they're all sitting glued to their office chairs? I was curious and thought, the nature of work at a software company really is different from hardware. They just type on keyboards and write programs. Those programs are the products they sell to customers. No need for big or small trucks to transport anything. A simple email does the job. While I was making wild guesses, a young girl suddenly came out from one of the rooms. Who are you looking for? Oh, I'm just looking around. Looking around? Looking at what? People or the space? She was wearing professional attire, youthful and pretty, and lightly frowned, looking somewhat anxious. I looked her up and down, looking at people. She quickly added, "What are you staring at me for? Do you know me?" "No, I'm looking at the place. I want to rent it." "Rent it?" She gave me another look from head to toe. "How many rooms do you want to rent?" 1, definitely not enough. 2, also insufficient. 3, probably not enough either. 10 wouldn't even be spacious. I pointed at each office door, slowly counting. The girl seemed a bit impatient. "You're so annoying. We don't rent just 1 or 2 rooms. If you want to rent the whole second floor. Otherwise, forget it. I'm in a hurry, young man." With that, she turned to leave. Oh, renting the entire floor would be ideal. I remained calm and slow. She quickly turned around again, looking me over once more. Suddenly, she smiled. "You're not joking, right? You actually have the ability to rent the entire floor." She seemed doubtful of my capability. Xiaohui looked down on me, but I wasn't in a rush to refute him. As for this girl, we were total strangers. Perhaps after today, we'd never meet again. Judging by her age, she was barely in her early 20s, younger than me. Still, I didn't want this pretty girl to look down on me either. "Actually, I don't want to rent an entire floor." "Then get lost already. You're wasting time." She rolled her eyes at me and clicked away in high heels. "I want to buy an entire floor." The sound of heels suddenly stopped. The girl turned her head back. "What did you say? Buy an entire floor?" "Yes." I solemnly nodded. Click clack click clack. She rushed back with hurried steps, now with a big smile across her face. "Sir, are you serious?" "Miss, I don't know you at all. Why would I joke around with you? Please come in, let's talk inside." The girl made a polite gesture of invitation, and I followed her into the meeting room. As she brewed tea and poured me a cup, she asked, "May I know your surname, sir? I'll call the manager right away for a face-to-face talk with you." "It's Chun, and Miss." "Please, have some tea, Mr. Chun. Just call me Xiaohui." Xiaohui took out her phone and dialed. "Manager Ma, we've got salvation." What did she mean by that? Chapter 192, Buying the Entire Floor. Soon, a man in his 30s approached. He wore a white shirt, a blue tie, and light blue trousers. His hair was neatly combed, obviously styled with hair mousse. He appeared energetic and capable, though he couldn't hide a subtle look of sorrow. We shook hands and introduced ourselves. It turned out that Ma Shuntong had co-founded the Tingyun technology company with several classmates. 10 years ago, they had also rented this floor. The tech company had caught the wave of the times and made substantial profits. Now with money to spare, leaving it at home would be a sheer waste. How should they spend it? They needed an investment opportunity. After discussing it together, they decided to purchase this entire floor, an investment in real estate. But, as the saying goes, misfortunes strike without warning. Too eager to make money quickly, they reduced investment in research and development. Combined with their short-sighted vision, they failed to keep up with the technological progress of the times. Their software was overtaken by competitors. As the saying goes, fall behind in one step, and you will trail in every step afterward. Although they increased R&D investment later, they were always chasing others' footsteps, and their market share kept decreasing. Beginning last year, the company began suffering losses, sharp, plummeting losses. Together, they unanimously agreed. To survive, drastic measures were needed. They used their office building as collateral to obtain a bank loan, which they poured entirely into R&D. Unfortunately, the market showed no mercy. Money was invested, but without returns. With the repayment date only 2 or 3 months away, they couldn't raise the funds. This worried manager Ma greatly. The other classmates each had their own businesses. He was the de facto person in charge of this company. Others could afford to lose money, but he could not. He tried to get the other partners to raise additional funds to repay the bank debt. At this point, however, the company's future looked truly bleak. As if on cue, none of them were willing to contribute any more money. At most, they'd agree to sell the building to settle debts. Renting it out brought in too little. Each year's income barely dented what was owed. If the property were truly sold, the bank debt could be cleared. What about the company then? I was merely curious and couldn't help but ask an extra question. Manager Ma gave a bitter smile. Everyone has already left. Only Xiao remains, helping me guard the place. I'm tallying the accounts, checking who we owe besides the bank and who still owes us. I'll settle as much as I can. Don't want unfinished business left behind. After 10 years of hard work, to end up like this, I felt deep sympathy for him. We then discussed the matter of the building. He wanted to sell, and I wanted to buy. The price was quite fair, lower than the market rate, which clearly showed how urgently Manager Ma needed cash. Ultimately, I bought the entire floor for 180 million yuan. After signing the agreement, we immediately went to the bank to complete the procedures, directly paying off the debt and lifting the mortgage. I transferred the remaining 2 million yuan to Manager Ma, as he still needed to repay other debts. Leaving the bank, he accompanied me to the housing authority to transfer the property ownership. At the entrance of the housing authority, he tightly shook my hand before saying goodbye. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you for helping me through this difficult time. I finally feel relieved. It's troublesome for you to go all the way back to Binzhou Mansion yourself. Xiao will wait there for you and hand over all the keys. Everything inside, the furniture, computers, all items, I no longer want them. There's no use taking them, nowhere to put them, and they're barely worth selling. Simply not worth the hassle. I'll leave them to Mr. Chun. If you need them, feel free to use them. If not, you can dispose of them as you wish. The paperwork is settled, so I won't accompany you back. I'll call Xiao. Watching his hurried figure disappear, I couldn't help but sigh. From what he'd rambled to me at Binzhou Mansion, I knew, once the building sold and the debts repaid, hardly anything would remain. He said, free from debts, I feel light again. I'm still young, able to start anew. But I wonder where this anew will begin. Still, that's his own matter. I need to find Xiao quickly to get the keys. After all, this entire floor now belongs to me. Xiao was already waiting at the front desk, handing me a plastic ring holding a bunch of keys. Mr. Chun, all the keys are here. Manager Ma asked me to give them to you. My task is completed, and it's time for me to leave here. I'm now unemployed. I didn't take the keys yet, watching this helpless-looking girl. Compared to earlier, she no longer looked worried. Instead, she appeared relaxed, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Xiao was beautiful. It made sense for Ma Shuntong to assign her to the front desk. She possessed a charming, enduring beauty and a warm, sweet way of speaking. If Miss He has no other plans, would you like to keep working here? For me, Mr. Chin? Mr. Chin wants to keep me? Xiao's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. If you don't mind. But I don't have any particular skills. I worked at a tech company for 2 years, always at the front desk. Whenever guests came, I just made a phone call to notify the person they were looking for, or escorted them to a specific office. At most, I'd offer them a cup of tea. I also clean the hallways. That's all I've ever done. I don't know what kind of job you have in mind for me. Surely not another front desk position. I didn't actually plan to put her back at the front desk. This floor had just been purchased and needed managing. I couldn't stay here constantly, unless I transferred someone from Huangta County. Rather than that, I might as well just hire Xiao directly. She had been the last employee left at the tech company. That alone proved her loyalty, something I especially valued. I didn't need her to possess any professional skills. Her attractive appearance would serve me well as a representative. My food wholesale business didn't require a front desk receptionist, but I could create a position for a sales guide to help direct customers to the products, which would reflect my thoughtfulness. This was an impulse decision of mine. Don't accuse me of lustful intentions. I wouldn't dare, even if I wanted to. This floor will always need supervision. Since it's just been purchased, no one else has come here yet. Miss He, you're already familiar with this place, and I believe you are the most suitable person. If you're willing, please consider staying on here. How does that sound? Seeing my sincerity in offering her the position, Xiao was indeed willing. I wonder what salary Mr. Chin would offer me. How much did Manager Ma pay you? 3,000 yuan. Is 3,000 yuan really enough? Yes, my salary was the lowest. The only reason I could manage was because I didn't have to pay rent and the company provided lunch. I couldn't even cover basic living expenses otherwise. The cost of living in Xiuxian City was far higher than in Huangtu County. In Huangtu, 3,000 yuan was already a low wage. How much more so here in Xiuxian? 6,000 yuan. Would that be enough for your needs? You're not joking, are you? That's double all of a sudden. What exactly would I be doing? Surely you wouldn't intend for me to just watch this floor forever? You must have some actual use for this place. If I can't handle the job and get fired after a few days, I'd rather just leave now and look for a more stable job. Xiaohi transitioned from excitement to calmness, and then showed slight disappointment, as if my offer was too good to be real. My laughter made her believe even more that I was joking. Well then, you laugh like that, and now the whole thing's off. Mr. Chun, don't tease me anymore. I should go home early. My mom's waiting for me to go home and help make dumplings. Since I started working, today is the earliest I've gone home. She placed the keys on the front desk table and started to leave. Chapter 193, Hiring a New Employee. I'm serious. Find a computer with a printer, print 2 copies of the labor contract, and we'll sign them right here. Starting today, you're officially my employee. Today counts as your first day. It's really true. Surprised and delighted. Xiaohi's expression looked truly adorable. I tilted my head appreciatively. Perhaps she felt she had overdone it, so she quickly restrained herself. All right, Boss Chen, please follow me. Kaka. With light, rapid steps, she walked toward an office, and I followed. We arrived at a desk, where she turned on the computer. I logged into my email account, retrieved the contract template, and printed 2 copies. The contract was a standard form, needing only the name of the employee and the company filled in, along with the date. Without hesitation, I quickly filled out mine and asked her to sign it. Xiuxian Green Food Company, Chen Lingyu. She didn't sign immediately. Instead, she took the contract and read through it carefully from start to finish while whispering the words softly. You're the company's owner. Why haven't I heard of this company before? She pointed at the bottom of the document. Shouldn't there be a company seal here? Seeing her serious attitude, I smiled and replied. It's a newly established company, so we don't have a seal yet. After you sign the contract, you'll be our company's first employee and responsible for arranging the production of the official company seal. A new company? When was it established? Just now when I decided to hire you. I thought of the company's name just then. The company was formed only a few minutes ago. Of course, there's no time to have a seal yet. Even the business license doesn't exist. You'll have to handle that too. I kept smiling the entire time, but I was entirely serious. Chen Lingyu, are you pulling my leg? I'm not a 3-year-old child. I've worked for 2 years now and met all kinds of people. You don't set up a company so casually. Thinking of a name and immediately asking someone to sign a labor contract. It seems rather hasty, doesn't it? At this critical moment, she became cautious. I couldn't blame her. Indeed, my approach had been a little hasty. I originally planned to rent a room on the 3rd floor, but after seeing how quiet and unimpressive the 2nd floor appeared, I ended up chatting with her casually and even bought the place. But I hadn't even thought of a company name until I decided to hire her. Do you think I'm joking? I spent 180 million yuan buying this building. If I were kidding around, do you think I'd risk spending so much money carelessly? Well, you have a point. Finally, Xiaohi stopped suspecting, though she still looked somewhat hesitant. The contract just says I should complete my assigned work according to the company's requirements. Still, I want to know specifically what my duties are before I can feel at ease accepting the 6,000 yuan salary. The Xiuxian Green Food Company sells noodles and vegetables. When customers come, just guide them to the appropriate areas, okay? Of course, you must be enthusiastic and polite, which I believe you can handle perfectly. That sounds similar to the job of a receptionist. The young girl seemed slightly unhappy. I thought for a moment before adding. That's only at the beginning. As we gain a more regular customer base, your job responsibilities will change. If you learn and master any specialized skills, I'll adjust your role accordingly, as long as you can handle it. That'd be great. I'm self-studying accounting right now. Previously, I worked at a tech company, and there was an accounting software that caught my interest. I tried simulating its use on my own and realized I was capable, so I signed up for a training course. I'll complete it in half a month. Can I work as an accountant later? Of course. We highly support our employees' self-study and growth. If you perform well, I can even give you a raise. Somehow, I got caught up in the moment. She hadn't even officially started working yet, and I was already talking about raises. As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it slightly. All right, I'll sign. Shwa. The girl had truly elegant handwriting, fluid and graceful, completed in one smooth stroke. Your name is Hihua? Exactly. Otherwise, why would I let you call me Xiaohi? Comrade Hihua, welcome to join our company. I extended my hand, and we shook hands. From this moment on, Hihua officially became a formal employee of Xiuxian Green Food Company. We had the location, the company was formed. Then, I took Hihua downstairs to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau for registration procedures. After exiting the Binzhou building, we reached the parking lot. We'll take the car, it's more convenient. I pressed the remote control, and my BMW beeped twice, followed immediately by the Maserati parked next to it. I invited Hihua into my car, but she instead opened the Maserati's door. I'll drive this one. I was surprised. The engine roared to life. The Maserati shot quickly out of the parking lot. Following behind in my car, I couldn't help but think, a girl whose monthly salary is only 3,000 yuan is driving a Maserati worth millions? That salary alone won't cover the expenses. If I paid her 6,000 yuan, it probably wouldn't suffice either. Hihua's driving skills were indeed impressive. After a few turns, her car disappeared from sight. She must have known the way to the Industry and Commerce Bureau well. Although I followed behind her, it was useless. I couldn't keep up. I had no choice but to open the mobile navigation and follow its instructions. When I arrived at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Hihua was already waiting for me at the main entrance. I never would have guessed she actually had a fiery personality. She seemed very familiar with the place. Without needing to ask the staff, she directly led me to the registration office. We filled out forms, made photocopies, and submitted the required documents, completing the procedures quickly. Come on, let's go get the company's seal carved. Without waiting for my urging, Hihua had already walked out of the bureau's main gate first. She drove the Maserati ahead, and I followed behind. Having a guide like her wasn't bad. At this moment, I began to doubt her position as just a receptionist. Even if she truly was the receptionist, she definitely wasn't just a simple receptionist. First, we went to the Public Security Bureau to complete the filing procedures, and then proceeded to carve the official seal. As soon as we received the newly made company seal, Hihua actually pulled out the signed contract from her small bag. Boss Chen, time to stamp it. This little girl was quite something. She made me do office work on the spot. I stamped the contract properly. Then, Hihua blew gently over the fresh ink, saying, now the contract is officially effective. If Boss Chen wants to fire me later, he has to pay compensation. Ha ha. She laughed while putting the contract away and then joyfully ran back to the Maserati. It was nearly the end of the workday. Hihua and I didn't return to Binzhou building. She went home, and I found a relatively secluded place and brought the BMW into the space. I planned to return directly to Huangtu County from the space. Since going from Xiuxian City back to Huangtu County only took less than a minute, why should I stay in a hotel in Xiuxian? I felt more comfortable living in the small house in Huangtu County. While bringing the BMW into the space, seeing my own posture gave me a new idea. Now, my left hand was holding the door handle, my right hand was rubbing the ward on my left hand, and both feet were standing on the first square stone. In that case, why bother placing the BMW onto the conveyor belt again? That would be redundant. Imagining the second square stone and rubbing the wart, instantly, both I and the BMW exited the space. After driving out of the warehouse, I parked the car in front of the small house and had just stepped out when Balaxu walked out from the building. I didn't see you all day. You weren't here at lunchtime either. I made dumplings with lamb filling. There are leftovers. Just heat them up and eat them by yourself. At noon, I had eaten noodles inside the space. Suddenly, I recalled that since I could return to Huangtu County from the space, it would have been better to come back and have lunch together with Balaxu. It would have been more pleasant than eating with Zhao Mengfei and the others. This time it was my fault for being careless. I should pay attention next time. I must not neglect Balaxu like this. Actually, there was another important reason why I stayed inside the space to eat lunch. I checked the stock market data and had lunch with Zhao Mengfei and the others. Chapter 194, Deploying Troops Again. Back at the small villa, I ate a few more dumplings, still thinking about Xiuxian's new company. We had the business premises, and the company name was registered. Next, Xiuxian Green Food Company needed to plan the room layout, assemble a team, stock up, and begin operations. Of course, Hihua alone wouldn't be enough, and I couldn't stay there every day either. This matter still needed to be entrusted to Chu Xiangyi and her team to open up new territory. The initial market would still require them to develop. I hadn't yet discussed this with Balaxu, but at the very least, I should inform her. I had already assigned personnel, and as the supervisor, she had the right to know. Taking out my phone, I hesitated before putting it down again. We hadn't even seen each other all day. The truth was, I had already bought an entire floor in the Binzhou mansion in Xiuxian, and now I was in Huangtu County. If I told her that, no one would believe it, including Balaxu. I couldn't possibly explain all the details to her. After much hesitation, I ultimately didn't make the call. I would wait until we met tomorrow to talk. However, this matter still required someone to take charge. After much thought, I made a call to Chu Xiangyi. I told her to take her team tomorrow morning, fly to Xiuxian, find Hihua on the second floor of Binzhou Mansion. She should plan it based on the model of the Huangtu County Green Food Wholesale Station, prepare the second floor, and complete everything within 3 days. At the same time, she needed to complete recruitment tasks. Unless she and her subordinates were all willing to stay in Xiuxian City, they must hire at least 10 to 20 employees. Gender didn't matter, preferably young people under 35, strong enough to carry, lift, run, travel on business, in short, energetic, vigorous, and intelligent. In 3 days, the goods would arrive. The official opening would be on day 4. Chu Xiangyi seemed very surprised by my sudden task assignment. This branch is starting so suddenly. We haven't even done our research. Isn't it too risky? Surprisingly, she didn't forget her professional responsibilities. As for the research, we can skip that step. Our products are entirely new to the Xiuxian market, with great potential. With the quality and class of our products, we're certain to quickly capture the market. At least I have that confidence. I wonder, Chu manager, do you share this confidence? Chu Xiangyi laughed at the other end of the phone. Confidence is exactly what I never lack. It's just that, without going through the proper procedures, I can't properly report to you, the boss. But since you, the boss, have spoken, what objection can I have? I'll just follow your instructions. She immediately started calling her subordinates, while I phoned Hihua, informing her to hand over the second floor to Chu Xiangyi and comply with her management. Hihua agreed very quickly, gave a short response, and hung up. It startled me a little. Was she being polite or impolite? Considering she had once worked at the front desk, she should know basic etiquette. She shouldn't have been that impolite when talking to the boss. Though I didn't care much whether someone was particularly polite to me, this situation did make me puzzled for several minutes. Eventually, I offered my own explanation. She's a girl, and at that moment, she might have been in some urgent situation. Her phone rang, and she probably didn't want to answer, but seeing it was me, she felt it inappropriate not to pick up, so she did. However, my lengthy, verbose words probably interrupted her important and urgent matter. When I finally finished speaking, she simply wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible. So she quickly responded and immediately hung up. This seemed to me a reasonable explanation, not worth developing any negative impression toward Hihua. Actually, when I sent Xiuxian from Huangtu County to Cheongyang City, I had another thought in mind. Both she and Bai Luoxue were in Huangtu County, seeing each other every day, literally head down and meeting eyes when looking up. Recently, I noticed that apart from work matters, the two rarely communicated in other ways, and they both lost their smiles. When they weren't together, each had their own moments of joy and laughter. Yet the moment I appeared, even if Xiuxian was just a moment ago smiling brightly, she would suddenly become solemn. Initially, I thought she simply became more formal upon the leader's arrival. But she hadn't been like that before. Even during phone calls, she used to joke around. But today, she was acting overly serious, even earnest. Her laughter seemed forced and unnatural. Meanwhile, Bai Luoxue behaved even more strangely. Previously, in front of subordinates, she always maintained a certain distance from me, almost as if signaling to the staff that we weren't particularly close. Now, she still behaved that way, but if Chu Xiangyi was present, she would intentionally sit very close to me, speaking softly, discussing anything, work or personal, as if whispering secrets. Chu Xiangyi, meanwhile, would just keep her head down working, acting as if I wasn't even there. Their unusual behavior struck me as very strange. I guess that Bai Luoxue was jealous, deliberately putting on a show for Chu Xiangyi's benefit. As for what Chu Xiangyi herself thought, I couldn't say for sure, but I felt she had completely changed since returning from Cheongyang, like a different person altogether. This time, when I assigned her to go to Cheongyang, she agreed without hesitation, readily and clearly. That suggested she also wanted to leave Huangtu County, or at least to put some distance between herself and Bai Luoxue. In my heart, I quietly prayed that these two wouldn't end up in conflict, or else one of them really would have to leave my company forever. Losing either would be a huge loss of talent for me. Fortunately, the construction of the second base in Cheongyang did require someone to manage it, and this opportunity was perfectly timed for Chu Xiangyi to take over. The next morning, right after work started, Bai Luoxue went as usual to the second floor. She entered room 202, picked up the bouquet of roses, and smelled them. It had become a habit. Oh, how did these blue roses turn into white ones? When did you buy them? Surely not last night. The blue roses had been in the vase for quite a while. To give Bai Luoxue a surprise, I had picked fresh white roses from my space this morning. Again, 999 of them. And indeed, she looked truly delighted. But I couldn't tell her the truth. You guessed it right. I changed them last night. I wanted to surprise you while you weren't around. Those blue roses were there too long. It was time for a color change. White roses symbolize purity, just like you. Do you like them? I do. Bai Luoxue curved her lips into a smile, sniffed deeply again, then gave my cheek a kiss as her reward. While she was still happy, I brought up the matter of Chu Xiangyi going to Cheongyang. You've already made the arrangements. How can I object? As it turns out, your decisions have always been right when it comes to major matters. I'm in support. She raised her right hand, and the matter was settled. I accompanied her downstairs to the canning factory, visiting the production line in the workshop, checking the inventory in the warehouse, dropping by the sales department to get updates, inquiring with the finance department about receivables, and understanding the current sales performance, before returning together to my office. I hadn't been in this office for a long time, yet the room remained clean and tidy. It seemed that Director Wang had someone come daily to clean up. I called Mu Jiming, needing to talk to them about the construction plans for the second base in Cheongyang. In short, I intended to introduce all of Huangtu County's products into the Cheongyang market. Besides opening a flagship store, we would follow the same model and expand through franchising. Fish cans, pickled vegetables, white flour, cornmeal, eggs, pork, lamb, mineral water, even cat and dog food needed to find their place in that market. Consumer spending levels in Cheongyang were far higher than in Huangtu County. With product prices rising accordingly, profits would naturally be even greater for us, one key reason why I was determined to enter the Cheongyang market. As the factory manager of the canning plant, it was essential for me to explain my strategic vision clearly to Mu Jiming. Based on current sales figures, our produced fish cans and pickled vegetables were barely sufficient to maintain a balance between production and sales. If we expanded into the Cheongyang market, supply shortages would inevitably occur, so I planned to install a new automatic production line exclusively for the Cheongyang market. This was also one main reason why I called Mu Jiming in today. Chapter 195, Upgrading and Reconstruction. Before Bai Luoxue could express her opinion, Mu Jiming became excited first. I've long suggested that we should install this production line. It's not just for selling as far as Cheongyang. Even with our current sales channels, our present production capacity cannot achieve 100% sales balance. There's still a large gap. This is all caused by our principle of hunger marketing. Those big clients want to increase their orders almost every month, yet we followed Director Chen's instructions and refused. After Mu Jiming finished speaking, Bai Luoxue slowly said, "We all understand what Manager Mu means. I've done a special analysis on this issue. It is precisely because we implemented the hunger marketing strategy that all the merchants have never been fully supplied, thus continuously maintaining their desire to sell our products. Exactly for this reason, our inventory remains zero, no backlogs and no expired products. Including in our clients' supermarkets, there are also no expired goods. By the time the products reach the common people, all fish can and side dishes are within their shelf lives and as fresh as possible. Precisely because of this point, we've received widespread customer popularity." We have never received any complaints due to expired food, proving that our hunger marketing strategy is absolutely correct. This additional production line aims to prepare us for expanding into the Xiangyang market. The market potential in Xiangyang is enormous. Without a new line, supply will truly fail to meet the demand. Mu Jiming thought exactly what I was thinking. Bai Luoxue expressed it all for me. It's not that Mu Jiming didn't understand her remarks just now, but he wanted to express that he himself had considered adding another production line long before. It was just that I hadn't agreed. That was indeed the case. I couldn't afford to dampen his enthusiasm, especially since in recent times Mu Jiming's job performance had been quite satisfactory. At the very least, I was very satisfied, and Bai Luoxue had no objections either. Right in front of Bai Luoxue and Mu Jiming, I called Fang Gong and asked him to arrange for technical staff to visit the site and prepare for installing another automatic production line. Naturally, Fang Gong was pleased. After agreeing, he also mentioned in passing that the goods I had requested a couple of days ago had already been shipped out. He finally apologized, saying those few special tools couldn't really be sold to me. That wasn't his fault. He simply didn't have that authority. I expressed both my thanks and understanding. To prevent Bai Luoxue and Mu Jiming from overhearing our conversation, I quickly hung up. Bai Luoxue and Mu Jiming went to the site to see where it would be best to add the new production line, while I returned to the small villa. Here, I could call, without so many restrictions. One by one, I made calls to the flour mill, feed plant, and cornmeal individual vendors, asking each to prepare more goods for me. Naturally, they were all delighted. Xiuxian had taken people to Xiangyang by plane early in the morning and would arrive there in the afternoon. I gave her 3 days to get the store ready. I must also deliver the goods within these 3 days to ensure normal operations would begin on the 4th. In reality, besides making those calls, I did not focus heavily on this matter during these 3 days. The next day, Fang Gong arrived with his team. After a brief meeting, I handed them over to Mu Jiming. The specific responsibilities would be under his charge while Bai Luoxue supervised implementation. Meanwhile, I attended to another task. Rushuang brought back a full truck of spare parts from the logistics company's freight station, the goods Fang Gong had mentioned from the technology company. After they were brought into my space, Rufeng carefully unpacked the boxes and checked against the shipping list. The quantities were exactly correct. Only then did he begin actual work. He also brought out another batch of supplies I had purchased earlier in Huanta County. He did not rush to conduct maintenance right away, but instead started assembling robots. Within just half a day, 4 robots of similar build were completed. To distinguish them, he made different facial appearances with silicone and installed distinctive wigs. He named them Ru Lei, Ru Jian, Ru Shui, and Ru Yun. Once activated, they took turns replacing Ru Bing, Ru Shuang, Ru Wu, and Ru Lu in order, enabling each of them to undergo inspection and maintenance one after another. After this cycle of maintenance was completed, 4 new members were assigned new work tasks. Ru Lei was responsible for the pig farm, Ru Jian for the sheep pen, Ru Shui for the chicken farm, and Ru Yun for the vegetable garden. This arrangement freed up Ru Yu and Ru Lu. After completing maintenance on Ru Yu, Ru Feng assigned him to be in charge of all motor vehicles on the small island, including cleaning operations and maintenance. Meanwhile, Ru Lu, together with Zhao Mengfei and the other 3, was assigned to the orchard and banana plantation, and during their spare time, helped Ru Yu with vehicle maintenance. Initially, Ru Yu had some objections. It felt good working with Ru Lu and was rather unhappy about them being separated, considering it rather inhumane. But upon learning that Ru Lu could assist it, he switched from worry to joy. As for Ru Bing, Ru Shuang, and Ru Wu, they still handled loading and transportation, respectively. Ru Feng emphasized that although there was division of labor, its purpose was only to clarify responsibilities. When someone was overwhelmed with work, others had the obligation to assist. Absolutely no one was allowed to work themselves to death, while others sat idle. After Ru Feng finished all the arrangements, I realized that we were still short on personnel. To open a second base in Xiangyang, we needed to assign a few people there. But now everyone was already fully occupied with their current tasks. Who had spare capacity? I had just ordered important components for 4 more robots from the tech company. If I called Fang Gong again, I felt it would be hard to justify. I had to admit that I had not planned properly. Discussing such matters with anyone else wouldn't make sense either, because only Ru Feng could give me a practical suggestion. Ultimately, this is an issue of efficiency, Ru Feng said. There are already enough people on the island. With proper arrangement, the manpower should be sufficient. I have a relatively advanced idea in mind, though it's not fully developed yet. Once I finish the design, I'll explain it to you. This issue can definitely be resolved. It seemed that Ru Feng had a plan, but I still felt uneasy. I asked him to come up with a proposal as soon as possible, since I would be transporting goods to Xiangyang in 2 days. At the very least, I would need to assign 1 or 2 people to drive the delivery trucks. Later on, we would also need workers to transport bananas and even banana stalks. Additional manpower was definitely required. Ru Feng thought for a moment. I've got it. The mobile phone alert sound rang. Ru Feng sent me an email, which turned out to be another list of goods. When I opened it, I was startled. The list included 10 electric trucks and the electronic components required for the automatic control system. Master, I want to upgrade and improve the current transportation system outside this area, transforming it into a vehicle management system similar to that on the island. Enabling autonomous driving with GPS navigation would eliminate the need for drivers. This would free up Ru Wu and Ru Shuang, who could then handle the work at the Xiangyang base. The additional trucks can be used to transport goods to Xiangyang, and a set of automatic control systems can be installed and integrated with the control system here. With Ru Shui alone in charge, everything can be operated fully automatically. If Ru Feng could think of it, he could definitely make it happen. In the future, I plan to expand the planting areas of wheat and corn as well. Vehicles would definitely be needed. 10 of them wouldn't even be enough in the long run. We'd end up buying more sooner or later. Since the need existed now, I would proceed with the purchase now. Rufeng also made another suggestion for me to consider. Transportation of wheat, corn, and green fodder within Huangtu County to the flour mill, feed plant, and other units could also be designed for autonomous driving with remote control. That way, we wouldn't need hired truck drivers anymore, which would significantly reduce transportation costs. But this would also require an initial investment in purchasing the trucks. From a long-term benefit perspective, this plan was definitely feasible. However, I had to think about those drivers. They had families to support and needed to earn money. If I switched to an automatic system, they would have to find other jobs elsewhere. After thinking about this for a while, I told Rufeng to temporarily hold off on this plan and see how things develop. I took Rufeng to an auto dealership in Huangtu County, where I ordered 10 trucks and transferred them into my space. I also bought the components for the automatic control system. Then Rufeng got busy installing the system. Once the installation was completed, we conducted a field test near the banana plantation in xiuxian, and everything worked normally. Since Ru was now in charge of the pig farm, the task of transporting piglets from the pig farm to the farm naturally fell to him. Likewise, Ru Jian was responsible for managing the sheep, so transporting the lambs became his duty. In addition, Ru and Ru Jian were not only responsible for purchasing young livestock, but also for transporting mature pigs and sheep to the slaughterhouse. Ru Shuang was no longer exclusively responsible for delivery work. The tasks of transporting pork and mutton were now handled by Ru and Ru Jian. They delivered the meat to the freight station and the wholesale market. In reality, on the small island, after feeding the pigs and sheep, they still had to clean up the manure. By the end of the day, Ru and Ru Jian were actually very busy. When they were overwhelmed, Ru Shuang and Ru Wu could still help them out. Chapter 196, a small community on the island. No matter how busy they were, there was one task they had to complete. A few days ago, they had planned to plant trees inside the pig and sheep enclosures. However, because the poplar saplings brought from the nursery by Ru Shuang were too small and slender, they couldn't be planted in the pig and sheep areas, or they would be ruined. So they chose a separate plot of land on the northern side and planted the saplings there. The flora and fauna on the island grew unusually fast, and the small tree saplings were no exception. Not only did the trees planted inside the chicken farm grow taller and thicker, but the remaining saplings in the northern area also thrived. Therefore, Rulei, Rudio, Rushui, Ryun, Ruchuan, and Rua worked together to plant 8,000 poplar saplings inside the pig and sheep enclosures. The saplings had already grown as thick as a finger, so there was no longer worry they would be trampled by pigs or sheep. At the very least, their survival rate was much higher compared to those thin, chopstick-like saplings. Rushui was in charge of the chicken farm, where collecting and packing eggs was a relatively arduous task. Once the boxes were loaded onto the vehicle, things became simpler. Rushuang would initiate an automatic transportation command to send the eggs and the vehicle out of the space through the conveyor belt. Then the vehicle would automatically head toward the food wholesale station or the logistics company's distribution center. Upon arrival, someone would be there to receive and settle accounts. Ruffling had developed this automatic transportation control system, which significantly improved efficiency after implementation. The only shortcoming lay in the accounting with the related parties, mainly concerning the quantity of goods. As for the payment itself, it was settled once a month by mutual financial departments conducting reconciliations. Later, Ruffling came up with an idea. The automatic onboard equipment in the vehicle could verify the number of goods being transported. If the numbers matched, the vehicle would proceed normally back to the base. If there were discrepancies, the system would immediately sound an alarm, prompting personnel from the other side to conduct an on-site verification and video conference with Rushuang in front of the camera to discuss the issues, so both sides could resolve the matter together. This was only a backup plan, and in reality, it had never been needed. Clearly, Roofing's solution was quite successful. After Rushui started using the semi-automatic feces cleaning equipment previously developed by Ryu, he also had new ideas. He asked Ruffling to help design a semi-automatic egg collection tool. Working alone, his efficiency was indeed quite low. If he worked too fast, the eggs would break easily. If he worked slowly, the extended working hours would interfere with his manure cleaning work. Ruffling designed a small tracked robot that followed a preset path, adjusting its speed based on the egg gathering rate. In front were two extendable robotic arms, while a third robotic arm at the back pulled a flatbed cart carrying empty boxes. The two front robotic arms collected eggs left and right into the empty boxes, while the back robotic arm placed padding and partition paper inside the boxes. Once a box was full, it would be sealed promptly. Once the flatbed cart was loaded with empty boxes, the tracked vehicle would transport the eggs to the warehouse, either temporarily storing them inside or directly loading them onto trucks. In the entire process, Rushui's role was only to provide auxiliary assistance, promptly adjusting the robot's direction. This significantly reduced his workload while greatly improving efficiency. Compared with Rayleigh and Radio, Rushui's labor intensity was far lower. Only when shoveling chicken manure did he personally ride on the vehicle himself, and even then, he simply operated the controls. Thanks to the adoption of advanced technology, what used to be Rushui's most tedious and time-consuming job, collecting eggs and cleaning up feces, was now the first to finish on the entire workday. When Rushui finished early, according to Roofing's programming, he was not supposed to idle around when others were busy. He had the obligation to help others. Technically, since Rayleigh and Radio were quite busy in the pig and sheep farms, Rushui should have gone to help them, but he didn't. Instead, he went to help Ruyun pick vegetables. After assisting Ruyun with harvesting vegetables, the two went together to assist Rayleigh with pruning fruit trees or picking fruits. They could dawdle at this task until dark, intentionally avoiding helping Rayleigh and Radio. Initially, I didn't notice this phenomenon, but Rushuang did. When she brought this to my attention, I asked why. Rushuang smiled. He has been shoveling chicken manure all day and has had enough of the smell. He probably doesn't want to go near pig and sheep manure anymore. I couldn't help but laugh too. These robots were actually sensitive to the smell of feces. I asked Ruffling if he had removed Rushui's sense of smell components. Oh no, without the sense of smell, if the eggs were rotten, he wouldn't be able to detect them, and that would cause a huge problem once sold to customers. It was fortunate that Ruffling had thought of everything. I hadn't even considered this point myself. Harvesting vegetables was handled by Ruyun, along with the responsibility of sorting fish. Now, it had become much simpler than before. One only needed to lift the fish baskets and pour the contents onto the conveyor belt, where automatic sorting would follow, and then load the fish tanks into the truck for removal from the space. Rushuang often came to help out, feeling that staying inside the little house for too long made her feel stifled. She would rather come out and get some fresh air. Since the installation of the steel-tracked conveyor connecting the space to the real world, I had canceled the temporary storage point for fresh vegetables and fish in the warehouse. As long as the wholesale station or the canning factory needed supplies, they could be replenished directly from the space. This short-distance transportation task was handled immediately by Rushuang. If she didn't want to set it to autopilot, she could use this opportunity to leave the space and take a walk outside. Now, the only one permanently stationed outside the space was Ru Bing. It had to be responsible for loading trucks at the factory area, and usually stayed outside the entire day, sometimes even through the night. Ruffing once reminded me that if the transportation vehicles underwent automation upgrades, Ru Bing could be freed up, eliminating the need for double handling, and there would be no need to stockpile so much grain and green fodder in the warehouse. Because I hadn't adopted this suggestion, Ru Bing still had to keep working hard for now. With more members on the island, 11 robots and 4 humans, everyone was busy with their own tasks during the day. But at night, the U-shaped building became lively. The building was brightly lit, especially on the second floor, where many rooms were filled with activity. People played Chinese chess, poker, and even mahjong. The mahjong players were Zhao Mingfei and 3 others. They formed a complete group of 4 players, which worked perfectly because they couldn't play with the robots, who were clearly at a completely different level. Playing mahjong needed chips to make it more exciting. Since they had no money, I wondered what they used as stakes. One night, I saw the new building brightly lit up and felt curious, so I went upstairs to check it out. That's when I realized how colorful their leisure life was. In front of Zhao Mingfei and his group were not real gambling chips or colorful cash, but clean, beautiful seashells. They had collected these shells from the water's edge, washed off the dirt and sand, and now they looked as pure and white as jade. Very beautiful. Li Heroine even made a string of them into a necklace and gave it to Rushuang. Rushuang wore it around her neck and showed it off proudly to the other robots. Soon, several other robots eagerly wanted their own necklaces too. Ruyu immediately took action, gathering more shells, tying them together with a rope, and respectfully placing the necklace around Rulu's neck. Now Rulu also had the same bragging rights as Rushuang. When Rushuang also wanted a shell necklace, Ru Bing remained indifferent. But Ru Lei quickly stepped in first. Meanwhile, Ru Shui voluntarily placed a necklace around Ru Yun's neck. Amid laughter and joy, both the robots and humans were having a great time. Ruffing suggested they start dancing. As the music played, wild dancing quickly filled the entire room. Clatter and crash, the shells scattered all over the floor. The rope broke, the necklaces fell apart, but the dancing didn't stop. Creak, crack, the shells were crushed underfoot. Then, Ruffing stopped dancing first, and the others followed shortly after. Ruffing glanced at Li Heroine, looking as if it meant something. These seashells strung together with rope as necklaces can't possibly withstand constant friction. They were bound to break sooner or later, and the shells would get crushed. I was present when this happened. I had expected to enjoy a wild and lively dance party, but instead, I witnessed Ruffing showing jealousy. I even suspected that Ruffling had planned the whole dance, deliberately breaking the rope and crushing the shells. In the end, it had gotten exactly what it wanted. Chapter 197, Delivery to Xiuxian. Bai Luoxue focused most of her attention on the new automated production line at the Minli Canned Food Factory. That was exactly what I wanted. I needed her to be so busy that she wouldn't have time to pay attention to me. Once everything in the space was settled, I contacted the various manufacturers again and dispatched vehicles to pick up the goods. Rue Feng, together with Rue Shui, Rue Shuang, Rue Wu, and Rue Lu, visited from the flour mill to the animal feed factory, then on to the cornmeal processing plant. After a complete round, the first batch of 5 trucks worth of goods were transported into the space. Following that, I prepared 1 truckload of fish canned goods and 1 truckload of pickled vegetables from the canned food factory. On the small island, Rue Shui loaded 1 truck with eggs while Rue Yun picked and loaded another truck with fresh vegetables. The first batch of merchandise was ready. By phone, I learned that Xiuxian had cleaned out the second floor of the Binzhou building. The work wasn't really complicated, moving all the extra office desks and chairs to one end to clear out large rooms, setting up shelves, and preparing labels. With that preparation mostly complete, things were underway. Actually, what occupied Xiuxian these past 2 days was recruitment, and the results had been very poor. As soon as people heard that the new store sold flour, canned goods, and vegetables, Young people had no interest in working there. In the end, only 5 women approaching their 40s were found, and not a single male applicant. According to the rule I previously established for xiuxian, if no workers could be recruited, she and her team would have to remain behind and serve as the core workforce until new staff arrived. Even if she managed to hire 8 or 10 employees over the next 2 days, she and her team still couldn't leave right away. The upcoming product promotions would require them to lead the efforts and go all out on the front lines. I drove the BMW into the space, handed things over to Rue Feng, and then left first with the car, instantly transferring to the warehouse at the banana plantation. Behind me, Rue Feng led the convoy, each truck gradually moving onto the conveyor belt and being sent out. Once all the trucks had arrived, the entire fleet set off in full force from the banana plantation's warehouse, heading toward the Binzhou building. The trucks entered the backyard through the south gate of the Binzhou building, where Rue Feng and others began unloading. I immediately called xiuxian to organize staff for receiving the goods. There was a dedicated freight elevator, and small flatbed carts transported items back and forth conveniently enough, though not very efficiently. I walked directly from the parking lot in front of the building through the first floor to the second. As soon as I entered the door, I ran into Xiaohui. "AI, Qinlingyu, have you decided about the rental yet? I haven't heard back from you." Xiaohui was indeed concerned about me, but I had completely forgotten him. I hadn't even considered him important. Since he asked, I should give him a reply. It's settled. I didn't stop walking and headed straight toward the stairs. Good that it's settled. What kind of products are you planning to sell? You can purchase them directly from me. I'll sell them at the same price I bought them for, not making a penny off you. Consider it some support from an old classmate, helping you as you venture out into xianxia. His words surprised me slightly. I stopped and turned around to say, "Thank you, old classmate. If I really need help, I won't hesitate to ask. And if you ever need assistance, please don't hesitate either. I need to get back to work." But I continued walking upstairs. Bye. Xiaohui returned to his office. "Hello, President Chen. Welcome." Miss Hihua was standing at the reception desk. When she saw me appear from the stairs, she greeted me right away. "Miss He, hello. Thank you for your hard work serving the people." Seeing that others were busy unloading goods while Hihua remained behind the reception desk, I asked, "Why aren't you helping unload? You're supposed to use some judgment in your job. I'm not paying you receptionist wages. My salary standards aren't like that." Hearing my reproach, Hihua puckered her lips and responded, "President Chen, staying at the front desk to greet customers was a specific assignment from Manager Chu. You yourself called and told me to follow her leadership. So how could I disobey her orders? But now you're asking me to help move goods. It's not that I don't want to, President Chen. If I do, it'd be going against Manager Chu's instructions. If I don't, then I'd be disobeying your command. I'm stuck in the middle. How am I supposed to continue working here then? Maybe I should just resign." I had just arrived and was already given a lesson by this girl. What she said made sense, but the current situation was, "But there's no customer here yet, right? Everyone is busy unloading goods. This is our main focus now. The more people we have, the lighter the workload for each, and the faster the job will get done. This doesn't conflict with your responsibilities as receptionist at all. Once the goods are moved, you can come back to stand here again." Suddenly I realized that before this girl, I felt slightly defensive, almost as if I was the one pleading for her to do the job, as if she were the boss instead. When she mentioned resigning, I felt a twinge of anxiety inside. She was the first employee I had hired. If she resigned before officially starting work, although it wouldn't affect the company's development, it would cast a shadow over my own psyche. If she really wants to quit, there's nothing I can do to stop her. I've made the reasoning clear, and the choice is hers. Of course, her actions will determine how I view her. If she truly refuses to help, even if she doesn't quit, I'll have to let her go. I walked toward the large room to the north. Click-clack, click-clack. Quick footsteps sounded behind me, and Hihua caught up, passing me and heading toward the loading area. I couldn't help but smile slightly behind her back. These goods arrived fast, and they're pretty comprehensive. We can finish arranging the store today and officially open for business tomorrow. Xiuxian, dressed in professional attire, approached me with a graceful, confident smile to report. "There's a lot of merchandise, but not everything's ready yet. Since we're just starting, I don't plan to display all the products at once. We need to proceed steadily, step by step. However, one product must definitely be placed on display immediately. Call Feng Dongxing and have him deliver a truckload of bottled water. That's also part of my promotional plan." Xiuxian hesitated slightly, but made the call. "It'll arrive in 2 hours." After confirming the bottled water delivery, Xiuxian accompanied me to the scene. The employees were busy placing goods on the shelves. The variety wasn't too great, so arranging them was relatively easy. Most items were placed in other rooms. The surplus offices north of the corridor were temporarily converted into storage rooms. The southern end of the corridor served as the office and living area, including the manager's office, finance office, guest room, sales office, supply office, male and female staff changing rooms, as well as dormitories and a kitchen. A few other rooms were used to temporarily stack the desks and chairs that Ma Shentong had left behind. Xiuxian had previously asked me over the phone how to handle those desks, chairs, and computers. I hadn't figured out a good plan yet, so I suggested keeping them for now, saying we could wait until the right opportunity arose, since we had plenty of empty rooms anyway. Once the goods were delivered and neatly placed on the shelves with labels attached, aside from the newly hired few who continued organizing, most people returned to the offices to rest. Hihua passed by us. "Hello, President Chen. Hello, Manager Chu." Her slightly breathless greeting showed clearly how hard the girl had worked. "What do you think of this girl?" I asked Xiuxian as I gazed at Hihua's retreating figure. Beautiful, great figure, pretty face, sweet voice. truly delightful to everyone. Flowers bloom at the sight. President Chen, your taste is excellent. Your first employee is already a national beauty. Standing by the staircase, she will surely attract many handsome men and lovely girls to our new company. She's a living, vivid advertisement. President Chen, how brilliant. Her words were all praise, but strangely, when I actually heard them, I felt a faint sourness inside. Hihua isn't by Luoxue. Where did xiuxian get such strong jealousy? Could she not accept even one pretty girl? Chapter 198. Concerned yet confused. I wasn't quite satisfied with her attitude. Thinking about her subordinates, a group of a dozen or so young men and women, all highly educated professionals, I couldn't help but compare them one by one. None of the males were particularly ugly, but they were all ordinary looking, with not a single standout. As for the females, though their appearances were acceptable, none of them stood out like a crane among chickens. To be precise, none of the female employees were as attractive as xiuxian. Compared to Bai Luoxue, in terms of appearance, physique, and educational background, the two women were practically equal, making it difficult to declare a winner. Suddenly, I understood why there seemed to be an invisible wall between her and Bai Luoxue. I still found it puzzling. Xiuxian was a talent Bai Luoxue had recruited. At the very least, she should feel grateful for such recognition, rather than harboring such strong aversion toward her mentor. This was only my own assumption, and I had no way of knowing Xiuxian's true feelings. It also seemed inappropriate to ask her outright, for fear of turning nothing into something unnecessary. Since she had spoken so highly of Hihua, that meant Hihua indeed had certain physical advantages. I could only interpret it as jealousy on Xiuxian's part. Perhaps I was simply projecting my own petty thoughts onto her. Otherwise, I couldn't explain her mindset. The front desk job is temporary. What need is there for a front desk at a mall that sells flour, canned goods, vegetables, and water? After the promotional phase, we'll switch her to another position. I had already decided that xiuxian would take charge of Xianxia Green Food Company. Therefore, regarding Hihua's future job assignment, I needed to prepare xiuxian beforehand, to avoid any opposition from her that might cause me to lose credibility with Hihua. A bit of damage to my image wasn't important, but I was worried about disappointing the young girl. Xiuxian shot me a glance, but didn't argue. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. We continued heading south. Xiuxian wanted to take me to the office to discuss the specific procedures for tomorrow's opening ceremony. She had already drafted a plan. In front of the main entrance of Binzhou building, we definitely need some decorations. Qinzong, should we set off firecrackers, or should we hire a drum team? Something lively would attract more attention and help publicize the event. Xiuxian switched gears quickly, starting to discuss tomorrow's details even before reaching her office. Firecrackers are definitely out of the question. The environmental regulations are too strict. We can't afford to go against the rules. A drum team, however, could work. Here's what you do. Contact a wedding planning company and have them handle the site decoration. That way, it'll be easier for us, and they can arrange the drum team. I offered direct instructions. That can be arranged. If there are no further ideas from you, General Manager Chen, you might want to prepare your speech for tomorrow in advance. Later I'll send the draft to your email. Whether you follow it exactly or not depends entirely on you. My draft is only for reference. Earlier, she had been using a more consultative tone, but as soon as we passed by Hihua, her tone suddenly became sharp, as if she were the boss. After finishing her statement, she no longer walked slowly beside me, but instead clacked back to the office in her high heels. Left behind, I felt somewhat awkward and stole a glance at Hihua, who let out a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? I wasn't laughing. General Manager must have misread my expression. This is just my usual look. When I truly laugh, you'll know it. Such a beautiful girl saying this kind of thing must have convinced many people. But why did I feel that when I first met her yesterday, she wasn't exactly as she claimed? Back then, she had also worn a slight air of sadness, contradicting her current claim that she always smiled. The thoughts of women really were difficult to decipher, and their ability to lie boldly with open eyes was impressive. As a man, I could only admit defeat. Then again, why argue with her over something like that? I had more important work to do. Although Xiuxian appeared unhappy, that was her problem. The tasks I assigned must be executed fully and without exception. After unloading the cargo, Fengru led the team back to the dimension as previously planned. It was their first time coming here. The main purpose was both to let them familiarize themselves with the surroundings and for Fengru to verify the accuracy of the newly installed automatic control system. They rode in the vehicles, which all operated under automatic control. If any deviations occurred, they could correct them in time. After all, this time it was actual cargo transportation, and we needed to be prepared for any unexpected situation. After returning to the dimension, Fengru sent me a message. The cargo transportation went smoothly. At the very least, the self-driving function worked flawlessly for the entire route from the banana plantation to Binzhou building. For the next delivery, there would be no need for so many people. In fact, nobody needed to come at all, except possibly one person for the purpose of handing over the goods in person. Fengru and the others had returned. The work here was arranged, and I was ready to leave Qionyang and return to Huangtu County via the dimension. Before leaving, I decided to say goodbye to Xiuxian and promised to contact her by phone if anything came up. When my head poked out from her office, I suddenly thought about accommodation. The employees lived in the dormitory, but Xiuxian was, after all, the highest-ranking leader here. I should offer her some special treatment. Which hotel are you staying in tonight? I asked. Xiuxian found my question abrupt. She hesitated briefly before answering. Why? Does General Manager Chen want to stay at the same hotel as me? Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I should at least care about the accommodation situation for my subordinates. Then thank you for your concern, General Manager Chun. I'm not staying in any hotel. I live in the employee dormitory, room to the west at the south end of the hallway. I'm sorry, General Manager, but I haven't specifically arranged a dorm for you. It's probably too late to arrange one today. Why don't you go stay at a hotel for tonight? Or you can squeeze in with the workers, and tomorrow I'll arrange a room for you. No, better make it 2 rooms. One is an office, one is a dorm. What do you think? Ha ha ha. No need, no need. I'll handle my own arrangements. That wasn't what I meant at all. My single sentence of concern had prompted so much from her. I left feeling rather embarrassed. What was wrong today? She had teased me multiple times. I traveled all the way from Huang to County, and I certainly didn't come just to be ridiculed by a subordinate. Such a kind gesture had drawn sarcastic remarks instead. Why did she seem unable to see her position clearly? If she continued like this, no matter how capable she was, I wouldn't dare to keep using her. If I didn't use her, it would be my own loss. But if I kept using her and made myself unhappy, what would be the point? As I left Binzhou building, I grumbled about xiuxian randomly in my mind. I was too focused on her that when Yihua greeted me on the way downstairs, I didn't even hear her. I also failed to notice Xiao Hui shouting at me from the entrance until he suddenly patted my shoulder, at which point I turned around in surprise. Why did you have to scare me like that? If I didn't scare you, you wouldn't even acknowledge me. What were you thinking about? I hadn't expected him to take such offense. Thinking. I couldn't exactly say I was thinking about xiuxian. He had already joked about the two of us before, or maybe he truly believed there was something between us. If I mentioned her name now, I was sure he would make up all sorts of stories. Just thinking about business stuff. Whatever you're thinking about, you still need to pay attention to where you are. When you're walking, you should be focused. That's just within the mall. If you're on the street, it's easy to get into trouble. Remember what I said, or reality will teach you a hard lesson. Don't come back regretting it because you ignored my advice. Tell me, which room have you rented? I'll go have a look sometime. It turned out Xiao Hui really cared about me. The second floor. The second floor? Yeah, the second floor. I hurried toward the BMW while Xiao Hui remained rooted at the entrance of the building. Chapter 199 New Ideas Again. I drove out of the parking lot, unaware that Xiao Hui immediately returned to the Binzhou building. After a few turns, I left the bustling downtown area and headed to the suburbs. I found a secluded place and, together with the BMW, returned to the Yidu Kongjian. Zhao Mingfei and the others had just harvested 100 boxes of fruit and were loading them onto the truck. These were for delivery to Kyoto. According to the agreement between Bai Luoxue and Duofu, 100 boxes of fruit were to be supplied daily. With the operation of recent days, the fruit production still could meet the demand. With the new vehicles added, Ryu didn't let the equipment sit idle. It had also reclaimed 200 more mu of land to grow corn and wheat alternately, and these 10 trucks were now in full use. The vehicles raced back and forth between the fields and tracks, coming and going, very busy indeed. Ryu was even busier now than when it used to clean manure. Every vehicle that operated in the fields, especially the tractors and harvesters, needed to be cleaned at least 2 or 3 times a day, so much so that it hardly had a moment to rest throughout the entire day. Ryu was also arranged by Ruffeng to maintain these vehicles, but it seemed that it didn't really have much time to do that recently. Ruffeng had basically been doing most of the work. Occasionally others would come over and help a bit. Climbing up and down on the vehicles every day, cleaning off mud and crop straw. The work was extremely tedious for Ryu, which hated this job very much and even complained that it would rather clean manure instead. Ruffeng gave it a serious scolding. Work doesn't differentiate by kind. Labor doesn't divide into noble or base. As an intelligent AI, it should act accordingly and not be picky about tasks. Only after the scolding did Ryu stop its endless grumbling, but it proposed a suggestion hoping Ruffeng could help resolve it, aiming to improve work efficiency. Ruffeng thought the suggestion was quite good and immediately relayed it to me. Ryu suggested building an automatic cleaning device, similar to a car wash, where the vehicle just needed to pass through a closed space, and all the mud, grass, and crop residue on it could be cleaned off completely, much faster than pulling it off piece by piece manually. Ruffeng quickly came up with a plan, though it naturally required some investment. That is, it required me, the master, to spend a bit of money. As long as it benefited the work and improved efficiency, I had no hesitation about investing and agreed to it immediately. Ruffeng sent me a list of needed supplies. I skimmed through it roughly. Nothing was particularly rare, they should be easy to buy. I quickly checked the stock market conditions, noted the current statuses of several stocks I cared about, then went to other parts of the island to inspect. Whether it was the chicken farm, pigsty, or sheep pen, the poplar trees planted had already grown their canopies, casting shade on the ground. The chickens, pigs, and sheep were hiding underneath, avoiding the direct sunlight. There were white chickens, white pigs, and white sheep grouped together, a vast stretch of land covered in these animals, looking stunning beneath the poplar trees. In the sheep pen, there were also added merino sheep and dairy sheep, visibly different from the previously raised boar goats. The merino sheep appeared rather plump. Touching them, one would feel the soft wool covering their bodies. The wool became especially hot to the touch when warmed by the sun. I know that in real life, the wool of merino sheep must be sheared regularly. Otherwise, they could suffer from heat stroke, or at the very least, their growth and development would be affected. This wool was not only white, but also fine, soft, and long. I pulled out a few strands and measured them. In just a few days, the wool had already grown to 30 centimeters long, definitely a top-quality raw material. I called Rudy over and asked it, "Do you know how to shear wool?" "As long as there are shears, I can shear not only wool, but even pig bristles." "Great, as long as you can do it." Looking further at the dairy sheep, their size was even larger than that of the merino sheep. Their bodies weren't very fat, but their udders were quite large and full. When some of the sheep stood up, the ground beneath them was left damp. That's sheep's milk. Rudy told me. A pity, it's being wasted on the ground like this. Do you know how to collect it? I knew it was a waste, but someone had to do the milking. I can, yes. But without Ryu installing a milking program in me, I can't control the pressure properly. Rudy never lied. Regarding this, asking these lower IQ AIs was ultimately pointless. In fact, this job would be more suitable for Zhao Mengfei and the others to do. Even though they had never milked a sheep before, they would still be better than this robot. After all, they could feel the pressure with their hands and wouldn't hurt the sheep so much. Zhao Mengfei and others had just sent off a truck of apples when I told them I wanted them to start milking sheep. Li Hai burst into laughter. Boss Chun, actually, we're already doing it every day. It's an excellent beverage. Breakfast milk, really delicious and all natural with no additives at all. Once you taste it, you'll know, it's an absolute delicacy. He enthusiastically told me how it felt drinking sheep's milk, as if it gave him even more pleasure than eating a big peach. Just as he was talking nonstop with spittle flying, Sun Buxiao had already milked a cup of sheep's milk over. Please taste it, Boss Chun. Li Hai is not kidding. It really is a divine delicacy. 让他们说的我真想喝了。我知道这小岛上的一切吃的喝的都有其独特的味道。一旦入口，定会有把握。Sheep's milk is no exception. Sure enough, it tasted sweet upon entering the mouth, with a richer flavor than water and more fragrant than fruits. It had only a slight lamb-like flavor, but no unpleasant gamey smell at all. This was an all-natural beverage, unprocessed, and the moment it touched my tongue, it sparked my entrepreneurial instincts. Wouldn't introducing this unique sheep's milk to the market be another excellent product? Looking at Zhao Mengfei and the other three men, and then glancing at the hundreds of dairy sheep, I realized that even if they devoted themselves entirely to milking, they wouldn't be able to manage it. They wouldn't have time for the orchards anymore. Therefore, I needed to discuss this matter with Ruffung. Ruffung was certainly not idle. After returning to the island, he began inspecting the vehicles. Upon hearing my question about milking the sheep, he quickly began calculating. This is simple. There are complete sets of equipment available on the market. We just need to purchase one, install it beside the sheep pen, and as the sheep walk over it, the machine will automatically extract all the milk, which will then flow into collection containers. Ding dong. A notification toned from my phone. Ruffing sent over several pictures as he had described. Indeed, there it was, a sheep's milk automatic collection machine. It included the manufacturer's name and contact number. After looking at it, I smiled. Isn't this a product of Oriental Technology Company? Precisely, master. Ruffing never missed a chance to promote its birthplace. Good. Then buy one according to your recommendation. Thus, the matter was decided. Not only Zhao Mengfei and the others were delighted, relieved from manually milking the sheep, even Ryu was happy. With automatic equipment, those dairy sheep will live a better life, spared from being roughly handled by my iron hands. Lei scolded from the side. You've never known the meaning of gentleness. When catching the sheep, you grab so hard you nearly break their legs, making them cry out. The sheep are yours to raise. They are your pets. You should learn to take care of them. Ryu could never tolerate such words from Ryu. Come on, shut up. You have no right to talk like this. When you catch pigs, don't they scream as if they're being slaughtered? It's all because of your heavy hands. When loading the pigs onto the truck, you throw them like bricks without regard. Don't even mention whether you might damage the truck. Those pigs must curse you. They hurt so much when they fall. Ha. I don't know whether pigs curse me or not, but I know you do. In that aspect, you're worse than pigs. Ryu happened to pass by and pointed at Zhao Mengfei. He is worse than a pig. Ryu laughed. Everyone laughed, except Zhao Mengfei, who didn't dare to argue with Ryu. He knew that Ryu had always called them this way. In its eyes, his name was not Zhao Mengfei but worse than pig, and had never once used his real name. Including Xianxia and the other three, they were always called worse than dog, worse than cow, and worse than sheep. In Ryu's mind, calling them this was perfectly normal. Chapter 200. Quietly returning to the small building. The 10-acre banana experimental field was growing beautifully. The small flowers had already withered, replaced by little bananas now about 5 centimeters long. Tightly packed together in clusters, they stretched into green strings, lush and vibrant. Every banana plant had grown incredibly tall, fully 6 to 7 meters high, completely beyond my expectations. A thin water pipe stretched straight into the field. Zhao Mengfei and the others irrigated it daily. Bananas love water. Without it, they couldn't have grown this quickly. To the north of the banana field was the area where we had previously planted poplar saplings. Gazing at that large patch of empty pits, an idea suddenly came to me. Just a few days ago, those little poplar saplings had been as thin as chopsticks, yet now had already grown as thick as a person's calf. This land was uneven and rocky, unsuitable for planting wheat or corn, but if trees could grow well here, why not continue planting trees? I recalled the nursery owner once saying that he was in urgent need of poplar saplings, specifically the larger ones. Chopstick-thick saplings were always available. I had made a deal with him long ago, grow those small saplings here in this space, and then sell them back to him. Without hesitation, I pulled out my phone and contacted the nursery, ordering a truckload of young saplings. Sure. You're always welcome anytime. The nursery manager agreed readily. Rushuang drove the truck to pick up the saplings. Returning to the first stone square, I recorded the changes in several stocks, planning to leave the space and return to Huangtu County. It was already 3 p.m. I had been in the space for 3 hours. Returning to Huangtu would put me at around noon to 12 o'clock, so I could still have lunch with Bai Luoxue. Just as I was thinking how great this space was, enabling me to swiftly move between Huangtu and Xiuxian, a sudden realization hit me. Bai Luoxue knew I had gone to Xiuxian today to deliver goods. If I reappeared suddenly in Huangtu, how could I explain it? I suddenly felt confused and unable to justify myself. Even if I returned to Huangtu, I couldn't stay with her. This bitter feeling was unbearable, and there was no one to share it with. I hadn't eaten lunch yet, but Zhao Mengfei and others had already finished theirs. If I returned to Huangtu now, Bai Luoxue might be preparing lunch, and bumping into her would be so awkward. No matter how long I stayed in the space, the moment I returned would always be the same. The rules of the space dictated it to be that way. I couldn't change anything. I could only face reality. In the end, I left the space with a stiff upper lip, leaving my BMW behind in the space as I returned alone to Huangtu. Quietly exiting the warehouse, I headed straight for the small building. As soon as I entered the stairwell, I caught the smell of food coming from upstairs. Bai Luoxue was cooking. The worst-case scenario had arrived. To avoid meeting her face-to-face, I didn't go directly upstairs but instead sneaked into my office, hoping to wait until she finished eating and returned to her room too before I made my way up. Yet, the scent of the dishes wafted into the office through the door. My sensitive nose caught it clearly. The subtle fragrance was, in fact, quite intense. I hadn't felt particularly hungry before, but now my stomach growled loudly. I desperately wanted a hearty meal. I could even tell that Bai Luoxue had cooked braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and boiled noodles. Handmade noodles, probably. Imagining each dish one by one, I pictured the delicacies right before me. The vivid images only made my hunger worse. I endured. I waited. I thought it had been a long time already. Assuming Bai Luoxue must have finished her meal and left. Looking at my phone, however, I saw only 5 minutes had passed. I grew restless and angry at myself. Why had I done this? Self-inflicted suffering. This wouldn't be the last time either. Even if I avoided this encounter today, more would follow. Inside my mind, I waged an intense internal debate. Should I go out, or should I not? That was the question. Eventually, I decided to face the situation bravely. Opening the office door, I stepped out with a heroic determination, climbing the stairs. Reaching the second floor, I found the dining room completely empty. However, the fragrance of the dishes still lingered in the air. Puzzled, I looked around. Where was Bai Luoxue? I checked the kitchen, but saw no sign of her. Yet the bowls were already filled with food, placed neatly on the table. It seemed like she hadn't started eating yet. Perhaps she had gone back to her room to rest, or gone to the restroom. I considered a few possibilities, but ultimately still saw no sign of her. Gurgle, gurgle. My stomach growled loudly, and I couldn't bear the hunger anymore. I picked up the bowl and began eating. At worst, I could always cook another bowl later to replace it. In a flash, I finished a bowl of noodles, eating nearly half of the dishes as well. Still, Bai Luoxue hadn't appeared. It looked like she really was asleep in her room. I guess perhaps she hadn't eaten yet, and the noodles were leftovers because she had cooked too much. Even if I made another bowl to hide my presence, the missing eggplant and tomatoes would betray me. I would have to cook 2 new dishes as well. After careful consideration, I realized that to cover my tracks would mean doing something completely pointless. Why bother? I wouldn't even bother making the noodles now. Let her think whatever she wanted. I'd just go back to the guest room to rest. Perhaps it was because I'd worked too long today, or maybe it was the full meal I'd just eaten, but drowsiness came over me. I had originally planned to log on to the website for a bit of studying in the guest room, but instead I drifted off to sleep on the bed. I was woken up by the ringing phone. It was a call from the engineer at the machinery factory near the agricultural machinery parts market. I had given him some blueprints before to make a few specialized tools, and now he told me they were done, actually completed ahead of schedule by nearly a week. Rufeng was still waiting for those tools for its maintenance, and both Rufeng and Ruxue hadn't completed theirs yet. Those tools were essential for their inspections. I quickly got up and checked the quartz clock, already 3 p.m. It was time to sell some stocks. I couldn't afford any delay. A single mistake might cost me 200 million today. I completed the stock transaction in the final second before the price trend changed. Today's earnings weren't much, just 20 million. But honestly, I had become somewhat numb to such numbers. 30 million or 20 million all felt about the same to me these days. After completing the transaction, I left the guest room and made a special stop at room number 2 to listen. No sound. At this hour, Bai Luoxue had probably already gone to work. I pushed open the door and entered her room. No one was inside. A wave of rose fragrance greeted me. The bouquet of white roses remained as fresh and blooming as ever. I added a little water to the vase. This time, I didn't have to fetch the water directly from the space anymore. I could just use the space water that had been previously stored in the kitchen. Actually, ever since Bai Luoxue had once tasted the space water, whenever she changed the water for the roses, she always used the water from the space. Even when I wasn't around, the roses still looked as fresh as the moment they were picked. Before heading downstairs, I made a detour to glance into the kitchen. What I saw gave me quite a shock. The leftover dishes that had been on the table earlier were gone, and the dining table was clean. I opened the refrigerator and saw the leftovers neatly placed inside. This was Bai Luoxue's doing. She must have noticed the noodles suddenly disappearing. My heart tightened. I had no idea what she was thinking. Whether she suspected me had returned or believed someone had stolen them, that was up to her. With little time to dwell, I hurriedly went back to the space to retrieve my BMW. I still needed to pick up those custom-made tools. Chapter 201. Rushing to open the news store. I must have been too tired. I regretted having slept so long. There was still so much to do. I left the small building and started walking toward the warehouse. Thinking of Engineer Fong, I realized he was at the canning factory. Originally, I could have gone directly to him to order an automatic milking system. But then I remembered that Bai Luoxue might be with him, so I gave up the idea of meeting him in person. Even though he was just nearby, I could only contact him by phone. When Engineer Fong heard that I wanted this equipment, he first laughed loudly on the other end of the line. "Mr. Chun, where is your pasture? I'd like to visit." I definitely couldn't agree to that request. "Mr. Fong, aren't you asking too many questions? If you're willing to sell, just arrange for the shipment. If not, I'll find another manufacturer. This is relatively simple equipment. I don't necessarily have to source it from Oriental technology." Engineer Fong stopped asking questions and quickly quoted a price of 36,000 yen. He told me he would send me the electronic contract. "Shall we sign it in person?" I secretly thought to myself, sign it in person? If I could go in person, I wouldn't have called. "If you insist on a signature, I can sign it a few days later. I'll transfer the payment to your company account right away. Just go ahead and arrange the shipment." Engineer Fong also suggested that if it was inconvenient for me, someone else could sign on my behalf. Of course, I didn't agree, and I told him directly, I must sign it myself, unless you don't require it. Although my response was cold, as soon as I hung up, I immediately transferred the money. I entered the space and took out the BMW. Just after driving onto the street, Engineer Fong called back. "Mr. Chin works incredibly efficiently. The payment has already arrived. The company accountant informed me. We'll arrange the shipment immediately. It should arrive tomorrow. If it's inconvenient for you to receive it, I can accept it on your behalf." "No need. I'll make the arrangements myself." I couldn't have him directly hand over the goods to me. Fengru and Yuru shouldn't meet him directly either. People like him, so intelligent, might guess something from me and the AI. Perhaps he already had. A clever person knows what to say and what to keep silent. That's all I could believe. After picking up the specialized tools from the machinery factory, I also bought several electric clippers. I brought everything back to the space. Fengru was delighted when he saw the specialized tools. "Wonderful. Simply wonderful. The dimensions are perfectly suitable. They're not in the slightest inferior to those made in my hometown." He first reminded everyone present not to disturb them. Then he and Shuya went into a room on the second floor of the U-shaped building, locking the door tightly. I couldn't follow them. As for how they conducted mutual inspections, I didn't know anything about it. All I knew was that they remained in the room for an entire day and night before reappearing. When I saw them again, outwardly there was nothing noticeable, but if I carefully observed their movements, there was indeed some change. Their actions seemed more nimble, quick, and smooth. In addition, Fengru quietly told me that now Shuya and I could communicate directly with each other, like making a phone call. It was no longer only that she could send me messages, while I couldn't receive messages from her. This was excellent. When Fengru wasn't in the space, if I had something to handle, I could contact Shuya directly. At this time, the automatic milking machine equipment from Oriental Technology had arrived. Xuanru brought it back from the logistics company's freight station. Fengru then led them to install the equipment on site. Actually, all of these events happened while I was waiting for stock changes during lunch after entering the space. This morning, I was still not in Huanta County. I was busy with the grand opening in xiuxian. I was just as busy in the afternoon as I was in the morning after leaving the space. I had stayed overnight in the small building last night. To avoid meeting by Luoxue, I entered the space at 7 a.m. and came directly to Xiuxian City. While it was already cold and windy in Huanta County, in Xiuxian it felt like a summer morning, just slightly cooled by a refreshing breeze. I had fried dough sticks and soybean milk for breakfast near the Binzhou mansion before heading to the building. A group of people were busily working in front of the building. An eye-catching inflated red arch stood out prominently. The wedding company had arranged some flowers on the temporary elevated platform, creating a festive atmosphere. Xiuxian and a group of people were busy arranging display items in front of the building. Seeing my arrival, she hurried over to report. "Mr. Chun, we've hired the wedding company and they can set up the scene properly. However, the gong and drum troupe won't be able to come. Without any sound effects, it will definitely reduce the atmosphere." The gong and drum troupe was agreed upon yesterday. Since we couldn't set off firecrackers, beating the drums and gongs would have helped draw people's attention. Without any noise, it would seem too dull. I knew nothing about Xiuxian, and she was asking me. Whom could I ask? It's too late to make last-minute arrangements now. I was equally helpless. Yihua ran forward. "Mr. Chun, Manager Chu, I have an idea." Yihua was much more familiar with Xiuxian than we were. Seizing the opportunity like a drowning person clutching at a straw, Chu Xiangyi urged quickly. "Hurry up and tell us your idea. Isn't it just about finding a gong and drum troupe? That's all it takes to make one phone call." Yihua pulled out her mobile phone and dialed a number. We didn't know who she was calling. "Everything's arranged. They'll arrive promptly at 8:30. Our grand opening was scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock, so if they could arrive by 8:30, that would be perfect." I looked skeptical, and so did Xiangyi. How could this young girl manage to contact a gong and drum troupe? "Who did you call?" "My mom. She's got nothing better to do all day, always going to dance in the square. Her dance partners all know how to beat gongs and drums. They make such a loud noise in the square all the time. Dong dong chong, dong dong chong. The nearby residents even complain about them disturbing the peace, and they've been reported many times. As soon as I called her, she was so excited. She said finally they'd have a chance to show their worth. Chu Xiangyi and I couldn't help but burst into quiet laughter. Having those elderly square dancers joining in the festivities would certainly be quite a scene. Once this matter was settled, another matter still worried Xiangyi. "Mr. Chun, about handing out advertisements on site. Our manpower is a bit thin. Once customers arrive, they won't just stay in the square, they'll go inside the store, too. We'll need staff inside as well, so the people handing out flyers seem insufficient." Xiangyi and her team, including several local employees, were a group of about a dozen people. Some had to serve on-site, while others had to stay in the store. The manpower was definitely insufficient. If I weren't worried about others discovering the secret of the space, I would have gladly sent dozens of workers directly from the canning factory to help. As I hesitated, Hihua spoke again. Do you need people? How many? Would 10 be enough? This girl dared to ask so boldly. She definitely had a way. Enough. Both Chu Xiangyi and I answered almost simultaneously. Then that's fine. Hihua made another phone call. Everything's arranged. It might be more than 10. I was quite puzzled. Making a single phone call and summoning over 10 people. This was no simple feat. Who did you contact? I couldn't help but ask. My dad. He's sending people to support us. What does your father do? Mr. Chun, please don't ask for too many details. Just knowing someone is helping is enough. Hihua seemed unwilling to disclose her father's identity. After all, she was kindly offering help. Asking too much might infringe on her privacy. Though I remained puzzled inside, I stopped questioning further. Chapter 202, the He family comes to the rescue. At 8:30, everything at the scene was set. A bus arrived, and from it came a group of people, all dressed in red and carrying their gear. After getting off the bus, they lined up in order as someone directed them. Then they marched noisily to the venue, beating gongs and drums, instantly enlivening the atmosphere and attracting a growing crowd. This group was none other than the drum team Hihua had mentioned, her mother's ensemble. I took a closer look. Most members were over 50 years old, men and women alike, and clearly well-dressed for the occasion. In particular, the women wore makeup that made them appear much younger than they actually were. They played the drums and gongs with great energy, rivaling even young men in spirit and vigor. Their drumming was powerful and rhythmic. Before they had finished one piece, another bus pulled up. This time, those who stepped out weren't all seniors. Many were younger men and women, although their clothing wasn't coordinated. The only uniform item was their white sun hats, and each carried a small red flag. A young girl led this second group toward the venue. Hihua hurried to meet them, said something to the group leader, then came over to Chu Xiangyi. Manager Chu, these are the 50 people my father sent. Is that too many? Hihua smiled, slightly embarrassed. Knowing she meant well, I quickly stepped in. The more the merrier. The more people, the better. It's like your father sent us a tour group. Is he in the tourism business? There happened to be a tour group visiting Binzhou Mansion, so Dad decided to let them help out. It became part of their activities. Excellent. We should commend your parents. Hihua deserved praise for her proactive efforts, and the family's support also deserved gratitude. I pointed to the drum ensemble and asked, can you tell me which one is your mother? She jerked her chin toward the group. The one conducting. A fit middle-aged woman stood there keeping time. She swung her arms powerfully, appearing as professional as any conductor. From my angle, I could only see her profile, but she appeared about 40. Her skin was fair and clear, and her appearance quite attractive. Comparing her with Hihua, there were indeed many similarities. They say like mother, like daughter. I exclaimed. I'm nowhere near as good as Mom. She's multi-talented, skilled in both singing and dancing. I inherited none of her artistic talent. Can't sing, can't dance. Your mother is truly talented. You bet. She graduated from Xiuxian Conservatory of Music and Dance. If it hadn't been for raising me when I was young, she might have become a famous dancer. Because of me, she quit her job and became a housewife. Unfortunately, I let her down. I didn't even get into college. Hihua's words showed deep admiration for her mother mixed with regret about herself. While I chatted with Hihua, Chu Xiangyi and a few others handed promotional materials to members of the tour group. Even before the grand opening ceremony started, the tourists had already begun distributing flyers. Whether due to the two groups' arrival or the effect of the drummers, the crowd grew rapidly. Whether people had really come to see the organic food company's opening or were simply drawn in by the skilled performances of the middle-aged performers, they kept streaming in one after another. The drum group kept playing energetically. The tour group had already dispersed into the crowd, handing out advertisements. Chu Xiangyi's assistants were distributing bottled water. Director Chen, we've gathered quite a crowd. Shall we start earlier than scheduled? Xiangyi reminded me. The entire purpose of this event was to attract attention, and now that so many people had gathered, there was no need to strictly stick to the 9 o'clock start time. Starting early would keep the crowd engaged and prevent them from losing interest due to boredom. I agreed. When the drum group completed their current piece, I climbed onto the temporary raised platform, took the microphone, and began my opening speech. Welcome, everyone. Our green food company has now opened a wholesale store here in Xiuxian. We specialize in selling flour, cornmeal, fish canned goods, pickles, specialty eggs, fresh vegetables, and other daily necessities. Additionally, we provide cat and dog food for pet owners. Considering Xiuxian's hot weather, we also prepared sweet and refreshing mineral water for you all. Please note particularly, we operate this as a wholesale store for future business. But today, we're neither wholesaling nor retailing. Today, we offer everything for free tasting. Besides the bottled water available on site, you're also welcome to go upstairs to the second floor of Binzhou Mansion and help yourselves to whatever you need. Everyone, please remember, just register your name and a phone number, and you can choose any 3 products for free. Let me remind you again, this is absolutely free today only. Tomorrow, you'll have to pay at least 1 yuan for anything. So what are you waiting for? Why not go upstairs to the second floor and line up? I didn't follow the speech that Chu Xiangyi had prepared for me. I didn't even look at it. I simply spoke according to my own ideas, telling the audience exactly what I thought, hoping they would come to my second floor store just for the sake of a small benefit. That was my real goal. There was no need to deliver a long speech here. Who would bother to listen? After I finished speaking, no one moved. Most of the crowd began whispering among themselves, watching and waiting. Is what you said about free items really true? Someone shouted from the audience. If you're not sure whether it's free or not, just go inside the store and see for yourself. Apparently, they didn't believe me, but there was no use explaining more. I couldn't very well force them to go up. It really is free. Look, I just got mine, flour, cornmeal, and a bag of cucumbers. At some point, Hihua must have gone back inside the building. Now she came running back holding 3 items, climbed up on the stage, and held them up to show everyone. Someone really did get free stuff. It's not fake after all. Let's go too. Don't wait too long, or it'll be all gone. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, rushing toward the entrance of Binzhou Mansion. The drumming from the stage stopped. The tourists handing out flyers joined the crowd and rushed into the building. Feng Donsum, Wei Xiaomi, you two stay here. Everyone else, follow me back to the store. Xiuxian waved and led her team, rushing into the mansion ahead of the crowd. In an instant, the scene became much emptier, with only the red-clad drum team remaining. A woman walked up to the stage. Hihua, did you drag us all here just to play one song? Hihua's mother seemed somewhat displeased, almost scolding her daughter. Clearly, they hadn't gotten to perform as much as they had hoped. Mom, let me explain. Hihua still held the items in her hands while trying to explain to her mother. Who wouldn't want something for free? Better grab the items first before they're gone. Once they finish getting their stuff and come out of the store, they'll definitely appreciate your performance. If you think the audience is too small right now and don't feel like performing, why not go with them and get something for free too? Hihua tried to persuade her mother to join the rush and enjoy the excitement too. Chapter 203, an unprecedentedly lively scene. Is your mother someone who likes to take small advantages? Yours isn't, and neither are those uncles and aunts. We just love music and dance. Performances without an audience are very lonely. Hihua's mother got angry. Seeing this, I quickly stepped forward and said, Auntie, please calm down. You don't need to go and rush for the stuff. Everyone will get their share. I'll have someone deliver it to your cars later. Your performance hasn't ended yet. Once the customers come out, just as Hihua said, keep playing. I think they'd rather enjoy your performance. Because your performance is truly amazing. I find it very beautiful. Because I knew nothing about music, I couldn't specifically praise their performance, but I believe my sincerity was clear. Unexpectedly, the aunt refused to be appeased and instead took out all her earlier anger on Hihua on me. I suppose you must be Hihua's boss. She begged us to come help you, saying there would be a stage for our performance here. Who would have thought we'd only play one piece before you sent the audience to scramble for free stuff? You've disappointed us greatly. We don't care about what you're giving, and we wouldn't even come just for that. We've already performed multiple times on the square. I quickly put on a friendly smile. Auntie, I'm truly grateful for your support. Since you've all come, I promise it won't be in vain. I pointed to the temporary high stage beneath my feet. This stage belongs to you today. Enjoy your performance to the fullest. I guarantee there won't be a lack of audience. But Annie, I hope you can understand. We're mainly here for the grand opening, and our priority is to get customers inside. Once they come out, not a single person will be allowed to leave. Each person will be required to watch at least 3 performances. Only then did Hihua's mother finally smile. You, the boss, are interesting. I like that. Just for your sincerity just now, I'm not angry anymore. Zhenghak Jia Zherga Ji Hui, we can take a short break, and then perform again when more people come. Today, we'll show off our special skills and really impress everyone. Our amateur dance team may be amateurs in name, but we've actually performed on TV. Full of confidence, the aunts signaled for everyone to get ready. I quickly jumped off the stage so I wouldn't get in the way. The uncles and aunties climbed onto the stage. Actually, they didn't rest at all. Regardless of whether there was an audience or not, they began performing again. This time, besides the few uncles continuing to play drums and gongs, the middle-aged women actually started dancing. The performance was truly wonderful. Although these were older aunties, their dance moves radiated youthful energy and vitality, immediately attracting another wave of new spectators. I could even hear these people whispering among themselves. Why is there a performance here? There's a new store opening. Once they learned they could go inside to get free stuff. Even though the aunts' dance moves were beautiful, they stopped paying attention and gradually went into Binzhou building. People started coming out from the building, carrying different goods and chatting cheerfully. Seeing this, I quickly turned on the microphone. Dear friends, you have already received free gifts. The uncles and aunties have come specially to help celebrate, with cheerful music, graceful dance moves, and brilliant performances. Isn't this kind of beauty rare and precious? As the saying goes, if you eat someone else's food, you become timid. If you accept something from someone, you become soft. Although you haven't eaten yet, you've already taken things. So why not take some time to appreciate this rare performance? Your visit not only supports Green Food Company, but also encourages the uncles and aunties' performance. Dear friends, leave your footsteps here. What I offer you will definitely be a pleasant and soul-refreshing enjoyment. I hope each of you watches at least 3 performances. Green Food Company will give you an unexpected surprise. After 3 performances, everyone will receive a bottle of mineral water. After 6 performances, 2 more bottles. After 9 performances, each person will receive 3 more bottles. Customers carrying items quickly gathered around again. The uncles and aunties on stage performed even more energetically. My goal was achieved, so I finally turned off the microphone. Hihua was laughing so hard beside me that she nearly fell over. Director Chun, are you trying to work my mom and the others to death? For 6 bottles of mineral water per person for 9 performances. Do you realize that 9 performances will take at least an hour and a half? Miss He, do you know how much our mineral water sells for? Go check the price downstairs in the store, 10 yuan per bottle. 6 bottles equals 60 yuan. For your moms and the others to perform to their heart's content here, I've really invested heavily. Probably this whole truckload of mineral water won't be enough to go around. What Hihua said reminded me, and seeing the growing audience, I suddenly became worried that they might all really stick around for the night performance. Indeed, this entire truck of mineral water probably wouldn't be enough. I immediately called xiuxian and asked her to send another truckload of mineral water from Donghai Mineral Water Factory. Xiuxian probably hadn't heard my announcement at the plaza and didn't understand why I needed another truckload of mineral water, but she still agreed, though it wouldn't arrive for another 2 hours. We still need to have it delivered. Perhaps the audience would gradually disperse before then, or start complaining because they hadn't received any mineral water. This was definitely not a scenario I wanted to see. What if it really wasn't enough? Suddenly, I thought of Xiaohui. There should be some stock in his mall. According to our previous contract, a truckload was delivered every 2 or 3 days. If necessary, borrowing some in advance wouldn't hurt. Thinking that, I calmed down. But after the aunties finished performing their 9th piece, I had no choice but to panic. The truckload of mineral water brought yesterday was completely gone, and even the half-truck temporarily transferred from Xiaohui's stock was finished. Worse still, the stage aunties still seemed far from satisfied, continuing their passionate performance energetically. Along with the gongs and drums came melodious songs and fervent dances. It seemed like they had unlimited energy. They hadn't shown any fatigue after an hour and a half. The audience at the plaza grew increasingly dense. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people. Originally a parking lot, this area had been temporarily claimed by xiuxian for the grand opening ceremony. The open space had filled up completely, with many people watching from between parked cars. I even noticed some car owners couldn't drive out. The vehicles moved like snails. It had become impossible to distribute the mineral water anymore. Our staff couldn't track how many performances each spectator had watched. Even without water distribution, the crowd was enormous. I roughly estimated around 4,000 or 5,000 people. I wasn't worried just about the mineral water issue. This was something that could be flexible. If we had it, we gave it. If not, we simply didn't. The real problem was the store inventory. Since our goods were free, all the items brought in yesterday were swept clean. Xiuxian said there was nothing left except the shelves. Xiangyang was indeed a big place. There were way more people here than in Huanta County. My free promotional strategy completely broke through, but the carefully prepared goods didn't even last half a day. With the store out of stock, there were no more customers going inside. Now everyone had gathered at the plaza. Xiuxian ran out from the store. What should we do? Since so many people hadn't left yet, this was a perfect publicity opportunity. How could I possibly miss it? Chapter 204 Urgent Delivery from Space. The aunties on the stage were still performing with great enthusiasm. It didn't seem like they were going to wrap up anytime soon, nor would the crowd disperse. An idea struck me. I told Xiuxian to stay at the store and prepare to receive the goods. Xiuxian looked skeptical. What goods? But she returned to the store anyway. I tried calling Ruffling but couldn't get through. Suddenly, I remembered she and Ru Shui were doing maintenance and definitely couldn't be reached. I quickly found a secluded spot and entered my space, instructing Ru Shuang, Ru Wu, and Ru Lu to drive out and pick up flour, cornmeal, and pet food. The others started picking vegetables and packing eggs urgently, loading 2 vehicles to send out of the space first. This time, instead of using the conveyor belt, I directly transported the trucks out of the space. I let Ru Yu and Ru Shui drive the vehicles to deliver the goods to the backyard of the Binzhou mansion. I stayed in the space for half an hour, which, in the real world, was just an instant. Xiuxian and her assistants received the goods. Whether they were surprised or amazed didn't matter. What was important was that we now had the supplies. As soon as the goods were placed on the shelves, customers rushed in to grab them. This situation continued until all the trucks were unloaded. Just when Xiuxian thought there were no more goods, her call to me had barely connected when Ru Wu and the others arrived with vehicles full of flour, cornmeal, and pet food. Everyone got busy again. The aunties on the stage finally grew tired. The music stopped, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Meanwhile, the vehicles carrying goods hadn't stopped. The store shelves remained well stocked. Fewer people were coming to collect free items now, since nearly all nearby residents had already received theirs. Each person could collect only once. Those who tried to take more were out of luck since we had recorded names and phone numbers during the first round. As I had promised earlier, aside from preparing a gift for each of the 50 members of the tour group, I had also arranged a generous gift package for Aunt Hihua's drum team, which I personally handed over to them on the tour bus. Though these uncles and aunts kept saying they didn't want to take anything, they were astonished upon seeing the eggs the size of goose eggs, cucumbers as thick as rolling pins, and eggplants the size of soccer balls. In the end, they gladly accepted the gifts and left cheerfully on the bus. The wedding company was responsible for the cleanup, but Xiuxian still arranged for several people to clear away the trash and restore the parking lot to its usual cleanliness. The bottled water delivered later was partially distributed, and the remainder just barely covered what we owed Xiaohui. As I entered the Binzhou mansion, I ran into Xiaohui on the first floor. He was eyeing me strangely, looking me up and down. The tech company on the second floor disappeared and became a green food company, managed by Xiuxian. She borrowed half a truck of mineral water from me and just returned it now. It was quite lively outside today. The green food company held an opening ceremony. I had something to do and couldn't make it until just now, and the event was already over. You said you rented a room upstairs, but I couldn't find which one belonged to you. You're not in cahoots with this Xiuxian, are you? Could it be that you two co-own the company? That's unbelievable. I chuckled. Old classmate, I should thank you for your support. That half truck of water really came in handy. You guessed right. The green food company is indeed a joint venture between Xiuxian and me. She is the manager and I'm helping out in a supporting role, just trying to make a living. What's wrong with that? Since he had already guessed that much, I simply went along with his assumption. I didn't want to reveal everything to him. Xiaohui snorted. I thought you'd stopped working at the construction site and started your own small business, something I could support. Never expected you to become a kept man. Xiuxian has a backer, so running a large company isn't surprising. But do you really think you can manage being her kept man? What could you possibly offer her? At best, you run errands. Do you think it can last? You need to be realistic. In my opinion, why don't you just rent a shop yourself, say on the 3rd or 4th floor? I'll supply the goods. You won't have to put down any initial capital except for rent. I can't promise more, but earning 3 or 40,000 a year, enough for a decent life. Why not take my advice? To Xiaohui, I was still just a peasant laborer with no escape from my roots, and running a small business was the most I could ever achieve. We'll try first, and if it doesn't work out, I can still strike out on my own. Thanks for the kind suggestion, old classmate. By the way, I was wondering, the green food company keeps giving away free items to customers. Could that affect your sales in the mall? Customers were still steadily going up to the 2nd floor, and Xiaohui glanced at them. My business is well established. The surrounding residents are our regulars, and they trust my products. No matter what new shops open nearby, I've always had loyal customers. They will continue supporting me. That's not a concern at all. I heard the 2nd floor is focusing on wholesale. For my retail business here in the mall, it won't have much impact at all. Xiuxian is smart. If she opened a retail store here, I'd bet she'd be out of business within 2 months. Focusing on wholesale is a clever move. It fills a gap in the market. Our relationship can only be cooperative, not competitive. You can rest assured about that, old classmate. These past 2 days, with her promotional giveaways, my mall might have been slightly affected, but not significantly. I'm not worried. Xiaohui smirked, offering a smile, though I could tell it was somewhat forced. Manager Chu even assigned me some tasks, so I should get back to work. Let's continue chatting another time, old classmate. Saying goodbye to Xiaohui, I headed up to the 2nd floor. Chu Xiangyi looked slightly tense. President Shun, are we investing too heavily here? We gave away over 10,000 items today. Nearly every household within 10 or so miles around the Binzhou mansion has already received our products. The total value has exceeded 1 million yuan. This is only half a day's activity. Originally, we planned to continue this for 10 days to 2 weeks. That would mean investing several million yuan. Don't you think it's quite risky? Huh, I laughed, trying to ease her tension. As the boss, if I'm not afraid, what are you, as the manager, worried about? The more we give away, the wider the publicity spreads. Placing an advertisement wouldn't cost just a few million, right? The strength of the general public is huge. The influence from their word-of-mouth recommendation is far more effective than those expensive yet ineffective ads. Chu Xiangyi joined my company relatively late and had only heard of the promotional strategy from the confactory, without participating directly. After I briefly explained the situation during the confactory's opening, she finally felt reassured. Today we only targeted individual customers, not vendors. Up until now, there hasn't been any merchant contacting us with intent to purchase our products wholesale. We're not going to engage in retail in the future. For these goods to be sold, we'll need to rely on merchants. The key focus is to establish customer networks through business partners. Chu Xiangyi, since you are originally a xiuhuan professional, I left the management of Xianxia Green Food Company entirely to you. Once all the households in the surrounding areas have accepted our products, who will worry about finding someone to sell for us? As for which merchants exactly will carry our products, that's something for you and your team to handle. Chu Xiangyi's concerns were reasonable. People always love small freebies. After all, why not grab something for free? Often, after receiving these free products, most people will use them once and then forget, rarely purchasing again. But my products are different. Once people taste them once, they'll immediately want a second time, a third time, even to the point of being unable to stop. I'm fully confident about this. Chapter 205, Many Changes on the Island. In the afternoon, besides continuing restocking, we also finalized the specific promotion plan for the next day. All price tags were marked as 1 yuan per item. As it turned out, customers who came the next day saw that things were no longer free. 1 yuan was indeed the lowest price, yet they happily took 3 items each. A large portion of those who participated in the event today were people who had come the previous day, though there were also first-time visitors. Hihua actually asked a question that concerned everyone. Our event will last for several days. What if the residents nearby come every day to collect items? These things will pile up at home. While flour and cornmeal can be stored for a while, fresh vegetables won't last long. Won't that be a waste if they can't eat them all? I had already thought about this question and naturally had a strategy. Everyone, whether they received items for free or bought them at our discounted prices, needed to register. Each registered name could only make purchases 3 times. Unless the whole family of 3 or 4 came to collect separately, their stockpiling wouldn't be excessive. Our food customers can immediately recognize as top quality. They won't easily throw it away. If they can't finish, they'll give it to friends and family, which helps us expand our influence. I couldn't force these customers to recommend our products to neighbors and friends, so I could only let them voluntarily give these items away themselves. While Xianxia Green Food Company was vigorously promoting products, Huangta County was also in a flurry of activity. The automatic sheep milking equipment was installed. Rudy herded the sheep into it one by one, and when they came out, their plump udders were empty, with the fresh milk automatically flowing into the milk pails below. It took less than an hour to finish milking all the sheep. Now there were 10 pails of fresh milk, and figuring out what to do with it really troubled me. If this fresh milk couldn't be distributed today, it might spoil tomorrow, truly a waste. Back when we harvested the first batch of fruits, I had given some to the employees as a welfare benefit. So maybe the milk could be handled similarly. But if I wanted to distribute the milk to employees, I needed suitable containers for them to carry it home. Plastic bottles. The mineral water plant had plenty of empty bottles available. Why not use them to store and distribute the milk? If you're willing to think, there's always more solutions than problems. I felt proud of my own cleverness. I immediately called Tan Chong and asked him to prepare a batch of empty bottles to contain the fresh milk. Tan Chong didn't understand what was going on at first. He knew there were plenty of empty bottles, but where was the fresh milk? Then I notified Xiuxian to prepare for the delivery and sent Rudy to transport the fresh milk out of the pocket dimension to Xiuxian. He then transported the milk to Xuanhuan mineral water plant, where Tan Chong oversaw the bottling process. To bottle the milk, Tan Chong temporarily suspended the mineral water production line, replacing water with milk. Since this was a welfare benefit for employees, no labels were attached to the bottles containing milk. Following the list of all registered employees, Xiuxian distributed the bottled milk. It was an emergency resolution he helped me with. Next, Rudy started shearing the sheep's wool, working skillfully. Each sheep was stripped of its wool within seconds, and soon a big pile of high-quality wool accumulated. I had to personally handle what to do with this top-grade wool. Yet I couldn't leave the pocket dimension and appear in Huangtu County recklessly. The Xiangyang branch was in its early opening phase, and there were still many issues needing my personal attention. Additionally, if I returned to Huangtu County, the probability of being discovered by Luoxue would greatly increase, something I wanted to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. I gave Han Xiaobai a call, asking him to look for nearby wool textile factories to sell the wool to. Han Xiaobai had now become quite obedient, no longer asking many unnecessary questions and strictly following all my instructions. After a day of effort, he located the Baiyun wool textile factory, which eagerly purchased all the wool they could get. I instructed Ruwu to transport the wool from the pocket dimension to Han Xiaobai, who then delivered it to Baiyun County, 100 kilometers away. As expected, this top-grade wool sold at a good price. Both parties were happy, and Han Xiaobai was pleased too. Selling this wool counted as one of his achievements, and I made a note of it. The experimental banana field covering 10 mu had shown new developments. The bananas had already grown to 20 centimeters long, seemingly about to ripen soon. The issue of future harvesting once again presented itself. Ruffing told me not to worry, as he already had a plan. The newly planted poplar saplings had grown to more than 3 meters tall in just a few days, though they remained too thin to meet the nursery owner's standards. Zhao Mingfei and a few others wanted the saplings to grow faster, even going as far as applying pig and sheep manure to each tree individually to increase soil fertility. Most of the later planted fruit trees had now settled into their growth. Some peach trees had begun blooming with white flowers, scattered sparsely, though not yet at the fruit-bearing stage. As for these fruits, I've already thought about their future sales. They can also be sold to Xiangyang. It's quite far from the capital, so they won't compete with the fruits shipped to the capital, and thus won't affect each other. They can still be sold at a high price. The promotional event by Xiangyang Green Food Company these past 2 days reminded me that cucumbers, eggplants, long beans, and other fresh vegetables are the most sought-after items, especially during free or discounted promotions, where no matter how much we offered, it was always snapped up. With the current quantity of vegetables in my pocket dimension, I fear it will be difficult to satisfy the simultaneous demands of the residents of Huangtu County and Xiangyang City in the future. Therefore, I decided to expand the area for vegetable cultivation. Xiangyang City is many times larger than Huangtu County, so it's impossible to fully meet its supply needs. It's possible to grow vegetables on a larger scale, as various vegetable seeds are already stored in the pocket dimension. Ruffing slightly modified the corn planter, so there was no longer a need for manual digging when planting melons and beans. Everything had become mechanized. Planting vegetables across 80 to 100 mu could be completed within half a day. The only requirement was changing the seed types during planting. If there could be an automatic vegetable harvesting system, efficiency would significantly improve. I muttered to myself, that's not entirely impossible. Ruffing comforted me beside me. We can design automated banana harvesting, which, although not yet practically applied, holds a very high probability of success. Once successful, this technology could definitely be extended to vegetable harvesting, although it will cost the master quite a bit again. For me, at this point, as long as production efficiency can be improved, investment is not a problem. Only by improving efficiency can I expand my business scope and sales volume. Otherwise, I will be constrained by low efficiency. Even if the fertile land on the pocket island is vast, I wouldn't have the capacity to increase cultivation areas. This kind of automated, mechanized, and intelligent harvesting work could only be designed for me by Ruffing. Unlike usual, when I raised a new issue, Ruffing didn't immediately provide answers, blueprints, and solutions. This time, it fell silent, contemplating for a long time without delivering any conclusion. I knew it was performing high-speed calculations. Chapter 206, Adding New Products. The coconut trees on the southern side grew quickly, already reaching more than 10 meters in height. Their straight trunks stretched straight into the sky, although there wasn't a trace of clouds in this space. This grove of coconut trees created a shaded area on the beach. Zhao Mingfei and the others often came here to rest during noon or evening, enjoying the scenery of the beach. The setting indeed felt similar to a real beach, except there were no bikini-clad beauties, no rolling waves, no passing ships, and not even a hint of sea breeze. It never rained or blew wind in this space. A single leaf falling on the ground would remain there until the scorching sun dried it completely, making it thin and light. Unless touched by someone, it would stay forever, never blown away by the wind. On this small island, the dried leaves and scattered chicken feathers simply remained in place. They were never blown into the water. The surface of the water remained forever clean, absolutely free of any trash. As before, Qingyu was in charge of regularly releasing green feed into the water to attract small fish, but now that responsibility had shifted to Qingyun. These green feeds were always completely consumed by the fish and never caused pollution on the surface. The water quality remained consistently clear. Otherwise, I couldn't have used it as a source for producing mineral water. Thanks to the regular kufang of green feed, the output of fresh fish became very stable. Each day the fish baskets were full to the brim. This gave me the confidence to expand the fish canning production line. Without a steady fish supply, I wouldn't dare to rashly increase capacity. Now, Engineer Fong was leading the team to construct the new fish canning production line. I wasn't present on site, but he called me occasionally. The equipment had already arrived at the plant and installation had begun. Thanks to previous experience, the installation speed was much faster this time. According to Engineer Fong, if not for waiting for the civil construction to finish, we could have a test run in just a week. However, the foundation needed time to cure, so installation would take at least half a month. Actually, I was more impatient than him. On the Xiuxian side, promotion was consuming a large number of canned fish products, leaving many customers with supply shortages. The supply was visibly insufficient. Not only did Bai Luoxue call to request I produce fewer canned fish for now, promising to ramp up production once the new line was operational. Even Mu Jiming said the same, and even the sales manager and sales representatives at the canning factory voiced similar concerns. This clearly showed how necessary it was to get the new production line started. Half a month later, the new production line will be able to start trial production, which is an acceptable timeline. The Xiuxian promotional campaign will last for about half a month before shifting into normal wholesale operations. At that time, even larger volume of supply will be required. The prerequisite is that xiuxian must find enough merchants to wholesale my products. At this point, xiuxian and her team began to proactively engage in outreach while continuing the promotion activities. Later I found out that they had discovered a shortcut. Prior to cooperation, Donghai Mineral Water Plant had its own sales channels, with over 300 retail outlets in Xiuxian City. After our cooperation, these outlets naturally started selling Tianzhou brand mineral water. Because of Xiuxian City's special climatic conditions, these bottled waters sold quite well, and despite my relatively high pricing, they remained extremely popular. 80% of Donghai Mineral Water Plant's bottled water production was sold in Xiuxian. Now, all the sales representatives of the mineral water factory were directly under the supervision of xiuxian, and those outlets were naturally our potential customer base. Xiuxian dispatched her team members to proactively reach out in person, contacting them directly and discussing cooperative possibilities. Some of them hadn't met before, but with this pre-existing business relationship, things clicked immediately. Within just 3 days, over 300 outlets had signed cooperation agreements to distribute my products. They valued the quality of my products, and I valued their sales capabilities. Originally, I had planned to follow the franchise chain store model used in Huangta County for gradual expansion, but now it seemed that directly wholesaling to existing customers was more efficient, saving time costs at the very least. However, xiuxian reminded me that franchise chain stores are in some ways more trustworthy and more sustainable long-term, while these sales outlets may not be as stable and could always be affected by various reasons. Management of them was loose, and beyond shared sales interests, there was barely any binding force. Sales performance could fluctuate unpredictably and might even be influenced by the moods of the shop owners. If they were in a good mood, the store would open all day. Otherwise, they might just close shop. This could also affect our sales performance. In the long run, it would still be necessary to promote the franchise chain store model. Another point that was also very important was that the franchise chain stores engaged in secondary wholesale, with each store having its own regular customer base. This would significantly reduce our workload. It's easy to understand. Just imagine, which would be easier to manage, 20 chain stores or 300 independent sales outlets. Although these 300 sales outlets were personally contacted and arranged by xiuxian, she was also brave enough to propose such a reformative suggestion. I was deeply moved, so I entrusted her with the task of developing the franchise chain stores. These outlets could be evaluated, and the suitable ones could be upgraded into franchises. Of course, this business couldn't be accomplished overnight. It would take time. While I was planning the sales prospects in Xiuxian with xiuxian, Ru Feng called. "We've collected 10 buckets of fresh goat milk today. What should we do with it? Should we continue giving it to the employees as welfare?" Giving it as a fuli was fine, but not every day. With the increasing number of milk goats on the island, the daily milk yield would continue to grow. If we kept handing it out as welfare, we wouldn't be able to process all the fresh milk in time, and letting it sit too long would ultimately result in waste. I had to sell it, which meant adding a new product variety. This matter couldn't be concealed from Bai Luoxue any longer, and I needed to discuss it with her, since she was also in charge of the mineral water plant. Right now, I wished I could return to her side, but to protect the secret of my space, I could only contact her by phone. Bai Luoxue naturally knew about distributing fresh milk to employees as a fuli. When I called her, she only questioned where so much milk had come from, but didn't ask further. Actually, she usually knew when to stop. Regarding some of my strange decisions, she had always been supportive and never pressed for details. The canning of fresh milk was convenient for the Xuanhuan mineral water plant, so this task was assigned to Tanchong. Upon hearing that canning fresh milk would become a regular production task, Tanchong provided a piece of information. Previously, Dichuan mineral water plant had planned to expand production, and there happened to be a set of old canning equipment stored in the warehouse. After some repairs, it could be used again now. However, due to certain technical issues, they currently couldn't carry out the debugging and needed to hire outside help. Automatic canning technology wasn't complicated, and engineer Fong and his team happened to be working at the canning factory. One phone call later, he sent people over to the xianxia mineral water plant. When they arrived, the technical issues were quickly resolved, and within a day, everything was installed in another idle workshop. From now on, the xianxia mineral water plant could produce bottled fresh milk, which would be labeled as Tianshou brand fresh milk and launched onto the market immediately. Chapter 207 Banana Collaborator. New products required trial sales. Since the quantity was limited, the fresh milk was only stocked in various supermarkets across Yellow Earth County. As a result, the fresh milk flew off the shelves as soon as it was displayed, greatly loved by children. After drinking the fresh milk, children became less picky about food, had better digestion, improved immunity, and slept without crying. Children were happy, parents at ease. All supermarkets reported back, requesting increased supply. But with limited availability, meeting the demand was difficult in the short term. Because of this, Bai Luoxue called me more than once, urging me to use my supernatural power to get more fresh milk. No matter how powerful I was, I couldn't magically produce more milk overnight. I could only hope that the milking goats in my space would grow faster. Therefore, I added 50 new milking goats daily to expand the herd as soon as possible. To ensure the quality of fresh milk, these goats could no longer rely solely on cornstalk silage. It became necessary to introduce some concentrated feed. I had Han Xiaobai sign a special supply contract with the feed mill, arranging regular delivery of concentrated feed, with the condition that the feed must be processed from the corn I supplied. The feed factory had no difficulty meeting this requirement and offered me the most favorable price. Later on, we noticed that after switching to concentrated feed, not only the dairy goats grew faster, but also the sheep and boar goats improved their growth rates, accelerating the rate at which they reached market weight. Sheep's wool grew faster, whiter, softer, and longer. Each week, they had to be sheared, almost like an electrically fast process. To avoid congestion, they sheared in batches each day. Once enough wool had been collected, I handed it to Han Xiaobai for delivery to the White Cloud Wool Mill. I also increased the concentrated feed for the Landers pigs. As a result, each pig reached market weight 3 days earlier, which translated to an entire month in real time, shortening the overall breeding cycle. The hens, already plump, laid at least 2 more eggs per day after consuming the concentrated feed, and the eggs were noticeably larger. I instructed Ru Shan, and Ru Shui to reduce green forage and increase the amount of concentrated feed, helping these pigs, goats, and chickens grow faster, laying a foundation for future business expansion. The bananas seemed to grow faster and faster. Each individual banana had already reached a length of 50 centimeters, over twice as thick as a regular banana, and still vividly green. I worried that they might grow so large they would weigh down and damage the banana plant, damaging all the fruit on it, so I wanted to harvest them early. Before making a decision, I didn't act hastily. I harvested one bunch as a sample and left the space to visit Old Man Zhou, asking for his advice. Is it okay to harvest these bananas now? When Old Man Zhou saw the banana bunch, he nearly dropped his jaw, his mouth hanging open for quite some time without saying a word. Is this even a banana? I've lived 70 years and never seen anything this big. In terms of size, they should have already been picked, but judging by maturity, they could still grow longer. This bunch must weigh over 100 caddies. Even with my strength, I barely managed to carry it, feeling it was over 100 caddies. When I finally weighed it, I was shocked to find it weighed a full 180 caddies. Old Man Zhou had never seen such large bananas either, and he couldn't decide if they should be harvested or not. I took the banana bunch to Xiuxian Fruit Company. Manager Mei Feng was just as astonished as Old Man Zhou when he saw it. Where did you get this from? This isn't some banana grown in a peach garden, is it? You scared me. Is this even real? Or is it a plastic decoration? He touched it carefully to confirm it was genuine and even snapped off one banana to peel and inspect its inside. It's real. Truly real. Amazing. No matter where you got it, I want it all. Even if you have only this single bunch, I'll have it processed. After receiving Mei Feng's praise and assurance, I no longer worried about processing the bananas. After processing, I'd like to take them back and sell them myself. I had no intention of letting others sell such a precious commodity. But my request was rejected by Mei Feng. How could that be possible? Once processed here, the sales channels are entirely our decision. Meaning, we buy the bananas from you. How they're sold, to whom, and at what price are none of your concerns anymore. Of course, if you want to buy and sell them yourself, you'll need to purchase them from us first. These are the rules of the fruit company. Other banana processing companies are the same this way too. He spoke quite arrogantly. Once sold to the fruit company, if I wanted to buy them back, I would no longer have control over pricing and sales. Going to other places for processing not only increased transportation costs, but more importantly, wasted my precious time. Time, for me, was especially valuable. Since my plan was to break into the banana market in Xiangyang, processing here remained the best option. I couldn't afford to antagonize Mei Feng or let our relationship sour. The best strategy was to ensure a win-win situation. I would rely on him to process the bananas while he could make substantial profits from my supply, creating a shared interest for long-term cooperation. The successful cooperation model with the meatpacking plant in Yellow Earth County for slaughtering hogs could also be applied here at the fruit company. Manager Mei, wouldn't any processing factory be willing to purchase bananas of this quality? Of course they would. No one would let it slip away. Since we've signed an agreement, we should stick to its terms. If you go elsewhere for processing, you'll realize this is the best place for you. Mei Feng thought I was considering other options, so he softened his tone immediately. These bananas are mine, and I should have the right to sell them myself, shouldn't I? You process them, and I pay you. That should be okay, right? I tested him further through negotiation. In theory, yes. However, if everyone acts like Mr. Chen does, our fruit company can't grow. It'll just remain a processing plant. If that's the case, I'd be better off just reselling bananas directly. Hee. Manager May, what I mean is that we could both resell bananas. I provide the raw materials, you process them, and then we distribute them separately. That's not too much to ask, is it? Mei Feng didn't answer immediately. He looked at me, then at the banana bunch again. That could be a possibility. Finally, he gave in slightly. He should know, after all, that if I couldn't sell these bananas, I'd simply switch to another processing facility, leaving him with nothing at all. Both sides had compromised, and the negotiating atmosphere became increasingly pleasant. In the end, we agreed that each party would distribute 50%. To prevent unhealthy competition between us, we divided the sales territories. Besides selling in Xiuxian, I could also handle the northern regions, while the rest of the areas would be under the fruit company's control. Neither side could compete in the same area. If such competition arose, whoever entered later would need to withdraw voluntarily. This was essentially a gentleman's agreement with no enforceable power behind it. If I broke the agreement, the worst he could do was refuse to supply me anymore, and I would naturally stop processing here. If he broke it instead, the result would be the same. I'd face increased costs, while he'd lose a superior banana variety, resulting in mutual loss. Therefore, to protect our maximum interests, both parties would uphold this understanding together. Chapter 208 Upgrading for Automation. We continued our discussion regarding the packaging style and brand. I insisted the bananas must carry the Tianxia brand label, but Mei Feng firmly refused. His fruit company had been in business for many years, and the Xiuxian brand was well known across the country. How could he possibly replace the well-established brand name for a limited quantity of premium bananas? Changing the brand would essentially make him my distributor. We eventually failed to reach an agreement. The same type of banana will eventually appear in markets nationwide, bearing different brand labels. I felt somewhat troubled by this, while Mei Feng tried to comfort me. Bananas worldwide are all the same species, regardless of where they are grown, and they're fundamentally the same. It's simply because of differences in soil, water, climate, farming practices, and management that cause them to grow bigger or smaller. Some may be a little sweeter due to higher sugar content or less sweet due to lower sugar, but the taste is generally similar. Look at the market. All the bananas have different brand labels anyway, so this situation is quite normal. Whether it's normal or not doesn't really matter. No matter how he spins it, I'll stick to my own principle. If one day I truly expand the banana operation significantly, I might even open my own processing plant where I have full authority. I can't afford to be constrained by others. Of course, this is only my personal thought. The bananas on the island were ready for harvest. Ru Feng brought the automatic banana harvesting equipment he had previously developed to the field and immediately ran into a major problem. The banana plants had grown too large and thick, making it impossible for small trucks to enter the field. Therefore, the automatic harvesting process couldn't function. Picking each bunch manually would be too inefficient, which limited our ability to expand the planting area further. Ru Feng decided to remodify the harvesting equipment. Since small trucks weren't viable, an electric four-wheel drive vehicle could actually enter the banana field. Father and Li Dafeng each owned an electric four-wheel drive vehicle. Dad, during his spare time, occasionally drove around the county town and needed a vehicle. It also was convenient for him to take Mom out for trips. Li Dafeng currently worked at the new warehouse and could ride with Han Xiaobai. The electric four-wheel drive vehicle she used belonged to the company. In fact, it belonged to me. I had never promised to give it to her. Right now, she simply used it to commute to work, as the vehicle's limited range wasn't sufficient for traveling to her hometown. Besides, there was Han Xiaobai's Volkswagen car available. Now, as I urgently needed the vehicle, I decided to take it back. I needed to inform Han Xiaobai and Li Dafeng first. I first called Han Xiaobai, who immediately agreed without even asking why. He also told me that Li Dafeng was now preparing for her driving license exam and planned to drive a car in the future so she could move more freely between Huangta County and her hometown. After talking with Han Xiaobai and informing him, I then called Li Dafeng. Li Dafeng also readily agreed, saying she had just planned to buy an electric scooter for commuting. Since neither of them had objections, I asked Ru Shuang to make space to drive the four-wheel electric vehicle onto the island. Ru Feng would be in charge of modifying the electric four-wheel drive vehicle. I needed to purchase some materials: axles, hubs, tires, pallet jacks, lifts, lifting arms, automatic controllers, channel steels, and other parts Ru Feng needed. The parts weren't complicated. I directly contacted Manager Zhang at the farm machinery spare parts market, and everything was quickly sorted. I sent Ru Shuang to pick up the goods. Meanwhile, on the island, there was leftover steel plate. During the time Ru Shuang was picking up the goods, Ru Feng cut and welded the steel plates into suitable chassis base plates. What surprised me was that Ru Feng didn't make only one base plate. He made many. I counted exactly 20. When I asked why so many, Ru Feng seemed mysterious. "You'll know once it's finished, master." I knew Ru Feng never acted without purpose, but I couldn't figure it out. Curious, I continued to observe his progress. Ru Shuang returned, and along with Ru Wu, assisted Ru Feng by unloading and installing the parts. They attached the new chassis plates to the electric four-wheel drive vehicle, added 2 more wheels, and installed the 2 original robotic arms. The automatic harvesting machine was now upgraded and ready. Ru Feng personally operated the vehicle. The four-wheel drive vehicle automatically drove into the banana field, extended the 2 robotic arms, grabbed both ends of a banana bunch, and extended a pair of shears from the top robotic arm to cut the banana stem. A bunch of bananas was then harvested. The robotic arms carefully carried the bananas and gently placed them onto the flatbed cart. Then the robotic arms proceeded to harvest the next bunch of bananas. Once the robotic arms couldn't reach the next bunch, the cart automatically moved forward until the flatbed was completely filled. Once fully loaded, the electric four-wheel drive flatbed cart could directly drive out of the field from the opposite side or back out the way it came. However, the harvested bananas then required secondary unloading and loading onto a truck, which needed Ruwu and Xuanhuan to manually carry the bananas. Since the truck was quite high off the ground and the bananas couldn't be thrown, the loading speed was slow. Master, do you see? This efficiency means that loading a truck full of bananas will take a very long time. Even if the harvesting is fast, we still need significant manpower and time to load them. It's difficult to achieve high-efficiency operations this way. Therefore, using a truck to load the bananas directly isn't really suitable. So this was Ru Feng's intentional demonstration for me. What I wanted was high-efficiency production, but this snail-like loading speed simply couldn't keep up with large-scale banana cultivation. Since Ru Feng brought it up, he must have a new idea. So how do we improve it? What kind of vehicle is suitable? Master, the vehicle definitely needs to be a truck, but the original cargo bed is no longer suitable. We should switch to using containers. With slight modifications inside the containers, I can achieve mechanization and automation, eliminating the need for manual loading by Ruwu and Xuanhuan. Oh, achieving mechanical and automated loading would naturally increase production efficiency. Ru Feng had accurately captured my thoughts. I wanted exactly this result. You mean we can use existing trucks, just remove the side panels of the cargo bed, and then buy some containers? Yes. Procurement was relatively easy for me. There were no containers for sale in Huangta County, but after a quick online search, I found there was one supplier in Xiuxian City. Since Xiuxian had a port and required a large number of containers, there were manufacturers located near the port. With the dimensional space, this was very convenient for me. So I dialed the contact number listed online. Fortunately, the factory had some available, and if the quantity wasn't too large, we could purchase them immediately upon arrival. Ru Feng suggested buying 3 first, and if needed later, we could buy more. So we did as he suggested. Ru Feng, Ruwu, and Xuanhuan each drove out of the dimensional space in 3 trucks that had already had their side panels removed, heading to Xiuxian City. I arrived at the container factory ahead of them, and just as I finished the procedures, they arrived with the trucks, loaded the empty containers, and returned to the dimensional space. First, we unloaded the containers from the trucks. Ru Feng's method of unloading the trucks astonished me. He sent a command, and 4 modified pallet jacks automatically moved to both sides of the trucks, lifting the containers. The trucks drove away, and simultaneously the 4 pallet jacks lowered, placing the containers steadily onto the ground. Ru Feng welded several channel steels along both inner sides of the container walls. Chapter 209, Big Banana Production. At first, I didn't understand what Ru Feng was trying to do. Only when I saw 4 electric pallet jacks arriving at both sides of the 4-wheel drive electric vehicle and slowly lifting the pallet together with the bananas did I finally grasp the idea. The 4 pallet jacks moved in perfect unison, slowly approaching the container. They adjusted the height of the pallet and inserted one end into the rail inside the container. Another pallet jack pushed the pallet into the container from the other side. A full pallet of bananas was loaded into the container all at once. Next, the second batch of bananas picked by the robotic arm was loaded into the container using the same method. Soon the container was filled with bananas, stacked layer by layer, without squeezing each other, maximizing the protection of the banana's natural state. The container door was shut. The first container of bananas was completely loaded. During the process of loading bananas into the container, Ruwu and Xuanhuan had helped Ru Feng install a crane arm at the front of the truck. The crane arm extended outward, grabbed the container directly, and placed it onto the truck. This load of bananas was finally ready for transport. Ruwu drove the truck out of the space and headed toward Xiuxian Fruit Processing Company. Meanwhile, I called Mei Feng and told him to be prepared to receive the shipment. Following the same process, the second and third containers were loaded one after another. Perhaps Ru Feng had done precise calculations. Just as the third container was filled, Ruwu returned with the first empty truck right on time. The 4-wheel drive electric vehicle began loading the 4th batch of bananas. The entire process required no human intervention. In fact, later on, even drivers were no longer needed to follow the trucks. Ru Feng had designed a vehicle positioning system, enabling the trucks to automatically drive to the processing company and return back. Ruwu stayed at the company to wait for incoming trucks and was responsible for weighing and settlement. Whenever he wanted to return, he could just take any returning truck back to the space. Mei Feng even called me about this, saying the drivers I hired were amazing. They had set the trucks to autonomous driving mode and could complete the transport tasks without showing up at all. I simply replied with a laugh. Besides laughing, there was no way, and no need, to explain anything to him. The 3 trucks kept transporting in rotation. One modified 4-wheel drive electric vehicle was just sufficient for continuous harvesting. It took a whole day to finish picking all the bananas in the 10-acre test field. Next step, cutting down banana plants, bundling them, loading, and transporting. But where should they be transported? That was a question. According to xiuxian and his team's previous practice, transportation teams directly took the used banana plants for free to Xiangyang paper mill. But I didn't want to do it that way. I contacted the paper mill in Haida County. Upon hearing I had fresh banana plants, the person on the phone was initially surprised, but then enthusiastically responded that they were very welcome. The paper mill manager clearly knew banana plant fibers were rich in quality, ideal for premium paper making, and immediately said they would take any quantity I had. As long as he wanted them, that was good enough. At the moment, the 10 acres of banana plants on the small island weren't a huge amount. I didn't bother calling upon the regular human transportation teams. Instead, I had Ruffung arrange 10 trucks, which exited the space and headed directly to Haida paper mill. Of the 10 trucks, only one driver was needed. Rushuang drove at the front while the other 9 followed automatically in convoy, an impressive sight traveling down the provincial highway. At the same time, I called Han Xiaobai and asked him to make the trip to coordinate the paper mill's reception. The 10 trucks took an entire day, making 2 round trips before all banana plants were transported. Meanwhile, Ruffung activated automatic tractors to plow the banana fields. Ruffung provided me with a set of data. From the time banana seedlings were planted until they matured and were ready for harvest, 20 days were needed. 1 day was needed for harvesting bananas, and another for cutting banana plants. These tasks could also happen simultaneously with the plowing. To prevent all the bananas from ripening at once and overwhelming the operations, I could stagger planting times. Dividing every 10 acres into a unit and planting 10 acres daily, with a total of 200 acres planted, would allow harvesting every single day. This planting method was essentially the same principle as staggered planting of corn and wheat. Thoughtful as always, Ruffung had completed a task I hadn't even noticed. Before cutting down the banana plants, it had already separated a batch of young banana seedlings, enough for replanting another 30 acres. But that wasn't enough. I had to go purchase additional seedlings from Xiuxian Scientific Research Institute. Fortunately, I had given them prior notice, so they had plenty ready. To achieve staggered planting, after planting the seedlings left by Ruffung, I went to the Research Institute daily to pick up more seedlings until all 200 acres were planted. Originally, planting banana seedlings involved manually digging holes and planting 1 seedling at a time. On a large scale, it would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and inefficient, something not in line with my efficiency requirements. Therefore, Ruffung had designed an automation system. I purchased a set of components, and after some construction and adjustments, she eventually created an automatic rice transplanting machine. Using it, banana seedlings could be planted directly into the ground just like rice seedlings. Zhao Mingfei and his group took great interest in the banana plantation. They watered and fertilized the plants with endless enthusiasm. The 1-inch water pipe on the small island could no longer meet the demand. I bought a thick water hose and a large diameter water pump to ensure sufficient water supply for the banana plantation. The banana trees inside the island were growing rapidly according to my plan. Ever since receiving this batch of bananas, the fruit processing company had become lively from top to bottom. The employees had never seen such unique bananas before and displayed a level of enthusiasm they'd never shown previously. Slicing, medicinal soaking, packaging. The staff even asked Mei Feng if they could each buy a box to let their families taste these special bananas. However, Mei Feng was a man of principle. He informed all the employees that they were in Xiuxian City, and that if they wanted to buy such bananas, they could only purchase them directly from me, Chen Lingyu, not from the fruit processing company. When I learned of this, I felt both amused and helpless, only able to say that he was too rigid. Selling to employees instead of regular customers could never form any competition. If he insisted on that rule, I suggested he make a slight compromise by treating them as employee benefits. He readily adopted this suggestion, satisfying the employees without violating our cooperation agreement. I held 50% of the marketing rights. First, I sent the first batch of bananas to the Binzhou Mansion Green Food Company. The rest were sent into the space, transported out of the space, and then delivered to Haida County, handed over to by Luoxue to be distributed through the food wholesale station to open up the local market. Needless to say, when Xu Xiangyi saw the bananas, she was amazed. All the staff were equally astonished. Is this really a banana? Did it mutate? He Hua's exaggerated expression represented the general reaction. This kind of special banana was their first encounter. Everyone wanted to try it. With my approval, all of my employees tasted the bananas for free. It was my first time tasting the banana's flavor. Soft, sweet, with a subtle fragrance that lingered. I barely finished eating 1 banana, and already felt full. Xu Xiangyi showed foresight. Knowing she couldn't finish a whole banana herself, she agreed with He Hua to share one. As a result, neither of them ate lunch. All the employees, including myself, became full just by eating bananas. Chapter 210, Money Talks. As soon as the extra-large bananas hit the shelves, people rushed to grab them. Xiuxian was known for its abundant banana production, and people weren't particularly impressed by bananas in general. But these bananas were 3 to 4 times larger than the usual ones, and most people bought them out of curiosity. With the sales promotion ending, the number of customers coming to the Green Food Company gradually declined. However, the appearance of these extra-large bananas brought another surge in customers. Only 4 or 5 employees were in the store handling business, while the rest had gone below to contact merchants. Mr. Chen, said Xu Xiangyi, we're now facing a pretty thorny issue. Delivering goods to more than 300 distribution points in Xiuxian every day, with only a dozen employees in the shop, is simply overwhelming us. Some locations haven't received their supplies in 3 days already. I borrowed a truck from Donghai Mineral Water Factory and have been working nonstop all day. At most, we can deliver to only 40 locations per day and not even guarantee full delivery each time. I rented 2 more vehicles yesterday, so now we can reach over 100 locations a day. A complete round takes at least 3 days. Items like flour and cornmeal, which have long shelf lives, are manageable. But with fresh vegetables not arriving at distribution points on the same day, it's greatly affecting our sales. Xu Xiangyi gave a brief summary of the recent promotion activities and presented the issues they were encountering. It's inevitable for the Green Food Company to supply directly to more than 300 distribution points. Our goal is efficiency. The Green Food Company is a wholesale, not a retail, business. Our current priority should still be developing key customers as soon as possible. We need to establish 20 secondary wholesale stations within a week, enabling nearby locations to buy goods from them. The problems you mentioned will naturally be resolved. Regarding deliveries, I've decided to make them come to us instead of us delivering to them, just like the food wholesale station model in Huangtu County. I originally planned to replicate the Huangtu County model, but the existing 300 mineral water distribution points in Xiuxian disrupted my plan. On the other hand, it helped promote our products quickly. For every advantage, there's a disadvantage. Currently, the vehicles and manpower available are insufficient to meet the demands of distribution. This isn't the path of development I want. Otherwise, I could simply bring in several vehicles from my space and immediately resolve this issue. But I refuse to take that route. Human thinking tends to become habitual. Once I start delivering, the merchants will naturally expect it. If I stop delivering later, it will definitely cause complaints. The mineral water is distributed from Donghai Mineral Water Factory because it's about 100 kilometers from Xiuxian's downtown. To make it convenient for customers, xiuxian had already arranged for cooperation with a logistics company to handle the deliveries. As for the goods from the Green Food Company, I transported them here from Huangtu County through my space directly to the banana plantation outside Xiuxian City. Further delivery to each individual point would inevitably consume manpower, resources, and time, which doesn't align with my high-efficiency goals. I'm deliberately avoiding active distribution because I have full confidence in my products. Their unique quality, taste, and experience will surely attract and retain customers, naturally prompting merchants to beg for wholesale orders rather than me having to force the sales. That's the confident side of me. Xiuxian seems to have caught this mindset from me, and instead of dwelling on delivery issues, she started working on establishing the secondary wholesale centers. Xiaohui showed up. Xiuxian and I were in the meeting room discussing our next plan when Hua led Xiaohui in. Manager Chu, I'm here to support you. Ever since your Green Food Company opened, the place has been packed with visitors day after day. You almost broke the stairs. My mall hasn't seen nearly as many visitors, though that was mainly in the earlier days when you offered things for free or at low prices. Now, business seems nearly deserted up here. As neighbors, I couldn't just stand by. As the saying goes, the rich give money, the poor give presents. I don't have much else, but I do have foot traffic. If I display your goods on my shelves, customers can easily grab them on their way out. That's bound to be better than keeping them stuck on the second floor. It was lunchtime, and indeed, there were no customers upstairs. Xiaohui's timing couldn't have been better. His sarcasm, wrapped in a show of generosity, was hard to swallow but made some sense. Thank you, Mr. Qiao, in advance. With your help in selling our goods, we won't have to worry about selling them. They're sure to fly off the shelves. Xiuxian smiled warmly. Xiaohui openly said he came to help and offered to sell their goods, a business opportunity she wouldn't turn down. As for the slightly offensive words from Xiaohui's mouth, she had already chosen to mentally filter them out. It's often said that customers are gods, and when a god arrives, is it really worth arguing over trivialities? Then I'll thank Manager Chu too. Since we're not busy right now, could you have someone deliver some goods to me? Xiaohui didn't beat around the bush. After throwing in a few sarcastic remarks, he got straight to the point. How much stock does President Xiao plan to take? Xiuxian didn't waste time either. Xiaohui needed to specify a quantity before she could arrange the manpower. Send 1 truck of every variety you have here. It'll be convenient for both upstairs and downstairs operations. You name the price, and I'll settle the bill. Xiaohui said it so casually, as if it were nothing. From what I heard, this guy truly knew how to throw his weight around. If I hadn't been standing there personally to hear it, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. After all, 1 truck of each item meant merchandise worth millions, all casually decided in just a few sentences. All right, please wait a moment, President Xiao. Have some tea first while I arrange it for you. Xiuxian maintained a smile all along, treating Xiaohui with proper respect, neither submissive nor impolite. From the moment Xiaohui walked in, he hadn't even glanced at me once. He sat himself down on the armchair beside Xiuxian, legs crossed, visibly arrogant. Xiuxian brought him the tea, and he said, "Thank you." But his eyes weren't on the tea at all. They hadn't left her face once. I felt he was acting a bit strange today. Since he ignored me, I didn't acknowledge him either and quietly watched his performance. Xiuxian shot me a meaningful glance before walking out, and I followed her out. As I stood up, I gave Xiaohui a tight-lipped smile, a sort of greeting. In the corridor, Xiuxian whispered, "There isn't so much ready stock in the warehouse. We need to order more goods quickly. The shipment is already on the way and will arrive shortly." I deliberately took out my phone to glance at it. Within an hour at most, exactly 1 truck of each, all unloaded directly into his warehouse. That way, we save ourselves the trouble of carrying anything upstairs. I didn't tell Xiuxian the truth. The goods weren't arranged yet. I needed to first calm her down before handling Xiaohui's request. In reality, I could arrange the goods in time. With my other dimensional space, I wasn't worried in the slightest. But I couldn't let Xiuxian know about it, so I just told her that the goods were already on their way. It'll take another hour? Xiuxian's point was that according to Xiaohui's request, they could deliver the goods during lunchtime when there were fewer customers. That way, he could prepare the shelves in time, and the goods could be sold normally in the afternoon. Waiting an hour would delay sales by an hour. Actually, Xiuxian was considering Xiaohui's needs, prioritizing the customer's urgency. I noticed a small handcart parked in the corridor and pointed at it. He wanted 1 truckload of every item, right? This is a truck. Let's deliver the goods using this first so he can start selling immediately. Once he starts asking for the rest, the next shipment will already be here. Upon seeing the handcart, Chu Xiangyi immediately understood my meaning. President Chun, what brilliant thinking. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. She went off to assign someone to deliver the goods. Chapter 211, busy at both ends. I found an office, entered the space, and immediately arranged for restocking. First, I contacted Han Xiaobai and asked him to make preparations in advance, then dispatched Riliu, Ru Chao, and Rudy into the factories to pick up flour, cornmeal, and pet food. Riyun was in charge of harvesting vegetables. I specifically instructed her to pick 1 truckload of cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, green beans, bell peppers, and chili peppers each. If she couldn't handle it alone, I told her to ask Ryu and Zhao Mingfei to come help. Ru Shui prepared a truck of eggs. Ru Shui went to the canning factory to load up on fish canned goods and some pickled vegetables. I assigned Ruffeng to arrange for delivery once the goods were ready, sending them straight out of the space to the first floor of Binzhou Mansion. After everything was properly arranged, I finally checked my stocks, recorded their current performance, and casually browsed the web, coming across some information about futures trading. I had previously studied futures, but didn't think I had the aptitude for it, so I never went deep into it. In fact, I had only gotten into stock trading on a whim. Without the convenience of the Yidu Kongjian, I probably would have given up by now. I don't like staying inside the space for long, so I'm unable to observe the long-term trends of any stocks. I can only track short-term changes over a day, half a day, or even just a few hours. Because of that, I only engage in short-term trading and don't dare try long-term investments. Whenever I get calls urging me to invest long-term, I decline all of them. Futures trading requires a far-sighted strategic vision and highly specialized economic insight. I don't believe I possess such talents, so I've avoided that market. Still, there's no harm in occasionally reading about it as a way of learning, though I go no further than that. Only after all the goods were gathered and Ruffeng arranged for the convoy to transport them out of the space via the conveyor belt did I return to the second floor of Binzhou Mansion. Xiao Hui, a cigarette dangling from his lips, walked out of the lounge and finally spoke to me upon seeing me. Old classmate, I'm here supporting Miss Chu just for your sake. Once her sales pick up, naturally her performance improves, and you, working under her, might even get some extra bonus. Look at me, how many twists and turns am I going through just to help you? I can't appear too close to you in front of Miss Chu. After all, she's your boss. If the two of us seem too familiar with each other, it will hurt your position. So, it's best we minimize conversation in front of her. It's to protect you. With the reputation I've built over years in Xionyang, I can still offer you a bit of protection. Xiao Hui spoke with a veteran cynic's tone. Watching him, I couldn't feel comfortable, but I had to maintain a polite demeanor since he was now one of our esteemed VIP customers. What Mr. Xiao says makes perfect sense. Please feel free to give orders whenever needed. You don't need to tell me about the physical work. None of my guys can't handle it. Why would I need to call you for that? Just focus on getting ahead yourself. Xionyang isn't like Huangta County. It's full of all sorts of people and not easy to get by. You'll realize this in time. Xiao Hui ran a hand through his slick hair and headed downstairs. Looking at his retreating figure, aside from a slight sense of displeasure, I also felt a vague sadness. I couldn't figure out why he was acting so strangely today. He seemed to barely know me, yet constantly tried to display his sense of superiority in front of me. He came to the second floor supposedly to place an order, but he acted more like he was bestowing a favor. After Xiao left, he called back just a few minutes later, but not to me. The call was directed to Xiuxian. I was present when she answered the phone, as I had come to brief her about receiving the goods. I got in and out of the space pretty quickly, but Ruffeng and the others needed to come via truck from the banana plantation through the conveyor belt, which would take them longer. Just as I was about to mention the goods to Chu Xiangyi, Xiao Hui's call came in. Manager Chu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? I asked for a truckload of each product, meaning an entire lorry. Yet you sent me just a small flatbed cart. For my big store, this amount is almost nothing. Could it be you're worried I won't pay? Chu Xiangyi hadn't turned on speakerphone, so I could clearly hear Xiao Hui's sarcastic tone. Chu Xiangyi quickly started explaining. Mr. Qiao, please forgive me. You really can't blame us for this. Here in this building, flatbed carts are used for all freight transport. So when we say 1 truckload, I thought you meant 1 flatbed cart. Besides, even a small flatbed for each of over a dozen products adds up to a lot. We wanted to get things on shelves quickly, so we arranged for delivery via flatbed cart. I never expected you to actually be referring to an entire truck. You're absolutely right. My apologies for lack of experience. Considering the volume you requested, we do need some time to arrange the stock. As for payment, whatever Mr. Qiao said, why would we ever worry about that? This amount is but a drop in the bucket for you, isn't it? Don't you agree? According to the strategy we had previously agreed upon, Chu Xiangyi had to keep Xiao Hui calm. In reality, if she had listened to me first, she wouldn't have needed to talk so much with him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hui's loud laughter came through the phone. Miss Chu, you sure know how to flatter. Alright then, since the goods have already been delivered, I'll start selling them first. Once the following shipments arrive, just unload them directly into my warehouse, saving you the trouble of handling them again. As for payment, as I said earlier, we'll settle accounts after unloading. Mr. Qiao never drags his feet. He always keeps his word. Perhaps influenced by the compliments from Chu Xiangyi, Xiao Hui agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xiangyi turned to me upon hearing the goods were about to arrive, and her eyes lit up. Really? So fast? I'll go arrange for people to get ready to receive the shipment. Chu Xiangyi was extremely excited. Without even finishing her sentence, she started clacking away in high heels to make the necessary arrangements. I didn't follow her, but instead returned to the space and from there, back to Huangta County. The newly installed automatic fish canning production line was being completed today, and I needed to meet with Engineer Fong to confirm that everything was in order before officially starting operations tomorrow. President Chun, you truly resemble the saying of seeing only the head of a dragon, but not its tail. We only met once when we arrived. Afterwards, we couldn't find you anywhere. Now the project is finished, and finally you've returned. Given your busy schedule, President Chun, it's rare to see you today. Luckily our mission was accomplished successfully, and now I can check off this task. As soon as I arrived at the canning factory, Engineer Fong approached with a cheerful face and brought up the production line construction immediately upon greeting. I understood his hidden meaning. He was referring to the fact that besides the canning plant, I had other business ventures as well. Fong was a smart person. In front of others, he wouldn't openly mention those matters. Regarding the intelligent AI and the robots made by Rufeng, he might have seen them already, especially considering that when Ruvan and Rian delivered fresh fish and vegetables to the canning factory, it was quite possible for him to catch sight of them. Yet Engineer Fong had never brought them up. Either he genuinely had the ability to keep other people's secrets, or he simply hadn't seen such people as Rufeng, Ru Shui, or Ruling. Whichever it was, it worked in my favor, certainly for now. Haha. Thank you, Engineer Fong, and your team. I appreciate your hard work. It was precisely because of your team's experienced expertise and smooth efficiency that this project finished so successfully. Do you foresee any issues during tomorrow's trial run? I cared only about the end result. There shouldn't be any major problems. Still, to be safe, we'll wait until the trial run is successful tomorrow before we leave. Engineer Fong reassured me. That suited me just fine. The newly installed equipment might not have major issues, but some minor adjustments could still be necessary. It put me more at ease having Fong and his technical team stick around. Actually, the workers on the production line were already quite skilled. They at least had no trouble operating the equipment. During the installation of the production line, Luo Xue had already organized pre-job training for the employees. Back when the first automated line was installed, these employees had been trained in advance, and thus retraining them this time was naturally much easier. Chapter 2:12 Concern or Flirtation. Mu Jiming leaned closer. Director Chun, tomorrow we start the trial production. If there are no significant issues, we won't stop the line. As planned, it'll be continuous operation. Glass bottles, bottle caps, packaging cartons, labels, everything we need for packaging has been adequately prepared. But, he glanced at Engineer Fong beside him, and before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. Engineer Fong knew when to back off. He grinned and stepped aside. Mu Jiming's words stopped there, but it was unnecessary to continue. I understood exactly what he wanted to ask. With the addition of a new production line, of course, the demand for small fish used as raw materials would increase. He was worried that these fish wouldn't be sufficient for production. No buts. You just take care of production matters. I'll handle everything else. I didn't let him continue. Supplying the small fish was absolutely no problem. I had already changed the supply strategy. Instead of delivering fixed daily production amounts, I had installed a monitor in warehouse number 2. The inventory there could be seen directly from Xiaoxiu's control room on the island, and the system could automatically calculate how long the current stock would last. She would promptly relay this information to Riyun. Riyun would then choose the appropriate time to start sorting the fresh fish, loading, sending them through the portal, and transporting them to warehouse number 2. Just by adding a few monitors, the canning factory's real-world production became seamlessly linked with the sorting of fresh fish on the island in the other dimension. There would be no excessive stockpiling of fresh fish in warehouse number 2, nor would there be supply shortages. Originally, I thought an AI like Riyun, which had relatively low intelligence, could only carry out clearly defined, pre-assigned tasks and wouldn't come up with new ideas. Unexpectedly, it could make active suggestions as well. I had once mentioned to Rufeng whether it would be possible to automate the vegetable harvesting process. Even now, Rufeng still hadn't given me a solution. Perhaps inspired by that suggestion, Riyun had its own idea. The fish baskets were individually tied to the shoreline, and catching fish and putting them into baskets were entirely manual work. Moving hundreds of baskets back and forth consumed too much time. Riyun wanted Rufeng to design a device that could automatically empty the fish from the baskets into the hopper and then return the baskets automatically to the water. Rufeng replied, absolutely possible. It's not complicated. I had been too busy in the last few days and hadn't yet started the implementation. After modifying the 4-wheel electric car for automatic banana harvesting, Rufeng had also come up with a solution for automated vegetable harvesting. I bought all the materials required for both projects and handed them over to Rufeng. When it had time, it would start the construction, aiming to finish as soon as possible to improve Riyun's efficiency and better ensure the timely supply of fresh fish to the cannery, ultimately ensuring there would be enough goods for sales in Xiuxian district. Knowing that Mu Jiming wanted to ask about the fresh fish supply issue, after giving him a definite answer, I still needed to follow up on this matter and urge Rufeng to move quickly. Luo Xue wasn't at the production site. I found her at the office building. I had sneaked back to Huangta County several times secretly, deliberately avoiding direct contact with Luo Xue. I hadn't met directly with anyone else from the company either, including Engineer Fong and others. For example, when purchasing mechanical parts, I had met the merchants. Their reaction was indifferent. They wouldn't question why I had suddenly appeared in Huangta County. But company employees might ask because I was supposed to be in Xiuxian City at this time. Luo Xue looked surprised and delighted when she saw me. She rushed up from her desk and gave me a big hug. This finally felt like how a normal boyfriend and girlfriend should meet. How could I possibly be satisfied with just a hug? I gave her a deep kiss. Her joy at this long-awaited reunion quickly transformed into calmness, and she grew quiet and obedient. Her excitement was no longer shown through exaggerated gestures and expressions, but was instead conveyed through our embrace and kiss. You suddenly disappeared for so long. Didn't you miss me? After the heat subsided, she still leaned against me, not willing to separate even when sitting on the sofa. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. We were already so familiar with each other. I couldn't understand why she still felt shy, her words filled with tender affection. I missed you, I replied truthfully. I thought someone might have replaced me. Without guessing, I knew she was referring to xiuxian. How could that be? I suspect the person capable of replacing you in this world hasn't even been born yet. Bailuo Shui lifted her head to gaze at me, batting her long eyelashes, her expression slightly resentful. Are you saying you're going to wait for her to be born? Knowing she was just being unreasonable, how could I possibly give her such an opportunity? I guess I won't live long enough to wait for that. I had thought she wouldn't keep acting up, but I ended up enduring a series of playful punches. You still want to wait, huh? I hurriedly held her tightly again, preventing her from landing another punch. Bailuo Shui finally calmed down. We maintained that intimate posture for a while before she got up to pour me some water. What exactly have you been up to while you were away? You're becoming more and more mysterious. Where did you get this fresh goat milk? The market response has been excellent. It's just that there's never enough for all the customers. Every day people come asking, do you have any left? If you're a minute late, it's already sold out. I didn't answer directly, and instead took the warm water she handed to me. Have you tried the goat milk yourself? Of course. Knowing how unusual everything you produce is, how could I not try it personally? It's not just a taste test anymore. Now I drink it every morning for breakfast. My parents drink it too, and they feel great. They say they've been more energetic all day, and even feel younger than before. I knew the fresh goat milk wasn't nearly as miraculous as she described. My aunt and uncle were probably just imagining the effects. Truthfully, other items brought over from the island shared this same effect. The fresh goat milk had just been exaggerated by Bailuo Shui. Since my parents like the fresh goat milk so much, next time let me bring some for my mom and dad to try. Just a glass each morning. Actually, Bailuo Shui reminded me. I hadn't seen my parents in a long time, and this would be a good opportunity to visit them and bring a box of fresh goat milk. Your parents have already tried the fresh goat milk. I already gave them some. I happened to catch her gaze, and she quickly lowered her head to avoid me, her face once again flushed red. You gave some to my parents? I reached out and turned her shoulders toward me. My heart swelled, not only with gratitude, but also at the realization that Bailuo Shui was trying to win favor with my parents, which showed she had the potential to be a great daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, she pushed my hands away. What kind of big deal is it to give a carton of milk to my employees? Isn't that perfectly normal? I didn't just give them milk, either. I gave them bananas today too. The big bananas you sent over. I made sure every employee at Green Wholesale got to taste them. If there's something delicious, why shouldn't my employees be the first ones to enjoy it? So it was just the employees. I thought she had regarded my parents as elders. My earlier excitement vanished immediately. In her eyes, my parents were treated just like the rest of the staff. Even though she continued talking about how the bananas sold out quickly, how even a whole truck wasn't enough for the vendors, and later mentioned the test run scheduled for tomorrow, I hardly paid attention. I kept puzzling over Bailuo Shui's real attitude toward my parents. You've already given gifts to my parents, so I was planning to bring something for your parents too. I wanted to probe her feelings, to see what her reaction would be to the idea of visiting her parents together. No, don't bother. I've already sent them things too. My dad said, 50 years old and I've never seen bananas this big before. And what's more, they actually taste amazing. My mom prefers soft fruits, and she absolutely loved the bananas. They already have everything they need. If you give them more, they won't be able to finish it, and it'll go to waste. What a waste it would be for something so good. She refused me outright. Chapter 2:13, Automated Harvesting. The excitement I had felt when I first entered quickly faded after a brief moment of exhilaration. I reminded her to prepare for the trial production tomorrow, excused myself saying I had other things to do, left the cannery office building, and returned to the small building on the east side. Bailuoxa still missed me a lot. During these days I wasn't around. She would call me every day. Of course, I also made the calls. Judong actively called her. We talked not only about work, but also shared our private feelings. I could clearly feel the deep longing between us. The warmth we showed upon meeting proved our feelings were solid and not weakened by a few days apart. Yet, she still opposed the idea of meeting my parents. But in my opinion, it seemed rather unfair. Her parents could see mine almost every day. Whenever she went to the food wholesale station, there they were. As for her parents, maybe I had met them before, but couldn't remember. After some internal conflict, I checked the time. It was time to sell stocks. No matter what mood I was in, stock market operations could never be affected. Right now, no matter how much business I was running, all the profits together couldn't compare with what I made from stocks. Stocks were currently my primary source of income. Everything else was just physical capital. I didn't want money to seem like it had appeared out of nowhere. The cash I had now amounted to roughly 3 billion yuan, and this money had to be put to full use and generate its value. I had yet to decide exactly which projects to invest in. I had already asked xiuxian to be on the lookout. Whenever she had new ideas, she could inform me directly. As for financial matters, I didn't need to reveal much to Bailuoxu. She could see the numbers on the ledger, and she already knew it was only part of what I publicly disclosed. She kept paying attention to my investments and naturally would make suggestions if suitable opportunities came along. I entered the space and found that Ruffling had already returned with his team, reporting that all the delivered goods had been unloaded directly into the first-floor warehouse of the shopping center. He showed me, mimicking vividly the astonished expression of the mall owner and introducing Xiaohui to me. He kept exclaiming, "So much. Will the warehouse even hold it all?" Did I act too rashly? Did I order too much? Miss Chu, could I return some of it? Xiuxian told him that the goods could indeed be returned. Not just some, but all of them. She wasn't going to let herself be pushed around by such a client, who could be dispensed with anyway. Whether it was Xiuxian's seriousness that moved Xiao Hui with pity or her firmness that made him change his tune instantly, I couldn't tell. No, I'll take all of it. I was just joking with Miss Chu. My warehouse is huge. How could it not hold all these things? President Xiao, it really is full. An employee reported on the spot that the warehouse had no space left. Then you deal with it somehow. Feeling that he had lost face in front of Xiuxian, Xiao Hui stormed off, pretending to be angry, and returned to his office. After finishing his account, Ruffeng laughed. Ha! After hearing it, I laughed too. Ha ha ha. Even the robots joined in laughter. After our laughter subsided, I spoke to Ruffeng about implementing the automated vegetable harvesting system and automated fish catching. Ruffeng immediately acted upon this and sent a signal. A modified four-wheel drive electric cart automatically drove over. He picked up an electric drill, drilled several holes in the vehicle's floorboard, found some steel rods, measured the dimensions, cut them, bent them into several U-shaped bends, and inserted them into the small holes on the vehicle's floorboard. Then he took a snake sack and placed it over the rods, as if someone was standing on the car holding the sack open. The electric cart headed toward the cucumber field. The robotic arm on it picked the cucumbers and placed them into the snake sack, one after another, filling a bag in no time. The mechanical arm grabbed a handheld bag sealer, quickly and accurately sealing the sack. This operation left me dazzled. Though the process seemed slow when described, their actions were fast. Almost instantly, a bag of cucumbers filled up, much faster than Yun having to go into the field and pick each one by hand. Ruffeng explained that the mechanical arm on the car was optimized for the relatively simple picking movements, enabling rapid and efficient harvesting. Although the AIs like them appeared fast in their actions from a human perspective, the execution of these movements actually involved complex calculations, creating a certain damping effect on their movement speed, not as straightforward and direct as a single mechanical arm. Yin was so happy that she jumped up, seeing that the vegetables could now be harvested mechanically and automatically. She no longer needed to go into the field bending down to pick each cucumber one by one. Now she only needed to wait at the edge of the field, unload the filled snake sacks from the vehicle, and then replace them with empty ones. It had become much easier, faster, and more efficient than before. This four-wheel drive cart works for picking cucumbers, but can it pick beans too? Yin disliked picking beans the most. Beans were long and thin. Filling one sack took longer than for cucumbers. It's also possible to harvest beans automatically, it's just a bit slower. Ruffeng sent a new set of instructions, and the electric four-wheel drive cart drove into the bean field. We followed behind to observe the mechanical arm's harvesting motions. The movement rhythm was the same, reaching out and retracting each time, picking only one bean per motion. As Ruffeng had mentioned, since beans were thin and long, it indeed took longer to fill a sack compared to cucumbers. Still, this wasn't a problem at all, no manpower was needed. It just took a little time. The four-wheel cart would automatically complete the task. As for picking green peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes, that went without saying. Yun was happier than anyone, as if she'd finally been liberated. Uncontrollably, she began dancing with joy. In high spirits, Ruffeng made a suggestion. Master, if you want to further increase the harvesting speed, you'll need to add a few more electric four-wheel drive carts. I recommend modifying them exactly like this first one. They can be used not only for picking bananas, but also for vegetables and other fruits. Ruffeng's words enlightened me. Previously, because I didn't know whether automatic fruit picking technology could be achieved, I hesitated to plant extensively. I worried that if the fruits grew well, we wouldn't be able to pick them in time, causing them to rot in the fields. Now that Ruffeng guaranteed automatic harvesting could be realized, what harm was there in planting more fruit trees? After all, the profit margin on fruits was much higher. Currently, the giant fruits on the small island were the most profitable variety. I especially wanted to plant more and harvest more, yet I was afraid that if I planted too much, the fruits would lose value. This conflicting mindset had been troubling me. As for whether fruits would be valuable or cheap in the future, that was an issue for later. At the very least, right now the automatic harvesting issue could be resolved. I was so excited. This is absolutely great. We're probably going to find that we don't have enough electric four-wheel drive carts. In the future, picking bananas, vegetables, and fruits might happen simultaneously. Buying a few more electric four-wheel drive carts wasn't a problem at all. Immediately, I led Yun, Shuang, and Wu out of the space, went to the car shop, and drove back 4 electric four-wheel drive carts. After they drove them back into the space, I went again to the steel market and bought some steel plates and profiles. Without Ruffeng even needing to remind me, these were essential materials for modifying the four-wheel carts. I also bought electronic components and several buckets of paint. The steel plates needed to be painted for corrosion protection. The first cart already modified, as well as those steel plates used for carrying bananas, also needed repainting. By the time I transported all these items into the space, Ruffeng had already begun another project with his team. Chapter 214, Further Development. Along the western coast of the island, dozens of square pipes were buried, with channel steel welded on top serving as tracks, and then motors were installed. Ruffeng tested them out. The motors could freely slide along the tracks, moving forward and backward smoothly. Then mechanical arms and electronic eyes were added, forming a rail-bound robot. The fish baskets submerged in the water also needed some modification. Instead of simply tying them with ropes to iron rods, steel bars were used instead. One end of the steel bar was attached to the bamboo basket, and the other end had a ring that fit around the iron rod. The mechanical arm could pick up the fish baskets, deliver them to the hopper according to a preset program, empty the fish, and then return the basket to its original position in the water. The ring on the steel bar slid over the rod, keeping the basket from floating away and ensuring it remained steady and convenient for retrieval and placement. Fishing had now been automated. Ru Yun danced joyfully, celebrating the achievement, while Ru Shuang and others joined in the dance with her. From then on, tasks such as fishing, sorting fish, and harvesting vegetables no longer required Ru Yun's direct involvement. Ru Shui could simply issue an instruction from the control room, and the process would begin automatically. Ru Yun monitored the operation on site and was responsible for loading. Once enough fish had been collected, she'd notify Ru Shui to stop the program. After completing these modifications, Ru Yun, Ru Shuang, Ru Wu, and others applied protective paint to the equipment. Meanwhile, Ru Feng modified the newly purchased electric vehicles. Hearing that fruit harvesting could also be automated, Zhao Mingfei, the other three guys, and Ru Lu hurried over. I never imagined that mechanization and automation could be achieved on this small island. The development of technology has surpassed our imagination. There's nothing we can't achieve. It truly broadens one's perspective. Picking peaches and apples no longer needs human labor, greatly reducing our workload. Zhao Mingfei expressed heartfelt admiration. But your work still has irreplaceable value. The island's conditions are limited, and our equipment isn't yet perfect in every aspect. Sorting and boxing the fruits still require human intervention. Especially for quality control, it's something only you can oversee. We absolutely cannot allow any problems caused by poor quality fruits. I reminded them that their work remained important. Zhao Mingfei and the others nodded continuously. Rest assured, Boss Chun. We'll surely fulfill our duties and strictly control the quality, guaranteeing that every single box of fruits meets the standard. What makes us happy is that automation of fruit harvesting has already made things much easier for us. We no longer have to perform those simple, repetitive actions. Zhao Mingfei and his group wore smiles, appearing as if they'd just been freed from burdens. And even Ru Lu, usually serious, showed a rare smile and laughed along. Ru Lu, working alongside them, mostly performed simpler, more physically demanding tasks like carrying fruit boxes, stacking, and loading vehicles. These were areas where it had advantages, performing quickly and tirelessly. On the other hand, tasks like pruning or picking fruits required technical knowledge and experience, which Zhao Mingfei and the others were responsible for. Once Ru Feng completed the modifications to the four-wheel drive electric vehicles, they also performed practical field tests, which turned out ideal. The four-wheel drive vehicles could handle the tasks perfectly, increasing efficiency by more than tenfold. Actually, the person happiest about these changes on the island was me. The realization of mechanization and automation had not only improved work efficiency, but also allowed me to reduce inventory. I could now harvest fruits and catch fish according to production and sales demands. This further strengthened my determination to expand the area dedicated to fruit planting. The fruit trees planted recently had begun bearing fruit, although there weren't many. Zhao Mingfei estimated that next harvest would yield more. I wasn't in a hurry about this. Success comes naturally with time. As long as there were trees, who'd worry about them not bearing fruit? Since fruit trees had a longer harvesting cycle, and to avoid any gaps in supply, I planted more a few days ago. Now, I decided to plant several dozen more mu. Therefore, I personally visited the nursery, purchased fruit tree seedlings, and handed them to Zhao Mingfei and the others for planting on the northern side of the island. The four people who had just relaxed a bit now displayed bitter smiles. Boss Chun, you really aren't giving us any rest. Li Heroin complained. Rest? Does resting really make sense? Isn't it better to stay busy and feel fulfilled? I had never even considered resting. None of the robots needed breaks either. How could I possibly let them all stand idle? The purpose of using science and technology to achieve automation and mechanization was to improve productivity, not to let people live overly comfortably. Seeing that I appeared a bit angry, Li Heroin quickly caught up with Zhao Mingfei and the others, and went off to plant the fruit trees. Before heading to the nursery, I saw that the poplar saplings on the northern side of the island had already grown well. I asked the nursery manager, who told me he needed 10,000 trees in a few days. We reached an agreement. I would provide him with 10,000 mature trees, and in return, I would plant another 10,000 young saplings, which would grow and then be sold back to him. The municipal government had greenery tasks assigned, cutting down all the mature trees along both sides of the provincial highway, replacing them with saplings. This task had to be completed before next spring. With my assistance, the nursery wouldn't need to import saplings from elsewhere. The next day, the new production line of Minli Canning Factory began trial production. I didn't hold an official commencement ceremony, so the county officials were unaware. It wasn't because I wanted to stay low profile or avoid publicity, but because I intended this production line exclusively for Xiuxian. It wouldn't be appropriate to involve Vice County Governor Huang and the other local leaders for promotion. The trial run went smoothly, and after some slight adjustments to individual pieces of equipment, it would be ready for full operation. Seeing the finished canned products come off the packaging line, Fang Gong and his team finally left the factory. Before departing, I hosted a farewell banquet to thank them for their strong support and assistance. We both understood clearly that my gratitude was not only for their help with the canning factory, but also extended to the canned fresh goat's milk project, and even my AI systems. Without Fang Gong's help, my achievements would have been significantly diminished. The farewell banquet was held at the Yueli restaurant. Bai Luoxue, Mu Jiming, and Lu Ruchuan accompanied us, and I arranged a large table. During the meal, the conversation flowed happily. Apart from discussing work and technology, Fang Gong also revealed a piece of news. A deputy general manager from Oriental Technology had resigned, and the company was seeking a replacement, someone who understood both software design and management. This time, when Fang Gong returned, he would meet with other company leaders to decide whether to conduct an internal competition or recruit externally. Someone called him, suggesting he take this opportunity to become a deputy general manager, but he wasn't interested. One reason was that the position was primarily managerial and wouldn't significantly increase his salary, given his current senior engineer status. Secondly, his heart wasn't in administration. He preferred technical work. Therefore, he didn't want to compete for the position and favored recruiting from outside. Suddenly, I thought of Ma Shantong, the former manager at Xiuxian Technology. He met the requirements, and, after his company went bankrupt, I wasn't sure whether he had found a new job yet, so I recommended him to Fang Gong. Fang Gong became very interested in this person. He knew about Xiuxian since they were in the same industry, and there was some mutual awareness between them. The difference was that Xiuxian only focused on design without producing physical products like intelligent AI, unlike them. As for Ma Shantong himself, Fang Gong had also heard of him, and, in terms of age, knowledge, and character, personally found him quite suitable. He was willing to recommend Ma to Oriental. Upon hearing that I had Ma Xuantong's phone number, he asked me for it right at the dinner table. He didn't call immediately, explaining that he would only reach out after approval from upper management. He also asked me not to mention anything to Ma Shantong for now. I naturally understood this protocol. When I arrived, I was expressing my gratitude to Fang Gong and others, saying many polite words. By the time we were leaving, Fang Gong was thanking me repeatedly as well. Chapter 215 Taking the opportunity to go home. Watching them drive away, I also told the others to go home. Since they had all been drinking, it would be better not to wander around the factory. It would create a bad impression. Mu Jiming and Lu Ruchuan took a taxi and left. Bai Luoxue and I lived the closest, so we left our car parked at the restaurant entrance and walked home. You and Engineer Fang share a special relationship. It's definitely not just limited to your business collaboration on the canning plant's automated production line. It seems like you're involved in more than that. Bai Luoxue hooked her arm through mine, asking pointedly as we walked. The alcohol had left me a bit dizzy, and all I was thinking about was whether to go home and take a nap first or enter my space to check on my stocks. Her question snapped me into sudden alertness. A cold sweat broke out over my entire body as I wondered whether she had figured something out. This fear had always lingered. If Bai Luoxue were to ask about those robots, I really wouldn't know how to respond. She had seen Rui and Ruxiang delivering goods in Huangta County, driving vehicles. To other people, Rui looked indistinguishable from a real human being, but Ruin, Ruxiang, Ruu, and Ruin. These robot models were not made with the same level of detail and realism. Bai Luoxue, being meticulous, would surely spot something strange if she looked closely enough. Even if she couldn't, the fact that these individuals didn't exist on any employee records would raise suspicions. She had already guessed about my secret cooperation with Engineer Fang. Given his unique profession, perhaps she'd even inferred Rui's and others' identities. Suddenly, I became completely sober. I stopped walking, turned to face Bai Luoxue, and remained silent for several seconds before speaking. Engineer Fang is my benefactor. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. Our collaboration has been long-term and mutually beneficial. As for what projects exactly, I hope you'll grant me some personal space so I can better ensure long-term success for our enterprise. I deliberately spoke in vague terms, neither directly answering her question nor revealing the specifics of my partnership with Fang. I didn't want to explain everything clearly. I only wished for her understanding. Bai Luoxue fluttered her long eyelashes, smirking slightly. I know you're mysterious. With my intelligence, there's no way I could figure it out. If you're not willing to talk about it, there must be reasons why. Then let's just not talk about it. Please, Mr. Chun, remember, in our working relationship, you're my superior, and I'm your subordinate, so I'll just obey. In our personal relationship, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. We need mutual respect, including respecting each other's secrets. The same applies to you as it does to me. Isn't that right? It turned out she understood. Even without me ever explaining, she had already thought about my secrets. I caught her meaning. She also didn't want me prying into her personal matters. Yes, it was through mutual respect and tolerance that we could continue to love one another. As she understood me, a warm feeling surged within my heart. Bai Luoxue smiled faintly and tightened her grip on my arm. You're thinking too much. Today, we both drank a lot. These were drunken words, nothing to take seriously. We continued walking, first heading to accompany her home. Inside, I couldn't help but think. Somehow, I was more clear-headed after drinking. Perhaps I had become too perceptive. Compared to how things were before, although we were both intoxicated again tonight, walking along this same road arm in arm, I found that the romance was now absent. I saw her to her doorstep, waved goodbye after confirming she had entered her home, and only then did I return to the courtyard. It had been a long time since I visited this big compound. Mother was washing clothes when she saw me arrive and immediately came out to greet me. Oh, my young master is finally home. You're really busy. It must have been at least a month since we last saw each other. Have you eaten? Your father and I had lunch at the unit. Should I cook you some noodles? Mom, I've already eaten. Why didn't you rest at noon? Can't the laundry wait until the afternoon? With such good weather, I want to wash these clothes and hang them to dry. In the afternoon, the sun won't be strong enough, and they won't dry properly. Anyway, there are just a few items, quick and easy. Now that you're home, take off your clothes. Let Mom wash them for you. I just changed today. These don't need washing yet. Back in the small building, I had a fully automatic washing machine, and I washed my clothes every 2 or 3 days. My clothes were always fairly clean. Father was watching TV in the living room, lying on the sofa with his eyes half closed. When he noticed my arrival, He sat up straight. Mom stopped washing and walked into the living room with me. Seeing you is harder than meeting a county magistrate. You know, I see county magistrates often enough on TV, but you are my own son, yet I can barely see you even once every 10 to 15 days. It's been almost a month since we last met. Because I rarely came home, Father started complaining. I had my difficulties, too. Those days, I was extremely busy. Busy all day, busy all night. Initially, I still dined with my parents once in a while, but later on, it became too inconvenient, so I stopped coming home for meals altogether. I sat on the sofa, and Father poured me a cup of tea. You've been drinking. Have some hot tea to settle your stomach. Actually, I hadn't drunk that much. It was the faint smell of alcohol on me, and the slight flush on my face that gave me away to Father. Have a banana. These bananas are very sweet. I heard sweets help sober you up. Mother brought over a banana. This was the extra large banana I had grown, and she had already peeled it for me. This. I'm full already. How could I eat more? Of course he's full. How could someone eat such a big banana on a full stomach? Father started to argue with Mother again. Well then, let's all share it. Since I've already peeled it, we can't just throw it away. Mother thought the banana was too big anyway, so she cut it into 3 pieces, and the 3 of us split it. Our boss is really great. You know, that white manager I told you about. She really looks after the workers. Remember the big apples and peaches you got us before? She gave every worker a large box too. Your father and I ate them for quite a while. This time, she gave out fresh goat milk and these big bananas. She's beautiful, has a good personality, and treats the workers well. How is your girlfriend doing? If it's getting serious, bring her over for a visit. Your father and I would feel much more at ease. If it doesn't work out, I'll ask someone to talk to Miss Bai on your behalf. I heard she's still single. If it weren't for you saying you might already have a connection with another girl, I would have already had someone speak for you. What a fine young woman. Don't want to miss this opportunity. Mother went straight to this topic. Hearing her praised by xiuxian like that, I felt a rush of happiness inside. I really wanted to tell my parents right now that Bai xiuxian was my girlfriend, just to make them happy. But earlier, we had just said we would respect each other's secrets. I figured that included respecting her wishes, and I couldn't tell my parents about our relationship yet, even though I really wanted to. If my parents weren't working at the food wholesale station, I probably couldn't have held back. But since they did work there, I hesitated. If I told them about my relationship with Bai xiuxian, I was worried my mother couldn't keep a secret. Soon the whole station would know we were dating. That would go against her wishes. Actually, I thought to myself, even without me saying a word, some workers might already know. After all, secrets are hard to keep. But even now, my parents didn't seem to know. That suggested either the workers at the station truly didn't know, or else they didn't talk about it, or were afraid to spread rumors about us. Bai xiuxian and I had shared many intimate moments. There must have been employees who saw us. But thinking back now, those moments either happened at night, or upstairs in the small building, or in the office, never in public. Perhaps no one really knew after all. Just a moment ago, I had been feeling happy. Now, though, I felt a chill in my heart. Could it be that heaven itself was helping Bai xiuxian keep this hidden? It was almost unbelievable. Chapter 216. If I want to leave, I will leave. Mom, you don't need to worry. Just Xin go to work. When the time is right, your son will definitely bring home a daughter-in-law who will satisfy both of you. Both father and mother laughed out loud. That's for sure. We're just hoping to hold our grandson soon. While we're still young, we can help take care of the child. Since you're the only male in the Chin family, it's better to continue the family line early so we can live out our old age in peace. Father didn't say anything, but mother began to push again indirectly. This time, instead of opposing mother like usual, father laughed and even took her side. You haven't even brought a daughter-in-law home yet, so thinking about holding a grandson is still far-fetched. Oh come on. If I come home, you two keep bringing this up. Haven't I already told you? Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you. Keep talking about it annoys me. It's exactly why I hate coming home. If you want me to visit more often, then don't bring this topic up. Seeing I was genuinely getting annoyed, my parents quickly stopped. Father continued watching TV while reclining on the sofa, but mother then started talking about Bai xiuxian. Son, it's not that I'm trying to push you. It's just that I see this Bai girl is really special. She's kind to other employees too, and I can see it with my own eyes, but she's even better to me. Mother stretched out her hands for me to see. Look at my hands. They've been rough from working in the fields for decades, dark and calloused, not even like a woman's hands, almost like your father's. But now, they're softer and fairer, looking much better. I myself enjoy looking at them. Do you know why? Only now did I notice that mother's hands indeed looked different from before. Her hands were never really unattractive, but now they were more delicate and graceful, no longer the hands of a village woman. Maybe because she stopped working in the fields and simply cooks at home these days. That's what I thought, but mother insisted it wasn't the case. My manager specifically bought me a set of skincare products and told me to apply them properly every day for care. At first, I didn't want to accept it. How could I take things from my boss? But she gave me a reason, so I couldn't refuse. She said I was cooking for everyone, and that with such dark and rough hands, employees would feel uncomfortable. If people saw hands like that preparing food, regardless of how delicious or bad the food might be, would they even have the appetite to eat it? I found my manager's words reasonable, so I followed her advice and took care of my hands every day. Sigh. And as a result, my hands became beautiful. While saying this, mother brought out a small pouch from her bedroom, opening it for me to see. It's this set of things, hand creams, hand washes, about 7 or 8 items. I don't understand them much, but judging by how exquisitely these bottles and packages are made, these things definitely don't come cheap. I hate to use them, yet I love them so much. Even after using them up, I'll keep the little bottles and boxes as souvenirs. Every time I look at them, I'll think of my manager. I had seen this skincare set in a certain mall before. It was displayed at the luxury counter. I couldn't remember the exact price, but I estimated at least 30,000 yuan. Knowing that Bai Luoxue had bought these for my mother, I felt touched. How considerate of her. Yeah, this stuff is super expensive, so you'd better keep it well. Really? How expensive? Mother was very surprised. I always felt it wasn't cheap, but I never asked her how much exactly. How could we feel comfortable accepting such expensive things from that young lady? But my manager said it was labor protection supply she issued me, so that's why I accepted. Otherwise, should we give her back the money? After hearing how expensive it was, Mother looked guilty and wanted to make up for it somehow. Hee. Since she said it was issued labor protection, then just accept it naturally. No matter how expensive or cheap, that's what it is. I shouldn't have mentioned the price anymore. I regretted that sentence already. Why make Mother feel guilty? I quickly corrected myself. Actually, it's not that expensive. I saw it once. It's only about 100 or so at most. Oh, okay then. Mother relaxed again. We exchanged a few more sentences before I remembered I hadn't managed my stock trades today. I excused myself by saying I was tired and went back to my room. Mother continued washing the rest of her laundry. Father continued dozing on the sofa, TV still on, sleeping more peacefully with its sounds. Once inside my private space, I checked the stock market, but my thoughts were in a whirlwind. Bai Luoxue refused to formally reveal our relationship to our parents, yet she treated my mother so nicely. This made me even more certain of the stability of our relationship, but also reminded me that she still carried emotional burdens. If so, there was no need to pressure her. Going with the flow would be better. Forcing this issue won't help. Thinking of Bai Luoxue naturally led me to xiuxian. Bai Luoxue had been a crucial blessing in my career, but wasn't xiuxian as well? Not that I was wavering in my affections. I simply realized she could stand on her own 2 feet and rise to lead in Xianxia. I wanted to go to Xianxia to have a look. With the space as a medium, traveling from Huangtu County to Xianxia City was effortless for me. It was just a matter of minutes. However, when my feet landed inside the banana plantation's warehouse, I suddenly remembered that my BMW was still parked outside the Uli Hotel. From the banana plantation to Binzhou Mansion was over 50 li. If I walked, it would take half a day, and by the time I arrived, it would already be dark. I returned to the space again and came back home. I couldn't hear the sound of my mother doing laundry. I guess she had already gone to sleep. I quietly left the house, came near the entrance of the Uli Hotel, retrieved my BMW, and re-entered the space, returning to the Xiangyang banana plantation. Then I drove toward Binzhou Mansion. I had never told Xiuxian that I had returned to Huangtu County, so naturally, she wouldn't suspect that I had just come from there. She must have really believed I was staying at some hotel. Arriving at Binzhou Mansion, I headed straight to the 2nd floor. Hihua was standing at the front desk. President Chun, hello. Hihua greeted me politely. Hello, how are things today? Are there many customers? Since she was at the front desk, where all the incoming and outgoing guests passed by, she was the most suitable to ask. Not many. The number of customers has been decreasing. The drop in customer traffic would directly affect my business. That was somewhat unexpected. Seeing my furrowed brows, Hihua quickly explained. President Chun, don't worry, there are still customers, mostly wholesale buyers. They're basically vendors around Binzhou Mansion. Those casual individual customers have all gone downstairs. Oh, Xiao Hui had set up my products in the 1st floor mall. Customers could buy my goods from him, so naturally, they wouldn't come upstairs anymore. Now the 2nd floor mainly focused on wholesale business, even small-scale wholesale. The promotional event had ended, so retail was no longer being conducted. Customers from farther away had stopped coming. From inside Chu Xiangyi's office came the sound of voices, male voices. Someone's in there? I pointed toward her office and asked Hihua. It's Xiao Zong from the 1st floor. Xiao Hui wasn't staying in his own office, but had come to Chu Xiangyi's office instead. Could it be that he was here to discuss business again? I had just delivered a new batch of goods to him yesterday. Could it already be sold out? Chapter 217, Good News and Worries. I walked into the manager's office, where Xiao Hui was sitting face-to-face with Chu Xiangyi, engaged in conversation. When he saw me arrive, he turned to speak to me. Your manager Chu is truly a heroine. Don't be fooled by her gender. She has tremendous vision and a long-term perspective. She doesn't dwell on the small stuff or the petty details. Instead, she looks toward the future, builds from the foundation of Binzhou Mansion, and focuses on the entire city of Xiangyang. I really admire that kind of vision. I can't help but feel inferior. You're lucky to be working under manager Chu. You should learn from her and broaden your horizons. Chu Xiangyi smiled slightly, and before I could speak, she replied first. Director Qiao flatters me. He's exaggerating a bit. How could I possibly have such grand strategies? There's a mastermind behind the scenes, a highly capable person guiding me. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make bold moves. Xiao Hui's stream of praise didn't seem finished. A mastermind? You yourself are the mastermind. The ideas you've designed, I couldn't even dream of. He pointed at me and continued. You also need to thank my classmate. If not for him, how could we have sealed our first deal? Do you remember the bottled water incident? That was handled brilliantly. Helped me get my money back and still turn a profit, while you expanded your business. It was a win-win situation. That's why I decided yesterday to help you out. I stocked up boldly, heavily. Think about it. Who else in Xiangyang would dare to order goods from you the way I did? Only me, only Xiao Hui, could have that kind of boldness. And as it turns out, I was absolutely right. Yesterday, those dozens of trucks full of goods nearly filled my warehouse. I even had to pile some in the hallway. But within just a day, nearly half of it is already sold out. I was worried I bought too many fresh vegetables, scared they'd rot before selling. Turns out, no problem at all. They're flying off the shelves quickly. Probably will need to restock tomorrow already. So what do you think? Not bad, right? I've given you a big help, haven't I? Xiao Hui's tone was lively, and although he began seemingly as if helping me gain favor with xiuxian, it quickly transformed into boasting about his own achievements. In my ears, there was definitely a strong element of exaggeration. However, upon reflection, perhaps it wasn't completely untrue. His store was indeed crowded day and night with a continuous flow of customers, and its daily sales volume was quite impressive. Though those dozens of truckloads seemed substantial, maybe to him they were only a small fraction of his overall sales. Thank you so much for Director Qiao's strong support, and even more for my old classmates' assistance. Rest assured, he'll receive the best treatment here. As for your orders, no matter how much you require, we will supply them. If we fail to deliver goods on time, you can go straight to your old classmate yourself. Xu Xiangyi kept smiling, as if she enjoyed watching Xiao Hui's self-congratulatory performance and went along with him, without revealing the true relationship between us. Should I also thank Director Qiao then? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have started this partnership with Manager Chu. The more prosperous your business, the more benefits we gain from it. Fangxin Haola. As long as you have the capacity, just tell us your demand. We have special preferential terms for Manager Chu for her old classmates. Refills are available anytime. Oh, don't talk big now. I'll take you seriously. Your products sell fast, and once sales reach a certain level, stock will run out. If you can't keep up with deliveries, it would hurt the store's reputation. He seemed unconvinced, so I smiled slightly. I promise you that each delivery will be like yesterday's, with your warehouse overflowing. I recalled the scene yesterday when Ru Feng reported to me about unloading goods. Although I wasn't present myself, I could imagine Xiao Hui's embarrassment. No. I've learned my lesson already. For the next order, I won't dare ask so boldly. At first I thought you might not be able to supply sufficiently, but wow, the stock turned out abundant and arrived so quickly. It really caught me off guard. Exactly how much I'll need tomorrow, I'll manage carefully. I'll call you later. I'm leaving now, you two talk. He waved his hand and left. Only after he must have gone downstairs did Xu Xiangyi finally let go of her hand covering her mouth, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your old classmate is quite entertaining. I always feel he's full of flattery and boasts, never ceasing his stream of overpraise. Before you arrived, his mouth wouldn't stop moving for a second. Back when dealing with the bottled water matter, he wasn't like this. What happened? Why has he turned into such a different person in just a few days? Xu Xiangyi handed me a cup of warm water, then sat back down in her chair, still laughing intermittently. In my impression, Xiao Hui wasn't someone like this. Back when we were in school, he hung around with Chun Yuxing and a few others, somewhat carefree and unambitious, never excelling academically due to too much play. Although he was quite clever, it was just that he hadn't put effort into studying. In a way, his current success was built upon his sharpness and talent, proof of his above-average capabilities. Maybe I simply hadn't spent enough time with him to fully understand his personality. Perhaps all this flattery and bragging was a necessary social skill he had developed over time, a side of him I had simply never seen before. Seeing my serious expression and that I didn't join in the laughter, Xu Xiangyi gradually regained her composure. It seems your old classmate still doesn't know that you're the real boss behind the scenes. Since you haven't said anything, I didn't feel it appropriate to reveal the truth. He still believes I'm the highest-ranking manager here. He's not wrong. Technically, you are the top manager here. I don't have any plans to stay around permanently, just stopping by occasionally. The daily operations will still rely on Manager Chu. As for Xiao Hui's order, we could discuss quantities once he provided them tomorrow. Just follow yesterday's process and unload directly into his warehouse to save my staff the trouble of moving things back and forth. Speaking of unloading, Xu Xiangyi showed some hesitation. Xiao Hui's store was on the first floor, and his warehouse was also downstairs, so our delivery trucks could unload directly. Otherwise, if not for Xiao Hui's order, these goods would have to be transported upstairs to the second floor one cart at a time, which would have been very time-consuming. The problem was that the goods still had to be brought back down from the second floor to be distributed to various outlets, which involved another round of boom. Behind Binzhou Mansion's courtyard, 3 sides were single-story buildings belonging to the Binzhou Mansion Property Management Company. Xu Xiangyi had wanted to rent a few rooms to store the goods there, but they refused to rent out any space externally. Thus, all the incoming goods had to be carried up to the second floor. This constant up-and-down movement reduced efficiency and consumed a lot of time. Originally, delivering goods to various outlets had already kept the dozen or so staff members very busy. Now it would only get busier. How's the discussion about the secondary wholesale stations going? According to our original plan, we had intended to set up 20 secondary wholesale stations throughout Xiangyang City. With the quality of our products and the customers' favor toward them, eventually, these secondary wholesale stations would come directly to the Green Food Company to place orders. At that point, there would be no need to make deliveries anymore, and the staff wouldn't be so overworked. However, plans couldn't keep up with reality. The situation in Xiangyang City was different from the areas around Huangta County. All the existing retail outlets were old clients from the former Donghai mineral water plant. There were a few large supermarkets, but most were small-scale grocery stores, storefronts, often family-run or even operated by a single owner. For these small shops, it was simply unrealistic to expect them to travel a long distance to Binzhou Mansion to pick up goods. Even for larger stores with more employees, their owners might not necessarily assign a specific person or vehicle to come all the way here to collect goods. Only a few individuals were willing to come, mostly small vendors located relatively close to Binzhou Mansion who could make the trip back and forth quickly without taking up too much time. Those farther away simply didn't have that convenience. Chapter 218. Heading to the banana plantation. For the above-mentioned reasons, it would be very difficult to realize the idea of having vendors come here to pick up goods. To maintain the regular sale of large quantities of products, we must deliver them directly to the vendors, just like with the mineral water, for them to be more willing to promote our products. This brings up issues concerning staffing and vehicle allocation. Regarding vehicles, besides one truck borrowed from the mineral water factory, xiuxian also rented 2 more, and they are operating nonstop every day. Even with that, the supply still can't keep up. Besides the 5 locally hired workers, all the other sales staff have been fully deployed for delivery. Xiuxian also mentioned that setting up secondary wholesale stations won't be easy in the short term. People tend to be short-sighted and won't recklessly embark on something without a ready example to follow. When setting up franchise stores near Huangta County, the first step was to lead the vendors on site visits and study sessions. Only after gaining first-hand impressions did they decide to open a franchise store. Currently, those outlets already have established and relatively normal business operations. None of them will easily abandon their current business to instead wholesale my products. The new production line at the canning factory has already begun operation. If we still haven't straightened out the sales channels here in Xianxia, fish might end up accumulating in inventory, or I will have to limit production. This is something I definitely don't want. Since loading and unloading at Binzhou Mansion is inconvenient, let's just change locations. Xiuxian has already visited the surrounding areas and found no suitable place within a 10-mile radius. She even expressed some mild complaints about my decision to locate the green food company inside Binzhou Mansion, perhaps suggesting it had been a mistake. I certainly don't see it that way. Binzhou Mansion is a commercial building, and even if we aren't operating a store, having offices here is still a good choice. I also have long-term plans. If I establish other branches in Xianxia in the future, I plan to have them based here as well, because having all personnel in one centralized location makes management and communication easier. What if we let the delivery trucks take the goods straight to each outlet, saving us the trouble of unloading and reloading again? Wouldn't that save more time, effort, and labor? Xiuxian's idea was to have Ruxiang and others deliver directly, without first unloading at Binzhou Mansion, instead delivering directly to the destinations. That, of course, wasn't something I could agree to. First, those trucks aren't just for deliveries. They will also be used for bringing bananas later. Second, even though Ruff had designed the fleet to only require one driver, regardless of who travels with the convoy, it will consume an entire day. These AI units are mainly for use on my own small island. How could I entrust delivery tasks to them? Since the distribution is dispersed, it's best to entrust delivery to a logistics company. Our experience in Huangtu County has already proven this. The cost is low, efficiency is high, and I don't have to supply either the vehicles or the personnel, allowing our sales staff to fully focus on their sales duties. The key issue now is, where would be the most suitable location for a central distribution center? Since there are no suitable alternatives nearby, even if we find a warehouse somewhere in Xiangyang City for loading and unloading, it won't be near Binzhou Mansion, which raises the issue of employee commuting. In that case, why not make use of the warehouse at the banana plantation, unloading the goods there, and leaving the rest of the deliveries to Xiangyang's logistics company? Once this plan was proposed, Xiuxian immediately agreed. The warehouse is already available and belongs to us, saving on rent. However, our staff would need to work there. Exactly. Where the goods are, the people should be. Although we don't need as many as before, 2 or 3 should suffice. The rest can stay at Binzhou Mansion, continuing their responsibilities of contacting vendors and developing new business. But how far away is the banana plantation? It's way out in the countryside. Whom should we send there? And how will food and accommodation be arranged? Are they expected to commute daily? After all, there are dormitories here at Binzhou Mansion, but no living facilities over there. Xiuxian's concerns were all practical issues. Without solving the issues of commuting and accommodation, employees won't be able to work properly. Commuting isn't a problem. I can provide transportation for you. As for meals and accommodations, we can already cover meals, and finding a place to sleep is manageable too. Old Man Zhou lives in a metal container house. There are ready-made container units available for purchase in Xiangyang. I can buy one and deliver it over there, solving the accommodation issue for the employees. Ma Shantong has left behind many office chairs, desks, and beds. Taking a few sets over will suffice. I instructed Chu Xiangyi to assign someone, preferably someone with a driver's license. And once that person is settled, I take them to buy a car, then a container unit, and finally go for an on-site visit to the banana plantation. Feng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaomi are both steady and responsible, and both have licenses. I think they're quite suitable. I had no objection about whom to send, as that's her decision. Immediately, Chu Xiangyi called both of them. By coincidence, the two had just returned from a delivery and were on their way upstairs. Perhaps a bit too eager, Chu Xiangyi went out to meet them, and I followed her out of the office. We'll follow whatever arrangement manager Chu decides. Feng Dongsheng declared his stance as soon as he arrived upstairs. Wei Xiaomi had no objections either. Let me make this clear in advance. The company will provide you with a car, and you can stay at Binzhou Mansion, but only on the condition that your work on site won't be affected. Of course, to make things less tiring, you don't have to go back and forth every day. You can stay at the banana plantation. Chu Xiangyi wanted to prepare them in advance, to avoid complaints later. Are we going to the banana plantation? Hihua overheard part of the conversation and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Why do you want to go? Of course I do. The air outside is so fresh, and the space is so wide and open. Just looking at it makes one feel cheerful. Being stuck in this building all day is dull and suffocating. Standing at the front desk all the time, what's the point? I'd rather go out and get some fresh air. It seemed Hihua was genuinely interested. Customers came in rarely every day, and her position at the reception had long since become unnecessary. She knew it would eventually be eliminated anyway. Instead of waiting to be reassigned passively, she'd rather take initiative. Xiuxian smiled and said, "We happen to need one more person, and you can drive. Why not go with these two?" "Great," Hihua readily agreed. Right after that, she asked another question. "If I drive my own car, will the company give any allowance?" She drove a Maserati, and an extra 100 miles every day would definitely increase her fuel expenses. Xiuxian cast a look toward me, seeking guidance. She couldn't decide on the matter of an allowance herself. It had to be my decision. "There will be an allowance. For the banana plantation, if you use your own car for commuting, the daily rate is 100 yuan. If you use a company vehicle, the expenses will be fully reimbursed. The company will also provide free meals. As long as there is an allowance, I don't care much about the amount. So, when can we go?" Hihua was visibly excited and eager to start. "First, we go shopping. We can leave after the shopping is done. You can't rush things. After all, I hadn't even bought anything yet." At the mention of buying a car, Hihua got even more excited. She knew the manager at a car dealership and enthusiastically volunteered to accompany us to look for cars. Having a guide wasn't a bad idea, so I invited Feng Dongsheng, Wei Xiaomi, and Chu Xiangyi, and we left Binzhou Mansion together. At the parking lot, I originally intended to take a BMW to carry the four of them, but Hihua insisted on driving her Maserati. Feng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaomi, wanting to experience the feeling of riding in a luxury car, got into hers. Chu Xiangyi hesitated for a moment, but finally got into my BMW. Chapter 219 Relocating the Wholesale Point. The car roared as the Maserati pulled out of the parking lot. What a nice car for such a young girl to drive. No wonder she needs a subsidy. Without it, her monthly salary wouldn't even cover the fuel costs. Chu Xiangyi sighed as she sat in the passenger seat. This young girl isn't ordinary. She probably works at our place just for fun. She doesn't really rely on this little salary to live. Didn't you notice? Her family background is strong. When our business opened, one phone call brought her mom and the drum team, and another call brought her dad's tour group to help distribute advertisements. A rich second generation like her driving a luxury car would care little about a small salary. I also felt a bit sentimental. I was a general manager, but drove merely a BMW. I didn't have her flashy Maserati to show off. I think she doesn't really want to work at the banana plantation, but mainly drives back and forth for the thrill. Chu Xiangyi suggested that, after all, Hihua was a young girl. It was unlikely she had chosen to work in such a remote, wild location instead of holding a comfortable office job in a big city. There must have been some other reason behind it. Judging from her manner of driving, it was understandable, especially since Hihua owned a striking red Maserati. What? You don't want her to go? Or do you want to keep her working as a receptionist? Being a receptionist is no longer necessary. Didn't you once suggest she could become an accountant? Since we need someone to keep accounts for the banana plantation shipments, let's assign that work to her. Chu Xiangyi appeared to be obliging, yet I sensed she was merely using the opportunity to send Hihua away from her side. Anyway, since Hihua herself was willing, I didn't bring up my thoughts directly. Arriving at the car dealership, I bought two Japanese-made Toyotas. One was for Feng Dongsheng and his companion to share, and the other became Chu Xiangyi's assigned company car. Chu already had a driver's license and used to drive a Toyota back when she worked in Huangta County. If not for the fear of accidentally exposing the secret of my space, I would have even considered moving her old car over. Since she now worked in Xiangyang, assigning a car to her was only reasonable. I didn't specify it was exclusively hers. Other salespeople could also use it when necessary for business calls. Chu had no objection about the company car. We immediately registered and insured both cars. Following Hihua's lead, we next visited a container factory by the seashore, purchasing a metal shed. The manufacturer was responsible for delivering it to the site, so we left early after that. Back at the Binzhou building, we removed office desks, chairs, beds, and other essential furniture we could think of. The container factory's truck passed by there, loaded everything up, and headed to the banana plantation. Old Master Zhou was still keeping his watch here at the banana plantation. Next to Old Master Zhou's shed, we selected a spot for installation. After setting up the large items, the rest was water and electricity connections, something these people could not manage. I told them not to worry about it anymore, and said I'd handle it. I instructed them to return to Xiangyang first, and come back officially to start work the next day. Chu Xiangyi needed to complete another task back at the office, finalizing the cooperation agreement with Xiangyang Logistics Company. Starting tomorrow, we would begin distributing bananas from the plantation to various retail points around Xiangyang City. Chu left ahead in her car. Before Hihua got into her car, she asked me, "Mr. Chun, am I getting a travel allowance today?" "Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chun," she joyfully responded. Then her sports car roared away. Watching her disappear in a cloud of dust, I could only shake my head slightly. Feng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaomi hadn't left yet. "Mr. Chun," Feng said, "you said starting tomorrow we can ship goods from here, but currently, there isn't even a scale at this location. How are we supposed to distribute all the goods?" I realized that was a valid oversight. I could have items brought from my space way before they arrived here, but at the plantation itself, I needed an actual quantity to record every time something was dispatched. Here's what I decided. Both of you go back and buy 2 electronic scales, and also pick up some pots, pans, bowls, chopsticks, bedding, and toiletries. You'll need these here. Bring everything along tomorrow. Also, meet with Manager Chu to see what office supplies we still need. Get those together in one trip. Better to be prepared than to discover missing things when we need them. Feng and Wei drove off as well. After they were gone, I had a few words with Old Master Zhou and arranged some people to keep him company, so he wouldn't be lonely anymore. Old Master Zhou grinned, his yellowed teeth showing. No problem. I'm used to it. I welcome when people are around, but fewer people don't bother me either. If they're around often and don't mind this old man, I can cook for them. Old Master Zhou proved to be quite hospitable. I drove my car into the warehouse, entered my space, picked up Ruff and Riff, and had them hook up the electricity and water for the metal shed. Electricity came from solar panels, and the water came naturally from the other dimension. After arranging everything, I didn't return to Xiuxian, but went back to Huangta County through my space, planning to go first to the small house. I must not miss the time to sell my stocks. The street bustled with endless streams of traffic. On the parking spots east of the Minli canning factory, a few cars were sparsely parked. Every morning, the area became packed with vehicles, and many trucks waiting to buy vegetables wholesale often had no place to park, forcing them to temporarily stop on the roadside. The vegetable wholesale business had been growing rapidly, attracting vendors from surrounding counties including Lin County, Haida County, and Baiyun County. More vehicles arrived daily. During the morning rush hour, the area often became congested, sometimes even causing traffic accidents. While constant traffic and prosperous business were positive signs, causing traffic disruptions was never my intention. After the wholesale business concluded and the vehicles dispersed, the road would finally clear up. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from my vegetable wholesale operations, which left me feeling guilty. I needed to change this. However, the limited number of parking spaces made it difficult to manage the simultaneous arrival of so many vehicles. Additionally, some drivers lacked traffic awareness and were in a rush to get to work, making congestion and accidents almost unavoidable. Glancing back at the factory buildings and the new warehouse district to the east, 50 trucks queued up daily for loading, requiring 200 to 300 trips each. Other than the long lines of vehicles waiting, there were rarely traffic jams on this street. Since I had rented the factory area, no traffic accidents had occurred there. A quick analysis clarified things. Pedestrian activity on this street was relatively low, with only a few vehicles passing by, mainly large trucks transporting goods for me. The area's remoteness was the main reason for the lack of traffic issues. As the vegetable wholesale business continued expanding, warehouse number 1, serving as the current vegetable wholesale point, had become increasingly unsuitable for operational needs. Initially, I hadn't intended to expand the vegetable wholesale business beyond vendors in Huangta County, mainly due to limitations in the harvesting efficiency of vegetables from my space, which couldn't support large-scale wholesaling. But now things were different. After modifications by Ruffong, the 4-wheel electric vehicle could automatically harvest and operate around the clock, significantly improving harvesting efficiency. Whatever vegetables were available on the island could now be collected without limitation. Originally, I had only intended to expand vegetable planting areas to supply the Xiuxian region. Naturally, I wasn't so narrow-minded that vegetables harvested from any location couldn't also be used to supply the Huangta County wholesale point. To relieve the traffic issues here, the wholesale point must relocate. To the east, among the newly built warehouses, warehouse number 6 was currently unoccupied and suitable for relocation. Its spacious courtyard could accommodate more than 100 vehicles at once without interfering with the grain delivery trucks coming and going. However, there were some detailed issues regarding the relocation site that required careful consideration to avoid last-minute improvisation. On the overhead crane in warehouse number 1, I had installed an automatic counting device capable of weighing and tallying the total cargo weight. Considering this equipment might still be useful here, I decided not to dismantle it. I went back to the market and bought an electronic weighing scale, handing it to Ruffing to reinstall the system in warehouse number 6. Ruffing went to modify the internal facilities of the warehouse, including installing access control at the entrance, mirroring the configuration from warehouse number 1. Returning to the small building, I found xiuxian to draft a notice, which we would post on the door of warehouse number 1 to inform vegetable vendors about the relocation of the wholesale point. From tomorrow morning onwards, all pickups would move to the new eastern warehouse. I also made phone calls to inform the staff to arrive promptly. After xiuxian completed the notice, he took a few people to move the sign labeled Specialty Agriculture Company Wholesale Point from the entrance of warehouse number 1 to the new warehouse number 6. Chapter 220. The machine is thinking. Today marks the first day of production on the new assembly line at Minli Food Factory, and box after box of fish canned goods are being sent into the warehouse. Because I've applied the hunger marketing strategy, almost every major client remains unsatisfied, and the products coming off the line are immediately taken away by trucks. There isn't even a single day's worth of inventory left inside the warehouse. Compared to before, today the finished goods in the warehouse noticeably increased. With the Xiuxian market just opened, today was the first time we considered a solution to ensure timely delivery. Since implementation hadn't started yet, the goods were temporarily stored here. Suddenly, I had an idea. Since warehouse number 1 has already been cleared out, Ruffing and the other robots can move freely in and out. All fish canned goods and pickled vegetable shipments bound for Xiuxian must pass through their hands first and be sent into the space. This step was necessary. Transportation logistics still had to involve handoffs with the real warehouse managers from Minli Food Factory. But experience showed that these human warehouse supervisors were far less efficient than intelligent AI. Due to them, the robots occasionally stood idle, an inefficiency unacceptable to me, someone who had always valued operational efficiency. Therefore, I realized reform was necessary. Since warehouse number 1 was now empty and had no other planned usage, I came up with a new idea. I would arrange for all products intended for Xiuxian City to be stored directly in warehouse number 1, and stipulate that once the inventory was completed, the goods would be immediately counted as a sale. After that, Minli Factory would no longer be responsible for further handling. which would instead be taken over by roughing and other AI systems. Following my instructions, the goods would be transferred through the space and delivered to the warehouse at the banana plantation. With this process, whether during the day or night, as long as the canning production line didn't stop, there would always be goods in warehouse number 1, ensuring a steady supply to the banana farm and allowing logistics companies to ship out goods anytime. This would significantly increase efficiency. Another benefit to this method was the prevention of disputes and misallocation. Fish canned goods intended for xiuxian wouldn't be sent by mistake to customers in other regions. Once goods entered warehouse number 1, the sales staff from Minli Food Factory would no longer have the authority to redirect shipments. This would be my privileged zone. Realizing this idea, I walked toward the factory intending to inform Mu Jiming of my decision, but suddenly recalled that Zhongnan had drank during lunch and had already been given time off. After visiting the site of the new production line, I briefly considered directly assigning the production workshop staff to store the goods according to my plan and then notifying the sales department. Upon second thought, I decided against this approach. It would have amounted to overstepping authority. Instead, I made a phone call to Bai Luoxue and explained my new idea to her, letting her be responsible for its execution. Of course, I also told her about the vegetable wholesale station's move to the eastern side, which had cleared up space for the use of warehouse number 1. Regarding the policy of treating warehouse entry as equivalent to sales, she was very supportive and thought it was an innovative idea. But you need to pay me for the goods. She actually asked me for payment. This wasn't surprising. Minli Food Factory was under her responsibility, while the organic food company in Xiangyang was managed by xiuxian. Naturally, the relationship between the two companies would be purely transactional. Of course, she would demand proper compensation. Actually, even the Huangtu County Food Wholesale Station and all the franchise stores maintained transactional relationships with Minli Food Factory, which helped clearly separate cost and profit. Suddenly, I developed a new vision. All the companies, factories, and shops, whether fully owned, rented, or part of the franchise system, shared one thing in common. The relationships between them were purely commercial, which gave me another bold idea. Originally, I'd asked Bai Luoxue to supervise Minli Food Factory for me, and Mu Jiming remained as the factory director, responsible for production and operations. Over the past 2 months, the factory had not only stabilized its operations, but also significantly increased its production capacity step by step. Except for my own efforts, one couldn't deny Mu Jiming's contribution. The fact proved he was perfectly capable of serving as director of Minli Food Factory. Even now, he remained primarily responsible for managing the factory, while Bai Luoxue focused most of her attention on the wholesale station and the chain stores. Once the chain stores became operational, they no longer needed constant supervision either. It was sufficient to adjust product quantities and prices based on market fluctuations and provide timely strategic guidance with foresight. That was now the main task. I handed over the Huangtu County Mineral Water Factory to Tan Shong, and neither I nor Luoxue, who was in charge of that sector, intervened in internal management decisions, except for the recently added fresh goat milk project. These units had all entered a self-regulating stage. I no longer needed to participate in daily management. I was, after all, just an investor. The original purpose of establishing these businesses had been to generate profit and improve workers' well-being. Investing in stocks is now my primary source of income. As for these factories, they are merely physical businesses in the real world. If they perform well, I naturally profit. But if they go bankrupt, the loss would be mine alone. Fang Xingyu is a prime example. I must learn from his mistakes. My new idea is an internal employee shareholding system. As a motivational tool, it would genuinely make employees feel like they are the masters of the company, even if all my businesses are privately owned enterprises. Once this plan is implemented, it would significantly increase the income of the employees, binding them more closely to the company and ensuring they fully devote themselves to its growth. This would be highly beneficial not only for the company's development prospects, but also for social stability and progress. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. However, I still lacked a fully developed plan and needed more time to consider the details carefully. I didn't immediately tell Bai Luoxue about this idea. Instead, I first consulted Ruffing and Ruxue to see if they could offer any help. Ruxue's response disappointed me. She said she was only a robot who knew a lot about technology and craftsmanship, but very little about business management. Ruffing did not answer immediately. After hearing my question, he remained still for a few minutes, as if the robot had crashed. I began to wonder if something was wrong with him. Ruxue assured me it wasn't. He was simply thinking. I was shocked. I know that Ruffing himself is an advanced computer. His body stores vast amounts of knowledge and technical expertise. For ordinary problems, he hardly ever needs to perform complicated calculations. He can just retrieve ready-made solutions. Now, he had started thinking. Although I didn't know exactly how he was thinking, I was certain that he had evolved beyond his previous capabilities, even if he might not come up with a solution. The very fact that he was striving to improve himself was proof enough that he was constantly challenging and perfecting himself. I found this development very intriguing. I was both curious and hopeful that he could give me a meaningful response. Yet at the same time, I also felt a trace of worry. If the machine kept evolving, perhaps one day it might become uncontrollable. What then? How would I manage it? Chapter 221. The road to relocation is open. Roughly 10 odd minutes later, Feng finally returned to his normal self, and even let out a sigh in front of me. Master, your idea is quite good. I've compared 1101 companies domestically and internationally, and found that distributing shares among employees led to increased work motivation in all 100% of cases, with various degrees of business growth. More importantly, it deepens the employees' loyalty to the company, allowing the enterprise to last longer. Even on the final day when the company collapses, those employees with shares won't abandon the company. By doing this, Master, your own business risk will be significantly reduced. Naturally, when the risk lowers, your income will also decrease. Because the risk is now transferred onto the employees, their income will definitely increase. This should be your goal, right? What Feng said matched exactly with what I had in mind. You could say that he affirmed my plan, yet it was merely an attitude without any more constructive suggestions. I sighed as well. Regarding high-level management techniques, these AI assistants themselves are still insufficient. Relying solely on them alone, I couldn't improve much, only learn the basics from them. Building the grand mansion of management still had to depend entirely on me. Finally, Feng added one last thing. Master, no matter how you reform, those factories are still yours. You remain the silent owner behind the scenes. The future direction of the factory is still under your control. If you aren't overly concerned about how much profit the factories bring, this kind of shareholding reform could make the business last longer. More importantly, you can completely free yourself and no longer worry excessively about the operation, production, or development of the factories. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to reform the factories into a shareholding model. As my subordinates grew more and more numerous, my energy and capability remained limited, and I was still uncertain about how to make better use of the idle money in my hands. It was going to be my future focus. As for those production factories, it would be better to hand them over to others for management. Can you provide me with a shareholding model plan? Since Feng could guess my intent, he should have had some method. I'd listen and see if it's applicable. This time, Feng didn't run a lengthy calculation. It all depends on how much control Master ultimately desires. If you merely want to demonstrate ownership, owning some shares is enough. However, if you plan to get involved deeply in management, I'd suggest Master retaining more shares to avoid being squeezed out later on. This suggestion genuinely surprised me. Feng seemed to understand a lot about human relations, clearly seeing the nuances of such matters. On the contrary, I hadn't considered so thoroughly, and his words reminded me. Take the cannery as an example. I intend to completely delegate its production and operations. The modern management system is already mature and capable of running smoothly without my interference. As for the money earned by the company, it should belong to the employees because only by receiving money can employees genuinely become wealthy. Of course, nothing is done without a motive. The business is mine, so I still need to earn profit too. I'm planning to collaborate with the enterprise on trade. The cannery buys our fish and vegetables, and we sell their canned fish and pickles. Their previous sales operations will remain under their own management, with no interference from me. All these require a fixed set of rules, and I was thinking of finding a usable template from you. Feng rarely laughed. Master, I am an intelligent AI, an advanced robot, but not omnipotent. In this regard, I am inferior to humans. You should discuss and finalize these issues with other professionals. Feng remained humble. It appeared this matter still required a discussion with Luo Shuebai. After all, she majored in business administration, and she possessed strengths in this area that were hard for these robots to reach. There was no need to rush this. I'd think more on it and find an opportunity to bring it up with her later. As usual, I stayed the night in the small building. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. the next day, a habit carried over from the wholesale vegetable business in the past. Even after I had passed this morning task to Feng and others, and later entrusted it to the cannery workers, I'd still wake up involuntarily at this time, turn over, and fall back asleep. Despite the noisy people outside the small building, nothing could interrupt my return to dreamland. The outside was just as noisy today. When I wanted to go back to sleep again, I suddenly recalled that the vegetable wholesale site had moved to the new warehouse on the east side. Although I no longer needed to personally manage the site, I still cared about how the first day had gone. I dressed and got up, walked to the east end of the corridor, and looked out the window. It was early winter, and the sky was still dark at this hour, the streetlights still brightly shining. The roadside parking lot was already full of vehicles, just as before. Someone must have seen the notice posted on the door of warehouse number 1, because vehicles had already started their engines and headed down the eastern road. One by one, more cars followed. Soon, all the cars parked on the east side of the small building had moved to the east. Quietness returned to this area. Everything was going as expected. I couldn't fall back asleep, so I got dressed and went downstairs to the site. These vegetable wholesalers all knew me. Regarding the matter of vegetable wholesaling, all the contracts had been personally signed by me. I needed to keep track of things and couldn't allow unlimited expansion. It wasn't that I worried about the vegetables not selling more, but rather I feared an insufficient supply from my space. Things were different now. The vegetable planting area inside the space had already reached more than 300 mu, sufficient to guarantee a steady supply. From now on, I only needed to control the total amount of contracts. I planned to delegate the authority of signing contracts to xiuxian, requiring only that he report to me regularly. I no longer needed to manage each contract personally. Seeing my arrival, the vendors greeted me one after another, saying it had been a long time since they'd last seen me. They said the wholesale site was much more spacious since relocating here. I had also done some renovations at the new warehouse site. Warehouse number 1 had only one large entrance/exit for trucks. Once a vehicle came out, the next one could enter. My original intention was to prevent chaos, to make sure everything was handled clearly one by one, with transparent accounting and quantities. Although this method had its advantages in clarity, it also had a drawback, relatively low efficiency. Now things were different. The new warehouse number 6, located east to west, had 2 large gates, one for entering on the east side and one for exiting on the west side. Vehicles waiting to load goods were parked inside the courtyard, causing no disruption to traffic on the northern street. As vehicles entered the warehouse area, they followed directional routes, loading the required goods according to their signed agreements. After completing one straight drive, they quickly exited through the western gate. This entire process saved a significant amount of time. The vendors were very satisfied. For them, time was extremely valuable. Every bit saved was a bonus. As for the workers, the earlier vegetables and fish could be sold in the morning, the earlier they could go home. Inside the warehouse, Ryun had already prepared the vegetables and fish overnight. This was something I didn't even need to order, since Rufeng had already informed her beforehand. The wholesale of vegetables and fresh fish proceeded in an orderly fashion. Not only had the location changed, but efficiency had also improved. Perhaps most importantly, the main highway outside would no longer experience morning traffic jams. I had solved a real problem. Because I had caused this issue, I felt a sense of responsibility and obligation to fix it, which finally brought peace to my heart. Chapter 222. Measuring each bag. I didn't wait for Bai Luoxuet to come to work. After having breakfast early, I entered the do space and instructed Ru Feng to arrange the delivery to Xiuxian. Ru Wu, Ru Shuang, and Ru Lu set off in vehicles to collect white flour, cornmeal, cat food, and dog food. Ru Shui prepared the eggs. Ru Shui issued commands, and the electric four-wheel drive vehicles began harvesting vegetables. Ru Yun was in charge of loading. Ru Yun loaded a full vehicle of cucumbers and drove it out of the space for weighing. Even though I was selling vegetables to myself, there still needed to be a recorded shipping quantity so that when the goods arrived at the banana plantation, Hihua could keep proper account records. Right now, I didn't yet have the specific quantities required by each distribution point in Xiuxian, so I could only make a trial delivery. With a wide variety of vegetables, at least one truckload was needed for each type. Without Ru Feng's automated harvesting system, regular supply might have been difficult. When delivering the first load, Ru Feng and Ru Yun entered the banana plantation via the conveyor belt. I rubbed my warts and teleported, landing on the third square stone. Ru Feng taught Ru Yun how to unload the vehicle quickly and conveniently here. Fortunately, following Ru Feng's advice during warehouse construction, a small overhead crane had been installed, which allowed for easily unloading palletized vegetables. This crane also made loading for the logistics company more convenient. I originally thought it was still early, but I found Hihua had already arrived, so Ru Feng could hand over the goods to her directly. But right now, I don't have any office supplies at all. Hihua spread her hands out helplessly, a troubled expression on her face. Indeed, apart from one office desk and one chair, those computers and account books hadn't been brought over by Feng Dongxing yet. Hihua took the weighing slip from Ru Yun. Shouldn't we weigh the goods ourselves before accepting them? She pointed at the slip and asked me. Since Feng Dongxing hadn't arrived yet, neither had the electronic scales, so Hihua was unable to perform the weighing. For now, just record it based on Ru Yun's weighing slip. So does that mean we'll take the quantity listed regardless of whether they deliver more or less? If we distribute and end up short, who will we blame? She continued questioning me. Even though all these goods were originally mine, since the handover between staff members didn't fall under the same organization, checking and confirming the goods face-to-face was every employee's responsibility. Her concerns weren't without reason. I didn't immediately reply. I thought that even if Feng Dongxing showed up now with the electronic scales, measuring each load one by one using those small scales wouldn't be accurate or fast and would waste too much time. This was just the first truck of cucumbers. There were still several other vegetable types to come. Eggplant, green beans, tomatoes, green peppers, chili peppers, several types in total. It might take Hihua and her team half a day just to receive all the shipments, maybe even not finishing. If the logistics company came to load and arrange the goods, chances were they wouldn't finish the entire day's shipments. I'd been careless. I acted too hastily without being adequately prepared. I asked Hihua to wait. There must be a solution. Hihua comrade, I must first commend you. The issues you've raised are important and critical. Rest assured, they will definitely be resolved today. If there's a shortage in quantity today, I'll take full responsibility. It won't be on you or your team. Great. With these words, Hihua felt reassured and confidently started recording the shipment based on the weighing slip. Since the actual ledger books hadn't arrived yet, she recorded everything on her mobile phone first. Ru Feng and Ru Yun returned to the space to carry the next load of vegetables. I didn't return, standing there gazing blankly at the burlap sacks of cucumbers. These vegetables were all my own goods. There was no need for repeated weighing. I definitely wouldn't suffer any loss, but as the saying goes, one weighing in, 100 out. Hihua's worries weren't unnecessary. Each weighing could have small discrepancies, which could accumulate into a significant difference. I couldn't allow my employees to bear that responsibility. That wouldn't be fair and would only discourage their motivation. Seeing me staring thoughtfully at the snake-weave plastic sacks, Hihua stepped forward and asked, President Chen, what are you thinking about? Are you wondering whether the sacks are labeled with their weight? If they were labeled, we would save a lot of trouble distributing them. In total, it would definitely match the weigh slip, and our account records wouldn't show a loss. That was a good idea. The young girl reminded me of something I hadn't thought of myself. Each sack of vegetables should be weighed, and the task could be best done simultaneously during loading. Just then Feng Dongxing and Wei Xiaomi arrived, bringing not only pots, pans, office supplies, but also 2 electronic weighing scales. I wanted to bring one of the electronic scales into the space, allowing Ru Yun to weigh as they loaded the vehicle. However, I didn't act rashly, but instead returned to the space first and mentioned the idea to Ru Feng. That's simple. Ru Feng called Ru Yun over, whispered something to it, then opened its back head, tinkered with something, and then said to me, it can now measure weight. Still puzzled, I watched as Ru Feng had Ru Yun try it out. Ru Yun lifted a sack of green beans with both hands. 60 kilograms. Then it lifted another sack. 58.2 kilograms. Ru Feng explained beside me. Ru Yun has a gravity sensor inside its body. I adjusted it a bit, and now it can accurately sense the weight held in both hands, with precision comparable to an electronic scale. How is that, master? If Ru Yun can determine the weight of the vegetables with just its hands, that's absolutely perfect. The weight needs to be labeled on each burlap sack, so it's easy for others to read. I clearly stated my requirements, then exited the space to ask Feng Dongsheng for a marker, which I handed to Ru Yun. Ru Yun labeled the weight on each sack, and also wrote green beans next to it in neat, legible handwriting, almost as if it were printed. It looked very clear and comfortable to read. What surprised me was that during the subsequent vegetable transportation, the total weight of each vehicle weighed on the ground scale outside the space was exactly equal to the sum of each individual sack's weight recorded by Ru Yun inside the space. So precise. I couldn't help but marvel at the power of technology. When the second vehicle of vegetables arrived at the banana plantation warehouse, Hihua was delighted to see each sack clearly labeled with precise data. This is so much more convenient. But they still had to weigh the first vehicle of vegetables themselves and label each sack one by one. After finishing weighing the entire truck, the three of them were already drenched in sweat, each grabbing a bottle of mineral water and drinking it all at once. Hihua said, President Chen, do you see? There's a huge difference when sacks have weights labeled on them. How much extra work would we have had to do? Hehe. Thank you all for your hard work. I expressed my appreciation, thinking to myself that some work had to be done by them or someone else. They knew they were tired, but did they know others were equally tired too? The vegetables hadn't even finished being transported when Ru Feng brought over the canned fish and pickled vegetables. Then came the eggs, white flour, cornmeal, cat food, and dog food. The large warehouse, previously empty, was now filled with goods. Hihua felt deeply impressed. Are we shipping out this much in one day? Wei Xiaomi wiped sweat from her forehead and sighed. I think it's even more than that. Right now is just the initial sales phase. If all the distribution points operate normally, this amount will be multiplied several times over. My goodness. Hihua plopped down onto a chair. I originally thought it was just a few vehicles of goods, not much. But now I see it's already this much, and there will be even more in the future. It'll pile up like mountains. We'll be working ourselves to death in one day. Feng Dongxing chuckled and handed her another bottle of mineral water. Don't worry, Xiaohe. You won't die from overwork. We do as much as we can, and as long as we give our best, that's enough. If things really can't be finished, President Chen will figure something out. He certainly knew how to pass the credit. He cast a questioning look in my direction. Indeed, if the three of them really couldn't manage, I would definitely add more staff, depending on the actual situation. Today was the first day of distributing goods from the banana plantation. A large batch of goods had already been transported, but the logistics company's vehicles hadn't arrived yet. Whether this batch of goods would be sufficient wasn't clear to me, yet, since Chu Xiangyi's total demand figures hadn't arrived. Hihua was recording the warehouse entry quantity. Feng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaomi were carrying pots, pans, and utensils into the metal shed, and old Master Zhou was helping them tidy and arrange everything. Chapter 223, Really Want to Build a Road. It was almost 10 o'clock, yet there was still no sign of the logistics company's trucks. How exactly had Chu Xiangyi arranged things? Would today's shipment arrive on time? I couldn't help but feel anxious and called Chu Xiangyi. Director Chen, we're already on the road. Since it's the first delivery today, I'm personally leading the way to the warehouse. Now that they were already on their way, I finally felt reassured. About 15 minutes later, I saw a cloud of dust rising on the road as a convoy approached. Chu Xiangyi stepped out of the front white Toyota. Lots going on today. Sorry we're late. She apologized first. No worries, no worries. It's fine as long as you're here. I noticed the logistics company had only arranged 5 trucks, so I asked her, will these few vehicles be enough? Sigh. Chu Xiangyi let out a sigh. The logistics company's vehicles are also in tight supply. Although we've worked with them before for bottled water deliveries, asking them to free up over a dozen trucks at once is not an easy thing. We discussed this yesterday, and I personally visited their company again today. They promised that regardless of how many trucks they send, they will ensure the goods are delivered. In that case, I won't worry about the number of trucks they bring. These goods must be fully delivered, so multiple trips will certainly be needed. Chu Xiangyi took 2 sheets of paper from her bag, delivery lists. She handed one to the logistics team leader and gave another to Hihua, but showed it to me first before handing it over. This is roughly the daily delivery volume. Here's my thought. Delivering to over 300 outlets every day is simply too frequent. It's difficult for us to handle, and challenging for the logistics company as well. We discussed it at length yesterday. I've communicated with them about the specific requirements of each outlet. For items with longer shelf lives like flour, cornmeal, and fish cans, we can deliver larger quantities less frequently. The main focus should be on fresh vegetables. With the limited number of logistics vehicles, delivering fresh produce efficiently and promptly to each outlet is crucial. This method was essentially the same as the one used between Huangtu County and its various franchise stores, except for the added element of fresh vegetables. Ensuring vegetable freshness without over-delivering or undersupplying was quite a skill. Focus on the major points and loosen the minor ones. I offered guidance. For smaller outlets where fresh vegetable sales were low, it might be acceptable to temporarily stop supplying them. Larger supermarkets and shopping centers must, however, have guaranteed supply. Chu Xiangyi nodded. That could be a temporary solution. One after another, the trucks pulled into the warehouse. Feng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaomi worked with the drivers to load the goods. With the forklift, the loading was done quite quickly. One by one, the delivery trucks rolled out of the warehouse heading toward Xianxia, raising a trail of dust along the road. Looking at the swirling dust kicked up by the departing trucks, I couldn't help but sigh. The weather was already quite hot now, and it would stay that way. Currently in the dry season, roads kicked up dust whenever vehicles passed. Once the rainy season came, this dirt road would turn potholed and muddy, causing water accumulation, and driving on it would risk vehicle breakdowns. I was setting up a wholesale station here, and the logistics trucks would come and go daily. If the road condition caused delays, it would block other vehicles and inevitably affect the supply to my customers. I also needed this road to transport my bananas, not only those from this banana plantation, but also from the space island. All of them had to be moved out through this road. This road was very important and deserved paving. Since the logistics operation couldn't be too rigid, I also needed to maintain a flexible supply chain for the banana plantation. When logistics trucks arrived, there needed to be enough bananas available to load, at least sufficient for one complete truckload. I delegated this matter to Hihua. She was responsible for keeping an eye on the inventory. Once it dropped below the minimum level, she needed to inform Feng Dongsheng or Wei Xiaomi immediately, or even directly notify the delivery sisters Rui Feng and Rui Yun, who would then decide on the specific delivery quantities. Xiuxian, meanwhile, focused on leading other staff members to continue expanding the market and establishing second-tier wholesale stations. This mission couldn't be completed in the short term. It required patience. My specialty products also needed time, not only to be recognized by consumers, but more importantly by small vendors. I needed them to proactively want to sell my products, turning the previous supplier-seller dynamic into a vendor-supplier relationship. Only when that happened would I consider my market promotion successful. Xiuxian and I each drove back to Xianxia. She headed to Binzhou Mansion to assign tasks, while I went to the municipal government office. Before coming, I had asked Hihua. Being a local, she should know more about these government departments than me. I had definitely asked the right person. Whether or not Hihua herself was familiar with the departments, I didn't know, but her father definitely was. She called her father right in front of me. Her father then recommended someone to me. Just find a manager Wu at the municipal office. The municipal government was located about 10 kilometers east of Binzhou Mansion, almost reaching the city's edge. I found manager Wu and explained my purpose, and he warmly received me. It must have been because Hihua's father had called him beforehand. As soon as we met, he offered me a cigarette and poured tea. Upon hearing about my request to build the road leading to the banana plantation, manager Wu sighed and began to talk about the difficulties. West of Xiangyang City, the area was sparsely populated. The nearest town was over 200 miles away, and the farther west one went, the farther apart the villages became. Further west, the terrain became entirely mountainous. From an economic standpoint, arable land here was scarce. Only the area around the banana plantation had relatively fertile and flat land. Besides banana harvest season, when vehicles traveled there regularly, there were rarely any cars passing through otherwise. In other words, even if we built a highway, its usage rate would be low. That was why the municipal government had never included such a road in its construction plans. As for my banana planting activities here, Manager Wu expressed verbal support and encouragement, but admitted that constructing a road was beyond his capability. The main problem is funding. How much would 50 li cost roughly? About 100 million, give or take. This is no small sum. The budget won't approve its REIT. Manager Wu shook his head. I heard from Miss He's father that his daughter is working with you. It's great that you hope to build a road, but it's like asking a cook to prepare a meal without ingredients. Impossible. Unless you're launching a major investment project here in Xiangyang, then the city would certainly find ways to construct the road. However, from what I know, that land is categorized as arable farmland, and permanent structures like factories are strictly forbidden. So I'm afraid this road won't be happening anytime soon. The truth was I had no desire to be so conspicuous. Launching investment projects, building factories, drawing widespread attention, disturbing the upper-level leadership, and attracting media coverage would make me too visible. Once exposed, my massive shipments of vegetables and flour mysteriously coming from the banana plantation would be hard to explain. Even if I transported bananas from there, it would raise suspicion. This was definitely not banana harvest season, and besides, those 300 mu of banana fields had already been harvested, plowed, and left barren. There shouldn't be any bananas showing yet. Therefore, road construction required further consideration. Rushing into it wasn't wise. After bidding farewell to Manager Wu, I returned to Binzhou Mansion. Chapter 224, Exclusive High Sales. The sales area on the second floor saw even fewer customers, with only a few staff members around and almost no shoppers in sight. The goods displayed here had practically become samples. It's not that these items couldn't be sold. I categorized this as wholesale, and the vendors dealing in wholesale were almost entirely covered by over 300 ondan. Their communication needs easily handled over the phone. Why would they need to come here to see the goods? Customers wishing to purchase retail could simply go to Qiao Hui's Binzhou Mall on the first floor and find everything I offer. Why bother coming up to the second floor? Flour and other supplies could last longer, but fresh vegetables wouldn't stay fresh for more than a few days. No matter how good the taste was, customers wouldn't buy rotten produce. This situation definitely required prompt action. I ran into Qiao Hui again at Xiuxian's office. He truly had come in to purchase goods. One cart of every item was quite a lot to order. His warehouse couldn't hold that much, so we have the amount. Even so, this quantity would only last one day, and he'd need restocking daily. No matter how much he ordered, Xiuxian always welcomed him with a smile. Please rest assured, Xiao General Manager, I guarantee there will be no shortages on your shelves. Oh, almost forgot. Add another truckload of mineral water. Xiao Hui added before leaving. Glancing at xiuxian, then at me, he suddenly seemed to grasp something. You two aren't already in cahoots, are you? Huh, I answered with laughter. Old classmate, you're overthinking. We call this cooperation. In fact, we should thank you. You gave us the opportunity for this collaboration, a fortunate coincidence. And it's a win-win outcome, right? I neither admitted nor denied anything. Xiao Hui left with half belief and half doubt. Xiuxian let out a giggle. Your classmate keeps suspecting our relationship. Every time he comes, he gets a new idea. At first, he thought we were strangers who just happened to meet at his place. Then he suspected you were courting me. Later, he claimed we had known each other long before and came to Xiangyang to set him up. He said you were lucky to have met such an enlightened leader like me, which would lead to a bright future. Yet he got everything completely reversed. Xiuxian held her smile at the corner of her mouth, fixing her gaze on me, her eyes asking, yet also yearning. As the saying goes, listen carefully and understand the meaning between the lines. I felt she used Xiao Hui as a topic to talk about me indirectly. Indeed, I could sense in her subtle manner a hint of ambiguous affection, maintaining a certain distance, yet always present. Whenever I was around, aside from diligently fulfilling her duties, she was particularly energetic, happy, and radiant. Being with her felt pleasant and cooperative, lacking the stiff distance between boss and subordinate, feeling more like good friends. In terms of business matters, the negotiation atmosphere was warm and harmonious, and in many aspects, we shared similar views. I could feel she never flattered my opinion. She was simply expressing her true thoughts. Sometimes, I found this more pleasant than being with Bailuoxue. As soon as this thought crossed my mind, I quickly dismissed it. I shouldn't subjectively compare her to Bailuoxue. She was just one of my subordinates, while Bailuoxue was my partner with shared ideals and goals. Their positions in my heart were not the same. Ha! My classmate is clever, sometimes sloppy, but he indeed has a way with business, bold thinking and bold action. Otherwise, his mall wouldn't be so prosperous, though that's his business. He sells our products, so naturally, we welcome and support him. I redirected the topic back to Xiao Hui. According to what he said, because of his limited warehouse capacity, he no longer wanted large-scale purchases at once, so we need to increase our delivery frequency. That would certainly consume much time and labor, inevitably affecting our work efficiency. I suggested changing the current situation in the second-floor sales area. Since fewer customers came, it was no longer necessary to keep the goods sitting there idly, especially fresh vegetables, which could be displayed through photographs instead. The large room could be fully utilized and divided into two parts. One as an exhibition hall, and the other as a warehouse, making loading and unloading much more convenient than in the smaller rooms. Since Xiao Hui's warehouse capacity was limited, we could stock more on the second floor and replenish his supplies promptly. Except for fresh vegetables, which would be supplied daily without inventory, other items could be stocked more abundantly, specifically supplying Binzhou Mall on the first floor. Transportation of these goods also didn't need external logistics companies. Ruffing and the team could directly deliver them to the warehouse. Xu Xiangyi thought this was a great idea, making full use of the larger room, ensuring timely restocking for Xiao Hui, and enabling new customers to come and see the products on site would also allow nearby vendors to conveniently purchase wholesale, achieving multiple benefits at once. Xu Xiangyi immediately arranged for someone to reorganize the shelves in the rooms, reducing the amount of goods stored in the mall and converting half of the space into a warehouse. According to our agreement with Xiangyang Fruit Company, I could withdraw 1 truckload of bananas daily from them. These bananas are still in the promotion stage, and the word hasn't yet spread across the entire city of Xiangyang. I'm not making them profitable right now. The main focus remains on promotion. With fewer customers coming to the Green Food Company, relying solely on this fixed location for advertising isn't very efficient, and the promotion has been slow. Xu Xiangyi specifically assigned 3 people to deliver this entire truckload of bananas to the 300 wholesale points. This task wasn't given to a logistics company because we wanted to show our sincerity and also observe the reactions of the sales outlet owners. It was even better if we could personally witness the customers' reactions on site. The information we gathered was very valuable. In reality, as soon as these bananas hit the market, they gained instant approval from customers. Calls flooded in from various outlets requesting orders. The only downside was that each order was relatively small. Upon analysis, the reason was simple. People were only slightly curious about these unusually large bananas, wanting to try something new. Locally, bananas are already plentiful. No matter how good these bananas were, people didn't find them particularly special. Once the novelty wore off, enthusiasm would drop quickly. Based on this situation, I concluded these large bananas wouldn't achieve much popularity in Xiangyang. Therefore, I shifted the focus northward. The trial sales in the north were very successful. Huangta County and the surrounding areas were in great demand for these bananas. No matter how many we supplied, they sold out immediately. Xiao Hui personally found these large bananas fascinating. I reserved a portion for his sale and transported the rest entirely back to Huangta County. In other words, according to the agreement I had with Mei Feng, the only place in Xiangyang City where you could find these large bananas was in Xiao Hui's mall. Other places simply had no stock available. It was like some seafood. For example, certain coastal cities in eastern China produce plenty of large crabs, yet many out-of-town tourists visiting these cities couldn't get to taste the premium ones, only medium or even inferior quality ones, because the premium products had already been sold elsewhere. This setup worked well. The large bananas inside Xiao Hui's mall were scarce, making them more valuable due to rarity, thus maintaining a consistently high price. Good things shouldn't be too abundant. Xiao Hui naturally understood this principle well. Seeing him agree with this idea, I thought of the fruits from the island. Interested in trying to sell some exotic fruits, I asked tentatively in his office, "What? Are there fruits even more amazing than these bananas?" The sheer size of the bananas had already greatly amazed Xiaohui. When I told him about giant apples, peaches, pears, and even walnuts, he didn't believe me and accused me of exaggerating. I simply smiled, not refuting immediately, but instead entered my space and brought out a box for him to taste firsthand. Never mind the taste. When Xiaohui saw those strange-looking fruits, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Chapter 225. Using Xiaohui's hands. Where did you get this from? Does such a kind of immortal fruit really exist in this world? You didn't really pick it from the Queen Mother's peach tree's garden, did you? Hehe. You can just assume that's where it's from. However, the Queen Mother's garden only has peaches, not apples or pears, and definitely no green-skinned walnuts. Go ahead, try the taste. I encouraged him. How could he resist such temptation? He couldn't finish them all by himself, so he fetched a fruit knife and cut a slice of apple. He looked extremely satisfied after taking a bite, comparable to Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Then he tasted the big honey peach, as if he had entered the Queen Mother's peach tree's garden like Sun Wukong. After tasting, Xiaohui slapped his thigh. This kind of fruit, whatever it is, I'll take as much as you can give. I shook my head. No way, didn't you say it yourself earlier? Scarcity makes things valuable. Here's what we'll do. I'll send you 10 boxes for trial sale. If they sell well, we'll gradually increase the supply. Alright, what's your price for each box? Ultimately, it came down to price. He'd only accept it if the price was reasonable. If it was too high, he'd definitely protest. What do you think this box of fruits is worth? I tossed the ball back to him, unwilling to set a price yet. These fruits, I haven't even seen them before, let alone tasted them. For this size alone, their appearance and flavor, 10 yuan each wouldn't even be expensive. Prices are high in Xiuxian. Each could be 20 yuan. 10 fruits per box, 200 yuan per box. How does that sound? I didn't agree immediately. What retail price do you plan to sell at? 240 to 260 yuan. If sales go fast and well, I might even raise the retail price and naturally, also increase your wholesale price. At least give me a 20% to 30% profit margin on these fruits, or I just can't do this business. Xiaohui's principles sounded reasonable, but there was no way I'd accept that price. It wasn't the time for final pricing yet. We still had to see whether Xiuxian's market could open up properly. Fine, let's go with that. He waited for a moment in the office while I fetched 10 more boxes of this unique fruit from my spatial pocket. Seeing me move so fast, suspicion crept into Xiaohui's eyes. He pointed upstairs and said, "Are these fruits stored upstairs?" Of course I wouldn't tell him the truth. It probably doesn't require Mr. Chiao's concern. No matter where these goods are stored, as long as I can deliver them to you in time. If you're interested, Mr. Chiao, give this trial sale a shot. If not, I'll just find another buyer. I put on a stern face, deliberately acting displeased. Xiaohui, upon seeing me like that, just chuckled. "Oh, old classmate, you're getting angry? I was just asking casually. Fine, I don't care where it's from. Even if it really came from the Queen Mother's garden, I still want it. No, I want it even more. As agreed, if these 10 boxes sell out today, tomorrow I'll need 20 boxes. Do you have them? If you want 2,000 boxes, I may not have them, but for 20 boxes, certainly no problem." I needed to give him some reassurance, otherwise, how could he run the business without a reliable supply? Xiaohui called over some staff, who moved the 10 boxes of fruit into the warehouse, labeled them, and placed them on the shelves. He particularly instructed the boxes to be opened so customers could see the contents. No matter how good the product was, without customers seeing the actual items, who would want to buy? How he arranged and promoted the fruit was his business. I just needed to wait for updates on sales. At 2 p.m., Xiaohui called me. "Send another 10 boxes. I can't wait until tomorrow. I need them today." It looked like sales were quite fast. I adopted by Luoshue's sales strategy in Kyoto here as well. No problem with another 10 boxes. But we need to be clear up front. The wholesale price has increased to 300 yuan per box. If Mr. Chiao accepts, I can deliver the fruit to your office in 10 minutes. If not, pretend this conversation never happened. You're raising the price on the spot. These are high-quality fruits, but if they become unsaleable because of the price, these excellent fruits will just rot and go to waste, won't they? Xiaohui got anxious. This was a bit different from what I had told him earlier. Naturally, he disliked price increases. I understood that completely. Here's the deal, Mr. Chiao. If these 10 boxes don't sell out, the responsibility is still mine. You just pay me after they're sold. I let him handle them on consignment. If they went bad, it wouldn't cost him anything, so he agreed immediately. Indeed, those 10 boxes sold out in the afternoon. Xiaohui called again, directly saying that we had brought too few boxes. The mall stayed open until 9 p.m., and he believed a few more boxes could definitely be sold in the evening. Should I send another 20 boxes? I cleared my throat twice. Sure, no problem. The wholesale price now is 350 yuan per box. Agree and the goods arrive soon. Disagree, promotion ends here. I didn't hold back this time. My current retail price has to go up to 490 yuan per box. Your price can go up, but as agreed, I only pay after they're sold. Unsold items remain your responsibility. Fine. I had predicted his answer exactly. Xiaohui couldn't even imagine that before the mall closed at 9 p.m., all 20 boxes of fruit were sold out again. He was even more excited than I was. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, 8 a.m., can you deliver 100 boxes? I'm ordering this many already. You won't raise the price again, right? I knew he had already recognized the market potential of these unusual fruits, but I was even more certain there was still room for greater profit. No, the price is going up again. Wholesale at 500 yuan per box. Giving you 100 boxes would be too great a loss for me, so I'll only deliver 50 boxes. Same deal. If you can't sell them, it's on me. If they sell, we settle up afterward. If Xiaohui still couldn't see through my sales strategy by now, then he wouldn't deserve to be manager of such a big mall. It seems you already have a plan. I won't haggle. Then, just do it your way. I'll stock up again once they're all sold. As expected, the 50 boxes of fruit were sold out again the next morning. Every time he ordered, I raised the price again. Each time, I supplied a maximum of 100 boxes. His mall had huge foot traffic, and they could sell everything in a single day. Eventually, the retail price climbed up to 8,000 yuan per box, higher than they sold for in Kyoto. I felt that was about enough, so I stopped raising prices. Xiaohui specially invited me to his office, treating me to cigarettes and tea, showing unusual hospitality, something quite rare. Before, when I came in, he'd just tell me to sit anywhere. There'd be bottled water already out, but I had to get it myself. This time was different. He was unusually attentive, his face constantly lit with a warm smile. You know what, President Chun? This was the first time he called me President Chun. Previously, he either used my full name Chun Lingyu or called me old classmate. I guessed he probably already knew my real identity, but that didn't matter. Business was business. You're truly mysterious. Where exactly is this fruit produced? You have an endless supply, and I've never heard anything like it before. Could you let me in on just a little information? I leaned back on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, slowly took a puff from my xuanhuan cigarette. Do you think I can say? Xiaohui paused. He touched on a sensitive industry topic. The label on your fruit boxes says Huangtu County. I've made 180 phone calls. There's nothing in Huangtu County that produces these items. No fruit trees can grow such treasures. But I did hear that you used to trade in similar goods before. That's when I realized, you're no longer that simple worker from back in the day. You must already be a well-known figure in Huangtu County, running several companies of your own. You came here acting like you were just the same old guy, making me misunderstand you as that former laborer. Which makes me seem so tasteless, treating an old classmate poorly, underestimating a famous local figure. Old classmate, allow me to apologize here personally, sincerely asking for your forgiveness and regretting my previous arrogance and impoliteness. Xiaohui stood up and bowed to me. I quickly put my legs down, waved my hand to stop him, and stood up too. Why go that far? If I cared about these things, would I still do business with you? Besides, you haven't done anything wrong. There's no need to apologize. We're fortunate to meet so far from home and be able to work together. Let's just keep making money. Chapter 226, Riding the Horse Juice. Xiaohui was delighted that I didn't hold anything against him, and he dropped the question about the origin of those fruits without further inquiry, shifting the topic to our friendship. Truth was, we never had much of a friendship before. We were just classmates. If anything, I had already been thankful that he and his little group never openly bullied me. If there was any friendship between us, it began only recently, since I arrived in Xiuxian. He bought my goods, I earned his money. That was what I considered a genuine friendship with him, or more accurately, a business relationship. Before this, he looked down on me from the core of his being, and I never respected him either. But none of that hindered our current cooperation. Xiaohui insisted on treating me to lunch, and though I declined repeatedly, he almost got upset. You've been in Xiuxian for so long now, and I've never properly invited you for a meal. Last time was just a quick breakfast, nothing formal. We just bumped into each other at a street stall. This time, you really must accept my invitation. Refusing would be an insult. Where would an old classmate like me even put his face? We won't be able to cooperate any longer in the future. When he spoke like that, even though I wasn't willing in my heart, I had to Vencheng join him for lunch. Let's bring along xiuxian. It's more pleasant to eat with a beautiful lady by the table. Since he was the one treating us, I had no objections. I originally thought Xiaohui was treating me simply because he now knew my identity and we were old classmates, an obligation he was forced into, a mere gesture for show. But unexpectedly, he brought us straight to the 5-star Xiuxian hotel and set up an extravagant table. I had never entered such a high-end restaurant before. At that point, it no longer mattered what we ate. The large dining table could easily accommodate 20 people, yet there were only the 3 of us. Not much was eaten, yet the meal cost over $10,000. Such luxurious lifestyle of the upper society was truly unimaginable to me. Xiaohui said that this was normal. Xiuxian merely smiled faintly and gave no comment. As for me, I felt it was sheer wastefulness. After leaving the restaurant and saying goodbye to Xiaohui, Xiuxian brought up the topic again. I just feel like President Chun is being double standard. Your exotic fruits sell for 8,000 per box, definitely luxury goods. People buy them and you don't complain about the price. Yet when we spend 10,000 on one meal, you say it's wasteful. I was left speechless. Xiuxian was right. My exotic fruits were eventually sold to upper-class people. What mattered to them was the class of the fruit, and 10,000 here or there meant little to them. It was the same as coming to a 5-star restaurant for a meal. It's about taste. Besides absorbing nutrition, the food was only for satisfying hunger, nothing more. This kind of restaurant obviously earned money from the rich, and average people rarely came here to waste their money. Suddenly, I realized that people in this world are indeed divided into classes, but I had not yet fully realized that my own status had gradually changed due to my improved financial situation. The successful sales of the special fruits in Xiuxian were as expected. When I told Bai Luoxue, she was unsurprised. At the east building of the Minli canning factory, on the table sat several apples, peaches, and pears, all brought from my space. They were slightly larger than average fruits, though not nearly as big as my unique species. On the island of my space, every tree bore fruits of varying sizes. The large ones were packed and sold, Some shipped to the capital, some to Pyongyang. But what about the smaller ones? They were causing me quite a headache. Though they were larger than regular fruits, they still fetched a far lesser price compared to the big ones sold far away. These were considered substandard. If they entered the market, they would undercut the high-end fruits. After all, the flavor is the same. It's just the size that's different. Who would then pay top dollar for the luxury ones? Some might, but it would definitely affect sales. That was exactly my concern. Why not just distribute them as employee benefits? Bai Luoxue looked at me with a tilted head and suggested. Distributing them as benefits wasn't a bad idea, but it couldn't be done daily. It was simply too much. Bai Luoxue definitely didn't know how many fruit trees were in my space. The smaller fruits had stopped growing, and if left too long on the trees, they'd ripen fully and rot if not handled promptly. Distributing benefits can only handle a small portion. I have many more than this. Unable to explain clearly, I became hesitant and tried to change the subject, almost accidentally letting slip about the other dimension. To cover my mistake, I hurriedly picked up a peach and bit into it. The ripe peach juice flowed into my mouth, sweet and delicious. Seeing my awkward answer, Bai Luoxue didn't press further but stared at me confusedly, then casually picked up her glass of water to drink. Water. Peach juice. What would happen if I mixed peach juice with water? Wouldn't that just be the juice drink sold in the market? A brilliant idea flashed in my mind. I had a plan. I fetched a juicer and proceeded to extract juice from the apples, peaches, and pears on the table. Then I mixed them with some water from my other dimension, carefully tasting as I went. Bai Luoxue watched my actions from the side, as if she had figured out what I was doing. Wait, are you making juice? Precisely. Come, try the taste. I placed 3 glasses of juice before her, and she picked them up one by one to taste. The flavor really is different. It's much better than those commercial drinks on the market, neither too watery nor too thick. Most importantly, I saw with my own eyes that you added no other ingredients, only water and juice. I suppose it's not exactly pure juice, but still qualifies as a green food. Great. If even Bai Luoxue could approve of it, then this was promising. If we process the extra fruits into juice and sell them in the market, it would definitely be a great new product to tap into a new market. It's neither mineral water nor raw fruit. Some people may dislike eating fruit but love drinking juice, or they may dislike bottled mineral water but prefer juice. This is for that specific consumer group. What do you think? Is my marketing positioning decent? I was showing off my sales theories to Bai Luoxue, completely like a fool trying to display martial arts in front of Guan Yu himself, arrogant and unaware of my limits. She knew I was doing this on purpose just to win her approval. Since you've already thought it through, we can give it a shot. Next, we discussed where to produce the juice, how to manufacture it, and how to package it. Since Bai Luoxue lacked practical experience, she searched online. The internet only provided vague, general procedures. Details were missing. Professionals should handle professional matters. For the juice production and canning facility, I decided once again to use the Xianxia mineral water plant, and I needed to discuss this in advance with Tanchong. When Tanchong heard about producing fresh juice, he immediately became interested. President Xiao, I used to work in a juice factory and worked there as a technician. I have the production process documentation right here. I asked him to bring the documents over so we could refer to them. Bai Luoxue was exactly worrying about this issue when she heard Tanchong understood the process, and she immediately felt relieved. Half an hour later, Tanchong brought the materials and handed the USB drive to Bai Luoxue. We went to the office, turned on the computer, and began reviewing the production process documentation. Chapter 227 Confirming the New Plan. I seemed somewhat superfluous standing aside, so when they weren't paying attention, I entered the space and consulted with Ruffing and Ruxue regarding the production of fruit juice beverages. Master, actually this production process isn't complicated at all. I have ready-made procedures right here. To research automated production lines, Oriental Technology Company has collected manufacturing techniques for various products, including fruit juice drinks. Since there's an existing one, why bother reinventing the wheel? I let out a long sigh of relief. I should have discussed this with Ruffing first, then I wouldn't have troubled Bai Luoxue unnecessarily. Ruffing transmitted the electronic copy of the production technique to me, and then I returned to where Bai Luoxue stood. Take a look at this method. What do you think? Bai Luoxue copied the process onto her computer and compared it to Tanchong's plan. Wonderful. This is an upgraded version. Not only does it guarantee juice quality, it completely achieves automated production. Where did you get this? Why didn't you say earlier? She was upset that I hadn't brought it out sooner. I certainly couldn't tell her where it came from. Even if Tanchong wasn't around, I couldn't reveal it was provided by Ruffing. The source requested confidentiality. If the process works, let's arrange the engineering project and implement it as soon as possible. Bai Luoxue understood why I was so anxious. A huge quantity of ripe fruit needed processing. After discussion, we decided to go with the approach provided by Ruffing. To get it implemented quickly and ensure a successful first test run, I decided to use equipment from Oriental Technology Company. A pressing issue lay before us. We needed to process the ripe fruits on the small island immediately. If we waited for the production line to be installed, the fruits would already have rotted. Construction of the production line will definitely take some time. I sighed. Tanchong appeared to pick up on something. We have equipment for canned fresh goat's milk, and the canning process is intermittent, so there's plenty of free time. That equipment could temporarily be used to produce juice, provided we can manually crush the fruits first. This plan can serve as an emergency measure. Bai Luoxue gave her approval. Great. Start organizing its implementation immediately. We can't let the fruit go to waste. As for packaging, temporarily use the plastic bottles we normally use for spring water and replace them later once we've made new molds. The initial product won't look very professional, so it shouldn't be put on the market yet. Distribute it as employee benefits for staff to try first. Tanchong fully understood my intent and immediately returned to Xianhuan mineral water plant to organize the workers for preparations. Bai Luoxue followed him there to oversee implementation. As for me, I entered the other dimension again and assigned Zhao Mengfei and others to harvest the fruits of lower quality. These didn't need to be packed one by one into boxes anymore. They were simply placed into large plastic crates, then transported out of the space and sent to the Tianquan mineral water plant by Ru Lu. I gave Engineer Fong a call. Upon hearing that I wanted to produce fruit juice, he first laughed heartily. President Chen always comes up with brilliant ideas every day. No problem, we fully support this initiative. Oriental Tech already has ready-made production equipment. We'll load it onto trucks now and deliver it tomorrow. This equipment doesn't require a foundation for installation. As long as there's space, it will be operational within 2 days max. This solved a big problem for me. Quickly, Engineer Fong sent an electronic contract. Signing the agreement and making the payment was a simple matter. He had already arranged to load and dispatch the goods. After finishing the important business, we chatted for a while longer. Oriental Technology had formally invited Ma Shantong to join as vice president. Ma had verbally agreed and would start work shortly, though he had no idea I had recommended him. Not a big deal. I simply wanted to be an anonymous hero, placing those with professional skills into suitable positions. In its own way, this was also a contribution to society. I felt very pleased, almost as if I were the one joining Oriental Technology myself. President Chen, don't take it the wrong way, but once Ma Shantong officially joins, I will definitely find the appropriate time to inform him that you are his benefactor. Of course, we won't tell him before everything is settled. Engineer Fong had considered things quite comprehensively. Once this matter was sorted, I headed to the Tianquan mineral water plant myself. For the new project, I personally wanted to visit the site, check the workshop space, and prepare the required materials. I especially reminded Tanchong that the packaging bottles for the fresh juice shouldn't be the same as the mineral water bottles. The shape should remain mostly rectangular, with a capacity of 500 milliliters. The labels and outer packaging also needed proper design and custom manufacturing. As for the workers, an automated production line wouldn't require many. The existing team currently working on milk packaging would suffice. However, for the temporary canning operation prior to full production starting, we'd need extra help, and that was something Tanchong needed to resolve on his own. Seeing that Bai Luoxue was less busy now, I brought up the idea of transforming the factory into a shareholding system. You make a proposal first. We'll study it, hold a meeting, survey the people's opinions, and proceed if more than half don't object. Although I technically didn't need to consult my subordinates for such a decision, I still wanted to show a sense of democracy formally, so no one could accuse me of being authoritarian or acting unilaterally, even if this was a good thing. Alright, go back and give me your proposal. Ever since you mentioned it yesterday, I've already drafted one, though it's not fully mature yet, and I didn't hand it to you just now. Since you brought it up again, let's go back and study it together. She was clearly prepared. We drove back to the Yellow Earth County town, came to the office in the small building, and Bai Luoxue opened her laptop. We browsed it together while she explained things along the way. It was basically planned according to my vision. I made a small adjustment at the end. I would hold only 1% stake each in Minli Canning Factory and Tianquan Mineral Water Plant, though I reserved the right of veto. Bai Luoxue had originally only wanted to take 1% as well. I increased it to 10%. Since she was the one taking responsibility for the factory, it was only right she received more benefits. She was the person I loved most deeply. How could I let her hold only a small stake? I could make money through selling products and raw materials, and officially speaking, none of that had anything to do with Bai Luoxue. It wouldn't be fair to only give her a nominal position. She had to gain some actual benefit from this. She understood my intention, and as gratitude, stamped a kiss on my left cheek. This one is from Minli Canning Factory. I pointed to the right side of my face. And this side is for Tianquan Mineral Water Plant. Bai Luoxue naturally understood me well. My right cheek soon experienced the warmth of her lips again. These 2 kisses are worth quite a bit. Bai Luoxue giggled. Kisses are indeed valuable. My kisses are priceless treasures, something you can't buy with money. They are precious. You don't give them away easily, but I've still received 2. I leaned back against the chair with half-closed eyes, indulging in the moment. Unexpectedly, Bai Luoxue cuddled into my arms. Her warm lips approached again, and before I could react, they had landed directly on my lips. I couldn't remain indifferent any longer. It had been a long time since I'd felt such heart-pounding excitement. Recently we'd both devoted ourselves to career development, and perhaps we weren't so deeply immersed in romance anymore. Occasionally exchanging a warm word or two felt almost routine, lacking the power to stir our hearts anymore. But this passionate kiss brought the sensation of racing hearts back again, reminding me that we still were a couple deeply in love. Chapter 228 Restructuring into a Shareholding System. After the passion faded, we returned to reality, and I said as I got back to work, human energy is limited, after all. I can't personally attend to every single matter. It's better to leave things to you. The development here in Yellow Earth County is basically stable. Except for adding new projects like this, where I will personally participate, you can make autonomous decisions on other matters. Once the shareholding system is implemented, I'll gradually step back, retreat behind the scenes, and focus my main efforts on expanding the Xiuxian market. Bai Luoxue nodded softly. You have your own ideals. Although I don't always understand the specific circumstances, reality has proven that every decision you've made has been correct. I give you full support. Don't worry, I'll help you manage these 2 factories well. In fact, she understood even better than I did that it wasn't really important whether I held a large or small stake in the factories in the future. As long as the two factories continued normal production, my fresh fish, vegetables, goat's milk, and fruits would continue to generate substantial profits. Thinking about this, I suddenly realized I had overlooked an important factor: water. The water used in the mineral water plant. That was actually a resource from my otherworldly space. I couldn't legally buy and sell it like ordinary goods between the factory and my personal supply. This input was critical to ensure the normal production of Xianxia mineral water factory. I asked Bai Luoxu to reopen the document regarding the previous equity distribution. Add one more clause here. The Xianxia mineral water factory will pay an additional 1% water resource fee based on its output. Bai Luoxu looked puzzled. Are you going to collect this fee? That's supposed to go into the national treasury. Then just change the name. What should we rename it? Why don't you just increase the shareholding percentage to 2%? The problem was that I didn't want to hold that much equity. When I thought about it again, I decided to drop it. I really didn't care about that small amount of money. Seeing me go back on my word like this, Bai Luoxu felt something wasn't quite right. What's wrong with you? You've never been so indecisive before. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about too many things. What are we eating tonight? I quickly changed the subject, not wanting her to focus on the issue of water. Barbecue, she said cheerfully. It had been a long time since we'd eaten barbecue together. Perfect choice. Going out for a stroll would help ease the tension we'd been feeling recently and allow us to relive some of the romance of earlier days. Bai Luoxu linked arms with me, and we walked out of the villa together. These past few days I had been constantly traveling back and forth between Yellow Earth County and Xiangyang City. Thanks to my otherworldly space, I could move quickly and easily. Bai Luoxu and xiuxian didn't know this. They had always believed that I either stayed continuously in Yellow Earth County or Xiangyang City. It felt like playing hide and seek. At first, I found it amusing. Gradually, I got used to it. Fortunately, I didn't need to report my movements to them. Sometimes Bai Luoxu would still ask, "Where were you just now?" "I went to the new warehouse." I would reply evasively with a made-up excuse. After the share recruitment announcement was posted for the Minli Canned Food Factory, it immediately generated a strong response from the employees. They all thought it was a good opportunity, recognizing it as a rare chance. In fact, I had also considered the purchasing power of the employees. Besides my holding 1% shares, Bai Luoxu held 10%, Mu Jiming held 5%, and the middle-level management held 2%. This proportion was strictly regulated, aiming to enhance their sense of responsibility while ensuring they gained appropriate benefits. As for the rest of the employees, they could purchase shares based on their own capabilities. The price was 10,000 yuan per share, and 3,000 original shares were issued. The employees had the right not to buy, and not purchasing shares meant they would give up the right to profit dividends. For these past few months, the employees had seen the improving production and operation with their own eyes, the increased salaries, the higher bonuses, the products in short supply that everyone knew about. By implementing shareholding system reform during such a prosperous time for the factory, the workers naturally supported it. Someone Chait Ly reminded me. This is your way of trying to distribute money to people. This simple, plain sentence captured the original intent of my plan precisely. The announcement clearly stated that if the factory workers lacked the financial capacity to buy all the shares themselves, the shares could be opened to public recruitment. I placed restrictions on the public pool. Those buying shares did not need to be employees of Minli Canned Food Factory, but they must be workers of my other companies. Employees of franchise chain stores were excluded since they were not my formal employees, and drivers were also excluded, as my relationship with them was merely an employment relationship rather than a subordinate one. This was only a contingency plan. As it turned out, we didn't need to use it at all. The entire share offering was completely purchased by the employees of the canning factory. They didn't just use their recent 2 months' wages and bonuses to buy shares, but even dipped into some of their previous savings. Some even borrowed money from relatives and friends. Some workers complained that they had run out of cash. Exactly the result I wanted. When people were short of money, they worked harder. With everyone holding shares, they would treat the factory as their own, which would strengthen their sense of responsibility and enable mutual supervision. Practice proved that after the restructuring, the employees became more self-disciplined, and artificial waste was almost completely eliminated. The gatekeepers became stricter. Whenever someone carried a bag out, even if it was a middle-level manager, they had to open it voluntarily for inspection to check whether anything being taken out shouldn't be. The sales director took dozens of sheets of A4 paper, and the security guard asked him, "What are you doing taking white paper?" Surprisingly, our sales director couldn't come up with an answer and obediently left the paper behind. Later he mentioned the incident to me, saying, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Too much. I didn't criticize him, nor did I explain. If you yourself can't give a valid reason, how can the guard just let you pass? My kid wants to learn to draw. I just took a few sheets for him. Such matters, which no one used to question before, were now different. Anything taken away from the factory, every worker would end up paying for it. Unless approved by all workers, it was simply not allowed. It took less than 2 days for all the share funds to be collected. According to the announced share distribution plan, all previous profits of Minli Canned Food Factory belonged to me. The newly raised funds were basically equivalent to the original amount I had invested when purchasing the factory. In principle, that money was mine. However, I didn't put it into my own pocket. Instead, I asked Bai Luoxu to open a special account in the bank to manage the funds, which would be used for supporting education, helping underprivileged students and teachers, improving teaching environments, and purchasing educational tools, all under the name of Green Agricultural Eco Company. Additionally, it was stipulated that children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren of the factory workers could receive a special annual subsidy during their senior high school and university studies, which were considered non-compulsory education stages. Regarding this, Deputy County Head Huang specially met with me and fully affirmed and praised my charitable deeds. Once again, I appeared on the Yellow Earth County TV news. My mother saw it and called to ask me what it was all about. All good things, good people doing good deeds. Of course the TV will report it. There was no need to go into details with my mother. I brushed it off with just a few words. Although I played it lightly, I could still hear my parents laughing on the other end of the phone. Regarding future sales of Minli Canned Food Factory, apart from continuing management as before, I clarified with Balaksu the supply arrangements for xiuxian. Simply placing the fish canned goods and pickled vegetable products in warehouse number 1 would be regarded as a completed sale, and settlement could then be made with the agricultural eco company. The principle of inventory equals sales had already been agreed upon by Balaksu before, but now she raised a different opinion. We can directly settle accounts with the xiuxian side. There's no need to make the payment go through the agricultural eco company again. I explained to her that the agricultural eco company needed to reposition itself, mainly as a trading company, and goods would definitely need to circulate. As for investment matters, there were no suitable projects yet, so we couldn't just wait around doing nothing. Trade still needed to be initiated. Chapter 229, The First Customer. After the Minli Canned Food Factory completed its shareholding reform, the Tianquan Mineral Water Factory also underwent the same transformation. Once again, it generated enthusiastic responses from the employees, who expressed strong support. Although the mineral water factory had just started operations not long ago, the workers could all see the promising future of mineral water, and they benefited personally as well. With such confidence in the factory's future, they were very willing to raise funds to purchase shares. Even though the reform had been completed, it didn't mean I was going to step back and stop managing the mineral water factory. I still carried the same sense of responsibility. It only took 2 days for the engineers from Dongfang Technology Company to install the automatic juice canning production line. Testing, debugging, and production proceeded smoothly without any issues. As soon as the Tianxia brand fruit juice was launched in the market, it was warmly welcomed by customers. It's worth noting that, before the formal promotion, I had already given the early production batches, without labels, to employees as a benefit. Their relatives, friends, and neighbors had the chance to taste it in advance. They became my best advertising agents. When the fresh juice officially hit the market, it quickly became a sensation in Huangta County. Now that the weather was getting cooler, fewer people drank cold juice, but that didn't mean there was no market. According to Bai Luoshua's report, the bulk orders were surprisingly coming from wedding banquets. Many young people now own private cars, and the concept of no drinking while driving, no driving while drinking, had become widely accepted among drivers. However, due to social obligations, some still needed to attend wedding banquets. As a result, liquor had been replaced with mineral water or fruit juice. At this time, everyone wanted to drink Tianxia fruit juice because its unique flavor tasted like divine nectar, making people unable to stop once they started. Plus, it made them feel more energetic, so it was especially favored by drivers. Some drivers, to prevent drowsiness on long drives, even loaded entire boxes into their cars as a precaution. The success of the fruit juice sales was something I had expected all along. Though the weather was getting cold in the north, where wedding banquets alone couldn't consume a large amount, the south remained hot. So I transported the new juice drinks through the spatial portal to Xiuxian. When the fresh juice arrived in Xiuxian, I originally thought xiuxian would be the first to express surprise, but I was wrong. It was Xiuhuan instead. Director Chun, is this a new product? Peach juice, pear juice, apple juice. You know these varieties are very popular in our region. Can we try some for the first taste? How could I possibly refuse Xiuhua's request? Just bring a few boxes over. You can treat them like water. Of course, I had to act generous. After all, they were my employees. Let them drink as much as they wanted around these beverages. Xiuhua, Feng Dongsheng, and Wei Xiaomi each carried a different type of beverage box, opened them, and began drinking heartily to relieve the heat. Wow, it's so good, like heavenly nectar. Xiuhua's expression was exaggerated, but I believed it was genuine. Feng Dongsheng and Wei Xiaomi were equally full of praise. So delicious. The sweetness is similar to other juices, but the flavor is unique and refreshing. Director Chun, can I directly purchase wholesale from here? Xiuhua seemed particularly excited and suddenly asked. Of course you can. What? Are you planning to open a supermarket or a convenience store? Perhaps the juice really was that good, which suddenly sparked her interest. I'm not going to bother opening a supermarket or a store. I want to help Director Chun sell it instead. I arranged a few hundred boxes of mineral water for my dad not long ago, and he sold them to visiting tourists. It was extremely popular. This juice is so delicious, it'll definitely be even more popular. You know, Dad has plenty of customers. That's great then. I'll approve a special deal for you. Wholesale price for your dad, and I'll give you an additional 5% discount as your commission. Xiuhua wasn't a salesperson. She worked as an accountant here. Helping me promote products was extra work, and I should definitely show appreciation, encourage her, and reward her. That's awesome. Thank you, Director Chun. I can profit on both ends. Xiuhua almost jumped up with excitement. Feng Dongsheng, Wei Xiaomi, and I all laughed. What? You're profiting from both ends? Wei Xiaomi couldn't help but ask. Xiuhua looked startled, as if she'd just let something slip, but she didn't deny it. The discount from Director Chun is a company matter. How much I charge Dad is between me and him. It's like Zhuge Yu beating Huang Gai. One is willing to beat, and one is willing to be beaten. That's just my commission from Dad. She looked quite pleased with herself. We exchanged knowing smiles again. I could even guess. Even without her selling mineral water or juice to her father, her rich dad would still give her money. With her driving a Maserati, there was no way her salary alone could support her lifestyle without some extra help from him. As for how she and her father would settle the accounts, that was their family matter. Hihua wasn't worried about us knowing and spoke excitedly. Not only will I sell the juice to my dad, I'll also sell it to my mom. You thought the mineral water was only sold to my dad. My mom gets it too. They sing and dance at the plaza. Don't they get thirsty? Don't they drink water? I supply them a few boxes every day, so I can have the courage to ask her for some pocket money. It seemed that the pocket money Hihua held came not only from her father, but also from her mother. With such delicious juice, if I bring it home and only sell it to my dad, wouldn't I be a bit unfilial to my mom? Both are elders. I need to treat them equally. You're even doing business with your parents. Feng Dongxing couldn't help but tease her. This isn't really business. It's just a way to show filial piety. If we're really talking about business, that's what my dad does. He won't just give the drinks away to those travelers. He'll make some profit off them. My mom won't give the juice or water to the uncles and aunts for free either. They can't just keep drinking for free every day. I know they have activity funds. This clever girl had it all figured out. Of course, I fully supported her. Right now, none of the merchants had specifically requested to purchase our products yet, so Hihua could be considered the first customer of our juice drinks. When she was ready to go home, she took a few boxes along with her. She seemed so impatient that she immediately ordered 50 boxes and asked Feng Dongsheng to help carry them into her sports car. Why are you in such a rush? Don't worry, there's plenty of stock. No one will snatch your share. I felt she was being a bit too hasty. No way. What if everything gets sold out today? Then there won't be any left for me. Don't tell me there's more tomorrow, either. You know, my goods are for my dad. If I delay selling him even one day, I lose a day's profit. He'll buy whatever I bring him. This supply isn't nearly enough for him to distribute. If I take a smaller amount today and let them taste it fresh, once the tourists find out how good it is, he'll beg me for bulk orders. Director Chun, we have to agree beforehand. If my dad's tour group comes to purchase, don't let anyone else take my business. I'll handle it myself. Hihua had already been planning ahead. She was worried that her father might come directly to the company to buy the goods, cutting her out completely and leaving her with nothing to gain. Ha 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 ha. We burst into laughter again. However, I didn't give her a direct promise, since I didn't know which merchant purchasing the goods might actually be part of her father's tour group. Chapter 230, with secret intentions. The logistics company came to load the goods. I brought along a dozen boxes of fruit drinks and headed to Xiuxian City. Xiuxian was greatly surprised when she saw the fruit drinks. So soon with a new product again. So I'm counting on Manager Chu to push for faster promotion. I briefly explained the origin of the fruit drinks to her. Upon hearing they were a byproduct of those special fruits, Xiuxian couldn't help but become eager to try it, just like Hihua. She twisted open a bottle and took a sip. Truly extraordinary. Once someone takes the first sip, they're sure to keep drinking. Without even consulting me, she called all the employees present to her office to taste the new product. After everyone had sampled it, they praised it without exception. Now that you've all tasted it and know what it's like, convey your feelings to the customers and encourage them to try it too. Only with the customer's approval can our promotion become twice as effective with half the effort.